Reborn into a parallel universe teeming with Pokemon, Chen Zi found himself in a bewildering new life. In his previous existence, he had harbored the belief that he would ascend to the pinnacle of Pokemon mastery, much like the protagonists in fanfiction. However, reality revealed that he was merely a nondescript supporting character in the grand tapestry of this world. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, he was unexpectedly granted a second chance at life. It turned out that the missteps of his former life were but stepping stones to accumulate experience for this new journey. Thus, the question lingered. Could Chen Zi truly rise to the zenith of the Pokemon realm in this incarnation? Chapter 1. Rebirth. In the Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Province, Tianhai City. Happiness Community. Chen Zi slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the familiar yet alien ceiling, he found himself momentarily disoriented. Had he truly been reborn? As he sat up, he caught sight of his youthful, handsome visage reflected in the full-length mirror across from his bed. A visage he recognized all too well as his own from a time long past. Recalling the harrowing circumstances of his previous life, a shiver ran down his spine. My goodness, the sensation of being obliterated by a buzzwole was indescribably dreadful. He mused, the memory still haunting him. Strictly speaking, this was Chen Zi's third life in his first existence. He was born on Blue Star as an ordinary Pokemon trainer. At the age of 20, an unfortunate encounter with a fully insured dump truck shattered his dreams of becoming a Pokemon Master, and after a searing pain, he found himself transported to a parallel world brimming with Pokemon, assuming the identity of an 18-year-old high school student. Initially, he believed he would embody the hero of a Pokemon narrative, leveraging his extensive gaming experience to become a legendary figure in this new realm. However, the reality was far different. What? Mega evolution? Apologies, that concept had been established decades prior. Z-moves? My apologies, they seem to have existed since time immemorial. Gigantamax? The signs of such phenomena were conspicuously absent in Blue Star. As for terrestrialization, research was already underway. Moreover, it appeared that this parallel world had advanced the understanding of Pokemon traits and evolutionary forms to an extraordinary degree, rendering the path of a brilliant researcher unfeasible. Thus, he resolved to become a prodigious trainer. Initially, Chen Zi held on to this aspiration, only to discover that the reality of Pokemon battles differed drastically from their virtual counterparts. As turn-based mechanics transformed into real-time combat, everything changed. The trainer's command during battles was no longer the decisive factor in victory. Rather, it heavily depended on the level of Pokemon cultivation. Upon grasping this truth, Chen Zi dedicated himself to the arduous task of Pokemon cultivation, and, at the age of 26, he emerged as one of the Elite Four representing the Dragon Kingdom at the World Championship. It was only after this achievement that he realized this world indeed possessed a central narrative. The Ultra Wormhole, a phenomenon exclusive to the Alola region in games, sporadically manifested across the globe in this reality. Some appeared as wondrous secret realms accessible to the public, while others concealed formidable Ultra Beasts, which the authorities sought to keep hidden to prevent widespread panic. In the Dragon Kingdom, every Elite Four member and champion, upon retirement, would be made privy to the existence of the Ultra Wormholes. Some would be integrated into the Ultra Research Team, tasked with exploring the imminent openings of these wormholes, while those unwilling to participate would be required to sign non-disclosure agreements. In his previous life, Chen Zi opted to join the Ultra Investigation Team. Unfortunately, during one mission, an Ultra Wormhole opened prematurely, and a Buzzwole emerged, catching him completely off guard. He perished before even releasing a Pokemon. Reflecting on his unremarkable life, Chen Zi felt he had brought shame upon the collective of Reincarnators. He rose and approached the window, observing flocks of Pidgey soaring freely in the sky, while passers-by walked their Pokemon, including the likes of Rockruff. These sights served as a reminder that he remained in a world inhabited by Pokemon. Checking his phone, he noted the date, August 1st, 2024, in the league calendar. It appeared he had returned to the very day of his initial arrival in this world. Chen Zi instinctively touched the stubble on his chin, only to find a smooth surface, which felt somewhat disconcerting. Then the next step is, he murmured to himself, to choose my Pokemon. Chen Zi, wake up. After breakfast, your parents will take you to select your Pokemon. Came his mother's voice from outside. Got it, Chen Zi replied, hastily getting out of bed to freshen up. Upon entering the living room, he immediately spotted his parents from his third life. Their familiar faces stirred a wave of emotion within him. After all, in his previous existence, they had aged considerably, and his final concern had been for their well-being. His mother, Li Shu, observed Chen Zi standing there in a daze and frowned. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and eat breakfast." Meanwhile, his father, Chen Jiangwo, was already engrossed in discussions regarding the selection of starter Pokemon. Chen Zi snapped back to reality, first ruffling the head of the nearby EV, then grabbing a piece of bread and a carton of milk from the table. Addressing his parents, "Let's go. I'll eat on the way to your always in such a rush," Li Shu remarked, though she indulged him, understanding that today was an exciting day for him. In this world, the Pokemon League mandated that individuals under 18 could not possess their own starter Pokemon, concerned that immature minds might cause societal disruptions if entrusted with Pokemon. Moreover, to ensure fairness, starter Pokemon had to be obtained from breeding facilities, and the number of Pokemon a trainer could hold would only increase after passing assessments. The League would only permit registration of additional Pokemon when it deemed one capable of managing them. Chen Zi wholeheartedly supported this regulation, recognizing it as a measure to protect the interests of ordinary citizens like himself. Of course, achieving absolute fairness was an elusive goal. Those with power and privilege could still create greater advantages for their children within the confines of the rules. Yet, such matters were of no concern to Chen Zi. At this moment, he contemplated that if he could not reach the pinnacle in this life, there would be little left to say. As they traveled, his parents engaged in a spirited debate about which starter Pokemon would suit Chen Zi best. How about Charmander? It's adorable and grows into a striking creature, Li Shu suggested. Charmander is all well and good, but I believe Bulbasaur would be the better choice. Its grass type has lower cultivation costs and matures quickly, making it ideal for Chen Zi's early development, Chen Jiangwo countered. "No way. Venusaur is far too ugly." "What about Eevee? Regardless of its evolution, Eevee always balances beauty and strength, and it has low early cultivation costs," Li Shu argued. "What if I am unable to evolve into any of those? 3 naturally evolving Eevees? The cost of evolution stones is exorbitant. It would be more prudent to raise a Charizard instead. Nothing seems feasible. Propose a more advantageous alternative." As the tension between the two escalated, Chen Zi hurriedly interjected, "Mom and Dad, please cease your quarrel. In truth, I have already made a choice." "What is it?" Both parents inquired in unison. "You will find out in due time," Chen Zi replied with a mysterious smile, evading a direct response to their question that in his previous life, Chen Zi had initially selected a little Charmeleon, but ultimately, due to an incompatibility in their synergy, he returned it to the breeding center. Gazing out of the car window at the passing scenery, Chen Zi recalled the legend from his former existence, the eternal flower, which had single-handedly defended against an assault. From an ultimate beast within the ultimate cave, seemingly originated from this very breeding center that I hope I can find it, Chen Zi silently contemplated. Chapter 2. The Eternal Blossom. The breeding facility is situated on the southern outskirts of Tianhai City, encompassing an expansive area. This establishment resembles a natural reserve, akin to a hunting ground in a game, where each species of Pokemon inhabits its own territory. To acquire a Pokemon, one must gain the creature's approval, escort it to the settlement area, and complete the payment to depart. Within the facility lies a registry that catalogs the distribution and pricing of various Pokemon. The cost of a Pokemon is determined by its species. Irrespective of its innate talents within its lineage, the price remains unchanged, provided one earns its recognition. In addition to the breeding facility, there exists a common locale for obtaining initial Pokemon known as the breeding house. Here, individuals receive Pokemon in the form of eggs, introducing a significant element of uncertainty. Should one hatch a Pokemon that is inherently flawed or whose temperament does not align with theirs, it could lead to disappointment. Naturally, the breeding facility is also prone to oversight, much like the experience of Chen Zi with his Charmander in his previous life, though the likelihood of such misjudgments is considerably lower than at the breeding house. Consequently, the price of acquiring a Pokemon from the breeding facility is typically 15 times that of obtaining one from the breeding house. After a 3-hour journey, Chen Zi and his family arrived at the entrance of the breeding facility. Towering walls, approximately 10 stories high, encircle the establishment, providing ample space for flying Pokemon to maneuver. The facility is designed to prevent certain avian Pokemon from escaping. Although the vast majority of Pokemon lack the inclination to flee, given the abundance of food and shelter available, why would they venture into the wild to endure hardships? Upon arriving at the entrance, the officer responsible for security in this area greeted Li Shuai, "Captain Li, Have you brought your son to select a Pokemon today? Indeed, Officer Chu. I appreciate your assistance with the security here, Li Shuai-Ro replied with a smile. Li Shuai-Ro serves as a captain in the Tianhai City Police Department and is primarily responsible for maintaining order in the southern outskirts. Today, she had taken special leave to accompany her son in choosing a Pokemon. The aforementioned officer, Chu Tianzi, is a colleague of Li Shuai-Ro, filling in for her during her absence. Hello, Chen Gu. Chu Tianzi greeted Chen Jiangwo and Chen Zi with a smile. Good morning, Xiao Qingzi. Have you decided which Pokemon you wish to choose? Would you like me to make some recommendations? Chen Zi shook his head with a smile, responding, Uncle Chu, I have already made my choice. Very well, then I shall say no more. Just register at the front desk, and you may enter, Chu Tianzi indicated. Before long, the group completed their registration at the front desk, received a registry book, and proceeded into the breeding facility accompanied by a security officer. Within the facility, the Pokemon vary in levels. They are not necessarily initial stage Pokemon. Some may have already evolved into their final forms. However, for individuals like Chen Zi seeking initial Pokemon, it is imperative that the Pokemon's level remains within 10. Otherwise, the Trainer Association will refuse to register the Pokemon as an initial acquisition. Indeed, in this world, the energy intensity of Pokemon is determined by their levels, and the Alliance possesses a device capable of assessing a Pokemon's energy intensity to ascertain its level. While a Pokemon's level correlates to its strength, it is not an absolute measure, as factors such as species, attributes, and innate talents significantly influence the evaluation of its ultimate power. The presence of a security officer is to prevent any disturbances from high-level Pokemon or entanglements with conflicts among lower-level Pokemon, as this area strives to closely replicate the natural environment. Chen Zi, without diversion, headed straight to the habitat of the Flabébé family in Area South 3. This section is predominantly inhabited by grass-type Pokemon, such as Snivy, Trico, and Bulbasaur. As Chen Zi traversed the area, his parents incessantly inquired, What Pokemon are you hoping to find? Snivy is lovely, its juvenile form is adorable, and its adult form is elegant. Perhaps you are considering Trico? Sceptile is quite impressive and formidable in battles. If you choose Bulbasaur, we will certainly support your decision. We were merely jesting this morning. So, what is it going to be? Chen Zi merely shook his head, reiterating, You will know when the time comes. After an indeterminate period of walking, the group arrived in a sea of flowers in Area South 3. Amidst the incredulous gazes of Li Shuai-Ro and Chen Jiangwo, Chen Zi scanned the area filled with Flabébé and Floette. Where could it be? He mused, scratching his head as he cautiously navigated through the flower patches to avoid trampling them. His arrival piqued the curiosity of the Flabébé and Floette. Flabébé? Several Flabébé curiously circled around Chen Zi. Have any of you seen a Floette holding a red flower with pointed petals and threes? Chen Zi gestured toward the appearance of the eternal blossom. Although his description was somewhat abstract, the Flabébé seemed to comprehend his words immediately. Flabébé. They pointed in the direction of a specific spot in the flower field. Thank you. Chen Zi expressed his gratitude and followed the direction indicated. Before long, he spotted the Floette holding a red flower, slightly larger than the others. Found you, Chen Zi exclaimed, drawing the attention of the eternal blossom. Floette. Startled by the enthusiasm in Chen Zi's eyes, the eternal blossom initially recoiled but then revealed a glimmer of excitement. Finally, someone wishes to claim me? Noticing the thrill in the eternal blossom's gaze, Chen Zi was momentarily taken aback. Being familiar with Pokemon, he could discern that this Floette had a combative spirit. Overjoyed, he prepared to speak, but the eternal blossom eagerly nodded in affirmation. Floette. It fervently bobbed its head, conveying its willingness. Chen Zi chuckled, amused by its eagerness for companionship. In truth, the eternal blossom had longed for a trainer to take it into battles, yet its unusual appearance, with its flower appearing somewhat flawed, led to no one desiring it despite its commendable performance. Today marked the first time it had seen someone come specifically to seek it out, its eyes sparkling with hope. If there were a favorability system, the prompt for Chen Zi would undoubtedly read, Eternal Blossom's favorability towards you, 111. All right, it shall be you, Chen Zi declared. Feeling he had struck gold, anxious that the Eternal Blossom might change its mind, he turned to the arriving security officer, stating, This one, please check if its level meets the requirements. Li Shuai-Ro and Chen Jiangwo were momentarily stunned. Had he decided so hastily on this Floette? Chapter 3. I shall call you TT. Under Chen Zi's anxious gaze, the data results were revealed. Floette, level 9. The revelation that the Floette was at level 9 brought a sigh of relief from Chen Zi, while leaving the others present somewhat astounded. Typically, a Flabébé must reach around level 19 to evolve into a Floette. Pokemon that evolve earlier generally possess superior qualities. Despite this, Chen Zi and Li Shuai-Ro remained hesitant. Chen Zi, are you certain? Li Shuai-Ro inquired. Previously, your father was merely jesting with you. There is no need for concern regarding the cost of raising your first Pokemon, as our family is indeed capable of bearing this expense. Chen Zi believed that his frequent remarks about the low training cost of grass-type Pokemon led Chen Zi to mistakenly think that their family's circumstances were inadequate. Indeed, your father was joking. While our family may not be extraordinarily wealthy, we are certainly able to care for a more formidable Pokemon. Li Shuai-Ro added that even a somewhat pricier Pokemon, like Riolu, is within our means. The Eternal Flower, understanding human speech, lowered its head in response. Although it was painful for the Pokemon, what Chen Zi and Li Shuai-Ro said was, in fact, the truth. In the realm of Pokemon, while the concept of base stats as described in games may not exist, the disparities between Pokemon species are undeniably real and cannot be overlooked. These differences are even more pronounced and brutal than those encountered in previous lives. The reality is that, under equal circumstances, some species experience enhancements in combat prowess that others cannot hope to match. This discrepancy cannot be compensated for by mere effort. This is one of the reasons previously mentioned as to why level alone does not determine everything. Thus, it is a stark reality that in this world, Pokemon are inherently ranked in tiers. Differences exist not only within species, but also between different species. For instance, the reigning champion of the Dragon Kingdom, Yangjiang, had a Charizard that learned to breathe fire while still a Charmander, whereas some Charizards do not grasp this ability even at levels 50 or 60. This illustrates the disparity in innate talent, which can be manifested through a Pokemon's physical form, skill pool, and other aspects during its formative years, regardless of comparisons between different species or within the same species. Li Shuai-Ro and Chen Zi both deemed the flower leaf tea that Chen Zi had set his sights on as inadequate. Although the final form, Roserade, is not weak, they felt it insufficient as a starter Pokemon. Moreover, despite the early evolution of this flower leaf tea and its cuter appearance compared to its peers, the flower it bore appeared as if it had been drained during evolution, resulting in a forked appearance, indicative of exhausted potential. Even in a modern and open society, where a Pokemon's strength is not the sole criterion for success, if cuteness is abundant, it can thrive in other realms. Both parents were acutely aware of Chen Zi's ambition to become an exceptional trainer. Thus, they were prepared to make sacrifices, even going so far as to purchase a legendary Pokemon if necessary. Chen Zi was, of course, cognizant of his parents' concerns, and he shook his head, replying, "Mom and Dad, you need not worry. My choice comes with my own reasons." Upon hearing Chen Zi's words, the previously dejected Eternal Flower instantly brightened with joy. "Are you certain? You must take responsibility for your choice," Li Shuai-Ro said seriously, as she feared that one day Chen Zi might abandon it for being too weak. Chen Zi echoed her sentiment, stating, "Once you choose it, you cannot cast it aside simply because it is weak." Chen Zi nodded and reassured them, "Rest assured, I am not that kind of person. I am well aware of my decision." Seeing this, the couple ceased their admonishments. The trio then returned to the registration office of the nurturing facility, completing the necessary paperwork. Afterward, Chen Zi led the Pokeball containing the Eternal Flower alongside his parents as they departed. In the car, Chen Zi was still exhilarated, and he released the Eternal Flower. It mirrored his excitement, feeling a profound sense of gratitude towards him. After all this time, it was the first time it had experienced being chosen so resolutely by someone. "I must assist him in becoming the greatest trainer," the Eternal Flower vowed silently. The Chen family was en route to the Trainer Association in Tianhai City, situated in the northern part of the city, which required traversing the entire expanse of Tianhai. However, due to their respective occupations, Li Shuai-Ro being a captain in the police force and Chen Zi serving as a teacher in a Pokemon breeding class, they had been quite busy and seldom had time to accompany Chen Zi. Both had taken leave today, and it was uncertain when they would next be available, so they decided to handle Chen Zi's trainer registration promptly. Throughout the journey, the Eternal Flower gazed curiously at the vast world outside. Chen Zi smiled and said, "Little one, we shall be a family from now on." It responded. Up front, Li Shuai-Ro, with a smile, suggested, "Little Orange, why not give the little one a name?" Observing its crimson petals, she thought, "I believe Little Red would be fitting." Chen Zi interjected, "I think Little Red is nice." Li Shuai-Ro shot him a disapproving glance. "You call your poke Jishi's Little White and your meanful Little Purple. Are all your names going to start with Little?" Chen Zi defended himself. "My Meowth's name is A-Tan. It doesn't have little in it." Li Shuai-Ro retorted, "You should be ashamed." If it weren't for my vehement rejection of the name Little Yellow, Tan might still think itself a dog. Chen Zi was quite familiar with his father's naming skills. Remembering that when he chose Charmander in his past life, the suggestion was simply Little Dragon. Listening to their banter, the eternal flower chuckled, sensing the kindness of this family towards it. Although initially, Li Shuai-Ro and Chun Jiangwo had expressed their reservations about the eternal flower. It stemmed from a responsible attitude towards both parties. After all, if Chen Zi ever grew discontent with it and abandoned it, that would not bode well for the Pokemon. Inspired by the eternal flower's sounds, Chen Zi had an idea. How about we call you Didi? He said, gently patting the eternal flower's little head with a smile. The eternal flower found the name delightful. Humph, it sounds rather ordinary, wouldn't you agree, Didi? Chun Jiangwo remarked, suggesting instead, how about little T? You can keep that to yourself, Li Shuai-Ro retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Chapter 4. A glance is the signal for battle. Amidst the cheerful chatter, they arrived at the entrance of the Tianhai City Trainer Association. The registration process was swift, involving a simple recording of the trainer's identity information and verifying the Pokemon's level to ensure compliance with regulations before finalizing the Pokemon's details for departure. Before leaving, the association provided a basic Pokemon level detector, albeit a simplified version with slightly less accuracy. Chen Zi's household possessed a more precise detector, rendering this one unnecessary. The group casually found a place to enjoy lunch, then purchased some fairy-type energy cubes from a Pokemon supply store before heading home. By the time they returned home, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Chen Zi began to completely transform a corner of his room, preparing a cozy little nest for Didi. By the time he finished the arrangements, it was already 6 in the evening. Chun Jiangwo prepared a lavish dinner. As a Pokemon breeder, he was not only adept at cooking for Pokemon, but was also quite skilled in preparing meals for humans. At the dinner table, savoring the long-missed flavors of home-cooked meals amidst a moment of tranquil atmosphere, Chen Zi wished he could live in such serenity forever. Yet, ever since learning the truth about the world, he knew he must strive tirelessly. He dared not gamble on whether misfortune or tomorrow would arrive first. Looking at the loved ones surrounding him, Chen Zi realized that even for the sake of this little family, he must work diligently to grow stronger. After dinner, he took Didi for a stroll in the community park. At this moment, the park was bustling with individuals like Chen Zi, strolling alongside their Pokemon. Enveloped in a serene and tranquil atmosphere, it was summer, and the evening lingered longer under the resplendent hues of the setting sun. A gentle breeze caressed Chen Zi's face, imparting a sense of blissful relaxation. Orange. Chen Zi heard someone call his name and turned to look behind him. There stood a tall, slender boy with curly hair, adorned with black-rimmed glasses. A charming smile graced his delicate features as he jogged towards Chen Zi, accompanied by a Squirtle. This curly-haired boy was Lu Zhihao, a high school classmate and one of Chen Zi's childhood friends. Orange, have you heard that saying? Lu Zhihao glanced at the TT by Chen Zi's side with an air of mystery. Chen Zi met Lu Zhihao's gaze, and a flood of dormant memories surged forth. The mere meeting of their eyes served as an unspoken signal for battle. Lu Zhihao's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was his first day with a Pokemon, and he was brimming with eagerness to find an opponent. In his previous life, Chen Zi had felt the same exhilaration when he first acquired a Pokemon. Yet in this life, that initial thrill of becoming a trainer had somewhat faded. All right, Chen Zi cast a glance at TT, whose eyes gleamed with anticipation, and agreed. In Longhua, Pokemon battles must be conducted in designated areas. Engaging in combat in public spaces could lead to detention if discovered or reported. Naturally, neither Chen Zi nor Lu Zhihao wished to endure the consequences of imprisonment, so they made their way to the community's battle plaza, where they found an empty arena to commence their duel. Observing the Squirtle beside Lu Zhihao, Chen Zi felt a sense of familiarity. It was an old acquaintance. Back when Chen Zi had his Charmander, and his friend had a Squirtle, the striking resemblance of their pairing had led Chen Zi to believe he was the protagonist of this world, only to be sharply reminded of reality's harshness. He recalled how Lu Zhihao's Squirtle had once posed significant challenges for him, especially with its advantageous attributes. However, due to his solid foundation in battles, most peers, except for the exceptionally talented or those trained by affluent families, were no match for him, and Lu Zhihao certainly fell into the latter category, often finding himself on the losing end. Seeing the exhilarated expression on Lu Zhihao's face, Chen Zi couldn't help but smirk mischievously. If memory served correctly, the next scene was about to unfold. Lu Zhihao, sensing Chen Zi's peculiar expression, shivered slightly, feeling an ominous vibe, but was too caught up in his excitement to ponder further. Once both Pokemon were ready, Lu Zhihao emulated what he had seen in videos, instructing his Squirtle, use water gun. Squirtle? The Squirtle paused, scratching its head, staring blankly at Lu Zhihao. Chen Zi stifled a laugh. Remembering how they had once issued a flurry of commands to their Pokemon without knowing the skills they possessed, resulting in a comedic mishap. All right, TT. Use a skill you know to attack it. Chen Zi managed to contain his laughter. TT. TT nodded, and a swirl of pink wind manifested, carried forth by fluttering petals. Directed at the Squirtle. It was Fairy Wind. Squirtle. The Squirtle was struck by the Fairy Wind, clumsily rolling backward. Squirtle. Lu Zhihao looked on with concern as his Squirtle lay on the ground. Squirtle. The Squirtle slowly rose, glancing back at Lu Zhihao to assure him it was unscathed. Great. Now use a skill you know to counterattack. Lu Zhihao mimicked Chen Zi's earlier command. Squirtle. The Squirtle puffed its cheeks, unleashing a stream of water from its mouth towards TT. Chen Zi, noticing the Squirtle's initial movement, was about to warn TT to evade, only to see TT place its flower forward, a green barrier unfolding protectively. Remarkable, it knows Protect, Chen Zi thought, impressed, as it saved him considerable time in teaching. With the Squirtle's water gun thwarted, TT swiftly drew forth 2 slender green vines from its flower, lashing them towards the Squirtle. Squirtle, dodge, Lu Zhihao urged anxiously. Yet, the Squirtle, still recovering from its water gun attack, was caught off guard as the vine struck its body. Excellent. Chen Zi imagined the triumphant sound effect. Squirtle. The Squirtle collapsed in response. Squirtle, hang in there. Get up, Lu Zhihao implored, trying to rouse his fallen companion. However, it was evident that their bond was insufficient. All right. Lu Zhihao, your Squirtle has fainted. You should take it to the Pokemon Center, Chen Zi advised. Seeing the situation, Lu Zhihao hurriedly recalled his Squirtle into its Pokeball. Orange, you win this time. I will definitely reclaim victory next time, he declared, sprinting towards the community Pokemon Center. As Chen Zi watched Lu Zhihao's retreating figure, he silently apologized, whimsically thinking, Lu Zhihao, you have no chance now. In this life, I shall tread the path of invincibility. Having indulged in a moment of bravado, Chen Zi turned to TT, who was still savoring the remnants of their battle, and smiled. TT, why don't you demonstrate all the skills you possess? 10 minutes later, Chen Zi had roughly assessed TT's skill set. Even with his mental preparation, he was astounded. Beyond the skills that could be acquired with increased strength, such as Vine Whip, Tackle, Fairy Wind, Mystic Guard, Leaf Tornado, Wish, and Magical Leaf, there were several others that required learning or were inherited. Skills like Protect, Sunny Day, and even Support Power were among them. Chen Zi reflected on how elusive the knowledge of Support Power had been in his previous life, exclaiming, TT has just saved me a small goal. Chapter 5. The Path of a Genius to Ascendancy. In truth, Chen Zi had intended to commence training with TT the following day. However, driven by the notion of since I'm here, he resolved to gain insight into TT's current state, facilitating the creation of a tailored training regimen. In his past life, Chen Zi had little understanding of these matters. He merely had a superficial grasp of training venues and tools, charging into battles with his Charmander without a second thought. Consequently, after a summer of reckless endeavors, neither the physical prowess nor the skill proficiency of his Charmander saw significant improvement, resulting in a rather lackluster performance during the initial classification matches. It was only later, after diligently studying training methods, that Chen Zi came to understand that every Pokemon is unique, requiring individualized training plans based on an understanding of their physical capabilities. The fundamental principle of training is to enhance strengths while addressing weaknesses. A Pokemon's power often manifests in its distinctive attributes. Thus, if a trainer wishes to augment a Pokemon's strength, they must nurture its strengths. Allocating excessive training time to a Pokemon's mediocre aspects can lead to stagnation and ineffectiveness. Consequently, few truly well-rounded prodigies exist. Those who grace the world stage are predominantly specialists in their respective fields. This explains why, given the same training duration, some Pokemon can experience rapid growth, while others seem to stagnate. Of course, this does not imply that trainers should solely focus on a Pokemon's strengths, neglecting all other dimensions. It is a delicate balance. If Pokemon possess deficiencies beyond tactical considerations, it becomes imperative for trainers to cultivate these weaknesses to a level comparable to other mediocre attributes. What do we mean by deficiencies beyond tactics? For instance, if your Charizard serves as a special attacker in your team, primarily excelling in delivering high burst damage in sunny weather, then its physical attack becomes a dimension of weakness outside of tactical relevance. There is no need to overly focus on enhancing Charizard's physical attack, as it is unlikely that you will ever have it utilize a physical move in the course of countless battles. Conversely, speed is a crucial aspect for both special and physical attackers. No matter how formidable a special attacker may be, if its speed is subpar. It can easily be outmaneuvered or kite. Therefore, speed represents a weakness within the tactical framework. Moreover, there are Pokemon like the Shuckle, which, although slow, also possess this characteristic as an advantage. It is precisely due to its sluggishness that it can execute its signature move, Power Trick, effectively. Additionally, strategies such as Trick Room further illustrate the complexity of cultivating weaknesses. Thus, the nurturing of deficiencies is a subject of considerable depth. Furthermore, focusing on strengths does not imply neglecting the training of other skills. Foundational training must always be ensured. In summary, the formulation of a training plan encompasses numerous factors. It is a craft in itself. The distinction between a genius and an ordinary trainer often begins with the establishment of a training regimen. Naturally, the specific methods of training are equally paramount, generally serving as the cornerstone of a trainer's career. In his previous life, as one of the Elite Four, Chen Zi had naturally mastered a unique training methodology that allowed him to fully unlock the potential within Pokemon. In that past existence, Chen Zi was a late-blooming trainer who emerged unexpectedly. For the majority of his early career, he was unremarkable, achieving mediocre rankings and attending a nondescript trainer university, with his Pokemon exhibiting merely average strength. Until one fateful night, he dreamt of an old man who imparted this training method to him. Over the following year or two, Chen Zi's Pokemon experienced meteoric growth, propelling him into the ranks of the Elite Four as a dark horse. Even now, he remains uncertain whether his sudden comprehension of this training method stemmed from innate genius or if fate had bestowed upon him an opportunity. Returning to the present, Chen Zi, accompanied by TT, arrived at the designated training facility within their community. The venue was expansive, featuring a vast open area segmented by white lines into numerous zones. Each zone measured approximately 6 by 8 feet, with various targets and equipment positioned in the corners for testing Pokemon skills or providing physical training. The facility is freely accessible, requiring only the registration of trainer information for entry. Furthermore, damages to the venue or equipment, provided they are not inflicted intentionally by trainers, do not necessitate compensation. This illustrates the nation's commitment to nurturing trainers. Such support is evident in various aspects, including Pokemon healing and numerous other benefits, which contribute to the popularity of trainers as a profession in contemporary society. The summer in Tianhai City was sweltering, and even at night, Chen Zi emerged from the outside with a sheen of perspiration. The air conditioning within the facility revitalized him as he swiftly approached the front desk to register and found an unoccupied training zone. Chen Zi expertly retrieved a cylindrical piece of equipment and inserted it into a designated groove in the ground. TT, use Vine Whip on it. This cylindrical device served as a tool for measuring strength. In Chen Zi's training regimen, he typically used the weakest physical attack of the Pokemon's type as a baseline for measuring physical attack power. If none existed, he would substitute with the Pokemon's weakest physical move, while the corresponding special attack would serve as the baseline for special attack power. With a resounding crack, Vine Whip struck the pillar, and a number appeared on the display overhead, 65. Quite impressive, Chen Zi mused, for a level 9 Pokemon. Achieving a physical attack strength of 20 would already be commendable. A competent physical attacker typically possesses a base physical attack of around 30 at level 15. To discover that TT's physical attack base value was indeed double, that was astonishing. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Zi continued, TT, use Fairy Wind again. TT waved her flower, conjuring a gust of pink wind that struck the pillar, causing the display to change once more, 85. Even with Chen Zi's extensive experience and exposure to numerous exceptionally gifted Pokemon, he had never encountered such figures. It is worth noting that while special attack values generally exceed physical attack values, a special attacker with nearly 50 power at level 15 is considered quite proficient. However, increasing special attack power is comparatively more challenging. The time required for physical attack power to rise from 30 to 85 may be less than that needed for special attack power to ascend from 50 to 85. Subsequently, Chen Zi utilized other devices to assess TT's additional base values, ultimately determining that all her metrics surpassed the acceptable threshold for other Pokemon at level 15. Chen Zi had anticipated that the Eternal Flower's talent would be formidable, but he had not expected it to be to this extent. What am I even training for? TT could easily master everything on her own, he pondered. If the Eternal Flower was thus, what about those legendary Pokemon? Would their juvenile forms be even more astonishing? However, Chen Zi had only encountered a handful of mythical Pokemon in his previous life, and they were all well-known guardians. He had never even laid eyes on a juvenile mythical Pokemon. After recording all the data on his phone, Chen Zi returned home with TT and began crafting her training plan, aptly titled, The Path of a Genius to Godhood. Chapter 6. Another Day of Serious Training, Part 1. In the early morning, sunlight streamed into Chen Zi's room, rousing him from slumber after a night spent drafting his training plan. He glanced at the corner of the room, noticing that TT was no longer nestled in her small bed. Upon opening the door, he spotted TT on the balcony, diligently watering the flowers cultivated by Ms. Li. TT had risen early and, with nothing to occupy her time, had resumed her floral duties around the house. Chen Zi approached to inspect the flowers and was astonished to find that those nearly doomed under Ms. Li's care had miraculously regained vitality. Is this the innate talent of the floral whip? Chen Zi marveled inwardly. TT floated before Chen Zi, her expression eager as she looked up at him. Chen Zi immediately discerned that she was expressing her desire to train rather than remain idle. Understanding a Pokemon's intentions is also a fundamental skill that trainers must master. An exemplary trainer must interpret the significance behind every action and word of their Pokemon. This is a distinct advantage that Chen Zi possesses as a reincarnated individual. Nodding, Chen Zi gently patted TT's head and said, I'll freshen up first, and then we'll head out for training. TT beamed with delight. Today, both Ms. Li and Mr. Chen were at work, leaving Chen Zi and his 2 Pokemon at home. After completing his morning routine, Chen Zi took the bread and milk prepared by his caretaker and set out with TT. His caretaker observed the empty house and let out a human-like sigh. If Chen Zi were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly recall a classic advertising slogan from his past life. Alas, busy indeed. Busyness is preferable. Like a typical empty nester. He settled onto the sofa, expertly switched on the television, and began to immerse himself in the latest popular drama, the quintessential quintuplets. Outside, under the scorching summer sun, Chen Zi and Li made their way towards the outskirts of the community. Although yesterday's training ground was still available for use, its limited space posed challenges for executing Chen Zi's plans. Today, they intended to train in an outdoor facility. After approximately half an hour, Chen Zi and Li arrived at Tianhai City's largest outdoor training arena, the Tianhai Training Ground. This extensive area is roughly the size of 4 Tianhai No. 4 high schools combined. Within its confines, a dedicated competition arena has been established, where various professional contests are held. However, as the peak competition season approaches, the venues are currently undergoing maintenance and are temporarily closed to the public. Following registration, Chen Zi led Li into the training area. The space is divided into numerous distinct sections, each designated for training different disciplines, equipped with a variety of facilities. In truth, Chen Zi's training regimen comprises 4 components: endurance, explosive power, control, and reaction speed. Endurance pertains to enhancing stamina, naturally correlating with a Pokemon's defensive capabilities and vitality. Explosive power focuses on increasing strength, corresponding to a Pokemon's physical attack. Control tests a Pokemon's mental acuity, relating to special attack and the mastery of moves. While reaction speed hones a Pokemon's cognitive and physical agility. The training intensity is then adjusted based on the specific Pokemon. For Li, Chen Zi's goal is to cultivate it into a special attacker within their team. A significant distinction between outdoor and indoor training facilities is that the training equipment is housed in small adjacent rooms. Chen Zi emerged from one such room, carrying a dozen wooden stakes, which he meticulously drove into the ground, forming a line with minimal spacing, just wide enough for Li to squeeze through. Chen Zi addressed Li, stating, the first training task is weaving through these stakes. I need you to continuously use tackle to navigate around each stake until you reach the finish line. Completing a total of 10 laps, Li flew over to assess the gaps between the stakes, gazing at Chen Zi with an expression of disbelief. Li? It voiced in confusion. Chen Zi nodded affirmatively. I'm not jesting. Even if you collide with the stakes, you must not cease your tackle. From this moment, you must overcome your instinct to move freely and instead use tackle to progress. This training method, which Chen Zi had devised, is notably effective as it simultaneously enhances a Pokemon's endurance and control, a true twofold benefit. Although the approach may seem somewhat harsh, Chen Zi believed that it is better to sweat here than to bleed on the battlefield. At least in this environment, Li's injuries could be adequately healed, fostering its resilience. After a moment's hesitation, Li decided to proceed. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of wooden stakes being struck reverberated as Li initially struggled to maneuver through the gaps, getting stuck repeatedly and enduring numerous impacts that caused it considerable pain. Thud, thud, thud. Again and again, Li persistently attempted to navigate between the first and second stakes, and despite the pain, it began to shed its earlier hesitation, gritting its teeth and pressing on. Thud, thud. Thud. After countless attempts, Leafy finally succeeded in squeezing through the first 2 stakes. Yet, numerous more gaps awaited. Clenching its teeth, it pressed on with its tackle. Eventually, Chen Zi, noticing Leafy's exhaustion as it collapsed to the ground, promptly recalled it into its Pokeball and rushed to the Pokemon Center. Chen Zi had not anticipated Leafy's tenacity. His original intention was to conclude the training once Leafy could no longer continue, but this stubborn creature had silently pushed itself to the brink of unconsciousness. Alarmed, Chen Zi hastily returned Leafy to its ball and sought assistance at the Pokemon Center. Are you certain you haven't been abusing your Pokemon? A nurse inquired sternly. Absolutely not. I swear. Chen Zi raised a hand in a gesture of sincerity. Leafy also affirmed that Chen Zi had not mistreated it. The nurse regarded him with a skeptical eye before dismissing him. Upon exiting the Pokemon Center, Leafy tugged at Chen Zi's sleeve, casting a sorrowful glance his way. Leafy? Am I truly useless, unable to accomplish even this? Leafy stared intently into Chen Zi's eyes. Before Leafy fainted, it had only completed a third of the first lap. Not at all. You performed wonderfully, Chen Zi replied earnestly. I never expected you to finish on your first day. I anticipated you would come to me when you could no longer continue, yet you remained silent. Leafy, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Leafy lowered its head in dismay. Chen Zi gave himself a light slap on the forehead and said, Leafy, I meant no offense. I admire your strength. You're far more resilient than I imagined. However, in situations like earlier, it's best not to push yourself too hard. Leafy, I understand. Let us continue training. Leafy's expression brightened, regaining its vigor. Chen Zi chuckled. You truly are a training enthusiast. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of joy in his past life. He had to coax his Pokemon to cooperate during their initial training sessions. He hadn't expected the seemingly delicate Leafy to possess such a tenacious spirit. Chen Zi smiled, realizing today was indeed a day dedicated to earnest training. Chapter 7. Today is also a day for serious training, Part 2. By the time Chen Zi returned to the Tianhai training ground, it was already midday. After a busy morning, he couldn't help but feel a pang of hunger. Shall we find something to eat first? He suggested to Leafy. Leafy pondered for a moment, acknowledging its own hunger, and nodded in agreement. The two decided to locate a nearby eatery around the Tianhai training ground to resolve their lunch dilemma. As the largest training facility in the city, many trainers spend the entire day here with their Pokemon, so restaurants abound in the vicinity. Chen Zi led Leafy to a restaurant named Fairy Home for their meal. After ordering a simple dish for himself and a standard fairy-type energy cube for Leafy, the total bill came to a staggering 300 yuan. It's worth noting that the fairy-type energy cubes he had purchased at the Pokemon Center last time only cost 150 yuan. This place is a ripoff. Chen Zi lamented inwardly, realizing he would have to reconsider his budget. Given that his father is a breeder, Chen Zi had learned the art of crafting energy cubes from him in his past life, eventually surpassing his father's skills and developing his own unique style. Thus, he resolved to personally create energy cubes for Leafy. As he exited the restaurant, Chen Zi shot a fierce glare at the establishment sign, vowing never to return. The midday sun blazed fiercely, casting an oppressive heat over the Tianhai training ground, as if the very earth were being subjected to a furnace. Chen Zi, with a casual flick, donned his sun hat. Nevertheless, he still found the sun's glare overwhelmingly dazzling, as if the entire world were cloaked in a blinding radiance. In contrast, TT, despite being a fairy-type Pokemon, remained fundamentally a flower, and under such a scorching sun, felt remarkably at ease. Training. TT urged Chen Zi, who was moving rather slowly. All right, just watch me practice hard this afternoon. Chen Zi threatened TT with mock ferocity. TT cheerfully ignored the threat and joyfully circled around Chen Zi 3 times. This afternoon, we shall alter our training regimen, taking turns, Chen Zi stated earnestly. In truth, the morning training had already deviated from Chen Zi's original plan. He had initially intended for TT to train for about an hour before switching activities, but to his surprise, TT had relentlessly carried on until reaching the Pokemon Center. You won't need to ram into wooden posts for this training, Chen Zi explained. You merely need to become a cold-hearted archer. All right, TT replied, somewhat disappointed. Is that disappointment I see? Chen Zi stared blankly at TT, pondering if TT might be the fabled masochist. He must have been mistaken. Chen Zi rubbed his eyes. Subsequently, he led TT to another training ground. The arena was adorned with numerous targets, affixed to circular tracks. These targets were mobile, capable of spinning in wide circles with the flick of a switch. Chen Zi positioned TT at the center of the circle formed by the targets. Truth be told, this circle was rather expansive, approximately 15 meters in radius. just as TT assumed that Chen Zi intended for it to stand still and shoot at the targets. Chen Zi commanded, TT, charge. Strike ceaselessly, just as you did in the morning. You must not exceed a radius of 3 meters from me. Though perplexed, TT complied. Thus, TT began to recklessly charge around Chen Zi, moving without pause. In fact, during the morning training, TT had already begun to grasp the rhythm of continuous strikes, and now, its attacks were far more fluid than at the outset. Time slipped by, and soon TT's body began to show signs of fatigue. At that moment, Chen Zi shouted, 5 o'clock direction, razor leaf. TT, momentarily stunned, only unleashed its razor leaf once the target had deftly spun to the 8 o'clock position. Continue charging, do not stop. Chen Zi insisted, seemingly unconcerned with whether TT hit the target. TT pressed on, relentlessly charging. 3 o'clock direction, razor leaf. Chen Zi bellowed. This time, TT responded swiftly, though its accuracy faltered, sending the razor leaf careening toward the 2 o'clock mark. The result was predictable, it missed entirely. TT did not await further instructions from Chen Zi and continued to use its charge. However, TT's stamina was gradually waning, and Chen Zi could distinctly sense its speed diminishing. 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Under Chen Zi's repeated commands, TT unleashed razor leaf after razor leaf, yet the instances of hitting the targets were dismally few. TT's body was growing weary, and as it charged, it began to gasp for breath. Stop, take a break, Chen Zi directed, signaling TT to halt. TT immediately ceased its movements and began to breathe heavily. Chen Zi handed TT a bottle of water while he took a swig from another bottle, despite not having exercised. The relentless sun had left him drenched in sweat. Well done, Chen Zi remarked with a smile, observing TT gulping down water. You possess considerable talent. Indeed. Chen Zi recalled that the most gifted member of his team, the Blaziken, had barely managed to hit a target during its second practice session. Not really. TT shyly covered its face with a flower. Haha. Chen Zi chuckled. What is there to be shy about? You are the finest Florigato in my heart. TT felt a wave of emotion. This was likely the first time someone had acknowledged its worth. Recalling its time at the breeding center, although others had been somewhat considerate. Due to its distinct appearance, the other Florigato had harbored some reservations about it. Thus, TT often felt a sense of distance within the group. Yet, having spent just a single night in this new home, TT experienced an unprecedented feeling of acceptance. Therefore, its diligent efforts stemmed not only from an inherent desire for training, but also as a gesture of gratitude toward its trainer for this acceptance. Chen Zi, however, was oblivious to this depth of thought. Glancing at the clock, noticing they had rested for about 10 minutes, he encouraged TT, let us continue. We'll do 2 more sets, then head home. Okay. When they returned home, it was already 5:30 p.m. Chen Zhengwo had arrived home and was preparing dinner alongside Guanxi. Li Shuai-Ro, however, had to work late and would not return. After showering, Chen Zi and TT settled on the sofa to watch television, accompanied by his father's meerkat, a Tan. The television was airing Detective Tutu Dog, a Tan's favorite series, which narrated the adventures of a meerkat detective transformed into Tutu Dog for various reasons, solving mysteries along the way. Each time Chen Zi watched this show, he felt an intense sense of déjà vu. Yet, TT seemed equally captivated by this unconventional rendition of Detective Conan, quickly becoming engrossed. Dinner is ready, Chen Zhengwo announced, emerging from the kitchen clad in an apron, carrying dishes. Hearing the call to dinner, a ravenous Chen Zi and his Pokemon hurried to the table, eagerly commencing their evening meal. During dinner, Chen Zi seized the opportunity to express his desire to learn how to make energy cubes from his father, ostensibly to mask his own exceptional skills in that area. His father nodded in agreement, promising to provide instruction after the meal. After dining, Chen Zi assigned TT its third training task, the final exercise specifically designed for special attack Pokemon, controlling its psychic power. He arranged several glasses into a pyramid and instructed TT. Next, you will control your auxiliary power to carefully remove each glass and return it to its original position. If a glass falls, you must start over, so be mindful of your strength. 2 rounds will suffice. TT nodded thoughtfully, attempting to regulate its strength, but inadvertently crushed one glass, causing the ones beneath it to topple as well. TT exclaimed, hastily trying to stabilize the glasses. No worries, take your time. Chen Zi had anticipated this outcome and retrieved another glass. In all honesty, this training appeared challenging yet was deceptively simple, testing the Pokemon's control over its force. Moreover, the Pokemon were required to use techniques to accomplish the task, rather than merely relying on telekinesis or psychic power, demanding precise control over the strength of their released moves. The most suitable technique for this training was auxiliary power. Thus, the insights on auxiliary power had garnered a remarkably high price in the marketplace. A moment's carelessness could lead to excessive force, toppling the pyramid or shattering the glasses. Chen Zi continued to guide TT through its training while he darted off to join Chen Zhangwo in acting out scenes. Chapter 8. My son is a genius. Chen Zi entered the kitchen and found his father already waiting by the fruit machine at home. Orange, come here. Your dad will teach you how to make energy cubes. Upon seeing Chen Zi approach, Chen Zhangwo waved him over. Let me tell you, making energy cubes is quite a technical endeavor, Chen Zhangwo stated. You must understand that the assessment for the breeder's qualification certificate allocates a significant 30 to energy cube creation. Chen Zi nodded, fully aware of how advantageous the ability to create energy cubes could be for a breeder. Seeing his son's acknowledgement, Chen Zhangwo continued, all right then. Let's start from the very beginning with some knowledge about fruits. Thus, he embarked on an extensive discourse that lasted quite a while, covering everything from the classification and uses of fruits to the principles of energy cube synthesis, and even the operation methods of the fruit machine in meticulous detail. Didi, having completed her training, came over and listened with great interest. I don't expect you to remember all these key points in one go. Through practical application in the future, you'll gradually become familiar with these processes, Chen Zhangwo concluded his lengthy lecture. Chen Zi listened attentively. Even though he was already well-versed in the material, he still showed his father the respect he deserved. Moreover, he found the lecture far from fruitless. In his heart, Chen Zi mused, Father truly deserves his role as a teacher in the breeder's training class. His knowledge is remarkably well-organized and summarized. Now then, today I will demonstrate how to use the fruit machine to create energy cubes, Chen Zhangwo declared. He took a few fruits, placing them beside the machine for convenient access, and proceeded with the process, explaining as he operated. I was quite a natural talent in this area back in the day, Chen Zhangwo boasted. It took me merely half a month to independently produce energy cubes. As he spoke, he began to critique the students in his class. I must say, today's youth are far too restless. Those kids in my class have lofty aspirations, but have yet to fully grasp the knowledge of fruits even after almost a month. And their operation skills with the fruit machine are a mess. This next step is crucial. You must insert the orange fruit the moment white smoke appears, and then rotate it about 150 degrees. Realizing he might have tarnished his stable image in his son's eyes, Chen Zhangwo immediately ceased his complaints. Chen Zi thought to himself, Dad, that image of yours has long since shattered in my mind. Before long, with Chen Zhangwo's words, and there we have it. A waft of fragrant pink energy cubes emerged from the machine. Didi, who had previously been drowsy, perked up instantly, blinking her eyes at Chen Zhangwo. Haha, you can have it. This is a fairy-type energy cube, made especially for you. Chen Zhangwo laughed, plating the energy cubes and handing them to Didi. She then scampered off to enjoy her late-night snack. That's the general process. I will teach you the specific steps tomorrow, Chen Zhangwo stated. Dad, I want to give it a try, Chen Zi said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at his father. Seeing Chen Zi's eager expression, Chen Zhangwo felt reluctant to refuse. All right then, I will guide you through it step by step. No need, Chen Zi shook his head. Just let me make my mistakes. You can correct me if I go wrong. Chen Zhangwo frowned slightly, but said nothing. He thought letting his son try and face obstacles could be beneficial. In Chen Zhangwo's view, it was perfectly normal for a young person to harbor such aspirations. Who hasn't he fantasized about being a genius? Moreover, the theoretical knowledge regarding the fruit machine was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in the control of quantity and timing. When Chen Zhangwo first learned to make energy cubes, he also thought it would be straightforward, yet any miscalculation could render all efforts futile. In truth, Chen Zhangwo had exaggerated. It actually took him over 20 days to create his first energy cube independently, yet this achievement was indeed commendable. The audacity of youth. Chen Zhangwo mused as he watched Chen Zi's actions, which left him momentarily speechless. Chen Zi skillfully opened the fruit machine, accurately inserting the correct fruit as it heated to the appropriate degree. As he closed the lid, he deftly rotated the machine to a certain angle. Even Chen Zhangwo had to concede that Chen Zi's fluidity and precision in rotation were remarkable, a feat he himself would find challenging to replicate. What? Chen Zhangwo murmured, astonished. His surprise did not end there. Just before the next step was due, Chen Zi suddenly opened the machine again. It's almost ready. Chen Zhangwo sighed in relief, intending to intervene, only to watch as Chen Zi tightened the knobs on either side of the fruit machine and executed a horizontal 360-degree rotation. Chen Zhangwo halted his advance, standing frozen in place. Is that the celestial rotation? Who taught you that technique? He blurted out. Oh, I might have gotten carried away, Chen Zi realized, ignoring his father's question as he continued with the process. In the subsequent steps, Chen Zi refrained from showing off, steadily and methodically producing the energy cubes. Nevertheless, Chen Zhangwo remained convinced that his son's technique was extraordinarily adept, far beyond that of a novice. However, over the years, Chen Zhangwo had never observed his son learning the intricacies of energy cube production. As the fruit machine's lid opened, a rich aroma wafted forth, far more intense than that of Chen Zhangwo's creations. With a complex expression, he gazed at Chen Zi and asked, "Have you secretly learned how to make energy cubes behind our backs?" Chen Zi shook his head, replying, "No, Dad. I only watched videos of Master Tao making energy cubes on Bari. I thought it was fascinating, so I memorized his technique." Master Tao Zaqian is a renowned breeder in Longhua, and in his past life, Chen Zi had interacted with him countless times. The celestial rotation was a technique taught to him by Master Tao. "Did you learn that celestial rotation from the video as well?" Chen Zhangwo still found it hard to believe. Chen Zi looked at him earnestly and nodded. "Is this truly your first time using the fruit machine?" Chen Zhangwo asked again. "Indeed, it's my first time in this life," Chen Zi replied, his heart steady, nodding once more. He smirked. "What? Are you feeling disheartened because your son is a genius?" Chen Zhangwo nearly burst into expletives. "You cough. That is no genius. That is practically monstrous. It took me over 20 days to achieve what you've done, and yet you've done it better. Wasn't it half a month?" Chen Zi pointed out the inconsistency. Cough. That is not the point. The point is, you may possess an unimaginable talent in breeding." Chen Zhangwo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Son, don't pursue being a trainer. Learn from your old man and become a breeder. I truly believe you can become an exceptional breeder in our time, just like Master Tao." "Oh dear, it seems I've completely misled my father," Chen Zi thought, watching his father examine the energy cube he had just made with great scrutiny. Chapter 9. Preparing for the warm pig cup. Chen Zi had to use a great deal of persuasion to dissuade his father from his ambitions of making him a breeder, promising that if he found little success in the realm of trainers, he would shift his focus towards becoming a breeder. In truth, his father's perspective was indeed sound. While being a trainer was a popular career path, the salaries varied significantly and were quite inconsistent. A nurturer, particularly an exceptional one, is indeed a rare find, and such individuals are accorded significant recognition and reward. Had the previous incarnation of Chen Zi discovered his innate talent for nurturing, he might have contemplated pursuing this path. However, upon learning the unsettling truth about the precarious nature of this world, Chen Zi has come to regard the attainment of strength as paramount. He carefully placed the energy cubes he had just prepared into a jar, intending for Thi to consume them at noon the following day. After completing this task, Chen Zi ventured into the living room, where he found Thi engrossed in an episode of Detective Dog Tutu alongside a tan. "There is but one truth. The culprit is you, Lada." Hearing this familiar line, Chen Zi couldn't help but smile. After finishing the episode with the little one, he guided Thi back to her room. "It's time for bed. We have training tomorrow," he remarked. Thi responded energetically, brimming with vitality. "Aren't you tired?" Chen Zi pondered. He watched as Thi settled into her cozy nook and promptly fell asleep. So soon, Chen Zi was taken aback. But considering the intensity of Thi's training that day, it was hardly surprising. It seemed she was genuinely exhausted. Chen Zi took out his phone and scrolled through it for a while, soon succumbing to drowsiness himself. He had risen quite early today, or rather, since his rebirth. He had consistently woken early, especially in comparison to his previous life. Indeed, youth imbues one with boundless energy, he mused. Casting a glance at Thi's little nest, he noticed she had already awakened. In the living room, Thi was once again watering the flowers, channeling her energy. The blossoms that had shown signs of revival yesterday now exuded even greater vitality. When Mrs. Li returned home, she would surely be astonished. The thought of his mother's reaction upon seeing the flowers made Chen Zi chuckle softly. After freshening up, as they had the previous day, the duo left their Pokémon, a Guanshi, behind and ventured out with Flare. A Guanshi sighed and turned on the television. Today, it did not indulge in the quintessential quintuplets, but rather watched adventurous Miss Skirt. It seemed to have shifted to a younger demographic. Upon arriving at the training ground, Chen Zi noticed a striking poster at the entrance. Curiosity piqued, he approached to find it was an advertisement for the Warm Pig Cup. One glance at it rekindled a flood of memories. The Warm Pig Cup was, in fact, a milestone event for Chen Zi, marking a pivotal shift in his mindset. In his first life, he observed many protagonists in novels rising to prominence through such entry-level competitions exclusively for newcomers, gradually carving their path to invincibility. Inspired by them, He had encouraged Lu Zhihao to join him in registering for this competition. Unfortunately, he returned in defeat, failing to even make it to the main event. This experience catalyzed a transformation in his perspective, shifting from a belief in his own omnipotence to a gradual acknowledgement of his mediocrity. After all, his defeat stemmed not only from his lack of Pokemon nurturing skills, but also from his inadequacy in battle command. Standing before the poster, Chen Zi lingered in thought for quite some time. Observing his contemplation, Vifi curiously regarded the poster. Unable to decipher the words, she inquired about the depicted warm pig. Is this Pokemon strong? Chen Zi gently stroked Vifi's head and chuckled, not really. As he walked deeper into the venue, he began to explain the entry-level competition known as the Warm Pig Cup to Vifi. This so-called entry-level competition is designed for novice trainers. There are also intermediate, advanced, national, and international competitions. Intermediate competitions typically involve teams of university students competing in individual or team matches, while advanced competitions encompass all trainers within a given region. National competitions serve to select the next Elite Four or champion candidates, whereas international competitions pit the ultimate trainers from hundreds of countries against one another. In his previous life, Chen Zi had participated in an international event, winning a gold medal in a team competition alongside other champions and elite trainers. Entry-level competitions are generally grassroots initiatives, with a few official events, such as the ranking competitions held prior to exams, which is one of the official entry-level contests. The Warm Pig Cup, hosted by Tingy Company, is theoretically open to newcomers nationwide, though in practice, it is confined to Jiang Province. However, it must be said that the rewards for this competition are quite generous. Participants ranked 16th to 8th receive a 50,000 yuan voucher for Tingy Company's Pokemon Specialty Store, while those ranked 4th to 8th receive a 100,000 yuan voucher. The third place winner receives an additional 50,000 yuan immutable stone, while the second place earns a 500,000 yuan voucher and a 700,000 yuan calming bell. The champion, however, is awarded a 1,000 yuan voucher along with a choice of any Pokemon item valued at 1,000 yuan. Compared to other entry-level competitions, Tingy's Warm Pig Cup truly offers substantial rewards. I want to participate. Upon hearing Chen Zi's explanation, Vifi's eyes sparkled with determination. Chen Zi shared this sentiment, viewing it as an opportunity to redeem himself from his past failures. But you must train diligently. Your opponents will be formidable and not nearly as easy to handle as Lu Zhihao's Squirtle, he cautioned, patting Vifi's head. Vifi nodded eagerly, urging Chen Zi to hasten the preparation of the training ground. 10 minutes later, the sound of Vifi colliding with the wooden posts echoed through the area. Today, however, Vifi seemed even more invigorated, having absorbed the lessons from yesterday. Her movements appeared more fluid, and her accuracy had improved. During the collisions, Vifi began to execute slight turns to adjust herself swiftly before hitting the wooden posts. Although still a bit clumsy, her speed impressed Chen Zi, who was training nearby. He estimated that Vifi's limit was one round trip. With yesterday's experience in mind, he gauged her threshold and resolved to intervene before she knocked herself out. Indeed, when Vifi returned to the starting wooden post, she began to wobble slightly. All right, let us take a break for now. I'll tend to your injuries, Chen Zi said as he rushed over to support her, guiding her to his side. He laid Vifi gently across his lap, retrieving a bottle of healing spray from his bag, applying it to her visibly bruised areas, and smoothing it out. In no time, the bruises and wounds on Vifi vanished. The medical capabilities within the Pokemon realm are truly remarkable. This miraculous healing spray surpassed Chen Zi's comprehension from his first life. The spray is applicable not only to Pokemon, but also to humans. Speaking of which, one cannot overlook the physical constitution of humans in this world. Indeed, the existence of superhuman trainers akin to Ash from the anime is a reality here. Humans are essentially a type of Pokemon. Thus, enduring electric shocks of 100,000 volts or withstanding flames is achievable without resulting in immediate death. Of course, feats such as physically confronting deities remain exclusive to Ash. However, at least in this world, people need not worry about perishing while engaging in affectionate interactions with Pokemon. Once Vifi's wounds healed, and after a brief respite, Chen Zi arranged for her to continue training with the moving target. Compared to yesterday, TT's accuracy has significantly improved, at times allowing her to anticipate Chen Zi's intentions with just a single word, enabling her to lock onto the target in advance. This thrilled Chen Zi for quite some time, as it signified the cultivation of the elusive yet essential synergy between Pokemon and their trainers. After completing 3 sets of training, it was nearly time for lunch. Chen Zi retrieved the energy cubes he had crafted with his own hands the previous day and handed them to TT. Upon opening the jar, TT was greeted by a rich aroma, far more enticing than the energy cubes made by Chun Jiangwo the night before. Without regard for her image, TT indulged herself. Meanwhile, Chen Zi nibbled on a sandwich, contemplating the afternoon's 3rd training task, which was one that TT had previously skipped. Chapter 10. I teach my Pokemon to master combination techniques. After a brief respite, Chen Zi returned to the training ground with TT. The 3rd training exercise was more comprehensive than the first 2, focusing on fostering the Pokemon's combat awareness and methods of engagement. The primary distinction between turn-based battles and real-time confrontations lies in the nature of turns. In turn-based games, each player's turn is distinct, and even the most formidable opponent cannot unleash 2 skills in a single turn. In contrast, reality presents a vastly different scenario, where even in one-on-one battles, there are numerous combinations of skills available. Action game enthusiasts may find this concept familiar, as it bears resemblance to combo chains. Pokemon can achieve more strategically significant outcomes through the synergy of their attacks. Chen Zi had been consciously nurturing this aspect. The impact of a tackle is substantial and swift, making it an exceptionally effective technique for evading skills. The primary objective of a special attacker is to deal damage. By continuously employing tackles, one can create a relatively safe environment for the Pokemon to unleash its powerful strikes, akin to a spellcaster with no cooldowns. Yet, this is merely the foundational technique. Chen Zi aimed to cultivate a true combo master. This was the very skill that had garnered Chen Zi fame in the past, with countless opponents' Pokemon succumbing to his peculiar combinations during international competitions. Returning to TT, she was attentively absorbing Chen Zi's explanations on the essence of combo techniques. The essence of a combination attack lies in the agile interweaving of skills. Chen Zi emphasized the importance of executing a sequence designed to overwhelm the opponent without granting them a moment's respite. TT nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. Words are futile. I shall impart a few techniques, and you shall practice and refine them yourself, Chen Zi instructed. It was not a matter of laziness or inability to teach, but rather that the understanding of combo awareness must be experienced by the Pokemon itself. After all, as one ascends to higher levels of skill, battles transition from being dictated by the trainer's commands to being driven by the Pokemon's autonomous combat. Then, various ideas flowed from Chen Zi's lips. For instance, the previously trained tackle evasion followed by a special attack. Moreover, the Vine Whip need not solely be a source of damage. It can also serve as a tool for leveraging power, using the Vine Whip to ensnare the opponent, allowing the body to propel itself towards them with enhanced speed, strength, and accuracy. Alternatively, the use of Protect need not merely result in a stalemate. When employing Protect, one can utilize its sturdy barrier to execute a tackle against the opponent. There were numerous other techniques awaiting TT's discovery. What? You ask why I am so fond of using tackle. If TT had other contact-based physical attack skills, such as quick attack, would I still insist on her using tackle? Nevertheless, the combination of just these 2 moves would provide TT with ample material to master for quite some time. After all, the execution of a Pokemon's moves is akin to a mage casting spells, involving a wind-up and follow-through. The key to mastering combos lies in how to cancel these animations. Since each Pokemon has its unique method of attack, Chen Zi did not possess a superior understanding over TT in this regard. She would need to learn it herself. TT, though somewhat perplexed, began experimenting on the field as per Chen Zi's instructions. Chen Zi, initially distracted, soon found his gaze fixated on TT's seamlessly coordinated movements. Combination techniques are notoriously challenging to master, as canceling the animations contradicts the instincts of living beings. In his past life, the fastest Pokemon to learn combo techniques was a Mimikyu, which took an entire year to master them. TT was nothing short of a genius. Although Chen Zi had harbored such thoughts before, witnessing TT grasp the cancellation of animations after only 2 or 3 attempts prompted him to once again extol her remarkable prowess. Thus, when he saw the signature white light of quick attack emanating from TT, he felt no surprise. TT, the prodigy. How could it be odd for her to master quick attack, a skill beyond the capabilities of a typical Leafeon? Even if TT were to suddenly grasp techniques like Phantom Force or Origin Pulse, he would not bat an eyelash, as even a moment of doubt would be an affront to her brilliance. As Chen Zi contemplated this, his fervent gaze remained fixed upon TT. Feeling bashful under his intense scrutiny, TT shielded her face with her flower. TT, you are doing splendidly, Chen Zi praised. The training in combination techniques may be a bit superfluous for you now. Henceforth, I shall take you into actual battles. TT's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Can we battle? Of course, Chen Zi replied. Wait for me to return home and register for the World Championship ranking matches. And then I will take you on challenges far and wide. The so-called World Championship was the international tournament that Chen Zi had previously mentioned. This event comprises both team and individual competitions, with the team contests being conducted in groups of 5 representing their respective nations. The qualifications are allocated to various countries. The individual competition, however, is by invitation only, extending invites to the top 128 Master Ball tier competitors in the ranking matches. Should any decline, the invitation continues down the list. The ranking system itself is akin to the ranking matches encountered throughout one's Pokemon journey. Victories against opponents yield ranking points, which serve as indicators of one's position. In his past life, Chen Zi had achieved greatness late, and by the time he sought to ascend the ranks, it was already too late. Thus, Chen Zi watched TT train a bit longer until she had fully mastered the 3 combos he had proposed, prompting him to conclude their training session early. Upon returning home, following his customary shower, TT began to train her supportive strength while Chen Zi busied himself with the registration for the ranking matches. In truth, this part of the registration was quite straightforward. One merely needed to fill out the requisite trainer information, and the system would assess one's overall strength based on the registered Pokemon, ultimately placing them in a suitable initial rank. As a novice trainer with a level 9 Leafeon, Chen Zi was understandably categorized into the lowest tier, which corresponds to a score ranging from 1,000 to 1,100 points. After completing the registration, he also remembered to sign up for the Warm Pig Cup competition. According to the official website, the tournament was set to commence on August 20th, lasting approximately 7 days. As Chen Zi reflected upon the humiliating history of his previous defeat in the Warm Pig Cup, a smile crept upon his lips. This time, with the divine support of TT, who could possibly stand against me? Achio. In the living room, TT was practicing her supportive abilities when she unexpectedly sneezed. AI Guanxi paused momentarily, pondering whether the air conditioning was set too low. She picked up the remote control and discreetly adjusted the temperature upwards by 2 degrees, returning her focus to the television. Mischief Maker, don't create trouble. Mischief Maker, don't create trouble. Listening to the sweet voice of Miss Skirt emanating from the screen, AI Guanxi beamed with delight. TT, however, was preoccupied with a different thought. Why could this Miss Skirt speak the language of humans? Lost in contemplation, TT became distracted, inadvertently crushing a glass cup. TT must start over. Even the divine TT has her troubles. Chapter 11. A rematch. The transformed Squirtle. Emerging from his room, Chen Zi spent a full hour watching Miss Skirt's adventures with AI Guanxi. Amidst the repeated cries of Mischief Maker, don't create trouble, Chen Zi was forced to confront his own childhood memories. Once external distractions were eliminated, TT swiftly completed her final training task. TT, why can that Miss Skirt speak human language? TT posed the question that had been troubling her. My dear child, you must understand that in this world, there exists a profession known as a voice actor, Chen Zi asserted confidently. He then proceeded to elaborate on the concept of voice acting. TT, upon learning the truth, felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, she too yearned to learn the human tongue. That evening, Mrs. Li, unlike other nights, did not have to work late and returned with a gift for TT. It was a charming hairpin adorned with a red floral pattern, which brought immense joy to TT, who twirled around Mrs. Li several times in delight. Subsequently, Mrs. Li received a gift from TT as well, those miraculous resurrection flowers. Embracing TT, Mrs. Li planted a kiss on her face. Dinner was as relaxed and enjoyable as always. Afterward, Chen Zhangwo informed Li Shuai-Ro of Chen Zi's remarkable talent for crafting energy cubes. Li Shuai-Ro wholeheartedly supported Chen Zi's decision, remarking, how could a person with the potential of an excellent nurturer not also become a superb trainer? The two fields are fundamentally intertwined. Both Chen Zi and his father found her reasoning quite persuasive. Thus, the task of creating energy cubes at home was entrusted to Chen Zi. Mr. Chen and Mrs. Li euphemistically termed it an exercise to hone Chen Zi's abilities. This was clearly child labor, protested Chen Zi silently. TT, thank you for your energy cubes. Your efforts are appreciated. TT consoled Chen Zi. TT's tenderness was heartwarming. Gazing at her, Chen Zi felt his heart heal. He then shot a fierce glare at the seasoned adults in the household, particularly at Mr. Chen's Pokexis, who even dared to complain about Chen Zi's pace. Morning arrived as usual, and Chen Zi took TT for training. The morning session progressed smoothly. With TT's innate talent, she could already navigate 3 laps around the cones, and her resilience against impacts had markedly improved. Ordinary collisions no longer fazed her. In just a couple of days, TT was expected to complete the 10 laps she had set for herself. Moreover, when it came to hitting moving targets, TT had achieved a flawless record, often understanding Chen Zi's commands with just a glance. The remarkable feats TT accomplished in a matter of days were tasks that would take other Pokemon weeks to achieve. However, Chen Zi had already grown accustomed to the astonishment he felt towards TT. He had developed a certain resilience to it. Next, the difficulty of the second training task would be heightened. Chen Zi planned to increase both the number of targets and their speed, instructing TT to utilize the newly mastered, more difficult to control quick attack for this endeavor. But that was a matter for another time. Today marked a historic occasion, the first day Chen Zi would participate in ranked battles in this life. After lunch, he swiftly tapped the Start Match button on the Ranked Match app. Once initiated, the system would automatically scan for nearby opponents of a similar level eager to engage in battle. After a brief moment, Chen Zi found himself matched with his first adversary. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lu Zhihao. Chen Zi could not help but marvel at the smallness of the world and the serendipity of fate. His good friend was practically handing him points. On the other side, Lu Zhihao, upon seeing Chen Zi's name, was equally thrilled. He called out to the Squirtle training on the field, "Squirtle, stop practicing. Conserve your energy. Today is the day we avenge our past disgrace." Squirtle. A fierce determination ignited in Squirtle's eyes. The reason for its relentless training was to one day defeat that peculiar floral TT. Squirtle gazed skyward, filled with a torrent of emotions. Little did it expect that the day of revenge would arrive so swiftly. The two agreed on a time via their phones. Around 1 p.m., at the outdoor non-standard competition venue at Tianhai Training Ground, as all standard arenas were under maintenance in preparation for the upcoming series of matches. Standing on opposite sides of the arena, both launched their Pokeballs forward. It was Lu Zhihao's first official battle, and he appeared somewhat anxious, forgetting even the trash talk he had rehearsed beforehand. Watching the two Pokemon leap from their Pokeballs simultaneously, Lu Zhihao felt his heart leap to his throat. Chen Zi, however, remained calm and unfazed. For him, battling was as habitual as drinking water. Nevertheless, observing Lu Zhihao's tense demeanor was quite amusing to him. "Aren't you going to issue a command?" "If you don't, I will," Chen Zi called out teasingly. Lu Zhihao turned back, announcing loudly, "Squirtle, retract into your shell." Instantly, Squirtle withdrew its head and limbs into its shell, leaving Chen Zi puzzled. What kind of maneuver is this? Chen Zi did not lower his guard simply because Lu Zhihao was a newcomer. He commanded, "TT, use Vine Whip to pull its head out." TT extended her vines, thrusting one into Squirtle's shell, firmly yanking at its head in an attempt to extract it. "Squirtle, grab its Vine Whip and use Water Gun," Lu Zhihao calmly instructed. A glimmer of insight sparked in Chen Zi's eyes. Not bad. He had quickly found his strategy. Had the opponent been someone else, they might have been caught off guard. But his opponent was TT. TT reacted with remarkable speed. Observing the incoming water gun, she executed quick attack in a spinning motion. The Vine Whip dragged Squirtle along with her, leaving it somewhat dizzy. "Now, close the distance with Vine Whip," Chen Zi commanded. TT raced toward the direction of her Vine Whip, and the disoriented Squirtle was still at a loss. In an instant, quick attack was unleashed, propelled by the momentum, its power significantly exceeding that of a standard quick attack. A verdant light enveloped TT, and with a resounding crash, the light collided with Squirtle's head, sending it flying. "Now, Leaf Blade," Chen Zi exclaimed. TT aimed at the airborne Squirtle, and the Leaf Blade struck with precision, landing a solid hit. Pressing the advantage, TT offered Squirtle no respite. "Squirtle." Lu Zhihao dashed towards Squirtle's position, but by now, Squirtle had already lost the ability to battle. The victor was Chen Zi. Chen Zi stepped aside to pick up the mobile phone that had been recording nearby, concluding the session. He uploaded the video to the app, awaiting its review. Initially, the ranking matches mandated the submission of battle videos for artificial intelligence scrutiny to ascertain the outcome of the contest and allocate the corresponding points to the victorious party. The AI was also capable of detecting any foul play. Should it suspect collusion, the footage would be forwarded for human verification, resulting in penalties for the involved parties, including temporary bans. As one ascended to higher ranks, competitions necessitated the presence of professional supervisors or public settings to be deemed valid. "Hey, Orange, is your Leafeon a bit of a monster? Such strength," Lu Zhihao remarked with a wry smile after recalling his Squirtle. TT fluttered back to Chen Zi's side, her eyes shimmering with the joy of victory. "It's all good," Chen Zi replied, patting TT's head, attributing the success to her hard work. "Do you have some training secrets? Can you teach me?" Lu Zhihao gazed at Chen Zi with eager anticipation. Of course, Chen Zi chuckled. Having initially intended to impart some training techniques only after Lu Zhihao encountered a few setbacks and recognized his own limitations. Given Chen Zi's understanding of Lu Zhihao's proud nature, he doubted the latter would be receptive otherwise. Lu Zhihao, pleased by Chen Zi's agreement, felt a sense of humility after being consistently defeated, letting go of any delusions of grandeur regarding his prowess in Pokemon battles. After bidding farewell to Chen Zi, Lu Zhihao turned to take Squirtle to the Pokemon Center. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Orange, have you signed up for the Warm Pig Cup? Chen Zi paused for a moment before nodding. That's good. I thought you hadn't signed up and wanted to remind you, Lu Zhihao continued. I initially thought my Squirtle would excel in such a competition, but it seems I'm not quite there yet. I'll probably just be going through the motions this time. You must give it your all. With that, Lu Zhihao departed. Meanwhile, the app's review process was completed, and Chen Zi's ranking score increased by 5 points. Well done, Chen Zi exclaimed, looking at TT. Let us continue to strive for excellence. TT. Chapter 12. Consecutive Victories. A rising star in the days that followed, Chen Zi and TT maintained a rigorous routine. They trained in the mornings and engaged in battles with opponents of the same rank in the afternoons. Naturally, Lu Zhihao and Squirtle also joined their training sessions. It must be said that Lu Zhihao's Squirtle displayed commendable potential. In his previous life, while Lu Zhihao did not become a dark horse like Chen Zi, he ultimately evolved into a seasoned trainer at the Super Bowl level and secured a decent job within the Trainer Association. However, compared to TT's innate talent, Squirtle appeared somewhat clumsy. Having trained for just 2 days less than TT, Squirtle's progress was not on par. At this point, TT had mastered the agility of quick attack, successfully completing Chen Zi's target of 10 laps. In contrast, Squirtle could only manage to navigate the course using tackle, barely managing a single round. Yet, Lu Zhihao remained undeterred. Initially, he suspected that his Squirtle lacked talent, but after several battles, he realized that opponents were easily dispatched by Squirtle. It dawned on him that Chen Zi's Leafeon was simply too formidable. TT, that's enough. Chen Zi called a halt to the training. TT seized her quick attack, casually tossing a magical leaf towards the target. With a thud, the leaf embedded itself into the bullseye. Chen Zi was immensely satisfied with TT's performance, concluding that further mobile target training was unnecessary. Lu Zhihao, continue your practice. I'll take TT to test her stats, he instructed. Okay. Lu Zhihao responded with a hand signal. Squirtle, no slacking off. Aim for 2 o'clock, water gun. Squirtle, on the verge of tears, nonetheless complied and blasted a water gun towards the target. Yet, it yearned to grow stronger. It simply could not fathom why there existed Pokemon so passionate about training. TT, keep it up. TT beamed at Squirtle. Chen Zi led TT to the measurement pillar. First, he retrieved the testing device and scanned TT. Leafeon, level 15. Chen Zi nodded. TT's level progression was quite normal, not significantly faster than other Pokemon. Typically, Pokemon experience rapid growth in the early stages, and advancing 6 levels in a month is not unusual, especially given TT's intensive training. Chen Zi even considered her growth rate somewhat slow. Well done. Chen Zi patted TT on the head. TT relished the gesture, adoring the warmth that accompanied Chen Zi's touch. Chen Zi activated the pillar, stepped back a few paces, and commanded, TT, Vine Whip. With a swift and forceful strike, TT's Vine Whip connected with the pillar, illuminating a number, 105. In just over half a month, TT's physical attack value surged from 65 to 105, a figure comparable to that of a Pokemon specializing in physical attacks at level 30. Chen Zi nodded in satisfaction. Though somewhat surprised, this progression was entirely reasonable for TT. Fairy Wind. In an instant, Fairy Wind struck the pillar, revealing another number, 105. While TT's special attack had increased from 85 to 105, the magnitude of this improvement appeared less impressive than that of her physical attack. However, Chen Zi recognized that enhancing special attack was significantly more challenging. A special attack value of 105 could rival that of a Pokemon specialized in special attacks at level 36. Chen Zi proceeded to measure TT's other attributes, all nearing those of a level 30 Pokemon. If one were to observe these figures, claiming TT was merely a Flababy disguised in a Leafeon-esque skin would be met with disbelief. Today marked the 19th, and tomorrow heralded the commencement of the Warm Pig Cup. Chen Zi planned to take TT for one last ranking match in the afternoon to maintain her battle instincts. In the afternoon, at the Tianhai training ground, a tall, slender young man rested in the lounge with his Cyndaquil. Feeling rather bored, he was idly scrolling through a group chat. The young man, named Luo Yubai, was a senior at Tianhai Foreign Language High School and had only recently embarked on his journey as a novice trainer. A few days prior, His brother had added him to a group chat for novice trainers in Tianhai City, a space for new trainers to share insights on nurturing Pokemon and amusing anecdotes. Big green duck barbecue rice. Sigh. It's afternoon again. I'm hesitant to open the ranking. Shiny Macamp. Don't even mention it. I lost twice yesterday and dropped 10 points. My momentum is utterly shattered. Sunset, and you what? Did you challenge Chen Shan twice in a row? Shiny Macamp. No way. After being defeated by Chen Shun, I took a break and queued for another match. Shiny Macamp. Only to find myself matched against that guy next to Chen Shun. Shiny Macamp. I thought. If Chen Shan couldn't defeat me, how could he? As a result, that mischievous Squirtle, when retreating into its shell, becomes impervious to my attacks, only to emerge unexpectedly and unleash a torrent from its water gun. Evening sun and you. Haha. Let us observe a moment of silence. Green onion duck barbecue rice. Haha. Let us observe a moment of silence. Sky blue awaiting wave Pokemon. Haha. Let us observe a moment of silence. Observing the synchronized moments of silence in the group chat, Luo Yubai couldn't help but chuckle. This generation of netizens is truly fascinating. Who is this Chen God? Even he himself is unaware of the title bestowed upon him. He is simply the rising star among novice trainers, Chen Zi. The origin of this phenomenon lies in a conversation that transpired in the group, where someone mentioned encountering a trainer wielding a Leafeon, whose tactics were remarkably sharp, fluid, and elusive. His Pokemon fell before it could even make contact. This statement resonated with many group members, as numerous individuals shared their own experiences of being bested by this Leafeon. Subsequently, the group delved into Chen Zi's battle records, uncovering an astonishing streak of 28 consecutive victories, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. It is worth noting that all members are fledgling trainers, their skills relatively comparable. Thus, to achieve such an extraordinary feat amidst equals speaks volumes of Chen Zi's prowess. Given that the ranking system operates on a real name basis, his name became etched in the minds of many. They began to refer to him reverently as Chen God. In truth, he was not the first to be dubbed a deity. The group already had several legendary figures, all boasting impressive records and formidable skills. In the past, comparisons of these so-called gods were made, yet due to the scarcity of direct confrontations, no definitive hierarchy emerged. Moreover, the prominent figures in the group are notably humble, leading to the topic being seldom revisited. However, everyone had discerned Chen Zi's preferred times and locations for challenges, typically at the Tianhai training grounds in the afternoons, allowing them to avoid losing points by steering clear of these encounters. Initially, some skeptics dared to challenge Chen Zi, only to retreat in humility after losing points. Chen Zi himself found it curious. At first, he could engage in 4 to 5 battles in an afternoon, but eventually, he could only manage 1 or 2. Luo Yubai mused. That stubborn Macamp truly has no sense of caution, daring to challenge Chen God. Surely this will teach them a lesson. Subsequently, Luo Yubai handed his phone to his Cyndaquil to play while he reclined in a lounge chair, intending to catch a brief nap. Chapter 13. The Single Push of TT. Beep. Beep. Luo Yubai was roused by the ringing of his phone. Groggily, he retrieved it from Cyndaquil's grasp and inquired, "Hello? Who is this? Is this Luo Yubai?" A youthful male voice resonated from the other end. "Yes, it is I. What can I do for you?" Luo Yubai, still somewhat dazed, glanced at the unfamiliar number. "Did you not opt for a matched opponent? I found you using the contact method you provided." The voice expressed a hint of confusion. At that moment, Luo Yubai fully awakened, switching to the ranked match app, which indeed displayed a successful match, with the opponent's name glaringly reading Chen Zi. Cyndaquil. It dawned on Luo Yubai. During his slumber, Cyndaquil must have inadvertently clicked to match an opponent. Cyndaquil displayed an expression of remorse. Sighing, Luo Yubai replied, "My apologies, Chen God. It seems my Cyndaquil inadvertently initiated the match." Chen Zi took the title of Chen God in stride. Having been informed of this by fellow students in the novice group days prior, and encountered opponents who addressed him similarly. "Shall we cancel the battle then?" Chen Zi inquired. Somewhat reluctant, he had been searching for a suitable opponent in the vicinity for quite some time, and to finally find one only to have it be an accidental match was disheartening. Of course, Luo Yubai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that battling Chen God would be akin to handing over points. Chen Zi subtly sighed, and suddenly recalling what a classmate had mentioned about the novice group, he became curious and asked, "Are you currently at the Tianhai training grounds?" Although Luo Yubai was unsure why Chen Zi posed the question, he replied, "Yes. I'm in the lounge." "All right, I will come find you. There are some matters I would like your assistance with, if it is convenient for you." "Certainly," Luo Yubai responded. Soon thereafter, Chen Zi arrived at the lounge, and a man, noticing him alongside his Leafeon, gestured for Chen Zi to approach. Luo Yubai? Chen Zi queried as he reached the man's side. That's me. Chen God. It is an honor to finally meet you, Luo Yubai smiled. What brings you here? I've found matching opponents to be rather challenging lately, Chen Zi admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Surely you jest, Chen God. You aren't seeking to claim my points. Are you? Luo Yubai exclaimed in surprise. Not at all. You've misunderstood. Chen Zi quickly waved his hands in denial. I merely learned that you have a group chat, and I was wondering if I could join. Absolutely. Luo Yubai, relieved that Chen Zi had no intentions of taking advantage of him, replied. The reason you've been struggling to find opponents is that everyone in the group has been intentionally avoiding you. Understanding dawned on Chen Zi, and he awkwardly said, honestly, I'm not that formidable. It's not as extreme as that. Heh, you are recognized as one of the 4 gods within our group. Luo Yubai remarked while opening the messaging app. Come, Chen God, let us connect as friends so I can add you to the group. In no time, Chen Zi and Luo Yubai exchanged friend requests. I like Shiny Gardevoir. I have accepted your friend request. We can now begin our conversation. Ahem. Luo Yubai felt a bit bashful. Seeing Luo Yubai's nickname, Chen Zi couldn't help but smile. Before long, Luo Yubai sent an invitation to the group chat. TT's single push person has invited I like Shiny Gardevoir to join the group chat. Sky Blue awaiting wave Pokemon. Newcomer, show us your photo. Green Onion Duck Barbecue Rice. Newcomer, show us your photo. Shiny Macamp. Newcomer, show us your experience points. Evening Sun and you. At least you're not as monstrous as you. Shiny Macamp. What is wrong with Macamp? Is Macamp not attractive? I like Shiny Gardevoir. A normal person wouldn't fancy Macamp, would they? Shiny Macamp. Duel me. I like Shiny Gardevoir. TT's single push person. Can Shiny Macamp face me? I currently find it difficult to match with anyone. Sky Blue awaiting wave Pokemon. Newbie. Where are you queuing? Shiny Macamp. Sure, I might as well see if I can gain some points. TT's single push person. I'm at the Tianhai training grounds. Shiny Macamp, wow. Evening Sun and you, wow. Mischievous Spirit, wow. Sky Blue awaiting wave Pokemon, wow. Green Onion Duck Barbecue Rice, wow. Sky Blue awaiting wave Pokemon. Fortunately, you didn't team match with anyone. Otherwise, you might have lost points. Evening Sun and you. As a newcomer, you have no idea how terrifying it is there, especially in the afternoons. Sky Blue awaiting wave Pokemon. That place is Chun God's territory. If you match with him, prepare to lose points to Cuckoo. As Luo Yubai was about to reveal that the newcomer was the very Chun God they spoke of, he noticed Chen Zi typing in the group chat once more. TT's single push person. Haha, guess I'm lucky then. I wonder where you all usually queue for matches. I'll head there next time. Luo Yubai glanced at Chen Zi, who placed a finger to his lips and shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. Understanding Chen Zi's intent instantly, Luo Yubai discreetly deleted the text from the chat box. Sunset and you. There are quite a few, with Zhonghai Park and Donghu Park being the most frequented. Generally I, along with Big Green Onion Duck and Mother Maitaina, can be found at Donghu Park, where we often engage in a few battles after our night runs. Tianqing color waiting for Pachima. As for me, I typically reside in Zhonghai Park, as my home is conveniently located right next to Zhonghai International. Sunset and you, Rich Brother. TT's solo supporter, Rich Brother. Big Green Onion Duck Barbecue Rice, Rich Brother. I like Shinado, Rich Brother. Wild Leaf, Rich Brother. Tianqing color waiting for Pachima. Oh my, just let them be. Zhugod, why are you joining in on the fun? Big Green Onion Duck Barbecue Rice. Worship, Zhugod. Every time I see your name, I feel an urge to punch you. Luo Yubai explained on the side. Zhugod is one of the 4 deities we have dubbed, and his Pokemon is a young Giratina, a semi-divine infant. Chen Zi felt a flicker of familiarity and pondered, asking, isn't he called Zhu Tiantian? Luo Yubai exclaimed in surprise. Correct. Chen God, you know him too? Of course, Chen Zi was aware. Zhu Tiantian was the son of Zhu Yutao, the president of the Tianhai City Trainers Association and a master of the rock type. He was quite a renowned figure even during Chen Zi's previous life, when he was still in university. Chen Zi nodded. I know him. He is Zhu President's son. Could you introduce me to the other 2 deities? Luo Yubai nodded. Of course. In the group, there is another deity called Li Haochen, but we usually refer to him as Duck God. He has a Psyduck that appears rather daft, but is exceptionally powerful in battles. After a brief pause, he continued. The last deity isn't even in our group, and no one here seems to recognize her. Those who have battled against her say she always wears a fox mask during fights. Her Pokemon is a Dratini, but this Dratini is formidable, often taking down challengers in a single blow. Her name seems to be Bai Ji, so we generally call her by God. Dratini, Bai Ji. Chen Zi had no recollection of either. He had never been part of this group in his previous life and had never even heard of it. After all, His entire senior year was consumed with relentless training, and he had never participated in ranked battles. Thus, he had only occasionally heard of such divine titles. Why had they never suspected that I am the Chen God? Chen Zi found himself perplexed. Tianhai training grounds, afternoon, unable to find an opponent, fully charged with energy. Luo Yubai sheepishly remarked, "To be honest, you differ quite significantly from the image of Chen God that I had in mind." Chen Zi felt a flicker of confusion. What sort of persona had he unwittingly projected? According to the brothers in the group and your classmates, you are rather aloof, often defeating your opponents without a word and walking away, leaving little room for chatter. Thus, your persona is that of a cool, detached youth. Luo Yubai slowly revealed the truth. I believe they wouldn't associate the Chen God they know with such a username. Chen Zi felt somewhat speechless, reflecting on the persona he had crafted during high school. Indeed, he had always been somewhat out of sync with others, speaking little, having only a couple of longtime friends. It was quite normal for classmates to make such evaluations. The reason he left wordlessly after battles was merely due to being pressed for time. Shouldn't he strive for efficiency in ranking? Nonetheless, it was a blessing that the group members were unaware of his true identity, allowing him to covertly gather intelligence. As he observed the increasingly wayward topics in the group chat, Chen Zi mused, "Where should I battle tonight?" A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. To Luo Yubai, this smile appeared somewhat ominous, and he silently mourned for their comrades in the group. Chapter 14. The Opening of the Warm Pig Cup. That night, Chen Zi returned from Zhonghai Park, invigorated, with TT by his side. "TT, that Pachima is so clumsy, it bumped into my vine whip." TT joyfully circled around Chen Zi. "Perhaps it was just trying to avoid your magical leaf and accidentally collided," Chen Zi replied. That evening, Chen Zi achieved a remarkable 40 consecutive victories, elevating his rank to the 3rd tier of the Pokeball level. At this tier, it seems that regardless of how low the opponent's rank may be, as long as they meet the battle criteria, with a score difference not exceeding 300, a uniform increase of 5 points is awarded. Naturally, if matched against a higher-ranked opponent, the points gained would also increase accordingly. Upon returning home and freshening up, Chen Zi instructed TT to prepare for rest. The opening ceremony for the Warm Pig Cup was scheduled for the next day, and although he felt little pressure, he aimed to conserve his energy and make thorough preparations. At that moment, in the group chat, Tianqing color waiting for Pachima. "Oh no, has Chen God not found any opponents for an entire afternoon and changed locations? Shiny Mother My Taina, congratulations on losing points. Sunset and you what? Did Chen God come to Zhonghai Park?" Tianqing color waiting for Pachima. "Yes. It seems Chen God only battled once, and coincidentally, it was against me. Mischief Maker, thank you for blocking disaster. I happen to be at Zhonghai Park." Tianqing color waiting for Pachima. "Ugh, I dropped back to the 1st tier of the Pokeball. Mischief Maker, my condolences. I like Shinado, my condolences." At Zhonghai International, Bao Chaoyu scrolled through the group chat, lamenting his misfortune. Glancing at the lazy otter beside him, who had already dozed off, Bao Chaoyu sighed. The Warm Pig Cup was tomorrow. He needed to rest early. It's all right, he reassured himself. Life can't always be this unfortunate. The following morning, Chen Zi rose early. Glancing at yesterday's group chat, he realized. It turned out that the individual named Bao Chaoyu was the Pachima in the group, even though his Pokemon wasn't a Pachima. Pondering the Pokemon of Luo Yubai, who was nicknamed I Like Shinado, he was equally perplexed, as it wasn't a Ralts. The members of the group seemed to be rather duplicitous, unlike him, who was straightforward in his allegiance to TT. Chen Zi also noticed comments from a few of his classmates, seemingly not revealing his true identity. They were rather considerate, he thought. TT, as always, woke up earlier than Chen Zi. Observing TT tending to the balcony garden, he greeted, "Good morning, TT. TT, good morning." TT cheerfully responded. TT was always so joyful. Since assuming the role of the family gardener, Misley had bought a plethora of flowers for TT to care for. Nevertheless, TT found joy in this, as nurturing flowers was a delightful experience for it. Time to prepare for the competition, Chen Zi announced before heading off to freshen up. By the time he finished, TT had also completed its tasks. Exiting the elevator, Chen Zi intended to message Lu Zhihao, only to discover he was already waiting at the door. So early? Chen Zi was somewhat surprised. Usually, it was he and TT waiting for Lu Zhihao. "I couldn't sleep after waking up in the early hours," Lu Zhihao admitted. Perhaps a bit nervous. Chen Zi patted Lu Zhihao's shoulder. "It's all right. All those days of intensive training were not in vain. Trust in your Squirtle." "Squirtle, Squirtle." The Squirtle beside him struck a confident pose, gazing upwards. Chen Zi chuckled. "Look, even your Squirtle has more confidence than you." The group did not linger for long and soon arrived at the subway station, taking the train to the Tianhai training grounds. Upon their arrival, They followed the venue's directions and took their seats to watch the opening ceremony. There were no designated seats, so they sat wherever they pleased. Chen Zi and Lu Zhihao selected a somewhat secluded corner for their subtle distractions. The Warm Pig Cup was not broadcasted in its entirety. In fact, it only streamed the main event, commencing from the round of 64, alongside the opening and closing ceremonies. As the time approached, a host clad in a suit took to the stage to commence the opening ceremony. The ceremony itself was rather straightforward, primarily outlining the competition structure, specific rules and restrictions, as well as the prizes to be awarded. Although the host spoke at length, the essence was succinct. The Warm Pig Cup was designed for novice trainers under the age of 6 months, ensuring fairness by permitting each trainer to utilize only one Pokemon in each match. Throughout the competition, Pokemon were prohibited from carrying or using items, utilizing Mega Evolutions, or employing Z-moves. Terrestrialization is still under research and has not been disclosed to the public. Attacking the trainer directly was strictly forbidden, and any instance of such behavior would result in disqualification. Soon, the opening ceremony concluded, and the audience gradually dispersed, with the afternoon heralding the commencement of the Warm Pig Cup's preliminary rounds. The preliminary competition spanned 4 days, divided into 2 phases. The first 2 days comprised the main selection rounds, while the latter 2 featured the revival rounds. Contestants would face off in pairs drawn at random, with losers being eliminated until only 48 competitors progressed to the main event. Those eliminated would be listed for the knockout rounds, which followed the same rules as the selection rounds, ultimately narrowing down to 16 contenders who would advance to subsequent matches. Given the large number of participants, the schedule was quite compact. Chen Zi received his contestant number, 226, while Lu Zhihao was assigned number 36. After obtaining their numbers, Chen Zi and Lu Zhihao proceeded to lunch together. At 1 p.m., the Warm Pig Cup officially began. Due to space constraints, those not scheduled for the arena waited outside. The draw results and match order would be communicated via SMS to the phone numbers provided during registration, thus avoiding confusion in notifications. Chen Zi's first match was scheduled for the 5th bout at arena number 16. This was relatively early considering there were over 1,000 participants and 32 arenas, necessitating more than 30 matches to complete. Lu Zhihao, for instance, was slated for the 20th match. Given the day's circumstances, it was likely that one would only compete once, allowing for an early finish and subsequent rest at home. As Chen Zi pondered this, a commotion erupted in the group chat. Tianqing color awaiting Pokemon. Whoa, I just got knocked out. Some unknown fellow took me down with a scyther. Xiang he and I, really? I thought your skills were quite commendable. Mischief Maker. Whoa, not just you. My adjacent arena had Zhu Shan, and he was defeated by someone I'd never seen before. Liking Shinado? Big green onion duck barbecue rice. Is this for real? Yee. Bad luck. Ran into a formidable character from the capital. Yee. Several tough contenders from the capital have arrived this year. Pokemon must have encountered them too. Xiang he and I. Is it really that terrifying? I'm starting to feel apprehensive. As Chen Zi observed the group chat, he contemplated thoughtfully. Last year, after losing in the Warm Pig Cup, he had not kept track of the event, so he was somewhat oblivious to the recent developments. Formidable characters? It seemed that the Warm Pig Cup was indeed quite intriguing. He mused. Chapter 15. A genius? Due to his advantageous placement, it wasn't long before it was Chen Zi's turn. Upon the announcement over the loudspeaker, he stepped into the competition arena. His opponent was a bespectacled man who scrutinized him intently. Begin. At the referee's command, both sides released their Pokeballs. The opponent's Pokemon was a Magnemite, an electric and steel-type Pokemon. Chen Zi thought to himself, it appears to hold an advantage in attributes. The opponent commanded a Thunder Wave, and a yellow wave emanated from the Magnemite's magnets, hurtling towards TT. However, TT reacted swiftly, leaping high the moment the command was issued. In an instant, as if teleporting, TT circled around to the back of the Magnemite. Before the Magnemite could respond, a powerful force struck from behind. With a simple command to collide, the Magnemite was sent flying forward, incapacitated in a single move. The opponent's expression froze in disbelief. What? After watching so many matches and studying numerous strategies, how could I not withstand even a single move? Chen Zi, however, paid no mind to his opponent's thoughts. He signaled to the referee that the match's outcome could be declared. The referee glanced at Chen Zi and stated coolly, contestant number 226 advances. As Chen Zi exited the arena with TT, the Pokemon did not exhibit the joy of victory. TT, so boring, appeared quite listless. Indeed, in contrast to facing opponents that could be dispatched in a single move, Chen Zi would prefer to encounter competitors from the capital or the magical city. as at least that would allow TT to engage in a proper battle. The recent match had concluded so swiftly that there was little to discuss. However, from a winning perspective, an easy victory meant that fewer of Chen Zi's strategies were revealed, which could be advantageous in subsequent matches. After the match, Chen Zi found Lu Zhihao and encouraged him. Good luck. I won't wait for you. I'm heading back to train with TT. Lu Zhihao gave Chen Zi an okay gesture, remaining silent, clearly a bit anxious. Upon returning, Chen Zi watched TT continue to practice support exercises while simultaneously engaging in the group chat. For now, there were no further reports of encounters with formidable characters from the capital or magical city. Instead, discussions about him emerged. Liking Shinado, did Chen advance? TT's solo supporter. He did. I heard his opponent was quite weak. Big green onion duck barbecue rice. Did Li Dao advance? Li Dao I did, and I didn't encounter any formidable opponents either. Yee. I've gathered some intel on the contenders from the capital. Yee. Info TXT. Liking Shinado. Zhu Shun is impressive. Big green onion duck barbecue rice. Zhu Shun is impressive. Li Dao. Zhu Shun is impressive. TT's solo supporter. Zhu Shun is impressive. As Chen Zi marveled at Zhu Shun's remarkable connections, he opened the TXT file to study his opponents. While it was labeled as information, it did not reveal much. Capital number 4 High School, Li Shuyuan. Ivysaur, level 28. Capital number 4 High School, Ingwenpei. Medong, level 35. Capital number 4 High School, Hiyu. Scyther, level 30. Magical City High School, Jiang Shirley. Gyarados, level 28. Magical City High School, Lu Yiwei. Charmeleon, level 34. Chen Zi frowned. Even if these individuals had received their starter Pokemon 6 months prior, reaching such levels within this time frame would be a formidable challenge. This demanded both exceptional Pokemon aptitude and high-level training from the trainers. Chen Zi did not doubt the existence of such individuals, but the sudden emergence of so many raised his suspicions. In his previous life, aside from hearing the name of Lu Yiwei, Chen Zi had never encountered anyone else among them, which struck him as decidedly unusual. It was improbable that a prodigy of such tender years would emerge without broader recognition. Although it was conceivable that some might fade into obscurity, Chen Zi found it hard to believe he would only know the name of one individual. Suddenly, he recalled a notorious incident from his past life, the Gene Potion incident. During that time, before his own rise to power, he had experimented with countless methods to enhance his abilities, and one approach had left a lasting impression, the Gene Potion. This potion was reputed to significantly elevate a Pokemon's potential, supported by numerous examples that Chen Zi had thoroughly investigated, confirming the veracity of the claims. At the time, he had nearly succumbed to the temptation of purchasing the exorbitantly priced potion, but before he could act, it was banned by the Trainer Association, which apprehended the project's main perpetrators. Indeed, the Gene Potion had the capacity to improve a Pokemon's capabilities. However, the cost was exorbitant, resulting in a drastically shortened lifespan and an irritable temperament. Chen Zi felt fortunate for having hesitated. Now, it seemed plausible that these children had resorted to administering drugs to their Pokemon. Returning to the present, he glanced at the group chat, which was ablaze with activity. Scallion duck barbecue rice. Are you kidding me? Like Shinado, what a ridiculous situation. Wild Leaf, I don't understand either. I've nurtured my little Gyarados for nearly 6 months, and despite a continuous supply of rare resources, it has only reached level 29. It's hard to fathom how they have managed to raise Pokemon beyond level 30. Sunset with you. Is the disparity in resources between the Imperial Capital and Magic City really that vast? It seems the Gene Potion has yet to be made public, as even someone as well-informed as Zhu Tiantian has not received any news. Chen Zi pondered, sensing that securing victory in the upcoming competition might prove to be more challenging than anticipated. The group had begun to express their doubts. The skill level of Duck God was rather ambiguous. Zhu God had already faced defeat, but God's strength was uncertain, and Chen Zi's displayed abilities seemed to fall short of such heights. The consensus among his companions was that if luck did not favor them in the draw, the top 3 spots might be monopolized by those from the Imperial and Magic Cities. Privately, Luo Yubai messaged Chen Zi. Like Shinado, do you have any confidence, Chen God? TT's personal fan. My TT is at level 15. Like Shinado. Then it's doomed. Chen Zi remained silent, for he lacked absolute certainty in his victory. At that moment, Lu Zhihao sent a message, announcing his victory in the first match. After congratulating him, Chen Zi began contemplating some unconventional strategies. Although TT's statistics should rival those of Pokemon at level 30, he decided it was prudent to prepare some trump cards. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled a classic tactic. He called a halt to TT's training and shared his thoughts with her. TT's eyes brightened, and she nodded in agreement, finding it feasible. Chen Zi declared, "All right. Let us head to the secluded indoor training facility to practice in secret." Without delay, he took TT to the indoor training center in Tianhai City to secure a private room. Chapter 16, Ultimate Move, Counter Shield. On the training ground, TT spun gracefully while continuously executing the Fairy Wind move. Just moments earlier, Chen Zi had instructed her to experiment with a signature move led by Magical Leaf and Leaf Blade. The inspiration for this ultimate move derived from a technique used by Ash in the Sinnoh region from the first TV anime series. By harnessing the Pokemon's rapid rotation to sustain skill release, a shield formed from the skill itself would emerge. Named the Counter Shield. It served not only as an excellent defensive maneuver, but also possessed formidable offensive capability. Once struck by the Counter Shield, an opponent would incur considerable damage. Furthermore, given the limited space of the arena, the Counter Shield could effectively restrict movement. As they made their way to the indoor training facility, Chen Zi deliberated on which skills would best contribute to constructing the Counter Shield. However, both Magical Leaf and Leaf Blade failed to satisfy his expectations. While Magical Leaf boasted high damage, its excessive energy consumption rendered it unsustainable, even for TT. Conversely, Leaf Blade could not be continuously unleashed, hindering effective defense. Observing the swirling vortex centered around TT, Chen Zi furrowed his brow at Fairy Wind. Though its energy consumption was minimal, as an air-based move, it easily dissipated, resulting in an insufficiently expansive wind barrier. Just as he was about to call for a halt, he noticed the arena gradually becoming obscured, as if shrouded in mist. A wave of excitement washed over him. How had he not thought of this before? Fairy Wind, once employed, left behind particles of fairy-type energy that lingered for some time. The essence of the misty terrain was the creation of numerous fairy-type particles across the battlefield. Unlike its effect in the game, which grants immunity to status conditions for Pokemon on the ground for 5 turns and halves the damage from Dragon-type moves, the real-world misty terrain amplified the abilities of fairy-type Pokemon while obscuring the opponent's vision. Within the mist, each particle of fairy energy served as a watchful eye for the fairy-type Pokemon, rendering the opponent's movements nearly invisible. If the Counter Shield were dominated by Fairy Wind, it would, as it was now, utilize the currents from the shield to disperse the fairy-type particles, thereby forming a misty terrain on the battlefield. It was akin to creating a risk-free environment. "Stop, TT, that's enough." The wind ceased, and TT emerged from the mist, floating beside Chen Zi. "How was that?" she inquired, her face brimming with anticipation. "Excellent." Chen Zi gently patted her head. "That should suffice. We can head back now." With their trump card in hand, Chen Zi felt a newfound confidence in claiming victory at the Warm Pig Cup. In the group chat, after receiving Chen Zi's consent, Luo Yubai had spread the news about Chen Zi's TT being merely level 15. Everyone in the group was now aware of this fact, although they acknowledged TT's ability to fight against opponents of a higher level. Given that there were Pokemon around level 20 in the group who had been bested by Chen Zi's TT, they remained skeptical that a level 15 Pokemon could triumph over formidable opponents at level 30. Moreover, it was simply a TT, lacking the robust racial advantages of a quasi-divine Pokemon. Even Zhu God's level 29 quasi-divine Pokemon, a young Gyarados, had been easily defeated by a level 35 Metagross. At times, when the level gap reached a certain threshold, even if a Pokemon possessed remarkable talents, the overall disparity in capabilities could lead to a one-sided match. The speculations of his peers were quite reasonable. Had Chen Zi been among them, unaware of TT's true potential, he too would have arrived at similar conclusions. A level 15 TT against a level 35 quasi-divine Pokemon, against a starter Pokemon in the 20s or 30s. Some might argue that there exists a profound bond and connection between me and my Pokemon. Joking aside, do you possess bonds that others lack? On what basis do your connections hold more significance than those of others? Thus, Pokemon battles are a stark reflection of reality, when the disparity in statistics becomes excessively vast. The outcome is often predetermined even before the contest commences. If Chen Zi's TT were merely an ordinary level 15 Floragato, even if it could utilize Counter Shield and had mastered various techniques, and even with Chen Zi's commanding prowess overshadowing his opponent, victory would still be elusive, or at best, improbable. One could only hope for an unforeseen mishap with the opponent's Pokemon. However, Chen Zi's TT is anything but ordinary. It is the deity of TT, the eternal blossom. The long-awaited exhilaration began to swell within Chen Zi's heart. He instinctively stroked TT's head nestled in his arms and softly declared, "TT, we must seize the championship." TT blinked its eyes in response. Though unaware of why its trainer suddenly uttered such words, it resolved to give its utmost in pursuit of his aspiration. Time swiftly passed to the following day, marking the final day of the main tournament. Chen Zi and Lu Zhihao arrived punctually at the training ground's entrance to await their turn. As late August approached, the oppressive heat of summer began to wane, and the morning air felt markedly more bearable than usual. When the time arrived, the draw for matchups commenced, with half of the competitors eliminated in the first round. The number of matches had diminished significantly. Unfortunately, Chen Zi's luck was not in his favor, as he drew a later position. He was slated to compete in the 16th match at Arena 16. Upon receiving this news, Chen Zi settled in to wait patiently. In contrast, Lu Zhihao had drawn the first match and strode towards the competition area with a valiant air, as if embarking on a one-way journey. Such theatrics, Chen Zi muttered, rolling his eyes as he began to engage in some light-hearted chatter online. Unbeknownst to him, this pastime had become a source of amusement, particularly when he feigned detachment while observing others discuss their own affairs. After all, Chen Zi, even before his rebirth, was merely a young man not yet 30. Harboring a youthful mentality was hardly unusual. Besides, it said that a man remains a boy at heart until death. He relished donning various personas and indulging in playful antics, and who could fault him for that? Chen Zi calmly took a sip of the bottled water provided by the organizers. Before long, Lu Zhihao returned, and seeing his jubilant expression, Chen Zi knew he had emerged victorious. Calm yourself, Chen Zi remarked before Lu Zhihao could speak. You appear rather restless. Winning a single match has you all aflutter. One might think you've advanced to the next round. There were moments when Lu Zhihao truly wished to punch Chen Zi for his irritating demeanor, but alas, he could not best him in a confrontation. Lu Zhihao remained, as another match was scheduled for the morning. He settled beside Chen Zi, observing him as he engaged with his online group. What kind of group is this? Lu Zhihao inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's a newcomer chat group. Care to join? Chen Zi offered. Sure, Lu Zhihao responded. You should have invited me sooner to this delightful gathering. Thus, Chen Zi added Lu Zhihao to the group. However, it seemed that the participants had lost their enthusiasm for sharing their experiences. At that moment, the chatter among group members reflected a sense of defeat. Sunset and you. I can't believe this. What a farce. Sunset and you. That Jiang Shirley's Garridos didn't even give me a chance to touch it. Wild Leaf. Don't even get me started. I was completely trounced by that Medon yesterday. Sunset and you. Is there no one to punish them? Wild Leaf. Focus on preparing for the revival matches. Who are they? Lu Zhihao asked, intrigued. Chen Zi shared the information of those competitors hailing from the capital and the metropolis. Lu Zhihao looked incredulous. How can we compete? My Squirtle is only level 15. Chen Zi merely shrugged, choosing not to comment further. After a brief wait, it was finally Chen Zi's turn. He placed TT into its Pokeball and entered the arena once more. Upon entering the field, Chen Zi glanced at his opponent's information and felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing it was not one of the aforementioned competitors. However, his adversary seemed to recognize him, casting a somewhat forlorn gaze in his direction. As the match commenced, the opponent sent forth a Simisear. The moment TT touched the ground, it zipped around to Simisear's rear in a flash of electricity. Sparks flew. Before the opponent could even finish issuing a command, TT had already sent Simisear flying with a powerful impact. The battle had barely begun, yet it was already over. Simisear crashed heavily to the ground, instantly rendered incapable of continuing the fight. What the? The opponent mumbled, dejectedly lowering their head. The referee at Arena 16, unchanged from before, had developed a certain impression of Chen Zi. After a penetrating gaze, the referee declared Chen Zi the victor. Without uttering a word, Chen Zi turned and exited the arena. The two consecutive opponents posed little challenge for Chen Zi, as both matches had concluded with swift, decisive victories. The more effortless the encounters became, the more Chen Zi yearned for a clash with a formidable adversary. Just before leaving the training ground, he noticed a bespectacled youth at the adjacent arena, marked by pronounced dark circles under his eyes and unkempt short hair, appearing somewhat listless, much like his Pokemon, a dazed Psyduck. The Psyduck's opponent was a Bulbasaur, robust in physique and color, indicative of excellent nurturing. As Chen Zi anticipated a one-sided affair due to the type disadvantage and the evident gap in training, the Psyduck's eyes suddenly ignited with determination. As Bulbasaur launched a vine whip toward it, Psyduck's gaze shimmered with a purple light, freezing the tendril in midair. Bulbasaur struggled, attempting to retract its vine. Then, an astonishing event unfolded. Bulbasaur was lifted off the ground by an unseen force. In disbelief, both Bulbasaur and its trainer watched as Psyduck, harnessing psychic energy, swung Bulbasaur down with relentless force. Bulbasaur, unable to resist, was slammed repeatedly into the ground until it swiftly lost consciousness. A profound silence enveloped the arena, and it was only after the referee, finally snapping back to reality, announced the victory of the seemingly dazed young man that the tension broke. Following the referee's declaration, Psyduck collapsed backward. Witnessing this dramatic turn of events, Chen Zi glanced at the screen displaying the competitors' details. The disheartened young man was none other than the renowned duck god Li Haochen, and his opponent was surprisingly Li Shuyuan from the prestigious 4th high school in the capital. How intriguing, Chen Zi mused with a smile, sensing that Psyduck's momentary surge of power might even surpass TTS. If one were not careful, they could easily find themselves at the mercy of a swift, incapacitating defeat. This could very well bolster the morale of their group. Although there were no prejudices against trainers from the capital or metropolis, there remained a desire for familiar faces to achieve victory. Indeed, shortly after Chen Zi exited, the chat group erupted with excitement, with everyone exclaiming praises for Duck God's prowess. Chen Zi unabashedly joined in on the revelry. Li, that was sheer luck. My Psyduck's specialty just happens to counter his. Wild Leaf, Duck God is more formidable than I. He's avenged my defeat. Li, don't flatter me. I could never match your skills. Upon witnessing Chen Zi's successful emergence, Lu Zhihao breathed a sigh of relief. He harbored fears that Chen Zi might encounter those few aberrant individuals and falter. Despite having trained alongside Chen Zi, Lu Zhihao remained uncertain about the intensity of TT's capabilities. After all, Chen Zi had predominantly navigated the lower tiers without proving himself yet. In the second match of the morning, Chen Zi did not face a formidable opponent as he had hoped. However, he remained unperturbed, knowing that as long as he avoided elimination, he would eventually confront a true adversary. Thus, Chen Zi continued his streak of victories, leading him to the second match of the afternoon, which, barring unforeseen circumstances, would likely be his final contest in the main tournament. In this match, he fortuitously encountered one of the 5 formidable competitors, Hiyu from the 4th high school of the imperial capital. Chen Zi gazed at the live figure before him, adorned with shoulder-length hair and a striking visage. As the signal was given, both sides summoned their Pokémon. Before him, a Scyther emerged onto the battlefield, exuding an inexplicable aura of pressure. TT, sensing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to be remiss. It was evident that this was the most formidable opponent it had faced thus far. Without touching the ground, Scyther lowered its body, its wings a blur as it surged toward TT, its blades poised for a flurry of strikes. Defend, Chen Zi commanded, having anticipated this move. In comparison to Scyther, TT's speed was somewhat lacking, making a preemptive strike an unwise choice. The protective barrier shimmered into existence, intercepting Scyther's flurry of attacks. Fairy Wind, Chen Zi continued. Scyther attempted to evade, but TT's rapid execution of the skill was overwhelming. Before Scyther could retreat, the Fairy Wind struck with force, causing it to stagger back. Quick attack, Chen Zi instructed calmly. TT transformed into a streak of white light, darting erratically across the battlefield, matching Scyther's attack speed with ease. However, the opponent, evidently seasoned, refrained from rash maneuvers, choosing instead to remain grounded and await TT's advance. Magical Leaf, Chen Zi directed. Leaves of energy surged from all directions. Yet Scyther's blade sliced through the air with great velocity, only to realize the immense force behind the magical leaves. A moment's hesitation could result in significant injury. Observing her Pokémon's unwavering stance, he wore a solemn expression, fully aware that if the match continued in this manner, defeat was inevitable. Scyther used Double Team. In an instant, Scyther created innumerable clones, launching a simultaneous assault in all directions under Hiyu's command, obscuring TT's line of sight. As TT shattered one of the approaching shadows with a magical leaf, a lone figure stealthily approached from behind. The surrounding illusions dissipated swiftly, and the raised blade seemed to promise victory. Clang! As if TT possessed a sixth sense, a defensive barrier materialized behind it just in time to block Scyther's onslaught. Subsequently, 2 vine whips lashed out, ensnaring Scyther's arms tightly. TT pivoted, revealing a mischievous grin. With a sudden pull, TT elongated the whips like a slingshot and propelled itself forward. The defensive barrier shifted to the forefront, and TT rocketed towards Scyther like a cannonball. As the quick attack struck Scyther, the whips released their hold. Scyther, left with no avenue for escape, was launched backward. This sequence transpired in a mere heartbeat, and before Hiyu could react, Scyther was already airborne. Stabilize yourself. Don't land, Hiyu shouted urgently. Yet, it was too late. TT's magical leaf arrived in rapid succession, its intensity surpassing the previous onslaught. Scyther struggled to shield itself with its arms. But as its footing faltered mid-air, it fell heavily toward the ground. TT, refusing to grant any chance of reversal, executed a leaf blade, anticipating Scyther's descent, striking the unprepared Pokemon at the very moment it landed. The outcome was sealed. Chapter 18. The Greatness of TT, Beyond Words. Hiyu had not anticipated her defeat at the hands of this youth before her. She had done her homework on her opponent. Aware that he was a well-regarded newcomer from Tianhai City, hence she approached the match with utmost seriousness, opting for an aggressive strategy from the outset. Yet, she could not fathom how a level 15 TT could best her level 30 Scyther. In truth, even those who witnessed the match were perplexed by this outcome. Chen Zi intended to clarify, yet he couldn't simply proclaim, "My TT is no ordinary Pokemon. It is the eternal flower." Following the referee's declaration of victory, Chen Zi strode out of the venue with TT in tow. He immediately spotted Lu Zhihao waiting outside. Lu Zhihao was fortunate as well. Having faced relatively weak opponents in his 4 matches, and in the 5th round, he was granted a bye, thus effortlessly securing his spot in the main event. "How was your opponent?" As soon as they exited, Lu Zhihao inquired, handing Chen Zi a bottle of water. "Oh, I faced Hiyu," Chen Zi replied. "Huh." Lu Zhihao paused momentarily, then patted Chen Zi's shoulder reassuringly. "It's all right. There's still the elimination round. You'll definitely make a comeback. Do you lack confidence in your buddy?" Chen Zi chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "What? You won?" Lu Zhihao exclaimed incredulously. He knew TT was strong, but not to such an extent. "Of course." Chen Zi replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of water. "Wow, TT is incredible." Lu Zhihao suddenly shouted, startling Chen Zi, who quickly sidestepped. At that moment, Chen Zi noticed someone approaching him. Turning around, he was surprised to find Hiyu. Hiyu scrutinized Chen Zi for a moment before sincerely asking, "Could you teach me how you made your Pokemon so strong?" Chen Zi was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Sister, isn't your Pokemon strong enough?" Although her prowess might stem from enhancements. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing this and replied earnestly, "My Pokemon's strength is a result of its own efforts, not my doing." Hiyu regarded him with a look of disbelief. "I can pay you. There's no need to brush me off." Before Chen Zi could respond, she continued, "A Pokemon cannot achieve such power solely on its own at this level. You must have your own techniques. Besides, my Scyther is." Her expression shifted abruptly, and she ceased speaking. Chen Zi lazily interjected, "Gene enhancers, right? I'm aware of them." He directly addressed the matter, knowing that such substances would soon be public knowledge, thus rendering them no longer a foreign concept. Hiyu stood frozen, evidently taken aback that Chen Zi was aware of this. "How do you know? Could it be that you—" "Not at all," Chen Zi asserted firmly, adding, "Furthermore, I advise you to steer clear of such things in the future. What has transpired cannot be undone, so do not allow another tragedy to occur." He continued, "Moreover, my Pokemon truly honed its abilities through its own training. Whether you believe it or not, each Pokemon's training method is unique, and I lack the time to help you summarize that." With that, Chen Zi grasped Lu Zhihao and departed. In truth, he could have devised a specialized training regimen for Scyther. He simply bore no goodwill toward Hiyu. Even though Chen Zi was aware that Hiyu was also a victim, it did not alter the fact that she had indirectly harmed her own Pokemon. Chen Zi generally harbored little goodwill towards such individuals. The extent of her conversation with Hiyu was entirely motivated by concern for the future welfare of Hiyu's Pokemon. Whether Hiyu chose to heed her advice was ultimately her own affair. Chen Zi had already done all that she could. As they walked, Lu Zhihao inquired curiously, "What is this all about? What gene potion?" Chen Zi proceeded to relay the details regarding the gene potion to Lu Zhihao, falsely claiming that it was information imparted by her mother. Lu Zhihao, without suspicion, expressed some indignation. "Damn those unscrupulous merchants, creating such things for profit," he exclaimed. Chen Zi believed that it was likely not merely for monetary gain. She vaguely recalled that in her previous life, it was the strongest champion of the Dragon Kingdom, Yang Jiang, who had led the charge to dismantle the pharmaceutical company's headquarters. If it were simply a matter of profit, it would not have warranted Yang Jiang's involvement. There must be some undisclosed conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Upon returning to their community, the two parted ways. Once home, Chen Zi found her parents already present. Upon seeing Chen Zi's return, Li Shuru remarked, "Ah, our contestant has returned." TT exclaimed, leaping into Li Shuru's embrace. "We made it to the main event." Chen Zi stated nonchalantly. "Not bad," Chen Jiangwo replied. As a tutor, he possessed a fair understanding of the Nuan Pig Cup and recognized that reaching the main event in such a competition indicated a commendable level of skill. Nonetheless, Chen Jiangwo did not believe that Chen Zi's aptitude in this area surpassed her talent for nurturing Pokemon. However, since Chen Zi was unwilling. He did not press the matter further. The next 2 days can be dedicated to rest and preparation for the main event, she remarked lightly. If I clinch the championship, it would save quite a bit of money. All right, Li Shiru responded with a smile, albeit with some skepticism. We'll see if you can achieve that. Dinner is ready. It's time to eat, Chen Zhengwo interjected. So early? Chen Zi exclaimed in surprise, noting that it was barely 4:30 p.m. I have to work late tonight. Upon hearing this, Li Shiru frowned. You all should refrain from going out at night. Many people have gone missing recently. Chen Zi furrowed her brow. She had no recollection of such events. Logically, unusual occurrences like this should have made the news. Could it be related to the Ultra Ruins? Chen Zi became alert. Only matters concerning the Ultra Ruins prompted the authorities to suppress information and erase the memories of those involved. Being a member of the Ultra Investigation Team, Chen Zi was quite familiar with such protocols. It seemed that venturing out in the evening was indeed ill-advised, as even the least dangerous of Ultra Ruins were beyond her current capabilities. After finishing her meal absent-mindedly, Chen Zi reminded her mother to stay safe before settling down on the sofa to watch Detective Tutu Dog with a tan. Based on her experiences from her past life, her mother had not been harmed during this incident, but Chen Zi still felt a twinge of concern. After all, the butterfly effect was unpredictable. However, there was little she could do about her worries. Shaking her head, she decided to put those thoughts aside. TT began to practice her supportive abilities on her own. Look at you, then look at her. What does diligence look like? Chen Zi remarked to Atan. Atan, uninterested, immersed himself in the storyline. Noticing Atan's disregard for her, Chen Zi refrained from being disheartened and began to browse the newcomer group, discovering that they were still discussing her. Yay, I never expected Chen Shun to be this strong. I underestimated him before. I like Shinado. Good thing I didn't challenge him earlier. Ditsung Duck Barbecue Rice, level 15? You're telling me that's level 15? I watched while he battled. Chen Shun's Florigato's speed and reflexes are astonishing, nearly surpassing a Scyther. Sunset and you. Sigh. All I can say is there's always someone more abnormal. Diving Turtle. Chen Zi's Florigato is indeed impressive. I have always believed he could defeat those opponents. This praise came from Lu Zhihao. Chen Zi felt a wave of exasperation. Yay. All I can say is Chun Shun is magnificent. No further words are necessary. I like Shinado. Chun Shun is magnificent. No further words are necessary. Sunset and you. Chun Shun is magnificent. No further words are necessary. Ditsung Duck Barbecue Rice. Chun Shun is magnificent. No further words are necessary. Sky Blue Waiting for Wave Pokemon. Chun Shun is magnificent. No further words are necessary. TT Single Push People. Chun Shun is magnificent. No further words are necessary. Observing everyone participating in the chain of compliments, Chen Zi couldn't resist adding her own. Diving Turtle. TT Single Push People. How shameless of you to praise yourself. Oh no. Chen Zi couldn't help but spew the water she had just sipped. She had forgotten to remind Lu Zhihao not to expose her identity. Ditsung Duck Barbecue Rice. Sky Blue Waiting for Wave Pokemon. Sunset and you. Yay. Li Dao. Sky Blue Waiting for Wave Pokemon. Seriously, Chen Shun, that's not fair. I was wondering why I got demoted after just reporting in the group that afternoon. TT Single Push People retracted a message. TT Single Push People. TT Shun is magnificent. No further words are necessary. Chapter 19. The preliminary round concludes. Group results announced. After dropping her disguise, Chen Zi obediently admitted her mistake, and the group members paid little heed to the incident, instead inquiring about her confidence in winning the championship. TT Single Push People. I don't know. I haven't observed others' fighting styles yet. Yay. No worries. After the main event, there will be a live broadcast. There will be ample time to analyze your opponent's strategies. Ditsung Duck Barbecue Rice. But your opponents will also have the opportunity to learn about you. Indeed. The dissemination of information post-broadcast was a double-edged sword. It allowed for the analysis of opponents' tactics, while simultaneously making it easier for them to identify weaknesses in one's own strategy. Unless one possessed extraordinary strength and was flawless in all aspects, there was little reason to fear the leakage of such information. Clearly, Chen Zi did not meet such criteria, making the concealment of information one of her key strategies for victory. Although her battle with He Yu had not been broadcasted, He Yu would likely relay some of TT's characteristics to fellow competitors from her school. Therefore, from a strategic standpoint, Chen Zi had somewhat disadvantaged herself by encountering He Yu during the preliminary round. Yay, Chen Shun, if you facing Wenpei, you must be cautious. His Metagross is of the type that possesses both formidable physical and psychic strength. TT Single Push People. Understood. Perform well in the revival match. You might get a chance to redeem yourself. Yay. That depends on how well my young Giratina performs. In terms of raw strength, there remains a significant gap between him and me. Metagross. Chen Zi contemplated the steel and psychic-type Pokemon, feeling a sense of apprehension. With high levels and a type advantage, Metagross clearly held the upper hand on paper. Meanwhile, upon returning to the hotel, he sought out Wenpei and Li Shuyuan. Chen Zi's suspicions were confirmed. There was indeed communication among students from the same school. He recounted the afternoon battle with Chen Zi and subsequently conveyed Chen Zi's concerns regarding the gene potion to the two. I do not comprehend the meaning behind Chen Zi's words. She seems to believe there are issues with the gene potion, he remarked. Li Shuyuan scoffed. I think she merely looks down upon those of us who use enhancements. He remarked, but what if these potions truly pose a problem? There is no what if. Those prodigies are merely troubled by the challenge posed to their status by ordinary individuals. Wenpei's cheeks flushed slightly, evidently stirred by anger. You remember the days when you were looked down upon. The potions have provided you with an opportunity for transformation, a chance to stand on equal footing with those geniuses. I ask you, what is it that you find dissatisfactory? A flicker of struggle crossed Hiyu's eyes, yet she recalled her own mediocrity, often overlooked by classmates, neglected by teachers, and subjected to harsh criticism from her parents. She was unwilling to return to those bygone days. Wenpei continued, I shall defeat that fellow named Chen Zi, making him aware that he has no right to look down upon us. With that, he rose and departed towards his room. Li Shuyuan patted Hiyu on the shoulder, saying, all right, don't overthink it. Get some rest. Performing well in tomorrow's revival match is of utmost importance. Subsequently, Li Shuyuan also left. Hiyu clenched her pokeball, seated on the chair, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, Scyther, but I want to be acknowledged by others too. The revival matches in the following 2 days were far more intense than the main selection. With fewer slots available and not significantly reduced participant numbers, this led to a fierce contest. Although her relationship with Chen Zi had diminished, he remained closely attentive to the progression of the matches. The first day's competition lacked any highlights. Everything unfolded normally without any significant confrontations. However, on the second day, there was indeed a match between Zhu Tiantian and Li Shuyuan. Yet, the outcome of this match was without suspense, as Zhu Tiantian triumphed effortlessly. The advantage in levels, coupled with superior training, clearly favored Zhu Tiantian's pre-evolved Gible, while Li Shuyuan's Bulbasaur was consistently suppressed throughout the battle, leading to his ultimate defeat and the conclusion of the Warm Pig Cup. Shortly after the match, the list of the top 64 contestants was released. In the chat group, Setting Sun and you exclaimed, I won. Sky Blue waiting for Piplup retorted, damn, how did that Li Shuyuan make it? What a joke. It seemed our friend Piplup had regrettably been eliminated. Wild Leaf commented that Bulbasaur wasn't as strong as I imagined. The training seems inconsistent with its current level. Li Dao concurred. Indeed, it couldn't withstand a single attack from Psyduck. As Chen Zi was happily scrolling through the newcomer group, another group, which had been relatively inactive during the summer, suddenly buzzed with activity. It was Chen Zi's classmate group. And a gushed, wow. 2 from our class made it to the main competition. Youthful Pig inquired, what main competition? And Da responded, the Warm Pig Cup. And Da further exclaimed, Didi's solo player. The diving Squirtle. Chen Zi, why did you change your name? Big Wet Brother interjected, how dare you directly address me as Chen Shun? And Da retorted, wait, Chen Shun made it? Is he really that impressive? The longtime lurkers in the group began to surface one by one. The others quickly learned of Chen Zi's current prowess from those in the know. Youthful Pig remarked, so during the class placement matches, Brother Chen had it all secured. In truth, Chen Zi no longer needed to participate in the school's placement matches, as the school had regulations allowing anyone who reached Pokeball level 2 or above to be exempt from testing for Class 1. Most students had obtained their Pokemon during the summer, with very few having acquired them in the previous semester, leaving them with neither time nor energy to engage in Pokemon ranking matches. Those who managed to reach Pokeball level 2 during the summer were all skilled players. Like Piplup in the newcomer group, despite being swiftly defeated in the competition, had it not been for bad luck encountering a few from the capitals, Piplup surely had the capability to reach the top 64. After a brief exchange in the group, Chen Zi refrained from further discussion. After all, following the class restructuring in the next semester, the vast majority of his classmates would no longer be in contact, much like in his previous life. Thus, apart from a few particularly memorable individuals, Chen Zi had largely forgotten most of them. While the group continued to discuss, Chen Zi received a message from the Warm Pig Cup organizers, notifying him that the grouping results had been released. Chen Zi opened the official website and glanced at his group. The competition was divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, with Chen Zi placed in Group C. His group included Jiang Shirley from Magic City High School, Hiyu from Imperial City No. 4, and the formidable duck god Li Haochen. In Group A, Chen Zi only recognized one competitor, Liu Yihui from Magic City High School, known as a formidable opponent. Group B seemed rather unremarkable, but wait. Upon closer inspection, a somewhat familiar name caught his eye, Bai Ji, the mysterious girl referred to as the White Goddess. However, Chen Zi had no recollection of her in his past life, leading him to conclude she was likely not a particularly powerful character. Chen Zi nonchalantly moved past her. Group D featured Zhu Tiantian and Ing Wenpei from Imperial City No. 4, who, should they continue to win, would potentially meet again in the quarterfinals. It appeared that Chen Zi's Group C had inadvertently become the Group of Death. Amused, Chen Zi found himself surrounded by numerous anticipated opponents, yet the risk of exposing his trump cards seemed even greater. Chen Zi turned his attention to his first opponent. Good heavens, it was Liu Zhihao. At that moment, Liu Zhihao was at home, feeling utterly despondent. He had hoped to secure a ranking and perhaps win a 50,000 coupon, only to find himself matched against his nemesis right from the start. Squirtle, tomorrow we face Didi. Squirtle. Squirtle? What? I'm up against the big sister? Is this for real? Squirtle looked up at Liu Zhihao with a pitiful expression. On the morning of the main competition, Chen Zi and Liu Zhihao encountered each other downstairs. Liu Zhihao wore a relaxed expression, having accepted reality. Chen Zi smirked, I'll go easy on you. Liu Zhihao replied, exasperated, just spare me. Orange, cut me some slack. If Liu Zhihao had harbored thoughts of redemption just days ago, now he had completely abandoned such notions. Fully aware of the monstrous capabilities of Chen Zi and Didi. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the Tianhai training ground. Although the throng of over 1,000 competitors from the preliminary rounds had dissipated, many spectators remained, including supportive parents, curious onlookers, and staff from television stations. Indeed, with the commencement of the main competition, the Warm Pig Cup matches would be broadcast live. For such entry-level events, there were generally no strict admission restrictions. Spectators could enter without tickets. After all, the duration of newcomer events typically wasn't too long, and even if tickets were issued, few would bother to purchase them. Thus, the organizers freely allowed access to the entire competition, provided that spectators did not interfere with the competitors. After submitting their information, Chen Zi and Liu Zhihao successfully entered. They proceeded to the players' lounge, where they could see that stations had already been set up. The lounge was sparsely populated, and among the few present, a man of medium build and handsome features was chatting with a rather listless individual. Upon spotting Chen Zi, he waved, Chen Zi, over here. The languid figure of Chen Zi, recognized as the illustrious duck god, Li Haochen, was accompanied by none other than the esteemed Zhu god, Zhu Tiantian. I am Zhu Tiantian. This marks our first encounter, she declared, extending her hand to shake Chen Zi's. After exchanging pleasantries with the two, Chen Zi, alongside Liu Zhihao, took a seat nearby. Although there were 32 arenas, the limited camera positions for the live broadcast meant that only 2 arenas could host matches simultaneously, proceeding in an orderly fashion according to the ABCD sequence. Positioned in the center of Group C, Chen Zi anticipated a considerable wait. Unlike the preliminary rounds, the competitors' lounge boasted 2 large screens that broadcasted the live matches occurring on the 2 arenas. At that moment, the guest seats were already filled with attendees. Chen Zi instantly recognized Zhu Tiantian's father, Zhu Yutao. Were it not for his son's participation, it was unlikely that President Zhu would have personally attended such a rudimentary event. Following the announcer's introduction of the dignitaries seated at the head table, the competition officially commenced. Starting with Group A. Fortuitously, Liu Yihui, the subject of Chen Zi's keen interest, was set to compete in the first match. Liu Yihui's opponent was an unfamiliar trainer to Chen Zi. With the referee's command, the match began, and the commentator's narration followed suit. Both competitors dispatched their Pokemon, revealing that Liu Yihui had chosen a Charmeleon, while his opponent, Zhang San, summoned a Piplup. A clash of fire against water? Despite the elemental disadvantage, Liu Yihui's Charmeleon, being in its second evolutionary stage, likely held a level advantage, hinting at an intensely contested bout. As the Charmeleon initiated its attack with Ember, it became evident this was not a judicious choice. The impact on Piplup would yield minimal results. The commentator fell into a momentary silence as the Ember struck Piplup, sending it sprawling to the ground, incapacitated. It appeared that Liu Yihui's Charmeleon was extraordinarily well trained, achieving a swift knockout even in an elemental mismatch, an indication of a significant disparity in skill levels. Congratulations were in order for Liu Yihui as he progressed effortlessly into the top 32. The barrage of comments in the live stream was filled with confusion. Haha. A one-hit KO? What minimal effect? A brief introduction followed, highlighting that Lu Yiwei was a member of the esteemed Magic City High School team, with his Charmeleon reaching level 30 before summer break. Isn't this just childish play? Chen Zi mused, feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, he rationalized that if Lu Yiwei's true prowess were so easily unveiled, he might not be as formidable as anticipated. In contrast to Lu Yiwei's swift victory, the battle unfolding on the other screen exhibited a more fierce struggle, prompting the commentator to delve deeper into the analysis. Yet, fundamentally, it was merely a case of novice trainers sparring, and Chen Zi soon found it tedious. The subsequent match featuring Bai Ji against another competitor offered little excitement, similarly resulting in a straightforward domination. Upon Bai Ji's return to the lounge, Chen Zi took note of her distinctive appearance. The girl donned a fox mask, exuding an air of mystery, with her long, straight hair cascading down her shoulders, revealing glimmers of her sparkling eyes beneath the mask. Seemingly aware of Chen Zi's gaze, Bai Ji briefly met his eyes before promptly averting her gaze. Chen Zi, uninterested in pursuing her attention further, gently nudged the sleeping Lu Zhihao beside him. Bai Ji was the last competitor in Group B, while Chen Zi was set to compete in the second match of Group C. Wake up, it's our turn. Chen Zi chuckled, observing how the boy had resigned himself without a hint of struggle. Huh, is it our turn already? So soon? Lu Zhihao awoke, his eyes still heavy with sleep as he looked at Chen Zi. Without waiting for him, Chen Zi strode toward the competition entrance. By the time they arrived, the first match of Group C had concluded. After you, Chen Zi gestured graciously, following closely behind Lu Zhihao as they ascended the stage. With the referee's signal, the match commenced. Both competitors sent forth their Pokémon. Chen Zi chose a Leafeon, which appeared to possess a somewhat unique appearance. Meanwhile, Lu Zhihao dispatched a Squirtle, which seemed to tremble, perhaps due to the chill of the arena. Vine Whip, Chen Zi commanded. Leafeon, with a cheerful smile, lashed out with its vines towards the trembling Squirtle. Before Lu Zhihao could issue a command, Squirtle withdrew into its shell without a moment's hesitation. A clever maneuver by the Squirtle trainer, effectively mitigating the damage from Leafeon's Vine Whip. Let us observe how Squirtle plans to counterattack, the commentator remarked. However, Squirtle remained motionless within its shell, while Leafeon continued to strike its shell repeatedly. Why is Squirtle not moving? It's allowing Leafeon's attacks to land. If it were a Shinado, this would be disastrous. The commentators speculated, leading to a flurry of comments in the live chat. I just want to see Shinado. It should be broadcast. You all fail to grasp the Squirtle trainer's strategy. It's a classic case of waiting for the right moment to strike. Once Leafeon tires, it will be Squirtle's time to retaliate. Now I understand, came the replies. Yet, contrary to their expectations, amidst the commentator's silence, Squirtle suddenly flipped over, exposing its limbs and head, its eyes spinning in circles. The referee blew the whistle, declaring that Squirtle had lost its ability to battle. Where's the twist I was promised? I wanted a reversal. I also want to be surprised. This Squirtle is utterly pathetic. In truth, the mere act of Squirtle choosing to fight to the end rather than surrendering upon realizing it faced a formidable opponent was an immense display of courage. Chapter 21, a rematch with Hiyu. After experiencing an early exit from the main event, Lu Zhihao made his way to the audience area to cheer for Chen Zi. Although the morning matches had concluded for Chen Zi, he opted to remain in the competitors' lounge to observe the performances of several potential adversaries. However, he gleaned no useful insights. It appeared that for the more skilled trainers, the initial round of battles posed little challenge. Following his observations of the competitors, he was keen on. Chen Zi began to conserve his energy. If all went as expected, his next opponent in the afternoon would be Hiyu. Hiyu's Scyther had left a considerable impression on Chen Zi. Although Hiyu had been defeated previously, they were familiar with each other's strategies, and it was likely that Hiyu had dissected Chen Zi's earlier techniques. Should he let his guard down, Hiyu might extract more information, which would be detrimental for subsequent matches. Thus, Chen Zi needed to exercise caution. It was anticipated that in the same group, Jiang Shirley and Li Haochen would also face off, but regrettably, that match coincided with Chen Zi's. He could only analyze his opponent's tactics by reviewing the match recordings. Time passed swiftly, and not long after lunch, the afternoon matches commenced. Chen Zi's next opponent was a trainer of average competence, wielding an Electabuzz as their Pokémon. In this stage of the competition, there were hardly any weak contenders left. From Chen Zi's perspective, this Electabuzz training level was on par with Lu Zhihao's Squirtle. Coupled with the advantage of type matchups, even if Lu Zhihao had made it this far, it was likely he would meet his downfall here. However, there remained a significant gap compared to Chen Zi's TT. Under the agile and unpredictable onslaught of TT's Vine Whip, the Electabuzz quickly succumbed. Chen Zi smoothly advanced to the top 16, achieving the minimum rank for rewards. Yet, he was far from satisfied with a mere 50,000. His ambitions had always remained unchanged. Upon returning to the lounge, Chen Zi encountered Hiyu, who was just about to step out. Hiyu cast a deep glance at him before making her exit. Once Chen Zi took his seat, the battles resumed in the arena. Noticing Hiyu's gaze lingered on him, he afforded her a bit more attention. Hiyu's opponent was a Beedrill, which appeared to possess considerable strength. Chen Zi found himself eagerly anticipating the clash between these two similarly typed Pokemon. Naturally, Chen Zi believed Hiyu would emerge victorious. To be fair, he thought her Scyther was considerably better trained than the opposing Beedrill. Nonetheless, the battle concluded far too swiftly. The moment the referee signaled the start, Scyther vanished from its position, reappearing behind Beedrill. Before Beedrill could react, Scyther unleashed a series of slashes, knocking it out of the competition. Cheers erupted from the stands, and the live stream was filled with fervent discussions. Wow, the streamer, this Scyther is incredible. Isn't it banned? This Scyther's training is exceptional. Its speed and attack frequency are truly remarkable. It seems she is destined to advance. While observing the match, Chen Zi couldn't help but furrow his brow. He distinctly remembered Hiyu's Scyther shouldn't be this fast. His thoughts were not driven by envy over her swift improvement, but rather by the impossibility of such a transformation occurring within just 2 days. Unless, a chilling realization washed over him. He had not anticipated that after advising Hiyu once, she would not only ignore his counsel but, in her quest for strength, would resort to allowing Scyther to consume more drugs. Hiyu soon returned. Chen Zi chose not to confront her, even avoiding her gaze. Jiang Shirley and Li Haochen also advanced without surprise. Following a brief intermission, the second match of the afternoon commenced. For the elite of groups A, B, and D, it was yet another overwhelming demonstration. However, for the 4 contenders in Group C, they faced opponents of similar strength. Hiyu and Chen Zi stood opposite each other on the platform. Chen Zi's expression remained impassive as he regarded Hiyu. She slowly spoke. I am here to prove myself. I don't care. Chen Zi interrupted coolly. Once you chose to take that step, there is nothing left for us to discuss. Hiyu was taken aback, her expression darkening. Due to the soundproof nature of the arena, the audience could not hear their exchange. Yet they sensed a sudden shift in Hiyu's demeanor. What happened to the young lady's cheerful face? Is there a story behind this? Could the handsome guy be a heartbreaker? Perhaps he said something harsh. The chatter in the live stream was incessant, and the two in the arena were oblivious to it. At this moment, Chen Zi merely wished to expedite the conclusion of this battle. As the match commenced, both Pokemon launched their assaults simultaneously. Scyther's speed was remarkable. Having already held a slight advantage over TT, it was now firmly in the lead. Scyther swiftly appeared behind the advancing TT, seemingly poised to employ the same tactic. Again with this move, is Scyther about to end the battle? The commentator's excited voice rang out. Chen Zi remained stoic, and in the next moment, Scyther's slashes struck a shimmering barrier. How forgetful, Chen Zi mused. The recoil sent Scyther staggering backward, and at that moment, TT executed a sharp turn, maintaining her speed and crashing into Scyther with the protection barrier. TT's reaction speed was astonishing. She had managed to devise a countermeasure in such a brief time, leveraging the barrier's sturdiness to inflict damage exceeding that of a quick attack. Scyther was sent flying, rapidly adjusting its form mid-air, only to vanish once more. The next instant, it reappeared behind TT. Naturally, the barrier could not be deployed twice in quick succession, but TT had long anticipated this scenario. Consequently, 2 vine whips stealthily ensnared Scyther's limbs, firmly immobilizing its blades. Now Scyther was at a significant disadvantage. Every movement seemed to be under TT's control. Chen Zi remained silent, as TT had already understood her cue. She hurled Scyther forward and unleashed a fairy wind right into its face. Unable to evade due to the vine's restraint, Scyther was forced to absorb the full brunt of the attack. Quick attack, charge through. Hiyu exclaimed in alarm. Magical leaf, aim for its face. Scyther barreled toward TT, confronted by an overwhelming barrage of magical leaves. Get out of the way, Hiyu urged desperately. However, it was too late. Scyther was far too swift. Before it could react, it collided with the magical leaves. TT seized the moment to release her grip, sending Scyther hurtling back. Following up, a quick attack struck the retreating Scyther, leaving it no chance for recovery. Scyther fell, rendered unable to continue fighting. Chapter 22. The True Genius to be Honest. During his second match against Hiyu, Chen Zi felt little pressure. With his wealth of competitive experience, he quickly discerned Hiyu's abnormal mindset, which resulted in inadequate command during the battle. However, he was disinclined to delve into the reasons behind it. After the match concluded, Chen Zi turned to leave. Suddenly recalling something, he paused momentarily and spoke softly. I know you may not yet believe my words, but let me remind you, if you still care for your Pokemon, refrain from using those substances. With that, he left without checking if Hiyu had taken his words to heart. Upon returning to the lounge, he pulled out his phone to find an influx of congratulatory messages. His mother, well done. I always knew my son had talent as a trainer. Stay true to your path. I will always support you. A friend, awesome, Chen Zi. You made it look easy. And many other classmates, some of whom he vaguely remembered. Chen Zi smiled, responding to each of them in turn. Hiyu walked alone on her way out of the training grounds. Her two classmates did not come to comfort her. In fact, the three of them were not particularly close, having only gathered together due to invitations from certain individuals. After being eliminated, Li Shuyuan had bought a ticket for an early flight and was likely already in the capital. And what about her? Should it not be time to depart in a manner of quiet retreat? Hiyu stepped outside the training grounds, raising her gaze towards the heavens. In truth, Hiyu had long harbored suspicions regarding the genetic serum's integrity, even prior to Chen Zi's revelation. Yet, she clung to a glimmer of hope. What if such a miraculous elixir truly existed, capable of effortlessly altering a Pokemon's destiny? Or perhaps, altering her own fate? Hiyu recalled the disappointment etched upon her parents' faces and the cold indifference of her classmates. She yearned to transform it all, even if the cost was her Pokemon. Clenching the Pokeball tightly in her hand, she pondered her resolve. Ready? Hiyu turned to find a man standing behind her. She recognized him instantly. He was the provider of the genetic serum, the one who had brought them to the imperial capital for the competition. Indeed, Hiyu nodded affirmatively. You possess more courage than that scoundrel Li Shuyuan. Then come with me, the man said, a smile gracing his lips. Welcome to the Genius Project. After the afternoon's matches concluded, Chen Zi returned home with Didi. He reflected on the battle between Duck God and Jiang Shirley. Initially, he had perceived Jiang Shirley as akin to Hiyu, until he witnessed their contest, which compelled him to reassess his previous dismissive attitude. Jiang Shirley was not a user of the genetic serum. Through his encounters with Hiyu and observing Li Haochen's battle against Li Shuyuan, Chen Zi discerned the stark differences in Pokemon produced through genetic modification. Although they appeared well-bred, their foundations were fundamentally flawed. Their movements and techniques revealed a superficial strength, one that lacked depth and maturity. Furthermore, their combat strategies were still shackled by the weaknesses of their formative years. Chen Zi had formed a clear understanding of this. However, in evaluating Jiang Shirley's Gyarados, Chen Zi could only describe it with one word: impeccable. Indeed, had Chen Zi been in charge of its training, he might not have been able to cultivate a Gyarados of such profound caliber. It was a formidable adversary, and Chen Zi's expression grew somber. Duck God Psyduck, while still a mystery to Chen Zi, had left a lasting impression with its explosive power. Yet, this very intensity faltered against Jiang Shirley's Gyarados, which effortlessly neutralized Psyduck's psychic attacks. If Didi had been in Chen Zi's place, she could have achieved a similar feat, but it would not have been without its challenges. Ultimately, Gyarados dealt the final blow only after Psyduck had exhausted itself, concluding the match. Although Chen Zi did not glean any vital information about Jiang Shirley's trump cards, the sheer strength exhibited by Gyarados, combined with Jiang Shirley's solid command, made victory seem an arduous endeavor. Li Dao, I cannot defeat her. Her Gyarados is exceedingly troublesome. Tianxing, it's evident that I would be instantly annihilated if I faced her. Yi, Chen Zi, do you have confidence? Didi can single-handedly take down opponents. Didi, she is exceptionally strong. Chen Zi refrained from elaborating, for he himself was uncertain of the outcome. He possessed his own secret weapon. But Jiang Shirley might have one as well. Aquatic Squirtle, who do you underestimate? Chen Shen can take on 10. Shiny Mac Hoke, then I can take on 20. Thus, the atmosphere shifted back to an unusual levity. Chen Zi smiled, noting that Lu Zhihao seemed entirely unperturbed by his earlier defeat. In contrast, he remembered how despondent he had been after his own loss in his previous life. Though the Nuan Pig Cup was merely a novice competition, it still garnered significant online discourse. Chen Zi and his Didi had, through their impressive performances, gained a measure of fame. Yet, Chen Zi held little regard for such recognition. At this moment, the foundational information of the Pokemon of the main event competitors had also been disclosed. Chen Zi stood as the only trainer with Pokemon below level 20. Yet his effortless victory over Hiyu's Scyther had earned him the title of genius. He now held the 4th position among the favorites to win, a stark contrast to his previous standing at the bottom of the ranks. However, Chen Zi did not consider himself a genius. These results were merely the fruits of his trial and error. Rather, it was Jiang Shirley he contemplated again, the formidable contender ranked second among the favorites. A talent like hers could truly be deemed genius. Chen Zi smiled, yet he felt indifferent to such superficial accolades. Having endured so much in his past life, he now sought only to safeguard his own and his family's lives at pivotal moments. Observing Didi, who was still training her auxiliary powers, Chen Zi fell into contemplation. How would he confront Jiang Shirley in their upcoming battle? In terms of mental fortitude, he surmised that Gyarados likely did not possess the same explosive power as Psyduck in its prime. However, Gyarados' mastery over its psychic abilities allowed it to wield its strength with remarkable finesse. Thus, the first contest between Didi and Gyarados would hinge on who could exhibit greater precision. Only the more meticulous Pokemon would seize the initiative in battle. In this regard, Chen Zi chose to place his faith in Didi. Yet, he could not fathom why he had never heard of someone like her before. Initially, his skepticism arose from the lack of knowledge about such individuals. However, there were many skilled trainers he had yet to hear of. Perhaps they had ventured abroad. Chen Zi mused, anticipating that tomorrow's battle would be nothing short of spectacular. A long-lost excitement flickered in his eyes. Chapter 23. Intense Battle, the Psychic Girl. Early the next morning, the quarterfinals of the Nuan Pig Cup commenced. As the event gradually became more streamlined, the number of arenas was reduced from 2 to 1, with matches occurring sequentially. At this juncture, only the most formidable contenders remained. Some of those whom Chen Zi had not previously heard of possessed impressive abilities that should not be underestimated. Group A featured Lu Yiwei from Magic City High School facing off against Li Si. Group B showcased the enigmatic Bai Ji against Wang Wu. Group C was the much-anticipated showdown between Chen Zi and Jiang Shirley. Group D was a reunion of rivals, Ying Wenpei and Zhu Shun. The order of battles remained consistent with previous rounds, beginning with Lu Yiwei versus Li Si. Evidently, as the second-ranked favorite following the public data release, Lu Yiwei's prowess was considerable. Charmeleon's agile maneuvers and incisive attacks forced his opponent, even one with a type advantage like Onyx, to retreat in disarray. Chen Zi, observing intently, acknowledged Lu Yiwei's evolving combat style, a hallmark of a future master competitor. Although Charmeleon's performance paled in comparison to Jiang Shirley's Gyarados in terms of cultivation, achieving such proficiency at this age was no small feat coupled with his level advantage. Chen Zi speculated that Lu Yiwei's victory over Jiang Shirley would not be a formidable challenge. Under the relentless assault of Charmeleon, Onyx soon succumbed to defeat. Lu Yiwei successfully advanced to the semifinals, becoming the first contestant to reach this stage. The second match features a duel between Bai Ji and Wang Wu. Chen Zi has always been intrigued by this enigmatic girl. So far, his knowledge about her is limited to the fact that she possesses a level 20 small diamond, showcasing considerable strength. In the public rankings, among the remaining 8 participants, Bai Ji's chances of winning are the least favorable. Wang Wu's Pokemon is a long-nosed leaf. And in terms of attributes, the rock and fairy-type small diamond does not hold an advantage. Moreover, the opponent's long-nosed leaf is at level 21, offering no superiority in levels either. The commentators express skepticism regarding Bai Ji's current situation, especially since she has not demonstrated any remarkable performance thus far, having faced relatively weak opponents. Nevertheless, Chen Zi remains convinced that this girl is extraordinary. His intuition tells him that everyone has underestimated Bai Ji. As the competition commences, an unexpected event unfolds. The long-nosed leaf, engulfed in a green glow, charges towards the small diamond. In response, the small diamond's eyes glimmer with a pink light, and a primal force materializes before the long-nosed leaf, sending it crashing to the ground. The long-nosed leaf falls unconscious, and the entire sequence occurs so swiftly that even Wang Wu is taken aback. The commentators are momentarily stunned, only regaining their composure as Bai Ji exits the arena, repeatedly exclaiming their disbelief. Bai Ji's power remains an enigma. However, Chen Zi has no time to ponder further. It is now his turn to battle. Soon, Chen Zi stands face-to-face with Jiang Shirley on the stage. The cautious expressions reflected in their eyes reveal their mutual wariness. "Be careful, I am not like those other pill pushers." A feminine voice suddenly interjects. Chen Zi is momentarily taken aback. He glances around before settling his gaze on Jiang Shirley. "It's me. I am a psychic," she clarifies. Chen Zi's expression tightens. "I cannot read minds, but your expression reveals your thoughts," she adds, clearly having misjudged him. Chen Zi knows well that psychics cannot read minds. He has encountered numerous psychics, including one who worked alongside him in the Elite Four. His momentary tension arises from the realization that if his opponent is a psychic, the difficulty of this battle escalates significantly. This revelation explains why he has never heard of Jiang Shirley in his former life. After all, the ultimate fate of psychics often leads to a vast international organization known as the Spirit Realm. Once individuals enter this organization, their identities are kept strictly confidential. The higher-ups have been aware of this group for some time, but have allowed them to operate freely to avoid alarming them. What piques my curiosity is, as a prospective member of the spirit realm, it is understandable that I know about this matter. But how did you come to know about the genetic agents? Chen Zi internally curses, unsure of where he may have inadvertently exposed himself. Just as he contemplates concealing his thoughts, he catches sight of Jiang Shirley's smile. With her sweet visage, under ordinary circumstances, Chen Zi would find such a smile delightful. However, at this moment, he feels hesitant to meet her gaze. Next time, refrain from discussing such matters in public. Many can read lips, he warns, feeling a wave of apprehension. Since his rebirth, he has only considered the dangers posed by the ultimate cave, forgetting that threats in this world are not confined to a single source. Including the conversation he had with Hiyu about the genetic agents, should she inform others of the individual supplying them, he would find himself in a perilous situation. A cold sweat breaks out along Chen Zi's back. He forces himself to regain composure as he faces the impending match. With the referee's signal, both participants release their Pokemon. The moment Jiang Shirley's Youngera appears, it uses teleport to vanish before Thifi. Subsequently, a shadow ball lunges at Thifi from behind. All of this unfolds precisely as Chen Zi anticipated. Thifi swiftly defends against the sudden attack. Be cautious, there's more, Chen Zi warns. After Thifi successfully blocks a second shadow ball coming from the left, she swiftly maneuvers to evade Youngera's barrage using quick attack. Whip it out, spin, Chen Zi commands. The swirling vines of Thifi strike down each incoming shadow ball, gradually closing in on Youngera. Observing this, Youngera, under Jiang Shirley's command, teleports away in an instant. 5 o'clock. Magical Leaf, Chen Zi announces, and at the moment he speaks, Thifi already reacts as if it were during their training. The newly arrived Youngera, caught off guard, is struck by the magical leaf. Youngera winces and once again teleports away. 8 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Like a game of whack-a-mole, Thifi's attacks repeatedly hit Youngera, who tries to evade using teleport. Jiang Shirley cannot help but be surprised. Such reaction speed is difficult to achieve without years of training. Realizing this, Jiang Shirley commands, take it head-on, then use Protect. After enduring another magical leaf, Youngera ceases to teleport away and instead raises a Protect barrier to shield against the subsequent magical leaves. Counterattack with Shadow Ball, Jiang Shirley orders. Thus, a magical duel ensues, with neither side able to gain the upper hand, threatening to devolve into a battle of mental endurance. However, Chen Zi knows that in a battle of stamina against Youngera, even though Thifi is an eternal flower, the odds remain slim due to the level disparity. He must find a breakthrough. Chen Zi contemplates, giving Thifi a knowing glance. Chapter 24. Attention from the Spirit Realm. Chen Zi offers Thifi a subtle signal. After days of cooperation, she immediately comprehends his intent. Thifi dodges an approaching shadow ball with a quick attack, then spins around. Using the counter shield, she unleashes Magical Leaf, creating a whirlwind of leaves that obliterates the incoming shadow balls while gradually expanding. Unlike the previously rotating vines, the radius of Magical Leaf is vast, leaving Youngera with little room to maneuver. Interesting, Jiang Shirley remarks, witnessing this unique combat style for the first time. Youngera, use Psychic to halt that storm. Youngera's eyes glow with purple light, and an invisible force slightly halts the scattering magical leaves. However, Magical Leaf is a projectile move, while Youngera's Psychic requires continuous focus. Faced with the relentless barrage of magical leaves, even Youngera's formidable psychic strength begins to falter. Its body sways, and ultimately, it can no longer withstand the onslaught. The magical leaves sweep over Youngera with ferocity, sending it flying. As Youngera struggles to stabilize itself mid-air, Thifi closes in with a quick attack, swinging her petals to deliver a leaf blade directly to its face. With no means of evasion, Youngera suffers a second blow in the air, losing its balance and crashing heavily to the ground. As the dust settles, Youngera lies defeated, devoid of any fighting capability. The competitors advancing to the semifinals are Chen Zi, who performed admirably. Jiang Shirley clapped her hands and laughed, her expression devoid of any disappointment from defeat. Upon arriving at the training facility's back area, there were matters requiring her inquiry, words that echoed in Chen Zi's mind. He nodded, concealing his emotions, while internally contemplating how to obscure this matter. What an exhilarating battle it was. Both contestants displayed remarkable prowess. Let us cheer for the splendid performance they provided. As the commentator's voice faded, the arena's barrier lifted, and the two departed the stage. Upon entering the training facility's back area, Chen Zi found Jiang Shirley already awaiting him. Just as Chen Zi was about to justify his knowledge of the gene serum, Jiang Shirley interjected. We do not intend to pursue why you are aware of the gene serum. Huh. Chen Zi was taken aback, having pondered for quite some time to formulate an excuse. Jiang Shirley produced a crystal ball and instructed, place your hand upon it. Chen Zi obediently complied. He recognized the device as an instrument for testing latent psychic abilities. The crystal ball remained still, and a fleeting hint of disappointment flickered in Jiang Shirley's eyes. Chen Zi was not surprised by this outcome. He had experienced it in his past life, resulting in the same lack of talent. Regrettably, you may not meet the qualifications to join the spirit realm, Jiang Shirley remarked coolly. However, rest assured, the spirit realm will keep an eye on you until this matter is resolved. Chen Zi understood that this referred to the organization behind the gene serum. Could you provide me with an overview of this organization? He inquired. Certainly. Chen Zi was evidently taken aback by Jiang Shirley's unexpected politeness. You are about to confront the 38th contestant of their genius program, Ying Wenpei, Jiang Shirley stated, her tone suggesting that Zhu Tiantian's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. My initial purpose for coming was to meet a member of this so-called genius program. It seems that merely bringing this Gyarados will not suffice to accomplish the task, Jiang Shirley continued slowly. Chen Zi's eyes flickered. It appeared that Jiang Shirley's strength extended beyond what he had witnessed, as she possessed even more formidable Pokemon. Moreover, one perplexing thought lingered in Chen Zi's mind. Why don't you amplify your Gyarados' power with your psychic abilities? He asked, knowing that psychics possess such capabilities to enhance their Pokemon's strength. You have a hidden card, do you not? Jiang Shirley chuckled. I am aware that even if I amplified Gyarados, its strength would only force you to reveal your concealed card, insufficient to defeat you. Furthermore, coercing Ying Wenpei's amplification direction through you is also a strategy. Jiang Shirley elaborated. If I were to engage you and force out your hidden card, and Ying Wenpei became aware of your defenses, it would be an unwise endeavor. Chen Zi was somewhat confused. Amplification direction? It seems your knowledge is somewhat limited, Jiang Shirley remarked. However, that is understandable, as we from the spirit realm have expended considerable effort to obtain this information. Each member of the Genius program receives a serum corresponding to a specific amplification direction, she explained slowly. It could be mental strength, stamina, speed, or even something more unique, such as altering attributes, changing characteristics, or enhancing skills. This organization conceals itself well. The members we encounter publicly are few, and each one is a target for our intelligence gathering. My primary aim in coming here is to observe Ying Wenpei. Why not capture him directly? Chen Zi inquired, intrigued. Because we fear startling the snake, Jiang Shirley replied. In the past, once one member is apprehended, they vanish for a considerable time if they have any internal connections. Thus, we currently focus on information gathering, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Chen Zi nodded thoughtfully. It's getting late. If we do not make an appearance soon, we risk arousing suspicion from those watching us, Jiang Shirley cautioned. That organization may already have you in their sights. You must exercise caution. If necessary, the spirit realm will send someone to protect you. Chen Zi nodded again, contemplating her words. Afterwards, he returned to the lounge while Jiang Shirley departed the training facility. Back in the lounge, Chen Zi mulled over the information he had received that day. To be honest, there were still areas he found perplexing. If this organization had garnered the spirit realm's attention, why had their products been legally sold for a time in his previous life? After all, the side effects of the serum were evident, and the League had no reason to condone their harm to innocent Pokemon. The waters here run deep. Chen Zi silently rekindled the vigilance he had long neglected. Perhaps this could serve as a lesson for himself, he mused wryly. Watching Zhu Tiantian and Ying Wenpei's contest unfold on the field. Meanwhile, Jiang Shirley arrived at room 306 of the Tianhai Hotel and knocked on the door. After a brief pause, the door swiftly opened, revealing a masked woman inside. Jiang Shirley entered the room with composure. Chief, the woman spoke. Is it him? Jiang Shirley nodded. A slight smile gracing her lips as she replied, his strength is indeed commendable, and his tactics are quite innovative. It is a pity he lacks the talent for psychic abilities. Lacks psychic talent? The woman expressed surprise. Then why show? Jiang Shirley placed her finger upon her lips, and the room fell into an extended silence. After an indeterminate amount of time, Jiang Shirley exited the room and moved to the adjacent one. Closing the door, she sat on the edge of the bed, caressing the pokeball in her hand. There should be no mistake, Jiang Shirley murmured, lost in thought. Chapter 25, The Terrifying Metagross. Ying Wenpei gazed at Zhu Tiantian with disdain, his eyes brimming with contempt. A defeated opponent. Facing off 100 times would yield the same result, he declared. Individuals like you, who are deemed geniuses, rarely experience such a feeling. Zhu Tiantian ignored the taunts. Gripping his pokeball tightly and staring ahead, seemingly dismissing Ing Wenpei entirely. TCH, Ing Wenpei's expression turned cold. He loathed individuals like this, these so-called geniuses, all possessing an air of superiority that was utterly infuriating. I shall crush you, and teach you the meaning of humility, he thought darkly, his eyes filled with rage. Zhu Tiantian sensed that the person before him was inexplicably angry, much like during their previous match. As the battle commenced, both sides sent forth their Pokémon. Metagross's crimson eyes glowed ominously, cold and merciless, as it regarded the Larvitar before it like a predator eyeing its prey. The moment Larvitar emerged, it launched a fierce assault, hurling a rock slide towards Metagross. However, Metagross vanished instantly, its superior computational abilities having anticipated Larvitar's potential moves and prepared accordingly. When Metagross reappeared beside Larvitar, the latter quickly stomped the ground, causing tremors that inflicted damage upon the hovering Metagross, its eyes flashing red. Metagross withstood the onslaught and executed a swift move, delivering a powerful metal claw strike to Larvitar's back. Taken by surprise, Larvitar stumbled and fell. Seizing the opportunity to press the attack, Metagross found itself momentarily stunned as Larvitar turned to face it, unleashing its terrifying visage. Zhu Tiantian's expression brightened. This was the strategy he had devised with Larvitar. As long as Metagross fell prey to the terrifying visage, its movements would be hindered, granting them a fighting chance. Metal Claw? Ing Wenpei spoke coldly, intending to swiftly subdue the young Giratina. Dodge and use Downburst, Zhu Tiantian calmly instructed. Due to the terrifying visage, the speed of the metal monster was significantly hampered, allowing the young Giratina to easily evade its fist. With a downburst, Giratina knocked the metal monster to the ground. As Giratina prepared to continue its assault, the metal monster suddenly teleported to create distance. Don't give it a chance. Widen the gap and use Psychic Force, Ing Wenpei commanded. The metal monster's Psychic Force instantly struck the young Giratina. Clutching its head in agony, Giratina's face contorted in pain. This is bad, Zhu Tiantian remarked gravely. Ing Wenpei noted that the metal monster's Psychic Force was somewhat unique. While other Pokemon Psychic Forces emphasized physical destruction, this one inflicted more psychological torment. Giratina, interrupt it with Rock Slide, Zhu Tiantian urged. Struggling, Giratina waved its hand, and a Rock Slide landed precisely in front of the metal monster. Humph. There's no need to struggle, Ing Wenpei replied. Once caught in the metal monster's Psychic Force, there's no escaping before your Pokemon falls. Giratina. The young creature writhed in pain on the ground. Stop. We surrender. Zhu Tiantian exclaimed anxiously. He feared for Giratina's future, unwilling to gamble its well-being on the outcome of this battle. Humph. Upon seeing the referee raise the flag, Ing Wenpei gestured for the metal monster to cease its assault. Giratina stopped struggling, and Zhu Tiantian hurried over to cradle it. The match concluded, leaving a profound impression of the metal monster's overwhelming dominance on the audience. Had he known, Zhu Tiantian's Giratina was already at level 29, having been cultivated with considerable resources, far from being mere fodder for the competition. Despite initially gaining the upper hand, it was ultimately felled by the metal monster's Psychic Force. In Chen Zi's perspective, such an opponent, possessing a singular formidable advantage, was far more challenging than competitors with well-rounded attributes. Once you were ensnared by it, there was little chance of recovery. The same could be said for the duck goddess Psyduck, albeit Ing Wenpei's metal monster was even more formidable. Moreover, it seemed that the enhancement strategy mentioned by Jiang Shirley had yet to manifest in this battle. Chen Zi furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat troubled. He was uncertain whether Didi could withstand the metal monster's Psychic Force. During lunchtime, Chen Zi discussed strategies with Didi. Faced with such an opponent, it seemed that a swift offensive was the only viable approach. Otherwise, if the metal monster seized the initiative, victory would be uncertain. In the afternoon, the semifinals commenced swiftly. The first match pitted Bai Ji against Lu Yiwei, with the outcome once deemed predictable, now clouded by Bai Ji's unpredictability. Chen Zi settled in to watch the live broadcast of the match, curious about Bai Ji's true prowess. In the battle between the small diamond and the fire dinosaur, the former held a slight advantage in type, yet the level disparity was significant. Thus, the number of supporters for Lu Yiwei far exceeded those for Bai Ji. As the match began, both sides sent forth their Pokemon. The fire dinosaur launched an aggressive onslaught, its metallic claws gleaming as they aimed for the small diamond, seemingly seeking a quick victory. In response to the fire dinosaur's assault, Bai Ji chose not to evade. The small diamond emanated a radiant glow, its hardened form withstanding the fire dinosaur's 4 times effective metallic claws. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the fire dinosaur leaped back to absorb the impact. Suddenly, it spewed flames downward, using the fiery backlash to leap high, narrowly evading the small diamond's ancient power. In midair, it unleashed a torrent of flames, charging toward the small diamond with formidable force. A protective barrier appeared before the small diamond, effortlessly absorbing the impact of the fiery assault. The exchanges seemed evenly matched, with the small diamond subtly gaining the upper hand, surprising the audience. After all, the announced level disparity was stark, even with a type advantage. Few had anticipated the small diamond's resilience. Louis Wei's expression grew serious. He had afforded his opponent ample respect, yet it appeared insufficient. Flame Vortex, Louis Wei commanded. The fire dinosaur unleashed a torrent of flames, encircling the small diamond. The fiery ring gradually constricted. Unleash the flames to suppress it, Louis Wei continued. The flame vortex restricted the small diamond's mobility, rendering it unable to effectively evade the incoming flames. Additionally, the barrier could not be used frequently. It seemed the small diamond would have to endure considerable damage. However, facing the torrent of flames, the small diamond remained unfazed. It slowly closed its eyes, suddenly radiating a brilliant light. Rings of soil and stone swirled around it like celestial orbits. The flames were thwarted as the earth and stone expanded, then contracted into a compact mass, launching toward the fire dinosaur. Dodge! Louis Wei shouted urgently. Yet the speed was astonishing. Before he could react, the swirling mass of earth and stone was already before the fire dinosaur. Bang! The fire dinosaur was sent flying as if struck by a truck, crashing against the energy barrier and sliding down slowly. One hit, then another. However, this time the target was the formidable level 35 fire dinosaur. The arena erupted with gasps of astonishment. Even Chen Zi found it hard to believe. He had anticipated Bai Ji to be strong, but not to this degree. Chen Zi was self-aware. While he was unafraid of opponents with balanced stats, he estimated his chances of victory against such a formidable adversary, proficient in both defense and offense, to be nearly zero. This small diamond was extraordinary, he mused, reminiscent of a certain Pokémon, the princess of the Diamond Mine Kingdom, Tianxi. Chapter 26. The Eruption in Desperation. Life Energy. The outcome of the match astonished the vast majority. To this day, no one had unraveled Bai Ji's true strength, with even the level 35 fire dinosaur succumbing to a single strike. Ying Wenpei's expression was exceedingly grim, his fists clenched tightly, clearly unprepared for this unexpected dark horse. However, there was little time left for Chen Zi and Ying Wenpei to ponder. Their match was next. Chen Zi rose from his seat first, making his way to the battlefield. For him, given the circumstances, there was no need for excessive thought. He would let things unfold naturally. In life, who could guarantee perpetual invincibility? Even as a reincarnator, there would always be beings in this world more extraordinary than himself. Upon reaching the stage and seeing Ying Wenpei's fluctuating demeanor, Chen Zi shook his head. Yet, this slight motion ignited a surge of anger in Ying Wenpei. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Chen Zi paused, taken aback. He hadn't uttered a word. While he did indeed harbor disdain for those involved in the genius plan, as they willingly subjected their Pokemon to harm despite knowing the risks. I've heard of you from Hiyu. Do you think you can belittle others just because you stand at a perceived height? Ying Wenpei nearly shouted in rage. Chen Zi found it inexplicable, furrowing his brow, unwilling to engage further. Moreover, the lesson learned in the morning imparted to him the wisdom that excessive words can lead to misfortune. Yet, it seemed that those outside the arena had also discerned the unusual atmosphere, observing Ying Wenpei's reactive maneuvers, which sparked a flurry of speculations in the live chat. What is happening? Is there some juicy tidbit here? I wonder. That Ying Wenpei seems a bit flustered. Can someone knowledgeable explain? Amidst a barrage of bewildered comments, the match commenced. As Ying Wenpei's metal creature landed, it attempted to employ a powerful psychic force to lock onto Dithi, seemingly intent on swiftly concluding the battle. However, Dithi was well prepared, creating distance with an instantaneous electric dash right from the outset. Faced with an opponent wielding potent offensive capabilities, Chen Zi's strategy was to resolve the conflict more swiftly than his adversary. He disregarded any notions of concealing trump cards. Once sufficient distance was established, Dithi began to spin. As it twirled, it unleashed a gust of fairy winds. The counterattack shield enveloped the battlefield, casting a delicate pink mist over the arena. Wow, is that a hack? If you don't understand, just ask. This is how field skills are utilized? Silly, field skills aren't that simple to master, and which field skill comes with a shield? The crowd was once again astounded by Chen Zi's audacious maneuvers. The commentators momentarily caught up in their excitement. This is yet another creation from player Chen Zi. Following the spinning magic leaves, the floral Dithi presents us with yet another magnificent spectacle. On the field, Ing Wenpei was equally bewildered by this sudden transformation. The mist enveloped the arena, obscuring not only his vision but also that of his metal creature. Bang! A magical leaf, flying from an unknown direction, struck the metal creature, causing it to stagger back 2 steps. 3 o'clock direction, Ing Wenpei shouted. The metal creature unleashed a psychic attack, yet received no feedback. The magical leaves followed in rapid succession, infused with fairy energy, leaving the metal creature in disarray. However, each counterattack failed to hit the concealed opponent. If this continued, the metal creature would stand no chance of victory. The situation on the battlefield appeared increasingly one-sided. Yet, for the audience outside, the unfolding events remained obscured. They could only vaguely perceive the silhouette of the metal creature being struck. Just as everyone assumed the outcome was predetermined, Ing Wenpei smirked. Do you think it ends here? Metal creature, no need to hold back, unleash. Through the fog, Chen Zi distinctly heard Ing Wenpei's voice, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Beefy, create distance and halt your assault. It's futile. Suddenly, a storm erupted on the field, the pink mist within the fog bursting outward and dissipating. Chen Zi's pupils constricted. A seasoned combatant, he immediately recognized this as a psychic clearing technique commonly employed by psychic-type Pokemon, Psychic Storm. However, such a technique necessitated formidable psychic power, typically requiring a level of 50 or above. At that moment, the metal creature possessed psychic strength comparable to that of a level 50 Pokemon. The amplification was unfathomable. Chen Zi murmured, "Is this the direction of amplification Jiang Shirley mentioned? It seems that Ing Wenpei's amplification pertains to psychic attributes. Yet, this amplification was alarmingly overwhelming." Chen Zi could now regard the metal creature before him as a fully evolved Metagross. Beefy was struck by the residual force of the storm, hurtling backward to collide with the energy barrier, slowly sliding down. Seizing this brief opportunity, the metal creature activated its psychic force, hoisting Beefy from the ground. Originally, this metal creature specialized in psychic manipulation, but with this amplification, it gained physical prowess as well. The metal creature relentlessly slammed Beefy into the ground again and again, eliciting pain sounds from her. Beefy. A concentrated surge of energy finally broke the metal creature's grasp, and with unwavering determination, Beefy managed to free herself. She then began to zip around with electric dashes, evading the metal creature's psychic pulls while attempting to retaliate with magical leaves. However, the metal creature had already enveloped itself in a layer of psychic shielding, effortlessly deflecting Beefy's attacks, as if they were mere leaves. Stop playing around. Finish it in one go, Ing Wenpei remarked nonchalantly. The metal creature roared, and once again, the psychic storm erupted around it, sending the dodging Beefy crashing into the energy barrier once more. At this point, Beefy was utterly exhausted, easily captured by the metal creature once again. Beefy. The psychic force activated anew, tormenting Beefy. Just as Chen Zi contemplated conceding, wishing to spare Beefy further meaningless suffering, he met her gaze. Beefy communicated with her eyes, urging him not to give up. Chen Zi hesitated. From his perspective, continuing this way would only inflict more unnecessary harm on Beefy. Moreover, it seemed she was losing her strength to fight back. Out of nowhere, Beefy summoned the resolve to break free from the metal creature's psychic grip once more. Both Chen Zi and the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Ing Wenpei coldly remarked, "What significance does it hold? Struggling before absolute power is futile." The metal creature unleashed another psychic storm, while Beefy stood panting in place, seemingly devoid of the strength to resist. She raised a flower before her, her expression solemn. Facing the approaching psychic storm, there was no fear in Beefy's eyes, only tranquility, as if she had transformed into a different Pokemon. A gentle pink light flickered in her gaze. In an instant, the vibrant, eternal flower radiated a dazzling pink glow, and then a beam of light shot forth from the flower. Upon contact with the psychic storm, it instantly shattered the assault, dispelling the psychic powers enveloping her and striking the taken-aback metal creature. The metal creature was pinned against the energy barrier by the beam, sliding down slowly. The metal creature lost its fighting capability. Upon seeing the referee raise the flag, Beefy closed her eyes and fell backward. In the lounge, the usually composed Bai Ji stood up unconsciously, gazing at the screen, murmuring, "Life energy?" Chapter 27, An Unexpected Conclusion. Chen Zi was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that Beefy would unleash such power in a dire situation. Seeing Beefy collapse, he rushed to her side, checking for injuries and feeling a sense of relief upon discovering she was mostly unscathed. However, his concern lingered, awaiting the conclusion of the match to take her to the Pokemon Center for a professional examination. Ing Wenpei stood rooted in place, momentarily unable to accept the outcome. He suddenly lifted his head, glaring viciously at Chen Zi, withdrew the metal creature, and without uttering a word, turned to leave the arena. Chen Zi found Ying Wenpei's reaction perplexing, as if he harbored an inexplicable animosity towards a group labeled as geniuses. In his view, even if Ying Wenpei did not partake in the genius initiative, with his exalted status as a quasi-deity metal creature, he was undoubtedly among the elite of his peers. Chen Zi shook his head and hurriedly made his way towards the exit. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, the doctor, after conducting a thorough examination, reassured Chen Zi, stating, "There is nothing serious, you are merely fatigued. Just ensure to rest over the next couple of days." Chen Zi nodded in acknowledgement. Accepting the Pokeball containing TT from the doctor, he released TT from its confines. At this moment, TT had regained consciousness, albeit appearing somewhat weary. Yet, the fatigue could not obscure the excitement radiating from its eyes as it circled around Chen Zi twice, exclaiming, "TT, aren't I impressive?" Chen Zi chuckled, "Indeed, you are remarkable. I had no idea you possessed such a hidden talent, even managing to deceive me." TT replied bashfully, "TT, I'm not quite sure how I managed it." Chen Zi speculated that this might be the unique attribute of the eternal flower. The last surge of pink energy bore a resemblance to fairy energy, yet he could keenly sense a distinction. It seemed that the quality of this energy surpassed that of fairy energy. "We shall experiment further in the future to see if we can master this newfound power," he mused, gently stroking TT's head. "The doctor advised you to rest for the next couple of days. Let us concede tomorrow's match." TT appeared somewhat reluctant at first, but upon recalling Bai Ji's dazzling diamonds, it recognized that it might indeed be outmatched, resulting in a slight despondency. Had TT been in peak condition, Chen Zi would not have hesitated to allow it to spar with formidable opponents. However, given its current state, recuperation was paramount. "You are merely not its opponent at this moment. There will be other opportunities to battle in the future," Chen Zi comforted. TT nodded, but did not dwell in sorrow for too long. Upon returning home, Chen Zhangwo had prepared a lavish feast in anticipation of their arrival. Even Mrs. Li had returned home early, solely to celebrate Chen Zi and TT's achievements. By now, Chen Zhangwo had acknowledged Chen Zi's potential as a Pokemon trainer and was astounded by TT's formidable abilities. Initially, they had feared that Chen Zi might abandon TT due to its perceived weakness, yet it appeared that Chen Zi's discerning eye was indeed sharp. Following a delightful dinner, Chen Zi shared his thoughts and TT's current condition with his parents, who expressed their unwavering support for his decisions. In their eyes, TT's health far outweighed the significance of the competition. Furthermore, they found the entire situation quite astonishing. On the following day, Chen Zhangwo and Li Shuai-Ro took the day off to accompany Chen Zi to the finals of the Warm Pig Cup. This marked the last day of the competition, culminating in an award ceremony immediately following the matches. Chen's parents made their way to the spectator stands, while Chen Zi proceeded to the players' lounge. Upon his arrival, he found that the competitors from the previous days had also gathered. Among the crowd, Zhu Tiantian spotted Chen Zi and greeted him with a smile. "Chen Zi, well done. You've helped me regain my pride." Chen Zi replied with a smile, "To be honest, I didn't foresee winning. It was all thanks to TT's performance." Zhu Tiantian inquired, "How do you feel about the finals? Are you confident?" Originally, he had anticipated that the competitors from the capital would dominate the top spots, but he was surprised to find that the top two positions were secured by their own team. Chen Zi shook his head. "Confidence is not something I can claim. You'll see when the time comes." At that moment, Jiang Shirley approached. "Chen Zi, there you are. I was looking for you yesterday, but couldn't find you." Zhu Tiantian, sensing the moment, discreetly excused himself. Chen Zi rubbed his head. "I was worried about TT's condition, so I made a trip to the Pokemon Center before heading home." Jiang Shirley chuckled. "That explains it. You seem to be in good spirits now." He added, "I did think you would force out TT's amplification abilities, but I didn't expect you to defeat him." Chen Zi admitted, "Honestly, I didn't anticipate winning in the end." Jiang Shirley remarked, "All right, let us not dwell on that. Let us add each other as friends for future suggestions." The two exchanged friend requests. Soon after, Chen Zi began to quietly await the commencement of the match. The schedule for the day was brief. First, the third-place match would take place, followed by the championship battle. As the time for the match arrived, the contenders for third place, Lu Yiwei and Ying Wenpei, took to the stage. The battle commenced. Although both were closely matched in level, Charmeleon held a slight advantage in type. In reality, Ying Wenpei's strategy was easily deciphered. His steel Pokemon, specialized in psychic moves, was continuously worn down by Charmeleon's agile maneuvers. Before long, the steel Pokemon succumbed to Charmeleon's relentless assault, and curiously, it did not amplify like it had the previous day. Ultimately, The title of third place was claimed by Lu Yiwei. Now it was Chen Zi's turn. Taking a deep breath, he approached the battlefield. Although he was prepared to concede upon stepping onto the stage, a sense of inexplicable nervousness lingered within him. This marked Chen Zi's first time surrendering in a competition, leaving him with a tinge of reluctance and dissatisfaction. As he reached the stage, he observed Bai Ji gracefully approaching from the opposite side. This girl had yet to unveil her enigmatic persona, shrouded in mystery akin to her Pokémon. As the match began, Chen Zi inhaled deeply, intending to utter the words of concession. "I concede." A melodic female voice interrupted, causing Chen Zi to momentarily falter. The voice was ethereal, unlike any he had heard before, resonating with an enchanting quality that felt almost sacred. Soon, he realized that the voice belonged to Bai Ji, standing directly across from him. What did you say?" Chen Zi stuttered. Bai Ji, unfazed, replied, "Was my voice too soft? I said I concede." She turned towards the referee, awaiting his verdict. "Are you certain?" The referee inquired seriously, looking at Bai Ji. She nodded affirmatively. Even after returning to the players' lounge, Chen Zi remained in a state of disbelief. This unexpected conclusion had caught him completely off guard. Zhu Tiantian approached. "So, when you said I'd find out eventually, this was what you meant." After saying this, he winked knowingly. Chen Zi managed a bitter smile, saying little in response. At that moment, he noticed Bai Ji walking directly towards him, seemingly to seek him out. Chapter 28, Life Energy. "Do you have a moment?" Bai Ji stood before Chen Zi. "I do," he replied, casting a resigned glance at Zhu Tiantian, who had hastily departed. "Let us add each other as friends first. There are some matters that are best discussed directly," Bai Ji suggested. "I'll scan your code." Chen Zi presented his phone for her to scan. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "So, why did you concede today?" Bai Ji, while operating her phone, replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I don't care about the outcome of this match, and your flowering TT is likely unable to withstand high-intensity battles at this point." Chen Zi was taken aback. She had relinquished first place for such an arbitrary reason? Furthermore, Bai Ji raised her gaze, stating earnestly, "I also have something I would like you to assist me with." Without waiting for Chen Zi's response, she waved her phone and continued, "I will contact you shortly." Subsequently, Bai Ji walked away with purpose. Chen Zi shook his head, pondering what assistance he could possibly offer her. Perhaps she was aware of the energy TT had released the previous day. He mused. The awards ceremony commenced shortly after the finals concluded. Scenes like this are familiar to Chen Zi, having witnessed them countless times before, thus he felt no trepidation. Rather, it was Zhu Tiantian who exhibited signs of nervousness. The awards ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion, with President Zhu, wearing a warm smile, presenting certificates and prizes to each winner. When he arrived in front of Chen Zi, the smile on President Zhu's face broadened. He patted Chen Zi on the shoulder and remarked, "Heroes emerge from youth. I watched your competition, and your command was truly splendid." This was no mere flattery. As the president of the Trainers Association and an exceptional master trainer himself, Zhu Yutao recognized that Chen Zi's command skills surpassed those of everyone present. Chen Zi humbly replied, "You flatter me." Subsequently, President Zhu handed the trophy, symbolizing first place, to Chen Zi, stating, after the ceremony, "You may select your items from the backstage. We have organized props valued at 1 million. Once the announcement concluded, the individuals on stage descended, while Chen Zi followed the staff to the backstage area. At that moment, Bai Ji, standing nearby, spoke up, "If you trust my advice, choose the life orb." Initially, Chen Zi had not settled on what to select, as the 1 million value props were limited, and he had yet to find anything suitable for TT. He had originally contemplated selecting a miracle seed to enhance TT's grass-type skills, but after hearing Bai Ji's words, he decided to place his trust in her. After all, his victory was partly due to her gracious concession. Once inside, he quickly opted for the life orb. The staff made no objections, and after signing, Chen Zi exited. The 1 million had already been credited to Chen Zi's Tingy account, specifically for purchasing Pokemon items from Tingy Company. Additionally, this initial competition victory granted Chen Zi a highly coveted privilege, the right to possess a second Pokemon. However, Chen Zi was not in a hurry, as he had yet to properly train his TT and was not anxious to seek out a new Pokemon. Upon leaving the backstage, he encountered his parents, who had come to find him. They appeared somewhat puzzled, and his mother asked, "What happened? Weren't you supposed to concede? Why did that young girl concede instead?" Chen Zi recounted his conversation with Bai Ji after their meeting. His mother furrowed her brow, instinctively sensing ulterior motives from Bai Ji due to her professional background. She advised Chen Zi, "You are not a child anymore. You must learn to make your own judgments. I will not interfere in this matter. Just be aware of what you are doing." Chen Zi nodded in agreement. The family then returned home together. With the 1 million, it seemed that Chen Zi's resources for training would be secure for the time being. However, being a trainer is an exceptionally costly profession, especially for someone like Chen Zi, who had high expectations. 1 million was still far from sufficient to build a competent team. Particularly, cultivating a Pokemon akin to Zhu Tiantian's semi-divine creature would require far more than 1 million merely to reach that level of training. Thus, even if some families could scrape together the funds to purchase a semi-divine Pokemon, they often could not afford the expenses required for its training. In the afternoon, Chen Zi suddenly received a message from Bai Ji. Bai Ji, are you free? Can you come to the Tianhai training ground? I need your assistance. TT, okay. Upon receiving the message, Chen Zi hurried to the Tianhai training ground. Bai Ji was still wearing her fox mask, waiting at the entrance of the training facility. Chen Zi waved at her, signaling his arrival. Let us go, Bai Ji said coolly, and after registering, they entered a closed indoor training room. Now, can you tell me what you need help with? Chen Zi inquired. Bai Ji wasted no time and got straight to the point. I need your Florigato to teach my shattered diamond how to harness that life energy. Life energy? This was the first time Chen Zi had encountered such a term in his 2 lifetimes. Bai Ji nodded. It's the type your Florigato used last time. Chen Zi released TT and looked at Bai Ji, saying slowly, before we proceed, could you explain to me what life energy is? Bai Ji seemed to have anticipated this question and did not rush to answer. Instead, she asked, do you know about Xerneas? Xerneas? It had been a long time since Chen Zi had heard that name. In this world, the traces of divine beasts were scarce, and most remained unknown. So the average person might struggle to name even a few. Aside from the particularly famous ones like Ho-Oh and Rayquaza, the rest had only appeared in ancient texts. Chen Zi nodded. The god of life? I've read about it in the texts. Bai Ji continued. Life energy is the essence of the power that Xerneas controls. This power transcends ordinary energy and is generally only wielded by legendary mythical Pokemon. She cast a meaningful glance at TT and added, your Florigato is quite remarkable. Subsequently, Bai Ji took out a Pokeball and released her shattered diamond. Up close, Chen Zi noticed that Bai Ji's shattered diamond was quite different from others. Not only did its diamonds shimmer more brilliantly, but its overall hue leaned more towards pink. Bai Ji explained, my shattered diamond has a compelling reason to master life energy. I initially intended to acquire a life orb for it to sense that energy during this competition. However, upon seeing your Florigato utilize life energy, I changed my mind, hoping to glean some experience from it. Chen Zi nodded. All right, but I must clarify that my Florigato may not know how to teach. If it fails, I will give you the life orb. Bai Ji shook her head. We've already used many life orbs, and they haven't yielded significant results. However, it might still be helpful for you. TT, why don't you attempt to find that feeling again and unleash that life energy? Chen Zi suggested. TT floated towards the field, beginning her attempt. However, despite numerous tries, TT was unable to rediscover that sensation and could not utilize the so-called life energy. Bai Ji reassured her, it's all right. Take your time. You can try using the life orb. Although TT began to feel a slight connection with the life energy with the help of the life orb, she still could not harness it, let alone teach shattered diamond. Bai Ji was not disheartened. This was within her expectations. She invited Chen Zi to continue training in life energy at this location before the school year commenced. Chen Zi agreed, as he had already completed the preliminary training with TT, and it was evident that life energy had great potential for exploration. Chapter 29, The Start of School. In the following days, Chen Zi trained daily at the training ground with Bai Ji, focusing on the application of life energy. Unfortunately, during this time, TT managed to release life energy only once, with the assistance of the life orb, reminiscent of her previous performance. Bai Ji did not express disappointment. She merely hoped that once TT mastered this power, she would reach out to her. Chen Zi also inquired why Bai Ji was so intent on having Shattered Diamond master this energy. To this, Bai Ji vaguely responded that she wanted to make it stronger. Chen Zi, not being naive, sensed that Bai Ji was withholding something from him. He did not inquire further, for they were not particularly acquainted. Yet, a subtle conjecture began to form in Chen Zi's mind. Perhaps, the small diamond shards belonging to Bai Ji were somehow connected to the legendary princess of the diamond mining nation, Tianxi. Xerneas. If these mythical Pokemon truly existed, where might they be found? The fallen leaves carried whispers from beyond the mist. The children of the Dragon Kingdom welcomed their most cherished day, the commencement of the school year. As a beleaguered high school senior, Chen Zi too was faced with the onset of classes. It is worth noting that, in this world, students commenced their studies punctually on September 1st. Unlike Earth in his previous life, where some students had already returned to school by early August. It was not until the day of school that Chen Zi realized he had forgotten something crucial. He had neglected to complete his summer homework. Indeed, not a single word had been written. Having been reborn, Chen Zi was consumed with grand visions of the future, hardly able to concern himself with such trivial matters. Fortunately, his parents, Chen Fu and Chen Mu, were understanding, aware of Chen Zi's circumstances during the summer, and did not hold it against him. For students in their final year, the absence of summer homework was hardly a grave concern. After all, class divisions would be made at the beginning of the school year, and teachers in the new classes tended to be indifferent about summer assignments. Hence, Chen Zi felt justified as he carried his backpack, identical to the one he had before returning home for summer, back to school. The high school in this world was markedly different from that of his previous life. Core subjects remained mathematics and language, but students were additionally required to study two principal subjects: basic Pokemon knowledge and Pokemon breeding knowledge. Other subjects, such as foreign languages and physics, were considered supplementary and bore lesser requirements. The entrance examination assessed 2 parts, 40 comprised of the 4 main subjects, while the remaining 60 depended on the student's chosen fields. If one aspired to become a trainer, the remaining 60 would be determined by battle performance. Conversely, for those pursuing a breeding specialist path, the focus would be on Pokemon breeding content. Other specializations would rely on the scores from selected supplementary subjects. After all, this world comprises more than just Pokemon. A lack of talent in other fields would not foster the diverse society that exists today. Undoubtedly, Chen Zi chose the path of a trainer, a direction favored by a significant number of his peers. In his former life, however, Chen Zi's academic performance was unremarkable. Particularly in the initial period following his transmigration, his knowledge of Pokemon basics and breeding was exceedingly scant. In this realm, mere familiarity with games or related visual media did not suffice to render one a master of Pokemon knowledge. The understanding of Pokemon in this world was underpinned by a comprehensive system. For instance, while one might readily answer questions regarding Charizard's abilities if familiar with Pokemon battles, could one delineate the external manifestations of Charizard's various traits based solely on gaming experience? To address this gap in knowledge, Chen Zi exerted unprecedented effort in his former life to fill these voids, and even during university, he engaged in further study on the subject. Upon entering the classroom, what may have seemed like a mere 2-month hiatus to peers and teachers felt to Chen Zi like an eternity. Dazed, he approached the seating chart and found his place. Upon sitting down, he noticed the familiar yet strange faces of his classmates staring at him. His deskmate, Wang Zixin, poked Chen Zi's arm and exclaimed, "Hey, why didn't I see this prowess from you before, Chen Zi? Should I start calling you Chen Xin?" Chen Zi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, replying, "There's no need for that. I merely had a stroke of luck." Wang Zixin retorted, "Come on, don't be so modest. You're definitely aiming for the trainer specialization, aren't you?" Chen Zi nodded and exchanged a few pleasantries with his somewhat familiar deskmate. Before long, the bell rang, and their homeroom teacher, Mr. Lu Xiaofeng, a middle-aged man, entered punctually. "Long time no see, class. How was your summer? How did you fare with your Pokemon?" Mr. Lu greeted them with a cheerful smile. "As long as you don't collect summer homework, it was a splendid summer," Lu Zhihao chimed in from the back. "Lu Zhihao, don't think I reprimand you just because you made it to the main competition of the Warm Pig Cup," Mr. Lu retorted with a chuckle. "However, your summer homework is no longer my concern. You can ask your future homeroom teacher about that." With a smooth transition, he continued, "Chen Zi, I didn't expect you, who performed rather unremarkably in my Pokemon breeding knowledge class, to cultivate a champion Pokemon." Chen Zi scratched his head, saying, "It was just luck." "Oh, don't downplay it. I believe Lu Zhihao's words, but I've seen your matches, and the combat style of your flower leaf tea is evidently the result of meticulous breeding," Mr. Lu remarked, prompting applause from the class. "I won't say much more. The remaining time is for you all to catch up. After class, gather on the playground as the school will discuss the class division." Subsequently, Mr. Lu called Chen Zi and Lu Zhihao to the corridor. "You two should be able to guess why I summoned you," Mr. Lu began. They both understood it was likely concerning the Warm Pig Cup. "I come primarily on behalf of the school to inquire about your future directions. You both intend to become trainers, correct?" Chen Zi and Lu Zhihao nodded in unison. Seeing their agreement, Mr. Lu let out a sigh of relief. "Very well. The school has decided that you need not undergo the class placement tournament. You can directly enter Class 1. How do you feel about that? Class 1 is the elite class for trainers at the school, endowed with greater educational resources." Naturally, Chen Zi and Lu Zhihao had no objections. Even without the school's invitation, they would have applied for exemption based on their ranking in the placement tournament. Both nodded in agreement. "Excellent. Then follow me. I will take you to fill out your identity information forms." Mr. Liu led the two toward his office, feigning sadness. Once you enter the new class, don't forget your old homeroom teacher. Chen Zi silently scoffed. While others might be oblivious, as a reborn individual, he was acutely aware that Mr. Liu would be the future homeroom teacher of Class 1. After completing the forms, the two officially became the first students of Class 1. Chapter 30, Li Wei. After signing, they began to wander around the school, releasing their Pokemon from their Pokeballs. In the public teaching building where cultural classes were held, it was prohibited to release Pokemon, a measure taken for the safety of the students. Each person signed an agreement at the start of the school year, which included stipulations regarding Pokemon management. For instance, it was forbidden to release Pokemon for battles or to instruct Pokemon to attack others. Some might consider these regulations excessive, as they seemed self-evident. However, one should not assume that all individuals are rational. At Tianhai 4th High School, there had been incidents of students directing Pokemon to assault teachers. After all, youthful exuberance can lead to impulsive actions, and without rules to govern behavior, chaos could easily ensue. The two individuals had no intention of attending the so-called detailed explanation of the class division, who would willingly seek out discomfort when they could savor the fresh air. As they strolled along, their conversation meandered aimlessly. Ever since Chen Zi had been recruited by Bai Ji for life energy training, he had not trained alongside Lu Zhihao. Nevertheless, they often crossed paths, given that they both frequented the Tianhai training grounds. Chen Zi quietly listened as Lu Zhihao reported on the training progress of his Squirtle, offering suggestions based on his observations. "Watch out," Chen Zi exclaimed as he yanked Lu Zhihao to the side. He had been so engrossed in his narrative that he failed to notice the approaching figure. Chen Zi glanced at the person, a strikingly handsome young man clad in the Tianhai High School uniform, sporting a backpack and seemingly sauntering from the school entrance. Li Wei. Chen Zi recognized him instantly. In his previous life, this individual was a prominent figure at Tianhai No. 4 High School. With his captivating looks, immense talent, and affluent background, it was evident that fate had favored him immensely. In the previous Jiang Province High School League, he had ranked among the top 10, and during the prestigious Rui Chun Winter Camp at Magic City University, he had achieved exceptional results, securing a spot there. Although Chen Zi had not heard his name since then, the impression Li Wei left during their high school years was indelible. It seemed that Li Wei had just transferred from another school today. As Chen Zi pondered this, he noticed Li Wei cast a fleeting glance their way before continuing on his path, exuding an air of aloofness characteristic of the rumors surrounding him. Chen Zi had only ever observed Li Wei from a distance in his previous life and had never engaged with him directly. The tales of his exploits, however, often reverberated in Chen Zi's ears. "This person seems familiar," Lu Zhihao remarked, noticing the pokeball Li Wei carried. "He must be a senior, right? Why haven't I seen him before? He is too handsome to be forgettable. Perhaps he is a transfer student. Never mind, let us keep moving," Chen Zi suggested casually. After all, they would inevitably interact in the future, and he was reluctant to squander their precious leisure time in contemplation. Once Li Wei had walked away, he glanced back at Chen Zi and Lu Zhihao as retreating figures, murmuring, "Chen Zi?" before turning away and continuing on his way. When the class division ranking matches commenced, Chen Zi brought Difi along to enjoy the excitement, while Lu Zhihao took Squirtle for training. Difi. The vibrant atmosphere invigorated Difi, a stark contrast to the sparsely attended Warm Pig Cup. The class division ranking match was teeming with students and faculty from the entire school. Cheers and shouts filled the air, igniting Difi's enthusiasm to leap into battle. Amidst the crowd, Chen Zi spotted Li Wei again, and judging by his position in line, he would be competing next. If Chen Zi recalled correctly, Li Wei was expected to claim the top spot in this ranking match. "Difi, keep an eye on that competitor. His Pokemon will be your future opponent," Chen Zi indicated, pointing at Li Wei. Difi nodded obediently, trusting Chen Zi unconditionally. Before long, Li Wei took to the stage. His Pokemon was a Kirlia, which, under normal circumstances, would evolve into Galade during the Rui Chun Winter Camp at Magic City University. Kirlia faced a Houndoom, and given the type matchup, the Psychic and Fairy-type Kirlia held a distinct advantage. Yet, the match concluded with astonishing speed. The moment the referee signaled the start, Houndoom collapsed to the ground, eliciting gasps from the crowd. That was incredibly swift, almost as if the blink of an eye had marked the end of the battle. Chen Zi observed keenly, noting that Kirlia had dispatched Houndoom with a Psychic-type move. This was no ordinary feat. The cultivation level of this Kirlia rivaled that of Jiang Shirley's Gyarados. Considering that Psychic moves are typically weak against Dark-type Pokemon, the decisive victory was remarkable. Such a reputation is well-deserved, Chen Zi mused. However, he soon shifted his focus away from the match. as he understood that the true capabilities of Li Wei's Kirlia could not be fully assessed in this setting. Li Fi, however, remained captivated, her excitement prompting Chen Zi to wonder if she were not merely an eternal flower, but rather the legendary victory Pokémon, Victini. Gently ruffling Li Fi's head, Chen Zi reassured her, there will be ample opportunities for battle ahead. You will encounter many formidable foes in your future. Contemplating the renowned and yet-to-be-discovered figures ahead, Chen Zi's eyes gleamed with determination. As the Fi's trainer, he inherently possessed a combative spirit. The class division ranking matches concluded that afternoon, and, just as in his previous life, Li Wei achieved immediate fame, swiftly becoming known as the new transfer student. After the event, Chen Zi returned to his classroom, bidding farewell to his classmates before gathering his belongings and making his way to Class 1. The classroom was already populated with several students, and Chen Zi recognized a familiar face. There he was, looking rather disheveled, deeply engrossed in completing his homework. Indeed, it was the infamous duck god, Li Haochen. Chen Zi was surprised to discover he was from his own school. Hey, duck god, still drowning in homework? Chen Zi inquired as he approached and patted Li Haochen on the shoulder. I can't finish it. I hardly did anything over the summer. Li Haochen lamented upon seeing a familiar face. Don't worry, I didn't do any either, Chen Zi confessed honestly. Didn't the teacher say they rarely check? You might not know who our homeroom teacher is. None other than the notorious Lu Demon. Li Haochen exclaimed. There's no way he won't check the homework. To be fair, Lu Xiaofeng was indeed formidable. After all, being the teacher for Pokemon-related courses in Class 1 required certain qualifications, one of which was having achieved at least a Super Ball rank. Gradually, more students trickled into the classroom, and the full picture of this new class began to unfold before Chen Zi's eyes. Chapter 31. The Opening of the World Championship. As the seats in the classroom filled up, the teacher arrived fashionably late. Upon seeing the familiar figure at the podium wink in his direction, as if to elicit a reaction of surprise, it was clear that Lu Xiaofeng would not witness Chen Zi's astonishment. Instead, it was Lu Zhihao who had arrived late. That was utterly shocked. WOC, Orange, it's him. Lu Zhihao nudged Chen Zi's arm, a wry smile on his face. This morning, I thought I had finally escaped the Dark Lord. Having arrived late, he naturally missed the discussion between the Duck God and Chen Zi. Chen Zi, however, was unconcerned. While Lu Xiaofeng was indeed strict, his teaching quality was exceptional. Due to the time consumed by the ranking matches, it was now nearing evening. In this world, high school students typically finish classes early, with dismissal at precisely 5 p.m., even for the seniors. As the school day drew to a close, it was only natural that no classes were scheduled. Following his self-introduction, Lu Xiaofeng invited each student to step forward and introduce themselves. By the time everyone had finished, Chen Zi had nearly memorized the entire class. However, it remained uncertain how many of them would linger in his memory. He found himself reminiscing about his own time in Class 5 during his senior year, where he had almost forgotten the names of his classmates. Subsequently, Chen Zi spent the day at school without engaging in any activities before returning home. Just before leaving, Lu Xiaofeng had made a point to announce that there would be no summer homework, much to the delight of the entire class. It seemed that even the brightest students were not immune to skipping assignments. Upon arriving home, Chen Zi quickly finished his meal and eagerly settled in front of the television, snatching the remote control from Tan, who had monopolized it during this time slot. Today, or rather for the foreseeable future, Tan would not be able to watch Detective Tutu because it marked the commencement of the Pokemon World Championships. The family gathered around the television as if celebrating the Lunar New Year while watching the Spring Festival Gala. The Pokemon World Championships, an international event held annually on September 1st, was the only international competition Chen Zi had ever participated in during his previous life. The fervor surrounding this event was nothing short of national. It signified not only a showcase of trainers from various countries, but also bore deeper implications concerning the allocation of Pokemon resources among nations. Indeed, having endured the immense pain and lessons wrought by war, countries around the world resolved to distribute strategic Pokemon resources through competition. Formalized in an agreement signed by all nations and overseen by the Pokemon League's formidable mythical Pokemon. To date, no one has ever violated this accord. In his previous life, Chen Zi had been an avid viewer of the Pokemon World Championships. Even though he already knew the outcomes, excitement still coursed through him. Perhaps that was the essence of Pokemon battles. Following the opening ceremony, the official matches began promptly. Everything unfolded just as Chen Zi remembered, including the group assigned to Longhua and their first opponent, the representative team from Longhua. In the championships, there were 5 recognized superpowers: Longhua, Inghua, Kalos, Gao, and Xianghua, along with several other formidable teams. Each year, the strength of the teams fluctuated, yet these 5 superpowers had maintained their dominance over the years. Hence, for Longhua, drawing Longhua in the group stage was akin to receiving a most unfortunate fate. The team competition format was straightforward. 5 participants presented 6 Pokémon and competed in 2 phases. The first phase featured 4 Pokémon entering the arena sequentially for 1v1 matches, where defeating an opponent earned 2 points. The matches followed a continuous battle format, with a Pokémon remaining in play until it was unable to fight, continuing until one side's for Pokémon had been defeated. The second phase involved 2 trainers commanding the remaining 2 Pokémon in a double battle, which held a value of 4 points. The official broadcast swiftly shifted its focus to the arena where Longhua was set to compete. Before long, the competitors entered. All familiar faces to Chen Zi, the multi-type champion Yang Jiang, the Dragon King Li Pu, the Water King Lu Huaxi, the Psychic King Jiang Yu, and the Fairy King Nen Mingjia. This nostalgic lineup evoked a sense of warmth and fond remembrance in Chen Zi, particularly the newly crowned champion Yang Jiang. A prodigy who achieved his title at the mere age of 22, would later become a reliable senior to Chen Zi. When Chen Zi turned 26, Yang Jiang would be 30, leading the new team Chen Zi belonged to in his final Pokémon World Championships. This championship marked Yang Jiang's debut in the competition, a battle that would catapult him to fame. According to Chen Zi's past experiences, although Longhua only secured 2nd place in the team competition, narrowly losing to Ingwa with a score of 8-10, Yang Jiang's Charizard, possessing unparalleled prowess, triumphed over the top-ranking competitor from Ingwa, Sangnuok, thus claiming victory and silencing those who questioned his experience. From that moment on, the Pokémon competitions ushered in an era belonging to Yang Jiang. As a witness to this epoch, Chen Zi had long aspired to emulate the strength of Yang Jiang. Soon, the matches commenced. In the arena, Longhua's first combatant was the Dragon King Li Pu, who, utilizing a multi-dragon Boruto, effortlessly defeated the opponent's 4 Pokémon, leaving no room for retaliation. This display of prowess elicited awe from the family, although they felt it lacked excitement, given the stark disparity in strength between the competitors. Faced with the might of the multi-dragon, the opposing Pokémon fell with a single blow. The official broadcast then shifted its focus to other arenas within the competition. It must be said that this year's championships showcased a remarkable array of talent, although many competitors had yet to reach their full potential. Among them were Rikuya Kusanagi from Japan, Melandala from Ingwa, and Kales Garcia from Xiongwa, all of whom would become formidable rivals to Yang Jiang in the future. After watching the matches for a while, Chen Zi was urged by Li Shu to go to bed, as he needed to attend school the next day. Chen Zi felt a twinge of helplessness. After all, the adults also had work, yet they insisted he retire early. Nonetheless, he did not take it to heart, as he had already witnessed the matches in his previous life and had even analyzed some details with a gold medal coach. The content of the competition was not entirely unfamiliar to him. For Chen Zi, focusing on the present was of utmost importance. Clearing his mind, he soon drifted into slumber. The following day in the classroom, conversations buzzed. "Hey, did you watch yesterday's match? They swept the competition. That was expected. The opponent wasn't strong. It's a pity we didn't see Yang Jiang in action. He's such a talented trainer, only 4 years older than us. Indeed, it's a bit unfortunate. I absolutely adore Yang Jiang. His Charizard was beyond cool in the Champion League." Such was the nature of high school students, despite having just met the previous day. A shared admiration for a figure like Yang Jiang instantly forged camaraderie. The class was abuzz with discussions about the World Championships, leaving Chen Zi, who remained silent, feeling somewhat out of place. Though he refrained from vocalizing his thoughts, he couldn't help but internally critique. Come on, Li Pu isn't handsome at all. He has a garlic breath when he talks. And to think some claim Nan Mingjia is a gentle big sister. Just wait until you've been pranked by her. In his previous life, Chen Zi had interacted with these seasoned competitors enough to know their true natures. Thus, this state of affairs persisted until class began. Chapter 32, Defeating the Unruly One by One. While at work, one reminisces about school days. While in school, one longs for the days of employment. Perhaps the essence of humanity lies in its inherent contradictions, only learning to cherish what is lost. After a morning filled with theoretical lessons, Chen Zi felt dazed and lethargic. It wasn't that he didn't understand. Rather, he had not experienced such a confining atmosphere in a long time. Fortunately, in their senior year, students in the trainer class followed a half-day schedule, dedicating half the day to theory and the other half to practical training. After a brief lunch break, they were to head to a designated venue for hands-on training. The first practical session took place in the training hall, focusing on indoor lessons. Eagerly anticipating their first practical class, The students arrived at the venue early, filled with excitement. However, the instructor for the practical training courses arrived even earlier. On the training grounds, a muscular man was exchanging blows with a powerful creature, captivating the curiosity of the surrounding students. The man displayed formidable skill, matching the creature's strength in a fierce exchange. After a short while, he paused, surveyed the crowd, cleared his throat, and instructed, "Form 2 rows in front of me. Arrange from left to right by height." The elite class demonstrated remarkable efficiency, quickly adhering to his request. Satisfied, the man nodded and commenced his self-introduction. "My name is Li, an advanced trainer, and I will be your instructor for the practical training over the next year. My specialty lies in combat techniques, and I am more than capable of imparting skills to you." Advanced trainer? Chen Zi expressed his astonishment. It was quite unexpected for someone of such caliber to serve as their instructor. Typically, individuals of this level would be more than sufficient to teach at most universities, or even remain within the association's ranks, earning substantial sums. Chen Zi was not alone in his surprise. Several others could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Anticipating their reaction, Li chose not to elaborate further. He stepped forward and fixed his gaze on Chen Zi, saying, "You there?" Chen Zi stepped forward, taken aback for a moment. Chen Zi quickly composed himself and complied. Li scrutinized him with evident dissatisfaction. "You appear rather frail, lacking any muscle. How do you expect to endure high-intensity battles in the future? I will require you to engage in regular exercise. I will discuss the specifics with you. Can you manage that?" "Yes," Chen Zi replied. Li turned to address the others. "Not just him. All of you will train alongside him. A sound body is the foundation of a successful trainer. How can one excel without physical prowess? If anyone has objections, now is the time to voice them." Noticing the silence that ensued, Li continued, "Very well. Those who cannot persevere later should not blame me for pushing you." He then placed a hand on Chen Zi's shoulder and announced to the group, "I hereby appoint him as the class representative for practical training. Does anyone object?" Silence reigned among the students. Li added, "Let me clarify. The class representative will receive benefits, including bonus points for evaluations at the end of the term, tangible rewards, and unique opportunities. Are you all willing to let this chance slip away? I will give you one more opportunity. Those interested in becoming class representative, raise your hands." Gradually, several hands were raised within the crowd. Observing this, Li smiled. "Excellent. It seems some of you possess the courage." He turned to Chen Zi, instructing, "Go on. Defeat those who oppose you one by one." At Li's gesture, the students quickly cleared a large space for combat. Despite everyone being aware of Chen Zi's recent victory in the Warm Pig Cup, many were undeterred, emboldened by their inexperience and the belief that they could triumph. After all, they had only trained for a short while. Why should he be significantly stronger than them? Many approached the challenge with the mindset of having nothing to lose, thinking that winning could lead to fame. Chen Zi welcomed this opportunity, having not battled for several days and eager to engage. Under Li's direction, the students released their Pokemon. "You 6, step up one by one. Whoever defeats Chen Zi will become the class representative." Initially reluctant, the students hesitated to be the first to face Chen Zi, knowing that the later participants would have a better chance in a rotation battle. Sensing their reluctance, Li grew impatient and pointed to one individual. "You, the boy with the Krabby, step forward." Wang Bing inwardly lamented his predicament, but steeled himself to comply. "Begin." With Li's command, both Pokemon launched into battle. The Krabby leaped, launching bubbles from above. Anticipating that Chen Zi would command his Leafeon to use a ranged attack, he attempted to evade using mid-air maneuvering. A shimmering shield appeared before Leafeon, blocking the bubble assault. Not bad for the first round. At least I forced him to reveal his defenses, Wang Bing thought to himself. However, just as he felt relieved, the magic leaf that had been dodged earlier returned like a boomerang, striking the descending Krabby. In an instant, Krabby was rendered unable to battle. "Awesome orange!" Lu Zhihao exclaimed, drawing the attention of those nearby. Realizing he had gotten overly excited, Lu Zhihao quickly covered his mouth. Chen Zi cast a calm glance at his disheartened opponent, choosing not to say much. After all, who had ever seen a returning magic leaf? The outcome was a result of Leafeon's supportive abilities. Li's eyes sparkled with insight. Having observed the Warm Pig Cup, he recognized this contestant's creativity and was intrigued by the new tactics employed. "Next, forget it. You all can join forces. Whoever lands the final blow will become the class representative," Li stated, as only 4 students remained. He was keen to see how Chen Zi would handle a multi-opponent battle, especially since Pokemon often faced focused assaults in formal competitions, particularly under 2v2 rules. Initially, the students hesitated after witnessing Wang Bing's swift defeat, But upon hearing they could engage in a group battle, their courage was renewed. What a joke. Does he think he's a champion or something? They thought. In response, Chen Zi unleashed a fairy wind variant of a counter shield, enveloping the entire arena in a veil of fairy mist. One by one, he dismantled his opponents until the mist cleared, revealing all 4 Pokemon sprawled on the ground. The disparity was stark. While they had anticipated defeat, none expected it to be so thorough. Disheartened, they returned their Pokemon to their Pokeballs, gazing at Leafeon, who still seemed eager for more. Impressive, your imaginative tactics are remarkable, Lily praised. Is there anyone else? I see that Chen Zi's Leafeon appears quite fatigued, perhaps on the brink of exhaustion. Observing the lively Leafeon, the students felt a wave of frustration wash over them. If I hear another word from you, I'll be the one to bark. They scoffed internally. Since no one else is stepping up, let us officially commence our first lesson. With the students now astute to the situation, Li, after signaling for Chen Zi to rejoin, began the first lesson. Chapter 33, Li's emphasis. To be frank, Li's curriculum held considerable depth for the students. During the first lesson, he did not impart conventional battle techniques. Rather, he shared his insights on what Pokemon battles entailed. He explained that battling is about creating conditions to overcome the opponent, which can stem from one's own capabilities or those of the adversary. Factors such as a Pokemon's physical attributes, the opponent's status conditions, and environmental advantages all constitute conditions one can manipulate. This perspective challenged the prevalent belief among the students that type advantages and inherent differences in species were insurmountable hurdles. Li spoke in detail, and both Chen Zi and the others listened attentively to his insights. Most of his points resonated with Chen Zi, despite some aspects reflecting a limited perspective. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Chen Zi from mentally commending him. His views on Pokemon training also aligned closely with Chen Zi's own beliefs. Every Pokemon is unique and necessitates a tailored training regimen. The young men present were momentarily taken aback. In his previous life, Chen Zi, like them, began his training by adhering to conventional methods found online. Li similarly referenced Chen Zi, asserting that his ability to cultivate Pokemon to such a remarkable level must stem from an exceptionally compatible training approach for his Pokemon. Chen Zi did not conceal his delight and readily acknowledged this. Thus, in the ensuing time, Li commenced instructing everyone on how to comprehend their Pokemon, delving into an in-depth analysis from 6 distinct dimensions. To be candid, although Li's teaching seemed somewhat elementary to Chen Zi, he recognized that Li viewed these 6 dimensions as incapable of being measured by mere data, allowing only for a rough estimation. In contrast, Chen Zi possessed a comprehensive calculation method. Nonetheless, he perceived that this was the extent of Li's understanding. Given the tier of a great ball, such insight was commendable. And Chen Zi felt it a pity that Li was relegated to the role of a teacher, especially when many within the association lacked even this level of comprehension. Observing the expressions of his classmates, which oscillated between confusion and understanding, Li recognized the need for patience. He then assigned them a long-term task to devise and gradually refine their own Pokemon training plans, dedicating 2 hours of each practical lesson to implement their devised training content. After delivering his lecture, Li instructed them to reflect and take a moment's respite before summoning Chen Zi privately. Li pulled Chen Zi aside and candidly stated, I am uncertain from which crevice of stone you emerged, but I feel that, at least in terms of nurturing and battling comprehension, I fall short of your prowess. Just as Chen Zi was about to protest, Li waved his hand to interrupt. Hold on, let me finish. After a brief pause, he continued, although you are a prodigy, this world is replete with such talents. I have encountered many individuals like you, possessing an understanding of combat that far surpasses their peers and an astonishing instinct for nurturing. Yet, many of them ultimately fail to eclipse my own mediocrity. There are formidable geniuses, akin to the currently celebrated Yang Jiang, who, at merely 22 years of age, has ascended to become the champion of the Dragon Kingdom. Conversely, there are fallen geniuses, many of whom initially radiate brilliance only to fade into obscurity, including one of my own classmates. Li gazed into Chen Zi's eyes and conveyed, I hope you can become someone like Yang Jiang. Therefore, I urge you to recognize your own insignificance at this moment. Do not allow your talent to engender arrogance. Nor should you take pride in standing ahead of your contemporaries. Only by maintaining a heart that relentlessly strives for the summit can you truly honor the gifts bestowed upon you. Chen Zi listened intently, not perceiving himself as a genius, but he could deeply appreciate the essence of Li's words. On the path to success, he had witnessed countless prodigies surge forward only to retreat into the crowd. And many arrogant individuals had served as stepping stones for his own ascent. It was precisely because he had consistently embraced such a mindset, a relentless pursuit of excellence, that he was able to seize opportunities and ultimately secure his place among the 4 heavenly kings in his previous life. Chen Zi felt Li Li's earnest concern and, although he was already cognizant of these principles, he remained patient and attentively absorbed all that Li Li imparted, nodding solemnly in acknowledgement. Li Li, pleased that Chen Zi was receptive, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had encountered far too many so-called geniuses who looked down upon his level of understanding, only to find themselves unable to grasp even the realm of Ultra Balls in the end. The more he regarded the young man before him, the more joy he felt. Suddenly recalling something, Li Li asked, Chen Zi, you must have heard of the Jiang Province High School Student League? Chen Zi nodded. This competition would be held at the end of the semester, featuring individual and team events. Make an effort to strive for the opportunity to represent the school in this competition, Li Li urged, as it is crucial for securing a spot in the Rui Chun Winter Camp at Magic City University and the Golden Autumn Program at Kyoto University. Upon hearing this, Chen Zi discreetly glanced at Li Wei, who was meditating nearby. He remembered that in his previous life, Li Wei had gained admission to Magic City University through the Rui Chun Winter Camp. Magic City University and Kyoto University are regarded as the pinnacle of training institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, perpetually sought after by high school students. Chen Zi nodded. Both Magic City University and Kyoto University were pivotal goals for him in this new life, for only through superior institutions could he access greater resources to expedite his growth. Gaining admission through a recommendation would be an unparalleled opportunity. After concluding, Li Li allowed Chen Zi to rejoin the group, commencing the latter half of the day's lesson. Li Li's curriculum placed significant emphasis on foundational knowledge, with his primary objective at this stage being to aid students in understanding the 6 dimensions of Pokemon. Perhaps due to their recent conversation, Li Li paid particular attention to Chen Zi, frequently inviting him to demonstrate or serve as a practical example. Chen Zi, naturally, relished this opportunity, as it enabled TT to grasp the course content more intuitively, which was precisely his intention. Compared to the earlier theoretical class, Chen Zi found himself more drawn to the practical lessons. The atmosphere was lively, devoid of the tediousness of textbooks and the peculiarities of various problem sets. He finally discovered a glimmer of enjoyment in his studies, which persisted even during his journey home. Upon returning home, Chen Jianguo was alone in the house. Ordinarily, Li Shuai-Ro should have returned from work by this hour, but upon inquiring, it appeared she had gone to investigate the so-called missing persons case once more. Chen Jianguo explained that this phenomenon had been occurring sporadically since the end of the summer break, and it was quite peculiar. To date, no living person or corpse had been located, and the locations from which individuals vanished showed no discernible pattern. Despite the authorities attempting to suppress information, the impact of recent events was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. After listening to Chen Jianguo's account, Chen Zi felt that the descriptions of these disappearances bore a striking resemblance to phenomena caused by the Ultra Caverns. It seemed to be a type of secret realm Ultra Cavern. Otherwise, it would be impossible for individuals to vanish without a trace. However, Chen Zi had no intention of meddling in such matters. While these secret realm Ultra Caverns were rife with opportunity, they were equally fraught with peril. Suddenly, Chen Zi recalled a website he frequently used after becoming an investigator in his previous life. Perhaps he could uncover relevant clues there. Chapter 34. Information on the Ultra Cavern. After dinner, Chen Zi did not continue watching the Pokemon World Championship with his father and his Pokemon. Instead, he excused himself under the pretense of researching information and returned to his room, sitting at his computer and entering a specific URL, World Ultra. Although the Pokemon League had persistently concealed information regarding the Ultra Caverns, numerous individuals still possessed a modicum of understanding about them. Initially, this website was established by survivors of the Ultra Cavern incidents to discuss their experiences, often regarded as an urban legend. Subsequently, the Pokemon League officially joined the site, transforming it into a closed platform that could only be accessed via a specific URL and key. This site became a hub for investigators from various nations to exchange information about the Ultra Caverns. Since the incident involving the reverse incursion of Ultra Beasts on investigators, the site had shifted to an absolute privacy mode to protect the safety of investigators, as long as one did not intentionally expose themselves. No one could trace their real-life identity through the website. Chen Zi accessed the website, where the homepage displayed the recent and grave dangers posed by the Ultimate Abyss. Incidents such as the explosive mosquito outbreak in Eagle Countries, California, which led to the slaughter of an entire farm's inhabitants, and the incident of the Vugwood Control in Japan were highlighted. Moreover, Chen Zi discovered on the homepage the unknown ultimate abyss in Tianhai city of Longhua, which had, so far, resulted in the disappearance of 21 individuals. The gravity of the situation weighed on Chen Zi, especially since this particular ultimate abyss appeared to open sporadically, leaving investigators without any leads. It was noteworthy that over 10 days had elapsed since the occurrences began. Typically, such events are detected prior to their emergence and resolved by investigators upon their opening. Rarely do ultimate abysses go undetected, and those that do are usually addressed promptly after their emergence. Furrowing his brow, Chen Zi soon relaxed, recalling that in his previous life, this particular ultimate abyss had not stirred any significant turmoil. Surely, this time he would not be unfortunate enough to be ensnared within its chaos. After perusing the information regarding the ultimate abyss in Tianhai City and confirming the absence of any clues, he closed the website. He then took up his pen to continue writing on Didi's divine plan. To be candid, Chen Zi had always felt somewhat at a loss regarding Didi's life energy. All he could do was encourage Didi to contemplate the life gem daily in an attempt to grasp the essence of this feeling. However, Didi sensed that a pivotal opportunity was still lacking, one that would enable her to fully internalize this sensation. Through the competition, Chen Zi had identified a particular weakness in Didi, the absence of a decisive move, or rather, a technique with substantial damage potential. Didi's battles against similarly leveled Pokemon relied predominantly on strategy to outlast her opponents, as seen in her encounters with Jiang Shirley or the initial battle against Ing Wenpei's metal monster. Had Didi possessed a single, powerful move, she could have swiftly defeated Ing Wenpei before he even had a chance to enhance his metal monster's attributes with the Fairy Wind version of Counter Shield. Regarding the choice of this decisive move, Chen Zi contemplated two options: the Grass-type move Petal Dance or the Fairy-type signature move Moonblast. Given the considerable time investment required for high-damage techniques, he could only select one for Didi's training in the near future. This decision would also inevitably shape Didi's development trajectory. Even for a formidable Pokemon like Eternal Flower, Chen Zi did not believe she could devote sufficient energy to master both attributes to their fullest potential. Henceforth, Didi would likely adopt a training method focused on one primary and one supplementary attribute, honing her skills in either fairy or grass while maintaining the other as a secondary focus. After careful consideration, Chen Zi resolved to have Didi specialize in fairy attributes, as her inherent type was fairy and the energy from the Eternal Flower was primarily fairy-based. Once the decision was made, Chen Zi inscribed the training plan for Moonblast, which had long been formulated in his mind, into Didi's training regimen. He continued working until approximately 11 o'clock at night, feeling a sense of relief when his mother returned home safely. He then lay down to conclude his day's tasks. The following day, after enduring the morning theory class, Chen Zi eagerly took Didi to familiarize herself with the new training regimen. Due to the limitations of the school's equipment, Chen Zi's plan for Didi leaned more towards the development of mental strength. Having already fully harnessed Didi's physical potential during the initial training phase, her physical strength would naturally improve alongside her energy level. Didi's daytime training consisted of two tasks, one focused on the contemplation of life energy and the other on the manipulation of auxiliary powers. As for the training of Moonblast, Chen Zi scheduled it for the evening, as the presence of the moon offered the most opportune moment to grasp its essence. At this moment, Didi's approach to training auxiliary powers had evolved significantly from the initial stages. Now, she applied her auxiliary powers to herself and the skills she released. Simultaneously, Chen Zi was engaged in the training exercises assigned by Li. "Your baby is practicing auxiliary powers, right?" A voice called from beside Chen Zi. Startled, he paused his push-ups and turned to see Li Wei, a boy he had wanted to meet but had missed during the morning theory class since he was absent. Unexpectedly, this aloof boy initiated a conversation. "Indeed," Chen Zi replied. "I've seen your Curlia. It's been nurtured quite well." Li Wei did not respond to Chen Zi's comment, but gently patted his Curlia's head and inquired, "May I challenge you to a battle?" Chen Zi was taken aback by Li Wei's straightforwardness. "But it seems we don't have much time for a battle at school. After school, we could meet at Jiangbin Park nearby. Would that work?" Li Wei looked at Chen Zi earnestly. "All right." Chen Zi felt it would be impolite to refuse. "Let us discuss it after school. I need to inform my parents first." Li Wei nodded and walked away, seemingly recalling something. He turned back to Chen Zi, saying, "I'm Li Wei, with Li meaning dawn and Wei meaning dimension." Chen Zi smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Chen Zi, with Chen meaning earthen and Zi meaning Zelkova." Li Wei gave an okay gesture and walked away without looking back. During the latter half of the class, Li, who had been observing them, gathered the students to address some immature behaviors he had noticed and offered corrections. He demonstrated a training method for his new Pokemon, a poison frog, explaining the rationale behind the training exercises he had designed. The students found his insights enlightening, and Lily encouraged them to revise their training plans accordingly. In the subsequent lessons, Lily continued the previous session's content, delving deeper into the 6 dimensions and teaching the students how to observe the strength of Pokemon's 6 dimensions in a more intuitive manner. Chen Zi nodded in agreement, appreciating the practical knowledge Lily imparted in each class. After the class concluded, Chen Zi did not rush to leave, but instead called his parents to inform them that he would be home later. Upon receiving their consent, he joined Li Wei, who had been waiting nearby, to head to Zhongbin Park. Though Zhongbin Park was situated next to the school, it was seldom frequented by passers-by. The 4th high school's location was already somewhat isolated, and the park's dilapidated state made it unsurprising that no one came here. Upon arriving at the worn battle arena in the park, Chen Zi turned to Li Wei and remarked, "Let us make this swift. Tianhai City hasn't been safe lately, and it's best to return home early to alleviate our parents' concerns." Li Wei nodded, acknowledging the recent disappearances in Tianhai City. "We won't stay too late." Chen Zi was not surprised that Li Wei was aware of this situation, although he was unfamiliar with Li Wei's background. He had heard rumors in his previous life that Li Wei belonged to a well-connected circle in Tianhai City. The two took their positions at opposite ends of the battle arena, preparing for combat. Chapter 35. The sudden emergence of the ultimate abyss. Exchanging glances, both sides simultaneously released their Pokeballs. As soon as TT emerged onto the field, she immediately sensed the subtle psychic fluctuations emanating from Kairu Lien, instantly sharpening her focus. Based on her acute sensitivity to psychic energy, it was clear that this Kairu Lien was no ordinary opponent. While both sides appeared to remain cautious, an invisible clash of mental energies had already transpired in the air. Evidently, neither party gained a significant advantage from this encounter. "Counter shield, create the terrain," Chen Zi commanded. Recognizing that a direct confrontation yielded no benefits, he instructed TT to establish a strategic advantage on the battlefield. Soon, his signature mist enveloped the arena. Despite Kairu Lien's fairy typing, the fairy energy permeating this terrain originated from TT, ensuring that Kairu Lien experienced the same effects as any non-fairy Pokemon. "Psychic force, clear the area," Li Wei calmly directed. Kairu Lien's psychic energy surged, clearing a considerable space around it. It was well aware of Chen Zi's strategy and had witnessed the response of a Metagross in the Nuan Pig Cup. Although Kairu Lien's psychic power was insufficient to unleash a psychic storm like Metagross, it could still create a comparable effect. "Do not leave the mist. Use Leaf Storm against it," Chen Zi quickly responded. While the previous tactic of obscuring the opponent's vision might not work, causing disturbances within the mist was still feasible. Leaf storms flew from all directions toward Kairu Lien, yet it seemed to possess eyes all over its body, effortlessly evading the onslaught. "This is quite troublesome," Chen Zi mused, realizing he was encountering a Pokemon with such remarkable agility for the first time. No wonder this Kairu Lien had ultimately evolved into a Galade in his previous life. With this in mind, Chen Zi revised his battle strategy. "Use Leaf Storm, counter shield," he instructed. Instantly, the dense fog began to coalesce in one direction, forming a vortex of leaf storms intertwined with fairy energy that surged toward Kairu Lien. Unable to evade, Kairu Lien's psychic energy clashed with the counter shield. Boom! The resulting shockwave sent Kairu Lien tumbling, while TT remained unharmed under the protection of the counter shield. "Circle around it, wear it down," Li Wei suggested. Chen Zi couldn't help but admire Li Wei's quick insight into the counter shield's weaknesses. Indeed, one of the major flaws of the counter shield was its high energy consumption. Even though TT possessed an abundance of energy compared to other Pokemon of the same level, sustaining the counter shield for long was not feasible. Observing how Kairu Lien began to adapt to the rhythm of countering the shield, Chen Zi realized they could not continue this way. He exchanged a glance with TT, who understood immediately. Before Kairu Lien could react, TT swiftly altered her attack approach, darting forward in a flash to stand before Kairu Lien. The leaf blade coalesced upon her flower, striking Kairu Lien and sending it flying. "Defend," Chen Zi commanded. TT positioned her flower defensively, conjuring a protective barrier. However, Kairu Lien's attack was swifter, shattering the newly formed barrier with psychic force and forcing TT to retreat a step. Li Wei appeared slightly surprised, evidently not expecting Chen Zi's response to be so rapid. Flame Punch, Fairy Wind. Both commands rang out simultaneously as Kairu Lien's fist ignited with flames, colliding with TT's Fairy Wind, resulting in a direct hit that sent her flying. The physical attack traits are clearly evident now, Chen Zi thought. Nonetheless, TT's endurance had reached remarkable heights, ensuring she would not be easily felled by a single flame punch. In contrast, Kairu Yin, having taken a direct hit from the fairy wind, was left panting, its condition akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Just when Chen Zi contemplated commanding TT to finish the battle with fairy wind, an unexpected event transpired. A colorful void suddenly materialized in the center of the battlefield. As if the very fabric of space had been torn, instantaneously engulfing TT and Kairu Yin. Both were caught off guard, feeling an overwhelming pull. Oh no, the ultra wormhole. Chen Zi's heart sank. He had not anticipated encountering such a situation. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and in a blur, he perceived a kaleidoscope of colors before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chen Zi was roused by TT's calls, awakening to find himself surrounded by towering trees. As if he had entered a primordial forest. Reflecting on the recent events, he realized he had entered the world within the ultra wormhole. What bad luck, he sighed, glancing beside him to see Li Wei lying nearby, with Kairu Yin still calling out persistently. This marked Chen Zi's first unprepared entry into the ultra wormhole's realm. In his previous life, he had participated in missions to the ultra wormhole, but only after thorough preparations, sprays to repel anomalous beasts, signal detectors, and protective gear against radiation. At least he had not fallen directly into the jaws of a beast or entered a radiation-filled environment. That was a silver lining in his misfortune. Chen Zi vigorously shook Li Wei, attempting to awaken him. Remaining stationary within the ultra wormhole was not a wise choice. Prolonged exposure to any location could imprint human traits on the environment, making it easier for any lurking beasts to sense this unique signature and track them down. Chen Zi glanced at his phone, relieved to find that less than half an hour had passed. After continued nudging, Li Wei eventually stirred awake. Chen Zi explained their predicament, suggesting they might have entered an alternate space. Perhaps this is the truth behind the disappearance, Li Wei remarked with surprising calmness. Chen Zi nodded in agreement. With no signal within the ultra wormhole, their phones had naturally lost communication capabilities. Staying here is not an option. We must find our way out, Chen Zi declared. Rising to his feet, Li Wei joined him, and together they set off in a chosen direction. The surrounding woods were dense, obscuring the sky above. With only a faint glimpse of a purplish hue visible, the lush forest made it easy to become disoriented. Li Wei attempted to leave markers on the ground, but Chen Zi intervened. The intelligence of the ultra beasts was not to be underestimated. They could decipher the meaning of such markers and follow them back to their origin. This was a lesson learned through the sacrifices of early investigators. Chen Zi conveyed this reasoning to Li Wei as a hypothesis, lacking definitive certainty about the origin of his peculiar knowledge. Li Wei chose to trust Chen Zi's judgment. To avoid circling back, Chen Zi activated his phone's tracking feature, and they proceeded in a straight line. Thus, the two wandered aimlessly through the expansive forest. The terrain was monotonous, and after an hour of walking, they found themselves amidst the same trees, with little change in their surroundings. Were it not for the fact that their mobile devices indicated the two were indeed traversing a straight path, Chen Zi might have believed he was meandering in circles. The absence of dinner had left both of them beset by a gnawing hunger. Fortunately, Chen Zi had stowed away some snacks in his backpack to stave off their hunger pangs. He produced the provisions and generously shared a portion with Li Wei. Li Wei cast a deep glance at Chen Zi. In such dire circumstances, his willingness to share their meager rations was a rare and commendable quality. Chen Zi, however, did not dwell on this. It was customary for investigators to operate in teams, and he simply regarded their situation as part of their mission. Yet, if fortune were to forsake them, and they encountered an ultimate beast, they might very well meet their doom here. After all, ultimate beasts were formidable entities, typically starting at level 50, and given the combined strength of their Pokémon, it was likely insufficient to withstand the might of such a creature. If they were to face a paper-skinned sword, they might at least leave with their bodies intact. However, should an explosive muscle mosquito appear, a single blow could reduce Chen Zi to mere flesh. With a silent prayer to avoid the ultimate beasts, the two continued their advance in silence. Chapter 36. The Life and Death Sprint. What if I wish to sever myself? Chen Zi's complexion turned ashen as he beheld, not far off, an orange-hued muscle mosquito beneath a tree. It was as if thoughts manifested into reality. Chen Zi managed a bitter smile, signaling to Li Wei to remain silent. Ultimate beasts, apart from their acute vision, possessed weak sensory faculties. Unless humans were in close proximity, they were virtually undetectable. Typically, there were three primary means by which they could sense human presence. First, through tracking entities known as falls. Upon entering an ultimate cave, if contaminated by the ultimate magnetic field within, one would become a fall, which ultimate beasts could instinctively perceive. Such individuals were pitiable, Even if they returned to the real world, they would still be relentlessly hunted by ultimate beasts, capable of detecting their earthly coordinates and opening ultimate caves nearby. Thus, becoming a fall often signified the loss of personal freedom, relegating one to live perpetually within designated shielded zones established by the League. Second, if a trait was left within the ultimate cave, any ultimate beast that had come into contact with that trait could locate it within the ultimate space. Once one exited this space, the trait would dissipate, and the ultimate beasts would lose their tracking ability. The third method was simply being seen directly by an ultimate beast. Although their other senses were weak, their vision was exceptionally strong. Once detected, escaping their gaze was an arduous task. Fortunately, the explosive muscle mosquito had not noticed them, stationed ahead. Chen Zi gestured for them to retreat, taking a wide detour around its location. Some ultimate beasts exhibited territorial instincts, preferring solitude, and the explosive muscle mosquito was one such creature. The presence of one in a given area indicated that no other ultimate beasts would inhabit that vicinity. Chen Zi secretly exhaled in relief. As long as they evaded the explosive muscle mosquito, they could temporarily dismiss the threat of other ultimate beasts. Cautiously circumventing the area where the explosive muscle mosquito lingered, Chen Zi remained acutely aware of sound, knowing that even though its hearing was poor, the risk of detection was too great. Glancing at his phone, he noted they had distanced themselves from the mosquito's location and allowed himself a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to inquire about Li Wei's feelings, Li Wei covered his mouth instead. Chen Zi peered ahead, and, not far off, saw the explosive muscle mosquito scanning left and right, its back turned to them. He had not noticed it earlier due to the obstruction of trees. A cold sweat broke out over Chen Zi's body. How could there be another explosive muscle mosquito? No, it was the same one. With a single glance, he recognized it as the very creature they had just encountered, now moving in tandem with their own progress. At that moment, the explosive muscle mosquito turned around. In an instant, a fairy wind version of the counter shield unfolded, ensnaring the mosquito's line of sight, allowing the two to dash toward it, slipping past its sides. With a roar, the explosive muscle mosquito unleashed a powerful aura that sent a chill down Chen Zi and Li Wei's spines. In a previous life, Chen Zi had met his end at the hands of this very creature, and he knew that its roar signaled the commencement of a hunt. He pressed forward, taking advantage of the confusion wrought by the mist, running as far as he could. Thanks to the forest's intricate terrain, they navigated several twists and turns, and soon the explosive muscle mosquito vanished from their sight. Just as Chen Zi believed he was on the verge of escaping, the mosquito began to rampage, uprooting trees in its path. Judging by the direction of the destruction, it was barreling toward them with alarming speed, poised to catch up within mere seconds. Chen Zi commanded TT to continuously deploy the counter shield to disrupt the mosquito's trajectory. Although the shield effectively slowed its advance, it would not be long before they were inevitably overtaken. Gritting his teeth, Chen Zi declared, "Split up. If we continue like this, we shall both perish." Li Wei nodded. Given the circumstances, parting ways was indeed the wisest course of action. They dashed in opposite directions, Chen Zi sprinting left while Li Wei ventured right. After a short while, Chen Zi sensed the commotion behind him dwindling. Had the explosive muscle mosquito chosen to pursue Li Wei? Just as he began to lament for his companion, a sudden chill raced down his spine, prompting him to instinctively leap aside. A nearby tree splintered, revealing a terrifying visage framed by exaggerated muscles. Chen Zi could never forget that fearsome silhouette. It was the very beast that had claimed his life in a past existence. Was history destined to repeat itself? Despair clawed at his heart. He had only just been reborn, yet here he was, on the brink of another pitiful demise. At that moment, TT positioned herself in front of Chen Zi, unwavering as she faced the explosive muscle mosquito. The creature slowly raised its fist, a cruel, almost human-like expression etched upon its face. "No," Chen Zi cried out, producing a pokeball in a desperate attempt to save TT from certain death. In the time they had spent together, he had grown to consider TT family. How could he bear to witness a loved one perish before his eyes? This instinctive drive compelled him to unleash the pokeball's red light upon TT. As the light struck her, TT's eternal blossom radiated a brilliant glow. The explosive muscle mosquito halted its advance, shielding its eyes from the brilliance. In that critical moment, a beam of pink light erupted from the flower, striking the mosquito with tremendous force and sending it crashing into several trees. In a moment of desperation, TT successfully unleashed the life energy that had previously eluded her. Immediately afterward, she was drawn back into the pokeball. Chen Zi, not pausing to collect his thoughts, turned and ran with reckless abandon. He had no knowledge of the extent of the mosquito's injuries or when it might rise again to pursue him. Yet, he knew that fleeing forward was his only option, at least preserving a glimmer of hope for survival. This fleeting chance for survival, fiercely fought for by TT, could not be squandered. With this thought in mind, Chen Zi's legs moved tirelessly. Never had he run with such fervor as he did today. At that moment, he felt a tug from beside him, drawing him into a thicket. A large, furry hand swiftly covered his mouth. "Human, do not move, do not speak." A voice resonated within Chen Zi's heart. He gradually calmed himself, peering through the bushes. Before long, a muscular mosquito darted by like a tempest, its furious roars echoing as it ran. As the sound of its cries faded into the distance, the furry hand released its grip from Chen Zi's mouth. Turning around, he spotted a large blue dog crouched behind him. It was none other than the valiant Lucario. Lucario rose and began to walk in a specific direction. "Human, follow me." Chen Zi obediently trailed behind Lucario. After a while, having made several turns, he arrived at the entrance of a concealed cave. Countless vines cascaded down from above, forming a natural camouflage, making it difficult for anyone to discover. Lucario parted the vines and gestured for Chen Zi to enter. Chapter 37, The Meeting. Chen Zi stepped into the cave. The entrance was narrow and somewhat deep. After taking several steps, he found himself in a spacious chamber adorned with stone tables and chairs. A campfire served as the primary source of illumination within the cave. Beside the fire, another Lucario was tending to the flames. Nearby, a Riolu was diligently practicing its punches, each movement executed with surprising finesse. Chen Zi was astonished to witness such a scene within this secluded space. The Lucario inside, noticing the newcomer, stood up and curiously examined the human before it. Riolu also halted its training, gazing at Chen Zi with intrigue. "Human? It has been quite some time since we last encountered one." A voice, distinctly feminine in tone, echoed within Chen Zi's mind. He deduced that the Lucario nearby was a female, and he speculated that this might be a family of Lucario. "Indeed, I saw it being pursued by that creature outside and pulled it to safety," came the voice of the male Lucario. The female Lucario cast a worried glance at her male counterpart, relieved that he had not met with any misfortune. She then turned to Chen Zi and inquired, "Were you also accidentally left behind here? Also, have you encountered others?" Chen Zi recalled the missing individuals from Tianhai City. Lucario shook its head. "In these years, you are the only one we have encountered." Subsequently, the Lucarios recounted their story to Chen Zi. It turned out that these two Lucarios had been stranded here for several years. They were originally Pokemon belonging to a trainer named Du Kongyue from the Dragon Kingdom. During his travels, Du Kongyue stumbled upon the ultimate cave and was drawn inside, becoming trapped in this forest. Initially, he had actively sought a way out. But after a long search yielded no clues, he ultimately found a place to shelter temporarily. Fortunately, the forest was abundant in resources, allowing Du Kongyue to survive. In the course of his stay, Du Kongyue encountered the muscular mosquito. Despite his strength being equivalent to a 5-star Super Ball and possessing several level 50 Pokemon, he was no match for the mosquito. After a fierce battle, both sides sustained injuries, and Du Kongyue fled with his Pokemon in a desperate retreat. Thus, he lived in hiding, careful to avoid the mosquito. He had hoped to remain safe in his refuge, but it seemed the mosquito could sense his location, always encountering him whenever he ventured out. Eventually, Du Kongyue realized that if this continued, he would not escape alive. So, he set out with his Pokemon to seek the elusive way out. However, since the female Lucario was already pregnant and unable to travel, Du Kongyue was forced to leave the two Lucarios behind, promising to return for them once he found the exit. Yet, years passed, and even Riolu had grown up. But Du Kongyue never returned. It remained uncertain whether he had met with misfortune or had simply left without the time to take them. Chen Zi understood why Du Kongyue had been discovered by the mosquito. Having lingered in the cave for too long, he had left behind a trace of his essence. The mosquito, having caught the scent, would naturally know his location. Wherever Du Kongyue went, the mosquito could follow. As for the exit, Chen Zi was well aware. The fixed exit of the designated ultimate cave lay where they had entered, while such unpredictable ultimate caves likely had no established exit. Chen Zi surmised that even if Du Kongyue had found an exit, it would be impossible to take the two Lucarios with him. Once such an ultimate cave was opened, it would draw in all nearby individuals and quickly vanish. Nevertheless, at least they had survived. Chen Zi exhaled in relief, expressing his gratitude to Lucario for its assistance. When the Lucario couple inquired about Chen Zi's future plans, he paused for a moment before responding, "I will not remain here. I shall seek the exit, even if it costs my life. Moreover, staying here will inevitably leave my essence behind, making it increasingly difficult to evade the mosquito as pursuit. Determined not to linger, Chen Zi thanked Lucario once more and prepared to depart. Wait, human, the female Lucario interjected. Please allow us to discuss this. The two Lucarios summoned Riolu, and the three blue canines huddled together in silence. Chen Zi understood they were communicating through their aura. After a while, the male Lucario approached Chen Zi again, its voice resonating within his mind. Human, please permit us to accompany you. Chen Zi was momentarily taken aback, then elated. After all, having two additional allies would enhance their chances of survival. Riolu sensed the surrounding area through its aura and detected no sign of the mosquito, allowing them to cautiously exit the cave one by one. The Lucario couple informed Chen Zi that Riolu had exhibited exceptional aura sensitivity from a young age, and its range of perception had now surpassed that of both Lucarios. Many times, they had successfully avoided the mosquito during food collection, thanks to Riolu's remarkable foresight. Riolu puffed up with pride at this acknowledgement. Thus, the group proceeded carefully in the direction Chen Zi had come from, hoping for a stroke of luck to encounter the lost Li Wei and other citizens of Tianhai City who had found themselves adrift in this place. Along the way, TT began to stir from her slumber. The first thing she did upon awakening was to anxiously dart out of her Pokeball. And upon seeing Chen Zi safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Lucario couple silently observed this exchange, smiling with satisfaction. Suddenly, Riolu came to an abrupt halt, gazing at the trio. It sensed a multitude of unfamiliar auras, seemingly human. Chen Zi exchanged glances with them, suggesting it could be other individuals lost in this realm. Thus, guided by Riolu, they advanced toward the source of the aura. Since their arrival, the sky in this place had remained unchanged, perpetually shrouded in dimness. Chen Zi understood that many ultimate spaces existed in such a manner, devoid of any distinction between day and night. Thus, they soon spotted a flicker of light in the distance, seemingly the glow of torches. As they approached, silhouettes gradually became discernible. Evidently, they had also noticed Chen Zi. Chen Zi, a familiar voice resonated. Chen Zi immediately recognized Li Wei, who was leading the group, his face alight with relief. Thank goodness you're still alive. Subsequently, the others behind Li Wei gathered closer. Most of them were dressed in tattered clothing, their faces tinged with a yellowish hue, indicating they had been stranded here for quite some time. Through Li Wei's explanation, it became clear that these individuals were part of the group that had gone missing in Tianhai City. Li Wei had fortuitously encountered those who ventured out in search of an exit. This fellow has been quite worried about you. Meeting us confirms your situation. I sensed something amiss in this forest, but I never anticipated a monster would be lurking here. I must have been fortunate to have wandered for so long without encountering it. A middle-aged man spoke amiably. Chen Zi estimated there to be about 10 individuals and inquired, "How many of you are gathered here?" "Oh, most of us only crossed paths yesterday. We thought it prudent to send a group out to find an exit while leaving a few behind to establish a temporary gathering place," the middle-aged man replied. "Left behind? How long have they been waiting there?" Chen Zi suddenly felt a surge of agitation. What with the sudden excitement? "It's been nearly 24 hours since yesterday," the middle-aged man clarified. Li Wei, too, looked at Chen Zi with confusion. The Pokemon had previously provided statistics regarding the ultimate cave. Staying in a confined area for over 12 hours would leave a distinctive trait, which would gradually spread over time. In smaller ultimate spaces, the trait could permeate the entire area within 5 to 6 hours after its emergence. Given that they had lingered there for nearly 24 hours, the scent of the trait had likely already been detected by the explosive mosquito. Chen Zi recalled the recent experiences he shared with Li Wei. No wonder they had encountered the explosive mosquito. The direction they were headed coincidentally aligned with where the mosquito was headed as well. Furrowing his brows, Chen Zi commanded, "Lead the way. We must return to the gathering place swiftly. If we delay any longer, it may be too late." Seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the group, Chen Zi explained, "I just received word that the longer one remains in a location, the more likely they are to be targeted by those monsters. The individuals left at the gathering place are likely in peril." The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, they hastened toward the direction of the gathering place. Chapter 38. Fierce Battle, Terrifying Explosive Mosquito. The group rushed toward the gathering place, which was not far from their location, approximately a journey of several dozen minutes. Along the way, Chen Zi heard faint screams echoing in the distance. A sense of dread washed over him. His worst fears had materialized. The others also changed their expressions and quickened their pace. In the distance, flickering flames began to appear, and the screams grew increasingly distinct. Closer and closer they drew. Finally, Chen Zi's vision settled upon the orange monster, its eyes menacing as it ruthlessly trampled a large hound beneath its feet. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Chen Zi shouted. The two Lucarios beside him, in perfect synchronization, gathered the aura's light in their hands, unleashing two aura spheres that merged in the air to form a larger one. The blue sphere struck the explosive mosquito, which was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the hound. A deafening explosion resonated, and a faint cloud of dust rose around the mosquito. As the dust settled, the mosquito glared at Chen Zi and the others, completely unscathed. Chen Zi's expression grew grave. Earlier, he had inquired about the approximate levels of the two Lucarios, who had replied they were around level 40. If they were to encounter a common anomalous beast at level 50, they might stand a chance. However, the explosive mosquito before them seemed far from ordinary. It fully turned its body to face Chen Zi, who finally discerned the barely perceivable black aura enveloping the mosquito. Anomalous beast aura. Chen Zi's heart sank. Not all ultimate anomalous beasts possessed this aura, but once an ultimate beast did, its strength would multiply exponentially. Even if the explosive mosquito was only at level 50, its exhibited combat power would undoubtedly exceed level 60. This implied that no matter how many were present, they were merely offering themselves as fodder. The individuals behind him began to arrive in succession. Upon witnessing the terrifying creature before them, a wave of discomfort washed over them. Suppressing their fear, they summoned their Pokémon. Is that it? Damn. The leading middle-aged man cursed. We outnumber it. Don't fear. I refuse to believe that so many Pokémon cannot take down one. Consequently, a multitude of high-tier Pokémon, such as Croconaw, Blaziken, and Weevil, stepped forward from behind Chen Zi, forming a collective front against the monstrous foe. However, the situation remained grim. Chen Zi scanned the surroundings, but noticed no exceptionally well-trained Pokémon. They were likely all naturally evolved ones. Such Pokémon would hardly match the explosive mosquito's prowess. Water Pulse, Petal Dance, Dragon Pulse. Each Pokémon unleashed their respective moves, directing their energies toward the explosive mosquito. Just as they believed they could repel it, Chen Zi's pupils constricted in horror. The explosive mosquito raised a hand and merely swung a punch forward. The emitted moves were instantaneously obliterated, leaving no trace behind. We're doomed. At that moment, Chen Zi relinquished any remaining delusions. With the activation of the anomalous beast aura, it would be nearly impossible for anyone present to inflict any meaningful damage. It is crucial to understand that Pokémon below level 60 and those above it existed in entirely different realms. Level 60 marked a pivotal threshold. Beyond it, a Pokémon's attributes underwent a qualitative transformation. With the aid of the anomalous beast aura, this ultimate beast had transcended the level of all Pokémon present. The explosive mosquito initiated its assault. Chen Zi barely witnessed its movement. It instantly materialized beside Croconaw, delivering a devastating punch to its abdomen. Croconaw's eyes bulged as it was sent hurtling away, crashing into trees until it finally came to a halt. Damn! Dragon Claw, Dual Chop. Many trainers, undeterred, commanded their Pokémon to press forward, attempting to inflict harm upon the creature. In response to the close-range attacks from the other Pokémon, the explosive mosquito merely wore a cruel smile. It seized a Dragon Claw from a Charizard and used it as a weapon, battering the oncoming Pokémon away. Then tossed the Charizard into the air, following up with a heavy punch from above. The Charizard collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of battle. The rampaging explosive mosquito descended slowly, emitting a piercing shriek that left the ears of those present ringing with pain. Before the other Pokémon could react, the explosive mosquito swiftly maneuvered behind them. They attempted to fight back, but failed to make even the slightest impact. The explosive musket tore through the defenses erected by the crowd with devastating ease, rendering the seemingly formidable Pokémon into a disorganized rout. As the scene unfolded before them, expressions of terror marred the faces of the onlookers. Unable to endure the chaos any longer, some turned and fled in all directions. We must retreat, Chen Zi urged, accompanied by his Lucario and the ever-persistent Li Wei. With that, he dashed backward. As the explosive musket dispatched the Pokémon blocking its path one by one, its gaze fixated on the fleeing humans. Among them, it recognized a familiar figure, the detestable human who had caught it off guard and caused it considerable distress. It surged towards Chen Zi with alarming speed. This is bad. It's coming for me. Chen Zi gritted his teeth. Li Wei, don't follow. It's targeting me. For a moment, Li Wei hesitated, instinct urging him to veer aside, but pride compelled him to return to Chen Zi's side. He could not abandon his companion to survive alone. Let us go. What is the point of camaraderie at a time like this? We've only just met. The sight of Li Wei's return elicited a mix of exasperation and amusement from Chen Zi. Get out of the way, he shouted. Noticing the massive shadow looming behind him, nearly engulfing him, Chen Zi dove aside just in time to evade the Musca's punch, but it swiftly seized the unsuspecting Riolu. Lucario. The two Lucarios halted, the female reacting with remarkable speed, unleashing a bullet punch against Musca's iron-like body. Yet, the Musca remained unfazed, capturing the female Lucario's arm with its other hand. TT, deploy the shield of counterattack. Chen Zi barked. Kyrillian, use psychic. Witnessing his mate and child in peril, the male Lucario's eyes blazed with fury as he charged forward, delivering a fierce blow to Musca's face. Musca dropped the Riolu, raising a hand to shield its face. Lucario's assault was effortlessly countered. The disparity in power was staggering, rendering TT and Kyrillian's efforts futile. Amidst the chaos, Chen Zi caught the Riolu. The surrounding pink mist began to rise. Human, flee with our child. The female Lucario's voice resonated in Chen Zi's mind. In that moment, he glimpsed the resolute gazes of the two Lucarios. Gritting his teeth, he recalled TT into her pokeball and clutched the Riolu, sprinting forward. Li Wei, observing this, also recalled Kyrillian and ran with all his might. With a furious roar, Musca, enraged at the sight of the retreating humans, attempted to chase after them. The two Lucarios clung desperately to it, engaging in close combat, delivering relentless bullet punches. Although the damage was minimal, it hindered Musca's pursuit, forcing it to watch helplessly as the humans vanished from its sight. With a roar, Musca lifted the two Lucarios high and slammed them down repeatedly, treating them as though they were mere rag dolls. Finally, it cast the battered Lucarios aside like refuse and turned to pursue the departing humans. Suddenly, two feeble waves of aura struck Musca's back. It halted, irritated by the persistent Lucarios, and turned its cruel gaze upon them. Chapter 39. The rescue. Chen Zi dared not pause for even a moment. No matter how far he had run, he disregarded the struggles of the Riolu in his arms. Pressing onward. Throughout his 3 lifetimes, he had never run as he did now. In his first life, he often pondered bizarre questions, such as how fast one would run if being chased by a ghost. Once, he found such musings amusing. Now, they offered no humor, as the reality of life and death flight was no jest. Exhausted, the Riolu whimpered in his grasp. Chen Zi empathized. Had his parents been fighting for their lives behind him, he would feel just as it did. The ferocity of the ultimate beast left little hope for the Lucario couple left behind. All Chen Zi could do was strive to keep the Riolu alive. Li Wei, if that monster catches up, take the Riolu and my TT and run. Don't worry about me, Chen Zi urged as he continued to flee. Li Wei remained silent. Please, even if it's for me, for the Lucario couple, let the monster's wrath fall upon me. That's the only way we can survive. After a moment of contemplation, Li Wei finally nodded. Yet, the notion of abandoning a companion for survival weighed heavily on him. He could only pray that the monster would not catch up, that they might find an escape. Chen Zi understood that it was only a matter of time before Musca found them. The underbrush thickened, their trail becoming increasingly evident. Oh miracle, will you appear? Chen Zi closed his eyes, silently wishing. A distant, familiar roar echoed, sending chills down his spine. Run. He tossed the pokeball containing TT and the Riolu to Li Wei. Gritting his teeth, Li Wei sprinted in another direction, while Chen Zi bolted in the opposite way, seeking to buy precious time. As the forest blurred past, the cacophony of sounds behind him grew louder. The monster was on his tail, strangely. Chen Zi felt a sense of relief. At that moment, the world around him fell eerily silent, save for the sound of his pounding heart. Thump, thump. As the shadow of Musca loomed closer, Chen Zi's heart inexplicably calmed. Am I to bid farewell to this world once more? He mused. In 3 lifetimes. He had yet to live as long as others in a single lifetime. A smile crept onto his face. In the Pokemon world, he had always been a short-lived soul. Yet, he genuinely cherished this world, and if there were a next life, he would wish to return. Feeling the rush of wind from a punch behind him, Chen Zi closed his eyes. The anticipated pain never came. When he turned, he saw Musca frozen in place, its fists still poised mid-strike. Surprise. A familiar voice chimed. From behind Musca, a head peeked out, a girl with a sweet smile and flowing black hair. She playfully tapped Musca's fist and exclaimed, "This Musca has some potential. It even exudes the aura of an extraordinary beast. It's impressive that you've survived this long." The sudden appearance of this girl was none other than Jiang Shirley, whom Chen Zi had encountered during the Nuan Pig Cup. "What are you doing here?" he asked, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a disaster. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "The spirit realm has been keeping an eye on you. When we saw you being sucked into the ultimate abyss, we took immediate action, locking onto your aura coordinates and forcibly opening this ultimate space," Jiang Shirley replied with a cheerful grin. "How is that for a timely rescue?" Chen Zi propped himself up and slowly stood, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for saving me. I shall present you with a banner of honor someday. Having escaped peril, he felt lighthearted enough to jest. There's no need for a banner. However, you seem quite familiar with terms such as ultimate whole. Jiang Shirley teased with a mischievous grin. Caught off guard, Chen Zi froze. This marked the second occasion he had inadvertently revealed a chink in his armor before Jiang Shirley. Haha, well. It's only natural for someone like you to harbor a few secrets, Jiang Shirley remarked, stretching lazily as she observed the explosive mosquito, which exhibited signs of weakening. Hudi. Incapacitated. The explosive mosquito offered no resistance and collapsed without a struggle. It was then that Chen Zi noticed a Hudi, emanating a formidable aura. Its eyes glowing with a purple light behind the mosquito. This Hudi is exceptionally strong, Chen Zi pondered, unable to gauge its true strength, but sensing it was at least on par with the Elite Four. This revelation astounded him. Is this what they refer to as a candidate for the spirit realm? Jiang Shirley yawned and replied, Indeed, I never claimed this Hudi was mine. Chen Zi remained skeptical. She produced a blue ball and captured the explosive mosquito within it, an ultra ball, a sight familiar to Chen Zi from his past life. Enough chit-chat. Follow me. Our ultimate hole is just over there. Jiang Shirley indicated a direction, assuring him that other investigators had already been dispatched for search and rescue. So there was no cause for concern. The beast detection device indicated that only the explosive mosquito was present in this ultimate space, eliminating the threat of danger. With that, Jiang Shirley set off toward the indicated location, with Chen Zi obediently trailing behind her. After a brief walk, they arrived at a colorful ultimate hole that appeared significantly more stable than the one that had previously drawn Chen Zi in. Upon emerging from the ultimate hole, he found himself back in Jiangbin Park, adjacent to 4th High School. Many were already waiting there, including the worried faces of Li Wei and Rio Lu. Suddenly, TT appeared from nowhere and leaped into Chen Zi's arms. It had been vigilantly watching the ultimate hole, and only upon Chen Zi's return did it lose control of its emotions. It's all right, I won't leave you behind next time, Chen Zi reassured, gently patting TTI's back. Li Wei and Rio Lu approached, and seeing that Chen Zi was unharmed brought a sigh of relief from Li Wei. They waited patiently until everyone, including a few bodies, had been accounted for. After confirming no one was missing, they were ushered outside an abandoned room in Jiangbin Park. One by one, please. Designated personnel will inquire about your experiences, commanded a man dressed in heavy clothing, maintaining order at the scene. Chen Zi was well acquainted with this procedure. During the questioning interval, the personnel would implant a fabricated memory, overriding any recollections related to the ultimate hole. Typically, these involved scenarios where individuals were kidnapped by terrorists. The state would then provide compensation, and public announcements would reflect their altered memories. You two need not worry. I will take them aside for questioning. Jiang Shirley indicated Chen Zi and Li Wei. The man was about to speak, but suddenly halted. He nodded and turned to continue maintaining order. What is the matter? Chen Zi questioned, sensing something amiss with Jiang Shirley. Nevertheless, they obediently followed her to a location far enough from the crowd. You may leave now. As for this matter, inquire with your father at home. He knows everything, Jiang Shirley said as she walked. Li Wei, understanding she referred to himself, shot a concerned glance at Chen Zi, saying, Can you not make things difficult for him? Chen Zi felt genuinely touched. He had known Li Wei for less than 2 days. And yet Li Wei was willing to stand up for him. This contrasted sharply with his impressions of Li Wei from his previous life. Rest assured, how could I bear to make things hard for him? Jiang Shirley halted and turned, smiling. All right, you can go home now. I guarantee you will see this fellow in full tomorrow. Li Wei eyed Jiang Shirley with suspicion, then glanced at Chen Zi before turning to leave. The atmosphere soon fell into a prolonged silence that made Chen Zi feel somewhat awkward. If you don't intend to erase my memory, I'll take my leave. Chen Zi suggested. Why the rush? Isn't tonight's moonlight lovely? Jiang Shirley chuckled. It is indeed quite round, perfect for TT to train its lunar power. Jiang Shirley rolled her eyes, observing TT, now fast asleep in Chen Zi's arms, and the melancholy Rio Lu beside him. She waved her hand dismissively. All right, off you go. Remember to safeguard your secrets. Do not let anyone discover them, or you might find yourself disassembled. Very well, thank you for the warning, Chen Zi replied earnestly. Though he was uncertain why Jiang Shirley assisted him repeatedly, he felt immensely grateful. Just as he turned to leave, Jiang Shirley called out, Wait, what is it? Chen Zi halted. If possible, consider attending Magic City University, Jiang Shirley said earnestly. Chen Zi paused, glancing at the sleeping TT in his arms, and smiled. All right. Chapter 40. Rio Lu's decision within the ultimate space. The colorful ultimate hole gradually dimmed, flickering intermittently before vanishing entirely into the serene forest. A small, pink, cat-like Pokemon appeared, curiously surveying its surroundings, covering its mouth as it stifled a giggle. Mew. It began searching for something, flying until it paused before two humanoid canines lying motionless on the ground, radiating a spectrum of colors. It released two bright droplets of water that floated toward the two blue canines. Ugh! The two canines groaned. Mew. After completing its task, the cat-like Pokemon giggled once more before disappearing into the void. The two Lucarios stirred awake, looking up to see an elderly figure standing before them. Recognizing the familiar aura of aura waves, tears filled their eyes, despite the figure no longer resembling the person they once knew. I have come to get you. The husky voice resonated deeply within the two Lucario. 8 hours had passed since they were drawn into the ultimate hole. With its closure, Riolu understood that its parents would likely never return. Although it had anticipated this outcome during its escape with Chen Zi, the reality of the situation overwhelmed its sorrow. Yet, it refrained from crying. It was a sensible child. Chen Zi's effort to rescue it was no small feat, and it wished to spare him any further distress. Observing Riolu, Chen Zi felt a wave of compassion wash over him. He resolved to take Riolu home, leaving its future choices to Riolu itself. Glancing at his phone, which had fortuitously run out of battery, a bittersweet smile crossed his face. Upon reaching home, he was met with the worried faces of his parents. The traces of tears on their faces elicited an unexpected pang in his heart. The three embraced, with Li Shuai-Ro, a police officer, attempting to maintain her composure but ultimately succumbing to tears in the face of such circumstances. Returning is all that matters. Returning is all that matters. Once the initial tumult had subsided, Chen Zi and his family settled beside the sofa. From his mother's account, they learned that Chen Zi and his companions had been abducted by an international crime syndicate. Consequently, Chen Zi began to weave a narrative around his experiences and introduced Riolu to them. He expressed the heart-wrenching plight of Riolu, having lost its parents. Though he withheld the true cause behind this tragedy, Li Shuai-Ro's eyes brimmed with tears as she tenderly embraced Riolu, her maternal instincts resonating with the anguish of nearly losing her own child. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Riolu burst into tears. Once Riolu had cried himself to sleep, Chen Zi and his parents deliberated on the creature's future. First, ask if it wishes to stay here. Even if it doesn't want to be your Pokemon, we can still care for it, suggested Chen Jiangua. If it desires to return to nature, I could send it to a nurturing facility where it can be among its kin and thrive, proposed Li Shuai-Ro. However, if it chooses to accompany you, that is also acceptable. This child has suffered greatly, and you must ensure it is treated well, she continued. Chen Zi gently stroked Riolu's head and said, let us wait until he wakes up to discuss this. I'll take a shower and then rest. After freshening up, Chen Zi lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, reflecting on the day's events. Everything seemed imbued with a sense of drama, particularly concerning Jiang Shirley, whom Chen Zi initially perceived merely as a potentially gifted psychic. Now, he recognized that her secrets were as profound as those of Baiji. Since his rebirth, his perplexities had only multiplied. What he once thought was the truth about the world now appeared to be merely the tip of the iceberg. Life energy, the genius plan, the spirit realm, and the enigmatic shards seemingly linked to Ti and Shi. One event intertwined with another in a convoluted tapestry that preoccupied Chen Zi's mind. He increasingly felt that the world was far from the harmonious simplicity it presented. The undercurrents lurking beneath its calm surface were likely more tumultuous than he had imagined. Yet, before gaining strength, overthinking was of little use. Closing his eyes, Chen Zi succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, Chen Zi awoke early, despite the exhaustion from the previous day's ordeal, as his biological clock dictated his habitual rise at a certain hour. Turning his head, he noticed that TT was no longer in the room, and Riolu had vanished as well. He got up and ventured into the living room, discovering Riolu and TT watering the plants together. Upon seeing Chen Zi awake, TT joyfully floated over, while Riolu regarded him with a shy demeanor. Chen Zi patted TT's head and turned his attention to Riolu. The little creature appeared much improved. He approached Riolu, crouched down, and gently stroked its small head. Riolu felt the warmth of Chen Zi's large hand and instinctively closed its eyes. Little one, what do you plan to do from now on? Chen Zi asked, his tone as gentle as possible. I wish to become stronger. Riolu's voice echoed in Chen Zi's heart, tender yet resolute. Then will you accompany me? Chen Zi inquired, gazing into Riolu's determined eyes with sincerity. He extended his hand, placing it before Riolu. Slowly, Riolu placed its tiny hand atop Chen Zi's larger one. TT joyfully circled around them twice, aware that it had gained a new companion. Chen Zi retrieved a spare Pokeball from his room and presented it to Riolu. Riolu pressed the button on the Pokeball, and in a flash of red light, it was drawn inside, officially becoming Chen Zi's Pokemon. Although it was a school day, Chen Zi's parents had graciously granted him a day off to rest at home. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zi took Riolu to complete its registration as a Pokemon. After informing his parents of the situation via phone, he boarded the subway with Riolu en route to the Trainer Association for registration. Fortunately, the Warm Pig Cup had provided Chen Zi with a second opportunity to capture a Pokemon. Otherwise, Riolu could not have been officially registered as his Pokemon. Once registration was complete, and with time still on his hands, Chen Zi headed to school. By the time he arrived, it was still around 10 in the morning, and the morning classes had yet to conclude. Upon entering the classroom, his classmates were taken aback. "What are you doing back? Didn't you take the day off?" Lu Zhihao nudged Chen Zi's arm. "I heard you and Li Wei were kidnapped. Are you hurt?" Chen Zi nodded and replied softly, "I'm fine. I'm back in one piece, aren't I?" As he spoke, he glanced around and noticed Li Wei, surprisingly, was present at his desk. It was well known that he rarely attended cultural classes. At that moment, Li Wei was also looking at him. Upon meeting Chen Zi's gaze, he nodded in acknowledgement. After class, many students approached Chen Zi to express their concern. He greeted each one with a smile. Noticing Li Wei organizing his backpack, Chen Zi leaned over and asked, "Are you leaving again?" "Yes, I have a special teacher outside who teaches me, so I don't attend cultural classes at school," Li Wei replied with a nod. Since learning about Li Wei's true character the previous day, Chen Zi had intentionally sought to engage him in conversation, finding him a worthy friend. Why not simply hire a dedicated practical training teacher? Chen Zi inquired with curiosity. "My dad told me to experience the school atmosphere." Li Wei paused. "And teacher Li Li was specifically invited by my dad to teach us." No wonder, Chen Zi realized, recalling his earlier confusion about why such a high-ranking trainer would teach a group of high school students. "In that case, we're benefiting from your connections," Chen Zi smiled, patting Li Wei's shoulder. "That shouldn't be much help for you," Li Wei remarked. "With your talent, any teacher would suffice." Chen Zi shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. After bidding farewell to Li Wei, he returned to his seat. "Orange, when did you start chatting with Li Wei?" Lu Zhihao, who had witnessed the exchange, asked with curiosity. "Li Wei is a really good person," Chen Zi replied with a smile. "You should interact with him more. Don't be deceived by his seemingly aloof exterior." "Really?" Lu Zhihao appeared somewhat skeptical. "Since you say so, I'll give it a try." Unbeknownst to Chen Zi, his offhand comment would lead to significant complications for Li Wei in the future. Chapter 41. An unexpected gain from the power of the moon. After the events surrounding the ultimate cave had settled down, Chen Zi's life returned to its normal trajectory. The previously postponed practice of the power of the moon resumed its course. Fundamentally, the power of the moon is an instantaneous eruption of fairy energy, marking a new training phase for TT. Indeed, up until now, TT had primarily focused on sustained output rather than explosive power training. This method can still utilize auxiliary power for simulation, which explains why the training insights for auxiliary power commanded a good price in the market. Auxiliary power is, without a doubt, a divine technique for training special attack Pokemon. TT began to experiment with unleashing the energy condensed from auxiliary power in a single explosive burst. Chen Zi could only marvel at TT's prowess. In just one night, she had grasped the fundamental techniques of exertion. The practice of harnessing fairy powers has now officially commenced. Chen Zi allowed TT to train independently while he took the opportunity to assess the data of Riolu. Riolu, at level 20, surpassed TT by 3 levels. The numerical statistics were equally astonishing to Chen Zi. Although Riolu's values did not rival the formidable nature of TT, they were nonetheless impressive compared to the average Pokemon. Riolu's most notable strength lay in its special attack, a fact that Chen Zi had anticipated. According to Riolu's parents, it possessed a remarkable talent for aura manipulation, which provided Chen Zi with a clear direction for its development. He also examined Riolu's move set: Quick Attack, Endure, Feint, Metal Claw, Revenge, Swords Dance, Rock Smash, Vacuum Wave, and the previously learned Aura Sphere, which could only be acquired at a higher level. This was undoubtedly thanks to the guidance of the Lucario couple. Without hesitation, Chen Zi devised a training regimen for Riolu, as he would now be responsible for the training of 2 Pokemon. Fortunately, TT had already become quite adept at her training tasks, allowing her to complete them independently. Otherwise, Chen Zi might have truly found it overwhelming. Once Chen Zi brought Riolu to the outdoor training grounds, he was greeted by TT, who flew towards them in a flurry of excitement. TT's expression was one of elation. "What? You say you've mastered Moonblast and harnessed life energy?" Chen Zi could hardly believe his ears. Observing the beam of energy released by TT in the training area, he fell into contemplation. From the appearance and fluctuations of the energy, it was undoubtedly life energy, albeit somewhat weaker than expected. TT confirmed, indeed. Chen Zi mused. So, you mean to say that the essence of life energy is the purification of fairy energy? This notion had never crossed Chen Zi's mind. TT nodded, then shook her head, continuing, TT. Oh, so that is how it is, Chen Zi realized. You're suggesting that there exists a lock within fairy energy, and that you possess the key to unlock it? TT affirmed. She then expressed a feeling that only a select few Pokemon could unlock this particular lock, hinting at some special limitations. Chen Zi pondered this insight, recognizing it as serendipitous. Can you now utilize the life energy that you once wielded to defeat the Metong or repel the Exploud? He inquired with curiosity. If TT could consistently release such potent energy, it would become a formidable asset, signifying a transformative leap in her capabilities. TT shook her head, indicating that the consumption of such energy was immense. Not only did using it once previously leave her in a state of unconsciousness for an extended period, but even a recent attempt at harnessing life energy had drained her significantly. Nonetheless, with such discoveries, Chen Zi felt immensely satisfied. He also did not forget to send a message to Bai Ji, who promptly responded with an affirmative emoji, inviting Chen Zi to meet at their usual training spot at Tianhai on Saturday morning. As TT continued her practice with Moonblast, Chen Zi suggested that she attempt to integrate life energy into her Moonblast. However, the result was akin to an explosion, as the energy erupted before it could even coalesce. It seemed that, at least for the present moment, TT could not control the fusion of fairy and life energies. Over the next few days, everything unfolded in an orderly manner. Life progressed in a tranquil manner. Chen Zi did not feel boredom but rather relished the experience. After his previous life as an investigator, which involved constant travel across the nation, he rarely found respite. Now that he had this peaceful existence, he longed to make this moment eternal. Observing Riolu's diligent training often reminded him of the sight of it practicing punches by the campfire in the cave just days ago. It was now Saturday morning at 9 a.m., the day Chen Zi and Bai Ji had agreed upon. He arrived early, engaging in his physical training while guiding the two Pokemon through their tasks. After a while, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance, still adorned with a fox mask. She exuded a lingering air of mystery. Little Shiny leaped and bounded to greet TT. The two Pokemon having grown quite familiar after their shared training over the past few days. Not at all. Chen Zi halted his movements. Let me first explain the essence of life energy that TT has been exploring. He recounted TT's understanding of life energy to Bai Ji in detail. Bai Ji's eyes widened with intrigue. This concept of life energy being rooted in fairy energy was a revelation to her. Chen Zi then prompted TT to demonstrate, and Bai Ji confirmed that this was indeed the life energy she had been seeking. Let us facilitate a direct exchange between the two Pokemon, Chen Zi suggested, believing it would be more intuitive. Bai Ji nodded in agreement. Thus, the two Pokemon began to converse in earnest. Bai Ji then turned her attention to Riolu. A newly captured Pokemon? She casually inquired. Chen Zi nodded. It's quite an adorable little creature. Bai Ji remarked, its aura talent is quite strong. You might consider developing that aspect in your future training. Chen Zi was taken aback. He had only learned of Riolu's distinctive trait from Lucario. Yet Bai Ji had discerned it with a mere glance. Chen Zi found himself increasingly impressed by Bai Ji's capabilities, though he refrained from questioning her, recognizing that everyone harbored their own secrets. The opportune moment for revelations would come in due time. As Chen Zi continued with his training, Bai Ji observed TT and Little Shiny in silence. Before long, the two Pokemon returned, looking dejected. Little Shiny expressed its inability to locate the lock, let alone unlock it. TT, feeling remorseful, believed she had not instructed adequately. No need for self-reproach, Bai Ji comforted, gently stroking TT's head. You taught diligently, and you have done remarkably well. It appears, however, that this method may not be suitable for us. She gazed at Chen Zi, her eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. I appreciate your companionship over these past days. It seems time for us to part ways. Part ways? You're leaving Tianhai City? Chen Zi asked, astonished. Bai Ji remained silent, her gaze fixed on Little Shiny. Chen Zi perceived a profound sadness in her eyes. Chen Zi, do you believe fate delights in playing tricks on us? Bai Ji's voice had shifted. Previously ethereal, reminiscent of celestial melodies, it now bore the weight of a typical girl's feelings of grievance. If only those who possess this power could embody extraordinary traits. Why then are only those extraordinary beings permitted to wield such power? Bai Ji mused softly. Chen Zi began to understand Bai Ji's intentions. She wished for Little Shiny to master life energy and thereby become the legendary mythical Pokemon, Diancie. Though he was uncertain of her reasons for such a fixation, he felt compelled to assist her. He recalled a line from the movie Diancie and the Cocoon of Destruction, where Xerneas had told Diancie, "Only you can give birth to life." Without thinking, Chen Zi echoed this sentiment aloud. Chapter 42, The Approaching Competition. Bai Ji departed, and for an extended period thereafter, Chen Zi had not encountered her again. Chen Zi remained perplexed about the significance of Bai Ji's steadfastness towards the essence of life and her unwavering pursuit of Tianqi. In Chen Zi's heart, she remained an enigma, and it was uncertain whether the future would offer an opportunity for clarity. Ordinariness was the prevailing theme of life, and time slipped away swiftly amidst the mundane. Before one could take notice, the year-end approached. The Jiang Province High School Student League, previously mentioned by Li, was also drawing near. During this interval, numerous students had challenged Chen Zi, all of whom tasted defeat. In private, Li Wei had also issued a few challenges to Chen Zi. Naturally, Chen Zi was not an invincible warrior. The quality of Pokemon was generally comparable. And in the absence of life energy from TT, their encounters yielded both victories and losses. As for Lu Zhihao, he was now struggling even against Chen Zi's Riolu. However, after Chen Zi had spoken kindly of Li Wei, Lu Zhihao frequently sought Li Wei out for conversation. Being naturally sociable, he gradually became more talkative in Li Wei's company, which caused significant discomfort for the inherently reticent Li Wei. Yet, sensing Lu Zhihao's goodwill, Li Wei felt reluctant to send him away. On an ordinary day, Chen Zi allowed his two Pokemon to train by themselves while he engaged in practice nearby. Indeed, Li's training methods proved effective swiftly. What was once an unremarkable abdomen now faintly hinted at the presence of abs. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chen Zi rose to his feet and noticed Li approaching. "Is he coming over?" Chen Zi pondered. Li held a roster and addressed Chen Zi. "Chen Zi, do you remember the high school student league?" Chen Zi nodded in acknowledgement. "I have submitted your name. You will be participating in both the individual and team competitions. Come to school this Saturday morning for the official selection," Li continued. "Our class also includes Li Wei, Yang Hua, Lu Zhihao, and Li Haochen. As class leader, please inform them." Chen Zi took the roster, marked a check beside his name, and nodded. Over time, the classmates had grown familiar with one another, having engaged in both private and public practice sessions, thus gaining a general sense of each other's skill levels. In Chen Zi's view, Li's selections were quite reasonable. Li Wei needed no mention, while Yang Hua's Scyther exhibited considerable strength, seemingly surpassing the earlier Hiyu. Lu Zhihao's Squirtle had also shown significant progress, and Li Haochen's Psyduck still brimmed with explosive potential. However, it was evident that, according to Li's intentions, this was not a final list. They would still participate in the selection for the final spots on Saturday. Regardless of whether it was the team or individual competition, only 5 participants would ultimately be chosen. It remained uncertain how many among them would make it to the final list. Following Li's directive, Chen Zi conveyed the information to each individual. Everyone expressed no objections and marked their names on the roster. Before long, Saturday morning arrived, and the schoolyard buzzed with the presence of outstanding students selected by each class's teachers. Among them were several familiar faces to Chen Zi. The rules of the Jiang Province High School Student League closely resembled those of the World Championship. The team competition consisted of 5 participants, each with a Pokemon, where 3 would engage in a series of single battles, while 2 would partake in the subsequent doubles battle. Wins in doubles counted for 4 points, while each victory in the single battles awarded 2 points. Thus, the selection rules for the team competition were rather intriguing. The school provided 3 battle arenas and allotted 2 hours, with the 3 students achieving the highest win counts on the arena's earning spots for the team's single battle competition. The doubles matches required a separate registration for selection. Chen Zi felt little enthusiasm for the singles aspect of the team competition, but held a certain interest in the doubles format. Consequently, he enlisted Li Wei to join him in the doubles selection. Li Wei readily agreed to Chen Zi's request. Lu Zhihao protested, "I was clearly here first." The doubles selection employed the traditional method of drawing lots, lacking any novelty. Despite the absence of synergy in their teamwork, Chen Zi and Li Wei effortlessly claimed their spots in the doubles competition. Lu Zhihao, intent on the singles matches, did not participate in the team selection. Ultimately, the other 3 spots for the team competition were claimed by individuals unknown to Chen Zi. In the afternoon, the format for the individual competition mirrored that of the morning's team battles, as there were no stipulations prohibiting participation in both the team and individual competitions. Both Chen Zi and Li Wei entered the afternoon's matches. Chen Zi boldly challenged anyone who stepped onto the platform, leaving many with psychological scars. Who could withstand his swift defeats? In the end, Chen Zi's name undoubtedly appeared on the list for the individual competition. Additionally, Li Wei and Lu Zhihao also made the list. Unfortunately, the explosive Li Haochen faltered, as his burst-style approach proved disadvantageous in such contests, leading to his early exit. The other two participants were also competitors from the morning's team matches. One was named Sun Chuan, whose Pokemon was a Geodude, and the other named Yuan, with a Marsh Stomp. The third participant in the team competition was named Qin Xiao, whose Pokemon was a Monferno. After everything concluded, Li kept them behind and informed them that they would undergo targeted training until the competition. The schedule would consist of 2 hours after school each day and an entire Saturday. No one raised any objections, as this essentially amounted to the school providing them with free coaching. Before leaving, Li Wei handed Chen Zi a book. This is a compilation of insights on doubles. I've made a copy for you, Li Wei stated. When did you prepare this? Chen Zi asked, somewhat astonished, knowing that he had only teamed up with Li Wei for the doubles battle today. I've had the intention to engage in doubles for quite some time, Li Wei replied. Even if you hadn't approached me today, I would have sought you out. Chen Zi found this amusing. He had never heard of Li Wei expressing a desire for doubles in his previous life. Now it seemed that in his past, Li Wei was simply too socially anxious to find a partner. Or perhaps Li Wei's standards were too high, with only Chen Zi meeting his requirements. Chen Zi thought to himself, somewhat self-indulgently. Grateful, Chen Zi accepted the book and returned home. What the heck? Chen Zi exclaimed as he entered his room. Initially, he thought it was just a simple guide to doubles, but the deeper he read, the more he realized that the understanding of doubles within was far more profound than his own. Though Chen Zi had never been a doubles player in his previous life, he had observed many top-tier doubles matches domestically and had acquired considerable knowledge. Yet, this guide repeatedly offered him fresh perspectives. Upon reaching the end, he glanced at the signature, Nan Mingjie. In addition to being known as the Fairy King, Nan Mingjie also held the title of the foremost doubles player in the last 50 years. How did Li Wei manage to obtain such a resource? Chen Zi once again felt that Li Wei's family background was unfathomably deep. The surname Li. Yet Chen Zi found himself unable to conceive of any family in Longwo with the surname Li wielding such influence. To acquire insights into the intricacies of doubles from Nan Mingjie is not merely a matter of financial means. Without connections, one might not even catch a glimpse of her. Chen Zi took out his phone and sent a message to Li Wei. TT's sole supporter. Oh great one, I am in awe. Li Wei replied with a confused expression. TT's sole supporter. Oh great one, I no longer wish to strive. Li Wei responded, and then added, Nan Mingjie is my aunt. TT's sole supporter. Admiration JPG. Li Wei, focus on your training. I shall seek your guidance in the future. It appears that Li Wei harbors intentions of making Chen Zi a long-term doubles partner. Chen Zi stroked his chin, deep in thought. Chapter 43, Enchanted by Doubles. Yang Zhang's Charizard is simply magnificent. It effortlessly pierced through 3 opponents, taking down the renowned champion Long Chuan from Japan. Did you catch the Japanese media's evaluation of Yang Zhang's Charizard yesterday? They dubbed it the destructive dragon of the empire. How amusing. The Japanese certainly have a knack for naming things. With dark circles under his eyes, Chen Zi listened to those around him discuss the events of yesterday's individual competition at the World Championships. Following the Dragon Kingdom team's narrow defeat to the Eagle Kingdom, securing the runner-up position 2 months prior, the individual competition had now commenced. When Yang Jiang drew the old Japanese player early on, the domestic audience was skeptical. After all, he was a newly crowned champion with no remarkable performances in the team competition, facing Long Chuan, a seasoned competitor who had previously secured 3rd place in the World Championships. Many were pessimistic about his chances. Yet, unexpectedly, Yang Jiang unleashed his Mega Charizard X, entering a state of frenzy, and eliminated Long Chuan in a stunning display that thrilled the entire Dragon Kingdom. However, Chen Zi was aware that Yang Jiang was rather cunning and had yet another trick up his sleeve. The ace up Yang Jiang's sleeve was not his X form Mega Charizard, but rather his Y form. All of this was a ruse he had concocted to mislead others. Nevertheless, Chen Zi's dark circles were not merely the result of staying up late to watch the matches. Rather, he had spent the entire previous night delving into doubles techniques. There was no escaping the wealth of knowledge that Li Wei had imparted. Nan Mingjie's approach was remarkably impressive, and Chen Zi found himself regretting not seeking her counsel on double strategies in his previous life. Reflecting on the fact that he and Nan Mingjie were peers in his past life, while Li Wei referred to her as aunt, did that not imply that Li Wei ought to address him as uncle? No. In this lifetime, he and Li Wei were contemporaries, which meant he should refer to Nan Mingjie in a manner befitting an elder. Chen Zi suddenly sat up, invigorated, feeling a surge of clarity. Yet, he could not resist the hypnotic effects of the theory class. At times, he felt as though the teacher's lectures were akin to an exclusive human hypnosis technique, reminiscent of a dark void akin to dark race hypnosis. Especially now that the theoretical lessons had morphed into a grueling barrage of questions, Chen Zi felt himself dozing off, wishing he could use the test paper as a pillow. It was not until the afternoon practical class that he regained some energy. In the afternoon, Chen Zi encountered Li Wei, who found amusement in Chen Zi's prominent dark circles. What happened? Li Wei inquired with concern. Chen Zi gave Li Wei a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Your book is truly remarkable. I feel like I have transformed." Initially, Chen Zi and Li Wei had attempted to engage in combat in the misty arena set up by TT. However, they ended up in a classic scenario where the arena dazzled their teammates' vision, inadvertently causing harm to his ally. Chen Zi had intended for TT to establish a reflect barrier arena to enhance their partner Cerulean, but instead, Cerulean became hindered by the arena, and the dissipating fairy wind harmed Cerulean nearby, despite its ability to sense its allies' intentions due to its telepathy ability. In reality, the telepathy ability in games significantly differs from that in real life. In reality, it merely allows one to sense an ally's intent. Consequently, other trainers often opt for arenas that possess greater versatility and are less likely to negatively impact their teammates. Nan Mingjia had her own method for dealing with such situations. As long as the energy could simultaneously accommodate the characteristics of both Pokemon, a perfect arena could be established. This meant that the energy required to set up the arena must encompass the energy fluctuations of both oneself and one's ally, a concept known as energy mimicry. Moreover, energy mimicry could also serve to confuse opponents, misleading them in their attacks under special circumstances. Thus, the primary task for TT and Cerulean at this juncture was to familiarize themselves with each other's energy forms. Why not Riolu? One reason was that both Cerulean and TT shared the same fairy attribute, allowing for greater synergy. Additionally, Riolu was still too weak. Despite its remarkable progress under Chen Zi's specialized training, it was still no match for Cerulean, let alone TT, who had an 80-20 advantage over Cerulean. Nevertheless, compared to other Pokemon, Riolu's strength was still quite formidable. At least, against Lu Zhihao's Squirtle, Riolu held a certain advantage. Chen Zi also planned to showcase it in the individual competition. Soon, it was time for Li Li's mini-class. Although the two Pokemon had yet to fully harmonize, they temporarily set aside their training to attend Li Li's lesson. It must be said that Li Li's classes genuinely exhibited a high level of skill. In the first month, he corrected the training methods of the entire class, elucidating the concept of 6 dimensions with remarkable clarity, occasionally inviting students to practice firsthand. Subsequently, Li began to introduce a new Pokemon each day from seemingly nowhere, allowing everyone to deeply experience the various characteristics of Pokemon in real-life scenarios and teaching them how to respond. While not overly intricate, it was more than sufficient for the students. It should be noted that Chen Zi's first systematic learning of characteristics occurred in the university's team, under the guidance of the coaching staff. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to say that the entire class owed a favor to Li Wei. Without Li Wei, one would not have had the opportunity to learn from someone as capable as Li Li. Today, Li Li was teaching a classic characteristic, Poison Heal. He brought along a Shroomish with the Poison Heal ability. Since all high school league matches prohibit the use of items, Li Li did not bring the Poison Heal specific item, the Toxic Orb, but instead discussed a common method to trigger Poison Heal, the move Poison Powder. Poison Powder is an area of effect defensive move, but it can easily affect the user as well. This is where the Poison Heal ability shines. Against certain Pokemon, those possessing Poison Heal can continuously use Poison Powder, allowing both themselves and their opponents to fall into a poison state, thus creating advantageous conditions in battle. Chen Zi, how would you respond to such a situation? Li Li inquired. Chen Zi, a regular in Li Li's mini-class, anticipated being called upon. He stood up and eloquently articulated his proposed solutions. Firstly, one could utilize whirlwind-like moves or simply create wind. Poison Powder is light and does not last long, making this a viable countermeasure. As for the opponent's Poison Heal, it is crucial to pursue explosive damage to achieve a swift defeat. Otherwise, once they gain momentum, it becomes difficult to resolve. Chen Zi elaborated on several solutions. Initially, the others were surprised, but they had grown accustomed to his insights by now. As soon as Chen Zi concluded, before Li Li could respond, the others began to applaud habitually. Indeed, everyone is quite impressed. While they were merely engaging in skirmishes with sparks and water guns, some individuals had already calculated every possible escape route to perfection. All right, To verify whether everyone has been paying attention, I shall randomly select a fortunate individual to engage in a battle with my toxic therapy shroomish, Lily remarked with a grin. No, please, not that. The crowd groaned in unison. However, Chen Zi seemed somewhat eager, for although he had faced countless battles himself, this was invaluable practical experience for Didi. Indeed, the same applies to Rio Lu, he mused, observing the similarly enthusiastic little blue creature. It was evident that they were not a family, yet they shared a common door. Chapter 44. Why don't you explain? In the afternoon, after 5 o'clock, Chen Zi and the others gathered at the outdoor training ground as instructed. In truth, they hadn't moved from their original spot, as the coach of the school team was still Li Li. The group awaited the arrival of 3 individuals from another class. You performed admirably earlier, and your Rio Lu is remarkably well trained, Li Li commended after taking a sip of water. Indeed, seeing that everyone was reluctant, Li Li called upon Chen Zi to demonstrate a battle with a toxic therapy Pokemon. Naturally, Chen Zi seized the opportunity to allow Rio Lu to showcase its abilities. Chen Zi's tactics were exceptionally refined. He not only utilized the currents of aura to shield against the toxic powder, but also adeptly anticipated the opponent's mushroom spores and poison. It was clear he had an intimate understanding of such underhanded strategies. Were it not for the significant gap in hard skills, Li Li truly believed he could not compete with Chen Zi. Certainly, in his previous life, Chen Zi had faced numerous masters of deceitful tactics, accumulating a wealth of experience against distasteful opponents. Even the poison-type champion from the White Elephant Kingdom, Li Jia, renowned for his defensive skills, had succumbed to Chen Zi. However, it seemed that Riolu's moveset was still somewhat limited. Possessing a move like Fire Punch would greatly enhance its versatility. The selected students exhibited high enthusiasm, and within moments, they had all gathered at the training ground. With a swift motion, Li Li packed up and led everyone indoors. Indoors, the crowd murmured in confusion. Yet Chen Zi had an inkling. It appeared that Li Li intended to begin with theoretical knowledge, a method that aligned well with his teaching style. When Li Li first trained them, he emphasized the importance of thoroughly understanding theoretical concepts before applying them practically. The group followed Li Li to the tiered classroom of the training hall. He powered on the classroom computer, retrieved a USB drive, and began transferring several videos onto the computer. As he did so, he remarked, "For the next few days, we won't rush into practice. Instead, we'll learn how others conduct team battles." Lu Zhihao muttered from the back, "But I'm not participating in team battles." Li Li seemed to catch this, raising his head as if just recalling the matter. "Oh right, you can step out for now and train with your Pokemon in the training area. Consider it additional training." "Never mind then." Lu Zhihao waved his hand dismissively. Li Li said no more and clicked on a video, showcasing a match from this year's World Championship team battle featuring the Dragon Kingdom against the Kalos Kingdom. By that stage, the competition had progressed to the quarterfinals, with both nations being formidable contenders, making for an exceptionally thrilling match, one that the citizens eagerly discussed. Ultimately, the Dragon Kingdom triumphed over the Kalos Kingdom with a score of 12-6, advancing to the semifinals. The representatives for the Dragon Kingdom were Yang Jiang, Dragon King Li Pu, Water King Lu Huaxi, and Psychic King Jiang Yu. The first match featured Dragon King Li Pu facing off against the opposing Fairy King, Rui Zuankle. A challenging start. The order of combatants was not disclosed, adding an element of strategy to the encounter, and it seemed that the Dragon Kingdom had been anticipated by their Kalos counterparts. The match showcased the Swift Dragon against the Fairy-type Eevee, the pink fairy brandishing white ribbons, seemingly capable of tearing the dragon to shreds. At this point, Li Li paused, highlighting a detail. The moment the fairy Eevee emerged, its body radiated a white light, indicating that it had already charged its move while still in the Pokeball. The same could be observed on the dragon's side. Thus, almost immediately upon landing, both sides unleashed their moves. The fairy Eevee initiated with a misty terrain, significantly weakening dragon-type Pokemon in its presence. Li Pu's decision was astute, unleashing a hurricane that not only dispelled the mist from his half of the arena, but also inflicted considerable damage upon the fairy Eevee. Subsequently, Li Pu adopted a strategy of long-range attrition, utilizing Hurricane to prevent the fairy-type's energy from diminishing his own Pokemon status. Li Li meticulously explained numerous details from this battle to everyone present. Although ultimately Li Pu's dragon fell to its natural enemy, the fairy, it succeeded in summoning rain, successfully transforming the weather to benefit the next water-type combatant's entry. Li Li paused the video, stating, "Thus, even in a competitive arena, it is not solely an individual effort. Even in defeat, one must pave the way for their teammates." "Chen Zi, do you have anything to add?" Chen Zi stood up and approached the podium. Had this been any other match, he might have had little to say. However, this particular battle was a quintessential example of an underdog overcoming a formidable opponent, one that their coach had analyzed countless times in his previous life, especially the execution by Dragon King Li Pu, which could only be described as textbook-worthy. Chen Zi rewound the video to the moment the fairy EV appeared, pointing out the pink glow coalescing upon its white ribbons. The Fairy King from Kalos, the Fairy EV, is making its debut in the competition. From this pink glow, we can infer that the Fairy EV possesses the ability Pixelate. Li Pu, the Dragon King, had evidently taken note of this, prompting a shift from the original decision of Quick Attack to a long-range Hurricane. Wouldn't it have been better to use Quick Attack to interrupt it? Had it been Pixelate instead of Cute Charm? Lily inquired. Excellent question, Chen Zi praised, acknowledging that this was a query many skilled trainers pondered. This is due to the fundamental difference between Li Pu's dragon's Quick Attack and that of other dragons. His Quick Attack was not a contact move. Chen Zi rewound the video to the frame where Li Pu's dragon utilized Quick Attack to interrupt the Fairy EV's Moonblast at the edge of the misty terrain, slowing it down. It was evident that Li Pu's decision was decisive. He understood that under comparable strength, his dragon could not withstand the type disadvantage against the Fairy EV. Thus, his objective was solely to deplete the opponent's status and establish an advantage. Chen Zi continued. The initial choice not to use Quick Attack stemmed from a fear of engaging in a head-on collision. If the opponent's Fairy EV had employed moves like Volt Switch or Takedown, bolstered by Pixelate, the dragon would have been incapacitated in a single turn. Moreover, Hurricane not only drained the Fairy EV's status but also restricted its influence over the battlefield, preparing for the subsequent attrition strategy. There's another detail. Chen Zi once again rewound the progress bar, stopping at the moment when Dragonite invoked Rain Dance. Some might question why Rain Dance was not called upon sooner. Given its capacity to dispel the misty terrain, why wait until the end? The audience nodded in agreement. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Sylveon, the fairy-type Pokemon, was poised to unleash the priority move Quick Attack. Essentially, the execution of Rain Dance involves a significant and prolonged preparatory animation, making it conspicuous. Even if Dragonite were to forego Quick Attack in favor of a less swift move like Moonblast, it would still be unable to initiate Rain Dance without enduring damage. You may wonder why it was ultimately able to execute it. The crowd nodded again. Let us revisit what transpired prior to Dragonite's invocation of Rain Dance. Chen Zi advanced the progress bar, revealing Dragonite gracefully maneuvering, absorbing damage while executing 2 stages of Dragon Dance. The intent behind Dragon Dance was not merely for enhancement. Chen Zi explained that this served as a deceptive signal to the opponent, indicating that Li Pu's Dragonite was preparing for a desperate final effort. It is crucial to understand that a Dragonite bolstered by 2 stages of Dragon Dance is a formidable threat, should it close the distance. It could inflict significant damage upon Sylveon. However, Sylveon displayed a distinct retreat, moving deeper into the misty terrain, clearly wary of a potential last-ditch counterattack from Dragonite. This retreat indicated that any contact moves or ranged attacks from Sylveon would arrive later than intended. Although Dragonite's invocation of Rain Dance could be interrupted by Sylveon's Quick Attack, its ranged moves would undoubtedly arrive too late. And Dragonite, as it turns out, is quite the trickster. Observe the animation of Rain Dance. Does it not resemble that of Dragon Dance? Chen Zi pointed to the initiation of Dragonite's Rain Dance. The audience suddenly understood. Sylveon had been deceived. It opted to use Moonblast, fearing that if Quick Attack did not incapacitate Dragonite, it would fall alongside it. Thus, Dragonite successfully executed Rain Dance. Moreover, there was an intriguing detail. Chen Zi pointed to Dragonite's flapping wings, noting that it had implemented a double insurance policy by using Tailwind simultaneously with Rain Dance, not only slowing the opponent's move speed, but also laying a solid foundation for its teammates' subsequent actions. There was little more to add. Teacher Li's analysis was quite astute. Chen Zi glanced at Li, who appeared utterly astonished. The 3 newcomers in the audience found themselves engulfed in self-doubt, pondering if this individual was truly a student. Li remarked contemplatively, "Perhaps, Chen Zi, you should take on the role of coach and analyze the subsequent videos." Li was genuinely beginning to question his own path. Chapter 45, Misty Terrain. Despite this, Li dutifully stepped forward to continue his role as the commentator. After all, what purpose would his position as coach serve otherwise? However, he occasionally humbly invited Chen Zi to supplement his insights. Since the following analyses mostly pertain to college or high school league matches, Li's evaluations remained quite precise, and therefore Chen Zi refrained from adding much. In the initial days, Li had been imparting theoretical knowledge and analyzing matches without engaging the students in practical training. It was not until a week later that they formally commenced intensive combat training. On that day, Lily brought forth a bag of Pokeballs, summoning various Pokemon to serve as their sparring partners. These Pokemon primarily range from levels 30 to 40. After a semester of training, the levels of the selected Pokemon had generally reached around 30. TT's level had risen to 28, while Riolu had attained level 30. Although TT possessed greater strength, the highest level among them was Li Wei's Chimcho, which had reached level 36. Pokemon evolution typically occurs within a range, rather than at a specific point as in the games, so it was not unusual for Chimcho to remain unevolved at this stage. This also illustrates the astonishment surrounding the numerous Pokemon exceeding level 30 during the initial Warmpig Cup. Thus, encountering Pokemon at levels 30 to 40 was deemed a relatively suitable challenge. Just as they were musing over this, Lily approached to announce that they would be engaging in a battle royale. Moreover, the Pokemon would be selected based on their type advantages against them. This revelation caused a frown to spread across their faces. Not only was it a battle royale, but they also had to contend with disadvantageous types. Nevertheless, Lily did not allow for dissent, promptly unleashing the Pokemon and positioning them before the designated trainers. Chen Zi's opponents were Arbok, Bronzor, and Grimer. Indeed, they were specifically tailored to exploit type weaknesses. While an average trainer might struggle, the hallmark of an exceptional trainer is the ability to master type disadvantages to triumph over their foes. Thus, Chen Zi had long prepared TT and Riolu for such scenarios. With TT, the Fairy-type Pokemon had become adept at countering poison types, while utilizing its agility to chip away at steel types from a distance. Although TT's moveset was somewhat limited, its proficiency was commendable, and it still retained its trump card, Life Energy. The higher-tier Life Energy remained crucial for TT's victory against formidable opponents. Chen Zi wasted no time. The battle commenced immediately. The first to advance was Arbok. Without the guidance of a trainer, the opposing Pokemon's intentions became easier to decipher. After all, real-world Pokemon do not operate like the AI of wild Pokemon in games. They make decisions based on observable cues. In other words, they tend to be quite straightforward. TT initiated the battle by summoning Misty Terrain, and in an instant, the mist enveloped the battlefield. Through her interactions with Chimcho over the past few days, TT had mastered the technique of Misty Terrain. Although using the move via the technique of Counter Shield would render it less susceptible to interruption, the fairy energy released would dissipate more quickly and consume greater energy. Therefore, given her high comprehension of energy, Chen Zi chose to activate it directly. Furthermore, TT's speed in creating the terrain was comparable to that of Pokemon possessing the Prankster ability. In response to the Misty Terrain, Arbok's reaction was quite direct. It coiled its body tightly, utilizing its tougher skin to brace against potential attacks from the shadows. However, TT's auxiliary power was exceptionally cunning. Rather than directly attacking Arbok, she forcefully pried apart its coiled body. The immense force rendered Arbok unable to resist. Employing a static strategy may work against typical fairy-type Pokemon, but for TT, remaining still equated to being an unsuspecting lamb for slaughter. It is unlikely many would anticipate that a Flabébé would possess such profound mental prowess, even rivaling Li Wei's Chimcho. Thus, Arbok's hopes of victory were dashed due to a disparity in information. The difference in having a trainer present became evident here. Had the opponent had a trainer, they would have been better equipped to observe and respond to TT's maneuvers. As Arbok was casually tossed aside, TT displayed a triumphant expression, beckoning. Next, the opposing Grimer, seemingly temperamental, charged at TT without a moment's hesitation, provoked by her taunt. Upon entering the Misty Arena, the creature found itself utterly disoriented, resulting in a futile attempt to engage. The Stunky, having learned from its previous experiences, promptly began to shrink in size, striving to make it increasingly difficult for TT's support abilities to connect. Such is the folly of inexperience, Chen Zi mused, shaking his head. It was ludicrous. The misty field was akin to TT's all-seeing eye. No matter where one attempted to hide, TT could effortlessly pinpoint their location. As the Stunky darted about, it vaguely discerned TT standing motionless, igniting a hasty offensive. Yet, all of this was merely a facade orchestrated by TT. Just as the Stunky lunged, TT gracefully sidestepped, unleashing a support move that rendered the Stunky immobile. Thus, the Stunky's challenge could be deemed at an end. Similar to the previous encounter with the Arbok, TT controlled the Stunky with ease, delivering several impactful strikes before casting it aside. Witnessing the Stunky's defeat, the Bronzor slowly floated forward, exuding a sense of composure that starkly contrasted with its earlier companions. The Bronzor remained unfazed, allowing the earlier duo to deplete the opponent's stamina, preparing to reap the rewards of their efforts. Surely the peculiar gloom on the opposing side was now akin to a candle flickering in the wind, thought the bronzer, which only bolstered its confidence. Had Chen Zi been privy to the bronzer's thoughts, he might have chuckled at the absurdity. After all, exhausting the opponent with just 2 support moves was hardly a feat. As the bronzer entered the misty arena, it utilized its psychic powers to clear a space around itself. Reminiscent of the earlier maneuver executed by Li Wei's Kirlia, the bronzer displayed a modicum of experience, albeit limited. In truth, fairy-type Pokemon typically employed long-range tactics against steel types, rendering the clearing of the arena somewhat inconsequential. Those sudden magical leaves were still bound to catch the bronzer off guard. Consequently, magical leaves, leaf blades, and even moonblasts bombarded it from all directions, leaving the bronzer feeling as though it were amidst a battlefield, besieged by a hail of projectiles. It lamented internally, questioning how the adversary retained such vigor. In a moment of desperation, the bronzer unleashed a cacophony of metallic sounds, hoping to dislodge TT from her concealed position. Yet, it seemed as though TT had vanished into thin air. The metallic sound reverberated through the mist as if a stone cast into the ocean, leaving no trace behind. Gradually, as the mist dispersed under the resonance of the metallic sound, the bronzer finally glimpsed TT's silhouette. However, at that moment, it truly felt as if it were a flickering candle in the tempest. A final moonblast struck the bronzer squarely in the face, sending it crashing to the ground. Nevertheless, after such a relentless series of battles, TT2 felt the toll of exhaustion, particularly during the final skirmish where she unleashed her skills with reckless abandon. Fortuitously, she was fortified by the eternal flower. Otherwise, victory might have eluded her grasp. Following the conclusion of the battle, Chen Zi ventured to observe other arenas, discovering that he was the only one capable of overcoming the trio of Pokemon. However, it appeared that Li Wei was progressing swiftly as well. 2 of his Dark-type Pokemon lay discarded, leaving only the formidable Houndoom to contend with, while other Kirlias might have struggled against such Dark types. Given that psychic moves were less effective against them, Li Wei's Kirlia was a different story, having earned the moniker of King of Fighters. Even TT had faced defeat at the hands of Li Wei's Kirlia on numerous occasions. With a swift fire punch, the diminutive Kirlia sent the Houndoom soaring through the air. The scene was quite violent, necessitating the supervision of trainers for underage Pokemon. Li, ever vigilant of the unfolding battle, expressed satisfaction with both participants' performances. Since they were members of a doubles team, he declared their training schedule for the coming days would be freeform. Li had received word from Li Wei's family that he need not micromanage the duo's doubles matches, allowing him a welcome respite. As for the others, witnessing their struggles with either their first or second Pokemon, Li understood that they had a long journey ahead. He moved from one trainee to the next, rectifying their tactical deficiencies. Chapter 46. The tournament commences approximately a week later. Under Li's guidance, every participant made significant strides in their development. While they might not yet be capable of effortlessly vanquishing 3 opponents in succession, they had at least unearthed the secrets to succeeding in consecutive battles. Throughout this week, Chen Zi and Li Wei's coordination had improved remarkably. TT unleashed Fairy Wind, while Kirlia followed suit with a Fire Punch, striking their opponent's Nutra. With the last of the opponent's Pokemon falling, Chen Zi and his team triumphed over Li once more. Li clapped his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Excellent. It seems you are all well equipped to handle the fundamental team compositions. Your synergy is commendable. I have high hopes for your futures. Chen Zi and Li Wei exchanged relieved glances, exhaling deeply. Truth be told, the pressure they faced was considerable. Initially, they had been confronted with Li's varied team compositions, such as the basic Sandstorm, Rain Dance, and Trick Room teams. Under Li's command, their lack of coordination saw them repeatedly bested. However, through these days of honing their skills, they had gradually developed their own unique strategies. Their rapid growth left Li astonished. His initial estimate had suggested they would require 2 weeks to decipher effective counter-strategies against the fundamental team compositions, yet they had accomplished this in merely 1 week, crafting a formula uniquely their own. With Kirlia for offense and Eternal Flower for support, they initiated a barrage of assistance abilities without hesitation. Li shook his head, contemplating the emergence of new talents. Li Wei was unsurprising given his upbringing, but Chen Zi had become a veritable prodigy. Initially, Li had thought himself overly optimistic about Chen Zi's potential, setting aside the extraordinary cultivation abilities. He watched in awe as Chen Zi's second Pokemon experienced rapid growth in a short span. Based on his understanding of battles, Li surmised that Chen Zi possessed at least Master Ball level competence. He could scarcely fathom how such a mind functioned, and in due time, this child would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Were it not for Li Wei's thorough background check on Chen Zi's lineage, Li might have suspected he hailed from a hidden noble family seeking to experience life. Nonetheless, the presence of such a talent alongside Li Wei surely brought some comfort to the latter's family. After thoroughly challenging Chen Zi and Li Wei, Li turned his focus to the others who had just completed their preliminary training, subjecting them to a series of trial battles to hone their skills. As the week wore on, perhaps influenced by the exemplary performances of the previous duo, Li found himself increasingly dissatisfied with the others. In a week's time, they had barely grasped the most fundamental aspects of consecutive battle coordination. They were nowhere near capable of executing specific team strategies. Even the formidable teams Li had casually assembled were beyond their reach. This predicament caused Li considerable concern, given their current capabilities. Even if Chen Zi and Li Wei's doubles team emerged victorious, they could not guarantee the entire squad's progression in the tournament. Fortunately, the expectations set by Tianhai No. 4 High School were relatively modest. Merely reaching the top 64 was deemed sufficient, for the school could hardly be classified as a powerhouse, existing rather as a mid-tier institution. Otherwise, Li would have to offer his apologies. Ultimately, Li's directive was simple: eliminate at least one opponent from the opposing team. In formal competitions, should the final scores of both competing teams be equal, the victors are determined by the team that triumphed in the doubles match. Sun Quan, Yuan, and Qin Xiao exchanged glances, acknowledging the considerable gap in skill between themselves and Chen Zi and Li Wei. On the day of the competition's opening, Li kindly chauffeured them to the venue, which remained the Tianhai training ground in Tianhai City. As the capital city of Jiang Province, it is the customary location for provincial tournaments. Hundreds of high schools and thousands of competitors from across the province converged upon the Tianhai training ground. Frankly speaking, the Warm Pig Cup lacked such grandeur. Although it is also a novice event, it is organized by the government of Longhua, making it significantly more prestigious. From the outset, the competition has been broadcast live, ensuring absolute fairness and transparency. Moreover, given its societal significance regarding academic advancement and the emergence of new talents in Jiang Province, numerous publications and media outlets have come to conduct on-site interviews, resulting in a packed audience in the stands. Except for Chen Zi, every member of the team was participating in such a grand event for the first time. Lu Zhihao, feeling rather unsteady, approached Chen Zi and said, "Orange, aren't you nervous? My legs are a bit weak." Indeed, external factors are something many competitors must overcome. Such competitions are manageable. However, in collegiate events where participants must traverse various locations to compete, the influence of external factors can be quite substantial. The experience of competing at home versus away is entirely different, a sentiment Chen Zi deeply empathized with. He recalled when he first began to show promise, representing his school at away matches, where the audience was predominantly comprised of students from the opposing school, and the jeers left a lasting impression on him during his inaugural experience. Fortunately, Chen Zi possessed a thick skin and adapted quickly. One of his junior teammates had been harshly scolded to tears during her first match. Just as Chen Zi prepared to mock Lu Zhihao alongside Li Wei, he noticed that Li Wei's already pale complexion had turned even paler, resembling a strikingly handsome vampire. "Is it really that bad?" Chen Zi inquired. Li Wei shook his head and, after a moment, replied, I'm fine." Chen Zi remarked, "Your tone hardly inspires confidence." Nonetheless, he felt no concern for Li Wei's performance, as he was well aware of Li Wei's prowess from their previous life. He had ranked within the top 10. Instead, he turned his attention to Lu Zhihao, placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, "What are you afraid of? No one knows you. If you embarrass yourself, so be it." Lu Zhihao feigned heartbreak, clutching his chest and lamenting, "The bond has faded. You offer no consolation and instead make light of my plight." Despite me being the one who arrived first, Chen Zi, uninterested in this drama, began perusing information regarding the competition. The rules were consistent with previous years, and he and his team were well aware. No props, no use of super evolution, and only one Pokemon allowed per individual match, among other stipulations. Once the guests arrived and the president and organizers delivered their speeches, along with the announcement of the competition rules, this annual event, the most prestigious novice tournament in Jiang Province, commenced. While speakers addressed the audience, Chen Zi took the opportunity to glance at his school's historical rankings. They had never reached the top 64 in individual competitions and had barely made it to the top 256 in team events. A well-known commentary website had already predicted the rankings for this year's collegiate competition, offering no remarks on Tianhai No. 4 High School. Having never participated in this tournament before, Chen Zi was oblivious until now to how poorly his school performed. It made him ponder why Li Wei had transferred to his school. Could there be an undisclosed connection between the principal and Li Wei's parents? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Zi scrutinized Li Wei, causing the latter to shiver. Fearing that Chen Zi had suddenly awakened some latent ability. Li Wei, why did you come to Tianhai No. 4 High School? It's close to home. That was indeed a difficult argument to refute. Chapter 47. Tianhai No. 4 High School versus Tianhai No. 3 High School. The opening ceremony concluded swiftly, and the responsible teachers from each school proceeded to the podium for the draw. Chen Zi and his companions waited in the holding room for Li Li to relay the information. Soon, Li Li delivered the news. Their opponents were Tianhai No. 3 High School. Although the names differed by just one character, Tianhai No. 3 was a school that consistently reached the top 64, a formidable contender. In previous years, if Tianhai No. 4 had faced this school in the first round, they would have been ready to pack up and leave. Meanwhile, in the waiting room of Tianhai No. 3, team captain Su Xinyang received the same news from the coach. We're up against Tianhai No. 4. It should be a relatively safe match. Being from the same city, Tianhai No. 3 was quite familiar with Tianhai No. 4 and was well aware of their historical performance. Don't underestimate them. I've heard the champion of this year's Warm Pig Cup is from Tianhai No. 4, Sha Mengshin remarked with a frown. Even if he is strong, he's just one person. Besides, it's merely a Florigato. What storm can he stir up in front of my abolish? Su Xinyang replied. True. But I wonder whether he'll compete in doubles or singles, Sha Mengshin pondered. It doesn't matter, we occupy the doubles slots. So we needn't worry about a comeback from them, Su Xinyang assured. Yang Jinjian, a reporter from the Tianhai Daily, roamed the venue alongside many other journalists from various media outlets. Match 32, Tianhai No. 4 versus Tianhai No. 3? Not exactly a hot topic, he muttered while browsing the competitor's information. Just as he was about to leave for another arena in search of material, he stumbled upon a familiar name on the competitor's list. Chen Zi? Isn't that the champion from the previous Warm Pig Cup? Yang Jinjian recalled the name. A colleague from Tianhai Daily had attempted to interview Chen Zi only to be outright refused. Intrigued, Yang Jinjian lingered near the competition area, eager to see how this so-called champion measured up now. The match commenced, with both teams sending out their initial Pokemon. Tianhai No. 3 led with a Charmeleon, while Tianhai No. 4's Sun Chuan dispatched his Pokemon, a Geodude. The opening was evidently advantageous for Tianhai No. 4, as the rock and ground-type Geodude held a distinct edge over Charmeleon. Sun Chuan's face brightened. He believed the 2 points were already secured. Geodude, roll out. Sun Chuan decided to strike first. Charmeleon, jump up and use Dragon Claw. Geodude rolled toward Charmeleon, who easily evaded the attack, landing a claw strike on Geodude's back. In an instant, Geodude staggered forward. Keep rolling, don't stop. Sun Chuan quickly assessed that as long as he kept moving, Charmeleon's Dragon Claw would fail to connect. Naive. Charmeleon, use Flame Burst. Charmeleon placed its claws on the ground, summoning a flame burst that significantly restricted Geodude's rolling range. Stop. Rock Blast. Geodude halted immediately, unleashing a rock blast that shot toward Charmeleon in a concentrated barrage. Charmeleon swiped with its claws, deflecting most of the rocks, but still sustained some damage. As the flame burst gradually constricted, Sun Chuan knew he could not linger any longer. Geodude, roll out and charge. The sturdy Rolycoly shielded its face, utilizing its rolling ability to escape the fiery whirlpool. Little did it anticipate that the fiery dinosaur had already foreseen this move, and in an instant, a torrent of dragon breath struck the airborne Rolycoly. Caught off guard, Rolycoly was hit. The opponent's fire dinosaur was significantly stronger, and the disparity in raw strength left Rolycoly struggling after enduring 2 attacks. If this continued, Rolycoly might very well be overwhelmed by the fire dinosaur. Yang Jinjian, watching from the sidelines, mused to himself that the gap between the competitors was indeed considerable. Sun Chuan gritted his teeth, feeling a sense of urgency. In a type matchup that favored his opponent, a loss would spell disaster for him. Was he left with no choice but to resort to that move? Sun Chuan recalled Coach Li's words of advice. Rolycoly, roll. He conveyed a knowing glance to Rolycoly, which immediately understood and rolled towards the fire dinosaur once more. Is it really this forgetful? The opponent scoffed, and even Yang Jinjian below sighed in disappointment. Just as the fire dinosaur leapt into the air, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Rolycoly on the ground suddenly emanated light, followed by a resounding boom. It was an explosion. Rolycoly had unleashed its self-destruct move. The fire dinosaur in the air was struck by a tremendous force, sending it soaring higher before crashing heavily to the ground. Rolycoly, however, had already fainted on the stage. This maneuver took everyone by surprise. Damn it, I forgot about that move, the opponent cursed under their breath. Nevertheless, the situation did not seem too dire. Even in a disadvantageous type match, a one-for-one trade was not a poor outcome. Sun Quan breathed a sigh of relief. At least he had managed to take out the opponent's Pokemon, thus clarifying the outcome. He glanced at the calm and composed Chen Zi below, his heart swelling with reassurance. The subsequent 2 matches were fiercely contested, lacking type advantages, and ultimately, Tianhai number 3 managed to knock out 2 of the opponent's Pokemon with just one of their own, bringing the score to 4-6. It was evident that Tianhai number 4 was in a precarious position. Is Chen Zi a doubles player? Yang Jinzhan wondered, his persistence stemming from his observations of Chen Zi, who exhibited ample patience. Soon, Chen Zi and Li Wei took to the stage, facing off against Su Xinyang and Sha Mengshan from Tianhai number 3. As the battle commenced, both sides sent out their Pokemon. Chen Zi deployed a combination of Dedenne and Kirlia, while the opponents chose Arbok and Raichu. A Kirlia could pose a bit of a problem, Su Xinyang frowned, signaling Sha Mengshan to focus their attacks on Kirlia. Sha Mengshan understood his intent and unleashed a Volt Tackle aimed directly at Kirlia. Simultaneously, Arbok reacted swiftly, launching a Poison Fong in Kirlia's direction. However, the phrase a Kirlia can retreat into the eternal flower was not mere hyperbole. Dedenne swiftly positioned itself in front of Kirlia, its protective barrier effortlessly absorbing both attacks. Meanwhile, a misty terrain quietly enveloped the battlefield, causing the opponent's Pokemon to lose their sight. Yet, they did not appear particularly flustered. Clearly, they had anticipated such a scenario. Raichu, use Discharge. Sha Mengshan commanded decisively. Discharge, being a wide-area move, was well suited for attacking unseen foes. But the next moment, Sha Mengshan was taken aback. Raichu's discharge only covered a minuscule area, as if confined within an invisible barrier. Chen Zi had already predicted their strategy, and the supporting forces had encircled the opponents in advance. Let us bring this battle to a close, Chen Zi stated calmly. The supporting forces swiftly contracted inward, binding the 2 Pokemon. Raichu and Arbok found themselves unable to move. This was no joke. Under the combined support of Kirlia and Dedenne, even a Dark-type Pokemon would struggle against a powerful attack, let alone the 2 Pokemon currently on the field. Subsequently, as if tossing dolls, Raichu and Arbok were repeatedly slammed to the ground, quickly losing their ability to battle. The score shifted to 8-6, with Tianhai number 4 triumphantly defeating No. 3 and advancing to the next match. Yang Jinzhan watched in awe. The former champion of the Warm Pig Cup had indeed not fallen from grace. Observing that no other reporters were paying attention, he felt he had found a prime news angle. Chapter 48, The Crushing Match. The individual and team competitions were held concurrently. So after completing the individual matches, Chen Zi and his team rushed to participate in the team competition. However, this caused the state of their Pokemon from the individual matches to affect their performance in the team matches. For someone like Yuan, it was manageable, as his Pokemon could recover quickly after losing their ability to battle. However, Sun Quan's Relikely was a different story. Having used self-destruct, it would likely be unable to participate in the next individual match. With one less member before the individual matches even began, even Li, who usually did not care, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, this was a choice made by Sun Quan himself, rather than risk a bleak opportunity in the individual matches. It was wiser to contribute to the team competition. After the matches, Yang Jinzhan closely followed Chen Zi's updates, and upon learning that Chen Zi's individual match would take place on the 23rd arena, he hurried to the venue. Chen Zi's opponent was an ordinary competitor from Luqing High School, a school on par with Tianhai number 3, consistently placing within the top 64. Michi felt extremely nervous upon learning that her opponent was the champion of the Warm Pig Cup. Although the Warm Pig Cup was now a thing of the past, its reputation was undeniable, and Michi feared that she was likely to face an early exit. As both competitors stood on the battlefield, Michi sent out her Pokemon Masquerain, while Chen Zi chose a Riolu. What? A Riolu? Not only was Michi taken aback, but even Yang Jinzhan in the audience was stunned. Was Chen Zi really risking a match with a Pokemon he had only recently trained? This left Michi feeling both fortunate and somewhat indignant. Damn it. Does he look down on me? He'll pay for that soon enough. It was one thing to feel apprehensive against an opponent's starter Pokemon, but to battle with a Pokemon that had only recently been raised was a different matter altogether. Michi resolved to make him regret his underestimation. Water Pulse, Michi declared. To prepare for this match, she had sought out an external skill trainer to help her train Masquerain, teaching it the Water Pulse move, which incorporated some advanced wave techniques, making it an upgraded version of Water Pulse. Chen Zi remained silent, seemingly caught off guard. Just as Michi envisioned Riolu being swiftly defeated by Masquerain's water pulse, Riolu sprang into action. It left an afterimage in its place and instantly appeared behind Masquerain. With a flash of electricity coursing through its hand, it delivered a powerful thunder punch to Masquerain's back. Masquerain collapsed instantly, losing its ability to battle. What? Michi was in disbelief. How could this Riolu be so fast? Chen Zi said nothing, turning to walk off the stage, leaving Michi in a state of confusion. The speed talent of Riolu was something Chen Zi had discovered after training it. Not only was its movement speed impressive, but its punching speed was equally remarkable. Regarding the Thunder Punch, the move that Riolu learned was specifically designed to counter Lu Zhihao's Squirtle, or rather, it should now be referred to as Wartortle. Speaking of which, Chen Zi couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Zhihao's Squirtle had reached level 30 without ever evolving, only to later discover that a moonstone was hidden within its shell. Once removed, Squirtle immediately evolved. However, this peculiar situation also proved beneficial, as Lu Zhihao's Squirtle had acquired quite an array of skills, making it a formidable walking artillery. In the audience, Yang Jinzhong seemed to have stumbled upon a hidden treasure, incessantly mumbling to himself. What should the title be? How about Genius Only Meets My Standard? Or perhaps Shocking, a champion bullying the weak with a newly trained Pokemon? That will surely be a hit. Unbeknownst to Chen Zi, his cyber reputation had already fallen into the hands of another. The upcoming team and individual matches posed little pressure for them. To be fair, under Li Li's leadership, the overall strength of Tianhai No. 4 had significantly improved compared to previous years. They navigated through opponents who were previously evenly matched or slightly superior with relative ease. In the individual matches, Chen Zi's Riolu dominated effortlessly, reminiscent of TT's invincible form from the past. That evening, a fresh report about Chen Zi was published. The title read, Champion of the Warm Pig Cup Walks the Path of Invincibility, authored, of course, by the ever-watchful Yang Jinzhong. As an official contributor to the Tianhai Daily, and given the current popularity of the topic within Jiang Province, the article quickly gained traction, with comments rapidly exceeding 1,000. Tianxin color awaits Bapamon. After all, it's Chen Shun. Invincibility is to be expected. Sunglasses JPG. De Lu Tianzuan. Nonsense. Tianhai number 1's Chu Tianming hasn't said a word. Yet we're talking about invincibility. Endless life. Indeed, merely the champion of the Warm Pig Cup. Isn't that just the baby cup? Countless experts scoff at participating. Stone on flower. This Riolu looks rather ordinary. Once it encounters Xiao Yun Scyther, it will surely be humbled. If it can win, I'll livestream eating something enormous. While many in the comments supported Chen Zi, a greater number still believed that formidable opponents were abundant. After all, regardless of its merit, the Warm Pig Cup was merely a competition primarily attended by trainers from Tianhai City. Many from outside the city were understandably unsatisfied, as they too had their own champions. As the article's popularity surged, some eager individuals even attempted to place bets, only to be swiftly shut down. Chen Zi, however, paid no attention to the report and instead stumbled upon a so-called strength ranking list for individual competitors. Curiously, he clicked in and found himself listed as well, occupying the 20th position. The player description read, Champion of the Warm Pig Cup, Initial Pokemon, Chikorita, current strength unknown, with a commendable Riolu, temporarily ranked 20th. Chen Zi scratched his head and began scrolling up to see who ranked above him. First, Chu Tianming, Initial Pokemon, Swampert, indisputable champion of the Water Otter Cup, with crushing level strength, currently at level 40. Second, Yi Huai, Initial Pokemon, Blaziken, powerful, champion of the Fireball Mouse Cup, currently at level 42. The names above were indeed formidable. And Chen Zi noticed Zhu Tiantian's name in 8th place, his Bagon having already evolved into Salamence, also at level 40. It was no wonder Chen Zi found himself only at the 20th position. From a purely statistical standpoint, this ranking was already quite flattering. Chen Zi felt indifferent about the ranking. After all, true strength would only be revealed in battle. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated he and his Pokemon would become. Conversely, should the opponent prove too weak, Chen Zi would find himself rather bored. However, it appeared that Riolu's strength still required enhancement. If faced against those opponents, victory might prove elusive. Yet, upon reflection, Li Wei truly was impressive. Even with solid stats on paper, Li Wei seemed to falter in comparison to others. However, recalling Li Wei's unconventional strategies with Chikorita, Chen Zi felt reassured. After all, even his TT occasionally faced setbacks, let alone Pokemon whose stats might only look good on paper. Closing his phone, Chen Zi emptied his mind and drifted into slumber, completely unaware of the storm brewing around him online. Chapter 49, Battling Xiao Yun. The following morning, Chen Zi was bombarded with messages from Lu Zhihao. Diving Squirtle, Orange, Orange, did you see the news? Diving Squirtle, Orange, Orange, are you there? Diving Squirtle, Orange, I'm furious. Those people are saying you're worthless. Unfortunately, by that time, Chen Zi had already succumbed to sleep and thus missed Lu Zhihao's messages. When Chen Zi opened the article forwarded by Lu Zhihao, he was taken aback to find it was the piece written by Yang Jinzhong the day prior. Merely seeing the title nearly caused him to spit out his drink. He couldn't even dare to claim invincibility himself, yet someone was extolling him so. Nevertheless, he decided to merely read it without commenting. Only through experience could one discern the truth behind the claims. The team matches proceeded rather uneventfully, with opponents not posing much of a challenge, barely matching the level of Tianhai number 3. After the day's team match concluded, Tianhai No. 4 successfully advanced to the top 64 of the league, setting a new record for the school. Lily let out a sigh of relief, feeling he had fulfilled the expectations of both the principal and the owner. Regardless of their future performance, they would at least have a satisfactory outcome to report. As for the individual matches, Chen Zi's expression turned peculiar upon learning the name of his opponent. It was none other than Xiao Yun, whom some had been praising in the comments under the article. Xiao Yun's Pokemon appeared to be a Scyther. Chen Zi noted that Xiao Yun's strength was ranked 10th on the list, with Scyther around level 38. After some consideration, Chen Zi decided to place his trust in Riolu. Upon arriving at the battle platform, it was evident that Xiao Yun recognized him. Chen Zi, I've long admired your reputation. May I have the honor of seeing your Chikorita? Chen Zi felt somewhat awkward, uncertain of what to say. It seemed that no matter how he responded, it would appear as if he was looking down on his opponent when he released Riolu. Sighing quietly to himself, Chen Zi resolved to maintain a serious demeanor. When the referee announced the start of the match, Chen Zi sent out Riolu, while Xiao Yun undoubtedly released his Scyther. Xiao Yun's expression darkened. As he suspected, Chen Zi looked down upon him. You will pay for this, Xiao Yun said coolly. Scyther instantly vanished from Chen Zi's view. Fast. Indeed very fast. Yet, Riolu was even swifter. With a gentle lift of its paw, Riolu caught Scyther's rapid attack. Bullet punch. What? Xiao Yun's face fell in astonishment. It was well known that Scyther's advantage lay in its speed. How could Riolu even react to such velocity? Xiao Yun suppressed his disdain, commanding, continue the attack. Use Fury Cutter. Scyther launched a fierce assault before Riolu. Although each strike was deftly neutralized by Riolu, it became increasingly apparent that Scyther's offensive was growing in intensity and power. This was the essence of Fury Cutter. While it seemed as if Riolu was unscathed, Scyther was steadily enhancing its own strength with each successive strike. Merely adopting a passive defense is far from an optimal choice. However, it seems that Scyther's swift assaults leave little room for a counterattack. Chen Zidao exclaimed, double return. Lucario allowed the subsequent combination of strikes to land upon itself while delivering a powerful blow to Scyther's chest. The onslaught was abruptly interrupted, and both combatants retreated to a cautious distance, eyeing each other warily. Now that a gap had been established, there would be no chance of closing in. A smile crept across Chen Zidao's lips as he commanded, quick attack. Lucario dashed forward, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. So fast. Xiao Yun marveled inwardly. Surely Scyther was not this formidable. Yet, to assume that Scyther would be rendered helpless by this speed would be rather naive. Ignore it. Use Swords Dance. Xiao Yun commanded. Aura Sphere, interrupt it. Out of nowhere, Lucario's Aura Sphere surged forth with alarming rapidity. What? Xiao Yun was astounded. Although the Lucario lineage is renowned for its affinity to Aura, the vast majority can only learn Aura Sphere upon reaching the Lucario stage. Scyther was forced to raise its arms to shield against the incoming Aura Sphere. Now Fire Punch. Lucario appeared like a wraith behind Scyther, flames raging in its grasp. Dodge. Unfortunately, Xiao Yun was not Ash, and Scyther could not withstand the Aura Sphere while simultaneously reacting to the Fire Punch from behind. Scyther was struck squarely, propelled forward by the force. The quadruple effectiveness was no jest. Struggling to rise, Scyther, having endured the fiery blow, showcased its remarkable physical resilience. Quick attack. Xiao Yun shouted. Scyther deftly evaded Lucario's follow-up strike and began to mimic Lucario's rapid movements across the arena. It must be said, this Scyther was at least not inferior to Chen Zidao's Lucario in terms of speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as it sprinted. If it were any other Pokemon, it might have been left helpless, but this was Lucario, the valiant embodiment of Aura. Gradually, Lucario closed its eyes, and the world around it seemed to transform into a serene clarity, everything appearing achingly slow. Lucario could hear the fervent beat of Scyther's heart and its intense aura. Found you. Lucario extended its hand, and an aura sphere, as if guided by a tracker, shot towards Scyther. Boom. Scyther was once again sent crashing to the ground. And this time, Lucario did not afford it another chance, appearing instantaneously before Scyther, delivering a devastating fire punch downward. Scyther reacted swiftly, crossing its arms, but it was futile. The quadruple effectiveness loomed like an insurmountable mountain at lower levels. No matter how decisively Scyther attempted to resist, the fire punch extinguished its last vestiges of consciousness. In an instant, Scyther collapsed, and Lucario emerged victorious over a formidable foe. Due to Yang Jinzhan's news from the previous day, Chen Zidao's match garnered considerable attention. Initially, when Chen Zidao deployed Lucario, many spectators assumed he was succumbing to fear, using Lucario to mask his impending defeat. However, as the battle progressed, disbelief echoed among the crowd. Could this truly be the Pokemon he had nurtured later on? Surely, it could not be his starter Pokemon. The fact that his second Pokemon could contend evenly with Xiao Yuan's Scyther was a testament to his extraordinary training prowess. By the time Lucario triumphed over Scyther, the audience was left speechless. Yang Jinzhan evidently did not anticipate this turn of events. He had envisioned Chen Zidao deploying his starter, Trico, to overcome his opponent. Yet, regardless of victory or defeat, the attention garnered was monumental. In a sense, his report was already a success. Little did he know that Chen Zidao would deliver such an astonishing surprise. However, soon another wave of speculation arose online regarding the strength of Chen Zidao's Pokemon. Was it possible that he had abandoned nurturing Trico, channeling his enthusiasm instead into Lucario? In other words, could Lucario be Chen Zidao's true ace Pokemon? Considering he would not underestimate someone as formidable as Xiaoyan? After all, Chen Zidao's Trico had only participated in doubles matches against opponents who were hardly considered strong, barely breaking into the top 40 rankings. With this perspective, everything began to make sense. Yet, this remained merely conjecture. The true situation was still shrouded in uncertainty. A grassroots ranking had dutifully placed Chen Zidao at the 6th position, annotating that his actual strength was undetermined. However, following this battle, Chen Zidao's reputation online underwent a remarkable reversal. Although many still regarded the idea of reclaiming invincibility as a joke, they acknowledged Chen Zidao's genuine strength. For his tangible achievements spoke volumes. Beneath the article, many previously silent members of the newcomer group expressed their vindication. Hey, Squirtle here. Speak up, haters. Sky Blue waiting for Piplup. Speak up, haters. I love Shiny Galade. Speak up, haters. Shiny Macamp. Speak up, haters. Chapter 50. Stopping at the top 32 of Tianhai 4th High School. Chen Zidao observed the online shift in public opinion, left speechless. The reality remained that when under attack on the internet, the most effective response is to silence critics with facts. Regarding the speculation surrounding Lucario, Chen Zidao could only concede that their assumptions held some validity. After all, in terms of potential, Trico's capabilities indeed paled in comparison to Lucario's. Even if a deep bond existed with his starter Pokemon, it would not hinder the allocation of greater effort towards nurturing a more promising Pokemon. Yet, this premise relied on the notion that Trico's genetic potential was inferior to Lucario's, which was precisely the opposite. The Eternal Flower, in many respects, already belonged within the realm of mythical Pokemon. Otherwise, it would not have so easily mastered the manipulation of life energy. However, returning to Chen Zidao's perspective, even if Trico were merely an ordinary Trico, it mattered little. His philosophy has always been that once one has captured a Pokemon, one must take responsibility for it. Despite Lucario's potential being lesser than Trico's, Chen Zidao cared for it equally, never showing favoritism. In response to the rumors circulating online, Chen Zidao succinctly remarked, "Overindulgence is the issue." On the 3rd day of the competition, as the tournament progressed to the top 64 stage, the opponents faced by Tianhai 4th High School grew increasingly formidable. The first match was against Luqing High School, a familiar adversary. Among their ranks was Michi, who had previously faced Chen Zidao in his inaugural personal match. As the rising star of Tianhai 4th High School, they were perceived as a dark horse by spectators. Yet, that was the extent of it. The general consensus was that without the formidable advantage of doubles, Tianhai 4th High School would barely scrape by the top 64 threshold. However, for Luqing High School, this posed a significant challenge, as they could not ensure victory without losing a single Pokemon in a series of battles. As anticipated, the opponent deployed their ace Pokemon first, defeating 2 of Tianhai 4th High School's competitors before succumbing to Sun Chuan's Geodude, which unleashed a devastating explosion due to exhaustion. When it came to the doubles match, The opponents were no match for the duo from Tianhai 4th High School. In the final moments, with the score tied at 6-6, the outcome was determined by the doubles match rule, leading to the humiliating defeat of Luqing High School. Tianhai 4th Middle School found themselves in the top 32, a feat they had never imagined achieving. The principal of Tianhai 4th Middle School, upon receiving this news, burst into laughter, realizing that their recruitment targets for the following year were now assured. However, just as the principal's ambition grew, the fortunes of Tianhai 4th seemed to wane. In the next match, they were to face the defending champions, Tianhai 1st Middle School, the school attended by Zhu Tiantian. Despite being the reigning champions, Tianhai 1st held no contempt for any of their rivals, which was a key factor in their consistent victories. Aware that they could not guarantee a win in doubles, they resolved to decisively conclude the match in the preliminary rounds. The opening competitor from the opposing team was a familiar face to Chen Zi, Zhu Tiantian, known as the God Zhu. While Zhu Tiantian was not the strongest player at Tianhai 1st, she was undoubtedly the most suited for consecutive battles. Chen Zi understood that this team competition might well be the end of the road for Tianhai 4th. As Zhu Tiantian's Sandshrew took to the field, she unleashed a sandstorm, enveloping the entire arena in a tempest of sand. Under this chaotic storm, the Pokemon of Tianhai 4th were severely hindered, while Zhu Tiantian's Sandshrew thrived, effortlessly dispatching the Pokemon of Tianhai 4th with repeated attacks. Even when Sun Quan employed the previously effective explosion tactic, Sandshrew withstood the onslaught, showing little sign of impact. Chen Zi could not help but marvel at its physical defense. Such resilience was beyond that of any ordinary Pokemon. Consequently, before the doubles match even commenced, Tianhai 4th declared their withdrawal from the tournament. However, this allowed Chen Zi to focus entirely on preparing for the individual competition. The individual competition had progressed to the top 8, with only Chen Zi and Li Wei remaining from Tianhai 4th. Lu Zhihao, having reached the top 64, felt quite pleased. Even though he missed the early recruitment opportunities from Magic City or Capital University, he had nonetheless met the threshold for additional points in the college entrance exam. Furthermore, the bonuses from the team competition's top 32 could be stacked on top of this, marking a significant achievement for Lu Zhihao. While the other 3 members did not garner additional points from the individual matches, they were content, having secured team bonuses thanks to Chen Zi and Li Wei's efforts, and they felt quite pleased with their accomplishments. They chose to remain and witness how far Chen Zi and Li Wei could advance. Having reached the top 8, both competitors had qualified for early admissions to either Magic City University's Winter Camp or Capital University's Golden Autumn Plan, allowing them to select one. With the team competition concluded, Chen Zi and his companions enjoyed an extended period of rest. Up to the quarterfinals, Chen Zi had relied on his Riolu, seemingly affirming the rumors circulating online. Meanwhile, Li Wei's Cerulean had repeatedly triumphed against opponents deemed unfavorable, gradually elevating Li Wei's rank to 5th, surpassing even Chen Zi. However, for the upcoming matches, Chen Zi intended to employ TT for a more secure approach. Coincidentally, TT had faced opponents of lesser caliber recently, making it an opportune moment for her to indulge in battle. Soon, the team competition reached its final showdown. The 2 opposing teams were seasoned finalists, namely Tianhai 1st Middle School and Xin Middle School. It was no surprise to the knowledgeable audience that the championship would be decided between these 2 institutions. However, this year, the online support for Tianhai 1st appeared to overshadow that for Xin Middle School, especially with the top-ranked Chu Tianming and third-ranked Zhu Tiantian representing Tianhai 1st. Moreover, Tianhai 1st had employed a well-structured sandstorm strategy that, based on performance, seemed more refined than Xin Middle School's sunny weather approach. As anticipated, the match concluded with Tianhai 1st's sandstorm strategy narrowly triumphing over Xin Middle School, resulting in a score of 6-4, leading to the final doubles match to determine the victor. The ace of Xin Middle School, Yi Huai, ranked 2nd, faced off against Tianhai 1st's ace, Chu Tianming, ranked 1st, turning the confrontation into a fierce battle. Ultimately, bolstered by the advantage of their Pokemon and superior teamwork, Tianhai 1st emerged victorious over Xin Middle School, securing their 2nd consecutive championship title. The online speculation now centered on Chu Tianming claiming the individual championship, as his prowess had consistently outmatched Yi Huai since the team competition. The principal of Tianhai 1st even prepared champagne in anticipation, instructing the teacher managing the school's public account to promptly announce the joyous news of their dual victory. However, Chen Zi was indifferent to these happenings, as he had already received information regarding his next opponent, Zhou Mengji, ranked 4th in the unofficial rankings, a trainer with a Steel Wing Pokemon. Meanwhile, Li Wei's opponent was the third-ranked Zhu Tiantian. In Chapter 51, the formidable TT takes the stage. Steel Wing, a dual flying and steel-type Pokemon, presented a challenging matchup for both Riolu and TT, especially given the strength of the opponent, leading to a wave of pessimism online even before the match began. Looks like the undefeated Riolu's journey might be coming to an end, one commenter noted. Are we not going to see the live broadcast? Another queried. Seems like Chen Zi has truly reached his limit, a third remarked. It's all right. He's already secured a spot. Winning first place doesn't bring substantial rewards, another added. Standing on the arena, Chen Zi felt the intense gaze of Yang Jinzhao, who was keenly observing the unfolding events, eager not to miss a single detail. As the referee signaled the start of the match, Chen Zi released his Pokeball, and TT gracefully landed on the battlefield. To everyone's surprise, he was using Flababy. Could this truly be Chen Zi's trump card? Yang Jinzhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. As TT faced the imposing Steel Wing, she exhibited no signs of trepidation. Steel Wing, Zhou Mengji called out, undeterred by the opponent's choice. The Steel Wing struck with great force, though not as swift as Scyther's bullet punch, yet it appeared exceptionally fierce. Protect, Chen Zi calmly instructed. The Protect shield effortlessly blocked the Steel Wing, causing Steel Wing to be pushed back by the recoil as it adjusted its stance for another assault. Fairy Wind, Chen Zi commanded, and even as the Protect shield remained intact, TT unleashed a burst of fairy energy, conjuring a mist that enveloped the field. Steel Wing flapped its wings, attempting to disperse the mist. Zhou Mengji had anticipated this and quickly devised a countermeasure. Counter shield, clash with its airflow. Chen Zi remained composed. TT spun gracefully, the swirling fairy wind destabilizing Steel Wing's flight, leaving it unable to clear the mist. Drill Peck, dive into the heart of the whirlwind. Zhou Mengji did not falter despite her plans being thwarted. Instead, she quickly adapted to the changing circumstances. Chen Zi furrowed his brow and instructed, "Stop, conceal yourself." Didi swiftly halted the counterattack shield of fairy wind, employing a sudden burst of speed to dart frantically through the mist, continuing to disperse the fog. She remained vigilant of Huaya Ti's movements. "Support power, bring it down," instructed Chen Zi. As Steel Wing Crow flapped its wings, it felt an immense force pulling it downward, compelling it to comply with the command and execute a swift return. The impact of its return strike met Didi's protective barrier before it rapidly ascended back into the sky. Chen Zi frowned, noting the opponent's quick reflexes. Indeed, they were proving to be quite a challenge. "Meditate. Ignore it. Disperse the mist," he commanded. Eventually, the misty arena was dismantled under the relentless assault of Steel Wing Crow. The once concealed Didi was now exposed to the creature's gaze. Upon opening her eyes, the violet glow within intensified after her meditation. "Support power, pull it down," she echoed, intent on employing the same tactic. Chen Zi, not one to be easily outwitted, was determined not to let her toy with him repeatedly. "Lunar power, strike," he declared. Zhou Mengji sneered, confident in the protective steel, believing that even the lunar force would pose no threat. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself utterly astonished. The Steel Wing Crow, resistant to fairy-type attacks, was sent spiraling downwards by a direct hit from the lunar power. Chen Zi smiled. Having absorbed most of the fairy energy from the misty arena during Didi's meditation to amplify the next fairy-type assault, the preceding maneuvers were merely a ruse to draw the enemy in. Realizing Steel Wing Crow had fallen into his trap, he promptly commanded, "Support power, restrain it." Didi's support power enveloped Steel Wing Crow entirely. At this point, the outcome of the match was nearly predetermined. To Didi, the opponent wrapped in support power resembled nothing more than a doll, and with her boundless mental strength, it was exceedingly difficult for any Pokemon, especially one of lesser stature like Steel Wing Crow, to escape her grasp. While there may have been possibilities, Steel Wing Crow was certainly not among them. The support power firmly pinned the creature down, rendering it immobile despite Zhou Mengji's frantic calls. Thus, Didi leisurely approached Steel Wing Crow, forming a shape with her hands. Then, the lunar power coalesced atop her flower, growing larger and larger. Steel Wing Crow emitted a mournful cry, resignedly closing its eyes. "All right, we concede." Zhou Mengji helplessly raised her hands. Even without underestimating her opponent, Zhou Mengji found herself defeated by Chen Zi, even against the odds. She had come to acknowledge his prowess. However, she had not anticipated that Chen Zi could simultaneously nurture two Pokemon to such exceptional levels of competence. The referee declared Chen Zi the victor, and Didi reabsorbed the lunar power she had just gathered, lifting the support power. Steel Wing Crow, drenched in sweat, gazed at its trainer with gratitude. Didi circled around Chen Zi in jubilant celebration. Chen Zi was accustomed to Didi's celebratory antics and exchanged a high five with her, rejoicing in her first victory of the individual competition. Yang Jinzhan below was fervently taking notes, eager to document every detail of Chen Zi's battle. Meanwhile, public sentiment online increasingly favored Chen Zi, as many began to believe that Riolu was his main Pokemon. This assumption had solidified in the minds of those unfamiliar with him. Yet the outcome proved otherwise. People started to realize that for Chen Zi, the championship was no longer the focal point. The rapid development of two formidable Pokemon had already demonstrated his unparalleled nurturing capabilities, surpassing all other competitors in this tournament. Shi Shanghua remarked. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly, to be honest. Diving-loving Squirtle chimed in. Chen is magnificent, no need for further words. Below, a celebration erupted among Chen Zi supporters. At this moment, Chen Zi stood before Li Wei's arena, observing the match between Li Wei and Zhu Tiantian. The contest was intensely competitive, but Chen Zi could discern that Li Wei was gradually falling behind. Zhu Tiantian's Sandshrew was exceptionally well-trained. Amidst a sandstorm, Kyrillian lacked both clearing methods and swift victory techniques, making a prolonged battle an unwise choice. Li Wei's decline became evident, and Zhu Tiantian seized the opportunity to command Sandshrew to decisively defeat Kyrillian, narrowly securing victory. Ultimately, Li Wei reached the quarterfinals, while Zhu Tiantian advanced to the semifinals, demonstrating his strength and overcoming the previous setbacks from the Warm Pig Cup. After their match, Li Wei and Zhu Tiantian shook hands, amicably concluding their battle. Upon seeing Chen Zi, Li Wei exhaled in relief. I'm done. You keep pushing forward. Chen Zi patted Li Wei's shoulder. You played well. Keep it up next time. Zhu Tiantian chimed in. Chen Zi, in the next match, we might be opponents. Good luck. Chen Zi replied with a smile. I've longed to face you, Zhu. Zhu Tiantian chuckled, giving Chen Zi a playful pat. Mutual sentiments, Chen. The three departed the arena, laughing and chatting. Meanwhile, the online grassroots rankings updated once more, elevating Chen Zi to second place, with the remark, Genius Nurturer. Chapter 52, The Clash of Sandstorm and Misty Terrain. The subsequent matches commenced swiftly, and Chen Zi received the draw results. By coincidence, it was Zhu Tiantian. The other match featured the fateful duel between Chu Tianming and Yi Huai. As Chen Zi and Zhu Tiantian ascended the stage, despite their amicable relations offstage, the competition demanded their utmost effort, as mutual respect was manifested in their dedication. They exchanged glances without uttering a word. With the referee announcing the start of the match, both launched their Pokeballs, the crimson light flashing as their Pokemon descended simultaneously. Sandstorm, Misty Terrain. Both issued commands for their respective terrains, resulting in an unprecedented scene. On one side, a pink mist enveloped the area, while on the other, yellow dust swirled violently, each side standing firm against the other, neither able to gain an inch. This tableau, however, significantly favored Didi, who thrived on ranged attacks. Unyieldingly, Didi unleashed a flurry of leaves towards the Sandshrew obscured within the sandstorm. Against the rock and ground-type Sandshrew, grass-type moves would prove effective. Yet, the sandstorm was no mere obstacle. The majority of the leaves lost their momentum upon entering the storm, arriving at Sandshrew with little force. Didi's assault seemed merely to tickle Sandshrew. Naturally, Sandshrew Wuti remained passive. Rockslide rained down repeatedly, each strike deftly evaded by Didi. The standoff persisted, with neither side able to gain the upper hand, leading the arena into a stalemate. Chen Zi remained unperturbed, in contrast to the sandstorm's drain. The misty terrain consumed significantly less energy. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Didi's condition. The Eternal Flower's energy reserves undoubtedly surpassed those of Sandshrew. This meant that if the battle continued, it was inevitable that Zhu Tiantian's Sandshrew would be the first to falter. Zhu Tiantian furrowed his brow, clearly aware that in a war of attrition, he would inevitably emerge as the loser. Thus, a more aggressive strategy was imperative. Shakira's, charge in and unleash a sandstorm. Shakira's crashed into TT's misty terrain, causing the sandstorm to coalesce around it before expanding and intertwining with the mist. The battlefield was shrouded in a haze of mingling yellow and pink, granting both Pokemon the effects of two distinct terrains simultaneously. This maneuver by Zhu Tiantian was designed to accelerate the pace of their duel, as he could not afford to prolong the battle. Stomp, bolstered by the sandstorm. Shakira's managed to pinpoint TT's location within the mist. It soared towards TT, crashing down with its entire body, sending ripples through the air, stirring up waves of yellow and pink. TT's light screen flickered to life before it, shimmering with crystalline brilliance, intermittently brightening and dimming. Bang! The light screen shattered as the yellow-green ripples struck TT, sending it hurtling through the air. This marked the first time TT's protective barrier had been breached. The power of Shakira's stomp, augmented by the sandstorm, proved too formidable. Hold firm, TT. Use assist to interrupt it. Chen Zi frowned, aware of the inherent risk of a dual protect, but he had no alternative. Fortunately, TT successfully employed protect once more, fortifying itself against the ensuing waves of stomp. Subsequently, assist was applied to Shakira's, forcibly anchoring it in place. At last, Shakira's stomp was halted. Lunar power, Chen Zi commanded, as assist was released. Shakira's attempted to evade TT's move, but TT, a master of moving targets, expertly struck Shakira's with lunar power as it maneuvered. The attack erupted upon impact, causing Shakira's to stagger backwards. Its durability was commendable, or else it would have found itself in dire straits. Meanwhile, TT, brandishing the eternal flower, had closed the distance to Shakira's. The leaf blade coalesced upon the blossom, and TT swung it with the finesse of a sword. The razor-sharp edges of leaf blade relentlessly slashed at Shakira's, inflicting considerable damage. Stomp. Assist. Shakira's endeavored to use Stomp to push TT back, yet TT's assist firmly restrained it mid-air. The energy from the misty terrain converged upon TT's flower, gradually forming a pink orb of light. TT directed the orb towards the immobilized Shakira's. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the enhanced lunar power, which even the resilient steel wing could not withstand, proved insurmountable for Shakira's. Unsurprisingly, Shakira's was sent hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. The match concluded, and Chen Zi secured the first ticket to the finals. In Zhu Tiantian's eyes, there was a hint of reluctance, yet a greater sense of acceptance prevailed. He had always recognized Chen Zi's prowess. After all, half a year prior, he had triumphed over the formidable Metagross, rendering it illogical for him to believe that he could surpass Chen Zi now. Chen Zi approached and extended his hand. Zhu Tiantian smiled and shook it, and in that moment, he wholeheartedly accepted his defeat. The principal of Tianhai High School felt as though he would awaken from a dream with a smile. He had initially thought that breaking into the top 32 in the team competition was the pinnacle. Yet now he was informed that his school had secured one spot in the top 8 and another in the finals for the individual competition. He promptly vowed to reward the participating students upon their return. As for how to reward them, he had yet to devise a plan, uncertain of which subjects the students favored. With this thought, the principal immediately dialed the heads of other schools he knew. Hello, is this Weiming? Yes. How did your third school fare this time? We didn't do too well. We only made it to the top 32 in the team event. And out of 5 individuals, only 2 reached the top 8. What? We eliminated your school? That's not my concern. I had advised them to show mercy. Hello? Are you joking? The principal cursed as he hung up the phone, then dialed another number. Hello, is this Jiaqing? It's me. How did your second school perform in this competition? Not long after Chen Zi's match concluded, the other finalists emerged. Chu Tianming from the first school. Yihuai's Boskodora ultimately fell short. As for the impending showdown between Chu Tianming and Chen Zi, online polls had already commenced. The opinions expressed were quite balanced. Some believed Chen Zi would prevail, given his observable energy reserves and pulling capabilities with TT, while others favored Chu Tianming, whose Swampert possessed tremendous explosive power, capable of delivering a swift knockout if it found an opening. The overall sentiment leaned slightly in favor of Chen Zi, with a ratio of 4-6. If it were Chen Zi, based on the available information, he would undoubtedly vote for Chu Tianming, as Chu Tianming's playstyle was particularly effective against TT. Nevertheless, Chen Zi smiled softly, confident that the forthcoming match would conclude swiftly. Chapter 53. The Return of the New King of Jiang Province. Regardless of the public speculations regarding the match's outcome, there was no doubt that it would unfold as a fiercely contested battle, as the audience eagerly awaited. The finals of the Jiang Province High School Student League's individual competition commenced. Chen Zi took to the stage, gazing at the stern-faced figure opposite him. This was their first encounter, or rather, the first encounter of this lifetime with Chu Tianming. In a previous national competition, Chen Zi had faced Chu Tianming, whose Mega Swampert had left a lasting impression. However, by then, Chen Zi had already unleashed his full power, and Chu Tianming was merely one of the many prodigies he had bested. In this lifetime, their first meeting arrived with remarkable swiftness. Without further ado, the match commenced. Chu Tianming refrained from hastily issuing commands, knowing that Chen Zi would likely establish the terrain shortly after the battle began. He merely needed to wait for Swampert to seize the moment when TT initiated the terrain to unleash a decisive blow. However, TT immediately erected a protective barrier. What was happening? Had the prediction failed? Chu Tianming was momentarily taken aback, and the audience shared his surprise. Was this a preemptive move against Chu Tianming's anticipated attack? No, not at all. A subtle smile graced Chen Zi's lips. Since Chu Tianming opted not to shatter the protective barrier, the match would soon reach its conclusion. In the midst of Chu Tianming's bewildered gaze, pink energy particles began to materialize around TT, gradually coalescing upon the flower. This is bad. Chu Tianming's pupils constricted, his instincts warning him that he could not allow his opponent to execute this move. Waterfall. Interrupt it. Swampert roared as water coalesced around its fists. It leapt towards TT. Yet it was too late. A pink streak of light burst forth from TT's flower, shooting towards the airborne Swampert. Swampert raised its fist defensively, but the pink beam pierced through effortlessly. With a constricted pupil, Swampert tumbled heavily to the ground. With that single strike, Swampert lost its fighting capability. The audience fell into a stunned silence before erupting into a cacophony of cheers. What had they just witnessed? What should have been an intensely competitive match ended in a swift defeat. Where was the anticipated clash of titans? Where was the promised close contest? Is the so-called 4-6 just 4 minutes, and the opponent torn apart? There's no need to be so cryptic. I initially believed that TT had revealed all her tactics when facing Shakira and Steel Crow. Yet who could have anticipated that they have yet to witness her true prowess until now? After delivering that decisive blow, TT gracefully floated to Chen Zi's side, exuding an air of vitality. Below the stage, Zhu Tiantan gazed at Chen Zi, who had concluded the battle with such nonchalance, revealing a bittersweet smile. It seemed that this fellow hadn't even exerted his full strength when they faced off. The gap between them now felt insurmountable. Zhu Tiantan was engulfed in confusion, his brilliance leaving him at a loss as to how he might catch up. Chen Zi's other companions were equally astonished. Lu Zhihao stood there, dumbfounded. Orange had such a hidden card up his sleeve, and I was worried about him for so long. Outside Magic City, in the Starfall Forest. The Starfall Forest is not a natural terrain of Blue Star. It belongs to a mystic realm from beyond. Since ancient times, there has existed a saying regarding such realms. It is said to be fragments of space that drifted from elsewhere, merging with Earth to become part of Blue Star. Numerous mystic realms exist within Blue Star, such as the famed Pearl Peak in Dragon Country. Even the headquarters of the Pokemon League, Tianyuan Island, is a mystic realm. In essence, these realms are akin to the ultimate cave. However, once the spaces merge, they seamlessly integrate into Blue Star's spatial fabric. A woman donned in a fox mask walked along a narrow path in the Starfall Forest, her eyes fixed on her phone, watching the live broadcast of the Jiang Province High School Student League Finals. Upon witnessing TT's victory through a decisive strike using life energy, she let out a subtle laugh, glancing at the small diamond beside her. "Is it only you who can nurture life?" Baizhi murmured. Chen Zi's final words lingered in her mind, prompting much contemplation, particularly for the small diamond. Baizhi felt an odd sensation. Despite the small diamond appearing unchanged, she sensed a significant transformation within it since that day. In the distance, a wooden cabin appeared vaguely, as though it were not part of this space. Baizhi approached the cabin and knocked gently on the door. "Come in." An elderly voice beckoned. She cautiously opened the door, revealing a room as simple as its exterior. Inside, an old woman sat at the dining table, quietly engrossed in a book. "Have you found it?" the old woman inquired, her gaze never leaving the pages. Baizhi nodded, and the small diamond joyfully fluttered to the old woman's side. The old woman set her book down, cradled the small diamond, and regarded Baizhi with a gentle smile. Saying nothing. "Only you can nurture life," Baizhi whispered. The old woman chuckled, tenderly stroking the small diamond's head. A soft glow enveloped the small diamond's body, filling it with an exquisite warmth. "This child is quite remarkable," the old woman mused. Baizhi naturally approached the old woman and removed her mask. In an instant, her once jet-black hair transformed into a brilliant white, revealing a delicate visage beneath the mask. "Grandma, please let me stay." The old woman shook her head gently, replying, "Child, you have helped this little one immensely. Now it is time for this little one to repay you." Unbeknownst to them, the small diamond had already drifted into slumber, and the old woman placed it into Baizhi's hands. "Only you can nurture life," she reiterated. In that moment, Baizhi seemed to behold a deer adorned with iridescent antlers materializing before her. Subsequently, a hand encircled her wrist, and the small diamond bore a radiant gem. "When it awakens, take it to do what you wish to accomplish," the old woman said with a smile. "But remember, child, you are forever free." Baizhi pondered deeply, and in a daze, all that was before her vanished as if the house and the elder had never existed, leaving no trace behind. Only a colossal tree stood not far ahead, beneath which a statue of a deer was enshrined. Bai Ji, with the sleeping small diamond, sat quietly beside the statue. In Tianhai City, at the Tianhai Grand Hotel, the only five-star establishment in the city, it had always been a venue for affluent hosts to entertain guests. Today, Principal Hu Ning of Tianhai No. 4 Middle School treated the champions, specifically inviting Chen Zi and the participating members along with Coach Li Li. At the dining table, Li Li and Chen Zi maintained their composure, well-versed in the etiquette of such gatherings, while the other students were somewhat anxious, as this was an unprecedented honor for them. After an evening filled with merriment, Principal Hu Ning specifically retained Chen Zi and Li Wei to discuss the options regarding the Magic City University Winter Camp and the Capital University Autumn Program. Li Wei glanced at Chen Zi, seemingly seeking his opinion. Chen Zi paused for a moment, recalling Jiang Shirley's words. Going to Magic City University? Although he was unsure why Jiang Shirley had said that, he did not believe she would speak without reason. Moreover, considering Chen Zi's preferences, he leaned towards Magic City University. Compared to the Capital University, Magic City offered a more open and enticing atmosphere. Thus, Chen Zi candidly expressed his thoughts, and Li Wei soon echoed his desire to attend Magic City University as well. Principal Hu Ning nodded, retrieving 2 documents from his briefcase and handing them to Chen Zi and Li Wei. The documents prominently featured information about the Magic City University Winter Camp. This was indeed a timely boon for Chen Zi, as he had heard of this camp in his previous life but lacked knowledge of its details and structure. Chapter 54. The Winter Camp Approaches. As the Jiang Province High School Student League concluded, the semester was drawing to a close. Not only was it the end of the first semester for the third years, but it also marked the year's impending conclusion. Invitations to the winter camp had already been dispatched to Chen Zi and Li Wei, and in just a few days, they would embark on a 3-week journey to Magic City University, anticipated to conclude before New Year's Eve. Coincidentally, the duo would also bypass their final examinations. No matter how many lives he had lived, he was still a youth, and how could he not have fantasized about the sensation of avoiding final exams? To be honest, when this reality dawned upon him, Chen Zi felt a peculiar loneliness. To be invincible is to be so lonely. When Lu Zhihao heard Chen Zi utter this, he nearly lost his composure and wanted to confront him. Listen to yourself. Is that even a human sentiment? However, for the new trainers of Jiang Province, the name Chen Zi had become widely recognized, synonymous with invincibility within their cohort. The title of Jiang Province's Rookie King was well-deserved, and there circulated a rumor online that Chen Zi had not exerted his full strength during the final battle. After all, TT had dispatched her opponent with such ease that it led many to believe Chen Zi was still holding back. Chen Zi truly felt wronged. It wasn't that he didn't want TT to use life energy, it was that she couldn't. What would happen if she exhausted herself before facing even stronger opponents in subsequent matches? Such a technique was meant for the most critical moments. Thanks to the competition, the Trainer Association had bestowed upon Chen Zi an additional slot for registering Pokemon. Nevertheless, Chen Zi remained rather nonchalant about it. He believed that when the time was right, opportunities would naturally present themselves, much like how Riolu appeared without force. Furthermore, after this battle, Chen Zi gained a clearer understanding of the current level of talented trainers. To be frank, he felt that his own strength and progress were still woefully inadequate. There was no alternative. Pokemon training is inherently a gradual process. Even as a reincarnator, possessing insights that surpass those of the average person at this stage, Chen Zi could not expect his Pokemon to ascend to greatness in a single leap. Moreover, at present, he lacked the capability to seize several notable opportunities from his past life, and many resources would only be accessible once his own strength had significantly increased. It was akin to the extraordinary fruits found on the secret Dragon Island, which could purify a Pokemon's potential, or the deeper mysteries of the world tree atop Mount Everest. If Chen Zi were to venture there now, not only would reaching it be uncertain, but should he arrive, he would likely become a delectable meal for the high-level wild Pokemon residing within. Chen Zi was well aware that some things are destined to come to those who are meant to have them, while others are not to be forced. Right? Didi. Observing Didi meditating beside him, Chen Zi asked without context. Didi? What? Didi broke her meditative state, casting a curious glance at Chen Zi. It's nothing, he waved his hand, refocusing his thoughts. After the battle, it appeared that Didi had experienced a new enlightenment regarding her mental prowess, elevating her mental realm inexplicably by a level. Chen Zi understood that the foundational training method of auxiliary powers was no longer suitable for her. She required a deeper approach. However, in his past life, Chen Zi was not a master in this field, and much remained beyond his grasp. Thus, he sought the guidance of a more specialized individual. After a long interval, He reached out to Jiang Shirley, a member of the so-called Spirit World's Outer Circle. Didi, are you there? Jiang Shirley, what's up? Jiang Shirley, hold on. Let me guess. Jiang Shirley, meditation text? Didi. Jiang Shirley, how do you wish to repay me? Didi, how much? I want to take it for free. Let us draft an IOU. Jiang Shirley, I don't want money, just shy. Didi, I've come to the Magic University's winter camp. Jiang Shirley, your method of changing the subject is rather clumsy. Jiang Shirley, the winter camp at Magic University is great. If I'm not mistaken, it should be held in Starfall Forest. Didi, exactly. Jiang Shirley, perfect. Keep an eye on a few individuals for me. They caught our attention. Suspected members of the Genius Program. Although it had been a long time since Chen Zi had heard the term Genius Program, he had never forgotten the lurking threat it posed. Even though the members of the program had yet to make a move against him, it was likely they deemed it unworthy to target such a minor figure. Nonetheless, Chen Zi remained vigilant. He did not believe the masterminds behind the Genius Program would let him off so easily. Subsequently, Jiang Shirley sent over a list. Although there were no apparent members of the Genius Program in Jiang Province, several individuals from other provinces had already come under suspicion following investigations in the spirit world, including a few rookie champions from various provinces. However, Chen Zi did not recognize any familiar names. All were strangers to him, quietly matching names with photos. He responded positively to Jiang Shirley before proceeding to convey the details of the meditation to Didi. Over the past few days, Didi had grasped the meditation techniques Jiang Shirley sent and even taught them to Riolu, conveniently compensating for Riolu's inability to practice auxiliary powers. Rookie champion, I'm back. The sound of shoes being changed at the entrance announced Li Shui's arrival. Recently, with no major events occurring, she had been returning home on time. As for the rookie champion, since Li Shui and Chun Jianghua had picked Chen Zi up from school and heard his classmates refer to him as such, they had taken to calling him the rookie champion as well. To be honest, this honor Chen Zi had received not only elevated his recognition, but also brought tangible benefits to his family. Upon learning that her son was the rookie champion of Jiang Province, the Tianhai City Police Department promptly placed Li Shui in line for promotion. Arranging for a more relaxed work schedule, Chun Jianghua's situation was even more favorable. Promotions within the system required adherence to rules, and the educational training group he was part of had swiftly elevated him to a managerial position, resulting in a significant salary increase. Never underestimate the status of a trainer, even if he is yet to fully realize his potential. Once a powerful talent is confirmed, those in higher positions will not hesitate to make a risk-free investment. Mom, please don't tease me, Chen Zi said, rising from the sofa to help his mother place some items on the table. What? Are you still embarrassed? Aren't you the rookie champion? Li Shui chuckled. You're back? Now that you're here, we can eat, Chun Jianghua announced as he emerged from the kitchen. Chen Zi also called a halt to Didi and Riolu's training, and the family gathered around the dining table in a cheerful atmosphere. At the table, they discussed the upcoming Magic University winter camp. Son, I've heard this winter camp might be somewhat dangerous. It's in a secluded area, Li Shui suddenly mentioned. Yes, it's in Starfall Forest on the outskirts of Magic City. Don't worry, while there are wild Pokemon, there will be protection, Chen Zi reassured her. That said, safety should always come first. If we can secure a guaranteed spot, we will, but if not, there's no need to force it, Chun Jianghua added. As parents, their primary concern was their child's safety over his potential success. I understand, Chen Zi replied with a smile. With Didi and Riolu protecting me, you need not worry. You must also ensure their safety, Li Shui laughed. I'll be asking you if anything happens. The two little ones were blissfully enjoying the energy cubes Chen Zi had prepared. By the way, Li Shui seemed to recall something suddenly. She pulled out a card from her pocket and handed it to Chen Zi. This contains 150,000. Your father and I prepared it for you. Spend it wisely. And don't be stingy on what Didi and Riolu need. If it's not enough, we can chip in a little more. Chen Zi did not hesitate. Within the short span of 6 months, the initial million from Tingy Company had been nearly exhausted, and he was indeed feeling a bit financially strained. Your mother and I are doing better now, so if you encounter any financial issues, just let us know. You're old enough now. There are many things we don't understand, and we want to pry, Chun Jianghua stated. But you must adhere to your principles. Obeying the law is our greatest expectation of you and your bottom line. Chun Jianghua's expression turned serious. Chun Zi nodded earnestly. Chapter 55, Assemble. Starfall Forest. On a winter morning, Lily brought Chen Zi and Li Wei to the entrance of Magic University. Located in the suburbs of Magic City and adjacent to Starfall Forest, the university was originally established to subdue the ferocious wild Pokemon that occasionally emerged from the forest. Over time, the Pokemon within Starfall Forest had become less aggressive, and the university had gradually flourished, becoming one of the premier institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, renowned as the top 2 training schools. The other, of course, was the Imperial University located in the capital. Chen Zi's luggage was rather minimal. According to the information provided by the principal, most supplies could be purchased at the camp's store, so he thought it prudent to acquire what he needed there. Consequently, he only brought along a few items for his Pokemon, such as energy cubes and a change of clothes. Li Wei, similarly, carried little. He did not resemble the typical wealthy heir in the least. Observing the throng of individuals bustling about with their oversized bags, Chen Zi nudged Li Wei and remarked, "Li Wei, the principal's information seems accurate, but I can't shake the feeling that we stand out rather awkwardly here." Li Wei shook his head in response. "It should be fine. The information I gleaned from my father aligns with this." Chen Zi shrugged. "Well, it's their prerogative how they choose to pack." At that moment, Zhu Tiantian approached, dragging a solitary suitcase, and whispered, "Fortunately, you two didn't bring much. My dad mentioned that those who overpack might face some consequences. Is that so?" Chen Zi replied, "I can't help but feel that this winter camp is shrouded in mystery." Upon closer inspection, Chen Zi noticed that the designated gathering area for the official camp, Ruichuan, was quite desolate, lacking any accommodations for the participants. Were it not for the presence of official staff, he might have suspected he was in the wrong place. After completing the registration, the accompanying personnel were informed that they could depart. Each participant was required to scan a QR code to download an official app named Ruichuan, which was said to be a crucial credential for the winter camp. Before long, everyone assembled in an open area, as instructed. The trio, with their meager belongings, stood out starkly amidst the sea of large bags. Soon, a guide dressed in a blue uniform approached the crowd and began their introduction. "Greetings. I am your guide for this winter camp. I shall refrain from disclosing my name. If fate permits, we may meet again." The guide paced back and forth. "My time with you will be brief. Shortly, I shall depart, and this winter camp will no longer involve me. Therefore, it is imperative that you heed my words closely, as they pertain to your forthcoming actions. Those who disregard my instructions will bear the consequences." Despite the guide's gentle tone, Chen Zi detected an undeniable authority beneath it. "The app one requested you to download is your primary source of information for the foreseeable future. Essentially, all notifications will be communicated through this app, so you must remain vigilant for any updates. Failure to do so will be at your own risk. You may now open the app to verify that your information has been successfully logged." Previously, Chen Zi attempted to access the Ruichuan app, but was denied permission after entering his name and ID number. Now, however, after re-entering his details, he successfully accessed a clean interface featuring 4 sections: information, announcements, marketplace, and personal profile. The marketplace was currently locked, while the other sections were accessible. Both the information and announcement sections were empty, but his personal profile displayed his name and a point total of 0. From the principal's earlier communications, Chen Zi understood that this winter camp employed a reward system. Accumulating enough points would allow participants to exchange them for desired items. As he finished perusing the app, the guide resumed speaking. "This winter camp differs significantly from previous ones. Unlike the past, the Ruichuan Winter Camp is a collaborative effort among trainer academies across the southern region, boasting a more generous reward system. As you can observe, the number of participants has increased. Previously, only the top 3 from each province were admitted, but now, the top 8 from each province have the opportunity, and we have also opened up 30 spots to the public." Chen Zi glanced around, noticing indeed a large crowd. The Golden Autumn Initiative from the Imperial Capital University is similarly structured. I must emphasize that the Golden Autumn Initiative is not entirely unrelated to us. Exceptional performers in this winter camp will not be limited to preferential admission solely to Magic City University. Candidates may choose from various universities across the nation, including the Imperial Capital University. A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd as discussions erupted. Chen Zi furrowed his brow. This revelation indicated that the information provided by the principal was outdated. He observed Zhu Tiantian and Li Wei beside him, both wearing similar expressions of concern. Evidently unaware of this development, Chen Zi found this surprising. While he could understand why Zhu Tiantian's father might not have access to such news, it was unexpected that Li Wei's family connections hadn't yielded the same information. This suggested just how tightly the information was being guarded. Regrettably, Chen Zi had not been privy to such matters in his past life, which could have provided him valuable insight. However, he sensed that this situation might be linked to the increasingly frequent occurrences of the ultimate abyss in the latter stages of his previous life. Perhaps the nation was endeavoring to cultivate greater defenses against the invasion of ultimate beasts. Nevertheless, from what he could see, the situation concerning the ultimate abyss had not significantly changed for his generation. Shaking his head, Chen Zi resolved not to dwell on it further. Recognizing that overthinking would serve no purpose, it was far more beneficial to contemplate how to enhance his own abilities during this winter camp. He turned his gaze towards the guide at the forefront, who bore a knowing smile. For some reason, Chen Zi felt as though the guide's eyes lingered on their meager luggage for a considerable time. After a moment, the guide cleared their throat, clapped their hands, and signaled for silence. "All right, quiet down. I am not yet finished. You may converse freely later, but for now, let me fulfill my responsibilities. Should anyone disturb me, I reserve the right to expel you from this winter camp." The guide's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Lastly, I urge you to remember, the winter camp offers many opportunities, and being compelled to withdraw midway would result in substantial losses." With that, the guide continued, "I shall refrain from lengthy chit-chat. Open the Ruichuan app, as I will assign your first task." The guide produced a phone and tapped a few times on the screen. Soon, notification sounds echoed, and Chen Zi opened his phone to find an unread message in the information section. Upon clicking it, he read, "Task, proceed toward the camp. Before 1700 hours, cross over Qiyun Mountain and reach the internal camp of Xinglua Forest. During the journey, the use of Pokemon as transportation is strictly prohibited, including speed-enhancing moves and teleportation or assistance with carrying luggage. Any violations will result in immediate expulsion from the winter camp. Those who fail to complete the task will also forfeit their eligibility for the winter camp. Upon arrival, accommodations will be selected in the order of arrival." A chorus of dismay arose among the participants. The trio finally comprehended the meaning behind the warning about overpacking. Ignoring the protests, the guide mysteriously mounted a Charizard and departed. Chen Zi glanced skyward, not at the retreating guide, but rather sensing an unsettling awareness that something unseen was observing them. Chapter 56, Arrival at the Camp. As Chen Zi made his way along the path to the camp, he felt the chill of winter settling in. Yet the long trek had already caused a fine sheen of sweat to form on his brow. This was merely with his light packing. Those burdened with heavy luggage behind him were undoubtedly suffering far greater trials. Fortunately, the paths on Qiyun Mountain have been established by those who came before, rendering them relatively smooth. Had it been the rugged, unrefined trails of nature, it is likely that a significant number of participants would have abandoned their journey at the outset. Thanks to their minimal baggage and the rigorous physical training provided by Li, Chen Zi and Li Wei maintained their position at the forefront of the group. Zhu Tiantian was not far behind, closely trailing the footsteps of Chen Zi and Li Wei. The group had officially set off at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and an hour had elapsed since then. Along the way, the number of companions dwindled, with many falling behind, leaving only a select few who continued to press on. Among them, Chen Zi spotted Chu Tianming and Yi Huai. He recalled that when they first gathered, they had each carried a considerable amount of luggage. But now they were left with merely a single suitcase. It seemed they had discarded their burdens along the path, a rather astute decision. Chen Zi surmised that this mindset of sacrifice was likely a test devised by the task's organizers. Zhu Tiantian frowned, glancing around before leaning closer to Chen Zi and whispering, "Do you sense that we are being watched?" Chen Zi had felt this unease for some time. Li Wei dismissed it, suggesting it must be the organizers' surveillance methods. Otherwise, how would they detect if we were cheating with Pokemon? Zhu Tiantian pondered this, finding it reasonable. Yet, she remained curious about the means employed for surveillance. As no cameras had been apparent along the way, Chen Zi, however, had a notion, recalling the Rotom he had been equipped with in his previous life as an investigator. In this world, the concept of smart devices, reminiscent of the Pokemon franchise, was still in its infancy. After approximately half an hour of trekking, they finally reached the summit of Qiyun Mountain. The peak was notably flat, though rather small, with a visible path leading downwards. Chen Zi approached the edge and looked out, spotting a sizable complex in the distance, which he presumed to be their target campsite. Observing the descent route, he noted that it was considerably wider and less steep than the ascent, winding gently, as if the winter camp organizers had taken precautions to prevent accidents among the children during their descent. They decided to take a brief respite to regain their strength before commencing their descent. About 5 minutes later, as they noticed the others gradually catching up, Chen Zi and his companions opted to set off again. They jogged down the mountain, leaving the out-of-breath participants in awe. It was noteworthy that the majority of those behind had also chosen to travel light by discarding their luggage, yet they struggled to match the ease of Chen Zi's group. What physical prowess! They even run, someone murmured, collapsing on the summit, unwilling to move. The scenery on the way down was far more picturesque than that on the ascent. Indeed, Only by crossing Chiyun Mountain could one truly enter the Starlight Forest. Speaking of which, Chiyun Mountain bore a wealth of historical significance, as it was here that the early defenders established their lines against the incursion of wild Pokémon from the Starlight Forest. Although the remnants of that era had long been erased by time, Chen Zi, aware of its history, felt a profound emotion upon arriving. TT, perched on Chen Zi's shoulder, furrowed its brow, seemingly detecting an unwelcome presence. "What is it?" Chen Zi inquired. The current exertion level was manageable for him. Given a semester of rigorous training was no trivial matter. TT shook its head, noting that the unpleasant aura had only briefly manifested before vanishing entirely, leaving no trace. Causing TT to doubt its own perception, Chen Zi dismissed the thought as they continued their descent, nearing the foot of the mountain. An hour and a half of uphill travel contrasted sharply with the half-hour descent, indicating a significant difference. The surrounding foliage grew denser, and glimpses of wild Pokémon could be seen among the trees. Pidgeys lingered on branches, while beneath them, one could spot fallen metapods and coconas, all creating an atmosphere of natural harmony, as if they had entered an untouched realm of Pokémon, curiously observing the humans as they hurried by. Such scenes were a rarity. At this moment, fewer than 10 individuals remained near Chen Zi, all appearing to be seasoned athletes accustomed to regular exercise. However, one figure caught Chen Zi's attention, a tall man, approximately 6 feet tall, accompanied by a Macaque. This aligned perfectly with the dossier Jiang Shirley had provided him, identifying the individual as Shang Wu, presumably a member of the Genius Program. Chen Zi merely glanced at him before averting his gaze to avoid drawing attention. As they reached the base of the mountain, the forest came into view. Unlike the towering trees of the Ultra Space, the trees of the Starlight Forest were comparatively smaller, and the surroundings appeared brighter. Even as the afternoon sun began to set, this location was far more luminous than the oppressive atmosphere of the Ultra Space. Chen Zi glanced at Li Wei, who seemed unperturbed, showing no signs of being affected by their past experiences in the Ultra Space. Yet, Chen Zi noticed Li Wei's hand tightly gripping his Pokeball, revealing lingering apprehension. Chen Zi patted Li Wei's shoulder, signaling him to relax. Li Wei attempted to speak, but with others present, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. While it was deemed a pristine forest, traces of human development were inevitably present. The dirt path continuing down the mountain, though not as wide as the ascent, was also not as arduous as the forest they had traversed in the Ultra Space, where one had to navigate around thickets at every few steps. They walked along the path, not needing to consciously remember the direction to the campsite. Following this road would suffice. Perhaps due to collective fatigue or the allure of the Pokémon peering from either side, the group instinctively slowed their pace, exchanging no words. As they continued, the outlines of the buildings became discernible in the distance. However, since few had arrived thus far, there was no rush to compete for dormitory selection. Thus, the group harmoniously entered the campsite one by one. Chen Zi's trio entered the campsite in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions, with Shang Wu, the man he had noted earlier, being the first. They observed several staff members in blue uniforms at the registration desk, intently watching the computer screens displaying footage of others' progress. Indeed, it was an all-encompassing surveillance system, thought Chen Zi, based on the moving perspectives on the screens and the absence of drones along the way. It was clear that an invisible rotom was at work. After confirming that those arriving had not engaged in any deceitful activities, they sequentially signed their names and received their identification cards. Subsequently, a man guided them to the accommodation area to select their dormitory. It must be noted that there was a significant disparity between the dormitories. In the boys' section, there were 5 double rooms, a few quad rooms, and the remainder were 8-person rooms. However, the allocation of rooms was not permanent, as stated in the accommodation guide they had just received. The camp would tally individual points weekly and re-rank the participants for dormitory selection. Chen Zi and his companions merely secured a week's trial experience in a double room. During the selection process for the dormitory, Chen Zi ultimately opted to share a room with Li Wei, while Zhu Tiantian paired up with Chu Tianming. Initially, Chen Zi had intended to choose a room with Shang Wu for easier observation, but that plan was thwarted when the slightly shorter boy claimed it first. Nevertheless, opportunities would abound in the future. Stealing a discreet glance at Shang Wu, Chen Zi moved his luggage and entered the room alongside Li Wei. Chapter 57. Elimination of the Last Place. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Chen Zi and Li Wei settled their belongings. The 2-person dormitory was quite spacious, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. The living area, accessible upon entering, was equipped with air conditioning, a sofa, a table, and even a small refrigerator. It appeared more comfortable than a hotel stay. The floor was devoid of dust, clearly recently cleaned, allowing the students to move in effortlessly. With no notifications yet on their phones and the time still shy of 5 o'clock, Chen Zi suggested to Li Wei that they explore the camp together. They had just noticed that the camp's grounds were rather extensive, resembling a school in size. Curiosity piqued, Chen Zi wondered what secrets this winter camp held. Descending quickly, they approached the entrance where numerous individuals had already gathered, forming a queue for registration. After observing for a while, Chen Zi diverted his focus, cradling TT and wandering with Li Wei. The camp's vastness was no exaggeration. The most prominent features were several buildings reminiscent of lecture halls. Peering through the windows, Chen Zi could see neatly arranged desks and chairs. It seemed that even in a winter camp, lessons would be unavoidable, he mused. Li Wei suddenly remarked, "I heard from my aunt that she will be present." "Who? Ninmingjia?" Chen Zi inquired, somewhat astonished that such a small place would attract a celebrity. Li Wei nodded. "It's rumored to be on the closing day of the camp." Understanding dawned on Chen Zi. She was invited as a guest. However, encountering a star was indeed a rare opportunity. They continued their stroll, passing by a 3-story cafeteria, a vast area enclosed by barbed wire, and various office buildings. Naturally, they also spotted a large Pokémon merchandise store and a supermarket for essential supplies. It was evident that the principal's information was accurate. There was little need to bring excessive luggage to this location. The camp size was neither overly grand nor diminutive. After spending half an hour meandering, Li Wei showcased his Eluredo to Chen Zi. However, Chen Zi was already aware of Li Wei's intention to evolve his Karurian into Eluredo, so he was not particularly surprised. Regrettably, Eluredo's loss of its fairy-type post-evolution would complicate its integration into the duo's previously established synergy centered around misty terrain. Nonetheless, the evolution would significantly enhance its strength, ensuring that it could swiftly counter Zhu Tiantian's Sandstorm Sandshrew in the future. After their leisurely exploration, it was nearing 5 o'clock. As they made their way back, Chen Zi's phone, which had been silent thus far, buzzed with notifications. They received a welcome message confirming their official status as members of the Ruichuan winter camp, urging them to enjoy their final night of freedom before the camp commenced. The notice stated that activities would begin at 6:30 the following morning in the Eastern Playground. The announcement board also updated several pieces of information, including a map of the camp and some rules for the duration of their stay. Chen Zi first opened the map to confirm the Eastern Playground's location, then proceeded to review the rules while walking. The regulations were detailed, outlining permissible and prohibited actions during the camp, largely mirroring those of a school. Furthermore, the camp operated on a point system, specifically incorporating the term elimination of the last place. During training, participants could accumulate points, which could be utilized not only for changing dormitories, but also for redeeming a series of valuable rewards. The rewards would be publicly displayed in a points marketplace. Each week, the announcement board would update a leaderboard based on the participants' points, with the 30 lowest-ranked members facing elimination and departing the winter camp early. Ultimately, the students remaining would see the top 10 on the leaderboard granted opportunities at prestigious schools, while the others would await selection by the institutions themselves. Of course, there were 2 types of points, total points and current points. Current points reflected the actual points remaining after deducting those spent in the marketplace, while total points represented the sum without deductions. Rankings were based on total points, alleviating concerns about sudden drops in standings after redeeming items in the marketplace. Details regarding specific training projects and methods would be communicated by the winter camp instructors the following day. Before Chen Zi could explore the points marketplace to see what could be exchanged, he heard an uncontrollable exclamation from Li Wei beside him. "What happened?" Chen Zi inquired, surprised by what could unsettle the composed Li Wei. "You'll know once you check the points marketplace yourself." "I didn't expect this year's winter camp to be so lavish," Li Wei replied. Curious, Chen Zi opened the points marketplace, and the first items he encountered left him utterly astonished. Z-Ring includes qualification for the Z trial in the Island Secret Realm. Required points, 2,000, limited to 3. Keystone. Required points, 1,500, limited to 5. Mega Evolution Stone for Bangiris, required points, 500, limited to 6. Along with an array of Mega Evolution Stones for various Pokemon. Chen Zi flipped through the offerings. Aside from the legendary stones, nearly every other type was available. It was absurd. The rarity of these keystones in this world could only be described as priceless. If one were to encounter a keystone at an auction, the buyer would invariably be the official representatives. The few keystones circulating among the public were exceedingly rare, unless one stumbled upon extraordinary luck. Obtaining them would typically require official channels. One of the pathways to acquire a keystone was to become a member of the Elite Four or champion of the league. However, There were also other avenues, such as making significant contributions to the organization. Alternatively, one could discover them in secret realms. In his previous life, Chen Zi obtained his keystone on the Hidden Dragon Isle after already achieving master-level prowess. During his university years, he had witnessed members of prestigious school teams possessing keystones, likely passed down through their families. He suspected that Li Wei's family had prepared a keystone for him as well. As for the Z-ring, it was even rarer. While nearly everyone at the World Championship possessed a megastone, not everyone had access to a Z-move, even if one obtained a Z-ring. Acquiring the Z-crystal required traveling to the island regions and completing trials against the island guardians. Thus, it was no wonder that Chen Zi was so taken aback. Winning a master tournament did not guarantee such an abundance of treasures, and yet here was a mere winter camp. Moreover, when Chen Zi clicked on the Pokemon section, the array of Pokemon available dazzled his eyes, quite literally. EV, Shiny, Level 25, required points, 700. Ghastly, Shiny, Level 23, required points, 700. Steel Dragon, Shiny, Level 28. Required points, 850. Dragapult, Shiny, Level 30, required points, 1300. Chen Zi's mouth hung open in astonishment. Even without an explanation of the innate abilities of these shiny Pokemon, he understood that their talents must undoubtedly surpass those of ordinary Pokemon, simply because in this realm, shiny Pokemon are often synonymous with exceptional gifts. This conclusion has also been corroborated by authoritative research institutions. Each shiny Pokemon, regardless of its type, can command exorbitant prices in the market, even if it is merely a Caterpie or something similar. Yet here, they were available for exchange among members. Gazing at the Steel Dragon, Chen Zi felt a twinge of desire. In his previous life, shortly after the release of Zhuzi, the Steel Dragon had no so-called evolutionary form. And shortly after he ascended to become a champion, a research facility in the Eagle Nation unveiled the evolutionary form, the Steel Bridge Dragon, which dominated the battlefield in rainy teams, becoming all the rage. The evolution into the Steel Bridge Dragon required an item known as the composite metal, of which the Dragon Nation's Research Institute possessed a few pieces, initially believed to amplify steel-type moves. After the Steel Bridge Dragon's debut, many sought it, only to discover that the Eagle Nation had already purchased the composite metal in bulk, effectively monopolizing the market. In this life, Chen Zi was determined to acquire a Steel Dragon, hastening its evolution into a Steel Bridge Dragon and reporting it to the state, thereby contributing to his nation. Was this not an opportune moment? Chapter 58. The profound intent of the authorities. Since Chen Zi's rebirth, he had not experienced such exhilaration as he did now. Although, with the growth of his abilities, he could venture into numerous secret realms known from his past life to obtain resources. These endeavors would only occur once he had amassed significant strength, and they were always accompanied by certain dangers. Opportunities to acquire rare resources with minimal risk, like the present one, were indeed rare. Chen Zi and Li Wei made their way to the cafeteria, where many were already dining. It was evident that excitement radiated from nearly every face present. At this moment, Chen Zi had regained his composure. He sensed that matters might not be as straightforward as they appeared. If it were so easy for them to amass substantial points for exchange, how many resources would this winter camp consume from the Dragon Nation? Such expenditures and returns were certainly disproportionate. A more plausible conjecture was that the prizes would not be obtainable in one fell swoop, or perhaps they would serve as common rewards across several future winter camps. This line of thought rendered the situation considerably more reasonable. Chen Zi believed that the most coveted item was undoubtedly the Z-ring. As for the keystone, it could be procured from the Hidden Dragon Island in his past life, if necessary. Following closely was the shiny Steel Dragon. As the scenes of the Steel Bridge Dragon wreaking havoc in his previous life had left quite an impression on him. Upon arrival, various small groups had already emerged. Some hailed from the same school, others from the same region, and some were merely newly acquainted roommates. Wherever there were people, small circles would inevitably form. Chen Zi had not come for socializing, so he had no inclination to integrate into different collectives. After placing their orders, he and Li Wei casually found a spot to sit. The dining conditions at the winter camp were excellent. However, they did not provide food for Pokemon, which was available at a facility called the Pokemon Care Center. Passing by, Chen Zi noticed the large building, seemingly designed to accommodate larger Pokemon. The food provided was complimentary, diverse in variety, and quite palatable. Although their Pokemon had already consumed energy cubes, Chen Zi and Li Wei still intended to visit the Pokemon Care Center. Upon reaching the entrance, they were informed by the staff that they were only permitted to access the outermost D-level area. It was then that Chen Zi noticed the venue was divided into sections labeled D, C, B, and A. each with a distinct boundary and a staff member in blue overseeing them. When Chen Zi and Li Wei inquired about accessing the inner areas, the staff outright declined, stating they would find out tomorrow. No matter how much Chen Zi pressed, the staff remained tight-lipped. Resigned, the two began to explore the D area. Each section featured several reception desks, with many individuals queuing in front. Soon, one by one, individuals emerged with transparent jars containing energy cubes, appearing quite substantial. After a brief wait, it was Chen Zi's turn. The receptionist requested his card, extracted the information of the Pokemon he had registered, and then presented him with the corresponding quantity of energy cubes, handing them over to Chen Zi. Since he had registered 2 Pokemon, the receptionist provided him with 1 portion of fairy and fighting-type energy cubes each. Opening the jar, Chen Zi examined the quality of the energy cubes and found them to be meticulously crafted. Although they were slightly inferior to those he made himself, they were still superior to those produced by his father. It should be noted that Chen Jiangwo was a professional breeder, and the fact that these exceeded his father's offerings suggested that the winter camp had invested considerable effort in this regard. Moreover, this was merely the D-level area, and Chen Zi began to anticipate the delightful surprises that awaited in the higher-tier sections. Opposite several reception desks, Chen Zi noticed a few corresponding ones. He approached and discovered they had yet to be opened, explaining the lack of patrons. Behind the reception desks, a vast space filled with numerous training equipment came into view. Given the name of the Pokemon Care Center, Chen Zi speculated it might be a place for Pokemon to train while being housed there. Did this also have divisions like D, C, B, and A? Surely, there must be some distinguishing features. Chen Zi's excitement for the winter camp intensified. On the way back to the dormitory, he observed many individuals walking arm in arm, engaging in fervent conversations. Chen Zi was somewhat skeptical of this camaraderie. He did not believe such relationships could endure for long. He had an inkling that within this winter camp, the disparities in treatment among individuals might be significant. Setting aside this concern, the elimination system could instill a sense of unease in many. After all, beginning with over 100 participants, many had already been eliminated, and soon, another 60 would be cut, leaving only a handful remaining. This format differed from the college entrance examination, where the vast number of candidates rendered competition less severe. Here, every individual was a competitor, and under the temptation of immense benefits, even once close friends could become adversaries. 21 days was indeed too brief, and as eliminations continued, the number of remaining participants would dwindle, intensifying the competition. One must not overestimate human moral standards. Ultimately, the notion of fair competition might well be rendered obsolete. Today, everyone was amicable. What about a week or 2 from now? The more Chen Zi pondered, the more he felt that this winter camp was not as simple as it appeared, hinting at some profound underlying purpose. After all, Chen Zi did not believe that the Dragon Nation had reached a point where it needed to advocate for a wolfish education approach. He cast a glance at Li Wei, who, apart from the initial excitement, remained remarkably composed throughout. Chen Zi did not wish to let a trifling benefit affect their relationship. After all, Li Wei was considered a partner he acknowledged. "I will assist you," he stated candidly. "Although the rewards from this winter camp are quite valuable, they hold little allure for me." Before Chen Zi could utter a word, Li Wei interjected, "What do you desire? I shall help you." It appeared that Li Wei had also come to this realization, prompting a smile from Chen Zi. "It's nothing. I still believe I can obtain the rewards I seek through my own efforts." Chen Zi continued, "Moreover, I understand your family is well off. But that wealth does not come from thin air. Focus on your aspirations, and perhaps I might lend you a hand when the time comes." Li Wei exhaled in relief, chuckling as he placed a hand on Chen Zi's shoulder. "Then our esteemed newcomer king must support his little brother." Sometimes, articulating one's thoughts is far better than concealing them. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Zi shared his contemplations from the journey back, including speculations regarding the underlying significance of the winter camp. "Why didn't you mention this earlier on the way?" Li Wei asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Chen Zi replied, "Do you remember that feeling of being watched on our way here? I still sensed it as I walked. Hence, I suspect the winter camp officials harbor some deeper intentions." Li Wei nodded in realization. "Now that you mention it, I do sense something of the sort. But why would the officials act in such a manner?" Chen Zi shook his head. "I don't know, but we must remain vigilant. At the very least, we should avoid betraying or harming others, as that is our baseline." Li Wei nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two refrained from further discussion, each attending to their personal hygiene before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. After all, they would face an unknown training regimen the following day. Chapter 59. Training commences early the next morning. As soon as Chen Zi's alarm rang, he rose from bed. To avoid tardiness, he had set the alarm an hour earlier, at 5:30. Upon exiting his room, he discovered Li Wei had already awakened and was performing morning exercises in the living room. AI Lu Lei Duo sat nearby, meditating in a cross-legged position. "Oh, up so early for morning exercises?" Chen Zi greeted him. Li Wei nodded. "It's a habit I've maintained." Chen Zi acknowledged him with a nod and proceeded to wash up without further conversation. By the time he finished, Li Wei had completed his morning routine as well. The two then headed to the cafeteria for breakfast before leisurely making their way to the east playground. Despite it being winter, the sky remained dim even at 6 in the morning. On the playground, the golden rays of dawn began to illuminate the earth. Yet a considerable number of individuals were already gathered there. It seemed everyone was apprehensive about being late, Chen Zi mused, as he and Li Wei joined the crowd. They engaged in light conversation while awaiting the arrival of the winter camp personnel. After approximately 10 minutes, a middle-aged man clad in blue approached their direction. Upon his arrival, the previously bustling crowd fell silent. Was this the alertness of good students? With everyone else quiet, Chen Zi had no desire to stand out and quickly silenced himself. His gaze followed the robust man as he made his way to the front of the gathering. After he came to a halt, he surveyed the disorganized assembly with a furrowed brow. "All of you, I will give you 1 minute to arrange yourselves in 2 lines from left to right." Ordered by height, the crowd immediately sprang into action. As expected of the elite candidates selected from various provinces, they swiftly complied with the directive. The middle-aged man observed their efforts, nodding slightly in satisfaction. He continued, "Time is still running. Those who have yet to position themselves will have another chance. However, if you are not aligned before me when the time is up, you will be expelled from the winter camp." Such severity? Chen Zi was taken aback. He had initially assumed that tardiness would only incur minor penalties, never expecting outright expulsion. When the clock struck 6:30, the man opened a roster and began taking attendance. Fortunately, all present had a commendable sense of punctuality, with no one arriving late. Chen Zi mentally noted the count, a total of 102 participants, which meant that ultimately only 42 could remain, indicating a rather high elimination rate. Subsequently, the middle-aged man introduced himself. "I am Zhang Mingkai, your chief instructor for this winter camp and a former Master Ball 8 Dan." The Pokemon ranking system had been refreshed following the conclusion of the individual matches in the World Championships, but for someone like Chen Zi, whose standing was in the Pokeball tier, it bore little significance. A Master Ball 8 Dan was nearly at the level of a Grandmaster, surpassing even Li by a considerable margin. Noticing the absence of hushed discussions among the crowd, Zhang Mingkai displayed a satisfied expression. "Excellent, you are all quite silent, which pleases me. Next, I will outline the rules for the camp. I hope you can maintain this level of decorum." Zhang Mingkai then stood and spoke continuously, from dusk until dawn, thoroughly detailing various important points. In summary, the winter camp would adopt a hybrid model of half instruction and half practical training. Mornings would be dedicated to lessons in classrooms, focusing on Pokemon battle knowledge, while afternoons and evenings would involve practical training with their Pokemon in the camp's specialized training facilities. Though seemingly mundane, Chen Zi felt no disappointment, for Zhang Mingkai had placed particular emphasis on one word: temporary. This suggested that the training regimen would not persist until the camp's conclusion, leading Chen Zi to believe it served as an adaptation period for the participants. He also inferred that notifications about activities would be communicated through their message boards. Chen Zi speculated that these activities could be a primary source for acquiring points, and regular performance might influence the distribution of points as well. He subtly nodded, casting a discreet glance toward a direction that exuded a strong sense of being observed. It was possible that even their current performance was being recorded. However, the instructor did not elaborate on the DCBA grading standards for Pokemon custody nor the specific details for earning points, leaving Chen Zi to ponder further. There was no denying that he was no longer the robust individual he once was upon his rebirth. Without formidable strength to back him, he had become more discerning. After emphasizing these points, the chief instructor informed them that the course schedules had been made available in their message boards for their perusal, subsequently announcing their dismissal. The first class was scheduled for 8:15 a.m., which left them with ample time. Since Chen Zi had not exercised that morning, he persuaded Li Wei to join him for a run on the playground. Following the chief instructor's warning, none dared to risk tardiness. Even without the formal declaration that latecomers would be dismissed, the fear of expulsion loomed large. After all, being dismissed midway was far more disheartening than suffering a loss of billions. The ensuing classes comprised theoretical lessons, taught by experts in the field. 2 of the instructors were familiar to Chen Zi, having attended their lectures during his university days in his previous life. Each class concluded with an assessment to gauge the efficacy of the students' learning, which Chen Zi suspected was also tied to the point system. As the present circumstances remained shrouded in ambiguity, Chen Zi resolved to seize every opportunity to earn points. Consequently, he actively participated in class discussions, engaged fervently in practical training, and even exhibited enthusiasm during meals. Li Wei began to affectionately refer to him as the point slave. Naturally, this behavior did not go unnoticed by observant classmates, who soon began to emulate his fervor. However, Chen Zi's past experiences, akin to those of a legendary champion, ensured that he stood out as the most distinguished participant in both theoretical and practical sessions. After all, no one else could offer more insightful perspectives during theoretical lectures. Nor could anyone else identify as many tactical blind spots as he did when the seasoned coach analyzed strategies at the advanced level 3. Gradually, Chen Zi's name began to circulate among a select few, with whispers of him being the new champion from Jiang province. His theoretical knowledge was unparalleled, and his practical skills appeared commendable. It was a mystery how he had accumulated such wisdom at his age. Zhu Tiantian, witnessing Chen Zi's true prowess for the first time, often approached him with playful banter. I suspect you might be a reincarnated champion trainer. It seems a waste for you to be merely a student here. You should be teaching instead. Sometimes, the truth inadvertently slips out in the guise of jest. Even Chu Tianming, at this juncture, felt that his defeat was not unwarranted. If he were to face Chen Zi with an identical lineup, he harbored no doubts that he would be thoroughly outmatched. Li Wei, however, had grown accustomed to this, especially since even his father had bestowed considerable praise upon Chen Zi, an uncommon occurrence, as Li Wei rarely witnessed his father express such admiration for a young individual. The last to receive such recognition was someone named Yang Jiang. Go ahead, Li Wei quipped, who could possibly surpass you? As the days of rigorous training unfolded, Chen Zi and Zhu Tiantian, along with Chu Tianming, grew more familiar with one another, shedding the initial awkwardness that had characterized their interactions. However, nearly a week had passed, and they had yet to catch a glimpse of Zhang Mingkai. The information board remained stagnant since the first day of camp, with personal scores still at 0. Among the group, some had begun to exhibit signs of impatience. Although the educational and developmental resources available here were top tier, many participants came from families that were not lacking in such provisions, even though their initial intention for attending was to secure a recommendation for further education. The monotony of the experience left many feeling somewhat perplexed. Time swiftly advanced to the 7th day, with tomorrow marking the day for score tabulation, coinciding with the departure of the first group of 30 individuals. Yet, at this moment, everyone's score remained at 0, and Chen Zi sensed that something significant was imminent. Indeed, on the information interface, a new message appeared. Chapter 60, The Courage Trial, Part 1, Courage Trial. Time, tonight at 7:30 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. Location, Teaching Building Area. Activity rules, no Pokemon may be brought. Aside from clothing, no other tools are permitted. Participants must enter the teaching building to search for hidden point cards. The point cards vary in value, 1, 3, 5, 10, and 20 points. The total points collected within the time limit will be converted into personal scores. The top 3 participants will receive rewards of 100, 50, and 30 points, respectively. Participants will wear fear value monitors. If the reading reaches 100, they will be forcibly removed from the competition. Arrival at the venue is required half an hour in advance. The Courage Trial? Chen Zi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He glanced at Li Wei, who appeared unfazed, and jested. Hey, are you afraid of ghosts? Perhaps I should accompany you? Li Wei shot him a look of exasperation before responding. Let us work together. You can take the point cards. Chen Zi was momentarily taken aback, touched that Li Wei remembered what he had said earlier. He shook his head, intending to decline, but Li Wei had already turned away, leaving him no chance to refuse. Chen Zi felt a twinge of resignation, deciding to address it later. That evening, after a day of training, the group gathered before the teaching building, where staff awaited at the entrance. Whether due to psychological factors or something else, Chen Zi found the building particularly eerie that day, as if the imposing structure was enveloped in a faint crimson hue. The participants lined up at the entrance, awaiting their turn for staff to check them one by one, ensuring they were equipped with fear value monitors and had surrendered their Pokemon. After learning of the no Pokemon rule for the night, Chen Zi had left TT and Liru at the Pokemon daycare to train on their own. Once everyone completed this step, the staff blindfolded them and guided them to various corners of the teaching area. The teaching complex comprised 3 buildings, interconnected by corridors on the 2nd, 4th, and 6th floors. These buildings were significantly larger than typical school facilities. However, Chen Zi and his peers had only attended classes on the ground floor of the first building, never venturing to the upper levels. The other buildings had remained inaccessible until now. The teaching building stood 6 stories tall, with 6 classrooms and 2 restrooms on the first floor, a rather extravagant layout. When the time came, Chen Zi had his blindfold removed, and the staff quickly departed the scene. Surveying his surroundings, he found no sign of others, let alone Li Wei. The roughly 100 participants were scattered across the vast area, making it exceedingly difficult to locate a specific individual. Glancing at the fear value monitor he wore, he noted the reading fluctuating around 20. Chen Zi scanned his environment again, taking stock of his surroundings. With no lights, he relied on the moonlight to discern the scene around him. He realized he was situated in a classroom. Climbing to the window to peer outside, he was met with an inexplicable darkness, obscuring his view of the outside world. Peering through the classroom door towards the hallway, he found it equally shrouded in shadow. The corridor beyond was pitch black. Had it not been for the moonlight spilling onto the floor, Chen Zi might have thought the entire building was cloaked under a vast, dark shroud. Such tactics were not unfamiliar to Chen Zi. Powerful ghost-type Pokemon often constructed such intangible veils to obscure the vision of those within their domain. Remaining calm, Chen Zi swiftly shifted into search mode for the point cards. He rummaged through the classroom, and before long, he discovered a point card worth 3 points beneath a desk. Chen Zi picked it up and placed it in his pocket. After thoroughly searching the classroom and confirming that this was the only card, he exited the room. Chen Zi was quite adept at determining his location within the building, since the staff had guided him without taking any additional stairs aside from those leading into the building. He knew he must be on the first floor. With that in mind, he approached the classroom door, peering left and right, finding no sign of life in the corridor. He stepped out of the classroom and entered another room on his left. Soon, he uncovered a point card valued at 1 point in this new classroom. It seemed easy enough. However, as he pondered, a sudden sense of unease washed over him. Although the teaching building is quite expansive, he had not heard a single sound from others throughout this duration. This seemed rather implausible. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream echoed from an unknown source. The sound was sharp, reminiscent of a girl's voice. Chen Zi furrowed his brow. The noise quickly subsided, and the surroundings returned to a profound silence. Was this an insulated area created by psychic-type Pokemon? Chen Zi relaxed his frown. It must be that the officials deliberately chose not to muffle the screams to instill a sense of dread. If Chen Zi's conjecture was correct, the owner of that scream must have been eliminated. Without further contemplation, Chen Zi continued his search on the first floor. Soon, he had scoured all 6 classrooms, finding 3 cards worth 3 points each and 5 worth 1 point, all of which were low-value cards. It seemed that in such a sparse and ordinary place, only cards of lesser denomination were available. Chen Zi shifted his gaze to the restroom at the end of the corridor. At this moment, he cared little for the distinction between male and female restrooms and boldly entered the nearby women's restroom to search. However, after thoroughly inspecting the entire restroom, he found nothing. Was there truly no card in the restroom? Chen Zi pondered, turning his attention to the mirror above the sink. Suddenly, he saw his reflection in the mirror grinning eerily. Imagine, in such an environment, no matter how audacious Chen Zi was, he was momentarily startled, his body twitching slightly as the fear meter skyrocketed to 50. However, he quickly regained his composure. This must be a trick by a ghost-type Pokemon. Chen Zi approached the mirror, confronting his own smile, only to discover something unusual. This so-called mirror was not merely a mirror, but a concave one. Before the mirror knelt a figure that looked just like Chen Zi, resembling perfectly the image reflected. Curiously, Chen Zi patted the figure's head, and to his surprise, it hugged its head, a look of grievance crossing its face as it instantly transformed. Oh, it turned out to be a Ditto. Chen Zi chuckled and affectionately patted Ditto's head. Ditto then produced a card worth 5 points from beneath its form and handed it to Chen Zi. So, it was clear that slightly higher value cards required some trials to obtain. Enlightened, Chen Zi once more patted Ditto's head and contentedly exited the restroom. He then entered the adjacent men's restroom, heading straight for the mirror, which was unlike the one in the women's restroom. Following his usual routine, he searched each stall in the restroom, ultimately discovering a card worth 1 point. It appeared that not every restroom possessed such a design, Chen Zi reflected. However, it made sense. Otherwise, once one deciphered the trick of a single restroom, scouring all the restrooms across the 3 teaching buildings would yield quite a substantial number of cards. It seemed he was the only person on the first floor. Yet, how could it be that no one had come to the first floor for so long? Chen Zi felt something was amiss. Logically, having lingered on the first floor for such an extended period, someone should have arrived to scavenge. He glanced towards the staircase. Could there be a trick to the stairs? Chapter 61, The Fear Challenge, Part 2. Zhang Qingfan stood in the center of the staircase, his brow furrowed. He had nearly gathered all the cards on the first floor and was prepared to ascend to the next level to continue collecting point cards. However, upon entering what he believed to be a new floor, he was astonished to find himself back in the very floor he had already searched. Even the arrangement of the moved desks and chairs being identical. This was uncanny. Zhang Qingfan traversed the same route several times. Realizing he seemed to be trapped on this floor, regardless of whether he ascended or descended, entering the corridor always returned him to the original level. At this moment, a term emerged in Zhang Qingfan's mind, ghost wall. He stood still, contemplating how to break free, and unbeknownst to him, he began to feel anxious. The fear meter gradually climbing to 50. Unable to conceive a solution, he began pacing restlessly. I refuse to believe I cannot find a way out. Zhang Qingfan gritted his teeth and swiftly dashed down the stairs. Level after level, the scenery appeared unchanged, and Zhang Qingfan felt as though he were ensnared in a loop. He began to breathe heavily, his strength waning. At this point, his fear level had surpassed 60, inching towards 70. Zhang Qingfan was not easily frightened. He often watched horror movies with Pokemon late at night, believing this fear challenge would be a mere exercise for him. Little did he expect that the unknown could be far more terrifying than any ghost. Just then, he noticed an unusual mark at the corner of the lower staircase. A piece of paper was affixed to the wall, and due to the dim lighting, Zhang Qingfan couldn't discern what was written upon it. Could this finally be the end? A wave of joy washed over him as he sprinted towards the paper, eager to investigate. As he ran, he praised his own decision-making. Yet, upon reaching the paper, he found the word heaven seemingly inscribed in blood. The letters exuded an eerie aura. Zhang Qingfan tore down the paper, discovering the word hell written in gold on the reverse side, infused with a sense of sanctity. A chill ran down Zhang Qingfan's spine. Heaven? Hell? Suddenly, he felt a cold sensation on his shoulder. He quickly turned his head. A grotesque, ghastly face grinned widely, revealing a long, crimson tongue. Ah! A scream pierced the tranquil night, causing Zhang Qingfan to collapse to the ground, his fear level surging past 100. Jengar scratched its head. From the shadows, a staff member in blue emerged, carrying the unconscious Zhang Qingfan away from the scene. Meanwhile, standing on the staircase, Chen Zi heard the scream and frowned. It dawned on him that he too was ensnared within the staircase. No wonder no one had been able to reach his floor. It seemed there was something lurking, waiting for them. Since Chen Zi had initially been on the lowest floor, he had only the option to ascend. Yet, he discovered that even after reaching the next floor, and even seeing the stairs leading downward, upon entering the corridor and classroom, he found himself back on the same floor he had begun, including Ditto still residing in the restroom. Chen Zi attempted to leave a point card on the stairs, but whether ascending or descending, the card remained in its original position on the staircase. Chen Zi understood that simply running up or down was likely futile. This reminded him of his experiences conducting investigations in the ultra space, where time-space distortions often occurred, akin to the current ghost wall phenomenon. In such situations, investigators typically would close their eyes. Chen Zi shut his eyes and, relying on his memory of the staircase's layout, began to walk downward. Soon, signals from his body alerted him to something amiss. He tried ascending, only to encounter the same sensation again. So that was it. Chen Zi opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His body conveyed to him that there was no actual movement of ascending or descending. All was a mere illusion crafted by visual misperception. He had remained on this floor, never truly moving. Contemplating, Chen Zi gazed towards the wall at the corner of the staircase, resolutely making his way over. As he traversed step by step, the stairs felt remarkably real, akin to walking on an authentic staircase. The Pokemon conjuring this illusion possessed an extraordinary mastery, adept at simulating such genuine sensations by influencing one's other senses. Yet, Chen Zi was far from an ordinary individual. Once he discerned the truth, the sensation of descending vanished entirely, akin to walking on level ground. Just as he seemed poised to collide with the wall at the corner, he effortlessly passed through it as if there were no obstruction. Instantly, the staircase behind him dissolved into a flat expanse. Upon this ground lay a point card, which Chen Zi approached and picked up, revealing it to be a card worth 10 points. Throughout this ordeal, his level of fear had scarcely exceeded 50, remaining even calmer than when he encountered a Ditto. A faint smile graced Chen Zi's face. The chaotic ultimate space he had navigated in his past life was undoubtedly more perilous than this, where a single misstep in the turbulent time-space currents could rend one to shreds. Having witnessed such arduous scenes, he considered this mere trick trivial. Turning around, the real staircase materialized, the descent now absent, as Chen Zi felt as though he had returned to the first floor. He ascended the staircase. The familiar sensation of climbing enveloping him once more. Chen Zi understood that he had successfully overcome this challenge. In a room, a dozen individuals sat around a table, their attention fixed on the large screen displaying the events of the courage test. At that moment, the footage of Chen Zi unraveling the staircase dilemma was projected front and center. The first person to solve the staircase conundrum had emerged, a middle-aged man, who spoke with authority, revealing himself to be Zhang Mingkai, the chief instructor of this winter camp. His method of resolving the predicament drew a frown from a woman nearby. "What's wrong, teacher?" Zhang Mingkai inquired. "It bears a striking resemblance to the tactics employed by the ultimate cave search team," a man responded, his brow furrowed. "Moreover, it's executed with remarkable proficiency, something only a captain-level member, akin to the Elite Four champions, could accomplish." Chen Zi could readily identify the two speakers, Lin Xiao, the former water-type elite, and Lin Hu, the former champion, both esteemed investigators of the ultimate cave search team. Among those present, several were recognizable to Chen Zi. All members of the search team. The captain-level positions they referred to were appointed roles for those from the Elite Four and champions who joined the search team thereafter. Not all members of the ultimate cave search team hailed from retired Elite Four or champions. Many were skilled individuals selected from masters or high-level trainers. Zhang Mingkai was one among them. Lin Xiao remarked, "Not necessarily. Does the student's file indicate any possession of aura powers?" In the Dragon Nation, while aura powers were rare, they were not non-existent. To ensure no talent was overlooked, the Dragon Nation provided free ability tests for every newborn. Aura powers are generally innate talents, so individuals lacking them from birth will likely not develop such abilities later. If an aura power is detected, the hospital registers it, marking the individual as a national talent under protection. Zhang Mingkai shook his head, stating, "If there were aura powers, I would have reported it long ago." "True." Chen Hu nodded. "Send me this person's information. Keep a close watch on him. If feasible, upon the conclusion of this winter camp, recruit him into the reserve training of the search team." But Zhang Mingkai's expression grew troubled. The spirit realm has also taken an interest in him, and he has undergone an incident in the ultimate cave. For reasons unknown, his memory hasn't been altered. He might have been claimed by the spirit realm. Does he possess supernatural talents? Chen Hu's expression turned grave. "And so what? This is absurd. Many have supernatural talents. Yet to find someone with such acute sensory abilities is exceedingly rare, nearly monstrous. No, who is the liaison? I will speak to him personally." Zhang Mingkai appeared somewhat awkward. What? Am I unworthy of that person?" Chen Hu challenged. "Nonsense. I, Chen Hu, entered the search team as a champion, commanding a large squad. How many supersede me?" "It seems to be Chief Jiang," Zhang Mingkai replied meekly, a posture that would surely shatter the students' perceptions if they witnessed it. "What does Chief Jiang have to do with anything?" Chen Hu conceded, somewhat deflated. Puffed. The others could not help but chuckle. It's one thing to contend with individuals from the spirit realm, even if they hold higher status. One can argue their case. But this Jiang surely, despite her youth, holds an unreasonable position, and I cannot best her. With a sigh, Chen Hu resigned to set the matter aside for the time being. Chapter 62. The Courage Test, Part 3. Upon entering a new floor, Chen Zi, adhering to his previous method, scoured the classrooms, discovering numerous point cards, before wandering through the restroom. Regrettably, the restroom still bore no sign of ditto, only yielding a card worth 3 points and another worth 1. Subsequently, Chen Zi noticed that as he traversed to other floors, he encountered no obstructions. The earlier maze-like dilemma seemed confined to but a few floors. Yet, something felt amiss. Why had he roamed for so long without encountering anyone? With over 100 participants and 3 teaching buildings comprising 18 floors, it was illogical that he had not seen anyone after exploring 2 floors. Even if they had departed, some trace should remain. Chen Zi instinctively sensed something was awry. This courage test might not be as straightforward as anticipated. With a mindset of meeting challenges head-on, he continued ascending. After examining several floors, his points steadily accumulated. 1 point, 3 points, 5 points, and 10 points. He faced various new scenarios, such as sudden projections displaying horror footage, only to uncover a mischievous dream Pokemon at play. There were also locked restroom stalls from which a puppet, resembling Mimikyu, suddenly emerged. On another occasion, while observing a paper marked with heaven in red and hell in gold, a ghostly hand unexpectedly clapped on his shoulder, revealing a Jengar lurking behind him. Nevertheless, none of these occurrences frightened Chen Zi. In fact, none managed to elevate his scare level beyond 60. He even found himself patting Jengar's head, as years of experience from his past life had desensitized him to such scenes. which he now found trifling. What truly perplexed him, even sending chills down his spine, was the unsettling reality that he had not encountered a single person along his journey. This was not right. Frowning, Chen Zi approached the top floor of the teaching building, the 6th floor, yet still found no sign of life. Not even evidence of anyone having been there. Although he could hear distant screams, growing increasingly frequent, it felt as though people were nearby, yet he could not locate them. Contemplating this, Chen Zi ascended to the pinnacle of the teaching building. He surveyed the area, still finding no one. Previously, he had attempted to attract others' attention by shouting, yet received no response. The layout remained unchanged, and Chen Zi skillfully gathered the scattered point cards within the classroom. Although their values were modest, even the tiniest morsel is still sustenance. However, it was a pity that this floor seemed to lack the activation of anything new. After all, new discoveries often translate to higher value point cards. For instance, Ghoststone had once provided him with a card worth 10 points, while other events typically yielded 5 points. Just as he felt a pang of disappointment, an unexpected chill crept up his spine. Turning around, Chen Zi was startled to find a ghastly, red-eyed Gung Gue glaring intently at him, suddenly lunging in his direction. Holy crap, Chen Zi exclaimed, before bolting away. Was this a matter of life and death? Although the tension was not as palpable as when being chased by a muscle-bound mosquito, Chen Zi was acutely aware that the worst outcome of being caught would merely be elimination. Yet, in that moment, the instinctive reaction was nothing short of explosive for an ordinary person. After all, when the mind short-circuits, who remembers they are in an event? Desperate to avoid elimination, Chen Zi sprinted down the stairs. However, Gung Gue's speed was unmatched. As he raced down, his mind whirred with possible solutions. At this rate, Gung Gue would inevitably catch up to him. The event's designers had no reason to create such a deadlock. Upon reaching the next floor, Chen Zi noticed that Gung Gue was still hot on his heels. Could it be that he needed to flee to another teaching building? The corridors leading to other buildings were located on the 2nd, 4th, and 6th floors. He had previously glimpsed them, and they were enveloped in darkness, much like the outside world. Initially, Chen Zi had intended to explore the building he was in before venturing to another, but this unforeseen circumstance had altered his plans. Having nearly completed his exploration of this building, it was indeed time to seek out the others. He dashed towards the corridor on the 4th floor. Yet Gung Gue was alarmingly close, and Chen Zi could feel the cold aura emanating from it. Arriving at the threshold to the adjacent teaching building, he was met with an abyss of blackness. With determination, he stepped through. Instantly, the chilling presence behind him vanished. Turning back, he saw that the previous building had succumbed to darkness. As he turned around, the scene within the new building became increasingly vivid. Chen Zi knew he had made the right gamble, panting heavily as he gradually made his way towards the next teaching building. Uncertain of whether he would encounter others there, a nascent suspicion began to form within him. Perhaps they had never truly entered the building at all. Chen Zi contemplated a technique only Pokemon capable of breaking through limitations could master, the concept of a true space. Reflecting on this notion, everything began to fall into place. Within this true space, there must exist a door leading out, but where could that door be? Suddenly, he recalled the paper he had seen earlier, a dichotomy of heaven and hell. Perhaps other clues awaited him in the remaining 2 teaching buildings. Gung Gue's power has certainly grown. Chen Hu remarked in awe. When I first experienced it, the true space was confined to a mere storage room. Yet now it has expanded to encompass 3 large teaching buildings. Yet, the probability of finding an exit has diminished significantly, Shirlingxia replied. In a smaller area, one might stumble upon a hidden opportunity, but with such an expansive range, fraught with traps of elimination, only a select few among them may discover the exit. It's not a bad outcome either, Chen Hu countered. If we can ascertain the triggering conditions for Gung Gue's phantom, we can strategize around it. As long as we wait until the event concludes, the rewards will be substantial. Chen Hu pointed to Li Wei on the screen. Look at this little fellow. He seems to have discerned the pattern. Whenever Gung Gue appears, he enters the corridor leading to the other teaching buildings, and Gung Gue vanishes. See, he is now playfully evading Gung Gue. Yet even so, it doesn't guarantee he will find the exit, Chen Hu added. What can be done? Gung Gue is so enigmatic, and the clues provided are rather peculiar. Suddenly, Chen Hu's expression shifted, and a chill ran down his spine. No, Gung Gue, I was mistaken. A voice echoed. Oh dear, where am I, a riddle maker? Young Hu, once you finish your task, come to my space. I shall give you some special training. You seem to have grown rather lax of late. Please, no? Chen Hu lamented, his face a mask of despair. Li Wei, having navigated the mechanics of Gung Gue, realized that lingering too long on the 6th floor would trigger Gung Gue's pursuit mechanism, regardless of which floor he fled to. Entering the corridor leading to the opposite direction would cause Gung Gui to immediately disappear. He could then return. But unless the mechanism for Gung Gui's appearance was triggered anew, it would not re-emerge. Once he grasped this, Li Wei swiftly made his way to the other teaching buildings. He had come to understand that he was likely not within a typical building at all. Though he lacked knowledge of the concept of true space, he was certain he was in an independent realm crafted by some Pokemon, intentionally designed to resemble a teaching building. But how to leave this space? Li Wei surmised that perhaps time would grant him an exit, yet intuition whispered that this might not be the optimal solution. Death. Life. Li Wei recalled the paper he had seen earlier. One side bore the word life in red, while the other displayed death in gold. He speculated that additional clues might be hidden within the other teaching buildings. Chapter 63. The Trial of Courage. Conclusion. At this moment, Chen Zi had completed his exploration of the second teaching building and was now situated within the third. In the second building, he had also discovered another note, which read death. On one side and life. On the other. Beside the note floated a duskull, its gaze vacant as it watched Chen Zi, seemingly anxious to go unnoticed. Such a lack of professionalism for an actor, Chen Zi thought, suppressing a chuckle. Before the duskull could startle him, he gently patted its head, leaving the ghost momentarily bewildered. Am I not invisible? As he observed the flustered duskull, Chen Zi found it somewhat endearing. In contrast, Li Wei did not share the same sentiment. The duskull he encountered had not forgotten to conceal its form. When he read the note, it suddenly appeared, giving him quite the fright. The duskull provided Chen Zi with 5 points. After considerable effort, he too located the third note. Drawing from previous experiences, Chen Zi scanned his surroundings, searching for hidden surprises. Cautiously, he approached the note, while remaining vigilant of any disturbances. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted above him. He leaped aside just in time to avoid a descending chandelier. Good grief! Chen Zi exclaimed, startled. His fright level soared to an unprecedented 70. Truly, he was taken aback. A chandelier crashing down. Was this an attempted murder? Upon closer inspection, he realized the chandelier had turned to reveal a pair of eyes. A chandelier! Chen Zi exclaimed, coming to a realization. Gazing at the menacing chandelier, he knew that had he encountered one in the wild, he would have fled in terror. Unlike Ghost Stone, which relished in mischief, Chandelure was notorious for draining life force. Yet, under the watchful gaze of the powerful entity controlling the true space, Chandelure would likely not dare act recklessly. Chen Zi approached and patted the Chandelure's head before proceeding to remove the note. The key bears the inscription, Open Sesame on its front, while the reverse side is adorned with the image of a ghostly figure. When considered alongside the contents of the previous 2 notes, they appear to represent a pair of antonyms. Death and hell are inscribed in golden letters, whereas life and heaven are rendered in crimson. Does this not seem contradictory? Or is there a deeper significance? The key, along with the ghostly figure? Chen Zi conceived an audacious thought. Perhaps he had discerned the hiding place of the entrance to life. It might well be concealed within the very realm of death. Chen Zi felt his intuition was likely correct, yet he resolved to explore every other avenue before embarking on this perilous venture. Having gathered sufficient experience, Chen Zi hastily ascended to the 6th floor, a place he had fled from repeatedly. After thoroughly searching the area and lingering for a moment, the ghostly figure materialized out of thin air, lunging towards him. Unlike before, Chen Zi did not retreat. He gazed at the specter and slowly uttered, Open Sesame. The ghostly figure gaped wide, now mere inches from him. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted from its cavernous mouth, and then, as if vanishing into the ether, the specter disappeared, leaving behind a luminous portal in its stead. On the ground lay a scorecard, quietly awaiting his attention, emblazoned with the number 20. Yet, with the specter's dissolution, the entire building seemed to erupt in chaos. A throng of ghostly Pokemon suddenly appeared behind Chen Zi, each one bearing its gaping maw as they surged toward him. Just as he was about to step through the light portal, he halted mid-stride. Turning around, Chen Zi charged toward the approaching ghostly Pokemon. So, the final pitfall lay hidden here. A smile illuminated Chen Zi's face. The door to death is indeed the entrance to life. Just as the ghostly Pokemon were about to engulf him, a radiant white light flared before his eyes. I acknowledge you, resonated an ancient voice. Wow, the third ending, Chun Hu exclaimed, unable to contain his expletives. This kid really pulled it off. Did you see him even touch the crystal chandelier spirit? Zhang Mingkai remarked. Shirlin Xiu was at a loss for words. The so-called third ending is a hidden conclusion built upon the foundation of the second ending. Normally, after overcoming the challenges of the 3 notes, one could uncover the secret that the entrance to life resides within the door to death. By simply reciting the incantation Open Sesame, the entrance to life could be revealed, allowing for a direct escape. Indeed, that door was the genuine portal to life, leading to a resolution of the second ending. However, the third ending necessitates not only finding the 3 notes, but also touching the heads of the ghostly Pokemon guarding them. According to Granny Gingawe, those who adore ghostly Pokemon are not inherently malevolent. Well, at the very least, they are not ill-intentioned towards ghostly Pokemon. This is what triggers a special narrative after uttering Open Sesame. A warm embrace from a multitude of ghostly Pokemon. Anyone who can reciprocate that enthusiasm upon triggering this scene will earn Granny Gingawe's approval, thus activating the third ending. Not only does this yield the highest score, unless someone else achieves the same ending, in which case the completion content is compared, and if all else is equal, the completion time is considered, but it also grants a unique reward from Granny Gingawe. After the winter camp concluded, when everyone witnessed Chen Zi facing a legion of ghostly Pokemon, Jazagape, they couldn't help but scoff internally. You call that a warm embrace? Those of faint heart likely stood frozen in place, while the bolder ones dashed for the exit. Yet this fellow charged right in, grinning ear to ear. Am I the one with a problem, or is it him? To have a fondness for ghostly Pokemon is one thing, but to confront such a scene with courage is the mark of a true man. The individuals in the room felt a genuine admiration. Forget Granny Gingawe's approval. I acknowledge you as well. However, Chen Zi simply believed that this was indeed the entrance to life. Even now, he reveled in his extraordinary wisdom and unparalleled bravery. When his vision returned, he found himself back at the entrance of the school building. Numerous familiar and unfamiliar faces sat on benches provided by the staff, their expressions pale. These must be the classmates who were frightened back. A staff member waved Chen Zi over, signaling him to approach. Please hand me your identity card and scorecard. I will assist you with the registration, the staff member instructed. Chen Zi complied, handing over his cards. The staff placed his identity card on a device resembling a POS machine and proceeded with the registration process. After a moment, the staff returned the cards to Chen Zi. All done. The rankings will be announced on the bulletin board after everyone is finished. Your points will be added later. If you have no further business, you may leave now. Chen Zi expressed his gratitude and squatted nearby to wait. Glancing at the time, it was around 10 o'clock, nearing the end of the competition. It wouldn't be long before Li Wei and the others arrived. Just as Chen Zi contemplated this, a flash of white light heralded Li Wei's arrival on the scene. He, too, spotted Chen Zi and walked over. Hold on, don't rush. Go register your points first, and we can chat later, Chen Zi advised. After Li Wei completed his registration, he joined Chen Zi to converse. During their discussion, Chen Zi suddenly sensed something amiss. You mean to say you walked right out through the door, and no ghostly Pokemon came at you at all? Chen Zi asked, bewildered. Did you just go straight in? Li Wei shook his head. I waited outside for a while. It was only when there was nothing else that I went in. Chen Zi was flabbergasted. Based on Li Wei's description, their experiences were nearly identical. So why had he been met with a sudden onslaught of ghostly Pokemon? So, there was no final choice between life and death? Chen Zi felt as though he had just acted the fool. Li Wei shook his head. I don't know, but I think you're overthinking it. The final choice must refer to the ghostly figure. After a while, another individual emerged, the newcomer king of Su Province, Fang Zhiqing. The two eagerly approached him to inquire. Discovering that Fang Zhiqing had encountered a situation identical to Li Wei's, they asked a few more who subsequently appeared, and the results were consistent. So I inadvertently unlocked a hidden ending, Chen Zi joked. He didn't feel too concerned about it. He regarded it merely as an Easter egg. Nevertheless, the last words he heard lingered in his mind. I acknowledge you? Acknowledged me in what way? This remained an enigma for everyone present. Soon, at 10:30, the remaining participants were escorted out. The trial of courage concluded successfully. Chapter 64, Day of Score Disclosure. Upon returning to the dormitory, the points collected from the scorecards were successfully credited. The totals aligned perfectly with Chen Zi's calculations. 24 cards worth 1 point, 12 cards worth 3 points, 6 cards worth 5 points, 3 cards worth 10 points, and 1 card worth 20 points, culminating in a grand total of 140 points, neither more nor less. Li Wei's score fell short of Chen Zi's by 5 points, likely due to the omission of several minor points. As for the final results of the event, they had yet to be announced, leaving Chen Zi unaware of his ranking. In the information panel, after the conclusion of the Courage Challenge, a message lay unread, indicating that everyone was to gather at the old location on the East Playground at 6:30 the following morning. Coincidentally, tomorrow marked the 8th day of the winter camp and the first wave of eliminations. Chen Zi speculated that the gathering was related to this matter. Settling into bed early, Chen Zi chose not to dwell on the results of the Courage Challenge, as he believed that all would be revealed by the next day. Upon waking the next morning, He glanced at his score. Astonishingly, it read 240. The results of the Courage Challenge had been released. It seemed he had secured first place, though he was uncertain whether this was due to his swift exit or a different approach compared to others. He also inquired about any changes in Li Wei's score, which had indeed risen from 135 to 165, indicating a commendable third place. After breakfast, they promptly assembled at their designated spot on the East Playground, with everyone instinctively lining up in 2 rows according to the previous arrangement. This time, there was no tardiness. No one dared to be late, fully aware that the stern Commander Zhang would not entertain any levity. Moments later, Zhang Mingkai approached, a stack of papers in hand. For reasons unknown, Chen Zi felt that Zhang Mingkai cast several glances in his direction. Today marks the announcement of the first phase results, as well as the public disclosure of your scores. This signifies that a portion of you will be departing, Zhang Mingkai stated impassively. However, before you leave, I will ensure you are convinced of the outcome. He then called forth individuals to collect their score reports by name. Zhang Mingkai began to announce names, seemingly not in order of ranking, as Chen Zi observed some who departed with glum expressions while others were elated. Chen Zi, he called. Stepping forward, Chen Zi caught a glimmer of approval, perhaps even admiration, in Zhang Mingkai's eyes. He received his report and, while studying it, began to descend. The document was quite clear. His total score was noted as 577. Followed by a breakdown of various performance scores, including but not limited to classroom participation, tactical flexibility, training enthusiasm, and the total score from the Courage Challenge. Notably, his score for disciplinary infractions was recorded as 0. At the bottom, in bold letters, was his overall rank, first. Chen Zi felt that, based on his performance over these days, this first place was truly well-deserved. After all, if he were to lose to these younger competitors, it would render his previous accolades meaningless. Once the reports were distributed, it was evident that reactions varied widely, with some expressing joy and others dismay. Zhang Mingkai offered no further commentary, simply instructing those ranked in the bottom 30 to leave with dignity after the assembly. He then introduced the plans for the upcoming week. Notably, the afternoon sessions would no longer consist of individual training or practical classes. Instead, they would be held in an arena for a series of competitions. The arenas were categorized into 4 levels: D, C, B, and A, based on scores. Participants with over 800 points could claim the A-level arena, earning a fixed income of 100 points daily. Those with over 500 points could claim the B-level arena for an income of 50 points, while C and D levels required scores of 200 and were unrestricted, offering daily incomes of 30 and 20 points, respectively. The number of arenas was limited: 3 A-level, 5 B-level, 10 C-level, and 20 D-level arenas. Once a participant claimed an arena and won 5 consecutive matches, they would secure that arena. Subsequent challengers, regardless of victory, could not displace the holder. However, if the holder were to be defeated, the arena's status would reset. Holders could also challenge others. And if a high-level holder defeated a lower-level contender, or if combat occurred between holders of the same level, their positions would remain unchanged. Yet, if a lower-level holder met the score requirement and triumphed over a higher-level one, their positions would be exchanged. Challenges did not require adherence to arena score limitations. Even with a score of only 100, one could challenge an A-level participant. However, winning would not grant the challenger the arena. Rewards were available for challenges. The victor would earn 10 points, while the defeated would lose 10. Each participant was limited to 3 active challenges per day and could not challenge the same opponent twice. In theory, the number of times one could be challenged was unlimited. The arena competitions would occur daily from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., starting from the announced time. These regulations invigorated many, as they were all competitors confident in their abilities. They believed that a temporary setback was inconsequential. After all, engaging in intellectual duels paled in comparison to physical contests. Many could surmise that Chen Zi had secured first place, and their eyes were filled with eager anticipation as they turned toward him. Chen Zi felt a rush of excitement. After days without combat, his Pokémon were restless. Rather than feeling displeased by their gazes, he appreciated their enthusiasm. This was the hallmark of a true trainer. Unlike the timid peers from school who hesitated to engage in competitions. With this thought, Chen Zi returned the gazes of those who looked upon him. A shared glance was a signal for battle, and he made a mental note of each individual. Zhang Mingkai also elaborated on the other uses of points, such as for Pokemon care facilities, which had previously been categorized in alignment with arena levels, but without restrictions on numbers. As long as one met the point criteria, they could enjoy superior services, such as enhanced care facilities with professional trainers and specialized nutritionists for their Pokemon. Hearing this brought Chen Zi joy, as the association had invested significantly in this winter camp. Conversely, those facing elimination wore expressions of despair, for such privileges would no longer pertain to them. Meanwhile, those teetering on the brink of elimination resolved to remain. When class commenced, Chen Zi keenly sensed the reduced attendance in the classroom. Nearly a third of the participants were absent, a noticeable change. Among them were two individuals from the list Jiang Shirley had entrusted to Chen Zi, now departed. Even with the aid of medications, could their abilities as trainers truly not keep pace? Chen Zi pondered quietly, not overly concerned. He had not detected any foul play over these days. After all, without battles, there were no discernible enhancements. From the perspective of a trainer, Chen Zi found the performances of the others to be rather ordinary. What surprised him, however, was that Li Wei, in third place, had a total score of only 380 points, meaning his regular score from the previous week was a mere 215, a staggering difference compared to Chen Zi. As for the second place, it remained unclear, but Chen Zi had a premonition that he might be the only contestant with a score of 500. With the dwindling number of participants, a new batch of teachers had taken over their classes, and it was evident that the standard had significantly elevated. Indeed, fewer students meant better teachers. Chen Zi felt compelled to remain diligent, and upon realizing the importance of regular scores, everyone became fiercely competitive. The intensity of classroom discussions was evidently much higher than the previous week. Chapter 65, The Arena Matches. Almost everyone was eagerly anticipating that afternoon, the inaugural arena matches. The winter sun bathed the afternoon in warmth. After lunch, Chen Zi sauntered over to the battle arena with Li Wei at a leisurely pace. There was no need for haste. Not only was he the sole occupant of the B-grade arena, but even if there were many, he would not feel the pressure. If one's strength surpassed that of others, a spot on the arena was guaranteed. If one was weaker, arriving early would be futile, as they would eventually be knocked down by others. As Chen Zi surveyed the surroundings, he noted that most participants had already taken their positions, with early arrivals claiming the arena and awaiting challenges from others. Battles were already underway. Chen Zi watched with a calm demeanor. The match in progress was on the C-grade arena, featuring Fang Jiqing, the Rookie King from Su Province, against Huang Zhibua, the Rookie King from Yun Province. Indeed, with only 10 C-grade arenas available, they were insufficient for each Rookie King to have their own. Across the Dragon Nation's 5 cities, 3 islands, 6 continents, and 18 provinces, the Golden Autumn Plan and the Spring-Winter Camp allocated 16 competitors each, making Rookie Kings a common sight in this arena. Not to mention, there were many competitors who believed themselves equal to the Rookie Kings. On the adjacent C-grade arena, a local competitor was challenging the provincial Rookie King. Fang Jiqing's Pokemon was a steel-winged crow, while Huang Zhibua's was a Beedrill. Judging by the appearance of both Pokemon, their training was commendable. However, in terms of attributes, Fang Jiqing's steel-winged crow held a significant advantage. As the match commenced, Huang Zhibua commanded Beedrill to use String Shot first. Aware of his disadvantage in attributes, he opted to expand his speed advantage rather than engage directly. The String Shot was directed at the steel-winged crow, which flapped its wings in an attempt to evade the strands. However, the sheer density of the threads meant that some inevitably landed on the steel-winged crow. The white silk intertwined with the steel-winged crow's body, causing it to feel slightly sluggish. Fang Jiqing remained unfazed, jesting that a bug-type Beedrill wouldn't stand a chance against his steel-winged crow even if given 10 attempts. This was indeed the case. When the cultivation levels of both Pokemon were evenly matched, the attribute disparity was insurmountable, as Huang Zhibua's Beedrill failed to effectively target the steel-winged crow with any moves. It was no surprise that, after several minutes of desperate struggle, Beedrill succumbed to defeat. The victor was Fang Jiqing. Chen Zi continued to observe several matches, particularly focusing on names that appeared on the list, such as Shang Wu, the Rookie King from Nan Province, and Xin Rue, the Rookie King from Gu Province. However, even when facing fellow Rookie Kings from different provinces, they seemed to maneuver with ease, revealing little of their capabilities. Chen Zi strolled over to the B-grade arena, awaiting challengers. Yet, most were preoccupied with territorial conquests, and it appeared that few were willing to challenge him. Chen Zi remained unperturbed, confident that once others stabilized, someone would inevitably seek to earn points at his expense or to establish their reputation. Li Wei, after Fang Jiqing's match with Huang Zhibua, swiftly took down the ladder. His Apom, specializing in Flame Punch, easily overwhelmed the steel-winged crow. Throughout the afternoon, there were few challengers willing to confront Chen Zi, all of whom he dispatched effortlessly with his Riolu. The progress of Riolu was rapid. In recent days, Chen Zi had refined his training regimen, and Riolu's strength was steadily approaching that of a typical TT. Furthermore, TT's mastery of life energy utilization had improved considerably, unless excessively employed. It would not fall into a state of exhaustion. Yet, he wondered when he would comprehend the unique skill of the eternal flower, the destruction light. Initially, he had not considered this, but now he suspected it might be linked to life energy. Chen Zi glanced around, noting that no one was approaching him. It seemed that everyone was being quite cautious. It appeared he would have to take the initiative. Grasping a pokeball, he sought out a potential challenger from the list, Shangwu. True to his name, Shangwu was a fitting embodiment of the moniker, possessing a sleek and powerful Servine. Having previously observed its battles, Chen Zi noted that each move was filled with strength and technique, indistinguishable from a meticulously trained Pokemon. Had it not been for Jiang Shirley's information, Chen Zi would have never suspected him. However, since Jiang Shirley could provide the list, there must be a reason behind it. Both trainers presented their cards to the referee, took their positions, and the match began. Without hesitation, Chen Zi sent out TT. As coaxing out Shang Wu's amplification direction seemed more prudent with TT. Upon entering the arena, TT wasted no time in initiating its signature move, creating a field. Given its speed in establishing terrain, it could reliably generate an advantageous zone. Yet, in the face of the misty terrain, Servine did not panic like previous opponents. Instead, it closed its eyes. As TT unleashed a barrage of attacks akin to a tempest upon Servine, the latter, with its eyes shut, seemed to perceive everything. It gracefully maneuvered, evading nearly all of TT's moves. Chen Zi furrowed his brow. Servine's sensory abilities were remarkable. Support power, do not let it move freely, Chen Zi instructed calmly. Support power converged from all directions towards Servine, leaving it with no escape. However, TT sensed a resistance that hindered its approach. In its perception, Servine's eyes glimmered with a blue light. TT recognized this energy fluctuation, often felt in Riolu. The power of aura. No wonder it could evade TT's magical leaf and leaf blade combination within the misty terrain. Chen Zi noted this as well. With his experience, he quickly identified Servine's uniqueness. Yet, he did not believe Servine's mental prowess could rival TT's. TT, meditate while continuing to apply pressure with support power, Chen Zi commanded. Multitasking had always been TT's forte. It was challenging for other Pokemon to execute two moves simultaneously. But it was the eternal flower, after all. A little unconventionality was to be expected. Shangwu was evidently taken aback. Could it be played this way? Not intending to prolong the match, he decisively commanded Servine to push through the support power directly. Defend. Poison jab. Shangwu's Servine had a wide attack range, and against TT, a fairy type. It had specialized moves at its disposal. Chen Zi was still able to anticipate Master Itachi's subsequent movements, firmly positioning himself in front of TT. Now was the moment for auxiliary support. As Master Itachi was engrossed in utilizing toxic strikes while contending with the defensive barrier, TT, adept at multitasking, maintained the barrier while simultaneously consolidating her auxiliary power to grasp at Master Itachi. Dodge. Shangwu's reaction was swift. However, TT's movements were even swifter, successfully seizing the unarmed Master Itachi. With her auxiliary power, TT toyed with Master Itachi, having taken the initiative to suppress his use of aura, rendering him incapable of resistance. Chen Zi focused on Shangwu's expression, observing as Shangwu clenched his teeth, seemingly on the verge of issuing a command, only to restrain himself and refrain from speaking. How dull, Chen Zi murmured softly, realizing that he could not force Shangwu to reveal his enhancement strategy. Lunar power, it is time to conclude. TT, wielding the eternal flower, conjured a small moon in the air and hurled it down upon the immobilized Master Itachi. As Master Itachi was struck, TT withdrew her auxiliary power, causing him to plummet to the ground, incapacitated. The referee operated a device akin to a point-of-sale machine for Chen Zi and Shangwu, completing the transfer of points. You are formidable, Shangwu managed to smile, extending his hand toward Chen Zi. Chen Zi grasped Shangwu's hand and replied, "Thank you. But I sense you have yet to reveal your trump card." Shangwu's expression shifted. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Zi smiled mysteriously, having formed a rough idea in his mind. Following his intuition, Chen Zi released Shangwu's hand and strode toward another arena. Chapter 66. The Strong Shall Remain Strong. That afternoon, Chen Zi utilized all three opportunities for challenges against the individuals on the list, yet he could not compel them to reveal their enhancement strategies. After meditative training, TT's strength had transcended that of an ordinary newcomer king. Consequently, she did not employ life energy in the afternoon battles. Over the course of the afternoon, through observation and practical engagement, Chen Zi was able to categorically assess the strength gradients of the entire winter camp, for within the realm of the powerful, there always exist those who are even more formidable. For instance, the newcomer king from Magic City, Lu Yiwei, whom Chen Zi had encountered previously, had significantly strengthened since then. Not only had his fire dinosaur evolved into a 3-stage fire dragon, but his new Pokemon, a solar EV, exhibited considerable prowess as well. Without utilizing life energy, TT would likely struggle against that fire dragon. The newcomer king from Yao City, Du Shi, possessed an impressive Steelix and a potentially formidable Dragapult, reputedly her first Pokemon, which Chen Zi had yet to witness in action. Additionally, the newcomer kings from Mist City, Chong Island, and South Island were all skilled trainers. But due to limited encounters, Chen Zi could not yet ascertain their true strength. In fact, upon closer inspection, Li Wei's strength had experienced a leap following the evolution of his Kirlia, likely rivaling these top-tier trainers. As the day of battles concluded, and with the points accumulated from the B-level arena's defense, Chen Zi amassed a total of 120 points. Although it was probable that fewer challengers would arise as time progressed, he anticipated that by then he would have ascended to the A-level arena, even if no one came to challenge him. With a guaranteed 100 points from the A-level arena and an additional 30 points for achieving 3 victories each day, he would still accrue 130 points daily. Furthermore, he did not believe that those gifted prodigies would remain content to dwell in his shadow. It would be absurd, after all. Ash had boldly challenged the champion upon his emergence. If trainers refrained from confronting the strong, what claim could they have to the title of trainer? The following day, aside from Li Wei, no one challenged Chen Zi, elevating his score to 787 points. On the third day, Lu Yiwei from Magic City, Du Shi from Yao City, Bao Yuan Hao from Mist City, Han Lang from Chong Island, and Li Wei successfully advanced to the B-level arena. With only 5 B-level arenas available, the presence of 6 individuals inevitably led to conflict. Chen Zi was also faced with his opponent, Li Wei. Li Wei blinked, seemingly indicating that he was there to offer Chen Zi points. However, Li Wei certainly had no intention of throwing the match, as both he and Chen Zi possessed their own sense of dignity. Moreover, engaging in a fixed match here could result in both being expelled from the winter camp. Li Wei and Chen Zi were considered familiar adversaries, well acquainted with each other's battle habits. Although TT had faced off against an Electivire yesterday, she initially found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the intensity of Electivire's assault. The combat style of Electivire differed slightly from the previous day, showcasing a noticeable improvement in its melee techniques. During its past battle with Kirlia, Electivire had been particularly wary of Kirlia's close-quarters tactics. Fortunately, after gaining familiarity with Electivire's offense, TT quickly devised a countermeasure. Ultimately, after an extended struggle, TT managed to secure a narrow victory without utilizing life energy. Following a brief respite, Li Wei opted to continue challenging. This time, his opponent was Han Lang from Chong Island. Electivire ultimately triumphed over Han Lang's Swablu after a hard-fought battle and successfully ascended in rank. Following consecutive defeats against 2 B-level opponents, Han Lang chose to play it safe, utilizing his final challenge opportunity to occupy a platform in the C-level arena. As the others ensured their territories would not be usurped, they unleashed their full potential, initiating challenges among themselves. This day proved to be the most exhilarating for Chen Zi since his arrival. He was naturally unconcerned with the points, allowing TT and Riolu to alternate in combat. In analyzing Riolu's matches, it became evident that Riolu had developed its own combat style, characterized by speed. In the world of martial arts, speed is the ultimate advantage. Coupled with Riolu's Oro abilities, it adeptly countered opponents' moves, unless there was a significant disparity in strength. It would be challenging to gain a substantial advantage before Riolu's stamina was depleted. From a tactical perspective, Riolu's striking range was considerably broader than TT's. For instance, when facing Lu Yiwei's Fire Dragon, Riolu's Thunder Punch compelled the opponent to proceed with caution. Although Riolu was ultimately defeated by the Fire Dragon's Air Slash, its ghostly speed left a lasting impression on the spectators. After the afternoon's arena battles concluded, Chen Zi skillfully entrusted his Pokemon to the care facility. Following the update of points, he enjoyed the privileges afforded to A-level participants. Chen Zi could only conclude that the benefits of A-level status rivaled those his Pokemon received during his past reign as a champion. The top-tier items, training equipment, and food supplies significantly accelerated TT and Riola's growth. Chen Zi had long observed that in this winter camp, the treatment of the strong and the weak was starkly contrasted. This disparity led to a noteworthy phenomenon: the strong shall remain strong. It was undeniable that within this winter camp, the advancement rate of Chen Zi's 2 Pokemon exceeded that of the outside world, thanks to the training atmosphere and favorable conditions. Even now, they engaged in high-intensity practical battles daily, refining their combat techniques. For the naturally combative TT and the eager to improve Rolu, this place was akin to paradise. Chen Zi reveled in this experience. Moreover, with his current points tally, he drew ever closer to his goal, the Z-Ring. Chen Zi was determined to secure the Z-Ring first before contemplating the acquisition of the Steel Dragon. Although this Steel Dragon was of a different coloration, the significance of the Z-Ring held greater weight for Chen Zi. Besides, Steel Dragons were abundant. There was no need to pursue one with an unusual hue. As for the Z bracelet, after this missed opportunity, Chen Zi is uncertain when he might encounter it again. However, looking at it from another perspective, the score of 2,000 points is only halfway achieved by Chen Zi, and he remains oblivious to any new methods for scoring or how long the arena competitions will continue. Whether he can accumulate the full 2,000 points remains an enigma. The following days passed in a tranquil manner, ever since Chen Zi was promoted to the A-level arena. No newcomers had ascended to the B-level arena, leaving the 5 of them to coexist harmoniously. Daily practice consisted solely of these 6 individuals, with victories and defeats evenly distributed among them. Chen Zi found himself bereft of challengers from below the B-level, lamenting the missed opportunity to accumulate further points. By the 13th day, Chen Zi's score had climbed to 1287 points. However, after the arena battle concluded on this day, everyone received a message instructing them to gather at the East Playground that evening. Chen Zi surmised that the arena competition might be coming to a close. Indeed, Zhang Mingkai announced at the East Playground that the arena competition would conclude today. While Chen Zi understood, he could not help but feel a pang of regret. His understanding stemmed from the fact that the arena competition is the most efficient method for the strong to amass points, while for the weaker participants, it merely becomes a one-sided ordeal, battling a few matches daily, exhausting their challenge opportunities, losing 30 points, and then returning home. Eventually, not only the B-level arenas, but even the champions of the C and D-level arenas had been firmly established, with little room for change. Had the duration of this winter camp been extended, perhaps some alterations might have occurred. However, under the limited time, a significant leap in strength was evidently unrealistic. The officials likely recognized this shortcoming, hence the urgent command to cease, as Zhang Mingkai had initially stated that the arena competition would last at least until the following day. Chen Zi's reluctance is easily comprehensible. He is the greatest beneficiary under this rule, and with a few more days, his Z bracelet would undoubtedly be secure. Nevertheless, Chen Zi was also curious about the forthcoming training methods. What new ideas might the officials have devised? Subsequently, Lu Yiwei approached Chen Zi to lament the unfairness of the winter camp. In truth, Chen Zi's disappointment was somewhat lesser compared to Lu Yiwei's. After all, he had already enjoyed several days of benefits in the A-level arena. On the other hand, Lu Yiwei had just met the criteria for promotion to A-level today. As the days progressed and familiarity grew among the group, Chen Zi began to realize that this fellow was somewhat reserved yet intriguing. Now, Chen Zi even found himself questioning whether aloof gentlemen were mere facades. Socially anxious Li Wei and reticent Lu Yiwei. Yet, he suddenly recalled a colleague from his past life. The enigmatic He Jialin, who might truly embody the archetype of a cold gentleman. He wondered where that person might be now, perhaps involved in the Golden Autumn project in the capital? Achio, He Jialin sneezed. Glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention, he breathed a sigh of relief and casually wiped his nose with a tissue. At that moment, the participants of the Golden Autumn project, were queuing to board a flight to the magical metropolis. The Golden Autumn project commenced 2 days earlier than the winter camp, and they had already filtered out 2 groups, leaving only around 40 individuals. The final venue was set to be in the Starfall Forest, alongside the participants from the winter camp. Contemplating this, He Jialin felt a flicker of anticipation. He wondered if there would be delightful young ladies on that side. As for the Golden Autumn project, He Jialin had already relinquished any expectations. The only one who was somewhat pleasing to the eye, He Yu, gave him an impression akin to a Yandra character. Despite these thoughts, He Jialin maintained his usual icy demeanor, as if utterly unfazed by anything. Let's go, someone beside him reminded. He Jialin nodded nonchalantly and proceeded towards the boarding area. Chapter 67. The Points Hunting Competition, Part 1, Points Hunting Competition. Time, 13:30 p.m. 20:30 p.m. Location, the wilderness area outside the campsite. Rules of the activity. The wilderness area is populated with Pokemon, each adorned with a corresponding score tag of 1, 3, 5, 10, or 20 points. Defeating a Pokemon and obtaining its tag allows participants to exchange it for points after the event concludes. Note, all items are prohibited. Except for the clothing on your person and Pokeballs containing Pokemon, no other items are permitted in the wilderness area. Trainers are forbidden from capturing Pokemon in the wilderness area, as these Pokemon are exclusively trained by the winter camp officials. Any violations will not only result in the return of the Pokemon, but also expulsion from the winter camp, along with legal repercussions. Once a points tag is acquired by a trainer, it cannot be seized unless willingly relinquished. Any attempts to do so will result in expulsion from the winter camp. If all Pokemon on a trainer's team become unable to battle, they must immediately vacate the area. Failure to comply will be deemed a violation, leading to expulsion from the winter camp. Additionally, allowing Pokemon to attack other trainers is strictly forbidden. Violators will face expulsion and legal consequences. Similar to the previous courage test, the winter camp arranged an event on the last day of the second week. Upon receiving the news, Chen Zi displayed an expression of anticipated understanding. In fact, he had observed the officials' actions during the day's disbandment. Although the competitive atmosphere of the winter camp was intense, the safety of the students remained a priority. Chen Zi witnessed numerous vehicles from the Pokemon Center streaming into the winter camp, with many medical personnel disembarking, equipped with specialized medical kits. Additionally, several individuals were constructing a temporary medical assistance station in the camp's open area, attracting considerable attention. At that moment, Chen Zi thought the winter camp must have some significant plans in store. True to his assumption, they unveiled the points hunting competition. Time swiftly progressed to the following afternoon, where everyone gathered early at the front of the wilderness area. The wilderness area, located beyond the camp, is part of the Starfall Forest. According to the chief instructor, the area is enclosed by barbed wire and contains Pokemon that have undergone professional training. Even if all Pokemon lose their ability to battle, they will refrain from attacking unarmed humans. Before entering the wilderness area, Zhang Mingkai reiterated that attacking others with Pokemon is strictly prohibited. Any violations, regardless of performance, will result in expulsion from the winter camp and potential criminal liability. Being a trainer is undoubtedly a perilous profession. Each year, individuals are injured due to mishaps involving their own or opponent's Pokemon. After reiterating the rules, Zhang Mingkai guided them into the wilderness area. Chen Zi opted to team up with Li Wei. This decision was made after they reviewed the rules, as the guidelines did not prohibit teamwork. They believed that their efficiency in scoring would be enhanced by working together. As for why they did not recruit more participants, Chen Zi felt that most individuals in the winter camp were merely acquaintances. A few had established some camaraderie, such as Zhu Tiantan or those from the previous B-level arena. Chen Zi wished to avoid any discord arising from uneven distribution of spoils. It was not that their relationships could not withstand the test of interests. It was simply that dividing the spoils could be cumbersome, as some would inevitably score more while others less. Although many may not voice it, some individuals inevitably harbor a seed of discontent within their hearts. While Chen Zi does not deem such individuals worthy of forging a deep connection, he cannot deny the potential trouble they may pose should conflict arise. Only Li Wei, in Chen Zi's eyes, seems free from such complexities. Furthermore, sharing spoils between just the two of them is far simpler than dividing among a larger group. Before long, they ventured into the wilderness, casually choosing a direction to delve deeper. Their intention was to move further in, avoiding encounters with others. Although the rules explicitly prohibit the theft of score tokens from other trainers, they make no mention of seizing them before they have been claimed. Chen Zi, averse to complications, always seeks to circumvent unnecessary troubles. As they advanced a considerable distance, the surrounding commotion noticeably diminished. "Let us start here," Chen Zi declared, coming to a halt and addressing Li Wei. Li Wei nodded in agreement, after which Chen Zi released his Riolu. The aura of Riolu would prove invaluable in this locale. Closing its eyes, Riolu unleashed its aura, seeking the presence of nearby Pokemon. Chen Zi had already grasped the potency of Riolu's aura during their previous experiences in the Ultra Space. They held their breaths, striving to minimize any distractions for Riolu. "Riolu!" it exclaimed, opening its eyes and pointing toward a nearby tree. Without hesitation, it darted toward the tree. A wave of aura coalesced in Riolu's grasp, propelling it toward the tree with force. The impact caused the leaves to tremble violently. With a thud, a green Budew fell from the tree, its eyes swirling in confusion. Chen Zi approached and retrieved the score token worth 1 point that hung from the Budew. Hiding so deeply, he remarked, somewhat astonished. Without Riolu's aura to assist, he believed he would have never discovered the Budew concealed among the branches. Riolu was undeterred, swiftly bounding toward another direction. It leaped into a thicket and emerged with a caterpie that perfectly camouflaged within the foliage. Riolu removed the 1 point token from the caterpie and tossed it to Chen Zi. Chen Zi extended the token to Li Wei, only to be met with a refusal. "What I desire has already been claimed," Li Wei replied calmly. Focus on achieving your own objectives first. Chen Zi opened his mouth to protest, but Li Wei interrupted with a wave of his hand. If you consider me a friend, retract your forthcoming words. Having said that, he did not wait for Chen Zi's response, continuing onward with his galade in tow, following Riolu. With a sigh, Chen Zi acquiesced to Li Wei's intentions. If the hunt for points were to continue as effortlessly as before, he mused, he could search for 3 days and nights without a single Pokemon losing its battle capability. Clearly, the instructors at the winter camp would not permit such ease. For Chen Zi soon encountered his first formidable challenge, or rather, his first group of challengers. For Mudbray congregated together, with the foremost, a particularly towering specimen, adorned with a score token worth 10 points around its neck. Chen Zi was certain that should his Pokemon dare to snatch the token from the leading Mudbray, they would undoubtedly face a furious assault from the entire group. Even if their 3 Pokemon could triumph over the 4 robust Mudbray, it would come at a significant cost in terms of energy, which would not bode well for their subsequent endeavors. After some contemplation, an ingenious strategy dawned on him. TT, you go use Misty Terrain, Galade, control these Mudbray with your assist power. Riolu, take the opportunity to snatch the token. Chen Zi quietly delegated the tasks. The 3 Pokemon nodded in understanding. In no time, the trio executed their plan. TT cautiously approached the rear of the 4 Mudbray, and as the misty terrain enveloped them, the Mudbray instantly became alert. Rather than scattering, they converged toward the Mudbray bearing the score token, fully aware of their adversary's intentions. Unfortunately, this inadvertently facilitated the enemy's next move. Before long, the 4 Mudbray found themselves immobilized. Though Galade had shifted its primary focus to close combat after evolution, it did not imply that its mental prowess had diminished since its time as Kirlia. The assist power effectively restrained the Mudbray, which struggled desperately against the binding force. However, signs of weakening soon appeared. Yet, that brief window was more than sufficient. A blue shadow swiftly darted in front of the leading Mudbray, snatching the score token from its neck before vanishing in an instant, the entire operation taking less than 2 seconds. As the 4 Mudbray broke free from their restraints and exited the misty terrain, the trio of Pokemon had already disappeared from sight. From a distance, concealed behind the bushes and observing the enraged Mudbray, Chen Zi couldn't help but smile at the success of his scheme. This maneuver, he mused, was aptly titled a cunning theft. Turning his gaze to Li Wei, he found Li Wei staring resolutely at him, as if to say, if you dare offer me the token, our friendship is over. Chen Zi sighed, ultimately placing the token into his own pocket. Good brother, he thought, patting Li Wei on the shoulder, deciding against further sentimentality. He would find another opportunity to repay him in the future, he resolved. Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 68, The Point Hunting Competition, Part 2. Chen Zi and Li Wei traversed through the winter woods. Thankfully, it was winter, the sun was not scorching. Had it been summer, Chen Zi feared the 7 hours of outdoor hunting would have left many high school students utterly exhausted. It became evident that the wilderness was vast. After an hour of walking, they had yet to reach the edge of the area. Initially, Chen Zi had thought to gather every visible score token, but soon realized that sometimes desire exceeds capability. Nonetheless, their trio of Pokemon executing the smoke and snatch strategy proved consistently effective. Whether facing hordes of Pokemon or singularly powerful ones, they handled each situation with ease. In just that brief hour, Chen Zi had amassed over 50 score tokens. If calculated at a rate of 50 per hour, this point hunting competition could yield him 350 points. However, as time passed, the number of Pokemon would gradually diminish, and naturally, their scoring efficiency would decline as well. Moreover, not every battle could be evaded. TT, use lunar power. A radiant moonbeam struck the head of the leader of the Chimcho, causing it to topple sideways, relinquishing the tightly gripped 10-point token. The other Chimcho rushed toward TT, seeking vengeance for their fallen leader. Blades of light and punches flew, and several Chimcho were swiftly taken down. Chen Zi approached the fallen leader and retrieved the token from the ground. Why do I feel like the villain in this scenario? He mused. Isn't that the case? Li Wei emerged from the bushes, remarking on the villainous act of stealing treasures protected by innocent Pokemon. I wonder what benefits the winter camp offered that made them so dedicated. Chen Zi reflected, glancing at the fallen Pokemon. Riolu. Riolu's expression sharpened as it gazed in a particular direction. Humans? Chen Zi curiously glanced towards that direction. Through the trees, he vaguely spotted the silhouette of a person in motion. If memory served him correctly, that direction lay beyond the forest, right by a river. Initially, Chen Zi had intended to follow the river downstream, but he was drawn towards the throngs of Charm within the woods. Now, It seemed that something intriguing was transpiring on the other side of the river. Before Chen Zi could hasten toward that area, a figure rushed into the forest, pursued by a horde of flustered Pokemon. Chen Zi recognized him as a gym leader from the sea arena. Observing his disheveled state, Chen Zi momentarily lost his train of thought. The Pokemon they had encountered thus far, even those categorized as 10-point Pokemon living as individuals, were not particularly formidable. Chen Zi doubted they could possibly chase down a gym leader from the C tier. Could it be a 20-point Pokemon? Such creatures had yet to cross his path. Upon noticing Chen Zi, the man halted in his tracks. Chen Zi was quite well known at the winter camp, being the sole A-tier arena holder. A Pokemon trainer with few defeats, and the highest scorer. Zhang Qingfan recognized him at a glance. "B-boss," he stammered, for reasons unknown. The timid figure of Chen Yanbai, who followed Zhang Qingfan, stood there nervously. Chen Zi nodded slightly and inquired, "What has happened?" Li Rue also approached. Glancing at the two, Zhang Qingfan hesitated for a moment before confessing, "There's a Pokemon over there that I cannot defeat." "How many points?" 10 points. 10 points? Chen Zi frowned. Zhang Qingfan gritted his teeth and replied, 10 points. But it's different from what I encountered before. I can't beat it. Oh, Chen Zi was intrigued. "I admit I lack the ability to handle it, so I'm leaving it to you, boss." Observing the duo preparing to team up, Zhang Qingfan wisely chose to depart. Once Zhang Qingfan had truly distanced himself, and Li Rue could no longer sense him, Chen Zi and Li Rue set off towards the direction Zhang Qingfan had fled. Soon, they arrived at the riverbank, where the river was broad, though the current appeared gentle. Addressing the tranquil water's surface, Li Rue extended his aura, furrowing his brow. He sensed no anomalies within the river. Perhaps it had drifted downstream? Just as Li Rue contemplated giving up, a massive stone within his perception abruptly shifted. Li Rue gestured for them to step back. Water splashed as an enormous spider-like Pokemon leapt forth, sporting a 10-point tag on its claws. It was a Dazuba. Chen Zi frowned. This Dazuba was considerably larger than any he had previously encountered. It resembled a dominant Pokemon from Alola in the game. The Dazuba had already locked onto them, and its adept thievery tactics would likely not be effective. Li Rue, Thunder Punch. AI Lule Duo, Psycho Cut. The two Pokemon reacted swiftly, condensing their energy and launching their attacks at the Dazuba. The creature's eyes reflected an inexplicable fury as it roared, managing to catch both Pokemon's assault with its claws. This Pokemon was formidable, Chen Zi thought, signaling TT to be ready to assist. The onslaught from AI Lule Duo and Li Rue was fierce, one moving so swiftly it left afterimages, while the other exuded an intense momentum with each move. However, two fists were no match for four claws, and the mighty Dazuba was gradually forced back by the relentless attacks. How could such a Pokemon only be worth 10 points? As if hearing Chen Zi's thoughts, the Dazuba emitted a shrill insectal cry, becoming even angrier. A swirling current enveloped its body as it steadied itself, flinging the two Pokemon away. Yet just as one wave settled, another surged. TT, who had been secretly charging up, seized the opportunity and unleashed a moonblast upon the Dazuba's head. The fully charged moonblast was immensely powerful, striking Dazuba squarely and causing it considerable pain. In the brief moment of its daze, the two Pokemon surged forward once more, pinning the Dazuba down and rendering its massive form immobile. Chen Zi stepped forward, slowly extracting the point tag from Dazuba's grasp. To his surprise, the Dazuba suddenly lowered its head and emitted a low whimper. Is it crying? Chen Zi was taken aback. Had they truly reduced this Dazuba to tears? Surely not. Li Rue approached, engaging in a conversation with Dazuba. TT, listening to the exchange, couldn't help but chuckle. Although Chen Zi could not comprehend the Dazuba's words, he gleaned the gist from Li Rue's responses. Amused yet bewildered, he turned to the perplexed Li Rue and remarked, "It seems this fellow feels as though it has been robbed." What? Li Rue thought he must have misheard. Indeed, this Dazuba seems to have been coerced into exchanging its point tag by a group of Pokemon. Chen Zi explained, originally, it was a 20-point Pokemon, but overwhelmed by a multitude of others, it was forced to trade its 20-point tag for a 10-point one. Does the value of the tag affect their wages? Li Rue found himself equally bemused. Chen Zi shook his head. I cannot say. However, it appears that our previous encounter, where we outnumbered it, has triggered memories of its own past bullying. As he spoke, Chen Zi reached out to gently pat Dazuba's head. He truly enjoyed patting heads, whispering, "Little one, we will help you seek vengeance. Could you perhaps describe the Pokemon that did this?" He gestured for the Pokemon to release Dazuba. After all, with the tag in hand, they had no fear of Dazuba attacking a trainer. Dazuba gestured vaguely before pointing towards the river behind them in the downstream direction. Did they go downstream? Chen Zi asked. Dazuba nodded and spoke a few more words. Li Rui translated for Chen Zi, conveying a warning to be cautious, as there were many Pokemon down that way. Chen Zi nodded, feeling somewhat unconcerned. After all, no matter how many Pokemon there were, they were all equal in the face of thievery. At this moment, Chen Zi remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Chapter 69, Points Hunting Competition, Part 3. Should we disregard it? No worries, let it be. I find it rather intriguing. On the path downstream, Chen Zi and Li Rui encountered numerous individuals. Most bore grimy faces, devoid of Pokemon companions. Regretfully assisted away from the venue by staff. It seemed that these individuals' Pokemon had already lost the ability to fight. Among them, Chen Zi even spotted Han Lang. As Han Lang passed by Chen Zi, he offered a wry smile and cautioned, Brother Chen, brotherly, you must not provoke that Gyarados. Its strength is beyond what we can handle at this stage. Throughout their journey, Chen Zi had heard similar warnings time and again. Yet rather than clarifying their confusion, these repeated cautions only deepened it. The descriptions of the Pokemon from various individuals diverged widely. Some spoke of Metagross, others of Wylord, some mentioned Dazuba, and some even claimed to have encountered an extraordinarily large Magikarp. Their persuasion did not deter Chen Zi and his companion. Rather, it piqued their curiosity about the unfolding events. Along their journey, the Pokemon they encountered seemed to have suffered similar fates as the Dripshuba, some forcibly having their scorecards exchanged, while others had their points seized outright. Although they could not glean the specific identities of the thieves from these Pokemon, they unanimously indicated that the culprits were not a single Pokemon, but a group. Initially, Chen Zi speculated that this group might include the so-called Metagross, Dripshuba, and Wylord, but he swiftly dismissed his own conjecture. The commonality among these Pokemon, irrespective of their strength, was a shared disdain for the unfair tactics employed by their adversaries. If their opponents were formidable enough to triumph over the B-rank arena holder Han Lang and a cadre of powerful trainers, Chen Zi believed they would not harbor resentment, nor would they feel the need to resort to such underhanded methods to obtain the scorecards. Thus, he was inclined to believe that both the trainers and the Pokemon were contending with a collective of Pokemon, albeit perceived as a singular entity through the trainer's eyes. As they encountered fewer Pokemon with points along the way, they refrained from lingering and pressed onward towards the downstream of the river. In the distance, Chen Zi could already hear the sounds of a fierce battle. It appeared that many Pokemon were embroiled in the fray. Chen Zi and Li Wei exchanged glances and quickened their pace. On the flat land by the riverbank, several youths had congregated. Facing a colossal Tyranitar that towered 4 stories high, engaged in a fierce skirmish with their Pokemon. However, this was not a genuine Tyranitar. Rather, it was a Pokemon clad in Tyranitar's skin. It bore numerous scorecards, each starting with a value of 5 points, adorning its body as if it were a harbinger of wealth. Yet, discovering treasure necessitates the ability to seize it. The expressions of the youths grew increasingly grave. They were not weak. On the contrary, their lineup was quite elite, comprising either the holders of B-rank arenas or the cream of the crop among C-rank arenas. They too had sensed the anomaly from the direction of the river and fortuitously crossed paths here, agreeing to unite in defeating the creature that was pillaging the points of other Pokemon, with the spoils to be shared among them. A torrent of water-type moves erupted from the Tyranitar's maw, nearly striking the airborne Li Wei's Charizard. The Charizard wobbled precariously, almost plummeting from the sky, but fortunately, a nearby Espion utilized its psychic abilities to stabilize it just in time. Meanwhile, the other Pokemon did not relent in their assault, launching fierce attacks against the Tyranitar. Yet, the Tyranitar merely countered with a single Hydro Pump, effortlessly deflecting all their efforts. The reason it was not a true Tyranitar was evident. What Tyranitar specializes in water-type moves? The group felt increasingly powerless as they battled, realizing that although they were numerous, they could not contend with this creature. Continuing in this manner would only cost them time, and the ones suffering from the inability to earn points would be themselves. I can't go on like this, Doucher declared. I'm withdrawing. Subsequently, Doucher signaled for his Steelix and Dragonite to retreat. Upon witnessing this, the others also resolved to withdraw their Pokemon. Those who moved slowly would bear the brunt of the creature's wrath. Just then, a diminutive figure silently floated behind the Tyranitar. Suddenly, a pink mist enveloped the area. What the heck? Chen Zi has arrived, Li Wei exclaimed. Others recognized it as Chen Zi's signature misty terrain. Indeed, only Chen Zi's Florges could conjure such a dense misty terrain. Florges' misty terrain, inspired by fairy wind and reflect, was more restrictive to opponents than beneficial to its own side. The mist, in its essence, could be deemed as a thick fog. Even the Tyranitar seemed momentarily taken aback. Before it let out a roar, forcefully dispersing the mist. The onlookers beheld a blue puppy clinging to the Tyranitar. Indeed, Chen Zi had once again employed his signature strategy. Snatch. The Tyranitar's moment of distraction was due to the assistance of Lucario's supportive power. Unfortunately, it appeared that the Tyranitar's mental fortitude was too formidable. The effect of the supportive power lasted only a fleeting moment. Lucario, clutching several scorecards, made a hasty retreat towards Chen Zi's direction. Are you serious? This is possible? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Tyranitar seemed to experience profound humiliation and dashed after Lucario. Despite its imposing size, its movements were swift. In the blink of an eye, it reached behind Lucario, seemingly on the verge of capturing it. At that moment, Florges' life energy had fully charged, and a pink beam shot towards the Tyranitar. The creature, which had just been engaged in battle with numerous Pokémon without sustaining any damage, was instantly knocked to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Florges swiftly plucked several scorecards from the Tyranitar's back before gliding away in another direction. However, the Tyranitar merely fell. Even Florges' potent life energy could not inflict significant harm upon it. Observing the two Pokémon fleeing in opposite directions, the Tyranitar looked around in a rage, letting out a roar before shrinking in size and splitting to reveal a Gyarados. Although they had anticipated this was not a genuine Tyranitar, the sight of the Pokémon splitting still left the crowd in shock. In their lifetimes, they had never witnessed such a phenomenon. However, the split forms lacked the previous speed and strength. Even Lucario, known for its agility, could now circle around the shrunken Tyranitar with ease. Meanwhile, Florges continually hindered the Gyarados' movements with supportive powers. Realizing that the split forms posed no threat to the two Pokémon, the Tyranitar and Gyarados exchanged glances and drew closer, seemingly intent on merging again. What are you waiting for? Don't let them fuse. Chen Zi's voice rang out. The crowd immediately reacted, fearing to allow the two monsters to recombine, and thus coordinated their efforts to prevent the completion of their fusion. The separated Pokémon exhibited a marked decrease in strength, soon being overwhelmed by the combined attacks of several Pokémon. The result was a literal disintegration. The two Pokémon shrank increasingly, multiplying until they ultimately transformed into a swarm of familiar, diminutive fish. Weaklings. The group had certainly heard of the notorious swarms of weak fish, but they had never seen one that resembled a Tyranitar or Gyarados. Suddenly, a mischievous Ghastly emerged from right beneath their noses, grinning as it emitted an eerie laugh. This Ghastly appeared noticeably more purple than usual. An alternate-colored Ghastly. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chen Zi's eyes. Chapter 70. The Point Hunting Competition. In the eyes of the onlookers, Gooeys transformed continuously into Gyarados, then Magikarp, followed by Riolu, only to revert to his original form, the shiny Gooeys. Witnessing the astonishment etched on their faces, Gooeys erupted into hearty laughter. In a mere blink, he vanished from their sight. At this juncture, it became abundantly clear that the mischievous, shiny Gooeys was the mastermind behind this farce. Chen Zi even felt as if the shiny Gooeys had cast one last glance in his direction before departing. The coveted tokens were now firmly in the hands of the spectators, and the others, after toiling for what felt like an eternity, found their rewards rather meager. Although they lamented the time squandered, the group nevertheless united to return the scattered weak fish back to the river before hastily dispersing. Chen Zi, however, reaped substantial rewards, amassing 200 points from this endeavor, an achievement comparable to the fruits of 4 hours of labor. Though envy flickered in the eyes of the others, the rules were immutable, and since it was Chen Zi who had shattered the status quo, none could swallow their pride to demand points from him. Thus, they quickly parted ways. While the points from the river Pokémon lay ripe for the taking, the inner woods still held many unaffected Pokémon. After this brief interlude, the points hunting competition resumed its original tempo. However, Chen Zi's actions sparked inspiration among many. Previously, some had relied on commanding their Pokémon to defeat those bearing tokens before claiming their spoils, a method that not only wasted time, but also exhausted their Pokémon. Chen Zi's approach illuminated the path for them. Why engage in a life-and-death struggle when one could simply claim the tokens? Yet, their efficiency still paled in comparison to that of Chen Zi and Li Wei, for the latter duo collaborated seamlessly, while the majority operated solo. As dusk settled, a broadcast echoed from above the plains. The event had concluded. Everyone was to remain still, ceasing all actions with both themselves and their Pokémon, awaiting the staff to escort them away. Just then, Chen Zi had acquired a token worth 5 points, and upon hearing the announcement, he affectionately patted the head of his Babu, Tuobo. It's over now, little one. Upon hearing the broadcast, Babu Tuobo exhibited a liberated demeanor, joyfully scampering away. reminiscent of a worker receiving news of a holiday. Chen Zi exchanged a glance with Li Wei, giving him a thumbs up. Li Wei maintained a serious expression, nodding slightly. Oh, trying to act aloof, are we? One day, I'll introduce you to someone truly aloof, Chen Zi jested. Li Wei replied, I am not acting aloof. Oh, I do enjoy watching you speak such serious nonsense, Chen Zi teased. Hyo. He Jiaolin sneezed, rubbing his nose. He Jiaolin gazed at the night view of the outskirts of the city, feeling a slight chill. Which sister is thinking of me now? He mused silently. Yet, his face remained expressionless, as it always was in the eyes of others. In the winter camp, on the 6th floor of the teaching building, an old woman stood quietly in the corridor, gazing at the vast expanse of stars. Little one, how do you feel about that human? She inquired. Suddenly, a Guiz emerged from the previously empty corridor, its deep purple face split into a wide grin, revealing a crimson tongue. Kojiao, it responded. Oh, is he truly wicked? Cunning? The old woman chuckled. So, you are quite pleased? Kojiao, Guiz nodded. The old woman affectionately patted Guiz's head. Very well, as long as you are satisfied. I shall help you reach him. Kojiao. Guiz appeared slightly bashful. It is time for you to venture out and explore, the old woman said with a warm smile. Guiz nuzzled against the old woman's pant leg, its eyes tinged with sadness. Heh, little ones must always go out. I cannot protect you forever, the old woman laughed. Lifting Guiz and stroking its head. Gradually, their figures faded from the silent corridor, as though they had never existed. Chen Zi would not soon forget the astonished expressions of the crowd as he laid a massive pile of tokens before the staff. His accrued points soared dramatically above those of the other participants, a feat largely attributed to Li Wei. Their sincere cooperation had birthed this remarkable triumph. Others had attempted collaboration akin to Chen Zi's, yet their experiences mirrored Chen Zi's initial concerns. Dividing the spoils proved to be a cumbersome affair. Some felt entitled to a greater share of points, believing their contributions warranted it, while others contested that they were indeed the more industrious ones. But how could one measure the extent of effort so easily? Even a rule stating equal scoring regardless of effort proved futile. Points were not so easily apportioned. There would always be one with an extra point and another with one less. In the early days of the winter camp, participants might have brushed off such discrepancies, considering them trivial, perhaps just a point or two. Yet, as they savored the sweet taste of success and recognized the harsh reality of the winter camp's elimination system, the initially harmonious relationships began to fray, especially within their group of 8, those languishing at the bottom of the rankings, facing the looming threat of elimination. Constantly eyed their roommates with suspicion, striving to discern others' points, and scheming to undermine those they suspected of scoring higher. In such an atmosphere, how could anyone remain indifferent to a point or two? Discontent brewed among the team, resulting in heated arguments, and ultimately, they parted ways in discord. Even after the scores were logged, Chen Zi witnessed numerous disputes erupt within smaller factions. As Chen Zi and Li Wei made their way back to the dormitory, the scene had transformed drastically from that of their first day. The camaraderie of linking arms had virtually vanished. The seed sown on the first day of the winter camp had finally taken root. Chen Zi felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Li Wei remarked, I chose you as a friend. Indeed, Chen Zi replied with a grin. Just look at who I am. My discernment surpasses that of those who only see immediate gains. Yes, Li Wei conceded. Your judgment is quite commendable for having discovered a friend worth nurturing. I shall begrudgingly assist you in the future. Huh, you're just boasting. Chen Zi laughed, ruffling Li Wei's hair playfully. In the monitoring room, a voice echoed. These youngsters, having experienced little, already engage in schemes and intrigue. Zhang Mingkai lamented. How can teammates trust their backs to such individuals? No need to fret. Never overestimate human morality. Consider yourself fortunate that we have filtered them out ahead of time. Lin Xiu replied calmly. Clearly, the winter camp officials had anticipated such circumstances. Chen Hu, however, did not partake in their dialogue. Instead observing with keen interest the banter between Chen Zi and Li Wei. He had been closely monitoring Chen Zi's performance and had taken note of every action the duo undertook during the points hunting competition. He recognized that the boy named Li Wei was indeed Chen Zi's trusted companion. A thought began to burgeon within Chen Hu's mind. What do you think would happen if I pulled that boy named Li Wei into the search team? Would Chen Zi follow suit? Chen Hu suddenly mused. The monitoring room was enveloped in a prolonged silence. After a while, Zhang Mingkai tentatively spoke up. Captain Chen, you truly do not know who Li Wei is? Who is he? Chen Hu replied with nonchalance. His partner, Lin Xiu, accustomed to Chen Hu's bluntness, did not keep him in suspense. She directly stated, Leader, are you aware? Chen Hu immediately fell silent. What a calamity! Each newcomer seems to have an even greater background than the last. What on earth am I supposed to do with these recruits? Chen Hu lamented silently. As night fell, Chen Zi and Jiang surely reported their work as usual. To be honest, even now, Chen Zi remained oblivious to the true purpose behind the spirit realm's desire to know the enhancement directions of these individuals. Whenever he inquired with Jiang Shirley, she consistently declined to enlighten him, claiming to be just a minor peripheral figure. A minor peripheral? Huh, who would believe that? Although curious, Chen Zi did not press for the reason. After completing his tasks, he proceeded to wash up and retire to bed in one seamless motion. With the lights off, Chen Zi lay in bed, as he did every night. However, on this particular evening, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if something in the shadows was observing him. Chapter 71. The coming storm today marked the first day of the third week, and the beginning of the final week of this winter camp. As per tradition, everyone gathered at the East Playground at 6:30, awaiting the verdict from Zhang Mingkai. Without much preamble, Zhang Mingkai commenced the distribution of report cards. Before Chen Zi received his, he heard low murmurs of discontent rising from the crowd. It seemed Zhang Mingkai was oblivious, continuing to read aloud the names on the report cards in hand. Upon receiving his report card, Chen Zi exhaled in relief. The total score was 2,073 points. With this, he realized the Z bracelet was safely secured. It was no surprise that he ranked first. Beside him, Li Wei held the fifth position with a score of 982. Even without the additional points from the hunting competition, Li Wei still outperformed the majority of participants. The reality was stark. The strong remained strong, and the gap in scores could be quite daunting. Chen Zi's score of 2073 was significantly higher than Lu Yiwei's 1285 points in second place. Following Li Wei was Han Lang with 786 points, and the scores plummeted drastically thereafter. It became evident that despite the lavish rewards promised by the winter camp, only a select few truly had the opportunity to claim the coveted prizes. After the report cards were distributed, Zhang Mingkai raised his gaze, coldly surveying the students before him. Some of you may not comprehend why you lost so many points, he stated icily, and perhaps you harbor resentment in your hearts. I understand. But hold that sentiment in. Zhang Mingkai scanned the surroundings and continued, every action you take is under our scrutiny. Your scores are not determined by me alone, but by all who are observing you. Do not presume that your little schemes go unnoticed. Below, many who had initially felt aggrieved lowered their heads. Observing this, Zhang Mingkai chose not to linger on the topic and began to outline the arrangements for the week. Today is your final day of classes. The schedule mirrors that of the first week. In the coming days, until the conclusion, we will be working alongside the students from the far-off autumn program. I will send you the specifics and rules shortly. This is your last opportunity to earn points, so I hope you cherish it. With that said, Zhang Mingkai lifted his head and cast a deep gaze at the young men and women before him, stating, I hope you can become the type of teammates whom others can trust to have their backs. With his announcement of dismissal, the crowd gradually dispersed. As soon as the announcement was made, Chen Zi promptly accessed the marketplace interface. He had not paid much attention to it in recent days, still possessing ample confidence that the Z bracelet would not be claimed by anyone else. After all, there were only 3 Z bracelets available, requiring a score of 2,000 points. It was likely that by the end, only Chen Zi would be able to redeem this reward. As for the shiny aluminium, Chen Zi did not believe anyone would take notice of such an obscure Pokemon before the information about the aluminum bridge dragon was revealed. Chen Zi lingered on the shiny aluminium interface for a moment before swiftly navigating to the Z bracelet section and clicked to redeem. Once the screen confirmed the successful exchange, a wave of relief washed over him. Please come to the west side of the East Playground's Exchange Center to collect your rewards between 6 o'clock and 2200 hours. At that moment, Li Wei approached Chen Zi. Did you redeem it? Chen Zi nodded. What did you get? Zhu Tiantian leaned in, accompanied by Chu Tianming, Lu Yiwei, and Du Shi. Shu. Chen Zi quickly ushered everyone to one side, wary of attracting more attention. After a while, the group walked away with envious expressions, leaving only Li Wei beside Chen Zi. Let's go. We should retrieve our rewards together, Chen Zi suggested. Li Wei nodded in agreement. The exchange center was adjacent to the East Playground, and within a few minutes, the two arrived at their destination. It is worth mentioning that in this world, to enhance the anti-theft measures of Keystone and Z bracelets, the Pokemon League had invested considerable effort in creating devices that would directly bind to an individual's DNA. Only the bonded individual could utilize the Keystone. The Z bracelet similarly incorporated this technology. Naturally, this binding could be undone. One merely had to approach the Pokemon League, and upon verifying one's identity, they would unbind the Keystone and Z bracelet, restoring them to an unbound state. After solemnly completing the pairing and binding of the Z bracelet information at the exchange center, Chen Zi donned the Z bracelet on his wrist and exited alongside Li Wei. However, as there were currently no Z crystals, Chen Zi's Z bracelet remained merely decorative for the time being. "We'll have to wait until we go to the islands to take on the trials," Li Wei remarked. Chen Zi replied. No wonder Li Wei is indifferent to the majority of rewards in the marketplace. Initially, I thought he had a keystone to inherit, but it turns out he possesses a Z bracelet as well. Chen Zi's assumptions regarding Li Wei's identity ascended to a new level. A wealthy heir, Chen Zi teased. As it was the final day, the remaining participants cherished their last moments in the classroom. After all, the education they received here was unparalleled compared to the public courses outside. Even Chen Zi was able to glean a great deal from the experience. Observing the remaining students in class, Chen Zi noted that only one individual remained on Jiang Shirley's list, Shang Wu. Although it was confirmed that Shang Wu was part of the Genius program, Chen Zi still regarded his usual performance as commendable. Could the Genius program truly transform trainers into geniuses? Chen Zi was skeptical. He leaned more towards the notion that Shang Wu, already possessing talent, chose to join the program for a shortcut. In truth, Chen Zi had already failed a significant portion of his task here. He had not managed to elicit the enhancement directions from any of the previous individuals. It seemed they would rather lose the competition than allow their Pokemon to undergo enhancements. Chen Zi recalled the battle a few months prior at the Warm Pig Cup, where Lu Yiwei's Metal Monster did not utilize enhancements again. Chen Zi speculated that such enhancements likely came with certain limitations, requiring a considerable price to be paid. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Shang Wu to have withheld it until now. Time swiftly passes, and before one knows it, the day is drawing to a close. In the evening, the participants of the winter camp received information regarding the upcoming activities. The event, titled Defending the Carrot, is scheduled as follows. Dates: 9:30 a.m. on the second day of the third week and 9:30 a.m. on the seventh day of the third week. Location: Wilderness Zone. Activity rules: the Wilderness Zone contains 2 carrot fields, one belonging to Ruichuan and the other to Jinxiu. Initially, each carrot field has a certain production capacity, yielding 1 carrot per hour. Each carrot contributes 1 point to the collective score of the entire camp, which is tallied daily at 9:30 a.m. Scattered across the vast wilderness zone are numerous silver and gold carrots. Participants who locate the corresponding carrots and return them to their respective fields can earn 50 and 100 points respectively. Silver and gold carrots can be used to enhance the production capacity of the carrot fields. Each silver carrot increases the output by 0.1 points per hour, while each gold carrot boosts it by 0.5 points per hour. During the exploration, Pokemon that lose their fighting capability will be prohibited from leaving the carrot field area for the day. On the morning of the 4th day of the 3rd week at 9:30 a.m., the camp plunder mode will commence, allowing silver and gold carrots, which are essential for increasing production capacity, to be contested. At the conclusion of the activity, the team with the highest carrot field score will receive a collective bonus of 50 points, while the losing team will incur a collective penalty of a 50-point deduction. Note that from 11 p.m. to 9:30 a.m. the following day, all activities will be suspended, and participants are forbidden from appearing in the wilderness zone during this time. Violations will result in disqualification from the event. Once silver and gold carrots are possessed by a trainer in the wild, they cannot be contested, or else disqualification will ensue. Should a trainer sustain injuries, they will bear legal responsibility. Following the initiation of the camp plunder mode, trainers themselves are prohibited from holding silver and gold carrots, except for those not yet placed in the carrot fields. Violators will face immediate disqualification. Additionally, trainers are forbidden from allowing their Pokemon to attack them. Those who do will be expelled from the winter camp and face legal consequences. Chapter 72. Unpleasant Speculations. At 5 o'clock a.m., as dawn was just breaking, the roar of engines outside the dormitory stirred Chen Zi from his already shallow slumber. So early? Chen Zi murmured to himself. With no further reason to linger in bed, he stretched, dressed himself, and made his way to the living room. The lights in the living room had yet to illuminate, and it was rare for Chen Zi to rise earlier than Li Wei. Since discovering Li Wei's habit of early morning exercise, Chen Zi had also taken to morning workouts. A robust physique is an essential quality for an exceptional trainer. Creak. The sound of the door opening indicated that Li Wei had also awakened. It's a bit noisy, Li Wei remarked. I thought they would be running over. Perhaps they're conserving their energy, Chen Zi replied nonchalantly as he headed to freshen up. After both had completed their morning routines, they set out for their usual workout. Amidst the bustling crowd, Chen Zi's keen eyes spotted a few familiar faces. Among them, He Jialin stood out with an air of aloofness. his difficult-to-describe aura and striking appearance giving him the impression of an untouchable idol. To be honest, Li Wei was perceived similarly by others. However, having come to understand Li Wei's true nature, Chen Zi had long since discarded that superficial lens. Nearby were Ying Wenpei and Hiyu, individuals with whom Chen Zi had interacted in this life. As Chen Zi instinctively reached out to greet Hijialan, he suddenly recalled that he did not actually know him in this lifetime. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand and turn away, Hiyu caught sight of him, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Oh no, this is awkward, Chen Zi thought, caught between the decision to leave or stay. Chen Zi, I knew you would be here, Hiyu said, drawing the attention of those around them. To be honest, Chen Zi had little to say to Hiyu. Ever since their last parting, he had no idea what choice she had made. However, upon seeing Ying Wenpei approach, Chen Zi immediately understood Hiyu's ultimate decision, and his expression fell. Chen Zi, long time no see, Ying Wenpei said, his smile lacking warmth. Chen Zi let out a cold snort, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. What's wrong? Old friends? Li Wei inquired, moving closer to Chen Zi. His gaze fixed sharply on Ying Wenpei. He could easily discern that Chen Zi held no fondness for them. Chen Zi shook his head, glancing at the expressionless Hijialan, then turned away without a word, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to exit, he noticed a slight flush on Hiyu's face, as if she were excited. I can't provoke her, he thought, quickly pulling Li Wei along as they departed the scene. This time, I will definitely defeat him. Hiyu's complexion grew even more flushed, strikingly noticeable even in the dim light of dawn. Humph, Ying Wenpei scoffed, what are you pretending for? I still find this kind of person detestable. Hiyu cast a disdainful glance at him, retorting, you should take a look in the mirror. You're hardly in a position to judge him. You'd better clarify who is on your side. Ying Wenpei snapped, a hint of anger rising in his voice. Observing that the attention of those around them had shifted elsewhere, he lowered his voice, adding, don't forget the organization's mission. Hiyu looked at him with contempt. I know. Then, her gaze drifted towards the direction Chen Zi had departed, and she mused, if he were to join the genius program, I wonder how far ahead he would be compared to you. You. Ying Wenpei glared at Hiyu in fury. Hiyu didn't even spare him a glance as she turned to join the larger group. Wait until you can defeat me before you get angry, she thought. You're nothing but a waste that can't be lifted from the mud. Ying Wenpei clenched his fists, watching her retreating figure, his eyes ablaze with barely contained rage. Though unaware of the specifics, Chen Zi couldn't shake the feeling that Hiyu's gaze towards him was rather peculiar. What's with that girl? Li Wei remarked casually. Did you lead her on? What nonsense! Chen Zi exclaimed, playfully slapping Li Wei on the back. I've been solo for 18 years. Her gaze towards you is anything but simple, Li Wei asserted, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned observer. Something must have transpired between you two. Chen Zi rolled his eyes and recounted the events involving Hiyu to Li Wei. In fact, during the winter camp, after securing Jiang Shirley's consent, Chen Zi had already disclosed matters related to the genius program to Li Wei. Li Wei, equally outraged by the exploitation of Pokemon for personal gain, refrained from making light of Chen Zi and Hiyu's situation. Upon learning that Hiyu had still chosen to join the genius program despite Chen Zi's 2 attempts to dissuade her, Li Wei no longer teased Chen Zi. To him, individuals like her had already forfeited their qualifications to be trainers. So, will you also force her to reveal her enhancement direction this time? Li Wei asked. He was aware of Chen Zi's recent endeavors and knew that progress had not been smooth. Chen Zi nodded. Although Jiang Shirley had not requested it, he still intended to compel Hiyu to disclose her enhancement direction. No worries, I can assist you then, Li Wei offered. Previously, in the camp, joining Chen Zi's efforts in front of their fellow teammates would undoubtedly raise suspicion. However, the current situation was different. Hiyu was already positioned against both Chen Zi and Li Wei, and uniting against her was within the rules, thus unlikely to arouse suspicion. Enough about her. Did you see that cool, aloof guy just now? Chen Zi Dao, the tall one who is obviously difficult to get along with. Li Wei naturally knew whom Chen Zida was referring to. You mean Hijialan? The one in the white windbreaker? Chen Zida nodded, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Do you know him? Li Wei covered his face, unable to suppress his laughter. You called him aloof, haha? Chen Zida had never seen Li Wei laugh like this before, and he felt a wave of embarrassment. Of course, I've only met him once, but with that demeanor in those eyes. Isn't he the epitome of a cold man? Chen Zida asserted. Ridiculous. Having worked alongside Hijialan for many years, how could he possibly misjudge his character? Li Wei burst out laughing, trying to hold it in, but failing miserably. Under Chen Zida's incredulous gaze, Li Wei finally managed to explain. I have an elder sister who is about my age. The aloof man you just mentioned is actually my sister's devoted admirer. She has a penchant for coldness. So he pretends to be aloof. Chen Zi was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the cold deity he revered could be someone else's admirer. What is the current situation? Chen Zi asked curiously. They're engaged, Li Wei shrugged. Truth be told, my sister was just teasing him, and he took it seriously. You know, I understand him quite well. He learned this act from me. On the surface, he appears quite composed, but deep down, he is rather passionate. Chen Zi pondered over this revelation. Although he had accepted this characterization, recalling He Jialan's serious demeanor from his past life, he could not help but feel that after years of interaction, he should have been able to glimpse a person's true nature. Not even the slightest hint had he ever detected. Moreover, upon reflection, he noted that the He Jialan of the past was indeed vastly different from the present version. The current He Jialan, while still possessing a hint of aloofness reminiscent of his previous life, exhibited it only superficially. In contrast, the He Jialan of the past had an aura of coldness that was palpable during their conversations. Furthermore, Chen Zi had never heard He Jialan mention anything about his fiancée. For years, He Jialan had consistently presented himself as single. Suddenly, Chen Zi contemplated a possibility. Given Li Wei's evident talents, he believed it implausible for him to remain inconspicuous for long. Coupled with the fact that he had not heard anything about Li Wei in his past life, Chen Zi surmised that perhaps Li Wei's family had encountered misfortunes at some point, indirectly shaping He Jialan's character in the future. In the past, Chen Zi might not have cared, but now that Li Wei had become a close friend, he could not simply stand by and watch misfortunes befall him. With a meaningful glance at Li Wei, Chen Zi patted his shoulder. What is that for? Li Wei asked. Nothing, Chen Zi replied. Chapter 73. The Message of the Resurrection of the God of Death. Time swiftly passed to 9:30, and the gathering convened at the back gate of the camp. Members of both camps stood before their respective commanding officers, occasionally casting curious glances at members from the opposing camp. In truth, the two camps were not entirely unfamiliar with one another, as many individuals hailed from the same origins and some were already acquainted. However, a sense of rivalry lingered, given that both sides were competitors in this event. After reiterating the rules, particularly regarding the safety of the personnel, the instructors opened the back gate. This entrance led deep into the Starfall Forest, which was also the designated location for the upcoming carrot defense activity. Under the guidance of two instructors, members of both camps proceeded towards their respective destinations, perhaps in an effort to stretch the battlefield and provide both sides with ample maneuvering space. The distance between the two carrot fields was considerable, requiring a walk of over an hour. Upon arriving at this so-called carrot field, which was essentially a small encampment, they noticed a projection of a carrot field in the center, surrounded by a row of grooves that appeared to be designated for placing the discovered golden and silver carrots. The projection displayed the current rate of carrot production, which stood at 1 carrot per hour. After leading them here, the instructors departed, leaving the group of campers exchanging puzzled glances. Without further instructions, it seemed they were left to their own devices. During the first 3 days, the plundering mode had not yet commenced, and consequently, there was no need for any division of labor. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Zi and Li Wei left the carrot field and ventured into the forest in search of the elusive golden and silver carrots. Having never seen these carrots before, their excursion was purely a gamble for luck. In contrast to the grassy areas, the wilderness felt strikingly primal. If the grassy regions had paths carved by human hands, the wilderness resembled the untamed forests of the ultimate cavern. Chen Zi speculated that the vicinity of the golden and silver carrots might be guarded by Pokémon, as they would not easily allow access to the carrots. Otherwise, the challenge would lose much of its significance. Liolu, like before, activated its aura sense, searching for signs of nearby life. However, it soon furrowed its brow. Liolu communicated to Chen Zi. It indicated that the surrounding signs of life were overwhelming. Chen Zi turned to Li Wei, saying, "There's nothing we can do. We'll just have to rely on luck." Li Wei nodded in agreement. Deep within the Starfall Forest, before the statue of Xerneas, a surge of black mist swept by, and an elderly woman along with an anomalous Ghastly appeared. Unmistakably the same woman and Ghastly from that night at the teaching building. The elderly woman leaned on her cane, facing the statue of Xerneas with a solemn expression. "Esteemed one, I have brought my clan's descendants to pay my respects." After a moment, a wooden cabin manifested in the space before them. "Come in," a voice resonated. "Forgive the intrusion," the elderly woman bowed, leading Ghastly into the cabin. At the dining table, the old woman sat quietly reading a book. With a sudden shift, the elderly woman transformed into the form of a Jengar. "Look how much you've grown," the old woman remarked with a smile, setting her book aside. Jengar Granny observed the elderly woman, her expression revealing deep concern. Esteemed one, your strength. The elderly woman brushed it off lightly. Haha, after all, it cannot be contained forever, can it? You must have sensed it outside as well. Jengar Granny's thoughts seemed to drift back to a distant past, a flicker of terror crossing her eyes. The elderly woman shook her head. What is destined to come will ultimately arrive. No matter how one hides, it cannot be evaded. Your time is limited. Before long, I shall be utterly exhausted. The elderly woman rose and approached Jengar and Ghastly, extending her hand to gently pat Ghastly. This child possesses even greater talent than you did back then. Ghastly smiled shyly, feeling an unprecedented warmth emanating from the elderly woman's palm. I just wonder if this child can truly grow. Jengar Granny sighed. She had anticipated that the circumstances might not be favorable, but she hadn't expected them to reach this extent. I will promptly notify the Alliance, Jengar Granny stated. They will prepare measures for that, esteemed one. I hope this time we can bring it to a definitive end. The elderly woman nodded. Although I cannot intervene against Yveltal this time, I have left behind 2 contingencies. I have already sensed one of them within your child. As for the other, the elderly woman smiled. Fate will guide it to where it is meant to be. Elekid, Spirit Blade, TT, Power of the Moon. Elekid and TT, moving in perfect synchronization, were closing in on a large meerkat scout. This meerkat was considerably larger than the one belonging to Chen Zi, its head adorned with a silver carrot. Upon their first encounter, Chen Zi could not discern that this was the elusive silver carrot the meerkat had been desperately searching for. However, the moment the meerkat spotted Chen Zi, it reacted as if caught in a thievery, and thus Chen Zi recognized the peculiar nature of this meerkat scout. Judging by its strength, the meerkat's prowess even surpassed that of Pokemon scoring 20 points in the hunting competition. Yet, compared to the Pokemon in that competition, those found here posed a greater challenge. The Pokemon in the point hunting competition would confront you head-on, regardless of their odds. In contrast, here, if a Pokemon sensed it was outmatched, it would flee with remarkable speed. Were it not for the aura tracking from Lucario, Chen Zi and his companions would have lost their quarry countless times. After much effort, they finally cornered the meerkat scout against a dead end. Exhausted from the skirmish, the meerkat collapsed to the ground, fainting. Li Wei gestured for Chen Zi to retrieve the silver carrot. Aware of Li Wei's family's wealth, Chen Zi no longer felt the need for niceties and directly took the silver carrot from the meerkat's head. Chen Zi sighed with relief. What a struggle. Thankfully we worked together. Otherwise, we would have never secured the carrot. Li Wei remarked. If all Pokemon were as agile, this endeavor would be far more challenging, likely requiring a larger team. Chen Zi shrugged. At least we managed to filter out a considerable number of participants beforehand. The remaining ones should be more cooperative. That will have to wait until tomorrow, Li Wei replied. I trust everyone will recognize this issue after today. Furthermore, once the camp raid competition begins, it will truly test our collaborative abilities. Chen Zi stroked his chin, realizing that the purpose of this winter camp activity was indeed to foster such cooperation. Rustling sounds emerged from the nearby bushes. Chen Zi and Li Wei instinctively turned their gazes toward the source. Shortly after, 4 unfamiliar faces appeared within their line of sight. Members from the Autumn Gold camp. Chen Zi and Li Wei exchanged glances. Unlike their own loosely organized group focused on individual efforts, the Autumn Gold members exhibited a sense of cohesion. Leading them was a somber-faced man who glanced at the fallen meerkat scout and remarked, "Someone beat us to it." His gaze shifted to Li Wei and Chen Zi, a knowing smile spreading across his face. "Ah, friends from Ruichuan, it is a pleasure to see you." As he spoke, he signaled his companions to encircle Li Wei and Chen Zi. A flurry of red lights flashed as their Pokemon were summoned, each adorned with malicious grins. "Though it is unfortunate we missed the carrot, capturing you and bringing you back to camp will certainly contribute to our team," he stated. "You've certainly engaged in this sort of endeavor before. You appear quite adept." Chen Zi, unfazed, scanned the surrounding Pokemon, all of which seemed to be of average strength. "Isn't it a shame you Ruichuan folks failed to adapt your mindset in time?" The man shrugged. "Apologies, but we are simply pursuing victory." With that, under his command, several Pokemon launched an attack against TT and the others. Chapter 74, The Proper Approach to the Activity. "That little fellow of yours seems to have quite the reputation," Chen Hu observed as he watched the live feed from the surveillance. On the screen, the members of Autumn Gold were mostly congregated in groups, moving through the forest. In stark contrast, the Ruichuan winter camp participants appeared scattered, with only a few team-ups and many lone wolves. Indeed, Wang Tao chuckled. "That's what Feng Lad possesses is certain leadership quality. His strength may be average, but he has a knack for organization." Wang Tao, a fellow contestant of Chen Hu's generation, was the mastermind behind the Autumn Gold initiative. Chen Hu shook his head. We haven't produced anyone like that. Everyone here is quite cunning. And we just filtered out a significant number of such characters. Wang Tao, discerning the nature of Chen Hu's comments, sipped his tea and smiled. We have our share of those types too, but at least they can maintain a facade of composure in front of Zwafeng. I heard some of your team have already swapped to Z-rings. The efficiency in scoring is quite alarming. Not wanting to dwell on it, Chen Hu sighed, revealing a rueful smile. Don't even get me started. Let me tell you. He proceeded to recount the backgrounds of Chen Zi and Li Wei to Wang Tao. Wow, they have quite the impressive lineage, Wang Tao exclaimed, intrigued. Chen Hu sighed, his gaze scanning the screen. Suddenly, he seemed to spot something amusing and pointed towards the display. Look, if you're curious, those two have run into a small group from your Autumn Gold initiative. Following Chen Hu's indication, Wang Tao observed the scene, shrouded in pink mist. Remarkably, even amidst the fog, the surveillance captured the movements of the Pokemon within. Wang Tao soon recognized a familiar figure. No way, they've crossed paths with Zwafeng, he exclaimed, realizing that while Zwafeng's companions were not particularly formidable, they were competent enough. It wouldn't be an easy victory for Chen Zi and the others. Chen Hu smiled knowingly. Well, you can see for yourself. As Wang Tao noted Chen Hu's confident demeanor, he grew increasingly curious about the individual capable of instilling such assurance in him. Zwafeng's expression turned grave. Steel Wing. Take flight and disperse this mist with a gust, Lin Wei commanded. Lin Wei was among the few who had previously entered B-level arenas, and his raw strength surpassed that of Su Province's newcomer Wang Zhicheng, who also utilized Steel Wing. Chen Zi smiled faintly, observing the ascending Steel Wing without a hint of concern. The flapping of Steel Wing's wings unleashed a powerful gust. However, as the tempest swept through the misty arena, the fog seemed to cling stubbornly to the ground, refusing to dissipate. Having encountered similar clearing tactics before, Chen Zi had prepared for such an event. The misty arena was enveloped by TT's supportive powers, effectively anchoring the entire area in place. Simultaneously, guided by TT's assistants, Lucario and Elekid navigated through the mist, locating and ambushing their adversaries one by one. Zwafeng's brow furrowed. Steel Wing. Continue, do not halt, Lin Wei urged. The others also commanded their Pokemon to avoid remaining stationary, attempting to resist to some extent. Thanks to Steel Wing's efforts, TT's powers could no longer maintain their coverage over the entire arena. The mist began to disperse, revealing the scene to the spectators. They beheld 2 or 3 of the Autumn Gold Pokemon sprawled on the ground, incapacitated, while the remaining few were barely hanging on. The only unscathed Steel Wing, exhausted from continuous gusts, struggled to remain airborne. In stark contrast, TT and her companions were in excellent condition. They wasted no opportunity, launching a final strike as soon as their opponents regained visibility. Given the precarious state of the adversaries, even the slightest resistance proved futile. A number of Pokemon were effortlessly subdued. TT and her companions turned their gaze towards the only remaining Steel Wing. Upon realizing the dire situation, the Steel Wing dove down from the sky. Zwafeng, fully aware that he had encountered a formidable opponent, displayed no extraneous expression as he recalled his incapacitated Pokemon. He cast a penetrating glance at Chen Zi and Li Wei, acknowledging, "It seems we have indeed met our match. I concede." A staff member clad in red soon descended on a large Pidgeot, appearing before them. This individual was part of the Golden Autumn Project team. Zwafeng and his companions said nothing further and followed the staff member away from the venue. Little did Chen Zi know that the seemingly inconspicuous individual he had just encountered was a key strategist from the opposing faction. It was not that their adversaries were particularly weak. Rather, it could be said that if they had faced different opponents, even with comparable strength to Chen Zi, their numerical advantage would have secured them victory with less difficulty. However, under TT's misty terrain, the significance of numbers diminished considerably, as scattered opponents found themselves systematically dismantled by unseen foes. Chen Zi and Li Wei did not linger, instead continuing their search for gold and silver carrots. What a remarkable synergy, Wang Tao remarked. These 4 individuals didn't even manage to compel Chen Zi to reveal his true prowess. Let us not kid ourselves. Even I have yet to witness Chen Zi unleash his full potential, Chen Hu added. This was indeed the case. Throughout the winter camp, TT had utilized her life energy sparingly, only once against a swarm of weak Pokemon, with the other instances occurring beyond the public eye. Chen Hu, having observed TT's explosive performance during that one instance, deduced that she had been holding back a trump card throughout the preceding battles. Wang Tao remained silent, his gaze fixed on Chen Zi on the screen, deep in thought. A delicate crescent moon cast its glow upon Derubii as a flower leaf TT gradually came into view. It's Chen Zi's flower leaf TT. Zhu Tian exclaimed with excitement. Chu Tianming, his eyes glimmering, seized the moment. Mega Swampert, waterfall. The waterfall attack struck the stunned Charizard, rendering it unable to continue the battle. Observing the arrival of reinforcements, the Golden Autumn team exchanged glances. Realizing their advantage had swiftly diminished, they recalled their incapacitated Pokémon and hastily retreated with the remaining ones. Noticing this, Chen Zi made no attempt to pursue, instead moving towards Zhu Tian and the others. Chu Tianming and I just secured a silver carrot, and these individuals took advantage of our Pokemon's weakened state to spring into action. Zhu Tian chuckled. Fortunately, you arrived just in time, otherwise, we would have had no choice but to withdraw. Chu Tianming frowned. These opponents quickly resorted to forming a coalition. There must be someone capable behind the scenes strategizing for them. Chen Zi nodded in agreement. We encountered a similar situation. Their reactions were indeed swifter than ours. We fear we may have fallen behind on the first day's progress. Zhu Tian suggested. Chen Zi, why don't you take the lead? You are the strongest, and your words should carry weight. Chen Zi nodded, realizing that this was likely the only course of action, given the day's events. Everyone should be able to comprehend the shift in the nature of the activity. If no one voiced their opinions on the event by tomorrow, Chen Zi felt compelled to step up and speak. Although, for him, the significance of points had diminished considerably. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the sky, the fruits of Chen Zi and Li Wei's labor were modest. After joining forces with Zhu Tian and Chu Tianming, the quartet collectively acquired 3 silver carrots. Chen Zi claimed 2, while Chu Tianming took 1. And Li Wei resolutely declined any points. Initially, Chu Tianming and Zhu Tian had no intention of accepting, as they had not contributed significantly during the carrot gathering. However, Chen Zi insisted they take 1 out of fairness. Unfortunately, they had not encountered a single gold carrot. As the night deepened, and with the activity time still not concluded, Chen Zi and his companions decided to continue their endeavors with flashlights for a while longer. Nightfall did not signify the end of activity for all Pokemon. Some that typically roamed during the day had returned to their nests, while nocturnal Pokemon began to appear in the group's field of vision. The sounds of a night owl filled the air, and occasionally, they spotted a newly awakened Shroomish beneath the trees. However, after wandering for over an hour, they had yet to encounter a single Pokemon carrying a carrot. The prolonged activity had left everyone feeling somewhat fatigued. Zhu Tian, feeling a bit dazed, was about to suggest they return to rest when he unexpectedly collided with a figure before him. Tianming, why did you stop so suddenly? Zhu Tian looked up, instantly jolted awake by the sight before him. At some point, the figure ahead had transformed from Chu Tianming into a colossal entity, wrapped in bandages and possessing only a single eye. It was a Dusknoir. Zhu Tian shivered in fear and stumbled backward. He reached for his waist, attempting to retrieve his Pokeball, only to find it missing. Suddenly, he realized that his Shakiras, which had been following him, had vanished without a trace. Zhu Tian could only watch helplessly as the Dusknoir lunged towards him. No. Zhu Tian opened his eyes, finding himself encircled by his companions, who appeared anxious. Where's the Dusknoir? Zhu Tian asked, his face a picture of shock. What Dusknoir? Chu Tianming inquired. You were just walking and suddenly fainted, giving us quite a scare. Chen Zi appeared contemplative. Riolu, use your aura to scan the surroundings. I suspect we are being watched. Riolu extended its aura, yet found nothing amiss. How peculiar, Chen Zi remarked. The assailant should be nearby. How could we not locate them? Is it possible they have already left? Li Wei suggested, considering that Zhu Tian had been unconscious for a while, making this possibility plausible. Without lingering further, the group pressed on, reasoning that they could pursue the culprit should another incident arise. Perhaps the assailant had sensed their vigilance and refrained from striking again. Chen Zi speculated that a ghost-type Pokemon might be responsible, as the signs of an attack were conspicuously evident. After a lengthy search without any targets or further incidents of fainting, fatigue began to set in among the group. Thus, they resolved to return home. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Huan experienced a similar predicament. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered that Hiyu had vanished. Her teammates informed her that Hiyu seemed to have sensed something and had gone off in pursuit of the assailant. The others displayed little concern. They did not believe that a lurking Pokemon posed any significant threat to Hiyu. After all, Hiyu was one of the 2 leading figures of the Golden Autumn Project. As a rising star in the capital, Hiyu was regarded as the most promising newcomer. Being the capital of Longhua, both educational resources and competition were markedly superior to those found elsewhere. It was said that the top 8 in the capital could rival the newcomers of other regions, a statement that bore no exaggeration. Taking Wenpei, for instance, he, as one of the top 8, could defeat the newcomer champion from Shidao. Little did they know, as one of the 3 islands, Nishijima, even at the end of the trio, was not a mere province where a rookie king could easily tread. Ever since Hiyu entered the Golden Autumn Project, her performance could be succinctly characterized by a single word: nearly invincible. Why nearly, you may ask? This brings to mind another formidable contender, Tiandu, Hejialan. As one of the 5 capitals, Tiandu, adjacent to the imperial capital, boasts a development level that is only on the rise. In stark contrast to the relatively obscure Hiyu, Hejialan has long been a household name. Years ago, he gained notoriety for his extensive knowledge of Pokémon, heralded as a future master trainer. With an exceptional lineage, striking appearance, and formidable talent, he has attracted the attention of countless admirers. True to expectations, ever since he acquired his Pokémon, he has maintained an unassailable lead. The initial competitions are trivial to him, and his ranking has soared to the 7th tier of the Pokeball League. In comparison, Chen Zi, despite his tireless efforts, has only reached the modest 4th tier, an achievement made all the more remarkable by his undefeated streak. For Hejialan, the Golden Autumn Project holds little significance, as he has already been taken under the wing of a professor at the Imperial Capital University, securing his admission with ease. In the forest, even as darkness enveloped her, Hiyu's pace remained unwavering. Before her, her scyther deftly cleared the obstacles ahead. In the distance, she could make out a violet silhouette. From the outline of that figure, she recognized it as the ghost-type Pokémon, Mismagius. So, it is you who has led me into this dream, Hiyu murmured. The golden carrot atop Mismagius's head was strikingly prominent. Cutting slash, Hiyu declared with remarkable composure. Whoosh. Scyther's speed surged, and in the blink of an eye, it was before Mismagius. The ghost Pokémon abruptly turned, its eyes shimmering with purple light, attempting to induce slumber upon Hiyu. A trivial trick, Hiyu quipped, not even bothering to evade, gazing mockingly into Mismagius's eyes. Your mental control is exceedingly primitive. Inferior even to the feeble attempts of those fools who have tried to ensnare me. Hiyu advised, you might want to reconsider. Scyther's cutting slash was swift and fierce, delivering blow after blow, leaving Mismagius no time to react before it was felled to the ground. Scyther poised its blade-like appendage against Mismagius's neck. Hiyu approached slowly, gently removing the golden carrot from Mismagius's head. Practice makes perfect, she chuckled softly, turning back towards her original path. Chen Zi and his companions returned to the carrot patch and planted the last silver carrot they had obtained by evening into the groove of the patch. At this point, there were already 5 silver carrots nestled within the groove. One could only remark that the plans initiated by the Golden Autumn Project had taken everyone by surprise. Otherwise, perhaps the results on the first day could have been even more favorable. Having completed these tasks, Chen Zi and his group made their way towards the campsite. As dusk fell, many had already returned to camp. Although they had dined, the meal had been rather rudimentary, prompting everyone to head towards the cafeteria for a supplementary meal. After satisfying their appetites, Chen Zi and Li Wei bid farewell to Zhu Tiantian and the others. It seemed that the members of the Golden Autumn Project did not reside alongside them. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Zi noticed 2 vehicles parked at the entrance of the camp. Several members of the Golden Autumn Project were gathered there, seemingly awaiting the return of others. Observing their jovial camaraderie, Chen Zi realized that they possessed a sense of cohesion that was lacking in his own group. Despite having spent over 2 weeks together, the members of his team barely exchanged greetings when encountering one another on the road, let alone engaging in conversation as those others did. Suddenly, Chen Zi felt that victory might be an elusive goal. After all, this was a team game, and collective effort was essential for triumph. Chapter 76, The Attempt to Unite a Disparate Crowd. The following day, in the carrot patch, the group assembled once more under the guidance of their instructor. As before, the instructor quickly vanished from their sight. Seizing the moment before anyone could disperse, Chen Zi stepped forward. To be frank, he felt he lacked the innate talent for leadership. He delivered the speech he had prepared the previous day with a stoic expression, observing the crowd with an impassive gaze. In essence, he was merely stating the pros and cons. Without cooperation, they would inevitably lose, resulting in a collective deduction of points. Fortunately, after the previous day's harsh lesson, everyone recognized the drawbacks of solitary endeavors. Moreover, given the difficulty of capturing the carrots, it seemed more practical to collaborate, as opposed to merely competing for points. Thus, the group chose to unite, forming small clusters. While this might not significantly enhance efficiency, it at least provided them with a fighting chance in the presence of the Golden Autumn Project members. Taking advantage of the situation, Chen Zi proposed a suggestion regarding the upcoming stage of the camp's plundering contest. However, it was evident that the group's enthusiasm was lacking. At least until the plundering contest commenced, his words likely only went in one ear and out the other for the majority. Yet, the fact that they remained to listen to Chen Zi was a sign of respect. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely departed midway. In this regard, Chen Zi felt somewhat powerless. In his previous life, although he was a champion, he had little experience in leading others. Faced with a group rife with conflicting interests, he truly did not know how to foster their unity. Even when he later became a captain of the ultimate investigation team, his subordinates were comrades who shared his vision, making the concept of leadership a moot point. In stark contrast, Zhou Feng approached this situation with remarkable simplicity. To summarize in one word, it was interest. The Golden Autumn Project and the Ruichuan Winter Camp underwent similar challenges. However, their trajectories diverged significantly. As Chen Zi had anticipated, the Ruichuan Winter Camp, facing the threat of elimination, saw growing distrust among its participants. Consequently, the early alliances they had forged began to unravel, leading to the current predicament. The Golden Autumn Project, on the other hand, was markedly different. The key differentiator was Zhou Feng. Why is that the case? Zhou Feng had begun cultivating relationships early on. Unlike others who were solely focused on training, Zhou Feng prioritized building his interpersonal connections. Over time, he garnered a certain level of credibility within the Golden Autumn Project. Thus, despite his relatively modest strength, he managed to obtain the same qualifications as Chen Zi, the ability to command an audience. Unlike Chen Zi, Zhou Feng initially proposed a solution that promised mutual benefit. Everyone could maximize their gains. To that end, Zhou Feng devised the most appropriate groupings, ensuring that even the weaker participants could earn points while the stronger ones could accumulate even more. His speeches were succinct, firmly anchored in the concept of interest. This was something Chen Zi had not considered. Even if he had, he would not have been able to accomplish what Zhou Feng did. He had not taken the time to understand this segment of the population, let alone recall their names. Zhou Feng, however, could articulate each individual's strengths and characteristics. As a result, Zhou Feng's combinations became a harmonious blend of elite and formidable talents. On Chen Zi's side, there was a motley crew of individuals whose appearances belied their lack of unity. One could easily foresee the outcome of a clash between such disparate factions. At the very least, they were better organized than the scattered rabble of the first day. Without dwelling on such thoughts, Chen Zi proceeded with the three individuals from yesterday, continuing their quest to locate the elusive carrots. Drawing from the experiences of the previous day, their actions were markedly swifter today. In just a few short hours, they had already discovered 5 silver carrots, simultaneously dispatching 2 small teams from the Golden Autumn faction. However, as of now, the golden carrot remained as elusive as ever. Chen Zi could not help but speculate that the golden carrot might not be as conspicuously displayed atop a Pokemon's head as the silver ones. Perhaps it was truly buried underground. Just as he pondered this, a Dugtrio unexpectedly emerged from the earth, clutching a golden carrot in its grasp. Chen Zi stood momentarily dumbfounded. Regaining his composure, he swiftly commanded his Pokemon to capture it. The group sprang into action. This Dugtrio, however, was exceptionally cunning. Rather than fleeing from the encircling humans, it began burrowing a hole right where it stood, repeatedly popping in and out with glee. Chen Zi felt a headache coming on. Wasn't this akin to playing whack-a-mole? One that was seemingly impossible to hit. He would have preferred to engage in battle with a formidable Pokemon instead. After some effort, his Riolu finally managed to seize the Dugtrio the moment it emerged. "At last, I've got you," Chen Zi exclaimed, snatching the golden carrot from the Dugtrio's head. The Dugtrio struggled briefly before escaping Chen Zi's grasp after he claimed the golden carrot. It dove headfirst into the ground, akin to a diver plunging into water, disappearing in an instant. Chen Zi decided not to pursue it any further. He had secured the carrot, and it could go its own way. "It seems these guys from Ruichuan have indeed become more astute," Zhou Feng murmured, observing the individuals being escorted away, adorned in hues of blue and red. Zhou Feng felt little surprise. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Moreover, judging by the recent skirmishes, it appeared that the opposing team's composition lacked any discernible pattern. With no clear distinctions in strength, they resembled a haphazard assembly of individuals, hardly a cause for concern. When the time came for genuine factional plunder, Zhou Feng would ensure they comprehended the true meaning of devastation. Indeed, even with Ruichuan and Golden Autumn boasting equal numbers, Golden Autumn still emerged victorious in the majority of encounters. The pace of today's activities quickened even further than yesterday. By afternoon, it became increasingly rare to spot other teams within the forest. Having learned from past experiences, Chen Zi judiciously extended their rest periods and increased their frequency, ensuring that the four of them remained invigorated, unlike the previous evening when they had departed early. Chen Zi believed that since the event was scheduled to last until 11 p.m., it was improbable that the carrots would not be allocated during the evening. Curiosity piqued. Chen Zi decided to investigate further. Once again, one of Chen Zi's team fell victim to an ambush. This time, it was Li Wei. Just as Li Wei was about to faint, he steadied himself. It turned out that his alakazam had maintained its focus on Li Wei, promptly severing the psychic influence afflicting him. Simultaneously, Riolu swiftly expanded its aura, locking onto a target moving rapidly in the shadows. Its movements were quick, yet Riolu was even swifter. A wave of aura was unleashed towards the fleeing Mismagius, striking it directly. Although the Mismagius was not incapacitated by a single hit, its speed was noticeably hindered. The other Pokémon seized the opportunity, encircling the Mismagius much like they had done with other Pokémon encountered during the day. Arriving late to the scene, Chen Zi and his companions beheld the Mismagius surrounded, reminiscent of a lamb awaiting slaughter. Once the Pokémon had rendered the Mismagius unconscious, Chen Zi stepped forward to retrieve the golden carrot it bore. Chapter 77, Commencement. Factional Plunder. As time progressed, the defense of the carrots continued to advance. Even after many days, the visible silver and golden carrots within the forest showed no signs of diminishing. Chen Zi speculated that perhaps new carrots were being replenished daily. Otherwise, it would be challenging to find Pokémon still carrying carrots at this stage. Their daily progress remained relatively consistent. By the evening of the third day, the carrot field had yielded 20 silver carrots and 2 golden carrots. During that night, the Mismagius seemed to have vanished without a trace. However, similar Pokémon emerged in abundance, predominantly of the ghost type, yet none bore the golden carrot like the Mismagius. Since their own team had formed, members of the Golden Autumn faction had largely ceased to trouble them. Nonetheless, both factions had successfully gathered intelligence regarding the locations of each other's carrot fields. Though the forest was vast, they were aware of the direction taken when departing their camp. A bit of exploration in that direction would lead them to the location of the opposing faction's carrot field. In light of the impending factional plunder, Chen Zi believed it was time to adjust their strategy. It was essential to designate a portion of individuals to guard the carrots within their camp, while others would venture forth to seize the opposing faction's carrots, and yet more would scour the wilderness for new carrots. The Pokémon suited for each task varied significantly. Over these days, Chen Zi had unconsciously taken the time to familiarize himself with these individuals, at least remembering the Pokémon they possessed and their preferred tactics. Upon returning to the camp on the third night, Chen Zi compiled a list. He categorized those with high attack power and speed, adept at thievery, into the team designated for carrot plunder. Conversely, slower-moving Pokémon were assigned to the guarding team. Chen Zi also formed 2 teams of 4, each rotating every 2 hours, with each team selecting 2 members from the guarding and plundering groups to collect carrots in the wild. The rotation schedule was meticulously drafted. The remaining critical factor hinged on whether they would accept such an arrangement. After all, from an individual scoring perspective, the 2 teams venturing out to seek carrots might appear more advantageous. Chen Zi feared that some individuals might disrupt the entire arrangement for their own selfish gains. Ultimately, on the 4th day, when Chen Zi presented this scheme, everyone accepted the proposal. This brought him a sense of relief, even if it was merely superficial compliance. At least order had not been thrown into disarray. That alone sufficed. Chen Zi placed himself in the plundering team. Whether it was Riolu's remarkable agility or the effects of Tiddy's misty terrain, both would enable them to effectively snatch carrots from their adversaries and escape safely. Having completed all necessary arrangements, Chen Zi and his companions set off towards the opposing faction's carrot field, taking care to avoid interception by others. After all, if a Pokémon were to lose its combat ability during a confrontation, it would signify a decrease in their ranks. Utilizing Riolu's aura powers, Chen Zi deftly maneuvered past those lurking within the jungle. With a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, he beheld the opposing camp. Beyond the camp, he noticed a multitude of Pokémon stationed as guards. The robust Boscodora and the massive Bag Beasts are Pokémon known for their formidable defensive capabilities. Attempting to infiltrate their ranks to seize the coveted carrots appears to be an arduous endeavor. Above, avian Pokémon circle, serving as vigilant sentinels. Suddenly, a fierce Arcan emits a piercing cry, prompting the surrounding Pokémon to become alert. Someone has been detected, Chen Zi mused. Indeed, he soon spotted a Beedrill lunging forth, followed by a throng of Pokémon charging ahead. They were evidently intent on a direct assault. However, before reaching the encampment, the Pokémon's momentum faltered. ensnared by spikes and stealth rock traps laid around. The defending Pokemon seized the opportunity to confront them head-on. Yet, near the heart of the encampment, the Pokemon guarding the carrot patch remained undeterred. Quite the cautious lot, Chen Zi thought. Prolonging this standoff would be counterproductive. So taking advantage of the majority of Pokemon being preoccupied, he and a few concealed allies emerged, racing toward the carrot field. Leading the charge was TT, who boldly surged forward to meet the onslaught of the opposing Pokemon. With graceful footfalls, she evaded a barrage of energy beams, reaching the foes. A cunning smile danced on TT's face, and in an instant, the misty terrain was activated, throwing the battlefield into disarray. Yet, Lucario managed to snatch a silver carrot before the opposing Pokemon quickly regrouped, positioning themselves defensively in front of the precious vegetable. As TT had not coordinated with the other Pokemon, the effects of the misty terrain affected all present, leaving both allies and adversaries in a state of confusion. TT unleashed a wave of life energy upon a Kingambit, toppling it with ease, before swiftly retrieving the golden carrot and darting towards the encampment, dispelling the misty terrain in her wake. Every little acquisition counts. Chen Zi observed his Pokemon retreating from the battlefield, yet their progress seemed far from satisfactory. The opposing Pokemon showed little sign of attrition, and in numbers, his side was at a disadvantage. Eventually, they gravitated towards the carrots, forming a formidable defensive line that his Pokemon could not penetrate. The standoff reached an impasse. At that moment, Chen Zi received a distressing message from Li Wei. Their own encampment's defenses had crumbled, nearly half of the carrots stolen, and they were now returning in haste. Chen Zi cursed under his breath. Should the adversaries reinforce their position, they would likely be overwhelmed altogether. He immediately instructed everyone to evacuate, as none aside from himself had secured any carrots. If they faltered here, their encampment would become a veritable playground for the opposition, jeopardizing the remaining carrots. It was better to cut losses and regroup for a more strategic defense. Thus, they retreated swiftly towards their carrot patch. Upon arrival, they discovered that indeed, half of the carrots had vanished. Fortunately, their own Pokemon had suffered minimal losses. Chen Zi inquired with the remaining Li Wei, who revealed that the opponents had not dispatched many Pokemon to attack, yet those that had were masters of ambush. In a matter of moments, they had dismantled the defensive formation with ease. At this juncture, only 12 silver carrots and 1 golden carrot remained, while Chen Zi's team had returned with merely 1 golden carrot and 1 silver carrot, a stark imbalance. According to Li Wei, had they not narrowed their defensive perimeter, they would have lost even more carrots. During the earlier offensive, Chen Zi recognized that if the attacking Pokemon could not swiftly subdue their foes, their numbers would prove futile. Thus, crafting a sharp spear akin to the enemy's approach would be more effective. Consequently, Chen Zi slightly revised their tactics, opting to keep more individuals stationed at the encampment to build a more robust defensive framework. Only a select few would venture forth for irregular strikes, seizing carrots before retreating. Simultaneously, Chen Zi dispatched some individuals to intercept those who had pilfered carrots, even recalling those searching for carrots, realizing that maintaining their own stronghold while plundering the enemy was paramount. Chapter 78, Interception. Guided by this new strategy, Chen Zi reorganized the camp's arrangements. Naturally, he had withdrawn himself from the front line. From the defenders, he learned that the primary threat stemmed from He Yu's Scyther's formidable striking prowess and He Jalen's Brilliamin's exceptional control abilities. Scyther, needless to say, moved through the Pokemon ranks with astounding speed, while Brilliamin, akin to TT, possessed even greater control capabilities. Together, they could seize carrots with an ease reminiscent of plucking flowers from one's own garden. If one could neutralize or even eliminate either of the two, the defensive formation would stand a better chance of withstanding the onslaught. This was Chen Zi's task, a true clash of champions. After a brief respite, both sides commenced the second round of confrontation. Chen Zi lay in ambush near the carrot field, concealed within the surrounding forest. Above, Fang Zhiqing's Corviknight circled, poised to alert Chen Zi at the slightest sign of He Yu or He Jalen's movements. Lucario, too, extended its aura, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. Chen Zi crouched for an extended period, yet no sign of activity emerged from the carrot patch, as if the adversaries had no intention of launching an attack at that moment. Just as uncertainty began to gnaw at him, a message from Li Wei arrived. The opposing encampment's defenders were scant, suggesting that most had opted to mount an offensive. Concurrently, the Corviknight emitted a sharp cry, diving towards a specific direction. Chen Zi witnessed a surge of individuals rushing forth from all directions, converging on the encampment. Fortunately, a majority remained behind. Otherwise, they would have been completely overwhelmed. Chen Zi, dismissing the others, hastened towards the direction where the Corviknight had plunged. In the distance, he caught sight of Hijalan, perched atop a Metagross. Hijalan was flanked by a Brilliaman, making his way towards the carrot patch. "Intercept him, Lucario," Chen Zi commanded with a sweeping gesture. Lucario sprang into action, swiftly positioning itself beside Hijalan. As it approached, the two psychic Pokémon sensed its presence. Brilliaman promptly activated its Reflect, mitigating the impact of Lucario's strike to negligible levels. Chen Zi had anticipated this response. He was well acquainted with Hijalan's tactics, thus Lucario's attack was merely a ruse. Lucario deftly leaped aside, unleashing a pink beam of energy towards Brilliaman. Just as Brilliaman prepared to conjure a light screen, it was already too late. However, the ever-watchful Metagross reacted swiftly. Hijalan leaped off Metagross, which instinctively positioned itself before Brilliaman, attempting to shield its ally from the impending attack. If this were merely a fairy-type move, Metagross could likely absorb it with minimal damage. However, the life energy conjured by TT is not something that can be easily harnessed. The metallic creature was sent hurtling backward, colliding with a nearby tree, leaving Hijalan momentarily stunned. Hijalan had meticulously cultivated his metallic creature, utilizing high-density supermetals. The cultivation alone cost him a staggering 100 million over just a few months. Consequently, his metallic creature consistently triumphed in battles. In its confrontation with Hiyu's flying mantis, the mantis found itself utterly impotent against it. The metallic creature's formidable hardness rendered it impervious, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand, ultimately leading to the exhaustion of the flying mantis and a victory for the metallic creature. Yet, witnessing the seemingly fairy-type moves, one could hardly believe that the metallic creature had been sent flying so far with a single blow. As it slid down the tree and struggled to regain its levitation, Chen Zi also felt a flicker of astonishment. He was well aware of the metallic creature's characteristics, particularly since in his previous life, Hijalan's Metagross was renowned for its durability and resilience. He had not anticipated that at such an early stage, the metallic creature would possess such formidable defenses. It was evident that TT's life energy was not of the instantaneous variety. As Riolu charged forth, TT had already begun to amass life energy. This level of life energy, in previous encounters, could have repelled foes of level 50 and above. Yet here it had merely succeeded in injuring the metallic creature. TT was panting heavily. That last strike had drained a significant portion of its stamina, rendering it incapable of wielding life energy again in the immediate future. Chen Zi was acutely aware of this predicament and exchanged a knowing glance with Riolu. Initially poised to deliver a finishing blow, Riolu swiftly retreated to Chen Zi's side. The two faced each other from a distance, both reluctant to make a hasty move. The metallic creature steadied itself, its gaze toward TT betraying a profound wariness. Hijalan understood that they were up against the ace trainer mentioned by Zhou Feng, Chen Zi, and thus exercised extreme caution. Moreover, given the power of the recent attack, Hijalan was uncertain how many more times TT could unleash such a powerful move. At that moment, TT activated its traditional psychic ability, enveloping the battlefield in a dense mist. The rapid onset of the fog caused Hijalan to raise an eyebrow. Brimstone wasted no time, erecting a reflective barrier to fortify both itself and its allies. In the face of the barrier creator, Chen Zi was not without his countermeasures. Amidst the mist, a blue shadow swiftly approached Brimstone, which had just erected the wall. Riolu raised its palm and struck down with a powerful blow, shattering the newly formed barrier with a resounding crack. It quickly dove back into the fog, narrowly evading Brimstone's psychic assault. Simultaneously, TT's moonlight power surged forth, but was stiffly blocked by the metallic creature's robust form. Subsequently, TT and Brimstone unleashed their auxiliary powers, which collided midair. Even with the mist's enhancement, TT could only match Brimstone equally. In terms of psychic prowess, TT was no match for the formidable Brimstone before it. The metallic creature, recognizing the standoff, contemplated using its psychic abilities to intervene. However, lurking in the shadows, Riolu would not allow such a wish. Its fiery punch swiftly struck the metallic creature, continually interrupting its movements. Furthermore, Riolu's speed rendered it nearly untouchable for the metallic creature. Evoking memories of a previous adversary in Hijalan's mind, the flying mantis of Hiyu, the Riolu before him was of the same ilk as the mantis, yet boasted a deeper skill set. In this scenario, where the enemy lurked in the shadows and he stood in the light, Riolu posed a greater threat than the flying mantis had. Moreover, the metallic creature had already sustained significant damage, its endurance waning. This stalemate could not continue. Hijalan thought to himself. He retreated, beckoning his Pokémon to follow him. Subsequently, he mounted the metallic creature, leading Brimstone away into the distance. Chen Zi furrowed his brow, not intending to pursue. His objective had already been achieved, and the best course of action was to return to the camp to assist in defense. Thus, Chen Zi promptly turned back, guiding his two Pokemon toward the direction of their garden. Meanwhile, noticing that Chen Zi had not followed, He sent a message to his attacking companions. Observing the situation, the others realized that He might have fallen at a disadvantage in this skirmish. They were first taken aback, but soon decided to retreat. After all, the opposing defense was far more formidable than it had been in the morning, leaving them feeling powerless. Even He flying mantis, faced with so many hidden hazards and spikes, was rendered ineffective, having only managed to secure a single golden carrot at the outset. He was well aware that lingering in this place was unwise. Despite her desire to challenge Chen Zi, she opted to lead the retreat. Chapter 79, Relentless Retreat. In the face of the Pokemon defending the camp, He flying mantis appeared quite capable. Unable to breach the defenses, could it not still escape? Moreover, the flying mantis could also protect its fellow comrades, occasionally intercepting attacks aimed at its allies. Before long, the attacking Pokemon had created a significant distance, incurring some losses but ultimately managing to flee. The defenders, upon witnessing this, refrained from pursuing, for they had only lost a single golden carrot. To charge forward and risk being counterattacked by the enemy, leading to a total defeat, would indeed be a foolish endeavor. He had already covered a considerable distance. With the opposing team having prepared the battlefield in advance, engaging in a last-ditch effort would prove quite challenging. However, should the enemy choose to pursue, the outcome could still remain uncertain. At this juncture, the group had scattered to evade encountering the returning bulk of the opposing team. Suddenly, the flying mantis dodged to the side as a blue aura sphere landed where it had just been. He froze for a moment, turning to gaze at the direction from which the aura sphere had come. Her cheeks flushed, and a glimmer of desire shone in her eyes. He broke into a sickly smile. The scene before her was precisely what she had longed for, a one-on-one opportunity. "I have awaited this day for so long," she declared. "Ever since you defeated me that day, I have yearned for this moment." "I have nothing to say to you," Chen Zi replied with a disdainful snort. Riolu swiftly approached the flying mantis, delivering a fiery punch to its arm. The flying mantis showcased its own incredible speed, even surpassing that of Riolu. It adeptly blocked Riolu's punches, seizing the opportunity to slash at Riolu's body. Riolu leapt back. This was the first time it had encountered an opponent that matched its speed after showcasing its own speed traits. The flying mantis pressed the attack, but suddenly faltered. TT's auxiliary power had already locked onto it. This was not a tournament. Chen Zi had no intention of engaging in a one-on-one duel with Hiyu. With TT joining the fray, the flying mantis soon found itself in a precarious position. "It seems you do not intend to engage me in a fair fight," Hiyu remarked with a smile, pulling another Pokeball from her waist. Since entering the Golden Autumn project, Hiyu had never revealed her second Pokemon to anyone. A radiant light flashed, and disbelief flickered in Chen Zi's eyes. The massive yellow form exuded a comical demeanor, yet its gaze bore an unmistakable ferocity. Before him stood a Dragonite. Within the training camp, there existed numerous Pokemon in their final evolutionary forms, such as Swampert, Porygon-Z, and Honchkrow. And some trainers even possessed two fully evolved Pokemon. Nonetheless, these were trivial in comparison. Typically, the common level of such Pokemon hovered around the 30s, not significantly differing from Chen Zi's too. However, he had yet to hear of anyone possessing a pseudo-legendary Pokemon in its final form at this stage. After all, the third evolution of a pseudo-legendary Pokemon in the games reached a staggering level of 55, and while there exists a degree of variability in reality, this value rarely dips below 50. Perhaps sensing Chen Zi's momentary astonishment, Hiyu's smile broadened. "To be frank, this Dragonite is merely at level 45, Hiyu remarked. "It is poised to evolve now, thanks to the divine boon bestowed upon it." He extended his hand toward Chen Zi, stating, "Join us, Chen Zi. Unlike others, you are a true prodigy. Should you align with us, your Pokemon shall surpass even my current prowess." "Divine?" Chen Zi furrowed his brow. Perceiving Hiyu as someone ensnared by dogma, he had initially assumed this was an organization leveraging advanced technology for nefarious ends, only to discover it was veering into the realm of cultism. A level 45 Dragonite, while formidable, was still preferable to one exceeding level 50. In the Pokemon world, surpassing level 50 represents a monumental threshold. It marks a qualitative transformation in the mastery of Pokemon energy, with many pseudo-legendary Pokemon evolving during this phase. Level 60 signifies another critical juncture, representing a further transformation in energy quality, while levels above 70 correspond to the caliber of elite trainers, distinguishing them from high-tier trainers. Upon reaching level 80, one encounters the fourth threshold, often referred to as transcending limitations. The rarity of such transcendent Pokemon is profound, at least in his previous life. Chen Zi could count on two hands the number of transcendent Pokemon he had witnessed, including those in the Pokemon League headquarters. The genuine space he experienced during the winter camp could only be accessed by transcendent Pokemon, hence the depth of his astonishment. Regaining his focus and observing the Dragonite before him, Chen Zi felt a flicker of hope for a potential confrontation. After all, TT's attributes were those of a dragon-slaying fairy. The misty terrain unfurled, and this particular manifestation proved to be more advantageous than ever before. It served as a bane to dragon-type special attacks, rendering their effectiveness nearly null within its confines. He, of course, anticipated this. With a mere glance, the Dragonite ascended into the air, its wings beating as a tempest surged forth, disrupting the misty terrain. TT, employing her auxiliary powers, endeavored to maintain the terrain, but the Dragonite's storm was overwhelmingly potent, soon scattering the mist. TT sought to re-establish the terrain swiftly, but was interrupted by the rapid assault of a Scyther nearby. Meanwhile, Riolu, witnessing the chaos, did not remain idle. He seized the Scyther and pulled it away, preparing to engage it alone. The Dragonite pressed in, providing no opportunity for TT to reclaim her battlefield advantage. Faced with the Dragonite's relentless onslaught, TT struggled to defend herself. The protective barriers flickered repeatedly, only to be shattered by the combined might of the Dragonite's Thunder Punch and Fire Punch. Though merely level 45, the Dragonite exhibited a mastery of energy that surpassed even the level of 50 in Chen Zi's eyes. This was evident, for the Dragonite appeared unaffected by TT's fairy attributes. For instance, Riolu, despite utilizing a Fire Punch, released an attack infused with residual fighting-type energy due to his inadequate control, resulting in diminished effectiveness against Scyther. In stark contrast, the Dragonite's strikes bore no trace of Dragon-type energy, leading to TT's successive retreats. With a resounding impact, the Dragonite sent TT sprawling, placing her at a considerable disadvantage. Simultaneously, Scyther was overpowering Riolu, resulting in a dual collapse. Should this continue, Chen Zi feared he would succumb to Hiyu's prowess. Chapter 80. Hiyu's invitation at this juncture. Defeat seemed inevitable. Riolu and TT had been driven together, while Scyther and Dragonite launched their assaults from opposing directions. Scyther crossed its claws, unleashing a cross-shaped air slash, while the Dragonite soared aloft, generating a scorching wind directed at the two Pokemon. In response, Riolu and TT exchanged resolute glances and positioned themselves defiantly in front of TT. The air slash and scorching gust struck Riolu, engulfing him in excruciating pain, threatening to render him unconscious. Yet, with widened eyes, Riolu summoned all his strength to endure. He had a final mission to fulfill. Seizing the moment, TT once again conjured the misty terrain, enveloping the battlefield in a pink haze that obscured Scyther and the Dragonite's vision. At that critical juncture, despite his distress, Riolu forced himself to appear before Scyther, his fists aglow with brown energy. Even as Scyther swiftly crossed its arms defensively, when Riolu's fist connected, it felt akin to colliding with a freight truck. Riolu fell forward, while Scyther was sent reeling, crashing into a tree and losing consciousness. In a miraculous turn of fate, Riolu's newly acquired skill, learned during the winter camp, proved pivotal in this moment, achieving a one-for-one exchange. The Dragonite, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, became alert upon witnessing Scyther's defeat. It attempted to replicate its previous strategy, intent on using a storm to clear the field, unaware that this very action would lead to impending calamity. As the Dragonite flapped its wings, the battlefield gradually became visible. Upon spotting the fallen Riolu, it exhaled a sigh of relief. In a one-on-one scenario, it felt confident. Even against a fairy Pokemon, with just a little more time, it could maintain its dominance over TT, offering her no respite. Yet, before it could locate TT, a beam of pink light shot forth towards it. Caught in the midst of its storm, the Dragonite had no time to evade the attack. TT's painstakingly regained energy struck true. Fortunately, this Dragonite did not possess the ability multi-scale, and its durability was not as formidable as Hijalan's Metagross. Confronted with TT's life energy, it promptly succumbed. Simultaneously, TT, having excessively expended her life energy, also fell into unconsciousness. In a strict sense, this battle could be deemed a stalemate. Chen Zi exhaled in relief, having at least forced Hiyu to withdraw. Otherwise, facing the dual assault of Hiyu and Hijalan that evening might have resulted in a swift defeat. Hiyu appeared momentarily stunned, yet contrary to Chen Zi's expectations, his expression did not darken, Instead, his smile radiated even brighter. This left Chen Zi questioning whether this individual concealed some hidden attribute. I knew it. Someone like you could never lose to me, he remarked, recalling his Pokemon. Chen Zi, the world is on the brink of transformation. Even you, if not sheltered, will ultimately perish. Hiyu's expression was rarely solemn. After all, the masters of this world are human beings. For the sake of the future, necessary sacrifices are inevitably required. So, what do Pokemon signify to you? Chen Zi recalled his Pokemon and gazed into Hiyu's eyes. Chen Zi, we have no choice, Hiyu began, but was interrupted by Chen Zi's raised hand. Paths diverge. We cannot conspire together. With that declaration, their respective personnel arrived at the scene. The two exchanged no further words as they were escorted back to the camp on steel-winged crows. They were taken to separate locations. Upon landing, Chen Zi noticed Zhang Mingkai standing below, seemingly awaiting something. After dismounting, Chen Zi greeted Zhang Mingkai and was about to leave when Zhang Mingkai called him back. Zhang Mingkai handed his phone to Chen Zi, who accepted it with curiosity. Upon closer inspection, it contained a news article regarding the formal release of a genetic serum. It appeared that this had been anticipated for some time. Chen Zi set the phone down and asked softly why. Those in power could not possibly be ignorant of the dangers posed by the genetic serum, nor could they be unaware of the foundations upon which this so-called genius plan was built. Zhang Mingkai took back his phone and replied, in some respects. What she said is not entirely wrong, at least from the perspective of certain high-ranking officials. After all, they are human. Humans always contemplate from their own standpoint. Despite the Pokemon possessing remarkable intellect and the constant proclamations of equality between Pokemon and humans. However, in the eyes of some, Pokemon have never been regarded as equals to humans. The implementation of the genetic serum primarily harms Pokemon. What concern is that to humans? Chen Zi fell into silence, for he recognized the truth in those words. He had previously pondered why the authorities had delayed action, but now it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Although he had lived 3 lifetimes, in reality, he had only existed for a little over 30 years. After traversing into the world of Pokemon, he retained the heart of a youth until his demise. Zhang Mingkai continued, yet, the majority still disapprove of such actions, myself included. We are acutely aware of our relationship with Pokemon. How could we bear to push our kin into a deep pit? This was indeed the truth, as the organization had ultimately been eradicated in his past life. Moreover, the rights of Pokemon were not without defenders. Those mythical Pokemon within the International Pokemon League would surely rise against this organization if they were informed. The Pokemon atop the hierarchy were not dissimilar to nuclear deterrents in the previous world. However, recalling Hiyu's words about the impending transformation, Chen Zi inquired, what does she mean by the world is about to change? Zhang Mingkai replied, one aspect you should already be aware of is the ultimate cave. I cannot disclose more. I am certain that Hiyu is also unaware of the specifics. Chen Zi felt somewhat defeated. In his previous life as a champion, he had been oblivious to so much, even less informed than a camp commander. Yet, one could hardly blame him. His rise had been remarkably swift, and he had been entrusted with responsibilities for a mere brief time before his untimely end, never having encountered the core events of this world. Furthermore, champions were as numerous as fish crossing a river, with countless past winners. Unless one possessed extraordinary talent akin to that of Yang, who would pay any heed to such an unknown? Only those who had been champions could truly grasp their own insignificance. After all, this world diverged from the canonical Pokemon universe. Champions did not represent the pinnacle of regional strength. In this realm, they might merely serve as a stepping stone into the true world. Chen Zi nodded and bade farewell to Zhang Mingkai. Chapter 81. The Peculiar Dream Demon. After Hiyu's departure, the opposing side's offensive capabilities diminished significantly. The Knight's camp defense went rather smoothly, preventing the adversary from gaining any advantage. Since Chen Zi successfully intercepted Hiyu, the golden carrot she had seized did not reach the enemy camp, leading the officials to deem it still belonged to Chen Zi's faction. Consequently, the golden carrot returned to Chen Zi's camp, while the opponent left empty-handed, even incurring losses of several carrots. Overall, Chen Zi's side did not suffer considerable losses throughout the day, ultimately only losing 3 silver carrots. Chen Zi had noted that the quantity of carrots on Rui Chun's side was inherently greater than that of Jin Xiu's, thus their total score remained slightly superior. As long as he ensured minimal losses on his side, even without raiding the opponent's carrot stash, Chen Zi calculated that victory was assured. Therefore, he resolved to have everyone focus entirely on defending the camp, deeming it unnecessary to exhaust efforts in seizing the opponent's carrots. On the 5th day, Chen Zi instructed everyone to remain stationed at the camp, regardless of the opponent's assaults, which proved futile. The numerical advantage rendered Jin Zhi's forces incapable of breaching their defenses. Chen Zi continued his mission to intercept He or Hejialan. He persistently sought to persuade Chen Zi to join their side, yet he paid her no mind. Since Hejialan had grown wary of TT's life energy, he fought with great caution. This aligned perfectly with Chen Zi's intentions, as he merely needed to contain them. Eliminating Hejialan was not a necessity. As long as he could stall for time, it would be significantly advantageous for his side. However, the opposing Zhao Feng quickly discerned Chen Zi's strategy. Prolonging the stalemate would undoubtedly lead to their defeat. After observing throughout the day, he noted that the opposition had no intention of launching an attack. Since dragging it out would result in loss, Zhao Feng decided to take a calculated risk. He abandoned defense, leaving only a few to relay messages while the rest launched a full-scale assault on the carrot fields. By nightfall, Chen Zi noticed a marked increase in the intensity of the enemy's attacks. Moreover, both He and Hejialan consciously avoided him, which posed a considerable headache for Chen Zi. Consequently, the defensive pressure on his side escalated dramatically. What had been a manageable situation the previous day now felt increasingly burdensome. The opposing Pokemon relentlessly utilized their abilities to clear the battlefield of hazards such as stealth rock and spikes, gradually dismantling Chen Zi's advantages. Fortunately, both sides appeared evenly matched overall, and for the moment, the opponents found it challenging to gain the upper hand. However, it must be noted that the attackers aimed to seize carrots rather than eliminate all opposing Pokemon. Thus, the difficulty of achieving their objective was relatively low. Despite the standoff, they occasionally managed to snatch some carrots, although most were intercepted by Chen Zi during their transport. In under an hour, Chen Zi's side had lost 2 silver carrots. Their advantages were dwindling rapidly. If the opposition continued in this manner, the outcome remained uncertain. Chen Zi contemplated the situation, recognizing that the opposing lineup had evidently mobilized their entire force, leaving few behind in the carrot fields. Although his side couldn't spare many individuals, losing one more wouldn't be detrimental. After all, Chen Zi's Pokemon were inherently ill-suited for defensive battles, while it was advantageous to restrain his opponents. Failure to do so would render his efforts rather inconsequential. Thus, Chen Zi resolved to venture forth under the cover of night, embarking alone into the enemy's radish field to pilfer their precious radishes. Beneath the veil of darkness, few noticed anyone quietly slipping away from the battlefield. Even if that person was Chen Zi, the core of the Rui Chun faction. As the night deepened, Chen Zi swiftly departed from the main battlefield, retreating into the distance. The night indeed served as an excellent cloak, particularly for Chen Zi. With the presence of his Riolu's aura, he possessed a significant advantage in vision over his adversaries. In passing, he intercepted 2 individuals attempting to flee with radishes, successfully reclaiming 2 silver radishes, and Chen Zi privately congratulated himself on the correctness of his actions. Otherwise, after this night, the tides of offense and defense would surely shift. It was not that he lacked confidence in reclaiming the radishes. It was simply that by then, even if he succeeded, it would be futile. There would be insufficient time for the silver and gold radishes to accrue points. Lost in this contemplation, Riolu suddenly called out, pointing towards a thicket to the left. Not a human, a Pokemon. Truth be told, it had been quite some time since Chen Zi had encountered a Pokemon bearing radishes, as if they had all vanished at this stage of territorial plunder. Presently, his personal points had soared to 803, with only 47 more needed to exchange for the rare shiny steel dragon. The radishes obtained through territorial plunder would not yield points, and given the current trend, if his faction ultimately lost the match, his final score might fall just short of acquiring the shiny steel dragon. Thus, the most prudent course for Chen Zi was to locate a radish in the wild. As he parted the underbrush, not far away, a Dusknoir adorned with a golden radish stood before him. A splendid opportunity. Chen Zi's heart leaped with joy as he promptly commanded Riolu and Titi to take it down. The Dusknoir seemed caught off guard, and within moments, it was subdued without much struggle by Titi and the others. What a simpleton this Dusknoir was, Chen Zi mused. The Pokemon he had previously encountered had all been exceptionally alert, reacting with great intensity to the slightest disturbance. At the very least, they would have made a hasty retreat, creating some trouble for Chen Zi. Yet, this Dusknoir was surprisingly easy to handle. However, the elation surging within Chen Zi kept him from overthinking, and he approached the Dusknoir, removing the golden radish from its grasp. With the acquisition of 100 points, the shiny steel dragon was now well within his reach. Just then, the Dusknoir, lying on the ground, suddenly rolled over. Its eyes turned a vivid crimson, starkly contrasting with the usual demeanor of a Dusknoir. It lunged towards Chen Zi, but was promptly intercepted by Riolu and Titi. What was happening? Chen Zi furrowed his brow in concern. What had caused this dusk noir to go berserk? He took 2 steps back, intending to let Riolu and TT subdue it before making further plans. Yet, at that moment, the dusk noir, restrained by Riolu and TT, suddenly lowered its head. After a moment, its head shot back up, its gaze shifting. The once crimson eyes returned to a pale gold, yet exuded a chilling aura. The eyes scrutinized Chen Zi, radiating an ineffable sense of authority. Suddenly, the dusk noir smiled. I have found you. A voice echoed in Chen Zi's mind. Then, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Chapter 82. Yveltal Chen Zi opened his eyes, discovering he was no longer in the forest. He surveyed his surroundings and found himself within an unfamiliar cavern. The air was damp and the light dim, with only a ghostly black cocoon suspended mid-air, emitting a faint red glow that seemed particularly eerie. Around the cocoon, black and red energy swirled like flickering will-o'-the-wisps, creating an indescribable sense of oppression. Standing before it, Chen Zi acutely felt his own insignificance. From this colossal cocoon, he sensed a feeling he hadn't experienced in ages, a sensation he had only encountered twice in his life. Death. Chen Zi felt as if he had been transported back to the moment he was struck by a dump truck. Back to the instant when he was obliterated by an explosive punch from a powerful Pokemon. The oppressive, disorienting despair seemed as if it had never truly left. You should have perished long ago. Why do you linger? Death is your destiny. Return, return. The voice reverberated from all directions, laden with inquiry and temptation. This voice was eerily familiar, reminiscent of the one he had heard just before losing consciousness. Gradually, Chen Zi extended his hand towards the great cocoon. Just as his hand was about to make contact, a sudden burst of pink mist emanated from the cocoon, enveloping the entire cavern. The mist was light and mysterious, seemingly imbued with some ancient power. Chen Zi's vision sharpened, and he gazed in horror at the beguiling cocoon, instinctively retreating a few steps. Xerneas, the deity of life. The owner of the voice fumed. Xerneas? The god of life? Where on earth was he? As Chen Zi looked around, he noticed that his 2 Pokemon stood frozen in place. Riolu's face was contorted with resistance, a primal instinct rejecting the energy around them. In contrast, TT appeared devoid of such emotion, her expression stoic. Chen Zi deduced the nature of the great cocoon before him. It was the legendary destruction cocoon. The energy that elicited Riolu's instinctual aversion originated from it. The energy of the god of death, Yveltal. The energy of death. Meanwhile, the pink mist surrounding them was undoubtedly the work of Xerneas. Though he was unsure of how he had found himself in this predicament, Chen Zi understood that he had become entangled in an extraordinary event. Suddenly, TT's eternal flower began to tremble violently, as if yearning to escape her grasp. TT struggled to hold on to it, but it was inexorably drawn towards the destruction cocoon. Chen Zi quickly reacted, grasping TT with one hand while reaching for his waist, attempting to retrieve a Pokeball to withdraw TT. However, he discovered that his Pokeballs had vanished without a trace. Unable to resist the powerful pull, Chen Zi watched helplessly as TT's eternal flower brushed against the surface of the destruction cocoon. TT's face contorted in agony as tangible energy surged from the eternal flower and her body into the cocoon. The eternal flower. What an unexpected delight. The voice transformed into one of elation. Yet, in the next moment, the emotions carried by that voice shifted dramatically. No, no, what is wrong? This flower is not right. The dark energy within the cocoon seemed to reverse, flowing into the eternal flower. The massive cocoon quivered violently, casting the eternal flower aside. Chen Zi distinctly felt the cocoon dim slightly. He caught TT in his arms, swiftly retreating with her and Riolu. Looking down at TT, he saw her in pain. The eternal flower now ensnared by a layer of black mist. Chen Zi forced himself to calm down, attentively observing the actions of the destructive cocoon while searching for an exit. Yet this place seemed devoid of any escape, leaving Chen Zi in a state of utter despair. The large cocoon in the center shook violently. Even without hearing the sounds from within, he could sense its rage, as if something were about to break free from its confines. Just as he found himself in a daze, a frigid hand grasped his wrist, pulling him backward. In a moment of disorientation, the surrounding scenery shifted once more, and when he regained his bearings, Chen Zi discovered he was back in the forest. Instinctively, he felt around his waist and found that his Pokeball had returned, though he could not recall when. Turning around, he faced the one who had rescued him, a familiar masked girl, Bai Ji. Chen Zi was somewhat taken aback. The girl before him was indeed Bai Ji. Since their parting in Tianhai City, he had not been in contact with her, and he had not anticipated encountering her under such circumstances. At this moment, Chen Zi was utterly bewildered. However, he had no time to ponder further. Cradling Titi, he urgently asked Bai Ji, "Do you know what is happening to it?" Bai Ji glanced at Titi, whose expression had gradually softened. Nevertheless, the dark energy encircling the eternal flower had not dissipated. Furrowing her brow, Bai Ji replied, "You have drawn the attention of Yveltal. The energy surrounding it is Yveltal's death energy. So it is indeed Yveltal?" A flicker of realization crossed Chen Zi's eyes as he turned to Bai Ji and inquired, "What about it now?" Bai Ji shook her head and said, "I do not know much, but you should come with me to meet someone who can help you." She turned and walked towards a statue not far away. Upon hearing that there was a potential solution, Chen Zi immediately felt a sense of relief. He took a moment to survey his surroundings, confirming they still seemed to be within the Starfall Forest. However, this was an area he had never visited before, suggesting it lay deep within. Chen Zi noticed the small diamond beside Bai Ji. Externally, it had undergone significant transformation. Its body had grown longer, and the originally blue diamond was beginning to shift to a pink hue. Compared to the small diamond, it resembled an entirely new Pokémon. In fact, Chen Zi could even see the shadow of an old friend within it, Diancie. An expression of realization crossed Chen Zi's face. He had subtly guessed Bai Ji's intentions when she had inquired about life energy. It must have been her aim to evolve her small diamond into Diancie. It seemed that progress was being made. Without further contemplation, Chen Zi followed Bai Ji toward the statue. As they approached, Chen Zi gradually discerned the statue's likeness. Xerneas. Chen Zi pondered thoughtfully. It appeared that Xerneas extending a hand to him was no mere coincidence. In the original Pokemon lore, Xerneas and Yveltal were sworn enemies, and it seemed that even here, their adversarial relationship persisted. Moreover, it appeared Yveltal was temporarily in a state of the destructive cocoon, not yet fully revived. Yet, he wondered what condition Xerneas was currently in. Chapter 83, A Close Call. Bai Ji stood before the statue, her head bowed as she murmured strange incantations. Chen Zi, unable to comprehend her words, chose to remain silent and observe quietly. Suddenly, the scene before him underwent a dramatic transformation. The statue vanished, revealing a narrow path. At the end of this path stood a modest wooden cabin. "Let us go," Bai Ji said, glancing at Chen Zi. "She will provide answers to your questions." The elderly woman cradling Titi gazed on with surprise. In her long years, she had never encountered such a peculiar Pokemon. Observing Chen Zi's concern, the woman slowly remarked, "It is quite extraordinary." Chen Zi asked anxiously, "Grandma, is it all right?" "Indeed. On the contrary, it may have turned misfortune into fortune," the elderly woman replied. "The eternal flower should harbor life energy." Chen Zi felt astonished. This was the first time someone other than himself had recognized the eternal flower. He nodded in affirmation. The elderly woman continued, "The eternal flower is a rare bloom, existing as a singular entity in this world. It embodies immense life energy, which is why Yveltal has targeted your flower, seeking to absorb its life energy to achieve rebirth. However, it did not anticipate the uniqueness of your eternal flower." She added, "In fact, I have never encountered an eternal flower that can simultaneously contain both life and death energy." At that moment, Titi stirred awake, gazing weakly at Chen Zi. The elderly woman handed Titi back to Chen Zi, stating, "It has absorbed Yveltal's death energy, which has caused it some harm, but in turn, it has gained the power to control death energy." Titi waved a finger, causing a wisp of dark energy to disperse. "Are there any side effects?" Chen Zi asked with concern. The elderly woman shook her head. "There should not be any, but since I have never seen this before, I cannot guarantee it with absolute certainty." She then glanced at Chen Zi and sighed. "The variables. Unforeseen variables." Chen Zi looked perplexed. "Variables? Me?" The elderly woman approached Chen Zi and placed a hand on his shoulder. He felt a warm energy flow into him, and after a moment, she withdrew her hand. A look of confusion on her face. "You have not died, yet the aura of death surrounding you is so strong that it has become a coordinate for Yveltal's rebirth," she stated. "Coordinate?" Chen Zi grasped the essence of the elderly woman's words, pondering the aura of death. Could it be due to the fact that he had died twice over 3 lifetimes? In fact, the safest course of action would be to eliminate you right here. The elderly woman fixed her gaze on Chen Zi. Chen Zi immediately felt a surge of alertness. "Is that so rash? Your existence will facilitate Yveltal's ability to locate the coordinates of the present world, thus enabling it to break through the seal and return to this realm sooner." Chen Zi felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed a hint of malice in the elderly woman's eyes. "Ultimately, whether I kill you or not, the outcome will be quite similar," she continued. "Regardless, Yveltal will inevitably be reborn. It is merely a matter of time. With your presence, it may even be somewhat more convenient." Chen Zi breathed a sigh of relief, though he did not know the elderly woman's true identity. He understood that if she wished for his demise, he would not see another sunrise. The elderly woman turned away, no longer regarding Chen Zi. He suddenly felt darkness envelop him. When his vision returned, he found himself back in the forest. Looking around, he saw the Duskull lying on the ground, unconscious, as if he had returned to the very point where everything began. Where are you planning to go? Chen Zi asked Bai Ji. Bai Ji shook her head. I am uncertain for now. The small diamond and TT had scurried to the side to engage in hushed conversation, two long-lost friends finally having the opportunity to catch up. Thank you. After a moment of silence, Bai Ji spoke. That little one was able to break through this predicament thanks to your assistance. I merely mentioned it in passing. Chen Zi said, scratching his head. Glancing at the time, he realized it was still not yet 11 o'clock and suddenly remembered he had a task at hand. Bai Ji remarked, I may not be able to chat with you for long. I'm still in the midst of a competition. Chen Zi inquired, by the way, your sudden appearance here, could it lead to any trouble for you? You needn't worry about me, Bai Ji replied. Those monitoring behind us are aware of the presence of my guardian. The term guardian likely referred to the elderly woman. That is reassuring. Then I shall not prolong our conversation. If you need anything, contact me via Feishin, Chen Zi said, promptly leading the still engaged Didi towards the direction of their camp. Bai Ji watched Chen Zi's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing her lips. Shortly after, Shi Linxiu arrived, riding the Qixi Qingyao. Miss Bai, do you know him? Shi Linxiu asked. Bai Ji nodded. The two mounted the Qixi Qingyao and soared towards the magical urban district. Upon Chen Zi's arrival at the rival's carrot patch, he found it already bustling with activity. Observing the carrots, he noted that the opposing team had acquired 3 additional silver carrots and even a golden carrot, likely freshly pilfered. Despite the unexpected crowd, Chen Zi did not feel overwhelmed. The loose formation of the opponents clearly indicated their lack of concern regarding a counterattack from his side. As night fell, Chen Zi memorized the positions of most individuals and noticed their relaxed demeanor as they engaged in conversation. He discreetly released Riolu and Didi. Inching closer to the camp, with a classic sleight of hand, as Didi unleashed a misty terrain, Riolu swiftly snatched the carrots from the ground. 1, 2, 3. Soon, the adversaries realized the theft, and their Pokemon quickly shielded the carrot pit. Enemy attack. Numbers unknown. Someone sounded the alarm. However, Didi and Riolu vanished after their successful strike, leaving a flustered group behind. Chen Zi and his companions fled several hundred meters away, disappearing into the dense woods. In the darkness, locating Chen Zi became a daunting task. Riolu clutched 1 golden and 2 silver carrots in its grasp. This successful raid effectively reclaimed the carrots they had just acquired, narrowing the gap that had previously existed. Combined with the golden carrot recently harvested by Chen Zi, their chances of victory had notably increased. Chen Zi hurried back to his own carrot patch, intercepting a couple of thieves along the way. By the time he officially arrived at the carrot patch, the skirmish had subsided. Both sides' Pokemon appeared fatigued, and they mutually opted for a ceasefire. Thus, Chen Zi boldly inserted the carrots into his own patch. Zofeng remarked, well, that was a waste of effort. Chapter 84, Acquired, the Shiny Steel Dragon. As the 6th day dawned, the outcome of the competition had become almost certain. With Rui Chun's formidable defense of the camp, they ultimately emerged victorious. All members received a reward of an additional 50 points. Once the competition concluded, Chen Zi eagerly exchanged for the shiny steel dragon he had long coveted. Fortunately, few paid attention to such Pokemon, although Steel Dragon's typing revived the glory of dragon types. The cost of nurturing it was akin to that of a quasi-legendary, while the resultant strength scarcely matched. Were it not for his deep affection for this Pokemon, it likely would not have crossed anyone's mind to consider. When Li Wei learned of Chen Zi's desire to trade for a shiny steel dragon, his brow furrowed. Chen Zi merely offered him a mysterious smile, assuring him he had his own plans. Trusting Chen Zi, Li Wei felt a flicker of anticipation. The penultimate day of the winter camp had arrived, with the closing ceremony scheduled for the following day. The distribution of points had been fully completed, and no new points would be credited. Thus, before the conclusion, it was imperative to redeem points. Otherwise, they would expire. Consequently, Chen Zi decided to exhaust his points entirely, leaving none behind. The point shop offered not only expensive rare shiny Pokemon and precious items like Z-Rings and Megastones, but also ordinary Pokemon, their eggs, and various other items. The purchasing power of points was quite remarkable. For instance, the Life Orb Chen Zi had previously obtained, valued at around 1 million in the outside market, was merely 10 points here. Although shiny Pokemon required several hundred points, they were often worth tens of millions outside. Quasi-legendary shiny Pokemon were even more elusive, as wealth alone could not guarantee acquisition. It could be said that after this winter camp, Those who stood at the end had amassed wealth exceeding tens of millions. After exchanging for the shiny Pokemon and Z ring, Chen Zi still had over 100 points remaining, sufficient to acquire numerous resources. He even discovered the essential item for the evolution of Steel Dragon, the composite metal, available for just 5 points. This item was typically sold as a standard enhancement for Steel-type Pokemon moves. Moreover, Chen Zi arranged for the nurturing resources for his Pokemon. Recalling the card his parents had given him before their visit, he could now return it intact. As for the surplus points, he exchanged them for resources that could be easily liquidated. Having completed these tasks, Chen Zi took a moment to review the exchange situation within the shop. By conversing with individuals from the Golden Autumn camp, he learned that the point shop was shared between the two camps. However, despite this, certain items remained largely unclaimed. Z rings, which granted eligibility for Z trials in the island's secret realm, required 2,000 points and were limited to 2 or 3. Megastones required 1,500 points and were limited to 4 or 5. Naturally, Chen Zi exchanged for a Z ring. One Megastone had already been claimed by an unknown individual, while none of the Mega Evolution Stones had been taken. The number of shiny Pokemon available had decreased slightly, but only by about 10. The shiny Gengar had already shown as sold out when he exchanged for Z moves, having been snatched away by someone else. Chen Zi held a particular fondness for Gengar, as this type of Pokemon could conceal itself in shadows, appearing just in time to aid trainers in moments of peril. In his previous life, he had a Gengar that served as his Mega form, one of the most formidable Pokemon in his team. Gengar had helped Chen Zi navigate numerous challenges, deflecting countless crises. However, at the end, for reasons unknown, Gengar had failed to appear in time to shield him from an attack by a threatening opponent. Chen Zi speculated that the enemy's sudden appearance might have caught Gengar off guard. Initially, he had whimsically considered exchanging for Gengar if his points permitted. But not only were his points insufficient, but Gengar had also been preemptively claimed by another. This development spared Chen Zi the indecision he had been grappling with. He opted to have the exchanged items sent home, personally retrieving only the Steel Dragon. Transporting such a substantial amount of materials, especially the metals prepared for Steel Dragon, would have been quite burdensome. After completing the exchanges, Chen Zi received a notification instructing him to go to the 6th floor office of Building 1 to collect his prize. As for why it wasn't he at the exchange center, Chen Zi surmised it was likely due to the overwhelming number of individuals collecting prizes, necessitating the shift to the teaching building. Chen Zi stepped out of the dormitory building, making his way past the exchange center, where a long line of people awaited their turn, seemingly enduring an interminable wait. He silently congratulated himself for not having to stand in such a lengthy queue. However, as he walked towards the teaching building, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Was he the only one heading towards the classroom? Wasn't there supposed to be a prize redemption point there? Could it be a special VIP passage reserved just for him? Chen Zi pondered this possibility. After all, given his remarkable performance, a little privilege seemed quite reasonable. In the distance, he spotted a muscular middle-aged man stationed at the entrance of Building 1. To his surprise, it was none other than his chief instructor, Zhang Mingkai. The instructor approached him, holding a small box. Chief Instructor Zhang, Chen Zi greeted him. Zhang Mingkai nodded and said, "Good to see you again, Chen Zi. This time, I am here personally to present you with your exchange reward." Was this indeed a special privilege? The fact that Zhang Mingkai himself was delivering his prize was quite extraordinary. As Chen Zi accepted the box and opened it, he was greeted by the sight of a small glass case containing an ordinary Pokeball. Nestled beside it was a booklet featuring a picture of an aluminum dragon along with additional information. The pale blue aluminum dragon in the image appeared to be full of vitality. Chen Zi didn't feel the need to release it for inspection. He had faith in the official winter camp's integrity, believing they wouldn't tamper with it. Additionally, there was a USB drive, which Chen Zi surmised contained breeding techniques or something similar. After reviewing the contents, he closed the box and turned to Zhang Mingkai, who was patiently waiting beside him. However, Chen Zi was not naive enough to think that Zhang Mingkai had come solely to deliver his prize. "Chief Instructor Zhang, is there something else you wish to discuss?" he inquired. Zhang Mingkai placed a reassuring hand on Chen Zi's shoulder and said, "Chen Zi, I know you are familiar with the Ultra Cave. You must have heard of the Ultra Cave investigation team, correct?" Chen Zi nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Mingkai continued, "I am not here to recruit you. This line of work is perilous, and you are not yet equipped to handle it. I merely hope that once you have grown stronger, you might consider joining us." In truth, Chen Zi was reluctant to approach the Ultra Cave, especially given that he had perished there in his previous life, which had fostered a sense of aversion towards it. Nevertheless, with the conversation reaching this point, he felt compelled to nod in agreement. However, he was puzzled as to why the Ultra Cave investigation team had become so accommodating. Shouldn't they have offered more persuasive words and enticing conditions to lure him in? Zhang Mingkai certainly wouldn't dare. Even the two team leaders would tread carefully. Zhang surely was one thing. But the cooperation between the spirit world and the investigation team was indeed close-knit, making it possible to borrow personnel when necessary. Yet, there was also the matter of a certain misbuy. At this moment, Chen Zi was completely unaware that he had someone watching over him from above. Chapter 85, Buy One Get One Free? Just as Chen Zi was about to take his leave, Zhang Mingkai stopped him. Wait, you haven't gone to the 6th floor to collect your reward yet. What else is there? Chen Zi asked, bewildered. Wasn't he just supposed to receive the aluminum dragon? Surely there couldn't be anything else he had overlooked. Zhang Mingkai replied. Did I not inform you to go to the 6th floor for your reward? The prize for unlocking the 3rd outcome of the courage test. Upon reflection, Chen Zi realized that his outcome was indeed different from others. And he initially thought there might have been a bug. Curiously, he asked, Chief Instructor Zhang, what are the conditions for unlocking the 3rd outcome? I believe my actions were similar to others. Zhang Mingkai explained the triggering conditions for the 3rd outcome. Chen Zi's expression became peculiar. Touching the head signifies an affinity for ghost-type Pokemon, and finally embracing a ghost-type Pokemon? Goodness, this is quite the serendipitous twist. However, he did not dare voice this thought aloud, fearing that the legendary Pokemon responsible for setting the rules might take offense. Rubbing his hands together, he inquired, Chief Instructor Zhang, could you give me a hint about the reward? Zhang Mingkai shook his head and said, you will find out in due time, though you should have encountered it before. Encountered it? After bidding farewell to Chief Instructor Zhang, Chen Zi contemplated as he ascended the stairs, pondering what he might have seen. Soon, he arrived on the 6th floor. Still lost in thought. Was it an item he had encountered, or perhaps a Pokemon? As he mulled this over, he failed to notice a purple-black, ghostly face materializing before him. When he came to his senses, he nearly stumbled into its gaping maw. Startled, he focused his gaze and recognized it as the shiny Ghastly that had camouflaged itself as a stunt Fisk. All right, little one, enough of the antics. Come here to your elder. A voice resonated. Chen Zi looked closely and saw a Jengar standing there, grinning broadly, which was indeed somewhat eerie. This Jengar bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had encountered on the 6th floor during the courage test, and from the palpable aura it exuded. Chen Zi surmised that this Jengar was the ultra-legendary Pokemon that initiated spatial transitions. The Jengar transformed into an elderly woman. Chen Zi approached and bowed respectfully. Addressing her as elder, I have taken quite a liking to you, the elderly woman remarked. I have been observing you for a while, and I even sent this little one to watch you. Would you consider becoming its trainer? Wait, is this a buy one get one free deal? A shiny aluminum dragon and a shiny Ghastly? Chen Zi was momentarily taken aback. The Jengar, sensing his hesitation, reassured him, you need not worry about its breeding resources. I will ensure they are sent to your home. My only requirement is that you treat it well. No, I would love to, Chen Zi exclaimed, realizing his passion for ghost-type Pokemon was genuine. Yet, this sentiment was not merely a fleeting expression. He adored Pokemon of all types. The Jengar nodded in approval, sensing no deceit in Chen Zi's words, confirming the sincerity of the young human. The Jengar produced a Pokeball, stating, this is its Pokeball. I captured it first to prevent it from wandering off and being caught by others. Chen Zi accepted the Pokeball. The Jengar rummaged through its interdimensional pocket and retrieved a gleaming stone. This is the Jengar Mega Evolution Stone. You will find it useful in the future, and I entrust it to you. The Jengar handed the stone to Chen Zi. At a loss for words, Chen Zi hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the Jengar elder. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, Elder, what about that shiny Ghastly that was originally listed in the marketplace? The Jengar chuckled and replied, Ah, that little one. I had planned to let it find a fated trainer if no one could unlock the 3rd outcome. However, I will not provide breeding resources for those unworthy. Understanding now, Chen Zi nodded in realization. No wonder that Ghastly had been taken down from the listings. It had already chosen its trainer. The world is about to change. And you must grow stronger to protect yourselves, the Jengar remarked, gazing out at the scenery beyond the building. Grandmother, are you aware of the significant upheavals that have transpired in the world? Chen Zi inquired with curiosity. This marked the second occasion he had posed this question. Yet those before him had been reticent to divulge any information. Gung Gui shook his head and replied, I am unaware, prior to the onset of change. Speculation is all that remains. However, there is a distinct aura of Lord Xerneas about you. It seems you have caught the attention of Yveltal. That itself is one of the transformations. Gung Gui continued, the power of Yveltal, associated with death, is far from simple. Fortunately, with the protection of Lord Xerneas, you are presently in no peril. But once the influence of Lord Xerneas wanes, Yveltal's deadly power will reveal its might. Chen Zi's expression shifted, as he felt no immediate discomfort within his body, indicating he had underestimated Yveltal's capabilities. The power of death, indeed? If TT could fully master it, could it assist him in alleviating his predicament? Gung Gui appeared disinclined to elaborate further. She gestured for Chen Zi to hasten his departure with Gaisai. Gaisai lingered momentarily, circling around the elderly form of Gung Gui twice. All right. It's not as though we can never meet again. You can always return to visit me. Gung Gui reassured him. Next time we meet, you must strive to become even stronger. Thus, Chen Zi departed the teaching building, accompanied by the reluctantly departing Gaisai. Upon returning to their dormitory, Chen Zi recounted his experiences to Li Wei, omitting the segment regarding Yveltal. It was not due to any inability to share, but rather a desire to prevent Li Wei from overthinking and worrying. Upon learning the truth behind Chen Zi's third outcome and his acquisition of a shiny Gaisai, Li Wei could not help but feel that Chen Zi's luck was exceedingly extraordinary, more outrageous than winning the lottery. The two of them ventured to an open area, eager to unveil their new Pokemon. Chen Zi released the shiny all-steel dragon, which appeared even more striking than in the photographs. Meanwhile, Li Wei summoned a pink Hakron, whose elegant demeanor was instantly captivating. This Hakron had cost Li Wei nearly all of his points, totaling 1,300. Observing the Hakron before him, a flicker of regret crossed Chen Zi's eyes. The thought of such a graceful and slender Pokemon transforming into a bulky green figure was almost too much to bear. However, Li Wei's Hakron would complement his evolved all-steel bridge dragon splendidly, with the synergy of Rain Dance and Tailwind enhancing the all-steel bridge dragon's electric beam. Chen Zi could hardly fathom the potential strength of such a combination. Chapter 86. The Camp Conclusion Conference? A recruitment gathering. Naturally, the duo's display of Pokemon attracted a throng of onlookers. After all, even in this setting, possessing a shiny Pokemon was a rarity. The gazes directed at Chen Zi and Li Wei were imbued with envy. A shiny Pokemon, and even one of semi-divine status, who could dismiss the allure? Regardless of any opinions on the aesthetics of a shiny, bulky green creature, who would truly care about appearances when endowed with such formidable talent? At the very least, Li Wei did not. Due to the absence of computers at the winter camp, Chen Zi was oblivious to the contents of the USB drive he possessed. Li Wei, too, had received a similar USB drive, suggesting that this was not a preferential treatment. Chen Zi and Li Wei did not leave hastily, as this marked their first opportunity to interact with their new Pokemon. Chen Zi decided to release Gaisai as well. Wow, there's another one. The surrounding crowd's envy intensified. While the all-steel dragon was relatively obscure, Gaisai was a highly sought-after ghost-type Pokemon. Many had previously coveted this shiny Gaisai, yet it appeared to have been traded shortly after the trial event concluded. Observers at the time had found it peculiar, given that even after the event, Chen Zi, ranking first in points, had not amassed 800 points. The reasons behind its eventual appearance in Chen Zi's possession left many puzzled, though they refrained from dwelling on it. For regardless of the circumstances, Gaisai was now entirely out of their reach. Kojia, Gaisai grinned widely. Cow. The all-steel dragon looked somewhat dazed as it surveyed the array of Pokemon before it. TT, assuming the role of a leader, began introducing the two new members. Meanwhile, Lola crossed its arms, scrutinizing its new teammates. After sensing their energies through its aura, Lola nodded in approval. From now on, we are all family. Let us coexist harmoniously. Chen Zi smiled. Kojia, the enthusiastic Gaisai licked Chen Zi. He was momentarily taken aback, not from the sudden assault, but rather from the sensation of paralysis coursing through him. Indeed, Gung Gui's lick had a chance of inducing paralysis, and Chen Zi had unwittingly encountered that rare occurrence. The all-steel dragon stood by, witnessing the entire spectacle, mistaking it for a unique initiation ceremony. It opened its mouth, preparing to lick Chen Zi as well. Whoa, no? Chen Zi desperately attempted to move. Fortunately, TT intervened just in time. Otherwise, Chen Zi might have faced dire consequences. After some time, Chen Zi gradually emerged from his state of paralysis. Following a friendly exchange and introductions, he noted that the day was growing late and decided to take his Pokemon to dine. The cafeteria Zone A offered specialized food for Pokemon like the all-steel dragon, allowing Chen Zi to finally grasp the creature's voracious appetite. Honestly, had he not provided an abundance of metals for the all-steel dragon to consume, he would have doubted whether he could sustain it even if he spent all the money his parents had deposited into his account. In truth, there exists no bond that cannot be strengthened over a meal, and within just a single dining experience, these little creatures became fast friends, leaving their trainers somewhat sidelined. Nonetheless, training could not be neglected for even a day, despite the fact that the two newcomers had just joined the team. Chen Zi was determined to let them experience the rigors of training. However, this daunting task was delegated to TT and Lulu, who could provide one-on-one guidance with the assistance of a dedicated trainer. Meanwhile, Chen Zi busied himself with formulating a training regimen for his new Pokemon after reviewing their fundamental data. The following day, the conclusion conference commenced as scheduled. The final results had been announced the previous evening. Unlike before, this time the results were compiled into a master leaderboard, encompassing all participants from both the Golden Autumn Initiative and the Winter Camp. Unsurprisingly, Chen Zi secured first place, boasting an impressive score of 3,100 points, a staggering 1,000 points ahead of the second-place contestant, He Jialin from the Golden Autumn Initiative. In retrospect, Chen Zi's performance throughout the competition made such a result foreseeable. He Yu ranked third, Lu Yiwei fourth, and Li Wei placed fifth. Regardless, they all earned the opportunity to select their preferred high school. The venue for the conclusion conference was chosen to be the Assembly Hall, an expansive space. Chen Zi anticipated that it would be quite spacious. Considering there were only a few dozen participants, even with the addition of some guests, it should not have filled the hall to capacity. However, upon his arrival at the venue, he was utterly astonished by the scene that unfolded before him. In fact, Chen Zi found himself besieged even before he could cross the threshold. A throng of teachers, adorned with the school emblem and brandishing banners, surged towards him, akin to fervent fans at a celebrity meet and greet. Chen Zi, look at our Misty City University. We will accommodate any conditions you desire. Chen Zi, join us at Jiang University. It's close to home. Come to Tiandu University. We will provide you with the utmost treatment. The cacophony of such enthusiastic declarations left Chen Zi feeling somewhat dazed. Some even attempted to physically drag him towards their respective institutions. After much effort, Chen Zi finally managed to squeeze through the crowd, only to find the interior space relatively empty, with the enthusiastic teachers merely creating an illusion of congestion at the entrance. He caught the wistful glances of the students who had arrived earlier. To them, the prestigious universities appeared aloof and distant, yet in the presence of Chen Zi, they transformed into warm and friendly neighbors. Had he not already made a decision, he might have been overwhelmed by the options. Chen Zi politely declined the advances of the surrounding teachers and senior students, but soon realized that his refusals were futile. Those he rejected continued to greet him with smiles, urging him to reconsider. The surrounding classmates implored, "Look at me. If he doesn't come, I will." Just then, a sudden hush fell over the crowd, followed by a chorus of gasps from the students. The recruiters turned to see what had caused the commotion, their smiles quickly fading into expressions of dismay as they instinctively parted ways. As the crowd shifted aside, Chen Zi beheld the newcomer. To be honest, he had seen her many times before, but in this lifetime, it was their first encounter. Li Wei, who had initially been by his side, had mysteriously vanished, having begun as a distraction but ultimately choosing to observe from the sidelines. The visitor was none other than his aunt, the enchanting Tian Wang Nanmengjia, an icon of the new era of female trainers. Clearly, she was also the idol of many male trainers, as evidenced by the enthusiastic reactions from the students present. However, the recruiting teachers and senior students appeared less than eager to see her there. Oh dear, I wonder which school quietly sent in such a heavyweight. Who could possibly compete with her? Chapter 87, Signing with Magic City University. Having anticipated Nanmingjia's arrival, Chen Zi was not particularly surprised. Nonetheless, he feigned a semblance of excitement in front of the crowd. Nanmingjia approached him with a smile, saying hello. Was she indeed here to seek him out? Chen Zi pondered, responding promptly, "Greetings, Tian Wang." Feigning enthusiasm. This child possesses remarkable mental fortitude, Nanmingjia thought. Chen Zi did not deceive her. She could see through his facade of excitement. However, she paid it no mind and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. "I would like to invite you to join Emperor Capital University," she smiled, adding, "I have considerable influence there, and I assure you that the resources we can offer will exceed your wildest expectations." A wave of bitterness washed over the assembled teachers and senior students. Emperor Capital University, coupled with the Tian Wang's invitation, would undoubtedly lead them to choose that institution without hesitation. Even Chen Zi was caught off guard. He had assumed Nanmingjia was merely paying him a courtesy visit out of regard for Li Wei, not realizing she was there to recruit for Emperor Capital University. Nevertheless, after reflecting on the offer, he resolved to decline her invitation. The conditions offered by Emperor Capital University could easily be matched by Magic City University, given that they were both the nation's top trainer universities, so the disparity in resources would be negligible. However, Chen Zi had already committed to Jiang Shirley months prior. Although he was uncertain of her reasons for extending the invitation, he was not one to renege on a promise. Moreover, Jiang Shirley had been exceptionally kind to him, whether it was through saving his life or providing him with meditation training methods. Chen Zi had not managed to extract even a single enhancement direction during his previous encounters, despite the fierce battles against He Yu, who had refused to reveal any information. Jiang Shirley had not reproached him for this, which left Chen Zi feeling a twinge of guilt. He was determined not to betray his commitment to Jiang Shirley, even if it was merely a fleeting verbal promise. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Zi shook his head. "I apologize, Tian Wang," he expressed regretfully. "I made my decision long ago to attend Magic City University." Nan Mingjia appeared somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that such an enticing offer would be rejected. Yet, she was reluctant to concede. Having witnessed Chen Zi's performance in double battles, she recognized that while her guidance had played a role, his adeptness and understanding of strategy demonstrated during the winter camp made her keen to cultivate him as her successor in double battles. "Would you consider it again? The conditions offered by Emperor Capital University are quite generous," Nan Mengjia insisted, "be it exposure, training opportunities, or even direct entry into the school team. We can provide it all. Furthermore," she continued, "I can personally ensure that you secure a keystone." Chen Zi resolutely shook his head in refusal, having made his choice. He had no intention of wavering. Besides, acquiring a keystone was not beyond his reach. Perhaps after this winter break, he could obtain one during the upcoming 6-month holiday. Timing-wise, the secret Dragon Island would soon be accessible. Although his current strength differed from when he had first explored the island, he was confident, armed with memories of certain routes, that he could evade most dangers and secure both the keystone and miraculous fruits. Observing Chen Zi's firm refusal, Nan Mingjia chose not to press further. As a Tian Wang, she maintained her dignity and would not repeatedly extend invitations. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, she and her recruiting associates prepared to depart. The representatives from other schools, witnessing the scene, also began to leave. After all, if Nan Mingjia could not sway his decision, what hope did they have? However, it seemed that the representatives from Magic City University had yet to arrive. Chen Zi scanned the vicinity but could not spot them. Just then, he heard a commotion at the entrance once more. Nan Mingjia, who was in the process of turning to leave, was also drawn to the noise. They both turned to see a strikingly handsome young man approaching, flanked by a group of individuals. His face was equally recognizable, eliciting yet another round of gasps from the audience. Jiang Yu. Indeed, another Tian Wang had arrived. The super ability Tian Wang Jiang Yu raised the banner of Magic City University, striding confidently towards Chen Zi. The main event has arrived, he thought. However, Chen Zi's attention was not on Jiang Yu. His keen eyes caught sight of a familiar figure in the trailing group. Jiang Shirley was smiling brightly at him, and upon noticing his gaze, she waved cheerfully. "Greetings, Tian Wang Jiang," Chen Zi acknowledged. "Lucky you," Nan Mengjia snorted, turning away in a huff. Jiang Yu nodded, appraising Chen Zi with a discerning gaze. Chen Zi felt an inexplicable sense of curiosity in Jiang Yu's gaze. "Chen Zi, Mo City University formally extends an invitation for you to join our esteemed institution. Feel free to stipulate any conditions you desire," Jiang Yu stated, echoing sentiments similar to those expressed by Nan Mingjia. Casting a glance at Jiang Shirley behind him, Chen Zi contemplated the nature of her relationship with Jiang Yu before responding. "I am willing to join Mo City University." Jiang Shirley gave a thumbs up, and Chen Zi returned the gesture with a smile. Subsequently, Jiang Yu took Chen Zi into a room to discuss the specifics of his remuneration and to sign the contract. The process was exceedingly smooth. Initially, Jiang Yu inquired if he needed to consult with Chen Zi's parents, but without much thought, Chen Zi declined. His parents had already entrusted him with the decision, having previously discussed his plans with him. Naturally, they unconditionally supported Chen Zi's choice. Thus, Chen Zi began to make bold demands, such as a salary commensurate with the vice captain of the school team, the privilege of unrestricted access to the campus, freedom in course selection without credit constraints, and direct entry into the school team. To his astonishment, Jiang Yu readily acquiesced, his expression seemingly conveying, "Is that all?" This left Chen Zi questioning whether he had asked for too little. Moreover, Jiang Yu added, "As long as you meet our requirements, we can promise you a keystone before graduation. Would a designated megastone suffice?" Chen Zi inquired, "I have a way to procure a keystone." Jiang Yu pondered briefly before nodding. "That is acceptable, and given that megastones are comparatively less precious than keystones, I can promise to secure 2 for you." Chen Zi was elated and promptly signed the contract, bidding a cheerful farewell to Jiang Yu. Chapter 88, Reminiscing. After the top 10 candidates completed their contracts, the teachers who had come for recruitment treated them to a performance reminiscent of the Sichuan Opera's face-changing act. Instantly, The aura of prestige surrounding the prestigious institutions was palpable, particularly from the top-tier schools of the 5 cities and 3 islands, which loomed like aloof goddesses, leaving the candidates hesitant to submit their transcripts. In truth, the selection of candidates had long been predetermined by the teachers who had witnessed their training performances. Their purpose in coming was merely to secure the top 10 candidates they had their eyes on. Li Wei accompanied Chen Zi to Mo City University, while Lu Yiwei, also a local, opted for Mo City University as well. He Jialin chose to attend the Imperial Capital University. He Yu's choice was rather intriguing. She did not enroll in any of the prestigious schools of the 5 cities and 3 islands, but instead opted for Liuzhou University. It was also noteworthy that Ing Wenpei and Shang Wu, both of whom were on the list, had chosen Liuzhou University as well. Chen Zi keenly sensed that this was connected to the Genius Program. There was a possibility that those who joined the Genius Program had received directives to enroll in the relatively inconspicuous Liuzhou University. However, Chen Zi decided not to focus too much on them for the time being. With the official stance being somewhat ambiguous, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Wow, you've improved remarkably in such a short time," Jiang Shirley remarked with a smile. "Even I, as an outsider in the spirit realm, hesitate to converse with you." Chen Zi merely chuckled. If he still believed Jiang Shirley's tall tales at this point, he might as well start over. "What is your relationship with Jiang Yu?" Chen Zi inquired. He had felt a faint sense of familiarity upon first meeting Jiang Shirley, although his previous interactions with Jiang Yu had been limited. By the time he ascended to the title of Super Ability King, He Jialin had already claimed that title. It was only upon encountering both individuals today that he realized the source of the familiarity he felt towards Jiang Shirley. It stemmed from Jiang Yu. Their faces indeed bore a resemblance, suggesting that they might be siblings. "We share the same clan," Jiang Shirley stated earnestly. "Huh." Chen Zi was taken aback. "Haha. You actually believe that?" Jiang Shirley laughed. "He is older than I am. We are of the same lineage." Chen Zi, somewhat perplexed, asked, "A family of super abilities?" He was not unfamiliar with the concept. Much like the Dragon Clan from the original Pokemon lore, this world also boasted various families that possessed extraordinary talents from birth. The Dragon Clan, residing on Dragon Island, was universally recognized as the preeminent family, with only them being the Dragon Clan. Therefore, the Dragon King of the Dragon Kingdom would always be the strongest in the world, and every successor to the title hailed from the Dragon Clan. For instance, the current Dragon King, Li Pu, despite his surname being Li, was actually a son-in-law of the Dragon Clan, and his abilities were learned from them. There were indeed many families of super abilities, with some of the more renowned ones being the Su family from Tiandu and the Alice family from Carlo. Additionally, there were the Ghost family, the Combat family, and others. However, it was worth noting that aside from a few exceptional families like the Dragon Clan, the vast majority operated training halls, accepting disciples and imparting their family techniques. Yet, Chen Zi had never heard of the family Jiang Shirley belonged to, nor had he ever known Jiang Yu to hail from any notable lineage. He had always assumed Jiang Yu was one of the rare super ability practitioners who emerged from a training hall to ascend to the throne of Super Ability King. Such occurrences were indeed rare, but Chen Zi did not doubt their possibility. After all, he had witnessed more absurd cases. He Jialin was not even a super ability practitioner, yet still ascended to the throne through her unique understanding of the super ability system. Jiang Shirley chose not to dwell further on that topic, instead stating, "As for the Genius Program, you need not concern yourself with it. Zhang Mingkai has likely already briefed you." However, Jiang Shirley paused. "You should pay close attention to the matches in Liuzhou during this year's ongoing University League. It seems all those individuals have congregated there," Chen Zi remarked. Jiang Shirley nodded. Given the official stance is somewhat ambiguous, they can now operate somewhat openly. This move to Liuzhou is also a test for the Genius Program. "A test?" Chen Zi queried. "Are they attempting to have them overpower all the prodigies from the prestigious institutions?" Chen Zi was somewhat dismissive, as he believed that aside from Hiyu, the opponents he faced were merely average. The trainer's command abilities were rather weak, and Chen Zi did not think they could successfully alter the course of the competition. "Do not underestimate them," Jiang Shirley cautioned. "Consider your upcoming opponents. Have any of them utilized the amplification direction? If they do, their strength will elevate to another level." Chen Zi nodded, recalling his battle against Hiyu, where he had triumphed against a stronger foe primarily because his opponent did not exhibit overwhelming strength. Had Hiyu employed the amplification direction, he likely would have lost long ago. Nonetheless, the amplification direction had its clear drawbacks. It could only enhance a specific aspect of strength, leaving other areas at their original levels. Otherwise, the metallic creature would not have been easily lifted by Chen Zi's TT with a surge of life energy. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Zi bid farewell to Jiang Shirley and departed, while Jiang Shirley remained behind. She did not come here solely to visit Chen Zi. It appeared she had her own matters to attend to. After everyone had departed, only Jiang Shirley remained, and Jiang Yu emerged from a small room. "How does it feel to be so well-liked, my brother?" Jiang Shirley inquired with a smile, exuding an innocent demeanor. "Sister, please don't belittle me." Jiang Yu replied with a wry smile. "I've already told you not to call me sister. I am younger than you. What would others think if they overheard us?" Jiang Shirley retorted sharply. "However, family rules dictate," Jiang Yu countered. "When we are outside, you must listen to me. I declare you my brother, and so you shall be." "Very well, sister," Jiang Yu conceded. "Is Chen Zi truly the person we seek?" "He appears to be." Jiang Shirley's eyelids flickered as she stifled her irritation. "He lacks any superhuman abilities, doesn't he? I have long been aware of his lack of extraordinary talent." After a brief pause, she continued, "Nevertheless, he indeed is the individual we are searching for. All signs indicate that this conclusion is correct." "All right then." Jiang Yu chose to trust Jiang Shirley's judgment. "But what of his hair that those thugs took? Will it have any repercussions?" "I am uncertain. Let us hope there are no complications." Jiang Shirley hesitated before shaking her head. "I cannot shake the feeling that those individuals are up to something significant." Chapter 89, New Year. Upon arriving in the Magic City, Chen Zi found his parents, Chen Fu and Li Shuuru, eagerly awaiting his return. After nearly a month apart, a sense of longing had undoubtedly developed. For Chen Jiangwo and Li Shuuru, this marked the first time Chen Zi had been away for such an extended period. During the journey, Chen Zi regaled them with tales from the winter camp. Although they communicated via phone every night, certain experiences were best shared in person. Thus, the atmosphere remained buoyant throughout the trip. The drive from the Magic City to Jiang Province was not particularly lengthy, taking roughly 3 to 4 hours. The day of his return happened to fall on a Thursday, coinciding with the school day for students. However, Chen Zi was no longer required to attend classes. The mere thought of being liberated from the rigors of senior year brought him immense joy. For the students, winter break was fast approaching. Even in the world of Pokémon, the Spring Festival was a celebrated occasion. Furthermore, compared to the real world, the festive spirit in this realm was even more pronounced. At the very least, the authorities set a commendable example during the holidays. Traditional festivals mandated full days off without any adjustments. Upon returning home, Ai Guanshi remained engrossed in her adventurous mist skirt. TT dashed towards the flowers she had longed for since her return. In her absence, the flowers had undergone a drastic transformation. It could only be said that Mrs. Li lacked a talent for gardening. Chen Zi planned to purchase a flower therapy Pokemon for Mrs. Li, ensuring that the flowers would not wilt away after TT's departure. As the year drew to a close, schools across the city had also commenced their winter break. In these days, Chen Zi received parcels containing resources exchanged with his points, which he neatly organized in a designated room. The resources that could be easily liquidated were promptly listed online, where they were swiftly purchased. After all, products from the training camp were of premium quality. Judging by their quality, these materials surpassed many available in the market. Altogether, the sum exceeded 10 million, which Chen Zi deposited into his own account. Meanwhile, he returned the card given by his parents, acknowledging their hard work in accumulating such savings. Chen Zi had sought out Lu Zhihao, specifically procuring resources suitable for his comics. Upon learning that Lu Zhihao was preparing for final exams, he left the resources and departed, choosing not to disturb him. After completing his exams, Lu Zhihao sought out Chen Zi, undoubtedly not to express gratitude. "You, my friend, what happened to our agreement to fail together?" Lu Zhihao lamented, his face a picture of despair. "You received guaranteed admission while I am left to toil over theoretical knowledge." Naturally, Lu Zhihao was genuinely happy for Chen Zi. However, with Chen Zi attending the Magic City University, it seemed unlikely they would share the same school. After all, he was well aware of his own limitations. Even if he excelled in battles, his academic performance was lacking. "Just keep pushing," Chen Zi encouraged, patting Lu Zhihao on the shoulder. "Aim to get into the same school as me, and we shall continue as classmates." Lu Zhihao grimaced. "Even if I were to place first in the entire school, it might not guarantee my admission to Magic City University. Fear not, for while I cannot assist you academically, I can assure you high scores in practical assessments," Chen Zi declared confidently. When exchanging these resources, Chen Zi had already devised a specialized training plan for Lu Zhihao. For now, however, it was best to enjoy the winter break. Back at Chen Zi's hometown, the harmonious atmosphere was tinged with a hint of tension. Indeed, akin to many large families in Longhua, a spirit of competition existed among relatives. Within the Chen family, the rivalry primarily unfolded between Chen Zi's aunts. After all, their sons were quite remarkable, at least in the eyes of others, resembling the archetype of other people's children. This phenomenon had persisted in reality, and in the Pokemon world, the subtle skirmishes between the two ants continued unabated. Furthermore, the conclusion of each year bore a striking resemblance to the last. Chen Zi, you must strive diligently. Chen Zi, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to consult your two older brothers. Such were the concerns voiced by his aunts, accompanied by Li Shuru's slightly darkened expression. This year proved no exception. Upon entering the house, the two aunts wasted no time in launching into a familiar performance that Chen Zi had grown weary of witnessing. His two cousins adeptly drew Chen Zi into their midst, retreating to a room to entertain themselves. It must be said that while the relationship between the two aunts was somewhat delicate, the camaraderie among the children remained amicable. In Chen Zi's recollections of his time in his hometown, the three children would always play together, create mischief, and subsequently face reprimands as a trio. To put it bluntly, the dynamics of adult relationships should not be projected onto the children. The three of them gathered around an old computer in the room, engrossed in a game that required each player to take turns. This nostalgia warmed Chen Zi's heart. Soon enough, they arrived at the classic New Year's Eve dinner segment. The family gathered around the main table, while the Pokemon had their own dining area. Chen Zi did not release his steel dragon, as its size might have made things rather cramped. The color distinction between the shiny Ghastly and the ordinary variety was not particularly pronounced, so the others failed to notice. At the dining table, as Chen Zi reflected on how long it had been since he experienced such an atmosphere, his aunt suddenly spoke up. How has Chen Yi been lately? Here it begins, the familiar opening gambit. In the past, Chen Zi might have felt a twinge of anxiety, but now he merely adopted a spectator's attitude. The Chen Yi mentioned by his aunt was his second older brother. At this moment, both of his older brothers sat rigidly, a touch of tension evident in their demeanor. For if their mother were to falter in this unspoken battle, it would be they who faced the consequences. Alas, my son Chen Yi has been rather lackadaisical lately. He only placed 8th in the recent East District joint examination. Alas, Aunt Air wore an expression of profound sorrow, leading one to believe she was genuinely heartbroken. How is your little Luo doing? How has he been lately? She lamented. Alas, he ranks only 3rd in the district's joint examination. You know how it is. The overall academic standards in Dingen District are rather lacking. 3rd place here might translate to an unknown rank citywide. Anta also wore an expression of exasperation, akin to a teacher disappointed in a student's lack of potential. Well, let each of you strive for the Shinado Gold Award. I dare say, even the average film star pales in comparison to your acting skills, Chen Zi thought to herself, as she absent-mindedly pushed her food around, observing her two cousins sitting upright with solemnity. The two aunts initially discussed academic achievements before transitioning to a myriad of policies, meandering through topics from educational reforms to the current employment landscape. As the family continued their discourse, the conversation inevitably turned to Chen Zi. How has your Chen Zi been? The college entrance examination is just around the corner, isn't it? Anta inquired. If memory serves, Chen Zi is also from Dingen District. What was the rank in the joint examination? I didn't take it, Chen Zi replied candidly. Didn't he take it? Are you unwell? You must take care of your health. You cannot falter at such a crucial moment. He has been granted direct admission, Li Shuruo interjected, finally seizing the opportunity to share the news, holding back laughter and merely presenting a polite smile. To Magic City University. Instantly, the room fell silent. Chen Zi's attention had been focused on his two elder brothers, who were now gazing at him with an expression of wistful envy. Chen Zi surmised that upon their return home, they would undoubtedly face rigorous training. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, after attending to various family matters, everyone began to prepare to return to their respective homes. Make sure you study diligently. Train hard. Stop daydreaming about your games. Look at your younger brother. He's been admitted to Magic City University, just like you. The winter break is a perfect opportunity to accelerate your progress. Seize this time to surpass others. The admonitions from the two aunts gradually faded into the distance as Li Shuruo felt a sense of vindication for the first time. Subsequently, after bidding farewell to their grandparents, Chen Zi's family also made their way home. Due to the nature of her work, Li Shuruo had to return to the office, and Chen Jiangua had other matters to attend to, leaving only Chen Zi at home. However, according to Li Shuruo and Chen Jiangua, Chen Zi was completely free. Whatever he wished to do, they would not interfere. Upon returning home, Chen Zi took the opportunity to check the levels of his Pokemon. TT, level 38. Riolu, level 40. All-Steel Dragon, level 40. Ghastly, level 12. The All-Steel Dragon had already reached level 38 upon its arrival, while Riolu and TT had made significant strides during the winter camp. As for Ghastly, it was evident that, being in its first stage, its level would not be particularly high. The reason Riolu had yet to evolve was due to its unique aura talent. Unlike in the game, where Riolu evolves based on affection, in reality, while affection is a contributing factor, the primary determinant is the mastery of its aura. Chen Zi's Riolu possessed a formidable aura talent, but this did not imply a swift evolution. On the contrary, its evolution would be more arduous. One could liken the process of aura growth to filling a container with water. Once the container is full, and given a certain level of affection, Riolu will evolve. The aura talent effectively determines the volume of the container rather than the speed at which it fills. A higher aura talent means a larger capacity, which, in a sense, results in a slower evolution process. This stands in stark contrast to the conventional theory of Pokemon evolution. Moreover, Chen Zi was not in a hurry for Riolu to evolve. Instead, he preferred for Riolu to practice its moves in its current form. Research has shown that Pokemon learn moves faster in their initial forms. As for TT, Chen Zi had no expectations for its evolution. As in both games and anime, AZ's Eternal Flower has remained in this form without change. In Mist City, at the Dragon Research Institute, Doctor, we have received an email from an unfamiliar account. Long Tianyu suddenly remarked. Long Bowen frowned. An unfamiliar account? Has someone changed their username? It was understandable that Long Bowen would think this way, as the Dragon Research Institute had always maintained a state of confidentiality. Typically, outsiders would not be aware of their existence. Show it to me, Long Bowen instructed. Long Tianyu sent the attachment to Long Bowen. Upon opening it, Long Bowen discovered an article authored by Chen Zi. I don't recall hearing that name before. With a mindset of curiosity, Long Bowen continued to read. Speculations on the evolution of All Steel Dragon. All Steel Dragon evolution? Intriguing. Long Bowen realized that it was unlikely the Cinder had made a mistake, given that the subject of dragons had always been a focal point of their research. After all, this was a private research institute of the Yulong family. Long Bowen continued to read patiently. The writing style reflected a certain naivety, reminiscent of a novice researcher. Yet the ideas contained within sparked intrigue in Long Bowen. Composite metal, coated on the abdomen after melting? Long Bowen murmured. To be honest, they had previously explored the possibility of an evolutionary form for All Steel Dragon, experimenting with various methods such as affection, numerous metal items, and dragon-type tools. They had also tested composite metals, but primarily through direct ingestion or energy absorption. Although the supporting data was insufficient, Long Bowen decided to pursue this line of inquiry. After all, someone who could reach the Dragon Research Institute without their knowledge was unlikely to be playing a foolish prank. Tianyu, let us head over to Chang's place. There's a hypothesis regarding All Steel Dragon's evolution, Long Bowen concluded, closing the page. All Steel Dragon. Long Tianyu responded with surprise, as this topic had long been abandoned. All right, I'll contact Chang right away, he nodded. Soon, the two arrived at Chang's location. Do you still have the leftover composite metal from last time? Long Bowen asked directly. Yes, I do, Chang replied. I'll go get it. Bring a bit more, Long Bowen instructed. Despite the previous experiments with composite metal, Chang did not question further, knowing that Dr. Long never acted on a whim. Before long, Chang returned with a box of composite metal. Long Bowen had already prepared the high-temperature melting equipment. In truth, they did not require such a large quantity. Even a small piece would suffice, melting into a considerable pool of liquid. The melting point of composite metal is not particularly high, and soon, after adding some, it transitioned into a liquid state. Then, Long Bowen signaled for the All Steel Dragon to lie down and poured the liquid composite metal over its abdomen. As the temperature was not excessively high, the All Steel Dragon did not feel discomfort. Rather, it experienced a sensation of fullness developing within. After a period, as the metal began to solidify, the All Steel Dragon showed no signs of change. Strange. Could it not work? Long Bowen murmured, just as he hesitated. The All Steel Dragon began to emit a radiant glow from within. This familiar luminescence, the light of evolution. Long Bowen experienced a surge of joy. It was a success. The stranger had not deceived him. After the light of evolution faded, an aluminum steel dragon resembling an overpass manifested before the onlookers. Aluminum steel, a bridge dragon? Long Bowen recalled the term used by Chen Zi in his article regarding the evolution of the aluminum steel dragon, and exclaimed with excitement, it indeed resembles an upright steel bridge. Chang also felt a surge of enthusiasm. After all, this project had initially been entrusted to him. Chang inquired, Doctor, what prompted you to think of this creature? Long Bowen shook his head, replying, it wasn't my idea. It was sent to us by someone I do not know. Chang responded, unfamiliar? How could they have our research institute's private email? Long Bowen shook his head again and said to Long Tianyu, please respond to him and inquire if we can meet in person. He then turned to Chong and instructed, "You go and test the various metrics of the aluminum steel bridge dragon. Conduct a horizontal comparison. Submit the findings to the Central Research Institute and our family." "Understood," both replied in unison. Chapter 91, Lucario. Upon receiving the message from the Dragon Research Institute, Chen Zi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the authenticity of the information had been confirmed. Following negotiations, both parties decided to meet in the Fog City after the New Year's work resumption. The Dragon Research Institute was a private establishment, one that kept its operations discreet. Generally, aside from introductions by acquaintances or direct assignments from higher-ups, others would remain oblivious to its existence, let alone know its email address. This was why Long Bowens was somewhat astonished by the email from a stranger. This institute had been introduced to Chen Zi by Long Kai, the Dragon King of his previous life. The Dragon Research Institute was directly affiliated with the Long family of Fog City, the only dragon-ruling family in the world. The rationale behind choosing such a private research institute was straightforward. More renowned institutions seldom receive communications from individuals like Chen Zi. They were inundated with numerous tasks daily. And Chen Zi's status and the caliber of his writings hardly warranted their attention. In fact, Chen Zi was aware of several similar private research institutes. His selection of the Dragon Research Institute was also a calculated decision. Firstly, as the name suggests, the Dragon Research Institute specializes in the study of dragons, lending greater authority to the promotion of findings within the research community, thus allowing higher-ups to recognize the significance of these results more swiftly. Secondly, Chen Zi harbored a personal ambition. Establishing a connection with the dragon-ruling family through the Dragon Research Institute would greatly benefit his secret journey to the hidden Dragon Island. After all, the territory adjoining that secret island conveniently lay within the jurisdiction of the dragon-ruling family. Time passed, and Chen Zi closed his laptop, heading outside to seek out the Pokémon that were currently training. The training had progressed to the point where he no longer needed to oversee it personally. Titi and Riolu had long since developed the ability to train independently, and even without Chen Zi's supervision, they could manage their own training. As for the other two newly joined Pokémon, with Titi and Riolu supervising, there would be no errors. Nevertheless, Chen Zi still made time to train with them, as it was an important avenue for nurturing their bond. Chen Zi arrived at the outdoor training ground. Even during the holiday, the number of trainers present was considerable. At that moment, it was challenging for him to locate Titi and the others. Titi, Riolu. A few Pokémon reacted quickly, surrounding him upon spotting Chen Zi. He made sure to pet each one before leading them swiftly to the training area, as there were quite a few people around. And losing the space would not be ideal. Chen Zi observed the training of the Pokémon. Titi's training was impressive, having mastered meditation. She exhibited a marked improvement in her control over energy and the speed of her moves. Currently, her focus was on practicing the recently learned death energy. Compared to life energy, death energy proved far more difficult to control. At least for now, Titi could not utilize death energy effectively as an offensive technique. The one time she had attempted it, the result had astounded Chen Zi. Unlike life energy, which was explosive, death energy was a sustained affliction that gradually harmed the opponent. It lingered around the target's body like a burning effect, difficult to disperse. When Titi struck a test stake made of special materials designed to withstand the power of moves below level 60, it gradually began to corrode under the relentless grip of death energy. The dark energy continued to cling, and despite Chen Zi's attempts, he could not eliminate it. If inflicted upon a Pokémon, it might remain until actual demise. Fortunately, Titi could eventually retract this energy. Otherwise, she would not be permitted to use such a move in battle. After all, everyone was merely sparring, and it would not be appropriate to slay an opponent's Pokémon. Meanwhile, Riolu began his training in Aura. Having mastered most of his techniques, there was no need to stifle his evolutionary progress. As for the aluminum steel dragon, it possessed a high level but had never undergone professional training. The USB drive in the box contained training courses for the aluminum steel dragon, recorded by renowned trainers in the country. It was indeed a commendable resource. Chen Zi referenced its contents to adjust the training plan for the aluminum steel dragon. Once the dragon completed its initial skill training phase, it would evolve into the aluminum steel bridge dragon. The revelations regarding Gui's left Chen Zi most astonished. At a low level, Gui surpassed the initial TT by a significant margin. Almost all skills available to it had been mastered, truly living up to the expectations of the surpassing Jengar as a promising successor. Gui's training was straightforward. Continually use skills and rest with ample sustenance. With the abundant ghost-type resources provided by the surpassing Jengar, Chen Zi was unconcerned about Gui's exhausting his supplies. The days of training were often monotonous, yet fulfilling. For Chen Zi and his companions, The pace of their Pokemon's progress was slightly slower compared to the winter camp. Although they had various resources from the winter camp, which were at least on par with what was provided there, they lacked numerous battling opportunities. After all, where could one find equally matched opponents? The person Chen Zi battled most frequently was Lu Zhihao. As the perennial support, he had been summoned by Chen Zi under the guise of military training. Lu Zhihao had also acquired a new Pokemon during the winter break, an evolved Surfing Weasel, which was comparable in level to the 30-level Squirtle. Chen Zi included him in the military training regimen. While Chen Zi participated in ranked battles, he consistently faced opponents who were easily defeated. Moreover, the number of challengers during the holidays appears to have diminished significantly. Chen Zi finds himself waiting for an opponent for half a day, only to be met with disappointment. Consequently, the pace of his rank progression is sluggish, hindering his ability to encounter rivals of commensurate skill. It is a common misconception that all evolution is born from experiences of desperation. In truth, most evolution unfolds quietly and naturally, as exemplified by the evolution of Riolu. On an ordinary day, amidst routine training, it evolved seamlessly. Chen Zi was caught off guard when a majestic blue canine materialized before him, prompting him to instinctively extend his hand to pat its head. How wonderful it is. Yet, he mused, I shall no longer be able to cradle it in my arms. Chapter 92. The Misty City. The Misty City lies in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, its weather far from the gloom suggested by its name. The moniker derives from a vast lake on the northern outskirts, known as Mist Lake. This lake, regardless of time or weather, remains shrouded in mist, imparting an air of mystery. Even now, it retains its enigmatic quality, as the cause of its perpetual fog remains an unsolved riddle. At the center of the lake lies a private island, the domain of the Yulong family. Numerous rare dragon-type Pokemon inhabit this island, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to pilfer them. Under the veil of this mystique, reaching the island in Mist Lake without the guidance of a specialized Hakuryu is a formidable challenge. Employing flying Pokemon without prior reconnaissance makes it difficult to pinpoint the exact location of Dragon Island. Moreover, one risks detection by the Yulong family, which may lead to legal repercussions, for it is their private sanctuary, entry without permission strictly forbidden. This is why Chen Zi seeks to forge connections with the Yulong family. Had he not encountered Long Kai in the Misty City during his previous life, he likely would never have set foot on the clandestine Dragon Island, nor attained the status of a champion. As the day of return to work and school approached, Chen Zi bid farewell to his parents and embarked alone on his journey to the Misty City. Li Wei did not accompany him. Since returning to his hometown for winter break, he intended to engage in intensive training for a while. Chen Zi did not press the matter. The Misty City is quite distant from Jiang Province, requiring a 6-hour flight. Upon landing, with ample time before his scheduled meeting, Chen Zi leisurely explored the familiar city. The Misty City bears countless memories for him. In his previous life, he attended university at the neighboring Wuko University. Chen Zi took a taxi to the shores of Mist Lake, where Mist University and Wuko University stand adjacent to each other. During his time at school, the administration frequently used Dragon Island as a motivational tool for students. The local trainer association has an agreement with the Yulong family, who annually release a limited number of qualifications for selecting Dragon-type Pokemon, which the Mist City Trainer Association distributes across various sectors in society. Naturally, Mist University and Wuko University are no exceptions. While the specifics regarding Mist University remain unclear, Wuko University only receives 2 qualifications per year. This was a fixation for Chen Zi at that time. He first strolled around the entrance of Wuko University, since he had not made an appointment prior to his visit. Entry to the campus was denied. If time permitted, he hoped to revisit the school before leaving, as he held a certain affection for the place that witnessed his ascent from despair to greatness. Wuko University boasts a sizable campus, yet it pales in comparison to the vastness of its neighbor, Mist University. Chen Zi recalled that Zhu Tiantian had signed a contract with Mist University for reduced admission scores. Arriving at the lake's edge, gazing at the swirling mists of Mist Lake, Chen Zi felt as if he were transported to another realm. The rising fog and hazy vistas evoke a sense of wonder, as most would likely perceive Mist Lake as a fairyland. However, upon revisiting the lake, Chen Zi sensed a divergence from his previous impressions. At that moment, his Lucario's Pokeball trembled and then sprang open. The blue canine furrowed its brow, shutting its eyes to sense something. What is it? Chen Zi inquired. Lucario remained silent for a moment before opening its eyes. Lucario, it said, its tone tinged with unease. Familiar aura? Ultra space? What could evoke such a sense of both anxiety and familiarity in Lucario but the ultra space? Chen Zi pondered. Although the secret Dragon Island is set to open, its location should logically be at the central Dragon Island. How could Lucario perceive such a scent from such a distance? Chen Zi scrutinized the mist lake before him. If it were merely his own perception that fell off, it could be dismissed as an illusion. Yet, even Lucario sensed something amiss. Chen Zi surmised that Mist Lake might harbor undisclosed issues. He snapped a photograph. For he had never witnessed Mist Lake in this particular moment during his previous life, as he was then consumed with preparations for the college entrance examination. Chen Zi speculated that the integration of the secret Dragon Island might have brought about subtle, yet undetectable changes to Mist Lake. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly time for his meeting. He temporarily set aside his concerns and hailed a taxi to head to the agreed-upon location. Longbowen personally arrived at the scene. Recently, the laboratory's major tasks have concentrated on exploring the evolutionary forms of the aluminum steel dragon, and with each study, their excitement grew. They discovered that the potential of the evolved aluminum steel dragon rivaled that of formidable Pokémon like Reincarnator and Garchomp. Moreover, its evolution does not impose stringent level requirements. It merely necessitates specific items. This indicates that its emergence could potentially alter the late-blooming dynamics of a certain group. The authorities recognized this as well and promptly drafted regulations regarding the control of composite metals. The key figure behind all these developments is the high school student he is about to meet. When they uncovered that the individual responsible for the discovery of the aluminum steel dragon's evolution was merely a high school student, several were skeptical that he might be using a false identity to deceive them. It wasn't until they added him as a friend and engaged in conversation that Longbowen realized the student was indeed genuine. Chen Zi regarded the bald man before him, Longbowen, a name he recognized well. In his previous life, he had dealings with him. Even though Longbowen had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback to see a high school student before him. "Are you truly a high school student?" Longbowen asked. More accurately, a prospective university student, Chen Zi replied with a smile. The other's reaction fell within Chen Zi's expectations. In fact, prior to sending the email, Chen Zi had prepared thoroughly. "It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chen Zi." Chen Zi extended his hand. After a brief moment of surprise, Longbowen responded, shaking Chen Zi's hand, and they both took their seats. The venue Longbowen selected was a tranquil tea house, offering a serene atmosphere devoid of disturbances. "How did you come to know about us?" Longbowen posed the question that had lingered in his mind for quite some time. Chen Zi was ready for this inquiry. The answer was not difficult to unearth. The truth is that the Dragon Research Institute had not imposed stringent confidentiality, and traces of their activities could be found in numerous places. Chen Zi casually enumerated several traces of their group found in the research reports on dragon-type Pokemon, as well as pointing out their understanding of these majestic creatures. In truth, Longbowen could discern the inconsistencies in Chen Zi's words, a fact that Chen Zi was well aware of. However, both chose to remain taciturn, for who among them was devoid of secrets? Thus, Longbowen swiftly diverted the topic to the subject of the steel aluminum dragon, acknowledging Chen Zi's considerable contributions. Chapter 93, A Turn of Events. The Dragon Research Institute harbored no intention of monopolizing the discovery of the steel aluminum dragon, for as members of the Yulong family, they were keen to preserve their dignity. Moreover, the chief beneficiary of this discovery was undoubtedly the Yulong family, who had already reaped substantial advantages. After all, over 70% of the steel aluminum dragons were located on Dragon Island. Naturally, those who contributed would be generously rewarded by Dragon Island. Longbowen, representing the intentions of the Yulong family, inquired, "Might you be interested in accompanying me to the island? Our elders wish to meet you." That was the very invitation Chen Zi had been awaiting. Suppressing his inner delight, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "It would be my honor." Longbowen smiled. "Very well, I shall inform you tomorrow. The shuttle to Dragon Island is quite difficult to book, and today is already fully booked." Chen Zi nodded. After all, the merging of the secret realms was not so urgent that he could not afford a brief delay. In truth, considering the timeline, there was no pressing need for Chen Zi to rush merely to obtain the keystone, as he had acquired it several years after the secret realm's opening. However, he had heard that the resources within were abundant during its initial opening, which inspired him to seize the opportunity and enter with the trainers from the Yulong family. The next day arrived swiftly. Longbowen had successfully reserved a Haxorus to navigate through Misty Lake, and around 9 a.m., the two met by the lakeside. Early spring carried its unique chill, yet at the edge of the Misty Lake, the warmth of late spring prevailed. As Chen Zi gazed upon the lake, the inexplicable sense of strangeness he had felt the previous day vanished entirely. Nevertheless, the aura of Lucario emanated from its Pokeball, reminding Chen Zi that the unsettling energy seemed to have intensified. Though he suspected it might merely be due to the opening of the ultimate cave and the merging of the realms, he remained vigilant. The lake's surface was shrouded in a delicate mist, as if a gossamer veil concealed the water's true form. Chen Zi and Long Bowen rode upon the Haxorus, allowing it to glide gracefully across the enigmatic waters. The number of dragons was limited, and the Yulong family could only provide one Haxorus for their journey. However, this particular Haxorus was impressively large, ample enough for both riders with considerable space left over. It was certainly larger than the Haxorus belonging to Li Wei, a sight that could only be witnessed here. Of course, smaller Haxorus were also present on the island, but such a size was quite rare. The Yulong family's ace Pokemon was a colossal Dragonite, boasting an impressive level of 86, undeniably a Pokemon of extraordinary caliber. The scales of the Haxorus shimmered subtly in the dim morning light, seemingly reflecting the secrets of the lake's depths. An unspoken silence enveloped the two, with everything around them steeped in tranquility, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the shore. Haxorus, at ease, navigated this familiar path with confidence. Yet, as time passed, Haxorus appeared somewhat uncertain, and Chen Zi noticed that it seemed to be circling back. Haxorus expressed its confusion. What? Lost the guidance? Long Bowen instantly comprehended Haxorus's meaning, and his expression shifted dramatically. The creature's ability to lead them to Dragon Island without losing its way relied on an innate guidance inscribed in its very bloodline. And now it seemed that this guiding force had been entirely erased, leaving Haxorus devoid of any directional information. It was crucial to understand that losing one's way in Misty Lake was perilous. Without a flying-type Pokemon, one might end up wandering indefinitely, with the best outcome being a return to Dragon Island or the shore, while the worst could result in total disorientation and death. Chen Zi furrowed his brow, sensing trouble. Just as Long Bowen was about to release a flying Pokemon to momentarily escape, Haxorus called out once more. I found it. Long Bowen retracted his hand from the Pokeball, smiling at Chen Zi. It seems we experienced a minor mishap. Yet, Chen Zi's unease only deepened. Soon, land came into view on the horizon. Dragon Island has arrived, Long Bowen announced, though he was unsure of which side they had reached. Dismounting Haxorus and watching it depart, they ventured into the island's interior. The deeper they walked, the more Long Bowen sensed something amiss. While Dragon Island prided itself on its pristine ecology, it was riddled with signs of human activity, including devices such as detectors and environmental monitors. Though sparse, these artifacts were interspersed at intervals. Upon arriving, Long Bowen felt as though he had returned to a time before Dragon Island's development, where no paths bore the imprint of human footprints and modern equipment was absent, leaving only a truly untamed primordial forest. I fear we may not be on Dragon Island, Long Bowen remarked. Chen Zi anticipated this conclusion, for he had visited Dragon Island previously and recognized that the scene before him was decidedly different from what he remembered. Long Bowen took out his phone, but there was no signal. A newly opened secret realm? He pondered, recalling that a signal from the ultimate cave had recently been detected on Dragon Island, deemed harmless and left for the island's own investigators to handle. The current situation mirrored the conditions when the secret realm first merged with the Blue Star space, influenced by spatial disturbances. Although they remained on the Blue Star, the absence of a signal was undeniable. They had no choice but to proceed cautiously. Long Bowen shared his suspicions with Chen Zi, and together they continued to navigate, hoping to swiftly locate the junction between the secret realm and the present world. Even if the ultimate cave was deemed harmless, it only guaranteed the absence of anomalous creatures, not that the interior was devoid of danger. Long Bowen was determined to ensure Chen Zi did not come to harm under his watch. Upon realizing they had entered the hidden Dragon Island, Chen Zi felt no joy. Without the protection of the other Yulong family members, encountering a particularly aggressive and powerful dragon-type Pokemon would spell disaster. Furthermore, the route he was familiar with for accessing the secret Dragon Island commenced from the main entrance. Now, finding the location of the keystone could prove quite challenging. Thus, Chen Zi's thoughts aligned with Long Bowen's. They needed to expedite their exit from the secret realm and reunite with the Yulong trainers on Dragon Island for safety. In light of this, Chen Zi summoned Lucario, knowing that its aura would significantly enhance their chances of survival in this precarious situation. Lucario surveyed their surroundings. The air still bore the remnants of the ultimate space from when the secret realm first descended, evoking unsettling memories within Lucario. Chapter 94, A Perilous Secret Dragon Island. Lucario unleashed its aura with full force, remaining utterly vigilant. The familiar scent and sensation evoke a haunting recollection of the terror governed by the monstrous abyssal beasts. The apprehension of encountering such a dreadful creature once more looms heavily. Even now, Chen Zi finds himself compelled to flee in the face of these ultimate aberrations. The lower-tier abyssal beasts are manageable. Without their ominous aura, a confrontation is not entirely out of the question. However, should fortune falter and he encounter even a slightly more formidable foe, his Pokémon, even when united, would prove insufficient to combat it. As a researcher, Longbowen's Pokémon are not significantly stronger, likely only reaching the caliber of a Master Ball trainer, with levels hovering around 50. In Chen Zi's estimation, this secret realm should not harbor any abyssal beasts. Nevertheless, it is prudent for Lucario to maintain a heightened sense of vigilance against other latent dangers. TT stands resolutely by Chen Zi's side, while Longbowen summons a Charizard to accompany him. The remainder of his Pokémon are overly massive, making their traversal through the forested terrain cumbersome and likely to attract other wild Pokémon. The decision against flying is rooted in the fact that within the newly unveiled realm, aerial navigation is fraught with peril. Venturing skyward without a grasp of the territory could render one a target for lurking aerial predators. Throughout their journey, driven by his professional ethos, Longbowen diligently collects samples of unfamiliar flora. Chen Zi often hears his exclamations of wonder at the bountiful resources surrounding them. Along the path, they encounter an abundance of dragon-type cultivation plants, which are exceedingly rare even on Dragon Island. Chen Zi surveys his surroundings, perceiving the sights before him as mere appetizers. The true treasures of the hidden Dragon Island consist of a singularly precious and rare plant, the mysterious fruit. Unlike the harmful genetic potions associated with the Genius Project, the mysterious fruit carries no side effects and enhances a Pokémon's innate potential. Specifically, it purifies the energy within a Pokémon, improving its physical constitution. However, these fruits are scarce, and even if the dragon family were to locate all the trees bearing them, the yield would be minimal. The growth cycle of the mysterious fruit is lengthy, and after accounting for official submissions and internal consumption, the quantity that escapes into circulation is exceedingly limited, nearly impossible to procure. Moreover, the mysterious fruit serves as a well-known ingredient for a familiar item, the rare candy. The Tengyi Corporation consistently acquires a single fruit from the dragon family each cycle for use in crafting rare candies. The effects of rare candy are reminiscent of those in the game, albeit with an added potency derived from the mysterious fruit, though it pales in comparison to consuming the fruit directly. Nevertheless, rare candies command a high market price. Notably, each Pokémon can only consume one mysterious fruit. Any subsequent fruit yields no effect. As Chen Zi mused, Lucario suddenly furrowed his brow. A menacing presence was rapidly approaching. Lucario, it signaled. And Chen Zi and the others immediately became alert, glancing in the direction indicated by Lucario. Longbowen promptly released his ace, a Hydreigon, whose imposing form inspired a significant sense of security. At that moment, the approaching Pokémon came into view, another Hydreigon. Yet this one exuded a far more oppressive aura than Longbowen's. "This looks troubling," Longbowen remarked, instantly recognizing the formidable strength of this Hydreigon. An undeniable threat as a member of the dragon family. If it had been any other dragon-type Pokémon, Chen Zi might have opted for a hasty retreat. Yet, this was a Hydreigon. With its dual dragon and dark typing, even with a level disparity, it could still be a worthy opponent in the absence of a trainer's command. "Fairy Wind," Chen Zi calmly declared. TT promptly initiated the Fairy Wind, astonishing Longbowen with the speed at which the field was set up. This was the first time he had witnessed such rapid field deployment, especially from a Pokémon managed by a mere college student. The opposing Hydreigon felt an immediate discomfort. It was its first encounter with Fairy-type energy, and after so long, it finally faced its lifelong nemesis. Meanwhile, Longbowen's Hydreigon, informed by TT, swiftly repositioned to mitigate the impact. As the opposing Hydreigon floundered, TT and Lucario seized the opportunity. Harnessing the power of Aura, Lucario darted beside the Hydreigon, landing a close-range strike. Simultaneously, TT's Moonblast struck the enemy's head. The double assault left the Hydreigon dazed, spinning in confusion and rage. Yet, the resilient Hydreigon quickly devised a countermeasure, launching itself into the air to escape the effects of Fairy Wind. Once it regained its sight, it felt an immediate relief, only to be struck once more by a heavy Moonblast directed at its central head, sending it crashing to the ground. What a swift Moonblast! Longbowen marveled. As a prominent Fairy-type move, Moonblast requires a certain charge time. Yet, this peculiar Flababy managed to unleash it almost instantaneously. However, the Hydreigon, tough-skinned, remained robust even after enduring two powerful Moonblasts. Now, within the Fairy Wind field, it rampaged in search of TT's location, while Longbowen's Hydreigon could only watch. Sidelined from the action, TT endeavored to restrain the Hydreigon, but the level disparity and disadvantageous type dynamics rendered her efforts nearly futile. Nevertheless, each time the Hydreigon attempted to charge forward, it was thwarted by either a Moonblast or a punch from Riolu. Just as Chen Zi contemplated wearing them down, Lucario leaped forward, his expression grave as he glanced in another direction. Without needing Lucario's warning, Chen Zi and the others had already heard the considerable commotion of approaching foes. Run! Chen Zi decisively commanded. TT dropped another fairy wind field, and they all sped toward the denser woods, where the foliage might provide some obstruction against larger Pokémon. Once they vanished into the thicket, the Dragon-type Pokémon arrived on the scene. Chen Zi estimated that at least 10 or more were present. Fortunately, the fairy wind obscured their vision, momentarily leaving them unsure of Chen Zi's group's direction. In a chaotic flurry, they created a cacophony that shattered the previously tranquil atmosphere. Not daring to look back, Chen Zi and his companions fled deeper into the wilderness. Ultimately, they managed to evade pursuit, pausing only after covering a considerable distance. Longbowen was somewhat shaken. This place is exceedingly perilous. The number of Dragon-type Pokémon here seems to surpass even that of Dragon Island. Chen Zi also felt a twinge of fear. Even in his previous life, he had never witnessed such a formidable spectacle. Was the initially hidden Dragon Island truly this treacherous? They had scarcely taken a few steps before encountering so many Pokémon. Moreover, Chen Zi felt an inexplicable oddity. The dragon horde behind him was understandable, as the sounds of battle might have attracted distant Pokémon. However, the three-headed dragon that charged at them initially left Chen Zi perplexed. It did not appear to be merely passing by, but seemed to possess prior knowledge of Chen Zi's location. The specifics of the exploration process on the hidden Dragon Island were shrouded in secrecy, and Chen Zi was unaware of what they had encountered. He shared his conjectures with Longbowen, who pondered, could it be that something is signaling our location to them? Chen Zi furrowed his brow. He had a heightened sensitivity to observation, reminiscent of his winter camp days, when he could keenly sense someone watching them. Yet here, he felt none of that. Either Longbowen was mistaken, or the method of observation was exceedingly advanced. This sense of the unknown was profoundly unsettling. Let us continue, Chen Zi said, feeling there was little else they could do. Longbowen nodded. Once the secret realm opened, the members of the Dragon Clan would likely respond swiftly. Perhaps they were already nearby. Lucario expanded the range of his aura, striving to detect any anomalies at the earliest opportunity. Fortunately, they soon left the dense forest and arrived at a more open area. Before them lay a vast grassland, stretching endlessly, with only a few scattered trees in sight. Lucario alerted them, as Pokémon were now in pursuit from behind. Was it merely a coincidence? Just as Chen Zi intended to run ahead, Longbowen had already released a Dragonite, climbing atop it and extending a hand towards Chen Zi. This Dragonite was evidently a product of Dragon Island, significantly larger than the average. Without hesitation, Chen Zi recalled his two Pokémon and grasped Longbowen's hand to ascend. In the open terrain, they could finally travel on Pokémon. Before setting off, TT made sure to leave a misty terrain behind for their pursuers. While Dragonite's speed stat in the games is not particularly high, its real-world velocity was remarkably impressive. The moment Chen Zi mounted Dragonite, it surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, its speed nearly causing Chen Zi to lose his grip. They should be unable to catch up now, Longbowen declared, noting that Dragon Island's Dragonites were indeed exceptional in speed. Chen Zi knew this well, having ridden on Drake's Dragonite, which was considerably faster. The scenery on either side rapidly receded. The range of Lucario's aura was significantly limited within the Pokeball. However, the open terrain broadened their field of vision, diminishing the need for aura-based detection. Chen Zi recognized this grassland from his memories, situated deeper within the hidden Dragon Island. As they ventured further, they approached a cave. Although it was early spring, the southern weather remained quite temperate, especially on the island and the lake, making the cave's presence strikingly incongruous. Merely standing outside, one could feel an exceptionally piercing chill, a coldness never experienced even in the heart of winter. Peering inside, they could faintly see layers of ice exposed to the air, showing no signs of melting. The deeper they ventured, the colder it became. At the cave's end lay a massive ice cavern, exuding an intense chill that felt as if the very air could freeze. Mysteriously, a faint sound of breathing echoed within the desolate ice cavern. The smooth, mirror-like surface glimmered with a white light, pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. The walls surrounding them were composed of orderly ice panels, each bearing an image. Many of these images depicted humans exploring this land alongside their Pokémon, and among them was a striking image of Dragonite racing across the grassland. Chen Zi had assumed that upon leaving the forest, they would no longer be pursued by those Pokémon. Yet, After only a brief moment of low-altitude flight, two dragonites suddenly appeared, tailing them. Chen Zi turned to observe these two dragonites closely. Initially, he had been oblivious to the danger when they first encountered the three-headed dragon. But now he noticed something unsettling about these two. They were similarly large, akin to Dragon Island's dragonites, possibly even originating from the same lineage. However, their eyes conveyed a peculiar expression, as if they were under some form of control. "Damn, we can't shake them off," Long Bowen exclaimed. Chen Zi sighed, pointing in a particular direction. "Let us fly over there." Although Long Bowen was unclear about Chen Zi's reasoning, he complied and directed their flight towards that area, which also marked the edge of the grassland, where dense woods could be seen in the distance. "Are you hoping to use the trees as a shield against the dragonites?" Long Bowen pondered. "But we will still have to land. Merely running may not be significantly faster than them." Chen Zi remained silent. Long Bowen, observing his demeanor, assumed Chen Zi was still deliberating, unaware that Chen Zi was already resolute in his plan. Chen Zi tightened his grip on Dragonite. Suddenly, Dragonite plummeted rapidly, crashing heavily to the ground. Anticipating this, Chen Zi was prepared, but Long Bowen was thrown off. The pursuing Dragonites abruptly halted their flight, flapping their wings in confusion. "What is happening?" Chen Zi wondered, genuinely surprised. This astonishment was not feigned. This area was one Chen Zi had visited in his previous life, a no-fly zone. In this realm, airborne Pokemon would plummet regardless of their strength, unable to overcome the constraints. Nevertheless, the gravitational acceleration felt normal, at least. Chen Zi did not sense any anomalies. He had intended to leverage this to bring the Dragonites down, believing that grounded Dragonites would be easier to deal with. Unexpectedly, the Dragonites simply hovered in place, seemingly afraid to advance, as if they were apprehensive of something. Chapter 96, The Frozen World. As time passed, an increasing number of Dragon-type Pokemon gathered here, creating a rather bizarre scene. The Dragon-type Pokemon formed a fan shape, encircling Chen Zi and his companions. Yet none dared to approach. They found themselves locked in a tense standoff, each side glaring at the other. "Let us go. It seems we have no choice but to enter," Chen Zi said, shrugging his shoulders. Prior to this moment, he had not perceived any significant danger within, having traversed this area in his previous life. Moreover, this was also the path leading to the cave where the keystone could be obtained. However, observing the reactions of these Pokemon suggested that something extraordinary lay within. Chen Zi felt a pang of regret for arriving at the secret realm too prematurely. He had intended to partake in the bounty, but it appeared the situation had spiraled beyond his control. At this juncture, all he could do was hope for his own resilience to endure. The two individuals found themselves retreating step by step, confronted by a throng of Dragon-type Pokemon encircling them. It is indeed quite intriguing that such rare quasi-legendary Pokemon, typically elusive in the outside world, are abundantly present here, within Chen Zi's line of sight. Even if not the likes of Dragonite or the three-headed dragon, there were still colossal Dragon-type Pokemon, such as the Axew. In his previous life, such a gathering was unheard of. He was accustomed to encountering mere creatures like the red-faced dragon and the apple dragon, with quasi-legendaries marked by previous explorers as territorial sovereigns. Moreover, recalling their somewhat peculiar movements, Chen Zi could not shake the feeling that an unseen force was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Noticing that these Pokemon had no intention of advancing, Chen Zi and his companion turned to flee deeper into the forest. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Who could tell if another wave of Dragon-type Pokemon lurked within the woods, ready to invade their space? Within the icy cavern, the reflections of Chen Zi and Long Bowen vanished upon the ice surface. On the mirror-like ground, a sudden tremor coursed through the white light. Subsequently, the previously faint sound of breathing intensified, resonating with a sense of rage. Wisps of white mist began to visibly rise from the ground, not merely from within, but also surging forth from the cave entrance, freezing the surrounding trees upon contact. This spectacle continued to expand outward, deep beneath the unseen ground. A colossal dragon-type Pokemon lay ensconced in ice. Its eyes were tightly shut, and its ice-blue visage seemed to meld seamlessly with the ice, rendering its yellow crown like horns strikingly conspicuous. The gray body and wings exuded an ineffable sense of oppression. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that this Pokemon was rhythmically pulsating within the ice. Had Chen Zi been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this Pokemon's name, Kyurem, the Frost Dragon. Legend has it that Kyurem is the corporeal remnant left behind after the loss of ideals and reality, yearning for both to fill the void of its existence. It is not that Kyurem lacks consciousness. Rather, its awareness is devoid of concept, requiring the support of ideals to possess true cognitive and emotional faculties. Kyurem opened its eyes. and though its luminous gaze lacked distinct pupils, the colors within were remarkably vivid. Anger, confusion, curiosity, joy, and jealousy. An array of emotions flickered across Kiram's eyes, ultimately culminating in profound bewilderment. Ideals? Reality? A complex draconic language slowly emanated from Kiram's mouth. To consume. Kiram's pupils vanished, leaving its glowing yellow eyes hollow. Its body began to tremble, causing the spread of white mist to accelerate. Wherever it traversed, the world transformed into its frozen dominion, seemingly laying down a white carpet for Kiram's rebirth. On Dragon Island, within the confines of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon team observed an anomalous phenomenon from Area A. A woman spoke to a man who was intently watching the live feed on the large screen. The screen displayed the scene of a land encased in ice. I understand. Long Xingyang replied, raising a specially designed walkie-talkie to communicate. Team B, move closer to Area A. Team C, continue advancing toward Dr. Long's location and merge with them as soon as possible. This walkie-talkie, crafted from unique materials, could even maintain contact with individuals outside the ultraspace, making real-time communication effortless in a realm merely possessing remnants of ultraspace qualities. Chinamo, you and I will head to Area A. I sense that this situation is rather complex, Long Xingyang declared. Also, inform Yang to join us as well. Isn't it a bit too dangerous for Yang? Qin Imo hesitated, considering that he had only just joined. That kid will be fine, Long Xingyang reassured him as he strode toward the exit. His talent exceeds your expectations. All right. Qin Imo conceded, realizing he had little room to argue. With Long Xingyang present, the situation should not pose too great a threat. After all, if he could not handle it, there would be few capable of intervening in the entire Dragon Nation. Chen Zi and his companion halted before a cave. Externally, this cave bore little difference compared to its counterpart from his previous life. What are we doing here? Long Bowen inquired, apprehensive about potential dangers lurking within. Currently, he preferred to wait for the Dragon Clan's reinforcements, as their previous experiences had rendered him cautious. Who knew if a nest of dragons was hidden inside? Chen Zi regarded him and replied, I feel as though something is guiding me. He found it difficult to articulate this sensation and could only attribute it to instinct. Long Bowen frowned, suggesting, my recommendation is to remain here and await rescue. It has been quite a while without any Pokemon appearing, indicating a lack of dragon-type Pokemon in the vicinity. Moreover, this forest is exceedingly strange. I observed that those dragon-type Pokemon dared not approach. We can assess the situation once reinforcements arrive from Dragon Island. Chen Zi shook his head. You wait for me here. I will venture inside to take a look. If danger arises, I can make a quick escape. Without waiting for Long Bowen's response, he strode toward the cave entrance. Just moments ago, Lucario's aura had informed him that there were no Pokemon sensed within. Hey, Long Bowen stretched out his hand, realizing that Chen Zi had already entered. He hesitated, unwilling to simply stand outside. Gritting his teeth, he followed suit. The cave was shallow, merely a few dozen paces deep. There is nothing here, Long Bowen remarked. It seems your instincts aren't very sharp. Chen Zi shot him a glance. Indeed, at first glance, the cave appeared entirely devoid of content. However, when Chen Zi had visited this place in his previous life, his Infernape had inadvertently struck the cave's bottom wall while training, causing it to collapse and reveal a keystone. This was the very reason why it had remained undiscovered for so long. Chen Zi feigned a frown as he touched the wall, then leaned in to knock on it. Subsequently, he stepped back and summoned Lucario. Chapter 97. What is your reality? Lucario unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the rock wall. Contrary to Chen Zi's expectations of discovering a quietly resting keystone, a passage leading deeper into the cave emerged. Chen Zi's brow furrowed. Where was the keystone? Was this not the cave? He could not be entirely certain, as who knew how the cave might change in the years to come. Now, faced with the open passage leading deeper, Chen Zi hesitated. To go or not to go? Just as he pondered, an unexpected wave of fatigue washed over him. He felt his mind grow heavy and his body sway unsteadily. What is wrong with you? Long Bowen, standing nearby, steadied Chen Zi. Chen Zi perceived Long Bowen's voice growing fainter and more chaotic, until everything faded into a blanket of darkness. He heard nothing, only an overwhelming silence. Beneath the frozen layer, countless fissures appeared in the ice surrounding Kiram, its force of breaking free becoming unstoppable. Above it, a group of individuals clad in specialized combat suits were investigating something with their instruments. The life signs beneath the ice are highly volatile, one of them remarked. The energy intensity is rapidly escalating. It is nearing the threshold of a mythical Pokemon's level. Another member, clutching a device, spoke nervously, insisting that the safety perimeter must be expanded. No sooner had the words left his lips than the crowd sprang into action, swiftly distancing themselves. Within mere seconds, they collectively retreated further away. On the device, the rate of energy intensity escalated rather than diminished, soon surpassing the threshold for an ultra-rare Pokémon, exceeding the instrument's monitoring capabilities. The technician responsible for the readings was momentarily stunned. Such occurrences had been exceedingly rare since the invention of the device, and each incident had exacted a devastating toll on humanity. It's beyond the detection range. But quickly, he regained his composure, his voice trembling as he urged, "Contact the Dragon team immediately." Without needing further prompting, the crowd again increased their distance for safety. Just as the safety officer prepared to relay the situation via radio, several figures appeared in the distance, hastening toward them. Leading the charge was Long Zhengyang, mounted on a colossal Dragonite, with a handsome young man riding a Charizard closely trailing behind him. In this era, it was hard to find someone unfamiliar with him, Yang Jiang, the youngest champion of Long Country, a rising star. Yet, despite such an impressive lineup, an air of unease lingered among those present. "What is the situation?" Long Zhengyang inquired. "Not promising. The energy intensity is no longer observable," the technician replied. Long Zhengyang furrowed his brow. The last time such an event occurred was in the Starfall Forest. That time, they faced the embodiment of death, Yveltal. Who could it be this time? Without hesitation, Long Zhengyang pried open the badge on his chest and pressed the button within. This medal was possessed by only a select few in Long Country, with Long Zhengyang being one of them, the commander of the ultimate search team. Pressing this button signified the potential onset of a cataclysmic disaster. The Dragonite beneath him let out a low whimper, its massive form trembling. "Is it coming?" Long Zhengyang murmured. "All personnel except for the team leaders, retreat. Chinamo, notify the leaders about the situation here," Long Zhengyang commanded calmly. He then turned to Yang Jiang, saying, "The situation is more dire than I anticipated. You may choose to leave." "Not a chance." Yang Jiang shook his head resolutely. "I wish to witness the legendary Pokémon for myself." No sooner had he spoken than the ground began to fracture, and a gigantic dragon claw emerged from the chasm. Before its full form was even revealed, those remaining felt an overwhelming pressure. By the time it fully manifested, most of the onlookers struggled to maintain their balance. Long Zhengyang gazed at the colossal creature before him, managing to display less distress than the others, yet he felt significantly hindered in his movements. Hiram cast a glance at the few flies hovering above its head, inexplicably seething with anger. Its pupil-less gaze fixed upon the two figures in the sky, concentrating its psychic energy on them. Long Zhengyang and Yang Jiang's expressions shifted drastically as they hastily covered their heads. The Dragonite and Charizard beneath them could not withstand the pressure, plummeting toward the ground. They barely stabilized themselves just before impact, and in that moment, Long Zhengyang and Yang Jiang truly grasped the might of the legendary Pokémon. "Can you understand me?" Long Zhengyang shouted, attempting to communicate with Kiram. The Dragonite engaged in a similar endeavor. If communication were possible, it would save them a great deal of trouble. Roar. Awaken. Devour. Ideals. Reality. For reasons unknown, those present inexplicably comprehended Kiram's roar. "What do you wish to consume?" Long Zhengyang asked, befuddled. "Calm down. Let us discuss this rationally." Kiram, however, paid no heed to Long Zhengyang's words. It flapped its wings, its immense body generating a gust that sent several individuals flying far away. No possibility of communication. Long Zhengyang's heart sank. He bellowed to the crowd, "Everyone, release your Pokémon and prepare for battle." Subsequently, he tossed all of his Pokeballs into the air. The sound of balls opening filled the air, brilliant white light flashing as dozens of Pokémon emerged onto the battlefield. The Pokémon present boasted levels of at least 70, with the highest being Long Zhengyang's ace, the Mega Garchomp, which possessed a standard exceeding capabilities. "Garchomp, Mega Evolve," Long Zhengyang commanded, and the keystone glimmered, enveloping the newly released Garchomp in an evolution aura. "Charizard, we shall join as well." Yang Jiang dismounted from his Charizard and instructed it. At this moment, Yang Jiang's Charizard was still some distance from reaching its limits, but after Mega Evolving, it could faintly sense the threshold. The ex-Charizard and Garchomp stood resolutely at the forefront, solemnly regarding the immense dragon that loomed before them, exerting monumental pressure. Hiram merely observed them, utterly unmoved. "Devour." After a lengthy pause, Hiram growled, blue energy coalescing in its maw. Dragon Pulse, Dragon Tail, Flamethrower. Waves of attacks erupted from the assembled Pokémon, hurtling toward the ice blue Hiram overhead. The blue light in Hiram's mouth solidified, transforming into a beam that collided with the Pokémon's onslaught. Chen Zi found himself enveloped in darkness. No sound, no images. He seemed to be lost in a void. Was this akin to the afterlife? His consciousness felt hazy. Amidst the obscurity, he perceived a glimmer of white light. He reached out toward it. What is your reality? An ethereal voice resonated within Chen Zi's heart, elusive and indistinct. Chapter 98, Dream of the Past. Orange, orange. Why are you dazed? There's a shiny. Hurry and catch it. Chen Zi snapped back to reality, staring blankly at the Nintendo Switch in his hands. The screen displayed Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, and the character he was controlling was situated on the outskirts of Baigu Town, facing a blue Sylveon. Hey, hello? Are you so excited you've gone dumb? Lu Zhihao waved his hand in front of Chen Zi's face. Hurry and save it, then catch it. We've been at this all afternoon. We need to head home afterward. Chen Zi blinked in disbelief at Lu Zhihao. You? Me? Where are we? Are you really that daft? Lu Zhihao rolled his eyes. All right, enough dawdling. Let me help you. With that, Lu Zhihao snatched the Switch from Chen Zi and began to play. Chen Zi forced himself to regain his composure. In the Pokemon world, there was no Nintendo Switch. Moreover, the scene before him felt eerily familiar, as it mirrored moments shortly before his demise. Thus, this was the reality devoid of Pokemon. At that moment, he should be in a cafe, right? Chen Zi glanced down at the time. 1638. This exact time was etched in his memory. In his previous life, he had exited the cafe at this time, shortly followed by Lu Zhihao. Once Chen Zi reached the roadside, he would be struck by a speeding dump truck, propelling him into another world. How had he returned to this moment? Had he been reborn? The more Chen Zi pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became. All right, let's go, Lu Zhihao said, returning the Switch to Chen Zi as he stood up. Chen Zi numbly accepted the Switch and unconsciously followed Lu Zhihao as they made their way toward the door. As they approached the entrance of the bookstore, Chen Zi abruptly seized Lu Zhihao's arm. Wait, don't. Lu Zhihao turned around. A look of confusion etched on his face as he regarded Chen Zi. What's the matter? Chen Zi remained silent, gazing intently through the glass door at the street outside. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. No construction vehicles in sight, not even a single moderately sized vehicle. Hey! Seeing that his calls elicited no response, Lu Zhihao squeezed Chen Zi's arm. Chen Zi snapped back to reality. With a trace of concern, Lu Zhihao gently patted Chen Zi on the head. What is wrong with you today? You seem quite peculiar. Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Chen Zi shook his head. It's nothing. Let us go back. Are you sure it's nothing? Lu Zhihao questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. Let us head back. Your parents should be finishing work soon. Chen Zi nodded, feeling an unsettling emptiness within him. Could it be that everything was merely a figment of his imagination? Mega Sharpedo. Dodge now. The Super Mega Sharpedo narrowly evaded the ice beam fired by Kyurem. The battlefield had transformed entirely into a frigid realm. As far as the eye could see, the entire forest appeared to have succumbed to ice. Pokemon lay scattered across the ground, with only a handful still capable of fighting. Kyurem effortlessly swatted down Yangjiang's shiny Umbreon. Damn it! Yangjiang recalled his Pokemon. Can you still fight, Charizard? Huffing and puffing, Charizard struggled against the biting chill that threatened to extinguish the flames at the tip of its tail. It nodded weakly. Lurantis, one more time, Bloom Doom. Long Xingyang gritted his teeth. The Z-ring in his hand radiated light, converging upon Lurantis. Long Xingyang possessed two formidable trump cards, the Mega Evolving Sharpedo and the Z-move wielding Lurantis. Without a doubt, Mega Sharpedo's raw power was extraordinary, and post-Mega Evolution, it became even more formidable. Meanwhile, Lurantis in its regular form was no slouch. Its exclusive Z-move was a force to be reckoned with. Long Xingyang leaned against the side of Yangjiang. Mega Evolution and Z-moves drained a trainer's spirit. He had already unleashed a Z-move once, and attempting a second had begun to take its toll. Lurantis shimmered with light, beginning to leap in place as waves of energy shot forth from its mouth, targeting Kyurem. The attack struck home, causing Kyurem to sway slightly in midair. Under the onslaught from the Pokemon, Kyurem sustained some damage. However, it remained indifferent, its hollow eyes devoid of emotion. The remaining Pokemon were also showing signs of fatigue, and despair surged within them as they faced the relentless Kyurem. Devour! Kyurem lunged forward, seizing Lurantis, who had just executed a Z-move. Its eyes gleamed with intensity as Lurantis struggled desperately, ultimately succumbing and hanging limply. With a casual flick, Kyurem tossed Lurantis aside. For a brief moment, a flash of color appeared in its eyes, only to vanish just as quickly. Lurantis. Long Xingyang's eyes widened in anguish. Many Pokemon had suffered a similar fate at Kyurem's hands. He was unaware of what Kyurem had done to them. But witnessing Lurantis crumpled before him stirred a fierce resolve within him. Now, Kyurem had set its sights on Mega Sharpedo. Sharpedo, don't let it catch you. Charizard. Use Dragon Claw to stop it. Yangjiang shouted. Kyurem dove toward Sharpedo. Though Sharpedo attempted to evade, it was ultimately caught. In one swift motion, Kyurem swatted away Charizard's dragon claw and captured it as well. Kyurem's eyes flared with renewed intensity. At that moment, a burst of purple energy hurtled toward Kyurem's eyes. In pain, Kyurem released both Pokemon. Yangjiang and Long Xingyang exhaled in relief, turning to face the source of the attack. A colossal Dragonite sped toward them. An elder and a young girl leapt down from the massive Dragonite. The chief, Long Xingyang exclaimed. He then turned to the girl beside the chief, hesitating briefly before saying, Jiang Shirley. Jiang Shirley cast a glance at Yang Jiang, her voice cool and detached. Long Xingyang, where's Chen Zi? Chen Zi? Everyone present fell silent, bewildered. Who is Chen Zi? The one beside Long Bowie. Don't tell me you still haven't found them, Jiang Shirley said, a rare flicker of anger crossing her face. Roaring, Kyurem regained its composure and bellowed towards the group. I'll settle with you later. Jiang Shirley scoffed, fixing her gaze on Kyurem. Suddenly, Hudi emerged from behind her, radiating an aura of resolute power. Without the need for words, Hudi swiftly underwent Mega Evolution. Jiang Shirley tossed a purple seed toward Hudi. The power of Mega Hudi surged to new heights, exuding an oppressive aura that even momentarily stunned the previously fierce Kyurem. After a brief pause, Kyurem resumed its assault. Chapter 99, My Reality. What might the world become if it were devoid of Pokemon? Such a question had once been posed in the Pokemon realm. Chen Zi had provided an answer back then. Without Pokemon, the world would continue to function, remaining unchanged. The sun would rise and set as usual, and people would still toil for their livelihoods. The fundamental colors of this world would not shift. The inevitable injustices would persist. Humans would continue to err, crimes would be committed, and joy and sorrow would intertwine. It would merely be a world lacking Pokemon. Chen Zi was the most qualified individual to answer this question, for he hailed from a world devoid of Pokemon. He cherished the realm of Pokemon, yet he believed that even if he were to return to reality, he could come to terms with it. He had once thought so. Walking alone on the dimly lit streets, Chen Zi introspected, acknowledging his own selfishness. He had boundaries, hence he would never allow Pokemon to utilize harmful genetic enhancers. Yet, his actions mirrored those of others. Charmeleon and he were mismatched? It was merely an excuse for his failed breeding endeavors. On the path to becoming a champion, how many weak Pokemon had he shelved away, abandoned in the care facility? Without strategic breeding, how could he ascend to the throne of a champion? Ultimately, how many of his initial companions remained by his side? And among those currently with him, what remnants of his past Pokemon lingered? Chen Zi had evaded this question countless times until now, as he seemed to have returned to this world, the world devoid of Pokemon. He began to ponder. Had he truly taken the time to appreciate his Pokemon? Chen Zi had never changed. He remained the same trainer he had controlled in the game, pursuing individual values, striving for optimal species traits, maximizing effort value yields, and chasing the prestige of Pokemon supremacy. A quintessential trainer, relentlessly seeking power. This was the authentic Chen Zi. Was this my punishment? Chen Zi smiled wryly, murmuring, "This is my reality." Suddenly, a bright light entered Chen Zi's eyes. He looked up, and the once dark screen in the distance had unexpectedly lit up. Images began to flicker across the screen, the despondent figure of Charmander as it approached the nursery, the eager Pokemon in the daycare awaiting their trainer, and the battle-worn Pokemon forced to train on the training grounds. When TT smiled at him, he marveled at the extraordinary talent of the Eternal Flower. When Riolu sought his praise, he stroked Riolu's head while pondering how to refine its combat techniques. As he accepted the Pokeball containing the Steel Dragon from Zhang Mingkai, his mind was occupied with the benefits brought by the discovery of the Steel Bridge Dragon. And when he received the Pokeball of Ghastly from Granny Gong, he was overwhelmed with joy at having obtained a shiny Pokemon for free. A voice suddenly echoed, "Human, this is your reality." The voice was grave, imbued with inquiry and reproach. Chen Zi fell silent, staring blankly at the images on the screen. However, the screen abruptly darkened again, only to illuminate once more with a new sequence of images. In the nursery, a clumsy figure peered from behind a rock, observing Charmander until it was taken away by a new trainer. In the daycare, Chen Zi frequently appeared, bringing gifts that the Pokemon adored, spending countless nights in their company. On the training grounds, a figure rushed towards the Pokemon Center, cradling an unconscious Pokemon in a state of panic. When TT felt disheartened knowing that Pokemon could not speak human language, Chen Zi spent an entire afternoon helping her learn pronunciations, though in the end, TT still could not master them. When faced with the fierce Bujo mosquito, he entrusted TT and Riolu to Li Wei and resolutely dashed towards another destination. Upon learning that Yu chose to continue participating in the genius plan to grow stronger, his expression turned cold. "I must be an incompetent trainer. That night, after becoming the champion, Chen Zi, thoroughly intoxicated, collapsed amidst his Pokemon, repeatedly murmuring, "If there is a next life, I shall not allow you to suffer like this." The surrounding Pokemon gazed at Chen Zi with indulgence, their eyes brimming with affection for him. If you do not love Pokemon, how can Pokemon love you? This too is your reality. Undoubtedly, this is the true Chen Zi, an earnest and passionate trainer of Pokemon. Chen Zi, Chen Zi. In the distance, he faintly heard a voice. TT. No matter how faint, he could still recognize TT's voice, that familiar sound resonating deep within him. Chen Zi looked around. In the stillness of the night, he found no one, nor any trace of TT. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a rumbling sound echoed from afar. Chen Zi looked in that direction. A dump truck raced towards him through the night. Seeing the truck, Chen Zi smiled. "I found you." As the headlights gradually illuminated his figure. Like a moth drawn to a flame, Chen Zi opened his arms wide. "Your reality, I have embraced it." When he opened his eyes again, Chen Zi found himself in a pure white space. A colossal dragon stood before him, its white fur moving gracefully as if caressed by an unseen breeze. Its face resembled that of a white wolf, exuding a gentle beauty, yet its deep blue eyes held a resolute intensity. Reshiram quietly gazed at the human before it, a being that sparked its curiosity. From Reshiram, four distinct auras emanated, one of life, one of death, one of mystery, and another from its old friend, Kiram. Initially driven by mere curiosity to glimpse Chen Zi's inner world, Reshiram found itself captivated by the conflicts buried deep within him. This human, quite the enigma. Yet throughout this process, Reshiram recognized Chen Zi's qualification as a true hero. It discerned the root of his inner turmoil, guilt over Pokemon from his past life. Thus, Reshiram crafted the earlier scene as a meeting gift for this future authentic hero. At this moment, how could Chen Zi fail to comprehend Reshiram's earnest intentions? He turned to Reshiram and bowed deeply. "Thank you." "No need for thanks." Reshiram's voice resonated in Chen Zi's heart. "It is my duty. For you are the true hero I acknowledge." "A hero?" Chen Zi smiled bitterly. "I am unworthy of such a title. I am merely an ordinary person. Born to face adversity, you can hardly be deemed ordinary," Reshiram replied. "In 3 lifetimes as a human, you must know that this world is far from simple." Indeed, it already knew, Chen Zi thought to himself. "What can I do?" he inquired. "You need do nothing," Reshiram said. "For you are, in essence, a massive vortex. Just as you are now." At that moment, an image materialized before Chen Zi. In the vision, on a world of ice and snow, a massive dragon roared towards the heavens, while before it, a mega alakazam struggled to uphold its energy barrier. "Time is of the essence," Reshiram declared. "My hero, it is your time to shine." Chen Zi's vision once again plunged into darkness. Chapter 100, Reshiram vs. Kiram. In the frozen world, Kiram rested its claws against the purple barrier. The biting land shark had long since reverted to its original form, and Xian had returned to Yangzhang's Pokeball. All other Pokemon had lost their fighting capabilities, leaving only Alakazam desperately maintaining the energy barrier. Crack! The purple barrier began to shatter piece by piece. Jiang Shirley's face grew pale, as the one sharing mental energy with Alakazam. This was her first encounter with the sensation of mental exhaustion. "Damn it! What is drawing it in?" Jiang Shirley gritted her teeth. Before coming here, she had specifically obtained a mental seed from that existence, believing it would deter this legendary Pokemon. After all, Jiang Shirley had interacted with many of them. These legendary Pokemon were quite sensitive about their conditions, facing the impending catastrophe. Even they could fall with a single misstep. Yet Kiram seemed utterly unconcerned about its injuries, showing no intent to retreat even as it sustained damage from the mentally augmented Mega Alakazam's attacks. "How much longer?" Jiang Shirley asked, struggling. "We're almost at Misty Lake. Just hold on for a few more minutes." Long Jingyang responded. Jiang Shirley fell silent, focusing her mental energy on maintaining the barrier Alakazam had erected. However, given the speed at which the barrier was crumbling, it would likely be completely destroyed in under a minute. "There's no time left," Jiang Shirley said. She extended her hand, revealing the Z-Power ring on her wrist, preparing for a final desperate attempt. "Alakazam, transcend." Yet Jiang Shirley had already exhausted her strength for using Z-moves. She wavered beneath her feet, nearly collapsing. The energy barrier became unstable, flickering with light. Seizing the opportunity, Kiram raised its massive paw and struck the barrier. With a sharp crack, the energy barrier shattered, and Alakazam was sent flying. Kiram charged towards Hoodie, seizing it in its grasp. Jiang Shirley felt her mind enveloped by an overwhelming force, as if her very soul were being drawn away. Struggling against this immense pull, she found it nearly impossible to resist. In a moment of disorientation, she perceived herself separating from her corporeal form, soaring towards Kyurem's eyes. Jiang Shirley was engulfed by a tumultuous amalgamation of complex emotions. Is this the end? She murmured, yet she had not yet witnessed the final outcome. Reshiram, entwined with flames. A colossal blaze hurtled from the horizon, striking Kyurem's formidable body. With a pained cry, Kyurem plummeted to the ground. Hoodie was thrown high into the air, and Jiang Shirley's spirit was instantaneously returned to her physical form. She gazed dumbfounded at the disheveled Kyurem. This once mighty legendary Pokemon, despite facing an onslaught from numerous foes, had not shown a hint of weakness until now, when it was felled by a single attack. Such power was indeed formidable. Jiang Shirley turned to see the source of the attack. A magnificent white dragon blotted out the sun, advancing with unmatched majesty. With her keen eyesight, she immediately recognized the familiar figure atop the dragon, Chen Zi, the one she had been observing all along. The dragon team, Dr. Long, had arrived. A voice crackled over the intercom, asking about the boy beside him. Is he with Dr. Long? Long Xingyang, failing to notice the figure atop the white dragon, inquired. He, came a hesitant voice from the intercom. He is on his way to you. What? Long Xingyang, puzzled, just as Reshiram descended beside him. It lowered its head, and Chen Zi leaped down from its back. Chen Zi. Jiang Shirley approached, dragging herself forth. An outsider? Chen Zi chuckled. Jiang Shirley offered an awkward smile. Chen Zi's gaze swept over the assembled crowd before settling on the slowly rising Kyurem. Kyurem fixed its intense stare upon the white dragon, and despite the distance, Chen Zi could still hear its rapid breaths. Is it targeting you? Chen Zi spoke slowly. Reshiram's voice echoed. Zekrom is nowhere to be found. Its only target can be me. No sooner had Reshiram finished speaking than Chen Zi heard Kyurem's whisper, True, devour. Kyurem rushed towards them with alarming speed. Reshiram, engage hyperdrive. Chen Zi commanded. You certainly know your stuff, Reshiram teased, moving without delay. Its pristine tail radiated a crimson glow, a wave of heat dispersing into the surroundings. Jiang Shirley and the others felt no discomfort. The surrounding ice and snow melted away in an instant. As Kyurem lunged, Reshiram merely extended a dragon claw. Bang! The claw met Kyurem's ferocious assault, and a disdainful voice from Reshiram rang out. You dare confront me before fully recovering? Do you truly believe you can defeat me without Zekrom? Flames surged around the claw, swiftly enveloping Kyurem's massive form. Roar! Kyurem let out a pained scream, struggling to escape Reshiram's grasp. Reshiram held tightly to Kyurem's body. Spit it out. Having consumed so many souls, are you not afraid of a mental breakdown? With a swift motion, Reshiram struck Kyurem's head with its other claw. A force from the realm of the mind surged forth, striking Kyurem deep within. Kyurem's eyes dimmed as streams of light shot towards the Pokemon present. Trembling, those Pokemon struggled to rise, still shaken from the experience. Roar! Observing this, Kyurem felt an intensifying rage. Its body, which had finally begun to feel somewhat fulfilled, once again became hollow. With a powerful flap of its wings, Kyurem sought to unleash its fury upon Reshiram. Reshiram grunted as it absorbed Kyurem's attack. Despite Kyurem not being fully restored and weakened by the other Pokemon, it remained a formidable entity, inflicting significant damage upon Reshiram. From Reshiram's mouth, azure flames coalesced and shot towards Kyurem's immense form. Boom! The blue flames detonated, engulfing Kyurem. Reshiram released its claw, stepping back a pace. The azure flames awakened Kyurem, as reason triumphed over its deep-seated desire for the truth. In its current state, it was no match for Reshiram at its peak. Continuing on this path might even lead to its own consumption by Reshiram. It soared into the sky, rapidly fleeing into the distance. A rift in space tore open, and Kyurem vanished within. Chapter 101, The Keystone. Reshiram did not pursue, merely watching Kyurem depart. Once it was certain it could no longer sense Kyurem's presence, Reshiram exhaled in relief. Thankfully, I scared it away. Reshiram's voice resonated within Chen Zi's mind. If it had come to a confrontation, I would surely have been unable to contend with it. The creature is still too foolish. Had it been another deity, it would have deduced that I was not at my peak. So, you were merely bluffing? Chen Zi mused internally, seemingly inconspicuous. Zekrom and I battled it in the previous era, and we both sustained heavy losses. With its recovery abilities not yet fully restored, the same goes for me. Reshiram replied with resignation. Subsequently, Reshiram ascended into the sky, emanating a wave of energy that spread outwards, transforming the frozen world back to its original state. Casting a glance at the survivors, Reshiram then became a stream of light, entering Chen Zi's body. Witnessing this, the others gathered around. In the distance, several flying Pokemon approached, sent as reinforcements from the Dragon Nation. They had also witnessed the events unfold and were taken aback. Both the Pokemon that caused the 1,000-mile ice freeze and the one that restored it to its original state possessed terrifying strength. Even if they had joined the fray, it would have been but a drop in the ocean. Amidst their unease, they breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the seemingly unscathed individuals. What is the situation? The leader, Yun Xiao, who was also one of the badge holders, inquired. He was one of the heads of the Dragon Nation Trainer Association, nearly on par with Long Xingyang in strength. Long Xingyang's expression was complex. It seems to be resolved. That legendary Pokemon is the fabled frost dragon, Kyurem, which has now retreated into another dimension. You drove Kyurem away? This creature is possibly even more troublesome than Yveltal. Does it fear injury? Yin Xiao exclaimed, surprised. Jiang surely is present. Could it be that the one has regained their strength? The one? Chen Zi pondered silently. It must be Mew, Reincarnator's voice chimed in. When I arrived, I sensed Mew's aura emanating from that hoodie. Has it also sustained injuries while backed by the World Tree? The situation appears dire. Is Mew's power truly formidable? Chen Zi asked, curious. In truth, its strength is not particularly formidable. However, its symbiosis with the World Tree endows it with an energy reservoir that far surpasses what we, as Pokemon, can attain. Generally speaking, native legendary Pokemon tend not to provoke the likes of Mew, as exemplified by the previously mentioned Yveltal and the deranged Kyurem, both of whom would refrain from antagonizing Mew. Regardless of whether they could defeat it or not, they would still be repelled by the World Tree, a rather uncomfortable sensation. Chen Zi was suddenly enlightened by this revelation. At this juncture, it is imperative for you to pay a visit to Mew, lamented Reshiram. You have been marked by the Bird of Death, and Xerneas, in its current state, cannot assist you in removing this mark. You must seek the World Tree's aid. Your uniqueness is unparalleled, frankly, in my extensive existence. This is the first time I have encountered someone who has lived 3 lives. Reshiram expressed a hint of curiosity, adding that in your previous world, our existence appeared to be that of a game. By the way, it was precisely because Yveltal sensed the unique aura of death surrounding you that it fixated on you. What would happen if I were to fail to remove this mark? Chen Zi inquired with curiosity. That would be somewhat perilous. I cannot ascertain when Yveltal may re-emerge. Nor can I guarantee that I would be able to defeat it, Reshiram stated. Even if I could prevail, I might not be able to ensure your safety. Therefore, it is best to cleanse the mark. Chen Zi nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao had gleaned the events from the gathered individuals, occasionally casting peculiar glances at Chen Zi. It is no wonder Yin Xiao reacted this way. Anyone learning that a mere high school student had garnered the recognition of Reshiram would find their worldview somewhat shattered. What is this? Forget about the Elite Four or the champion. Should he be considered the president of the Trainer Association, the president would surely yield to him. It is ludicrous. Legendary Pokemon are merely the most powerful beings officially recognized within this world, limited to the few mythical Pokemon residing on the Alliance's headquarters, Tenjin Island. Even accounting for the hidden trump cards of various nations, this fully realized Reshiram would undoubtedly stand out among them. This is an authentic legendary Pokemon, after all. Yun Xiao approached Chen Zi, gazing at him with a hint of timidity, and said, Hello, Mr. Chen Zi. Thank you and your partner for resolving this crisis. Chen Zi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood the reason behind their demeanor. It is my duty, he replied. Seeing that Chen Zi was relatively amicable, Yun Xiao sighed in relief. The association will arrange a reward for you. Yun Xiao smiled. I wonder if you would be interested in a position within the Trainer Association? Cough, cough. Long Xingyang approached, placing a hand on Chen Zi's shoulder. Don't listen to him. Come join our ultimate cave search team. We need talents like you. Jiang surely remained contemplative nearby, saying nothing. No, thank you, Chen Zi replied with a smile. My experience is still too limited. I am not yet qualified for such positions. However, should you require assistance, feel free to summon me. Chen Zi was certainly not a selfless hero. Rather, after being acknowledged as a true hero by Reshiram, he recognized that he could not escape this enormous vortex. Instead of evading, it would be wiser to take a more proactive approach. As for positions, Chen Zi had no particular plans. He had his own aspirations, and given his demonstrated strength, the resources and benefits would be provided regardless of his wishes. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Zi then expressed his intention to further explore this mysterious realm. After all, he had yet to acquire the mysterious fruit or the coveted keystone he had longed for. Chen Zi inquired with Reshiram about the fruit. As expected, Reshiram was aware of its origins. This extraordinary fruit is, in fact, a product of the ideal energy extracted from Zekrom, combined with the enigmatic energy of this realm. Naturally, it is most abundant in the area where Zekrom once slumbered. As for the keystone, with a mere thought, Reshiram conjured a keystone into Chen Zi's hand. According to your past life's memories, It seems I did not locate the hero meant for me, which is why I left the keystone behind for a fated individual to discover. However, this keystone lacks any special attributes. It is merely an artifact left by the indigenous people of this island. Indigenous people? Are there natives in this mysterious realm? Chen Zi expressed his surprise. Subsequently, Hiram guided Chen Zi to the resting place of Zekrom. Chapter 102, The Unopened Mysterious Realm. Along the way, Hiram conversed with Chen Zi regarding the mysterious realm. The Tao Trio were not the creators of this realm, but rather, they had inadvertently stumbled into this space during a fierce battle. According to Hiram, when they first arrived in this space, its size was far greater than what is currently visible, and it even harbored its own civilization. Moreover, they sensed the presence of other legendary Pokemon within this realm. Thus, they refrained from engaging in a life-or-death struggle, fearing that unknown Pokemon might intervene and seize the advantage. Now that it has awakened again, which is to say, in the present, it no longer perceives the presence of those unknown Pokemon. Even Zekrom has seemingly vanished, leaving only a faint trace in the place where it once slumbered. Hiram could vaguely sense the aura of that alternate space at the edge of the hidden Dragon Island. It conjectured that this mysterious realm would undoubtedly expand in the future. Chen Zi was aware that certain realms could indeed expand, akin to the one located on Mount Everest within the Dragon Kingdom, which had grown from the size of a town to nearly that of a city. However, despite this, no new discoveries had been made. The Everest realm remained a blanket of snow, inhabited solely by extraordinarily powerful and aggressive Pokemon, with nothing else to be found. Chen Zi perceived a significant difference between this mysterious realm and Everest. As Hiram indicated, this realm had once harbored civilization. Chen Zi, uncertain whether it was due to his previous life's low rank or narrow perspective, had never heard of civilizations existing within other mysterious realms. Carefully examining the keystone in his hand, Chen Zi noted that in his past life, he had not paid much attention to it, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed polished, albeit with somewhat crude craftsmanship. Chen Zi surmised that the civilization's developmental level was likely not very advanced. Hiram transported Chen Zi to the resting place of Zekrom, an area strewn with rocks and marked by several conspicuous trees. Throughout the journey, Chen Zi had already caught glimpses of one or two such fruit-bearing trees, though none bore the mysterious fruits. However, within the rocky terrain, several trees had indeed grown fruits, with at least 5 or 6 hanging from each. Dismounting from Hiram, Chen Zi hurried to the trees. He carefully plucked a few fruits, releasing Ditto and the others from their pokeballs. Earlier, when facing Kyurem, Chen Zi had feared for their safety, hence keeping them contained. He distributed the mysterious fruits, one to each Pokemon, while storing the remaining fruits in a prepared box. Chen Zi only harvested fruits from 2 trees, leaving the rest for the inhabitants of Dragon Island. After all, he could not consume them all himself. After gifting 2 to Li Wei and Lu Zhihao each, the remainder would suffice for nurturing his future Pokemon. Several Pokemon, having acquired the fruit, were visibly salivating. Even disregarding its effects, the aroma of the fruit was incredibly enticing. Chen Zi found himself tempted to sample one, although it felt somewhat wasteful. Under Chen Zi's guidance, the Pokemon consumed the fruit, and soon after, they collapsed onto the ground, startling him momentarily as he feared he had chosen the wrong fruit. However, according to Hiram, this was a normal occurrence. You may partake as well, Hiram suggested. It would be beneficial for you too. Me? Perhaps not, Chen Zi laughed, feeling it would be a waste. Surely, he wouldn't be sent into battle like a trainer. Hiram insisted, it is not as you presume. I still recommend you consume one. It will aid you in the future. Chen Zi found it hard to conceive how eating this fruit could be of any use. Could it possibly unlock superpowers for him? Nevertheless, he held a strong trust in Hiram's words. Thus, he surrendered to his cravings, wiped the fruit clean, and took several bites. The fruit was indeed delectable, its flesh melting in his mouth without the need for chewing, transforming into a warm sensation that flowed into his body. With no seed to contend with, he finished it in just a few bites, left wanting more. However, as for any noticeable changes, Chen Zi didn't perceive much, aside from a slight warmth in his abdomen. He felt no unusual symptoms. He certainly did not faint as his Pokemon had. No effect? Chen Zi felt a bit embarrassed. Could it be that I am too inept? Hiram shook its head. That is the normal response. You will not succumb like a Pokemon. The ideal energy from Zekrom induces physical transformation in Pokemon, while for humans, it pertains to the mental realm. You will understand in time. Chen Zi nodded, somewhat comprehending. He and Hiram then stood vigil beside the 4 Pokemon. Lucario, Agron, and Ghastly awoke almost simultaneously. Upon regaining consciousness, Lucario's first action was to unleash its aura powers. Chen Zi felt a tangible wave of energy. With a glimmering blue light in its eyes and crackling sounds emanating from its body, Lucario was evidently transformed. As for Agron, its exterior shimmered with an enhanced metallic sheen, although no further changes were discernible. Meanwhile, upon awakening, Ghastly lunged toward Chen Zi. In the midst of its leap, Ghastly's form began to alter, sprouting two ghostly hands on either side. In a flash of evolution, when it landed in Chen Zi's embrace, it had transformed into Jengar. Chen Zi retrieved a sherry berry, skillfully popping it into his mouth, while accepting Jengar's affectionate lick. Glancing at TT, he noticed the other Pokemon had awakened. Yet TT remained unresponsive. Clutching the eternal flower, TT's brow was furrowed, as if ensnared in a nightmarish slumber. Pink and black energies intertwined around it, emanating two distinctly oppressive auras. This piqued Reshiram's curiosity. Having heard of the eternal flower, Reshiram recognized that this was not the first appearance of such a phenomenon in the world. However, encountering an eternal flower that simultaneously possessed both death and life energies was a novel experience. In Reshiram's memory, it recalled witnessing TT confront Yveltal. Perhaps even Yveltal had not anticipated that the eternal flower it faced would be one imbued with life energy. If that had been the extent of it, it would have sufficed, but this eternal flower had absorbed death energy, maintaining a symbiotic state. Any Pokemon, even legendary ones, would find such an accomplishment daunting. Just as Reshiram pondered, a blue light suddenly emanated from TT. How is this possible? Reshiram gasped, watching TT slowly levitate. Chapter 103, Ideal Energy. TT floated in midair, blue energy coalescing around it, gradually intertwining with the pre-existing pink and black energies. Reshiram's astonishment lingered, unyielding to Chen Zi's inquiries. Yet, Chen Zi could surmise that TT had likely grasped something extraordinary. Ideal energy? He inquired. Reshiram, with a complex expression, nodded, stating, "Your eternal flower has become somewhat extraordinary." Legendary Pokemon are revered precisely because their existence transcends that of ordinary Pokemon. The energy they wield is, with few exceptions, unattainable by any Pokemon aside from those akin to mythical beings. While the eternal flower may exhibit traits reminiscent of mythical Pokemon, its associated energy falls within the realm of death energy. Thus, Reshiram was already quite astonished upon realizing TT commanded both death and life energies. Yet, this could be rationalized, as these two energies can, on certain levels, transform into one another, at least in the hands of Xerneas and Yveltal. Just as ideal energy and real energy coexist, Reshiram, although a dragon of truth, was also capable of employing Zekram's techniques. However, TT merely encountered remnants of the ideal energy left by Zekram. Reshiram could distinctly sense that the ideal energy enveloping TT was generated from within it. What exactly was this eternal flower? Reshiram did not believe this was TT's limit. It sensed that if it infused TT with real energy, TT might unlock the application of real energy. As Reshiram contemplated, TT slowly opened its eyes. Its expression was serene, with a flicker of light in its gaze. Even Reshiram could feel a hint of pressure emanating from TT. After a moment, the light dissipated, and TT returned to its former self. It floated toward Chen Zi, landing in his embrace. Chen Zi, it called softly. Chen Zi looked at TT, noticing its timid demeanor as it struggled to articulate words. Although it appeared somewhat laborious, its pronunciation was impressively accurate. However, the crux of the matter lay not in the struggle, but in the fact that TT was speaking. Even Reshiram had communicated with him through telepathy. Previously, within the illusion crafted by Reshiram, Chen Zi had heard TT's voice, mistakenly believing it to be merely its inner thoughts. But now, it was evident that TT had genuinely acquired the ability to speak. Chen Zi felt a surge of joy for TT, as this could be considered a realization of its long-held aspiration. Reshiram, however, was more focused on the essence of TT's vocalization. As TT spoke, Reshiram could perceive the workings of ideal energy. Nevertheless, TT's command of this energy was not yet fully developed, hence the evident strain. "Your eternal flower exhibits remarkable talent," remarked Reshiram, though its application of energy remains rather rudimentary at this juncture. Chen Zi nodded in agreement. Even now, it seemed that TT was still unable to adeptly harness the energy of death, let alone the newly acquired ideal energy. It was akin to possessing a treasure trove, yet being unable to access it. "Come here, little one," Reshiram beckoned TT. The little creature leapt from Chen Zi's arms into Reshiram's outstretched hand. Reshiram closed his eyes, transmitting a series of thoughts through his being into TT's mind. TT shuddered as a wealth of knowledge flooded her consciousness. training methods for energy manipulation gleaned from Reshiram's extensive experience over the ages. The little one felt slightly dazed and collapsed into Chen Zi's embrace. Allow her a moment to process, Reshiram suggested. In due course. Practice according to the methods I have imparted. Chen Zi nodded in understanding. Subsequently, he returned TT to her Pokeball and, with Reshiram, soared towards Dragon Island. Thus, Chen Zi's plans crystallized. During a video conference, a serious-looking elder of extraordinary demeanor addressed the assembly. This elder was none other than Hua Xiaobing, the president of the Dragon Kingdom Trainer Association, a figure known to nearly all within the realm. Upon returning to Dragon Island, Yun Xiao promptly briefed Hua Xiaobing on Chen Zi's circumstances. In response, Hua Xiaobing convened an emergency meeting to deliberate on Chen Zi. The participants of this meeting were individuals at the pinnacle of power and influence within the Dragon Kingdom. However, the discussions unfolded without undue fervor. Once it became clear that Reshiram had formed a bond with Chen Zi, few would be foolish enough to employ rigid strategies against him. Ultimately, the consensus was to refrain from interfering with Chen Zi's actions, striving to accommodate his requests, and avoiding disturbances unless absolutely necessary. In 2 words, they resolved to grant him freedom. After all, this situation illuminated that Chen Zi was neither irresponsible nor a reckless individual intoxicated by newfound power. Hua Xiaobing believed that many matters would resolve themselves without needing to trouble Chen Zi, as he would likely seek them out on his own. Thus, the best course of action for the Dragon Kingdom was non-interference. After all, should negotiations falter, who would bear the brunt of Reshiram's wrath? While the Dragon Kingdom was not entirely powerless against legendary Pokémon, who would wish to expend vast national resources to provoke an ally. Nevertheless, there remained one matter to discuss with Chen Zi, the necessity of concealing Reshiram's existence as much as possible. Though, under the current circumstances, it could be argued that nations should present a united front. Human nature dictates that internal strife is inevitable. In dealings with other nations, Chen Zi could serve as a trump card. Thus, the later others learned of his capabilities, the better. Upon Chen Zi's return, Yun Xiao conveyed these sentiments. Chen Zi, being a person of modest demeanor, understood well that the fewer individuals who knew of Reshiram's presence, the better. Consequently, both parties amicably reached an agreement. Yun Xiao dutifully reported back, leaving only Jiang Shirley present, as Long Xingyang was occupied with his own matters. Recalling Reshiram's words, Chen Zi approached Jiang Shirley with a request. Jiang Shirley, the entity behind your spirit realm must be Mew, correct? Chen Zi inquired. Prepared for such a question, Jiang Shirley had already activated a psychic seed, aware that Reshiram would be capable of perceiving Mew's presence behind Chen Zi. Indeed, it is Mew, Jiang Shirley confirmed, readily conceding. May I have the opportunity to meet it? Chen Zi asked, seeking Mew's assistance with a certain task. Jiang Shirley frowned. Actually, you were destined to meet Mew, but the timing is not yet right. Not the right time? Chen Zi replied, perplexed. To put it plainly, Mew is currently in a less than favorable state, akin to a meditative retreat, Jiang Shirley explained. The psychic seeds were left behind before its seclusion, as it foresaw that a significant event would unfold. Pausing, Jiang Shirley continued, in truth, I misled you initially. I did not venture forth for the sake of the Genius Project. Rather, it was Mew's prophecy regarding your emergence that prompted me to seek a meeting with you. Chen Zi had long suspected as much. He would never believe that Jiang Shirley acted without ulterior motives, especially after discerning her true prowess. Clearly, a mere insignificant figure in the Genius Project would not warrant her personal involvement. Chapter 104. The return home thus concluded Chen Zi's sojourn in the Fog City. What began as a mere quest to acquire a keystone and perhaps procure a few mysterious fruits culminated in an unexpectedly dramatic finale. After toying with the dragon tooth gifted by the Yulong family, Chen Zi casually tossed it to the aluminum steel dragon, as the pure dragon-type energy would aid in its swift acquisition of new skills. Reshiram had firmly established its presence in Chen Zi's heart. Yet, Chen Zi felt somewhat uneasy. For whatever he contemplated, Reshiram could hear his innermost thoughts. However, reflecting on the fact that no secrets remained between himself and Reshiram, he found solace in this realization. Well then, if you wish to listen, so be it, he acquiesced. During the flight home, Reshiram marveled at the advancements humanity had made over the years. This contraption known as an airplane is quite impressive, Reshiram remarked. Its transportation efficiency surpasses that of ordinary Pokémon by a significant margin. It is truly remarkable how humans devise such innovations. Indeed, having flying Pokémon is quite convenient, Chen Zi replied. As long as we remain below the flight ceiling and possess a flight permit, we can travel wherever we desire. Chen Zi was already contemplating which flying Pokémon to capture next. considering that Res Hiram could not be released indiscriminately. Several hours later, Chen Zi returned to Tianhai City. Gazing upon the familiar surroundings, he felt an uncanny sense of dislocation, despite having been away for merely a few days. Upon opening the door to his home, he found AI Guanshi engrossed in an episode of The Call of the Canine. Li Shuai-ro and Chun Jianguo were absent, as it was still working hours. As for the events of the past few days, Chen Zi refrained from disclosing them to his parents, recognizing that their knowledge would change nothing and would only serve to increase their worries. The Dragon Kingdom's officials, too, had sealed off the development of the hidden Dragon Island, just as in his previous life. Before departing, Chen Zi had made a point to remind Yun Xiao about the mysterious fruits and had shared Rishiram's information regarding the secret realms with the Dragon Kingdom's officials. Consequently, no announcements regarding the opening of the secret realms had yet been made. However, it was anticipated that Dragon Island would soon be bustling with activity, as many from other nations would likely be keeping a watchful eye on the area. After all, Chen Zi had witnessed such spectacles in his past life. During the opening of the underwater cave secret realm within the Dragon Kingdom's territory, assigned to patrol nearby, he had encountered numerous trainers from foreign lands each day. Yet, such matters were no longer his concern, as he was merely a high school student. After a brief rest, Chen Zi set off for school. It was only 3 in the afternoon, leaving ample time before classes concluded. He intended to deliver the fruits to Lu Zhihao. While he could have waited for Lu Zhihao to return, Chen Zi was eager to discreetly gauge Lu Zhihao's condition. Chen Zi entered the campus without any hindrance, for his visage was well known at Tianhai 4th High School. He had secured the coveted first place nationwide. The principal was grinning from ear to ear. On the very day the results were announced, he had intended to treat Chen Zi and his companions to a sumptuous meal, but Chen Zi declined, citing his obligation to accompany his parents. This remarkable achievement of being the top student had indeed elevated the reputation of Tianhai 4th High School. One must not underestimate the influence of celebrity. Several academic prodigies from various district middle schools had already reached out to Tianhai 4th, expressing their desire to apply for admission. The security guard, of course, recognized Chen Zi and warmly allowed him entry. Chen Zi made a beeline for the training grounds. It was the afternoon, indicating that it was time for their practical training session. Lu Zhihao and his peers were likely outdoors at the training field. From a distance, Chen Zi quickly spotted Lu Zhihao, who was being put through his paces by Li Li. Since Chen Zi and Li Wei had departed, Lu Zhihao had seamlessly stepped into the role of the class leader. Li Li, however, had not left with Li Wei. The bonds forged over the past 6 months had fostered a certain affection for the class. His intention was simply to guide them to graduation. Wow. Li Li was currently demonstrating with Lu Zhihao when he heard a commotion from the crowd below, causing him to furrow his brow in curiosity. What is going on? Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of Chen Zi approaching, and it all clicked into place. You rascal, why aren't you training properly? What brings you back? Li Li chuckled. He was genuinely astonished by Chen Zi. Initially, he thought him merely a gifted prodigy, but Chen Zi's performance continuously shattered Li Li's expectations. Until now, with Chen Zi claiming the top spot, Li Li, unlike an ordinary teacher, recognized the immense value of such an achievement. After all, Chen Zi had faced opponents equipped with the most elite resources. Take Li Wei, for instance. Although his employer intended for him to grow independently, the limited resources provided were far beyond what an ordinary family could fathom. With a smile, Chen Zi said, Coach, I need to speak with Lu Zhihao about something. Without inquiring further, Li Li waved him off. Go on, and be quick about it. Chen Zi then pulled the bewildered Lu Zhihao aside. Casually, he handed Lu Zhihao a box and explained the effects of the mysterious fruit within. Lu Zhihao was momentarily taken aback. Where did you acquire this? It's too precious. I can't accept it. He pushed the box back, believing that, given their close relationship, Chen Zi was more deserving of such a gift. Shaking his head, Chen Zi insisted, My Pokemon have already consumed some, and I've saved enough for the others. Just take it. Lu Zhihao hesitated, wanting to voice his objections. There's no room for buts, Chen Zi interjected. If you eat this and still fail to get into a prestigious school like Magic City University, you'll be in for quite the embarrassment. After some back and forth, Lu Zhihao reluctantly accepted the fruit. Have you come across any news about gene potions? Didn't you say they could be harmful to Pokemon? How come they're on the market? Lu Zhihao queried. That is not your concern, Chen Zi replied. Just remember, under no circumstances should Pokemon come into contact with such substances. Lu Zhihao nodded in agreement. Not wishing to linger, Chen Zi returned Lu Zhihao to the group. After bidding farewell to Li Li, he exited the school grounds. Initially contemplating training a bit longer at school, He ultimately opted to return home upon noticing the training fields were nearly occupied. After all, it was nearly time for his parents to finish work. So Chen Zi decided to grant himself and his Pokemon a well-deserved break. Chapter 105. Butterfly Li Shuai-Ro was once again working overtime. Chen Zi had grown accustomed to this, and after sharing a meal with his father, he resumed his customary position on the couch, idly watching Detective Tutu Dog with Atan. Reshiram joined him, occasionally marveling at the clever antics of Tutu Dog. One could hardly ignore the fact that Miss Adventure Skirt had already concluded its broadcast, while Detective Tutu Dog seemed poised to air for hundreds more episodes, potentially spawning several feature films. As Chen Zi voiced his thoughts, he heard the sound of the door opening. Li Shuai-Ro appeared, visibly fatigued, and sank onto the couch. Is it always this hectic after being promoted to leadership? Chen Zi inquired. Indeed, ever since Li Shuai-Ro's promotion, her workload had increased significantly. Rubbing her temples, she sighed. There has been an overwhelming surge of tasks lately. News from the capital indicates a potential lockdown. All city police have been mobilized, and many are voicing their complaints. It seems they need to expand recruitment this year, or else they won't be able to cope. Lockdown. Is it related to the recent terrorist attacks? Chen Jiangua asked, intrigued. Indeed, Li Shuai-Ro replied. Those terrorists are truly extreme, obliterating entire villages and towns without hesitation. Chen Zi furrowed his brow. Having been on the secret Dragon Island recently, he hadn't kept up with the news. However, he recalled that in his previous life, this period was relatively peaceful. At least, he didn't recall any instances of lockdowns. The term terrorist triggered a realization in Chen Zi. It likely had connections to the Ultra Wormhole, as organizations related to it often attributed attacks to terrorist activities. Returning to his room, he sent a message to Jiang Shirley, inquiring if there had been any recent developments. Jiang Shirley did not respond immediately, prompting Chen Zi to log onto a long-neglected website, World Ultra. If there was any information related to the Ultra Wormhole, it would surely be found here. Upon logging in, he was greeted by the homepage's headline. Longtian Village in Japan vanishes without a trace. The Devourer King strikes again. Chen Zi felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. This was not merely a coincidence. A similar incident had occurred in his past life. At that time, he had just become an investigator, and the Devourer King's case had left a profound impression on him. This was the first instance when the Ultra Wormhole had nearly been exposed to public scrutiny. Clicking on the video on the homepage, he witnessed the Devourer King, towering and ominous, advancing toward Longtian Village, casting an immense shadow that instilled a sense of dread. People screamed and fled, yet none could escape the gaping maw of the Devourer King. Even the cameraman struggled to maintain stability, nearly being drawn in. The scene was eerily familiar. The oppressive atmosphere unmistakable. Chen Zi would never forget. But wasn't this supposed to occur years later? Why was the Devourer King appearing now? Could it be due to his own actions? Indeed, Reshiram's voice resonated. You have unintentionally altered far too much. If it were merely trivial matters, the impact would be negligible. However, whether it be Yveltal or myself and Kuram, such changes cannot be overlooked. Reshiram continued. The causal threads of this world are no longer as they were in your past life. Future events will diverge increasingly from your memories. Before long, Jiang Shirley responded to his message. She meticulously compiled the information regarding the gluttonous king that had emerged over the past few days and sent it to Chen Zi. Upon reviewing it, Chen Zi noted some discrepancies compared to his previous life. In his former existence, the gluttonous king had never encroached upon the territories of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet this time it had made its presence felt on Chong Island. Within a mere 3 days, numerous areas had suffered, with the total death toll nearing 1,000. Had this been in the past, Chen Zi might have felt some trepidation. However, now he was accompanied by Reshiram, rendering any number of gluttonous kings merely a triviality. Yet, he felt somewhat powerless to assist others. He recalled that the ultimate lair of the gluttonous king was notoriously unpredictable, with the technological capabilities of his previous era. Predictions could only be made a mere 10 minutes before the lair's opening, not to mention the current circumstances, even if Chen Zi wished to offer aid. If the distance was considerable, by the time he arrived, the situation would likely have already reached its conclusion. This incident planted a seed of thought in Chen Zi's mind, prompting him to reconsider his reliance on foresight. He wondered if future secret realms would also open prematurely. A butterfly in South America flapping its wings could potentially trigger a tornado in Texas. Chen Zi was that butterfly. Martial law in the Dragon Kingdom persisted for over 2 months. Fortunately, during this period, Chen Zi did not hear of any further terrorist attacks within the kingdom. The gluttonous king gradually faded from the public eye, and, much like in his previous life, the situation ended rather inexplicably. No one knew where the remaining gluttonous kings had vanished to. For Chen Zi, life had returned to a state of tranquility. He continued his training as usual. But with Reshiram by his side, he was able to offer remarkably insightful advice to the other Pokemon. In summary, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Throughout this time, the Steel Dragon was still honing its skills, perhaps due to the candies it had consumed or Reshiram's guidance. Its learning pace was astonishing, mastering a skill almost every week. Lucario was continually refining its physical prowess and speed, its natural aptitude for velocity, even garnering admiration from Reshiram. Meanwhile, Gengar, the Pokemon in the team closest in talent to TT, was rapidly increasing its energy levels as if it were merely drinking water, gradually catching up to the other Pokemon in the team. Conversely, TT seemed to be experiencing a bottleneck. It could not yet master the energy of death proficiently, remaining stagnant since before their journey to the secret Dragon Island. In contrast, TT's comprehension of life energy and ideal energy deepened significantly, with numerous applications being developed. For instance, life energy was no longer solely a means of attack, but had evolved into a dual-purpose form of energy that could heal as well as a pure energy release. Both ideal energy and life energy were similar, unleashing powerful energy assaults. However, the alternative application of ideal energy significantly compensated for TT's limited offensive capabilities. When utilizing ideal energy, TT could simulate attacks of any attribute, and this method consumed far less energy than direct usage. Notably, according to Reshiram, Zekrom would likely not be able to employ such techniques, regardless of whether it was life and death energy or ideal energy. All were transformed from the energy reserves of the eternal flower itself. Reshiram had attempted to analyze the principles of this energy conversion, but yielded no results. When it tried to infuse its true energy into TT's body, it overflowed like a filled container. Reshiram speculated that there must be a limit to the types of energy reserves. Nevertheless, this discovery relieved it. If it were capable of absorbing any energy without restriction, that would be rather excessive. After all, who was the legendary Pokemon here, it mused. Chapter 106, A Journey to Chong Island. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was June. High school seniors across the provinces and cities of the Dragon Kingdom were about to face a pivotal moment that could determine their destinies, the college entrance examination. However, this held little significance for Chen Zi, as he had already secured a recommendation for admission. At this moment, he received an invitation from Li Wei, inviting him to Chong Island to partake in their renowned Chongming Festival. Chen Zi learned that Li Wei's hometown was indeed Chong Island, one of the 3 islands. Li Wei arranged for Chen Zi's flight, which was scheduled to depart on the very day of the exam. After bidding a cheerful farewell to Lu Zhihao, he boarded the plane bound for Chong Island. Chong Island is located to the southeast of the Dragon Kingdom mainland, its area comparable to Jiang Province, making it the second largest island in the kingdom. The largest is South Island, which is also the most economically developed. The third island is West Island, rich in minerals and primarily focused on the mining industry, developing heavy industry. Chen Zi had a profound impression of Chong Island from his previous life. It was the birthplace of the largest sect in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the Phoenix King sect. Indeed, although legendary Pokemon are often unknown to the world, some have left behind tales of their existence, such as the Phoenix King and its entourage, or the sky pillar-dwelling Rayquaza, as well as the legendary birds, among others. The so-called Chongming Festival is an annual grand ceremony held by the people of Chong Island to worship the Phoenix King, seeking prosperity for the year ahead. It regularly attracts visitors from afar, featuring Pokemon battles where victors receive both monetary rewards and blessings from the Phoenix King. Chen Zi was not particularly drawn to this aspect. Rather, he found himself bored at home and had not seen Li Wei in quite some time. He also intended to bring some mysterious fruit for Li Wei. As for Lu Zhihao, Chen Zi felt no concern. After consuming the mysterious fruit, even a pig could soar, let alone Lu Zhihao's 2 Pokemon, which already possessed commendable strength and talent. Now, they could easily hold their own against most Pokemon from the Ruichuan training camp. While it might not guarantee admission to the Magic Capital University or the Imperial Capital University, other institutions were still quite achievable. TT, level 45. Lucario, level 48. Steel Dragon, level 46. Gengar, level 38. After several months, the apparent changes in levels seemed minimal. However, as Pokemon levels become increasingly difficult to elevate at higher tiers, such progress is indeed remarkable. This is particularly true given that Chen Zi's Pokemon had focused primarily on skill training. No wonder people in his previous life were so enamored with the mysterious fruit. While aboard the flight to Chong Island, Chen Zi suddenly recalled that Chong Island had previously been a site of the gluttonous king's appearance. Fortunately, Nothing untoward had happened to Li Wei. Chen Zi remembered how Li Wei had inexplicably vanished in his past life. Yet, with his butterfly effect fervently flapping its wings, perhaps he had already altered Li Wei's fate. As the plane gradually approached Chong Island, Chen Zi gazed down and spotted a corner of the island, with clusters of houses scattered across the landscape. Although Chong Island boasts a relatively advanced economy, its level of urbanization pales in comparison to many cities on the mainland. The inhabitants of Chong Island exhibit a pronounced preference for a more traditional way of life, reminiscent of the island regions in the western hemisphere of Blue Star. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the more prosperous areas of Chong Island are indeed quite vibrant. For instance, the vicinity surrounding the airport where Chen Zi has just landed represents the most bustling urban district of Chong Island. Li Wei had also arrived early at the airport to await his arrival. His striking appearance and aloof demeanor made him stand out amidst the crowd. However, Chen Zi was acutely aware that this was merely a facade. Yet, the present Li Wei exuded a subtly different aura, as if he had matured somewhat. Li Wei, in turn, noticed him, his eyes gleaming with a spark of eagerness, a familiar glint that belonged to a seasoned trainer. Goodness, already contemplating a battle upon their first encounter. Shall we? Chen Zi inquired. Let us go, Li Wei replied, instantly grasping Chen Zi's intent. Without even stowing away his luggage, Li Wei led Chen Zi towards the battle arena within the airport. Indeed, whether at train stations, bus terminals, or airports, battle arenas are established to offer entertainment for those waiting. At that moment, the arena was unoccupied, allowing Chen Zi to set his luggage aside and join Li Wei in the arena. Chen Zi harbored a flicker of anticipation, for during this interval, his Pokemon had made remarkable progress, akin to leaps and bounds. If Li Wei had not acquired some extraordinary abilities, this battle might likely end in a crushing victory for Chen Zi. He eagerly anticipated the astonished expression on Li Wei's face. One round to determine the victor? Chen Zi proposed. Li Wei nodded. The driver is waiting outside. We must be swift. Chen Zi acknowledged with a nod, reaching for the Pokeball at his waist. Their gazes met for a brief moment before he hurled the Pokeball into the air. Li Wei sent forth his initial Pokemon, Galade, while Chen Zi summoned his Lucario. Has it evolved? Li Wei murmured. Lucario did not wait for Chen Zi's command and had already vanished from sight. Li Wei's pupils constricted. Although he had previously experienced Lucario's speed during its real days, he was astonished at how much more remarkable its velocity had become in just a few months. Defend. Li Wei reacted swiftly. Galade's speed was commendable as it raised its arms defensively. The protective barrier began to shimmer. Yet the fleeting figure struck Galade's arms before the barrier could fully materialize. With a resounding thud, Galade was pushed back 2 steps. Lucario flickered once more, reappearing in front of Galade almost instantaneously. In the next moment, it materialized behind Galade and delivered another punch to its back. Galade, don't panic. Use your psychic power to track its position, Li Wei urged. Although Lucario's swift assault had caught Galade off guard, the force was still within Galade's capacity to withstand. Galade resolutely allowed Lucario's blows to rain down upon it, standing steadfast. Lucario, create some distance, Chen Zi instructed, sensing a strategic shift in Galade's approach. At that moment, remaining stationary while the enemy did was the most prudent choice. However, before Chen Zi could finish his sentence, Galade opened its eyes. Its psychic power instantly locked onto Lucario, who was attempting to retreat. Lucario hesitated momentarily but quickly broke free from Galade's psychic grasp. Yet, that brief pause was sufficient as Galade advanced, its arms radiating a purple glow that drew the attention of passers-by. Psycho Cut. A confident smile graced Li Wei's face. Checkmate, Chen Zi. Chapter 107. Combination and Strike. Faced with Galade's Psycho Cut, Lucario's fur bristled in alarm. The aura conveyed an incredibly intense warning, prompting Lucario to instinctively roll to the side. However, the corporeal Psycho Cut was swifter, reaching Lucario in an instant. In a flash, Lucario experienced a powerful force propelling it towards the edge of the battle arena, eliciting gasps from the audience. Was that instantaneous? What kind of terrifying power is this? Chen Zi felt astonished as he observed Galade. This strike had a certain ineffable elegance to it. Is this your progress? Chen Zi mused. Li Wei had certainly surprised him greatly. He had thought their recent separation would lead to a considerable gap in their skills, yet Li Wei had managed to keep pace with Chen Zi's development. It appeared that Li Wei's specialized training was no trivial matter. At that moment, Reshiram spoke. This Galade bears the essence of a legendary Pokemon. What? Chen Zi was taken aback. Another legendary Pokemon? When did they become so commonplace? It's that bear, Reshiram remarked, the one-hit martial arts bear master. No wonder Galade's attack exuded such a formidable pressure. However, To think that this would suffice to defeat Lucario would be an underestimation of its capabilities. Amidst the attentive gazes of onlookers, Lucario gradually rose to its feet. Although the battle was far from over, its movements were evidently more labored than at the outset. Lucario, circle around and avoid being hit, Chen Zi commanded. Lucario's eyes gleamed a deep blue as the aura enveloped the arena, revealing everything within its sight. The might of the aura guardian manifested in that moment. Galade, continue, Li Wei ordered. Galade prepared to employ the same tactic, intending to use its psychic power in conjunction with its psycho cut to unleash a combination attack. However, with the enhancement of the aura, Lucario's reaction speed had increased exponentially. Before the psychic force could be deployed, Lucario vanished from sight. Watch your back, Li Wei shouted. Yet, Lucario did not materialize near Galade. Instead, it appeared at a distance. Could it be? Quick, evade, Li Wei yelled. Galade dodged to the side, just as a blue aura sphere landed where it had been. Galade turned to Lucario's location, only to see Lucario transform into a fleeting shadow, disappearing before Galade's eyes. Behind you, Li Wei shouted. Galade pivoted, raising its arms to block Lucario's next aura sphere. It attempted to deploy its psychic power, but due to the positioning, it consistently lost track of Lucario just as it was about to strike. To capture Lucario, it would require anticipating its movements. Each time Lucario attacked, it would swiftly reposition itself behind Galade to launch another strike. This meant that by confining the psychic power to the area behind Galade, Lucario could be ensnared. As Lucario reappeared, Li Wei urgently called out, Galade, defend. The protective barrier easily absorbed Lucario's aura sphere. With one attempt thwarted, Lucario vanished again. Now, restrict its movements within the semicircular area behind you using psychic power. Iluri enveloped the area behind him with an immense psychic force, ensuring that if Lucario were to enter, he would inevitably be detected. A cunning smile spread across Chen Zi's face. The trap had been set. Unbeknownst to them, Lucario had already appeared before Iluri, his fist radiating with a brown aura of fighting-type energy. Lucario unleashed a revival blow, striking Iluri unawares, sending him hurtling backward. Unlike Lucario, Iluri was not as resilient. That single blow rendered him incapacitated on the ground. Lucario, panting heavily, knelt on the arena floor, clearly exhausted both physically and mentally. In fact, had he managed to stall for a little longer, victory might have belonged to Iluri. However, the psychological battle was paramount, and Iluri had been seeking the perfect moment to deliver a fatal strike to Lucario. Thus, Lucario deliberately feigned a weakness, consistently maneuvering behind Iluri, waiting for him to expend his psychic energy, which was essential for his survival. Chen Zi gently embraced Lucario, returning him to his pokeball. While Li Wei did the same with Iluri. You have triumphed, Li Wei remarked, his demeanor surprisingly devoid of sorrow. You've made remarkable progress these past months, Chen Zi noted. It's the training at home, Li Wei replied nonchalantly. But you, it seems you have encountered some fortuitous adventures recently. With such a formidable background, you must have befriended legendary Pokemon, Chen Zi mused. Hee, it's nothing much, just wandering about. Chen Zi scratched his head. Is that so? Li Wei smiled, then produced his phone, waving it in front of Chen Zi. In that fleeting moment, Chen Zi glimpsed a photograph of himself alongside Reshiram. Wow, Chen Zi was genuinely astonished. This was information not commonly known. Aside from those present as witnesses at the time, only a select few at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom were privy to such truths. Yet, upon realizing that Li Wei was indeed someone capable of summoning legendary Pokemon, Chen Zi felt a sense of relief. Li Wei gestured for silence, leading Chen Zi off the stage. We will discuss certain matters later, Li Wei stated. The two then made their way towards the airport. Once settled in the car, Reshiram's voice resonated in Chen Zi's mind. Your friend bears the scent of the Ultra Wormhole, Reshiram stated gravely. He has been marked by the Ultra Beast. Chen Zi gasped. What does that mean? Is there a way to remove it? Reshiram continued. Removing it would be futile. The mark indicates that the Ultra Beast has likely locked onto his location. Chen Zi glanced anxiously at Li Wei. Could this be the reason for Li Wei's premature demise in his former life? Li Wei noticed the scrutiny and asked, what is it? Chen Zi glanced at the driver in the front seat. It's nothing. He is a trustworthy individual, Li Wei reassured him. There's no need to conceal anything from him. He is aware of Reshiram's existence. Seeing this, Chen Zi no longer hesitated and spoke up. Li Wei, you have been marked by an Ultra Beast. Expecting at least a modicum of surprise from Li Wei, Chen Zi was taken aback when Li Wei simply replied, Oh, I know. You know? Chen Zi was astonished. Then what about? Li Wei did not immediately answer, instead stating, Chen Zi, my Iluri has been trained by the martial master bear. Chen Zi paused momentarily, I know, Reshiram informed me. What is your point? We should be concerned about. I plan to recommend your Lucario for training as well, Li Wei interjected. It is well suited for the martial master bear's techniques. Now Chen Zi felt a surge of urgency. Chen Zi, this is our family's destiny, Li Wei stated matter-of-factly. Chapter 108, The Destiny of the Li Family. The destiny of the Li family? What does that mean? Chen Zi asked, bewildered. Allow me to clarify, the driver interjected. I believe I hold more insight into this matter. Li Wei nodded in agreement. Mr. Cui Dongshan indeed possesses greater authority on this subject. Cui Dongshan. Chen Zi was taken aback, scrutinizing the driver closely. The name was all too familiar, as a member of the original Ultra Search team. Tales of their exploits still circulated within the current Ultra Investigation team. Could it be that Li Wei's father was him? Chen Zi suddenly recalled a figure shrouded in mystery, codenamed Leader. Leader was the inaugural captain of the Dragon Kingdom's Ultra Search team, with few knowing his true name. The original Ultra Search team was a legendary group, comprising just 6 individuals who, without any protection, delved into the heart of the Ultra Nest, dismantling the lair from which a particular Ultra Beast had originated. What does it mean to face a Mother Nest? In a typical activated Ultra space, a handful of Ultra Beasts may emerge, typically numbering in single digits. In contrast, an Ultra Mother Nest is entirely dominated by Ultra Beasts. Nowadays, should any fluctuations resembling those of an Ultra Mother Nest be detected in an impending Ultra space, the highest alarms would immediately sound. It was a crisis that could pose a threat to the entire nation, akin to the encounter with Kyurem, where 6 individuals confronted nearly 100 Ultra Beasts. To this day, Chen Zi remained baffled as to how such a feat was accomplished unless aided by a legendary Pokemon. Most astonishingly, the original 6 had all emerged unscathed, with none perishing in the ordeal. After syncing with Chen Zi's thoughts, Reshiram also expressed confusion. It was important to note that even it found it challenging to contend with such a multitude of Ultra Beasts. Cui Dongshan recounted the tale slowly. Li Wei's father is Fall, not only him, but every descendant of the Li family, upon reaching the age of 20, will inherit this fate. Chen Zi was startled. It was the first time he had heard that such a phenomenon could be hereditary. It may stem from a curse of causality, Reshiram explained. Certain Ultra Beasts, upon attaining a particular level of power, may possess such capabilities. However, this fall, or rather, it should not be termed as such, resembles more of a curse. Cui Dongshan elaborated. This peculiar curse vanishes after a single occurrence, yet shortly thereafter, it re-emerges. Li Wei's marking occurred just last night. Chen Zi inquired. Is there any pattern to it? Cui Dongshan shook his head. None. The timing of its manifestation is entirely erratic. I had not intended to come here, but upon receiving abnormal readings from the sensor on Li Wei, I felt compelled to be by his side to address any unforeseen circumstances. Chen Zi nodded in understanding. However, with him and Reshiram present, unless Necrozma emerged from the Ultra Wormhole, it would be exceedingly difficult to claim Li Wei's life. Do not let your guard down. Cui Dongshan cautioned. The activation of these Ultra Wormholes is remarkably random, nearly impossible to predict, and they open at an alarming speed, often catching one off guard. Li Wei calmly interjected, a cousin of mine, despite having a powerful Jengar guarding him in the shadows, was still caught off guard and struck down by a sudden explosion from a muscle mosquito. This scene felt hauntingly familiar to Chen Zi. However, if that is the case, it indeed poses a dilemma. While he harbored confidence that Reshiram would sense something amiss before the ultimate cave was opened, he found it challenging to be present each time Levi was marked. Initially, it was manageable. Levi remarked that in the first few attacks, they were still within a solvable range. However, as time progressed, the Pokemon launching attacks grew increasingly formidable. My cousin met his demise at the age of 30. Or rather, none from the Levi family of this generation have lived past 30, Levi explained. Thus, my invitation for you this time was merely to have you witness the Chongming Festival. I had no intention of relying on you to navigate through difficulties. It just so happened that we stumbled upon this predicament. Isn't your affair my affair? Chen Zi retorted with a hint of displeasure. Moreover, should such circumstances arise again in the future, you must summon me. Levi nodded in agreement, aware that Chen Zi would indeed act in the same manner were their positions reversed. Soon, the vehicle arrived beside a villa on the outskirts. The villa was exceedingly spacious, devoid of even a single servant. Levi, cognizant of his situation, had granted the staff a day off in advance to avoid disturbing others. Although there were numerous rooms, Chen Zi chose to share a chamber with Levi for the purpose of close protection. Following Chen Zi's arrival, Cui Dongshan quietly relocated to the adjacent room. Perhaps due to their long absence from one another, the two engaged in conversation until the early hours, oblivious to their growing fatigue. Throughout this time, Reshiram continuously monitored the fluctuations in the spatial state, which remained relatively stable, without any sign of abnormalities. Chen Zi learned about Levi's current circumstances. To combat the curse, Levi's father arranged for him to train on Chong Island alongside peers of similar age. Only a select few were aware that atop the highest mountain on Chong Island, Mount Ruishue, resided two legendary Pokemon, known as the one-hit martial arts Bear Master and the multi-hit martial arts Bear Master. Historically, the title of martial arts Bear Master had been recorded in official archives for generations. However, the Bear Masters on the mountain had undergone numerous changes over the years. The martial arts Bear Master is a uniquely special Pokemon, evolving from bear apprentices through two distinct scrolls in the games. In reality, each generation's most exceptional bear apprentices must journey to understand the essence of martial arts, with only the finest two capable of grasping the mysteries of either the single strike or multi-strike styles, thereby becoming the new martial arts Bear Masters. Subsequently, they returned to the mountain to assume the responsibilities of their predecessors, continuing the legacy. The lifespan of a martial arts Bear Master does not exceed that of legendary Pokemon, aligning more closely with that of ordinary Pokemon. Thus, with the emergence of a new martial arts Bear Master, the previous generation inevitably passes away. Moreover, there has never been a case of more than two martial arts Bear Masters existing simultaneously. Perhaps this is a constraint imposed by the will of the world. The last martial arts Bear Master befriended Levi's father during their travels, allowing him to facilitate the training of the Levi family's descendants in this location. According to Levi, the martial arts Bear Master does not inherently reject imparting martial skills to other species of Pokemon. Consequently, wild Pokemon from the mountains often come to listen in. This is also why Levi wished to recommend Chen Zi to study under the martial arts Bear Master. Chapter 109. The Beach and the Polyper. Tianhai City is not coastal, so Chen Zi had seldom found opportunities to visit the seaside during his childhood. He held a deep affection for the ocean, with its azure depths brimming with enigmatic hues. In this world, numerous secret realms are concealed beneath the waves. However, due to the limitations of human technology, many remain undiscovered. Notable examples include the fabled Atlantis and the underwater realms that would later be unveiled. The discovery of these underwater sanctuaries often occurred by mere chance. For instance, the initial revelation of an underwater realm was triggered by a missing ocean liner, leading seekers to uncover its secrets. Yet, the sensation of diving into the depths is far from pleasant. Even with a diving suit and the assistance of water-type Pokemon, one cannot adapt as easily as on land. At the very least, Chen Zi preferred the leisurely stroll along the beach. TT and the other Pokemon curiously gazed towards the sea. Chen Zi, water, much, TT articulated. Though somewhat awkward, it was at least no longer as laborious as before. TT excitedly twirled around Chen Zi, pointing toward the distant ocean. Levi, standing nearby, felt no surprise. Even during his first encounter with TT's speech, he regarded it as entirely natural. Hadn't strange occurrences been frequent in Chen Zi's life? If every event warranted astonishment, how exhausting that would be. At least that was Levi's perspective, not to mention TT speaking today. Even if TT were to suddenly transform into a legendary Pokemon, Levi would not find it peculiar. Jengar found the vast expanse of water equally intriguing, as it provided a sense of liberation. It dove headfirst into the water, but was caught off guard by a mouthful of seawater. Gah! Jengar spluttered, its demeanor expressing distress. Fool, seawater is salty, Chen Zi remarked, handing Jengar a bottle of fresh water. In contrast, Aluminum Dragon, Riolu, and Levi's Pokemon appeared significantly more composed. Levi's Dratini had yet to evolve, but retained its noble demeanor, its eyes brimming with pride. Chen Zi could scarcely imagine the spectacle that would unfold when Dratini transformed into Dragonite. Aluminum Dragon walked steadily along the beach, its gaze intently fixed ahead. Look at it, how poised. It seems Aluminum Dragon is destined to bear the standard. Chen Zi nodded in satisfaction. Yet, unexpectedly, Aluminum Dragon spotted a coconut tree ahead and perked up. It rushed forward, colliding with the tree, causing the coconuts to sway but not drop. Aluminum Dragon, however, felt a bit dazed and fell backward. Forget my previous assessment, Chen Zi sighed, rubbing his forehead. Yay? Yay. Suddenly, the coconut tree shook violently and uprooted itself. Turning around, it became evident that this was no ordinary coconut tree, but a trico. Aluminum Dragon, get out of the way, Chen Zi urged, having been conditioned to obey commands. Aluminum Dragon swiftly rolled to the side. The trico stomped its feet in fury. Don't be angry, trico. It was unintentional, Chen Zi called out. No response ensued. Seeing its first attack fail, the trico launched a second assault. However, Aluminum Dragon was no pushover. It adeptly evaded the Trico's strikes without opting for retaliation. It was in the wrong, and it would be best to wait until the Trico calmed down. After several missed attempts, the Trico, now somewhat fatigued, glared at Aluminum Dragon before swiftly departing in a huff. "You are indeed the most reliable," Chen Zi remarked, glancing at the bewildered Aluminum Dragon, addressing Lucario. "Riolu." Lucario affirmed confidently, though it would never admit that it had also intended to snag a couple of coconuts. A stirring commotion arose, heralding the opening of the Ultra Space. The voice of Reshiram resonated suddenly, prompting Chen Zi to become immediately alert, his gaze scanning the surroundings. He exchanged a knowing glance with Li Wei, for the target of the Ultra Cave was likely none other than Li Wei himself. Understanding the implication, Li Wei instructed his 2 Pokémon to encircle the area. "The landing point appears to be on the beach to our left," Reshiram announced. Chen Zi turned his attention in that direction, noting that several trees obstructed his view. What kind of ultra beast could it be? Cautiously, Chen Zi and Li Wei approached the area. In the distance, they spotted a white-blue Pokémon lying on the beach. A Pelipper? As they drew nearer, Chen Zi realized that the desolate beach was solely occupied by that solitary Pelipper. Where was the ultra beast? He glanced at Lucario, who shook his head, indicating no detection of the ultra beast's aura. Reshiram remarked, "I too sensed no presence of an ultra beast. However, the Pelipper unmistakably carries the scent of the ultra space. It must be a Pokémon that has drifted from the ultra space into the realm of reality," Chen Zi speculated. While such occurrences are rare, they are not unheard of, especially in moments like this, compelling Chen Zi to ponder deeply. After ensuring there were no traps or lurking Pokémon, Chen Zi and Li Wei approached the Pelipper. They observed the creature's body riddled with numerous minute wounds. Its feeble breathing suggested it was still alive, albeit barely clinging to existence. Without hesitation, Li Wei promptly scooped up the Pelipper and hurried towards the Pokémon Center. During the healing process, Chen Zi continued to contemplate the peculiar wounds adorning the Pelipper. He seldom encountered such tiny, deeply gaping injuries, resembling those inflicted by small, sharp blades. His first thought was of Leaf Blade, yet the damage from such an attack typically manifests more through impact than through cutting. Moreover, given the Pelipper's modest size, the intricate wounds suggested that the assailant had been tormenting it. Soon, the results of the treatment emerged. The Pelipper was no longer in mortal peril. Since the Pelipper had nowhere to go and Chen Zi believed its existence was significant, he decided to keep it close. The Pelipper was temporarily secured within a Pokeball, entrusted to Li Wei for safekeeping. Given the circumstances, Chen Zi and his companions had little inclination to stroll along the beach. Instead, they opted to return early to Li Wei's home, awaiting the Pelipper's awakening. After all, the situation was uncertain, and they hoped to glean further information from the Pelipper itself. Chapter 110, The Catalyst for the Rainy Bridge Dragon's Formation. The Pelipper soon regained consciousness. Its first action upon waking was to engage in a skirmish with the nearby Dratini. However, due to the Pelipper's lingering injuries, Dratini easily triumphed over it. Fortunately, despite being a native of the Ultra Cave, the Pelipper could communicate with the Pokémon of this world. Thus, with the intervention of Lucario, the Pelipper quickly grasped that these individuals bore no ill intent. "Goo goo. It could." "Liu," Lucario affirmed, before turning to Chen Zi and conveying, Liu, are you suggesting that it is unaware of what attacked it?" Chen Zi replied, intrigued by such a phenomenon. According to Lucario, the Pelipper had been soaring gracefully through the skies when it was suddenly assaulted. In a state of panic, it fled aimlessly, ultimately crashing into the inexplicably opened Ultra Cave. It likely stumbled into the Ultra Cave prepared by the Ultra Beast for itself, Reshiram conjectured. Such Ultra Caves might only permit a single Pokémon to pass through, which is why the Ultra Beast did not follow. Chen Zi surmised this, as it explained the absence of any traces of the Ultra Cave upon their arrival. Li Wei nodded in agreement. The Pelipper, glancing around, exhibited signs of trepidation. In this unfamiliar environment, surrounded by strangers, it must have felt quite uneasy. "What are your plans now?" Chen Zi inquired of the Pelipper. The Pelipper shook its head, flying to the window to gaze upon the reality outside at dusk. Although it mattered little to it, it had yet to comprehend that it had transitioned into a completely foreign world. The realm of ultra space was stifling. The scarcity of resources compelled the Pokémon within to learn the art of combat for survival. The Pelipper had emerged from such an environment. Thus its instinctive hostility towards the first creature it encountered, Dratini. "Goo goo," the Pelipper called out to Dratini. Lucario translated, and Chen Zi's expression shifted slightly. The Pelipper implied that since Dratini had bested it, it would henceforth ally itself with Dratini. It dawned on Chen Zi that the Pelipper was still adhering to the rules it followed in the ultra space. Chen Zi was well aware of these protocols. During their previous missions, They often witnessed various Pokemon of differing species banding together for mutual benefit. This strategy not only enhanced their standing, but also fortified their defenses against Ultra Beasts. Chen Zi shared this insight with Li Wei, who also appeared contemplative. The skirmish between the Pelipper and Dratini had revealed the Pelipper's commendable combat aptitude, akin to an unrefined gem. Chen Zi felt inclined to suggest that Li Wei capture it, especially considering the promising evolution into a steel dragon. The Rainy Bridge Dragon squad had showcased remarkable prowess in previous world championships. Yet due to Eagle Nation's near monopoly on the production rights of steel dragons, only their team had flourished. You should clarify matters with it, Li Wei advised. He too harbored intentions of capturing the Pelipper. After all, Li Wei had only 2 Pokemon at that point, whereas a standard team for formal competitions usually comprised 3 or more. However, he did not wish to hastily capture the Pelipper without clear communication. Once everything was clarified, they could ascertain the Pelipper's own desires. In truth, even if the Pelipper were reluctant, Li Wei would not be disheartened. For him, Pokemon were never in short supply. Even without this Pelipper, he could easily find another suitable companion. Thus, Chen Zi relayed the circumstances of this world to the Pelipper, informing it of the fates that awaited Pokemon of its kind, whether they were sent to breeding facilities or released into the wild. After pondering Chen Zi's words, the Pelipper responded, "Goo goo goo goo." It believed that Chen Zi and his companions had saved its life, and recognizing their strength, it felt that it might not adapt well to a life of tranquility, choosing instead to accompany them. Thus, in a rather unceremonious manner, Li Wei captured the Pelipper. Though the largemouth seagull is expected to possess commendable combat awareness, a period of acclimatization between the two is nonetheless necessary. At the very least, this period shall not be brief. Yet, as a day has passed, there remain no signs of the ultimate abyss opening. This leaves Chen Zi feeling somewhat helpless and vexed. Tomorrow marks the Chongming Festival. It would be unwise to attend it under the looming threat of the ultimate beasts. Not to mention, Reshiram's performance may falter, and if mishandled, it could allow an unknown ultimate beast to wreak havoc among the crowd. It seems the Chongming Festival may indeed be doomed. Chen Zi sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. However, in comparison to Li Wei's life, a mere festival pales into insignificance. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chen Zi's heart. "Chen Zi, there is something amiss with this largemouth seagull," Reshiram remarked. "Initially, I believed it emerged from the ultimate dimension, its lingering aura from that realm not dissipating swiftly. Yet now, it appears to be something else." "Oh," Chen Zi mused, casting a subtle glance at the largemouth seagull, pondering, "Is there a problem with it?" "No. I can ascertain that the largemouth seagull is not lying," Reshiram replied. "However, it is likely unaware that it may be a pawn in a greater game." "What precisely is it?" Chen Zi inquired with curiosity. Reshiram, though understanding the situation, chose to withhold the answer for the time being. "You humans have likely never encountered them. Even if you are aware of their existence, you remain ignorant of their manifestations in reality," Reshiram stated slowly. "Tonight, continue to sleep alongside Li Wei, with my presence. There shall be no issues." Though Chen Zi felt a pang of curiosity, he refrained from pressing further. It seemed that the prospects for tomorrow's Chongming Festival were beginning to brighten. Chen Zi's spirits lifted immediately. "What's wrong?" Li Wei asked, her curiosity piqued by his evident emotional shift. "Nothing," Chen Zi replied with a smile. "We'll continue to sleep together tonight. This matter is far from over." Li Wei nodded. "I apologize. I intended for you to relax, yet it seems you've become my bodyguard instead." Chen Zi waved his hand dismissively. "Once everything is resolved, do accompany me for some fun." "Let us hope so," Li Wei replied. "Though it's likely we may miss this Chongming Festival. Perhaps we could explore Chong Island together afterward." Chen Zi nodded in agreement. In a secluded corner, beneath the large-mouthed seagull's feathers, a shadow flickered into view. Yet, all remained within Reshiram's watchful gaze. "It is you," Reshiram thought, realizing why it had been deceived initially. Chapter 111. The paper sword of concealment. As night deepened in Li Wei's abode, the Pokemon congregated within her spacious room. Aside from her sleeping area, a significant portion of the room was dedicated to the Pokemon's rest. Although the villa contained designated rooms for the Pokemon, several chose to remain in Li Wei's room for her safety. The space was serene, with faint sounds of snoring echoing softly. All present, humans and Pokemon alike, had succumbed to slumber. Save for Lucario. Seated in meditation, Lucario radiated its aura throughout the room, honing its abilities. Just then, a figure stealthily emerged from the largemouth seagull. It measured no more than 30 centimeters in length, possessing a humanoid form of white and yellow, as thin as parchment. Perhaps it could be described as a mere sheet of paper. Strangely, upon its emergence, Lucario's aura did not react in the slightest. Upon closer inspection, One could see that the paper figure was shrouded in a faint halo. This very aura masked it from the scrutiny of Lucario's powers, rendering it almost as if it had vanished from this world. This ability, known as concealment, is inherent to the paper swords of this realm. It elucidates why there remains so little information about this ultimate beast even today. Its rarity is one factor, but another is that those humans who have encountered it either failed to recognize its presence or are no longer capable of speech. Very few have escaped unscathed. With a menacing glint in its eyes, the paper sword fixated on the slumbering Li Wei. The ominous bloodline must be eradicated entirely. After ensuring that no Pokemon had detected its presence, the paper sword glimmered with chilling light and lunged toward Li Wei. In the blink of an eye, it reached the space above her head, poised to strike, when suddenly its body froze mid-air, immobilized. The halo surrounding it began to fade, exposing the Pokemon to the air. Lucario's aura immediately sensed the presence of the paper sword. It sprang into action, darting towards Chen Zi. Awakened beside Li Wei, Chen Zi met Lucario's urgent gaze. He then turned his attention to the paper sword hovering ominously above Li Wei. In truth, Chen Zi had not been asleep. Rather, he had been observing the unfolding events through Reshiram's perspective, intrigued by the recent developments. Although the paper sword's concealment was quite effective, it was of no avail against Reshiram's keen sight. "Ah, the paper sword," Chen Zi remarked. "I did not anticipate this creature possessed such abilities." Li Wei, now awake, gasped at the sight of the paper sword so close at hand. "What is going on?" The paper sword felt an immense pressure bearing down upon it. It struggled desperately, yet found itself utterly unable to move, forced to watch as Li Wei cautiously descended from her bed, inching away from it. The other Pokemon soon arrived, surrounding the paper sword protectively. They did not underestimate its diminutive size. The palpable aura of danger emanating from the paper sword made them acutely aware of its formidable nature. A brilliant white light enveloped Chen Zi, transforming into a figure that materialized beside him. As the light dissipated, the shrunken form of Reshiram appeared in the room. The paper sword instantly recognized Reshiram as the source of the overwhelming pressure it felt. It ceased its struggles, realizing that this being stood on par with its formidable masters. Chen Zi circled the paper sword, taking in the sight of it for the first time in reality. The game had not done justice to the intricacy of its design. Only in the real world could one truly appreciate the paper sword's delicate craftsmanship. The other Pokemon, along with Li Wei, displayed a palpable sense of curiosity. This marked their first close encounter with an ultimate beast. Li Wei's door swung open, the commotion prompting Cui Dongshan from the adjacent room to hasten to the scene. Upon seeing Reshiram, the tension that had gripped him dissipated. After greeting Reshiram, he approached the encircled paper sword. While the ultimate search team had encountered the paper sword before, capturing it was a first. Cui Dongshan turned to Chen Zi and said, "Might we request that you allow us to handle this ultimate beast? We are in dire need of information regarding it." After all, this was captured by Reshiram, so it was essential to seek Chen Zi's opinion. Chen Zi nodded. The ultra beasts held no significance for him. Although they could be captured by Pokeballs, they would not heed their trainer's commands. Instead, they would attempt to eliminate any creature they encountered. Thus, even if Cui Dongshan did not inquire, Chen Zi would still hand over the paper sword to him for management. Upon receiving Chen Zi's consent, Cui Dongshan stored the paper sword in a specially designed ball. As the paper sword was completely severed from the outside world, the markings on Li Wei's body vanished, having lost their source. After Reshiram confirmed that Li Wei was temporarily free of the Ultra Beast's markings, Chen Zi could finally ascertain that this matter had reached its conclusion. However, Chen Zi found himself devoid of the pleasant mood he had experienced earlier in the afternoon. This was merely the first encounter, and it had already proven so perilous. Although Reshiram had effortlessly dealt with the paper sword, feedback from other Pokemon suggested that, even without its invisibility, its power could annihilate most Pokemon present. If Li Wei's assertions held true, the future would only become increasingly dangerous. How would they confront the next encounter, or the one after that? Were they truly to remain forever bound together? What if, one day, he faced a predicament and could not swiftly reach Li Wei's side? Would that not spell certain doom for her? Gazing at Li Wei's serene countenance, Chen Zi understood that, given her intellect, she must have considered this, yet she remained so composed. He could not help but admire Li Wei's calmness under the pressure of mortality. "Get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the Chongming Festival," Li Wei remarked with a smile, adding, "I shan't offer further expressions of gratitude." Chen Zi nodded, realizing that they could only proceed step by step from this point onward. Reshiram's form flickered and returned to Chen Zi's body. "You need not admire Li Wei so much. I see you possess quite the heart yourself," Reshiram quipped. "Let us not forget that you have yet to escape the threat of death. But I do have a solution." Chen Zi replied in his mind. "Besides, Even if Mew doesn't resolve it, you are here. Now, that's music to my ears, Reshiram said. Enough of that. Rest early. Li Wei's situation is far from simple. From this matter, I see glimpses of an old friend's shadow. Who? You shall find out in due time. I detest riddlers. Chen Zi thought. Hey, I am at most a riddle dragon, came Reshiram's retort. Chen Zi had forgotten that this creature could hear his thoughts. Chapter 112. The Chongming Festival. The Chongming Festival commenced with the rising sun. Chen Zi, having had a restless night, bore the weight of dark circles under his eyes as he followed Li Wei toward the seaside. In contrast, Li Wei appeared remarkably vibrant. Having long established a habit of early training, he rose even earlier after a rigorous session with the martial arts bear master. Chen Zi had already experienced this the previous day. As dawn barely broke, he had awakened to find Li Wei had already taken his Pokemon for morning practice. Li Wei, how are you so energetic? Chen Zi yawned. Once you undergo training with the martial arts bear master, you'll adapt, Li Wei replied. Chen Zi found this difficult to comprehend. Wasn't the training meant for Pokemon? What relevance did it have for the trainer? My Pokemon are already exceptionally strong. What need is there for a trainer? In response to Chen Zi's query, Li Wei merely smiled mysteriously, leaving Chen Zi feeling quite curious. Thus, I truly detest riddlers. However, due to the Chongming Festival, the residents of Chong Island also rose early. The streets, though not overflowing, were bustling. It was indeed a rare sight to behold such liveliness before the sun had fully risen. Gradually, Chen Zi's fatigue dissipated, and he began to anticipate the festival. In his past life, he had only heard tales of this celebration, but had never experienced it firsthand. It was said that the one who ultimately claimed the crown would receive a blessing from Ho-Oh. However, Chen Zi did not believe this to be true. If Ho-Oh truly existed on the island or in its vicinity, Reshiram would have sensed it long ago. Soon, the two arrived at the beach, where a few rows of people stood ahead. Despite their early arrival, there were others who had come even earlier. However, from their current position, Chen Zi had a clear view of the tranquil sea, which was a decent vantage point. Throughout the journey, the Wingull had appeared somewhat lethargic. After the events of the previous night, it had quietly retreated to a corner. It could surmise that it had inadvertently brought the paper sword along. Had such an incident occurred in the ultra space among its peers, whether intentional or not, expulsion would be a relatively lenient punishment. Nevertheless, neither Li Wei nor Chen Zi's Pokemon bore any resentment toward the Wingull. In fact, they sought to comfort it. After a while, Li Wei and Chen Zi managed to assuage the Wingull's guilt. Yet, it still seemed somewhat remorseful. However, this experience might elevate the Wingull's recognition of Li Wei. Chen Zi mused silently. How manipulative, exploiting a Pokemon's guilt, Reshiram scoffed. Do not misinterpret. That was the Wingull's own perception, Chen Zi replied. Besides, if anyone is to be blamed, it would be Li Wei. Perhaps beneath that serious facade lies a mind full of mischief. Humph, Reshiram huffed lightly. After spending time together, Chen Zi's attitude toward Reshiram had transformed from initial respect to a camaraderie akin to friendship. In their interactions, Chen Zi discovered that Reshiram was not as imposing as he had first perceived, embodying the essence of a legendary Pokemon. Unbeknownst to him, this shift arose from Reshiram's increasing recognition of Chen Zi. Initially, it had gleaned from Chen Zi's memories that he was a genuine individual, and as their relationship deepened, Reshiram found in Chen Zi an unwavering authenticity. Reshiram could perceive Chen Zi's true feelings, and his approach to Pokemon mirrored his innermost thoughts. Reshiram had not traversed the path of humanity without companionship. Long ago, it had encountered a hero it deemed worthy, but over time, that hero's ambition had swelled, leading Reshiram to lose sight of his true nature. Ultimately, Reshiram had obliterated everything that should not have existed and, for a long time, had ceased to trust humanity. Until Chen Zi's arrival. In truth, Chen Zi did not embody the hero that Reshiram acknowledged. Reshiram had not discerned in Chen Zi the steadfast resolve to genuinely change the world. Yet, having endured betrayal, Reshiram saw in Chen Zi something far more precious, inspiring it to muster the courage to try once more. Consistency. Across 3 lifetimes, regardless of the trials faced, Chen Zi remained fundamentally unchanged, his essence untouched by external influences. This, too, was what Reshiram deemed most significant. After all, heroes can be cultivated, but qualities tested by time may be singular in this existence. Thus it began. Chen Zi's voice brought Reshiram back to reality. The sounds around them gradually grew louder, filled with excitement and anticipation. From a distance, Chen Zi spotted a vessel slowly emerging where the sky met the sea. Accompanying the ship was the first ray of sunlight that pierced through the long night. At the edge of the ocean, it appeared to merge with the ship, as if racing towards the crowd. The previously bustling scene fell silent in an instant, leaving only the sounds of water, wind, the crowd's breaths, and the distant, faint splashes of oars against the sea. Suddenly, a long, melodious cry sliced through the air, illuminating the sky in an instant. The Phoenix King. Reshiram's voice echoed in Chen Zi's heart. Is the Phoenix King truly here? Chen Zi felt a surge of astonishment. He had thought the Chongming Festival was merely a spontaneous display by the people, never expecting to receive the Phoenix King's recognition. However, the crowd began to stir, and Chen Zi noticed some individuals kneeling on the ground, fervently praying towards the front. Is it really the Phoenix King? Li Wei exclaimed in surprise. What are you surprised about? Haven't you seen it every year? Chen Zi nudged Li Wei. No. Li Wei's expression was uncharacteristically reverent. As a native of Chong Island, he had been somewhat influenced by the teachings of the Phoenix King. Such a scene had never occurred before. Li Wei remarked, intently gazing towards the direction of the ship. The initial commotion in the crowd gradually subsided into silence. Everyone's attention was focused on the slowly approaching vessel. The sky returned to its former state, yet the rising sun appeared even more resplendent. As the sky above darkened again, the distant sun began to spread its colors towards Chen Zi, reminiscent of freshly unfurling hues. An indescribable sense of tranquility and reassurance enveloped Chen Zi, as if all weariness had dissolved, and the lingering concern for Li Wei's fate gradually faded away. The Phoenix King has arrived. When Reshiram's voice resonated once more, the ship had unknowingly reached the shore. By this time, the sky was nearly brightening. Chapter 113. Ascent. The Chongming Festival comprises two main parts. One segment takes place in Ruishua town at the foot of Ruishua Mountain, while the other occurs at the mountain's summit. It is said that Ruishua Mountain was once the dwelling of the Phoenix King, symbolizing a bountiful year, imbued with auspicious colors. In Ruishua town, the entire area was adorned in a festive manner, with an atmosphere thick with joy and harmony. An array of souvenirs, local delicacies unique to Chong Island, and various decorations embodying the essence of the Phoenix King filled the streets. This lively scene resembled a return to the Spring Festival. Indeed, could the Chongming Festival not be considered the second Spring Festival for the people of Chong Island? Ambling through the streets, several Pokémon were equally delighted with their youthful spirits. They thrived in the vibrant atmosphere. Were it not for Chen Zi's watchful gaze, they would have easily wandered off. At this moment, even the most bumbling steel dragon and the most mischievous Jengar displayed behavior akin to well-behaved children. This was not without reason. Recalling the Spring Festival, the rambunctious steel dragon and the frightful Jengar had caused Chen Zi considerable trouble in similar circumstances. As a result, he had punished them by keeping them indoors all day. This had been a great hardship for them. Although in the end, under Chen Zi's guidance, Riolu and Titi had brought them gifts. The incident remained vividly etched in their memories. Observing the steel dragon cautiously navigating around pedestrians, Chen Zi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The growth of Pokemon is not solely measured by their combat prowess. This is true of both Titi and Lucario. Boo! Jengar suddenly appeared before Chen Zi, grinning widely and sticking out its tongue. Fine, it's still a child, Chen Zi thought, somewhat exasperated but not frightened. Instead, he affectionately patted Jengar's head. You can scare me, but don't frighten the other little ones, Chen Zi said. Jengar nodded in agreement. Not far away, Li Wei squeezed through the crowd, holding two signs in his hands. He handed one to Chen Zi, stating, I've registered you. You can head over now. The event will start shortly. Chen Zi nodded. Speaking of the event, one must mention the second part of the festival, the annual mountain climbing activity. Their objective was the highest peak on Chong Island, Ruishua Mountain, adjacent to Ruishua town. The origins of this activity are quite fascinating. It was established based on the selection of the Rainbow Warriors. According to legend, long ago, a human ventured to the Chong Island region to resolve a crisis in his hometown. He bravely climbed Ruishua Mountain, once deemed a forbidden area and the residence of the Phoenix King, seeking the legendary Pokemon's aid. Ultimately, the human's determination earned the Phoenix King's approval, who bestowed upon him the Rainbow Feather, helping to resolve the crisis. That individual became the first Rainbow Warrior. Whether subsequent Rainbow Warriors emerged thereafter remains uncertain. Although the Phoenix King departed from Ruishua Mountain afterwards, in gratitude for the assistance rendered and to honor the brave human, the people of Chong Island have voluntarily organized this mountain climbing event each year, which eventually evolved into the current Chongming Festival. The rules of the event are quite simple. The first person to reach the summit becomes the champion of that year's Chongming Festival, receiving blessings from the Phoenix King through the High Priest of the Phoenix King. However, the use of Pokemon as means of transport is restricted throughout the course to replicate the challenges faced during the original ascent. After all, in those times, The relationship between humans and Pokemon was not as amicable, and the first Rainbow Warrior climbed Ruishua Mountain entirely on his own. Soon, Chen Zi and his companions arrived at the foot of the mountain. To ensure fairness, the event organizers provided Magnemite as photographers, assigning each participant a dedicated Magnemite to follow and capture their journey. Perhaps due to rumors of the Phoenix King's arrival, this year's turnout was particularly high. Among them, Chen Zi spotted a familiar face, Han Lang, who had been at the Ruichuan winter camp. Indeed, it appeared Han Lang was also from Chong Island. Upon seeing Chen Zi and his group, Han Lang approached to greet them. If memory served correctly, Han Lang had ranked quite well, eventually attending Misty City University. Due to their limited acquaintance, Han Lang returned to his circle after exchanging pleasantries. Hey, don't you have your own social circle here on Chong Island? Chen Zi nudged Li Wei. I haven't always been on Chong Island, Li Wei replied. Before going to Tianhai City, I spent quite some time in other provinces. I only return here every year during the new year. After a pause, Li Wei added, you know my situation, so even when I return, I don't have much interaction with peers, especially strangers. Chen Zi observed, I had you interact with Lu Zhihao, and yet it turned out to be just an acquaintance. However, he continued, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least you have a close friend, like me. Li Wei did not refute Chen Zi's somewhat self-satisfied remark, as it was indeed the truth. From a young age, Li Wei was such a person. Apart from his own elder sister, he was not particularly close to even the brothers within his household, let alone to other strangers. Throughout his life, Li Wei had encased himself within a shell. Chen Zi initially assumed that Li Wei merely suffered from a bit of social anxiety. It was only after learning about the circumstances of the Li family that Chen Zi understood. Li Wei simply did not wish to engage with more people while bearing the identity of a person on the verge of death. It's about to begin. Li Wei's words pulled Chen Zi back from his reverie. He lifted his gaze to the front of the crowd, where a man in splendid attire stood, microphone in hand, addressing the assembly. The competition was about to commence swiftly, with contestants approaching one by one to verify their qualifications. Subsequently, the staff would guide them to the starting point, the man announced. He then directed the attendees to line up and register their identities in an orderly fashion. Everything proceeded with remarkable efficiency, and soon the initial phase concluded. Surrounding staff ushered them in groups to different starting points, each separated by a substantial distance to avoid congestion. At the starting points, small camera drones awaited, poised with their lenses trained on the participants. Upon reaching his designated starting point, Chen Zi stood by, awaiting the organizer's signal. Occasionally, he glanced at the drone hovering nearby. In the outside world, the task of photography was predominantly handled by such drones. However, in a few years, the increasingly sophisticated ROTAM technology would take on part of this responsibility. Lost in thought, the voice of the host emanated from the drone. The competition begins. Chapter 114, The Advancing Aluminum Dragon. Amidst the mountains and forests, Chen Zi jogged upward. His well-established exercise regimen now showcased his endurance. Even after a considerable distance, his pace remained unyielding. Several Pokemon kept pace with him, running alongside. As he ascended, the trees became sparser. With the increase in altitude, the temperature correspondingly dropped. Even in the early summer, Chen Zi felt a slight chill. Additionally, the air grew increasingly thin, presenting a significant challenge for many. Upon realizing their inability to continue, numerous participants opted to withdraw, often assisted by staff, to escort them away. For Chen Zi, however, none of this posed a substantial hindrance. Whether from his previous life as training to adapt to extreme environments or the robust physique he had cultivated in this life, he possessed considerable advantages. Yet, these factors were not the crux of the matter. The true obstacles confronting most participants were the Pokemon strategically placed by the organizers throughout the mountains. Thanks to Lucario's aura abilities, Chen Zi had already evaded numerous Pokemon along the way. Others, however, were not as fortunate. Given that the competition catered to participants of all ages, the Pokemon deployed by the organizers were of a standard caliber, at least above that of novice Pokemon. While an average trainer could defeat them, it would require a significant investment of time that allowed someone like Chen Zi, who encountered no Pokemon, to gain a considerable lead. Many participants, although lacking a Lucario, utilized their own means to navigate the path. For example, flying-type Pokemon, though prohibited from being ridden in this competition, served as excellent scouts. Li Wei had dispatched his recently captured Wingull to scout ahead. However, even with aura abilities, there were moments of error, let alone relying solely on the sight of a Wingull. At this moment, Li Wei encountered his first obstacle, a Beartic. This Pokemon had evaded the Wingull's search and now stood before Li Wei. Frowning, Li Wei regarded the aggressive Beartic. Let us end this quickly, he resolved. rushing towards the Beartic. The Beartic, taken aback, wondered if this human intended to confront it physically. Just as the Beartic hesitated on whether to strike, a flash of green zipped past Li Wei, arriving before it in an instant. While what? Before it could register, the Beartic felt a tremendous force strike its chest, sending it hurtling at high speed into a nearby tree, which snapped in two upon impact. Without breaking stride, Li Wei continued up the mountain, not even casting a glance back at the Beartic. Am I merely a laborer to strike with such force? The Beartic lamented, helplessly watching Li Wei disappear into the distance. In such scenarios, an Aegislash mastering the one-hit KO technique certainly possessed an advantage over other Pokemon. Even if Chen Zi's Lucario were to engage, it would take some time, lacking the fluidity of Aegislash. Nevertheless, Chen Zi had his own secret weapon. As he neared the mountain summit, the distribution of Pokemon became increasingly dense. Despite Lucario's aura abilities scouting the way, many Pokemon unavoidably obstructed Chen Zi's ascent. Few of Chen Zi's Pokemon excelled in delivering one-hit knockouts, with the exception of TT, capable of harnessing high-level energy. However, as they approached the summit, participants would encounter the ultimate boss along this path, and Chen Zi was reluctant to expend energy on inconsequential minor foes. Thus, he devised a clever plan. Halting, Chen Zi noted a Pokemon blocking his path ahead. He resolved to charge through. Aluminum Dragon, charge forward, he commanded. Upon hearing this, the Aluminum Dragon surged to the forefront, revving its engines in anticipation. Chen Zi closely followed behind. Its massive form acted as a bulldozer, flattening the underbrush and crashing through the obstructing trees. The Pokemon ahead, hearing the rumbling sound, turned to see the source of the commotion. Approaching the summit, the trees were already sparse, and the ground was blanketed in snow, making the Aluminum Dragon conspicuously prominent. As the Aluminum Dragon reached the Pokemon, it showed no intention of yielding, forcing the other Pokemon to leap aside. Chen Zi followed closely, vaulting over the obstructing Pokemon. Is this how we can play? The Pokemon, witnessing such a tactic for the first time in years, were taken aback. Yet, they had no intention of pursuing further. After all, having already allowed the intruder to escape their watch, there was no need to create further trouble. The Aluminum Dragon was already a sizable creature, and Chen Zi's Aluminum Dragon was a veritable behemoth. Merely standing there, it exuded an imposing presence. Although adorned with a somewhat clueless expression, none doubted its strength. The Pokemon along the path shared this sentiment. As the advancing Aluminum Dragon continued, it was not hindered by any Pokemon. If Chen Zi could observe the live broadcast outside, he would realize that he had already distanced himself significantly from the others. Some contestants shared the advantage of having a Lucario, yet they too had been slowed down on the final stretch to the summit. Before Chen Zi, the trees had nearly vanished entirely. Surrounded by a pristine expanse of white, Chen Zi found himself amidst the snow-capped mountains. He felt a peculiar sense of wonder. Why? He pondered, would the fire-type Pokemon, Ho-Oh, choose to reside atop a snow-laden peak? In his previous life, Chen Zi had cared for fire-type Pokemon, and while they were unfazed by frigid temperatures, they certainly did not favor such cold environments. Yet, before he could delve further into this thought, the Aluminum Dragon, having raced ahead, came to an abrupt halt. Caught off guard, Chen Zi collided with its rear. Realizing he had encountered something solid, he noticed the previously amiable Aluminum Dragon now wore a wary expression. Peering around the dragon, he caught sight of the mountain summit in the distance, where a graceful Absol stood elegantly between them and their destination. Was this to be the final trial? Chen Zi scrutinized the Absol before him. His keen eyes immediately discerned its formidable strength. In a one-on-one confrontation, even TT might not stand a chance against this particular Absol. However, a smirk crept across Chen Zi's face as he waved his hand, declaring, since we haven't had any battles along the way, let's warm up. Upon hearing his command, his 4 Pokemon charged forward in unison. Absol, what a lack of martial ethics. Chapter 115, truly a photographer, aren't you? Absol remained quite dedicated. Unlike the Pokemon Chen Zi had encountered earlier, the Aluminum Dragon simply charged forth, while the others remained indifferent, failing to mount any defense. Chen Zi glanced around, noting the absence of other challengers, and thus felt no urgency. A Pokemon like Absol was a rare and excellent training partner, making the prospect of engaging it all the more appealing. With a resounding crash, Absol unleashed a swift attack, sending the Aluminum Dragon sprawling. It gasped for breath, while the other Pokemon watched with keen interest, showing no intention of joining the fray. If only it had ended there. As the Aluminum Dragon teetered on the brink of collapse, TT gently waved her eternal flower. A pink energy enveloped the Aluminum Dragon, instantly revitalizing it. Observing the dragon regain its vigor, Absol felt a wave of futility wash over it. Is this a game you cannot afford? The aluminum dragon had joined the team later and had experienced fewer battles, making this an ideal opportunity that Chen Zi was unwilling to squander. As for Gung Ghost, due to its fragility and the significant level disparity, Chen Zi chose not to send it into battle. Nevertheless, Gung Ghost was enjoying itself, cackling gleefully and occasionally hurling a will-o-wisp at Absol. Absol, allowing the ghostly flames to land upon its form, watched as the aluminum dragon lunged at it repeatedly. Despite Absol's superior strength, it had swiftly bested the aluminum dragon in their initial encounters, easily defeating it with just a few moves. To Absol, the aluminum dragon seemed to possess great power, yet its battle techniques were utterly lacking. However, as Absol's stamina waned, it became apparent that the aluminum dragon, though still clumsy in its combat, was remarkably resilient. Absol was left feeling utterly exasperated. With a determined charge, the aluminum dragon collided headlong into Absol, sending it hurtling away. The aluminum dragon let out a jubilant roar, while Chen Zi covered his face in embarrassment. It took over a dozen attempts to finally wear down Absol, nearly exhausting TT's life energy in the process. Clearly, more practical training sessions were essential for them. Chen Zi contemplated Gung Ghost and the aluminum dragon, realizing that with the schoolmates now free after their exams, they could serve as valuable training partners. He affectionately patted the aluminum dragon's head in approval, his steps unwavering as he approached the summit ahead. Passing by Absol, he caught a glimpse of its forlorn expression, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Leaning closer, he gently stroked its head. Absol, why does this feel even more humiliating? Observing Absol's inexplicably sorrowful demeanor, Chen Zi felt at a loss. He decided it was best to leave, hoping that perhaps this would alleviate Absol's woes. As expected, Chen Zi emerged victorious in the competition. Upon reaching the summit, he waited a few moments for the arrival of the second contestant. Despite his cunning tactics, others followed closely behind, indicating that the competition was fierce. Had the aluminum dragon delayed any longer, the first place might have changed hands. Subsequently, the arrival of contestants became increasingly rapid, with many reaching the summit almost simultaneously. Yet, aside from the first-place winner, the remaining participants received only modest cash rewards. In truth, even Chen Zi, as the champion, merely gained the ethereal blessing of Ho-Oh. Thus, for most participants, the event held little significance, emphasizing the spirit of participation above all. At the mountain's peak stood an altar, the designated site for the award ceremony. After presenting prizes to the others, Chen Zi lingered behind. The high priest of the Ho-Oh sect was about to bestow the blessing of Ho-Oh upon him. The high priest, an elderly man with a kindly visage, exuded an aura of credibility. Both Chen Zi and the spectators eagerly anticipated the moment. Following the morning's events, wherein Ho-Oh had seemingly made an appearance, many speculated whether this blessing would also attract the legendary Pokemon's attention. Chen Zi, too, felt a sense of expectation. It was not mere vanity. He had an inkling that Ho-Oh had indeed come for him, as his Reshiram could hardly escape notice. As the time approached, the high priest commenced the blessing ceremony. Chen Zi cleared his mind, allowing tranquility to wash over his spirit. However, he soon realized that it was unnecessary to consciously seek peace. The priest's incomprehensible incantations instilled a profound sense of calm within him, reminiscent of the morning's experience. After a while, the ceremony concluded without any extraordinary occurrences. Everything transpired as per the customary rituals, seemingly devoid of any special significance. Many attendees expressed disappointment, and some even began to question the authenticity of the morning's phoenix cry. Chen Zi, too, felt a pang of disappointment. After all, who wouldn't he wish to behold the true form of Ho-Oh? After expressing his gratitude to the priest, Chen Zi descended from the altar. Yet, it was to be expected. Legendary Pokemon, after all, had their own affairs and could not simply roam about aimlessly. How many legendary creatures, like Reshiram, would spend their days in idleness? Do not forget, my dear boy, that we can hear your innermost thoughts. Resounded Reshiram, unable to contain itself. My apologies, Chen Zi replied. By the way, how can one speak ill of Reshiram without it hearing? Reshiram remarked. In the clouds, a flock of chattets lazily glides over the summit of Mount Ruishua. Among them, one chattet stands out with particularly vibrant plumage. It is a chattet of remarkable grace, undoubtedly captivating the attention of most who behold it. Beyond its striking colors, this chattet exhibits behaviors that set it apart from its counterparts. Occasionally, it lowers its head to gaze down at the distant peak of Mount Ruishua, seemingly observing something of significance. Beneath its feet, a diamond-shaped crystalline object glimmers. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that the images within the crystal shift in accordance with Chen Zi's movements, with the focal point consistently centering on him, along with that exuberantly joyful Flababy. That will suffice, thank you, a voice echoed within the chattet's mind. Child, are you truly not going to seek him out? Not yet. I am still far too weak. The chattet replied, refraining from further comment as it vanished amidst the flock. Chen Zi felt Hiram stir within him, as if sensing something. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, an internet meme from his first life regarding Ho-Oh. Indeed, it is akin to a photographer. Chapter 116. A challenge. The Chongming festival drifted toward its conclusion in an unremarkable manner. Although Chen Zi did not encounter Ho-Oh, the joyous atmosphere of the festival left him feeling his journey had not been in vain. After the mountain climbing activities concluded, he made a point to visit the Absol he had last encountered. Chen Zi felt a twinge of guilt regarding the psychological trauma he had inadvertently caused it, prompting him to personally apologize. Fortunately, Absol had recovered well. As a Pokemon without an owner under the care of the Chong Island authorities, it had calmed down considerably after discussions with the caretakers. Chen Zi's apology was well received, and Absol even offered to assist in training his newly acquired Steel Dragon's combat techniques. From Absol's perspective, while the Steel Dragon possessed some battle awareness, it could hardly be considered proficient, more a chaotic mess. This was precisely why Absol had struggled to come to terms with its defeat at the hands of the Steel Dragon. Thus, with the permission of the Chong Island authorities, Chen Zi arranged for daily training sessions with Absol. It was undeniably a wise decision. Unlike TT and Lucario, one a natural talent requiring no instruction, the other reliant solely on speed without systematic training, Absol possessed a different background. Absol was also a member of the Snow Mountain Guard, tasked with patrolling areas prone to poaching due to the presence of numerous wild Pokemon. For Absol, both Pokemon combat skills and human combat techniques had been thoroughly studied, and it excelled in both disciplines. After all, it was entrusted to guard the final checkpoint. Chen Zi contemplated sending Jengar for training as well, but Absol's combat style leaned heavily toward physical attacks. Not wanting to impose on Absol too much, he decided against it. In the following days, Chen Zi also delivered the mysterious fruit he had prepared for Li Wei. Previously, he had been too preoccupied to remember, but now that he had some free time, he recalled it. Li Wei intended to introduce him to Master Wu Daoxiong, but it seemed the master had matters to attend to and would be away for quite some time. Although a touch disappointed, Chen Zi was not in a hurry. Each day, he entrusted the Steel Dragon to Absol for training, only to retrieve it in the afternoons. Each time the Steel Dragon returned, it bore signs of battle, looking rather battered. Had he not witnessed Absol's training methods, Chen Zi might have suspected that the Steel Dragon was being mistreated. However, Absol's training was indeed rigorous, leading Chen Zi to suspect that there might be an element of intentional retribution at play. The college entrance examinations had long since concluded. Unlike the previous life, results in this world were released a week after the exams. For those aspiring to attend Pokemon Trainer University, results were often determined even before the official scores were published, based on outcomes from provincial practical competitions. Chen Zi had already learned that Lu Zhihao achieved an impressive 8th place in the provincial league. Although his final destination remained undetermined, it was reasonable to surmise he was likely secured for one of the 5 major universities. Meanwhile, Zhu Tiantian had clinched a top 5 finish and immediately signed a letter of recommendation to attend Wudu University. Under the guidance of Li Li, the entire first class at Tianhai 4th High School had significantly improved their results compared to the previous year. The principal even treated the entire class to a celebratory meal. But Chen Zi, still on Chong Island, graciously declined. As July approached, the influx of tourists to Chong Island surged with the advent of summer vacation. Consequently, Absol and its companions found their workload increasing, leaving little time to train the Steel Dragon. With Master Wu Daoxiong still absent, and Chen Zi having little to occupy his time, he decided to return to Tianhai City. Li Wei, too, did not intend to linger on Chong Island, although certain matters required his attention. Thus, Chen Zi set off ahead. Upon his return, the first order of business was to issue a challenge. Chen Zi opened the long-dormant newcomer group chat and sent out a challenge message. However, even with the assurance that he was training a newly cultivated Pokemon, none were inclined to test their mettle. After all, the initial performance of his newly trained Riolu during the Jiang Province High School League had left quite an impression. It was rare for any Pokemon to stand a chance against it. Would his new Pokemon be any less formidable? It was an unlikely scenario. Furthermore, the thought of facing the most illustrious rookie champion from Jiang Province, the nation's top contender, drained them of their courage to battle. Let us not forget that when Chen Zi was still emerging as a contender, these individuals had already been avoiding him in ranked matches. Now, with their newfound fame, there was no way they would willingly throw themselves against a wall of stone. Yet, some dared to accept the challenge. Among them were Lu Zhihao and Zhu Tiantian. Indeed, one of the most valuable qualities of a trainer is the courage to challenge the strong. This attribute was vividly embodied by Ash from the television series, who never faltered in the face of the Elite Four or the champion, instead thriving on the excitement of the challenge. This was one of the reasons Ash ultimately reached the pinnacle of the world. Strong individuals always have the audacity to confront even stronger opponents. As such, Lu Zhihao and Zhu Tiantian had both proven their mettle. At the arena of the Tianhai training grounds, the stage was set. In July, the arena had yet to undergo maintenance and remained open for public use. At the Tianhai training ground, Chen Zi encountered a multitude of eager newcomers. In the blink of an eye, he found himself regarded as a veteran. Chen Zi couldn't help but reflect on this. "No, you've long been a seasoned player." Hiram interjected mercilessly. "No one is older than you," Chen Zi retorted indignantly. "Do you not understand that a man remains youthful until death?" Lu Zhihao and his companions had already secured their spot. Upon seeing Chen Zi approach, the two welcomed him warmly. Having not met for some time, the trio engaged in light conversation. The results of the college entrance examination had been released, and due to Lu Zhihao's average academic performance, his overall evaluation score fell short of the requirements for Magic City University. Chen Zi suggested he apply to Mist City University alongside Zhu Tiantian. As a specialist in water-type Pokemon, the climate in Mist City would be far more conducive to the growth of Lu Zhihao's Pokemon. Moreover, Chen Zi had some connections in Mist City. At least within the Yulong family, his status was acknowledged, which could prove useful should Lu Zhihao encounter any difficulties. Additionally, while the gap between the top 5 cities was minimal, Mist City University appeared to maintain a steady position as the third best. Ultimately, Lu Zhihao decided to prioritize his application to Mist City University. After their pleasantries, they wasted no more time and commenced their battle. Unfortunately, they could not utilize the ranking app for competitive matches. Prior to heading to Chong Island, Chen Zi had already attained a Super Ball rank, creating a significant disparity between his score and that of Lu Zhihao and his friends, who had not engaged in ranked matches for an extended period. The first opponent to face off was Lu Zhihao. "It's time to test your training results, Steel Dragon." Chapter 117. Defense is the best offense. Faced with Chen Zi, even with a newly trained Pokemon, Lu Zhihao remained vigilant. Thus, he opted to send out his starter Pokemon, Blastoise. In response, Chen Zi naturally deployed his well-trained Steel Dragon. The battle was poised to begin. Although Blastoise appeared large, it was remarkably agile. Cautiously, it retreated before withdrawing into its shell. As it curled up, Blastoise's shell gleamed with a newfound luster. Meanwhile, Steel Dragon instinctively turned its back toward Blastoise, radiating a silvery glow as it activated Iron Defense. In the first exchange, both Pokemon chose to bolster their defenses rather than engage in a direct confrontation. Both sides exhibited great caution. Blastoise emerged from its shell, gazing at the Steel Dragon, its fighting spirit seemingly on the verge of eruption. Just as Chen Zi intended to command Steel Dragon to dodge, Blastoise abruptly retracted into its shell once more, reinforcing the notion of a well-matched opponent. Having completed its own enhancements, Steel Dragon acknowledged Blastoise with a flicker of approval in its eyes. Subsequently, it waved its arms, conjuring a crystalline energy wall before it. The light screen was activated, further elevating Steel Dragon's special defense. Amidst the peculiar gazes of the onlookers, both Pokemon took turns reinforcing their defensive capabilities. Chen Zi swore, this was certainly not the strategy he had taught Steel Dragon. To think he had only come to see what Steel Dragon had learned through training after such a long absence. It appeared that while it had not yet mastered the intricacies of battle techniques, it had become quite adept at enduring attacks. However, Steel Dragon's behavior could be excused, as Chen Zi understood Absol's lingering resentment. But what was going on with Blastoise? Chen Zi inquired with a perplexed expression. "Is your Blastoise always this defensive?" Lu Zhihao nonchalantly nodded. "Do you not know that defense is the best offense?" In truth, since the initial Warm Pig Cup, when Leafy knocked out Squirtle, it seemed as though Squirtle had awakened some remarkable instinct. At first, Lu Zhihao had not noticed anything amiss. But as their battles increased, especially during the wartime period, he gradually realized that his Squirtle derived enjoyment not from the victory itself, but from the experience of being struck during combat. Every Pokemon's preference deserves respect. Hence, Lu Zhihao tailored a combat style specifically for Squirtle's inclinations, particularly when Chen Zi provided a mysterious fruit that enhanced Squirtle's innate abilities. It began to exhibit remarkable resilience. Even against equally matched opponents, some trainers had found themselves forced to concede. "Blastoise, it's time to spin," Lu Zhihao commanded. Blastoise once again withdrew into its shell and flipped over, propelling itself into a rapid spin. With multiple enhancements, its shell became even more durable, causing the specially designed arena to tremble slightly beneath it. Faster and faster, it approached the seemingly motionless steel dragon. Chen Zi believed that if it were Lucario receiving such an attack, it would likely remain grounded for a while. However, with Lucario's agility, Blastoise would struggle to make contact. Yet, given Steel Dragon's somewhat cumbersome stature, evading such an assault was not guaranteed. So, rather than retreat, Steel Dragon made its choice. With an expression of calm, it gazed at the increasingly swift Blastoise, which was beginning to stir up a small whirlwind, and simply extended its arms. Bang! Steel Dragon's body quivered slightly in place as Blastoise's spinning shell collided with its unyielding metal arms, sending sparks flying. As Steel Dragon gradually staggered back, it appeared to sustain minimal damage. Metal sound interrupt its rotation. Chen Zi commanded. Steel Dragon straightened up, opening its mouth wide. A silvery metal sound wave shot toward Blastoise. Yet, Blastoise did not flinch, charging forward undeterred by the sound wave's defense-reducing effects. Steel Dragon stomped its foot with force and leaped, attempting to vault over Lu Zhihao's Blastoise. However, the cannons on Blastoise's back were no mere decoration, as two jets of water struck Steel Dragon. Nonetheless, the impact was similarly negligible for Steel Dragon. Akin to a refreshing rinse, far less effective than the shell's assault. It seemed that if this continued, Blastoise would inevitably come to a halt. Steel Dragon adeptly maintained its distance, swiftly repositioning each time Blastoise drew near, employing metal sound to wear down Blastoise's defenses while interspersing attacks with Cannon Beam. However, it appeared that Blastoise's defenses had been stacked to an excessive degree. Even after several metal sounds, Steel Dragon's Cannon Beam yielded little result. The match reached a stalemate. Yet it was evident to all that if things persisted in this manner, Blastoise would undoubtedly face defeat. Lu Zhihao was well aware of this, too. The Blastoise once again attempted to approach the Steel Dragon. Just as Chen Zi was about to command the Steel Dragon to evade, Lu Zhihao spoke up. "Break out! Break out! Break out!" Lu Zhihao shouted in quick succession. Suddenly, the sound of cracking echoed as Blastoise's shell began to shatter. Subsequently, Blastoise's rotation speed surged, and its movement became increasingly rapid. The acceleration took the Steel Dragon by surprise. As it leaped, the spinning shell of Blastoise collided with it head-on. The Steel Dragon lost its balance and fell to the ground. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted, and dust filled the arena. Chen Zi felt a wave of anxiety. Could it be that they would lose battle capability just like that? However, as the dust settled, the silhouette of the Steel Dragon stood tall before everyone. Chen Zi could only sigh in relief. All the training over the past days had not been in vain. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Zhihao, who had initially been pleased, was now taken aback. Indeed, during this practical examination, someone had managed to defeat him. Yet, most had obtained information about his Blastoise and had consciously prepared for the sudden shell break. Lu Zhihao was certain that had anyone been struck by Blastoise's attack, no Pokemon participating in the examination would have withstood it. And yet, this Steel Dragon remained standing. It could only be said that it was indeed Chen Zi's Pokemon. Lu Zhihao felt a slight pang of disappointment. The gap was widening. As the dust cleared completely, Blastoise lay on the ground, dazed and out of its shell-encased state. This attack was akin to Lu Zhihao's self-destruct move, a last-ditch effort that could lead to demise if unsuccessful, even if it failed to hit its opponent. The sudden shell break followed by high-speed rotation would inevitably inflict some damage on Blastoise itself. The Steel Dragon staggered and turned to face Chen Zi with a look of anticipation. It seemed to be seeking praise. Just as Chen Zi intended to pat the Steel Dragon's head, it collapsed onto the ground. Clearly, it had sustained significant damage. Chen Zi shook his head with a smile and recalled the Steel Dragon into its Pokeball. Whether it was the Steel Dragon's handling of the battle or its formidable defensive prowess, it had brought Chen Zi considerable surprise. Although there was still a considerable distance to cover to reach TT and the others, Chen Zi could distinctly sense the Steel Dragon's progress. He glanced at the fallen Blastoise. For some reason, Chen Zi felt as if Blastoise was smiling at that moment. Was it merely an illusion? Chapter 118. How filthy. After the previous battle, the Steel Dragon was naturally unable to participate in a second match immediately. Both trainers stood firm in the arena, exchanging no words, as they sent forth their Pokemon. Following Lu Zhihao's validation, Zhu Tiantian was increasingly resolute in his belief that he must never underestimate Chen Zi. Therefore, he too opted to send out his initial Pokemon, Shakiras. At this moment, Shakiras had yet to break through the level 50 barrier, but its surface sheen and various details suggested that evolution was imminent. Chen Zi estimated that once Shakiras surpassed level 50, it would likely evolve into Banquilus. On Chen Zi's side, he sent out Gengar to engage in battle. Since the Steel Dragon had already warmed up, Chen Zi would not be negligent. Despite the significant level difference, he intended to let Gengar have its turn. The outcome mattered little. Upon its entrance, Jengar cackled ominously, putting Zhu Tiantian on high alert. Sandstorm. Zhu Tiantian, uncertain of Jengar's true capabilities, decided to initiate a sandstorm to establish an advantage. However, Chen Zi quickly discerned Zhu Tiantian's intent, and before he could issue his command, Chen Zi had already sent his own taunt. Jengar beckoned with a finger, causing Shakira's to halt its sandstorm intentions, glaring furiously at Jengar. Shakira's charged forward. Jengar merely sidestepped lightly, evading the reckless assault. Will-o-wisp. A glimmer sparked in Jengar's eyes, and blue flames ignited upon Shakira's. Among Chen Zi's team, Jengar's mastery of skills was even superior to Titi's. Nearly every skill it had learned, once utilized, could be executed with remarkable speed, precision, and rhythm. This was a characteristic Chen Zi had discovered during Jengar's routine training. Yet, like the steel dragon before it, Jengar lacked battle awareness. Thus, Chen Zi's guidance in this match would be significantly more pronounced than in previous encounters. Before Jengar could develop its own strategy, it was imperative for Chen Zi to teach it the essence of Pokemon battles. Shakira stumbled, its fury gradually dissipating. The level disparity was substantial, and Jengar's taunt could not be maintained for long. Now Sandstorm. Zhu Tiantian, undeterred, especially in this moment of disadvantage, felt the necessity to create an advantageous battlefield to balance the scales. However, it must be said, Zhu Tiantian's intentions were glaringly obvious to Chen Zi. Anticipating this, Chen Zi promptly issued another command to Jengar. Again, Jengar's eyes flashed with white light. Just as the sandstorm began to swirl, the light struck Shakira's, halting its advance once more. Following the previous pattern, Shakira's charged at Jengar in a daze. Jengar once again easily dodged. Confused Ray, Chen Zi stated calmly. A white light emanated from Jengar, settling upon Shakira's. Once more, Shakira's momentum faltered, causing it to crash to the ground. Rock slide. Zhu Tiantian gritted his teeth, realizing that if he persisted in attempting to manipulate the battlefield, Jengar would likely wear him down. Shakira's shook itself, the white light flickering past. But this time the confusion failed to disrupt Shakira's, which successfully unleashed its rock slide. Zhu Tiantian observed Jengar beckoning from a distance, a smile creeping onto his face. Still trying to taunt? You'll learn your lesson after this rock slide. However, his smile quickly froze. The rock slide struck Jengar. Yet it transformed into a doll and collapsed onto the ground. Only then did Chen Zi's voice reach his ears. Substitute. WH what? This was Zhu Tiantian's first encounter with the sensation of being completely read by another. In Chen Zi's presence, he felt utterly transparent. Amid the confusion, Chen Zi seized the opportunity. Curse. Due to the lengthy preparation for Curse, which required sacrificing Jengar's health, Chen Zi could only wait until the opponent's Pokemon exhibited a significant recoil before he could utilize it. At this very moment, Shakira's, who had just unleashed a rock slide, afforded Gistone an opportunity. As the rock slide struck the substitute, a dark beam simultaneously hit Shakira's. Now rock slide. Zhu Tiantian commanded. At this juncture, the only path to salvation for Gistone lay in swiftly eliminating the opponent. Otherwise, under the dual debilitation of Will-o-Wisp and Curse, the match could be deemed all but concluded. Chen Zi wore a peculiar smile, while Zhu Tiantian found himself at a loss upon witnessing this spectacle. Hold your ground. The protective barrier shimmered to life, and the rock slide struck precisely upon the shield. Although it caused ripples, it failed to breach the barrier. Gistone cackled menacingly, a sound full of derision in Shakira's ears. In a moment of profound rage, Shakira's shed its thin outer shell, activating its shed skin ability. Flames flickered upon the discarded skin, and Shakira successfully rid itself of the burning effect. Now's your chance, crunch, Zhu Tiantian urged. As the protective barrier gradually faded, Shakira swiftly closed the distance to Gistone. Dark energy flickered in Shakira's jaws, poised to inflict harm upon the now bowing Gistone. Yet, Chen Zi's smile remained undiminished, exuding an air of confidence. What other tricks did he possess? Zhu Tiantian pondered, feeling perplexed. In the blink of an eye, Gistone raised its head, purple light swirling in its eyes. Shakira's, mere inches away, suddenly froze, collapsing to the ground. Hypnosis at close range is guaranteed to hit, Chen Zi remarked with a grin. Subsequently, Gistone leisurely circled around the fallen Shakira's. Zhu Tiantian found himself at a loss for words. Not only did Chen Zi's preemptive strategies frustrate him, but there was also the undeniable truth. This Gistone was truly insidious. Well then, let's end this dream feast, Chen Zi declared. Gistone cackled again, drawing near to the incapacitated Shakira's. With a gentle inhalation, Gistone caused Shakira's to display signs of agony before it ultimately succumbed to its inability to continue fighting. Compared to the previous battle, This encounter was more a test of the trainer's command than the Pokemon's prowess. Yet, it was evident that Zhu Tiantian lagged far behind Chen Zi. However, in the future, opportunities to rely on a trainer's guidance would diminish. As Pokemon capabilities improved, the dynamics of battle would evolve at an increasingly rapid pace, with Pokemon actions outpacing even sound. When that time comes, what would become of preemptive strategies and commands? This is precisely why Chen Zi devoted himself to cultivating his Pokemon's battle abilities. Whether with Lucario or Titi, he rarely interfered with their tactics. The same would apply to Gistone in the future. It was evident that Gistone's comprehension abilities were formidable. The final hypnosis could be considered a spontaneous act of Gistone, stabilizing the outcome of the battle. Keck! Gistone lunged forward. Chen Zi deftly popped a cherry berry into his mouth, reluctantly meeting the onslaught. Chapter 119, a new chapter. Following the battle, Chen Zi once again established his dominance among his peers. In the subsequent days, Lu Zhihao and Zhu Tiantian became Chen Zi's training partners, along with the belated Li Wei. Frankly speaking, the two uniquely colored Pokemon undeniably showcased their capacity for learning. From initially requiring Chen Zi's step-by-step guidance to gradually mastering their battle rhythm, they achieved this transformation in merely a few days. This left their training partners quite astonished. Ultimately, this was a practical manifestation of training content. The muscle memory developed during training allowed them to execute the movements envisioned in their minds more effectively. Without daily practice, such impressive results would be unattainable. The same applied to Li Wei and his companions. In the course of practice, it wasn't just Chen Zi's Pokemon that advanced rapidly. Li Wei's Pokemon also ascended to a higher echelon. At the very least, Chen Zi could already sense the aura of a Pokemon above level 50 from Li Wei's Galade. That was mastery over energy. As for TT and Lucario, they had already undergone this metamorphosis after consuming the mysterious fruit. All that remained was the accumulation of energy. Other Pokemon, however, still had a considerable journey ahead. During this seemingly short, yet lengthy break, it seemed unlikely they would reach such heights. Humans are ever-changing, and Chen Zi was no exception. While on Chong Island, he longed for his hometown. After spending some time at home, he yearned for adventure once more. Without the disturbances of the Ultra Wormhole and the entanglement in inexplicable turmoil, Chen Zi's days passed rather monotonously, even somewhat tedious. Why not head to school early? Chen Zi mused. Upon reflection, this indeed seemed a splendid idea. Although becoming a Pokemon trainer is a profession with a low entry threshold, only a select few can truly become the backbone of the field. After all, Pokemon growth requires constant training and a touch of innate talent. Despite Chen Zi's remarkable growth within just a year, 90% of his peers likely had Pokemon still languishing below level 30. This disparity meant that the majority would inevitably shift their focus away from Pokemon training to seek alternative paths. Even within the trainer university, 60 to 70% of students would fail to reach the minimum threshold of a Great Ball trainer before graduation. What constitutes this threshold? A Great Ball trainer is defined as someone who attains a rank of Great Ball or higher in competitive matches. Generally, to achieve this level, one must possess at least one Pokemon exceeding level 50 in their team. There are also a few, like Chen Zi, who attain this status due to exceptional Pokemon quality or adept command. However, in the lower tiers of the Great Ball rank, individuals akin to Chen Zi typically hold an advantage. Why did Chen Zi consider an early return to school a favorable idea? This pertains to the quality of opponents. As few trainers reach the Great Ball level before graduation, especially in a city like Tianhai, where only Tianhai University is noteworthy, the quality of students naturally pales in comparison to those from various regions and islands. Consequently, Chen Zi found the likelihood of encountering young Great Ball trainers in Tianhai rather slim. Most opponents he would face would be those who achieved financial freedom in middle age or retirees who had rekindled their passion for Pokemon battles. Their partners were typically Pokemon that had been with them for a considerable time, reaching a certain level. Although these Pokemon might also boast energy intensity at level 50, this level could be deemed illusory. Without undergoing a qualitative transformation in energy control, they would forever be unable to achieve a leap in strength. Bullying weaker Pokemon may be tolerable, but when faced with someone like Chen Zi, one is essentially powerless. Such battles hold no significance for Chen Zi. Even when occasionally confronted by university students from Tianhai University, he feels little pressure. Thus, rather than languishing here, he might as well head to school early. As one of the top 2 universities in the nation, Modi University boasts a student body that is leagues ahead of institutions like Tianhai University. After making his decision, Chen Zi promptly contacted Jiang Shirley. After all, the only person he knows who can connect him with Modi University is Jiang Shirley. Jiang Shirley quickly responded. stating that while new students are generally not permitted to arrive at school too early, exceptions can be made for Chen Zi. Even if he were to be denied, Chen Zi would hardly be fazed. After all, who would refuse a favor for Reincarnator? Furthermore, as the first student to be directly admitted to Moda University, Chen Zi is entitled to certain privileges. Thus, the request for early enrollment was easily approved by Jiang Shirley on behalf of the university. Chen Zi had no doubt about Jiang Shirley's authority in this matter. He also casually mentioned Li Wei, to which Jiang Shirley replied that Chen Zi could bring as many people as he wished, even suggesting that the university would arrange accommodations for his parents if he wanted them to accompany him. However, Chen Zi felt too embarrassed to make such a request. After finishing his conversation with Jiang Shirley, Chen Zi quickly reached out to Li Wei. As anticipated, Li Wei unhesitatingly supported Chen Zi's decision and planned to accompany him to Moda University. After all, Li Wei had no acquaintances here, apart from those who had been by his side, and he had little to hold him back. Moreover, since teaching this cohort of students, Li seemed to have found joy in his profession. Initially intending to leave after this batch, he ultimately chose to remain and continue teaching. The principal of Tianhai 4th Middle School was more than pleased, offering Li a significantly elevated salary. With a teacher of Li's caliber, and with a few additional instructors under his guidance, the school would likely maintain commendable results even after Chen Zi's departure. Additionally, the mark of the Ultra Space on Li Wei could reappear at any moment, at least until this issue is resolved. Chen Zi would not part ways with Li Wei for too long. Consequently, after informing their parents, Chen Zi and Li Wei set off for Moda University ahead of schedule. Their mode of travel was somewhat different from before. Li Wei had arranged for 2 Charizards to take them to the city. This was quintessentially Pokemon. Since his rebirth, apart from the flight with Reincarnator, this was Chen Zi's second experience traveling via a flying Pokemon. It was also his first opportunity to truly savor the scenery during his rebirth. The Charizard's cruising speed, while not comparable to that of a high-speed plane, brought Chen Zi and the others closer to this enchanting world. Observing the multitude of Pokemon along the way, Chen Zi felt an ever-present gratitude for being in such a world. Looking back, the skyline of Tianhai City was already out of sight, with Charizard carrying them. They had entered a more expansive realm. Thus, a new chapter in Chen Zi's life was about to unfold. Chapter 120, Moda University, your king has arrived. Needless to say, the sensation of riding a flying Pokemon is entirely distinct from that of boarding an airplane. The latter often feels devoid of substance, with time slipping by in the blink of an eye. In contrast, the former imbued Chen Zi with an overwhelming sense of freedom. One can instruct the flying Pokemon to soar high or dip low, to meander or to perform aerial loops, and the Pokemon would comply. This experience further solidified Chen Zi's determination to acquire a flying Pokemon as soon as possible. As for which one, he would leave it to fate. Of course, a legendary Pokemon like the legendary birds would not be unwelcome. Reincarnator, are you daydreaming again? Chen Zi, what's wrong with a little fantasy? It's not a crime to dream. Truth be told, Chen Zi's aspirations were somewhat unrealistic. Although the legendary birds form a group, he had never heard of anyone encountering them, let alone capturing one. Moreover, given his current strength, the prospect of subduing the legendary birds without Reincarnator's assistance seemed less feasible than hoping for a legendary bird egg to fall from the sky. Amid Reincarnator's relentless mockery, Chen Zi cast aside his fanciful thoughts. Speaking of which, Reincarnator had lived for so long yet displayed a naivete that rivaled Chen Zi's own, resembling a child in demeanor. Chen Zi suddenly felt that the depictions of the foolish ones from the Hoenn region in various fan works began to resonate with reality. Reincarnator, who are you calling a child? Ignoring Reincarnator's retort, Chen Zi focused on the sprawling urban landscape, drawing closer. Occasionally, he spotted other flying Pokemon transporting people overhead. Upon arriving in Moda City, Charizard gently descended, depositing Chen Zi and Li Wei. The regulations governing flying Pokemon in Moda City were notably stricter compared to other regions. Today, coincidentally, was a day when Charizard was restricted from flying. Even without such restrictions, the numerous aerial traffic regulations and the congested airways suggested that traveling by ground might be more expedient. Li Wei's family had already made arrangements, so Chen Zi and Li Wei had no cause for concern. Outside the urban area of Moda City, a designated vehicle from Li Wei's family awaited their arrival. As soon as Charizard landed, Chen Zi and Li Wei seamlessly transitioned into the car, continuing their journey toward Moda University. After a little over an hour, the vehicle came to a stop just outside Moda University. At the entrance, a steady stream of vibrant, youthful university students could be seen coming and going. How young they are, Chen Zi mused, admiring the students as they passed by. Li Wei's expression turned peculiar. You make it sound like you've lived for ages. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chen Zi dismissed it. It's not important. Soon after, the pair exited the vehicle and approached the entrance. True to its reputation, Modi University exuded grandeur. Even from the side entrance they were using, the impressive architecture of this entrance far surpassed that of Chen Zi's previous school, Wuko University, by several streets. The stone monument at the entrance gleamed with the name Modi University inscribed in golden letters. Nearby stood a towering statue of a Lucario, the Pokemon of the university's first president. This Lucario had earned everlasting glory by quelling the rampaging Pokemon in the Starfall Forest, recognized as a hero of the aura. At this moment, Chen Zi had released his Pokemon. Within the university, where everyone was a trainer, the regulations regarding Pokemon management were considerably more relaxed than in high school. There were no restrictions against releasing Pokemon. With their assistance, moving luggage became much easier. Chen Zi and Li Wei made their way toward the entrance control area. Jiang surely remarked that he had already entered the facial identity information of Chen Zi and Li Wei into the school's academic system, allowing them access simply by scanning their faces. Indeed, as Chen Zi approached the entrance, the door swung open with a beep. The door was wide enough to easily accommodate even a Pokemon as large as an aluminum steel dragon. As Chen Zi stepped onto the campus, he began to admire the picturesque scenery. To be honest, this was Chen Zi's first visit to Magic City University in both of his lifetimes. In his previous life, even after becoming a champion, he had never set foot here, having only received an invitation to Imperial Capital University once. It would be disingenuous to say that he did not yearn for Magic City University. Who wouldn't he dream of gaining admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University in their youth? After much effort over 3 lifetimes, Chen Zi had finally arrived here. Despite having experienced various events, he felt a surge of excitement upon entering this esteemed institution. In contrast, Li Wei maintained an unwavering calmness. Chen Zi took out his phone and began searching for the location of their dormitory on the map. Indeed, Magic City University was vast. As the most prestigious and largest institution in the city, its campus spanned an area comparable to dozens of Tianhai training grounds. Adjacent to the university lay the Starfall Forest. Though it was situated some distance from the winter camp area, a particularly renowned site within the university was the Breeding Institute, which was essentially part of the Starfall Forest, housing numerous rare Pokemon that were made available free of charge to the students of Magic City University. However, one must possess the qualifications to select Pokemon. Perhaps Chen Zi's flying-type Pokemon might originate from this very place. Yet, the Breeding Institute was located on the opposite end of the university, quite a distance away. For now, the priority was to transport their numerous belongings to the dormitory assigned to them by the school. Speaking of dormitories, the accommodation conditions at Magic City University were truly exceptional. Backed by the most economically developed city, the dormitories here were incomparable to those of ordinary universities. At Magic City University, even the most basic dormitories resembled single apartments, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room, allowing ample space for the Pokemon to roam. Furthermore, superior accommodations included 3-bedroom apartments, spacious flats, and even 3-story standalone villas. The allocation of these dormitories was determined by competitions held at the start of each semester. Only the strongest were deemed worthy of enjoying more advantageous living conditions. However, Chen Zi did not need to participate in such competitions. His dormitory had already been arranged by the school, a charming standalone villa. Typically, such villas were shared by 2 residents, so Chen Zi decided to invite Li Wei to join him. Given their luggage, they had no choice but to walk. Fortunately, the entrance they chose was relatively close to the dormitory, and after a 10-minute stroll, they arrived at the gate of their residential complex. There was also a security system in place, permitting only registered residents access. Chen Zi's residence was located in the first complex, situated on the outermost edge of all the complexes. Students passing by cast curious glances at the unfamiliar duo. After all, few resided in the first complex, and each resident was a notable figure at Magic City University, widely recognized. The 2 of them were undoubtedly strangers. Beep. As the security system chimed, Chen Zi and Li Wei stepped into the first complex under the inquisitive gazes of those around them. Upon entering the dormitory, they found the furniture already arranged, sparing them the need for preparation. After unpacking their belongings, Chen Zi and Li Wei ventured out together, not in haste to engage in battles, but rather to familiarize themselves with the campus environment. However, as soon as they stepped outside, Chen Zi faced a dilemma. The summer heat was oppressive, the sun beating down relentlessly, leaving him reluctant to move. The sheer size of the campus left him somewhat bewildered. While it appeared manageable on the phone's map, standing amidst the sprawling grounds, ready to measure every inch of the campus with his own 2 feet, he realized the university was indeed colossal. Most critically, Neither Chen Zi nor Li Wei possessed Pokemon capable of providing transportation. Watching fellow students riding their Pokemon, Chen Zi once again felt a longing for a flying-type Pokemon. Fortunately, adjacent to the dormitory area, there was a station for shared electric scooters, leading Chen Zi to promptly abandon the idea of traversing the campus on foot. Yet, even riding the scooter, exploring the entirety of the university would prove a challenge. As he maneuvered the scooter, he mentally noted the various buildings' appearances and matched them with their names on the map. This had always been his habit. Acclimatizing himself to a new environment was a prudent first step. While exploring, Chen Zi couldn't help but reflect. Truth be told, Magic City University and Fogmouth University were not even in the same league. Before he had even explored half the campus, he had already encountered 7 or 8 large training grounds designated for various types of Pokemon. From the map's nomenclature, it was evident that these training facilities were specifically allocated for different attributes. In contrast, while Fogmouth University also categorized its training areas by attribute, they were crammed into 2 or 3 large training grounds, lacking the luxury of having dedicated facilities for each attribute, as seen at Magic City University. Thus, it was no wonder that so many aspired to enroll in this prestigious institution. The allure was not without reason. Whether it be accommodation or training grounds, these were but minor aspects of the grand picture. The campus infrastructure was also notably comprehensive, and due to its size, a dedicated internal bus system had been established. In fact, there was a bus stop not far from where Chen Zi had exited, though he had overlooked it at the time. The ecological environment was also of the highest quality. Unlike the Magic City outside, filled with towering skyscrapers, the campus exuded a sense of lush greenery, harmoniously intertwined with a modern technological ambience. Drones watering the greenery were a common sight. Interestingly, this drone technology could be considered a precursor to Rotom. When Rotom becomes ubiquitous, the entire world will undoubtedly undergo a transformation. However, as Chen Zi progressed further, the scenery of Magic City University began to appear somewhat homogenized. The landscape was predominantly composed of battle arenas, teaching blocks, training halls, and various spaces for communal activities, which were common features of every trainer school in the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, the Dragon Kingdom has historically provided substantial support to trainer schools. Each institution was allocated ample land and funding, significantly exceeding that of ordinary establishments, while breeding schools lagged far behind. Yet, much of this land was utilized for the construction of training facilities. Magic City University simply benefited from a larger allocation, allowing for more extensive development. While facilities were secondary considerations, the most critical aspect was undoubtedly the faculty strength of Magic City University. There was an adage in past lives. In Magic City, if a billboard were to fall, among the 10 individuals crushed, 9 would be millionaires, and the remaining 1 a billionaire. In the teachers' dormitory area of Magic City University, this statement may indeed be quite applicable. A building in the teachers' dormitory collapsed, tragically claiming the lives of 10 individuals, 9 of whom were advanced trainers of high rank, while the remaining was a master trainer. It is worth noting that not even a typical advanced trainer of lower rank is qualified to lecture at Magic City University. Chen Zi and Li Wei engaged in a casual conversation, unknowingly traversing a significant portion of the campus. Upon reaching the main entrance, they encountered 2 grand monuments. One monument bore the names of the heroes who perished while suppressing the falling star forest, while the other commemorated the Pokemon that sacrificed their lives. Behind these monuments stood a large bulletin board-like structure, adorned with several expansive electronic screens meticulously displaying various rankings. These included strength rankings for each grade, as well as an overall strength leaderboard. At this moment, the section for first-year students was conspicuously empty, presumably because the new cohort had yet to enroll. The rankings were updated in real time. As Chen Zi approached, he noticed that the positions of 2 individuals on the leaderboard had shifted. Magic City University undoubtedly possessed a martial spirit. On their way, Chen Zi had observed numerous outdoor battle arenas, where even during the summer break, a considerable audience gathered. Had he not been preoccupied with exploring the school, he might have been tempted to join in the excitement. Such scenes were not uncommon. One could even witness individuals commencing Pokemon battles in vacant spaces by the roadside. At Magic City University, as long as one did not disrupt traffic or inconvenience others, they could battle wherever they pleased. The leaderboard continued to fluctuate, having changed 4 or 5 times in a short span. However, most of the alterations occurred within the mid to lower ranks, while those at the pinnacle remained steadfast. Among them, Chen Zi recognized several familiar faces, such as Yiqing Shui, currently ranked 1st in his 2nd year, and Long Feng, ranked 4th, both renowned figures from his past life, formidable rivals on his path to ascendancy. Additionally, there was Zhang Bai, the first in his third year, whom Chen Zi recalled as the captain of that year's Magic City University team, an individual of considerable talent. Speaking of which, this time coincided with the summer season of the National University League, implying that the university team was likely still in competition. Prior to his enrollment, Chen Zi had indeed made a request, one of which was the privilege of directly entering the university team. If others at Magic City University were to learn of this request, it could potentially cause quite a stir. The reason being, the selection for the university team was an open and transparent process available to all, irrespective of grade, allowing anyone to apply. At the beginning of each semester, a selection competition was held, the proceedings of which were broadcast live. This aspect had also been considered by the notified team members, who naturally would not allow an unqualified candidate into the team. However, at this moment, the members of the Magic City University team, located far away in the imperial capital, were preoccupied with a situation they had never encountered before. Chapter 122. Junior, are you certain? After spending an afternoon exploring, Chen Zi and Li Wei had finally completed their tour of Magic City University. Circling back, they returned to the vicinity of the dormitory area, where they discovered a battle arena nearby. Chen Zi intended to engage in a few matches there. However, he was informed that he was not permitted to participate in battles within that venue. The senior in charge halted him, explaining that both participants in a battle had to insert their student IDs into a device beside the arena before commencing the duel. Through the senior, Chen Zi learned that at Magic City University, each student's information is recorded on their student ID, which is also linked to their ranking points on the leaderboard at the main entrance. It was even possible to bind this information to the World Championship ranking, allowing for simultaneous calculations of both intra-university ranking points and competitive rankings, should both parties agree. Lacking a student ID, Chen Zi was regarded as an external visitor. The senior kindly suggested that he could head west to the open battle area for a match. Chen Zi did not elaborate further, merely nodding and turning to observe the ongoing match. On the field, one trainer commanded a Dragonite while the other wielded a Gardevoir. True to the reputation of Magic City University, fully evolved quasi-gods were not a rarity. Both trainers demonstrated commendable command skills, and their Pokémon exhibited strength surpassing that of typical counterparts at the same level. Occasionally, Chen Zi overheard spectators discussing the outcome of the battle. This time, Yifeng is a sure win, trust me. You say that every time, and every time believing your nonsense leads to a loss of points. Exactly. Trusting you is worse than saving the points to buy some treats for the Pokémon. Come on, just trust me one more time. Points? This sounded like a form of currency unique to Magic City University. Chen Zi was quite accustomed to such betting behavior. Various competitions typically employed similar mechanisms, though participants were not allowed to partake. Since they were regarded as outsiders, the senior approached Chen Zi and enthusiastically explained the current situation. It turned out that the two combatants were both ranked among the top 20 in the third-year leaderboard, one named Yifeng, whose Dragonite was his Pokémon, and the other named Suyi. Their strengths were closely matched, but Suyi often emerged victorious. In the absence of the university team, such high-quality matches were relatively rare. The senior remarked, "You two look young. You must still be in high school, just starting with your initial Pokémon? Pay close attention. This will greatly benefit your future battles." Chen Zi and Li Wei exchanged glances, not bothering to clarify. Ultimately, Gardevoir clinched victory with a narrow margin thanks to a well-timed tail whip. At least, that was the consensus. However, Chen Zi discerned something peculiar. Gardevoir's timing seemed too fortuitous. Given that such outcomes appeared consistent, Chen Zi's expression shifted to one of intrigue. This Suyi was concealing his true capabilities. Chen Zi refrained from voicing his thoughts. Even if he did, few would likely believe him. Besides, it was merely his conjecture, and it was Suyi's prerogative to battle as he wished. Nevertheless, Chen Zi couldn't shake the feeling of curiosity. Meanwhile, Li Wei felt considerable pressure. Despite his own Galade mastering a decisive move, he couldn't guarantee victory against these two. Though they were indeed top performers in the third year, Li Wei had shelved his earlier dismissiveness. "Senior, can you defeat them?" Chen Zi inquired. The senior immediately shook his head. "How could I possibly defeat them? I'm just here to earn a diploma." Chen Zi's eyes sparkled. He retrieved a dragon fang gifted from Dragon Island from his pocket and placed it in the senior's hand. "Senior, let me have a go at it. If I lose, I'll compensate you with this dragon fang," Chen Zi declared. The senior was momentarily taken aback, eventually responding, "Are you sure? He's exceptionally strong. A novice trainer like you stands no chance against him." The senior naturally perceived the preciousness of this dragon tooth. However, he was reluctant to allow such an enthusiastic child for battle to lose his courage at such a young age. "I assure you," Chen Zi nodded, "rest assured. I am not afraid of losing." Chen Zi's determination was unwavering, and seeing this, the senior could not bring himself to dampen Chen Zi's spirited enthusiasm. Thus, he returned the dragon tooth to Chen Zi, permitting him to engage in a match. After all, even in defeat, only a few points would be deducted. He hoped that Chen Zi would not be disheartened. Subsequently, at the senior's behest, Chen Zi ascended to the battle platform. Initially, Sui had intended to leave, but upon noticing another challenger stepping up, he paused to assess the newcomer. Relieved to find that the challenger was not someone he recognized from the leaderboard, Sui felt a sense of ease. After all, if it had been a renowned contender, he would have been reluctant to engage, especially with his Niame dragon already exhausted. Since this was an unknown individual, it seemed they had come merely to offer points. "Excuse me, Junior," Sui inquired, "are you here to challenge me?" Chen Zi nodded affirmatively. The crowd below began to murmur, for Chen Zi was an unfamiliar face. Although some witnesses had seen him enter the first area in the afternoon, the number was scarce. It appeared that no one present had recognized him at first glance. Noticing Chen Zi's nod, Sui decided to forego any politeness. However, he still aimed to demonstrate the fatigued state of his Niame dragon before the majority of spectators, so he resolved to use another Pokemon for this battle. Once both parties inserted their cards into the machine, they took their positions. The next segment was the preparation phase for the competitors, which also allowed the audience to place their bets on the outcome. Some spectators decided to wager points in favor of Chen Zi, tempted by the high odds. After all, it was merely a small amount of points, and perhaps a surprise victory could occur. Chen Zi was an unknown entity, and there was a possibility he could be a formidable opponent. With the referee's command, both contenders released their Pokemon simultaneously. Sui, opting for caution, sent forth his Fire Monkey, which was on par with the Niame dragon's strength. However, upon seeing Chen Zi's chosen Pokemon, he was momentarily taken aback. A rather peculiar-looking Budew? Was it merely a Budew? Sui found himself stunned, and he was not alone. The audience shared in his astonishment. The senior who had just issued Chen Zi his card wore an expression of resigned expectation. How could a mere Budew contend against the Fire Monkey? Yet, some discerning onlookers noted that this Budew had been exceptionally cultivated. Nevertheless, no matter how remarkable, it was still just a Budew. Could one truly expect a Budew to triumph over Suye's Fire Monkey? Such an idea seemed utterly fanciful. Those who had placed their bets on Chen Zi now felt a twinge of regret. This battle appeared to have lost any semblance of competitiveness. Seeing Suye's momentary lapse, Chen Zi chose not to command Budew into action, fully anticipating the reactions of the onlookers. "Shall we begin?" Chen Zi inquired. "Are you certain? Did you not miselect your Pokemon?" Suye's expression was peculiar. Chen Zi shook his head, replying, "Let us get started. If you do not act soon, I shall make my move." With a sigh, Suyi resolved to end the match swiftly. Only Li Wei remained composed, wishing he had placed all his bets on Chen Zi. No one understood the true terror of Chen Zi's beauty better than he did. Chapter 123. Everything I say is true. Have you ever seen the Shanghai University at 3 in the morning? Suyi had. He recalled the confusion he felt that night about the events that had transpired. Sighing, he thought, "Very well, let us proceed." As soon as he finished speaking, Suyi's demeanor shifted to one of intense focus. Having resolved to fight, he would devote his full attention, even against what appeared to be a feeble opponent. The Fire Monkey swiftly initiated an attack, launching a sonic punch aimed directly at Budew's face. The spectators seemed to envision Budew being sent flying by the force of the blow. Chen Zi stood still, appearing to have yet to react. The speed of the Fire Monkey's sonic punch was indeed rapid, the sound of the sonic boom resonating through the arena. In the blink of an eye, the Fire Monkey stood before Budew. However, for Budew, who practiced daily with Lucario, this speed was hardly formidable. With a sudden flicker, Budew vanished from sight, reappearing behind the Fire Monkey with an incomprehensible swiftness. By the time the audience comprehended the shift, Budew had already swung its eternal flower, striking the Fire Monkey squarely on the back. Since the beginning of the year, Budew had seldom engaged with other Pokemon. Its primary sparring partner had been Lucario from Chen Zi's team. Prior to returning from Dragon Island, the matches between Lucario and Budew had yielded a mix of victories and defeats, maintaining a ratio of approximately 3-7. However, following Budew's mastery of Ideal Energy, its physical capabilities had significantly enhanced. Both its reaction speed and attack power had reached an immeasurable level. Chen Zi had measured Budew's Moonlight power, which had surpassed the threshold of 60 levels without the use of energy. Despite maintaining a 3-7 ratio, it had transformed into Budew defeating Lucario 7 times in 3 minutes. Thus, Li Wei's belief that he understood Budew's true potential was misplaced. The one most qualified to comment was Lucario, who silently observed from within its Pokeball. Upon witnessing the Fire Monkey's striking speed, It had already foreseen the battle's outcome. With a resounding clap, the fire monkey was sent sprawling forward, crashing against the energy barrier at the edge of the arena. In that instant, both Su Yi and the audience collectively gasped, their breaths caught in their throats. What had they just witnessed? A Budu, seemingly delivering a light tap, had effortlessly pinned the fire monkey against the energy barrier? Was the world going mad, or was it merely them? Perhaps the fire monkey had simply charged recklessly? Gradually, the fire monkey slid down from the energy barrier, turning to reveal a face filled with shock. Only it understood the absurdity of Budu's swift response. Just as the sonic punch was about to land, Budu had acted, and the fire monkey had felt an overwhelming force strike from behind. Su Yi, now fully alert, sensed an unfathomable depth in his opponent. In the audience, some had already pulled out their phones to capture this rare spectacle, eager to document such an extraordinary event. Chen Zi, however, remained unbothered. Budu had appeared in public numerous times before. Initially, during the Baby Cup, while some had considered Budu overly powerful, it had not raised many eyebrows. Yet now, the notion of a Budu overpowering a fire monkey of level 50 or above was indeed astonishing. The nature of the situation was akin to a green caterpillar defeating a Charizard. Su Yi realized that speed could be an advantage for TT, and he swiftly devised a countermeasure. A fiery vortex emerged, confining the battleground. As long as TT's movement was restricted, facing the long-range assaults of the Infernape, the petite form of Florges would likely succumb. The Infernape comprehended the plan and promptly unleashed the fiery vortex, expanding its reach. Before long, the arena, which had initially been modest in size, was enveloped in flames. TT merely observed the actions of the Infernape, unmoved. In truth, TT possessed numerous tactics to counter the fiery vortex. For instance, TT could summon misty terrain, where the dense fairy energy would swiftly extinguish the flames. Alternatively, TT could employ a fairy wind variant with a counter shield to redirect the fire back towards the Infernape. Yet, TT chose an action. It had already discerned the intentions of the Infernape. If you wish to engage, then come forth. Chen Zi smiled knowingly and commanded, hold the line. Simultaneously, Su Ye's order was given, flamethrower. With a clang, the protective barrier materialized, blocking the torrent of flames that erupted from the Infernape's maw. The flamethrower persisted, causing the Infernape's body to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, TT, maintaining the barrier, appeared entirely at ease, showing no signs of strain. The flames converged towards TT, but were held at bay by its potent fairy energy, kept at bay a meter away. Above the Infernape, a crescent moon began to coalesce silently. Dodge! Su Yi shouted. Young man, your bond is insufficient, Chen Zi chuckled. Once TT's lunar power locked onto the Infernape, there would be no chance of escape. Even as the Infernape exerted all its strength to leap aside, TT's lunar power remained steadfast. The power descended upon the Infernape, who felt nothing before abruptly losing consciousness. Silence engulfed the arena. There was no applause, only the sound of gasps and swallowed breaths. 2 moves. It took merely 2 moves. Initially perceived as a one-sided match, it seemed to shift towards an evenly matched duel in the middle, only to conclude with another one-sided outcome, albeit with the roles reversed. This could no longer be deemed an upset. It was a miracle. Those who had wagered on Chen Zi's victory were utterly unprepared for the ease with which the points were secured. However, at that moment, they felt no thrill, only bewilderment and disbelief. Who is he? Is this truly a Florges? This became a shared question in the minds of the spectators. Yet, by the time they processed the events, Chen Zi had already departed the tumultuous scene with Li Wei. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Zi had returned the card to his senior, who remained lost in the reverberations of the final confrontation. Chen Zi understood that if he did not leave promptly, it would soon become difficult to escape. Thus, he made a hasty exit from the scene. Su Yi on stage wore a dazed expression. The anticipated scene of Chen Zi being shattered in spirit had not materialized. Instead, it was Su Yi who seemed somewhat broken. Why? Su Yi murmured. That evening, nearly everyone present was disseminating the shocking news. The initial reaction from outsiders was disbelief. It can't be true. One exclaimed. I assure you, it's all true. There's video evidence. Came the response. But can't the video be edited? Retorted another. Nonetheless, on the forum of Magic City University, the enigmatic figure accompanied by Florges stirred an uproar overnight. Chapter 124, The Terrifying Luzhou University. However, Chen Zi did not achieve fame through this singular battle. The following day, an even more unbelievable event transpired, one that stirred indignation throughout the entirety of Magic City University. In the morning matches, Magic City University faced defeat against Luzhou University, thus missing the finals. This news rapidly overshadowed the buzz surrounding the mysterious Florges wielder, and Chen Zi's reputation had yet to fully develop before it was snuffed out. If Luzhou University were merely an unexpected dark horse, the reaction would not have been so pronounced. The truth was, Luzhou University represented something widely recognized. Behind them stood the now famous genetic drug developers, H Company. This implied that every member of Luzhou University was accompanied by Pokemon enhanced by drugs. Thus, they triumphed over the representatives of Magic City University in this manner, provoking a profound sense of unfairness among the students and the public. Why should my painstakingly trained Pokemon be defeated by yours simply because you resorted to drugs? Online reactions to the event were polarized. Nevertheless, a majority supported Luzhou University, as they viewed genetic drugs as providing an opportunity for ordinary individuals to compete with the gifted. When Chen Zi came across the related news, he could not help but furrow his brow. This diverged from the course of events in his previous life. When Yu and her companions entered Luzhou University, Chen Zi had sensed that something was amiss. After all, in his previous life, there was no narrative of Luzhou University's sudden emergence. This raised a foul odor in Chen Zi's senses. However, with Hiram by his side, he believed that even the mightiest organization would not pose a threat to him. Should the day come when they faced ruin, he would simply bring Hiram to obliterate them all. For those who regard the lives of Pokemon as trifles, even standing on the side of humanity, Chen Zi harbored deep disdain. This sentiment was shared by Hiram, residing within him. Yet, for the time being, Chen Zi remained unaware of the group's objectives, the identity of their leader, or their connections within the Dragon Kingdom. Until he unraveled these mysteries, he would refrain from alarming them. Though this might lead to numerous Pokemon suffering harm, it was better than eradicating the grass without uprooting the source, which could result in even more Pokemon falling victim in the future. Observing the overwhelming online sentiment, Chen Zi secretly shook his head. It would not be fair to label these individuals as irrational. Rather, the issue of genetic drugs had indeed become a point of contention between two groups, the inherently gifted and the ordinary. After this confrontation, the outcome was not favorable. It heightened the notoriety of genetic drugs, which had previously circulated only within a small sphere, now becoming common knowledge throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Fortunately, Chen Zi noted the official response from H Company. The quantity of genetic drugs was limited, and production of more was currently unfeasible. This brought him a measure of relief, as it meant fewer Pokemon would suffer injury. Nonetheless, this malignant growth needed to be eradicated swiftly. At present, Chen Zi found himself unable to offer substantial assistance, as this matter involved numerous complexities within the organization. What he could do was to eliminate their ambitions at lightning speed once they revealed their true colors. Chen Zi clicked on videos of Luzhou University's matches against various other universities. The official account of Luzhou University had released a compilation, documenting the unaltered footage of their matches. Chen Zi casually clicked on a few. Initially, the videos were unremarkable, showcasing Luzhou University's standard display of skill. As a university representative of an entire region, it remains relatively competitive. The true spectacle began when Luzhou University faced off against the formidable Yao City University. Although Luzhou University is somewhat inferior in strength among the 5 major universities, it is not a trivial contender that can be easily dismissed. During the matches, Luzhou University experienced a series of intense defeats. Ultimately, in the climactic personal showdown, a studentess Sheldon, exhibiting an explosive prowess, managed to triumph over 2 opponents. And in the doubles round, it decisively overpowered Yao City University, securing an unexpected advancement. Chen Zi meticulously scrutinized the match involving the Sheldon, captivated by its fierce crimson gaze and the swift, merciless strikes of its sacred sword, which dispatched its opponent's Pokemon with a single blow. This sensation was familiar to Chen Zi. He recognized that this Sheldon had undoubtedly activated its amplification capabilities, akin to Wenpei's Metagross from the past. Fast forward to the recent match against Magic City University, and Luzhou University's strength had evidently escalated dramatically. It is worth noting that Magic City University, a perennial champion, far surpasses Yao City University in prowess. Yet, they were utterly subdued by Luzhou University. Chen Zi witnessed the terrifying Metagross dominate the Magic City team, effortlessly annihilating their Mega Evolution Scyther. The rarity of Mega Evolutions, especially in intercollegiate leagues, makes such encounters noteworthy. Typically, those who command Mega Evolutions are strategic players, as competition rules permit only 1 Mega Pokemon in both singles and doubles phases. Thus, when a Mega Pokemon enters the fray, it is expected to eliminate at least 1 opponent. However, the instantaneous devastation wrought by Metagross resulted in the Mega Scyther being obliterated in a mere glance, a phenomenon unprecedented in previous competitions, leaving many students in disbelief. In this arena of public opinion, As long as there is no concrete evidence suggesting that genetic enhancers pose a threat to Pokemon, victory seemed destined for Liuzhou University. After all, the majority of individuals in this world are ordinary. Thus, the ongoing disputes online stem from skepticism regarding the safety of genetic enhancers. Several universities have issued bans on their purchase following the release of these enhancers, indicating that higher authorities are aware of the underlying issues. Yet, many perceive this as a manifestation of the obstinacy of university presidents, unwilling to embrace innovation, or as an expression of the so-called elitism of the so-called geniuses. What more could Chen Zi say? After shutting down his computer, he felt as though the day's good spirits had vanished. Many students from Magic City University shared his discontent. The formidable Liuzhou University loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain. Even during the zenith of the imperial capital university, such a sense of tension had never been felt. Although they remained oblivious to the intricacies of genetic enhancers, it did not diminish their discomfort. After all, the implications of genetic enhancers extend beyond mere enhancement of talent. They seem to represent a direct augmentation of Pokemon capabilities. If a day arrives when Pokemon can simply consume drugs to become stronger, what will become of the training they have undertaken? It is not that they cannot bear to see others succeed. Rather, it is the unsettling feeling of having their efforts rendered meaningless. Chapter 125. The Trials of the Magic City University Team. Without a student card, Chen Zi could not perpetually borrow others' cards to engage in battles. Thus, in the ensuing days, he diligently trained several Pokemon outdoors, with no new victories to report. The mysterious incident involving the flower-leafed Pokemon faded into obscurity, overshadowed by the rising prominence of Liuzhou University. Chen Zi learned about this development only after venturing into the internal forum of Magic City University. However, he was not particularly concerned, as he believed it was an inevitable occurrence. In his understanding, the flower-leaf Pokemon would not evolve again, remaining in its current form, which would eventually attract attention at higher-level competitions. The same principle applied to an ordinary EV winning a championship. Therefore, Chen Zi had no intention of concealing anything. Had he possessed a student card, he would have already been battling far and wide. He reached out to Jiang Shirley, inquiring about the possibility of an early issuance of his student card. Jiang Shirley declined, explaining that it pertained to ranking issues and that early distribution would be unfair to other newcomers. The National Intercollegiate League's summer competition had concluded, with the championship title claimed by Liuzhou University, who triumphed over the reigning champions, Imperial Capital University, in the finals. After witnessing Liuzhou University's previous performances, the spectators were no longer surprised by their victory. Discussions surrounding genetic enhancers did not wane following Liuzhou University's championship. Rather, they intensified, displaying a discernible escalation in fervor. Chen Zi speculated that intervention from higher authorities would not be long in coming. An escalating fervor is detrimental to any party involved. For H Corporation, responsible for the Genius Project, should the attention reach an international level, it would spell trouble. Conversely, for the opposition, a one-sided public sentiment would significantly hinder their investigations. However, these were matters for another time. Chen Zi received news that the Magic City University team had returned from the imperial capital, and they wished to meet with him. Jiang surely conveyed this with a touch of exasperation. They had just suffered a defeat and were brimming with frustration, likely believing him to be a mere beneficiary of connections. He advised Chen Zi to exercise caution. Upon learning this, Chen Zi felt not anxiety but rather excitement. It was clearly an opportunity for Pokemon battles. He had been eager to find practice partners. For Chen Zi, this was indeed fortuitous. The Magic City University team had a dedicated training facility equipped with advanced apparatus for various types of Pokemon, alongside a roster of professional support staff to provide timely assistance to the team members. This year, the return of the team was remarkably low-key. In previous years, whether they won the championship or the runner-up, a welcoming ceremony awaited their return, even if they were overshadowed by other schools in the 5 major universities. However, this year, it was said that the team had declined such a ceremony, opting instead to immediately commence training at their facility. The current pressure on the Magic City University team was immense. Unlike the other schools that had experienced sudden surges in strength, their overall capability was still inferior to the top 2. As long as they performed adequately in the next competition, they could still defeat their rivals and reclaim their title. At this moment, the prowess exhibited by Liuzhou University had far surpassed that of Magic City University. Regaining their rightful glory would not be an easy endeavor. Moreover, the schedule for the Intercollegiate League was tightly packed. The league was divided into 2 segments, the Winter Selection Tournament and the Summer Main Event. The Winter Selection was primarily aimed at identifying participants for the summer competition, a process that Magic City University could navigate with relative ease. Thus, they had nearly a year to surpass their opponents. At that moment, the true reckoning with Liuzhou had arrived. The same held true for the capital city. Chen Zi had also arrived at the training grounds of the Magic City University team. The venue was enclosed, designed to ensure that tactical strategies discussed by the team would not be disseminated by well-meaning outsiders. After explaining his purpose to the gatekeeper, Chen Zi was granted entry. Upon stepping onto the field, he was immediately greeted by the intense sounds of clashes reverberating around him. As he surveyed the area, he noticed that it was divided into several spacious sections. A dozen individuals were pacing back and forth in various training zones, some even engaged in Pokemon training. Given the sparse crowd, Chen Zi quickly drew their attention upon his arrival. Comparing their faces to the photos on his phone, a tall, slender, and striking young man approached him. The others soon gathered around as well. "Are you Chen Zi, the junior?" the tall man inquired. Chen Zi nodded, responding, "Hello, senior. I am Chen Zi." He recognized the man as Jiang Bai, the current captain of the Magic City University team. It was unlikely that any university student had not heard of Jiang Bai. He was not only the captain of Magic City University, but also one of the two strongest college students in the country, alongside Guyu from the capital university, heralded as the twin prodigies of the new era. In his previous life, Chen Zi had frequently encountered news about him, but after his graduation, Jiang Bai gradually faded from the limelight. Chen Zi's next encounter with him was in the Ultimate Investigation team, where he learned that Jiang Bai had joined the reserve of the team after graduating, thus holding more experience than Chen Zi. "So you're Chen Zi?" If Jiang Bai exuded a refreshing aura, then the robust man beside him emanated an oppressive presence. Zhang Hongbing had always harbored a disdain for those who relied on connections, and naturally, his demeanor towards Chen Zi was far from cordial. The others observed Chen Zi with a calm curiosity, each of them harboring a hint of scrutiny. "That's more like it," Chen Zi thought, mentally prepared for such a scene. "I am indeed Chen Zi," he declared confidently, unwavering in the face of Zhang Hongbing's unfriendly expression, locking eyes with him without flinching. "This kid has quite the mental fortitude," Zhang Hongbing mused, his impression of Chen Zi slightly shifting. It seemed that this Chen Zi was not entirely without merit. At the very least, if they were to compete in a match, he wouldn't be intimidated into refusing to take the field. With his expression softening somewhat, Zhang Hongbing continued, "Are you aware that our team undergoes a selection process?" However, he asserted that strict standards must still be upheld. Should Chen Zi's abilities prove lacking and he only gained entry through connections, then even if he were not dismissed, he would remain on the sidelines, deprived of the opportunity to participate in matches. Chen Zi nodded, stating, "I understand, and I believe I possess the requisite abilities." "Good. That's what I wanted to hear," Zhang Hongbing replied, "but we won't simply take your word for it. Long Feng, come here." He beckoned to an individual who had not joined the crowd. The group surrounding Chen Zi had instinctively retreated a respectful distance, leaving the matter entirely in Zhang Hongbing's hands. Long Feng approached, his curiosity piqued as he regarded Chen Zi. "Chen Zi, you will face him in a 1v1 battle. Long Feng, use your newly trained aluminum steel dragon," Zhang Hongbing instructed. He then added, "Chen Zi, if you win, we will acknowledge your strength. If you lose, I suggest you voluntarily withdraw from the team. There will be future opportunities to earn your way in, but if you cling on without merit, don't blame us for relegating you to the sidelines." Chen Zi nodded in agreement. Chapter 126, A Small Shock for the Seniors. Chen Zi had crossed paths with Long Feng in his previous life. The surname Long was not common in the Dragon Kingdom, and if someone bore that name and was a formidable trainer, there was a strong likelihood they belonged to the Yulong clan. Long Feng was indeed a member of this illustrious family. In his past life, Chen Zi had only come to know Long Feng after meeting Long Kai, and Long Feng had been a vigorous rival on the path to becoming a champion. However, in his previous life, Long Feng had not possessed an aluminum steel dragon. Now, due to Chen Zi's influence, many changes had occurred. Nonetheless, the aluminum steel dragon was exceptionally suited to Long Feng's style, as he had always played a steady game. As both combatants took their positions in the arena, Zhang Hongbing assumed the role of referee. Without further ado, with a command from Zhang Hongbing, both competitors sent forth their Pokemon. Chen Zi opted not to deploy TT, but instead released Lucario as Long Feng's seasoned adversary. Chen Zi was well aware that confronting Long Feng required either an extreme speed assault or a devastating strike aimed at a swift knockout. While TT certainly possessed such strength, that would render the encounter rather uninteresting. As Lucario emerged, it instantaneously vanished from sight. The aluminum steel dragon, caught off guard, barely registered the oncoming bullet punch before it struck with relentless intensity. A barrage of rapid punches rained down upon the aluminum steel dragon, and by the time it reacted, it felt a sharp pain in its abdomen. Roar! The aluminum steel dragon emitted a low growl, a silvery sheen enveloping its body. This was a characteristic that enhanced its physical strength. The aluminum steel dragon, however, was quick to respond. Most trainers would have immediately created distance upon facing such a power-boosting tactic. After all, once the aluminum steel dragon fortified its strength, it would launch its attack. Yet, Lucario showed no intention of retreating. Longfeng shook his head, thinking Chen Zi was still too inexperienced. He believed that Chen Zi's lack of battle experience had led him to mismanage the situation and fail to react promptly. However, the reality was that Chen Zi was unconcerned, harboring immense confidence in Lucario's speed. In general, Pokemon known for their speed could be categorized in various ways. Some excelled in reaction time, others in movement speed, and yet others in attack speed. To the observers, it appeared that Chen Zi's Lucario belonged to the latter category, as its bullet punch showcased a speed that seemed to transcend the norm, appearing almost as a series of afterimages. Thunderbolt! Longfeng commanded. The aluminum steel dragon braced itself against Lucario's rapid punches, yellow light coalescing around its form as it lowered its body. Chen Zi remained unfazed, allowing Lucario to unleash a furious barrage. With the aluminum steel dragon absorbing so many blows, it was evidently not an easy endeavor. Yet, witnessing Lucario's unwavering assault ignited a spark of frustration within it. Is my charged attack really so lacking in pressure? As the thunderbolt charged to completion, the aluminum steel dragon unleashed a yellow beam towards Lucario, still relentlessly striking. Take that, you greedy one. The aluminum steel dragon envisioned the moment it would obliterate Lucario with a single strike. The thunderbolt surged through Lucario, causing its form to shatter momentarily. What? Gasped the onlookers in astonishment. When did that happen? Suddenly, Lucario appeared behind the aluminum steel dragon, delivering another flurry of rapid bullet punches upon it. What astonishing speed! The spectators could no longer remain seated, gathering around to witness Lucario effortlessly maneuvering through the furious attacks of the steel dragon. Longfeng realized that his opponent had completely grasped the rhythm of the steel dragon. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. The steel dragon unleashed a wide-area attack, and Longfeng could only resort to using a broad skill in hopes of landing a hit on the agile Lucario. However, as soon as the steel dragon lifted its foot, Lucario, having anticipated the move, had already vanished several meters away. The wide-area attack fizzled out without even grazing Lucario. Zhang Hongbing then comprehended that this Lucario was not merely fast in execution. It possessed a remarkable speed across all three dimensions. How had Chen Zi cultivated such a Pokemon? At that moment, Zhang Hongbing had completely set aside his earlier disdain. He glanced at the composed Chen Zi, realizing that Chen Zi's belief in his own qualifications was not mere bravado. What a promising talent. Zhang Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tell me, was Guyu this strong at his age? I certainly wasn't. The cultivation of this Lucario was indeed exceptional, Zhang Hongbing conceded. Though it still had one flaw, its offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. That's true, Zhang Bai agreed, but with such speed, it's already sufficient. A bit of refinement, and it would make an excellent tactical card. I dare say the speed-oriented armored warrior from Liuzhou University can't match it. As if hearing their discussion, Lucario's lips curled into a slight smirk. All right, Lucario, it's time to conclude this battle, Chen Zi instructed. The steel dragon's level of training was insufficient. He initially believed it could provide some pressure for Lucario, only to find that it was not even worthy of pushing Lucario to fight seriously. However, considering it was a newly trained Pokemon from Longfeng, this was somewhat understandable. The onlookers, including Longfeng, were taken aback by Chen Zi's words. Are you saying you haven't been serious yet? Upon hearing Chen Zi, Lucario reigned in its playful demeanor. In an instant, it appeared behind the steel dragon like a phantom, executing a sweeping kick that sent the steel dragon tumbling. Following that, Lucario struck the heavy steel dragon with a powerful punch, sending it soaring before reappearing above it. In its hand, a blue aura sphere glowed with a radiant light. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Lucario pressed down, and the aura sphere collided with the steel dragon. The steel dragon crashed heavily to the ground. Having already been worn down by Lucario, it now completely lost its ability to fight. It was worth noting that Lucario's learning of combo moves was considerably behind that of Didi, yet it perfectly aligned with Chen Zi's previous combat system. After all, Didi excelled in various unconventional tactics, which meant that her inheritance of combo sequences was relatively limited. Every time Chen Zi witnessed a match with Lucario, he was reminded of his past life. Chen Zi recalled Lucario and stepped forward to Longfeng, extending his hand. I concede. Longfeng politely shook Chen Zi's hand, saying, You're quite impressive. You absolutely qualify for the school team. Others gathered around, their gazes toward Chen Zi shifting from indifference to recognition. Everyone focused on the facts. As long as one could prove their strength, others would naturally not ostracize them. That was a spectacular display, Jiang Bai applauded. And I hereby welcome you to join our school team. Applause erupted across the training ground. Chapter 127. Reform of the competition system. Ultimately, Chen Zi was accepted into the school team. However, relying solely on Lucario's strength was insufficient for Chen Zi to become a core member of the team, especially since even Long Feng could only be considered a substitute. Chen Zi's acknowledgement stemmed from his demonstration of potential. After all, it was quite an achievement for a freshman yet to enroll to have cultivated a Pokemon to such a degree. As for a main position, everyone had to start as a benchwarmer at some point. With a bit of honing, once Jiang Bai graduated, Chen Zi might just inherit Jiang Bai's position. Chen Zi showcased his Pokemon to everyone, and the crowd was relieved. After all, no matter how talented one was, it was improbable to cultivate all their Pokemon to exceptional strength. Having produced such a remarkable Lucario was already commendable. Given that one typically relied on just a single Pokemon during competitions, this was more than sufficient. Acknowledging that Lucario was indeed his strongest Pokemon, Chen Zi remained silent. After all, the school team had just returned, and he had not heard of any urban legends regarding the mysterious figure accompanied by a Leafeon. Moreover, the excitement surrounding the matter had subsided, which was completely understandable. He had no idea how to convince others that his strongest Pokemon was, in fact, a Leafeon. Chen Zi, I apologize, but the conditions from yesterday may be rendered void. Chen Zi. Zhang Hongbing approached Chen Zi with an apologetic demeanor, the usually boisterous man appearing somewhat sheepish. You were accepted into the school team yesterday, but today you've been expelled? Why? Chen Zi felt a surge of anger. I need a reasonable explanation. If it was targeted at me yesterday, I could understand. However, if today lacks a justifiable reason, it feels like an unwarranted provocation. Chen Zi was not one to suffer fools gladly. I'm sorry, but this isn't personal, Zhang Hongbing clarified. Aside from a few permanent members, everyone else must re-audition. What happened? Chen Zi's expression softened as he asked, puzzled. We just received the news yesterday, Zhang Hongbing explained. The competition system is undergoing reform. He then elaborated on the details of the reform. Just last night, the Dragon Country Trainer Association issued a notification regarding a nationwide reform of the Intercollegiate League. The traditional continuous battle arena format was to be abolished in favor of an entirely new battle system. The competition still comprised two parts. While the double battle aspect remained unchanged, the single battle format would still consist of 3-on-3 matches, but instead of Pokemon, it would now involve trainers. Each trainer would be allowed to bring 3 Pokemon into battle until one side's trainers were completely eliminated, at which point scoring would commence. Zhang Hongbing initially thought Chen Zi would be disheartened or confused, especially since focusing on a single Pokemon made it challenging to keep pace. Chen Zi's expression, however, was somewhat peculiar. If the traditional arena matches emphasized individual Pokemon performance, given that one trainer corresponded to one Pokemon, there was little room for broader strategy aside from directing the Pokemon's actions. Now it was different. One trainer commanding 3 Pokemon significantly enhanced the trainer's operational capacity, allowing for strategies such as switching, cooperative defense, team composition, and various battle techniques. This essentially magnified the trainer's role. Wasn't this akin to a 6-3 single battle system? Chen Zi speculated that the Trainer Association had deeper motives behind this decision, likely related to the recent events at Liuzhou University. Such handling has inadvertently bestowed greater advantages upon Magic City University. After all, the students of institutions like Magic City University do not ascend solely through their affinity with Pokemon. Their commanding techniques and intuitive combat skills are distinguishing traits that set them apart from their peers. Of course, this remains merely Chen Zi's conjecture. It may simply be a fortuitous encounter with reform. Zhang Hongbing observed Chen Zi's inexplicable expression of joy and found it perplexing. Shouldn't a normal person feel a sense of regret upon hearing such news? Zhang Hongbing had mentally prepared himself for a look of disappointment from Chen Zi. Yet he was taken aback to find Chen Zi grinning instead. Chen Zi, are you not comprehending what I am saying? Zhang Hongbing inquired. I understand perfectly well. It is merely a reform of the competition system, which necessitates a reselection. It's nothing to worry about, Chen Zi replied with an open-hearted demeanor. Zhang Hongbing, admiring Chen Zi's nonchalance, remarked, no worries, the selection competition occurs annually. With your talent, you will undoubtedly cultivate a robust team before the next event. Sounds good. Chen Zi responded. However, he had no intention of waiting for the next opportunity. Although Aluminum Dragon and Gung Ghost were not yet fully developed. With TT and Lucario as his foundation, Chen Zi felt confident in his ability to secure a spot on the school team. After bidding farewell to Zhang Hongbing, Chen Zi received a message from Jiang Shirley, who also elucidated the details regarding the competition reform. It closely aligned with Chen Zi's expectations. The matter of genetic agents had prompted the Dragon Kingdom's officials to place greater emphasis on nurturing the qualities of trainers in the current educational landscape, a phenomenon absent in his past life. Chen Zi found pleasure in witnessing such developments. In fact, when the school team returned, the commencement of the academic year was not far off. Preparations for welcoming new students at Magic City University were underway, with student information already entered into the academic system. Gradually, students from various regions completed their enrollment procedures. However, as dormitory allocations were determined through battles, everyone was initially placed in the lowest tier of accommodations. Even so, the incoming students felt content. For the conditions of even the most basic dormitories at Magic City University surpassed those of certain boarding high schools and other universities. Chen Zi's student card was officially issued. At Magic City University, the common currency consisted of the points within the student card. The school would deposit a fixed amount of 1,000 points into each student's card monthly. The purchasing power of 1,000 points equated to approximately 10,000 yuan in the outside world. Additionally, students could earn points by completing academic tasks or participating in various activities. It is worth mentioning that students ranked at the top of the leaderboard would receive additional points each month. For instance, the top-ranking student in each grade seemingly garnered 100,000 points monthly, equivalent to 1,000 yuan in external currency. Thus, at Magic City University, aside from the minimal tuition fees initially paid, students generally did not require financial support from their families. This was a privilege Chen Zi had never dared to imagine in his previous life. However, such matters did not concern him much. The most crucial aspect was that he was finally able to participate in the campus rankings. Battles were exhilarating. Chapter 128. TT Desires Evolution. With the reform of the competition system, the training of Aluminum Dragon and Gung Ghost could no longer be as lax as before. Prior to the reform, one simply needed to ensure that a single Pokemon could participate in battles while allowing others to gradually improve their strengths. However, the landscape changed dramatically post-reform. Even now, some students lacked a second or even a third Pokemon, making it genuinely challenging for them to catch up. Consequently, while everyone was preoccupied with the start of the academic year, Chen Zi's name had already appeared on the freshman leaderboard, with his ranking score rising at an astonishing pace. The senior students within the campus were finding it increasingly arduous. Initially, they were elated to see the fresh and eager newcomers seeking battles, assuming they were easy points. However, they soon encountered the formidable Aluminum Dragon, which, despite its defensive prowess, remained impervious to physical and special attacks, or the cunning Gung Ghost that employed substitute with alarming efficiency, causing them to exclaim in disbelief. The more capable seniors often found themselves defeated even faster, unable to discern Lucario's moves before the verdict of failure was pronounced. As for TT, it had been biding its time. In regular battles, it had lost much of its enjoyment, as it would often dispatch opponents in an instant, hardly breaking a sweat. However, in the videos Chen Zi had shown recently, one particular phenomenon piqued its interest. "Chen Zi, what is this?" TT inquired in somewhat halting language. Cradling TT, Chen Zi gazed at the display on his phone, where a trainer's mega stone gleamed brightly, and simultaneously, a Swampert on the battlefield was enveloped in a radiant light of evolution. "This is Mega Evolution," Chen Zi explained with a smile. "It occurs when a trainer connects with their Pokemon through a Mega Stone and an Evolution Stone, allowing them to transcend their species limitations." Evolution? A spark of curiosity lit up TT's eyes. "Can I do that?" Since being captured by Chen Zi, TT had not undergone any evolution. It had witnessed the evolution of other Pokemon within Chen Zi's team, yet it remained stagnant. TT was aware that, akin to itself, there existed a form known as Lurantis in its evolutionary line. After all, it had previously coexisted with others of its kind. Yet, despite the passage of time, it had not felt any desire to evolve, as though it had reached its limits. Each time it pondered this, a twinge of guilt would wash over it. Although it had become quite powerful within Chen Zi's team and had always been a source of pride for him, TT believed it could achieve even greater heights. "If I could evolve again." Chen Zi paused for a moment before smiling and responding, "Of course you can. It's just that the timing hasn't arrived yet. When the time comes for your evolution, you must promise to protect me." In Chen Zi's mind, the eternal flower was not meant to evolve again. Nevertheless, it inherently possessed traits akin to mythical creatures, already representing a species with exceptional potential. To evolve further would imply it could rival or even surpass the likes of Reshiram. Yet, how could he bear to reveal such a harsh truth to TT? Upon hearing this, TT's eyes sparkled with excitement. It then leaped from Chen Zi's embrace and dashed toward the designated training area for Pokemon, eager to commence its training. I must evolve quickly, TT thought to itself, so I can protect Chen Zi. The harrowing experiences within the ultimate forest, the perils of Starfall Forest, and the sudden incapacitation on the hidden Dragon Island. TT never wished to feel such helplessness again. Observing this scene, Chen Zi felt a surge of emotions. Reshiram, do you think TT still has the potential for evolution? Chen Zi silently pondered. Is it difficult? Then that suggests there is still a way. Chen Zi listened intently as Reshiram continued to speak. The evolution of Pokemon occurs due to the latent potential within them not being fully unleashed. Once evolution is complete, it signifies that the potential of that species has been entirely realized, a fact determined by inherent species traits that are rarely subject to change. On the other hand, Mega evolution serves as a temporary breakthrough of these inherent limitations. Consequently, such forms are generally short-lived. If one were to force the maintenance of this state, it could inflict irreversible harm upon the Pokemon's body. The higher the species-based stats, the more challenging it becomes to transcend these limitations. Typically, the threshold is represented by a base stat total of 600. Pokemon above this line find it exceedingly difficult to break through, while those below it harbor greater potential for such breakthroughs. For instance, the so-called semi-legendary Pokemon with base stats around 600 actually possess values slightly above 599, highlighting a fundamental disparity with true mythical Pokemon. As for Pokemon like Diancie, Rayquaza, and Latias and Latios, Chen Zi queried, along with Mewtwo, how do they fit into this explanation? Patience, Reshiram replied with a hint of exasperation. That is precisely why I said it's quite difficult. After all, the world is full of wonders, and exceptions are to be expected. In your recollection, individuals from your region attribute the origin of Mega evolution to Xerneas. However, this is not entirely accurate. Xerneas merely devised a method to guide certain Pokemon with base stats below 600 to surpass their limits, which you refer to as Megastones. The Keystone serves as the key to unlocking the evolution code contained within these stones. Pokemon like Diancie do not possess evolution stones. I have never encountered Mewtwo, and I doubt it possesses one either, Reshiram elaborated slowly, for Xerneas cannot influence them. Their evolution relies solely on their own comprehension of transcending limits. Yet, this process is exceedingly arduous. It is only under remarkably fortuitous circumstances that one might discover that critical threshold. For example, Rayquaza was able to understand the means of transcending its limits due to the opportunity presented by the Prism Stone, ultimately surpassing the powers of the primal forms of Groudon and Kyogre. The primal reversion of Groudon and Kyogre, as well as our overdrive mode, cannot genuinely be considered breakthroughs. They merely serve to temporarily liberate their energy without achieving a true evolution of species. The Eternal Flower embodies the characteristics of mythical Pokemon, thus rendering its evolution as challenging as that of a mythical Pokemon. Hence, I emphasize its difficulty. Chen Zi fell silent. It seemed that for TT to evolve, it would be a matter of sheer luck. However, your Eternal Flower possesses unique qualities, Reshiram continued, suggesting that it might very well become the first ever evolved Eternal Flower in history. One can only hope. Chen Zi silently wished as he observed TT diligently striving. Chapter 129, The Truly Filthy Junior. In the afternoon, as per tradition, Chen Zi ventured to the battle arena for some hunting. At this time, new students were gradually arriving at the school, and returning students were trickling back as well. The campus should be noticeably more vibrant than during the summer break. However, within the vast expanse of the campus, these individuals were still insufficient, akin to a handful of rice cast into a large vat of water, quickly dispersing and becoming nearly invisible. It appeared much like it did during the summer. Upon arriving at the battle arena, the difference from the summer was immediately evident. Although the arena had been bustling with people during the summer, it was not to the extent of having to queue for battles, as was the case now. As Chen Zi reflected on this, he noticed an upperclassman gently persuading a female junior nearby. Come on, just think of it as gaining some experience. But, oh, everyone has their first time, the upperclassman continued, seeing her hesitation. Chen Zi, noticing the interaction, approached and said, Senior, if she is not interested, I certainly am. The junior promptly fled the scene. The senior, unfazed, remarked, well, if one junior has left, another has arrived. All right, junior, let's see what you've got. The senior turned, finally recognizing Chen Zi's face. You're the infamous filthy junior? He exclaimed, The senior's outburst attracted the attention of others nearby. What? The filthy junior is hunting again? I refuse to battle him again. Losing is one thing, but it's genuinely discomforting. P.S. Truly filthy. Chen Zi was left feeling exasperated. What a ridiculous nickname. The creativity behind this moniker rivaled that of his father. He realized that the forum at Magic City University was decidedly unkind to him. Not long ago, when TT showcased her prowess, he was dubbed the mysterious flower leaf TT man, and now it had devolved into the truly filthy junior. Looking around, he noticed that others had been bestowed far more dignified names. For instance, Jiang Bai, due to his refined demeanor, was referred to as the scholar in white and even hailed as one of the twin prodigies. Even Zhang Hongbing, known for his fiery temperament, was called the unbeaten Iron Wall. While hearing such titles might induce embarrassment, they were far preferable to being labeled the truly filthy junior. In fact, some had already realized that the flower leaf TT man and the truly filthy junior were one and the same. However, the notion of a flower leaf TT defeating Sui seemed so fantastical that even with video evidence, few were inclined to believe it. Chen Zi felt a wave of frustration as the senior had unknowingly slipped away, much like the previous junior. Glancing around, he noticed that those who met his gaze instinctively took a step back, wary of being dragged into a battle with him. I'm not filthy, Chen Zi lamented. On the verge of tears. Bah, bah, bah. The crowd rolled their eyes at him in unison. After all, his recent antics of reverse hunting and his flamboyant battling style had made him a hot topic on the Magic City University forum. Even Jiang Shirley had seen Chen Zi's battle videos and had come over to comment, truly filthy. However, amidst the jest, there were still some willing to battle Chen Zi, particularly given the current competition format, which had many training new Pokemon. Such unconventional strategies were most effective in honing a Pokemon's dual resilience against attacks. Yet, those brave enough to accept the challenge were not mere novices. As onlookers beheld the newcomer, they recognized that this battle would be worth watching. The challenger was a sophomore ranked 10th in the standings, a figure of considerable renown, at least to those who recognized him. Isn't that Ji-Ming? He must be here to train new Pokemon. Perhaps Ji-Ming enjoys racking up points against those ranked below him. Indeed, just days prior, Ji-Ming had been actively seeking out new students for battles. Truly filthy junior, this time I'm rooting for you. You must give it your all. However, if Ji-Ming deployed his powerful Pokemon, the junior might find himself in dire straits. But doesn't the junior have a Lucario? I hear its strength is quite formidable, though I wonder if it can match Ji-Ming's prowess. I'm skeptical. Ji-Ming's Charizard has undergone specialized training, and the junior's Lucario might not stand a chance. The spectators chattered among themselves, their discussions reaching Chen Zi's ears. Hearing the repeated reference to truly filthy, even if they were words of encouragement, left him feeling disheartened. All right, if you all think I'm filthy, then I shall make this fish fry truly filthy. In reality, the enthusiasm for battles among the new students at the start of the semester remained robust. Chen Zi waited in line for over an hour before it was finally his turn. Before the battle commenced, Ji-Ming addressed Chen Zi, saying, Junior, I assure you, I will not go easy on you. Chen Zi politely nodded, harboring a hint of disdain within. Why the need for such grandiloquent declarations when it was merely about battling? With the referee's signal, Ji-Ming, as anticipated by the spectators, sent forth his ace, the Crobat. However, contrary to the expectations of those watching, Chen Zi opted not for Lucario, but instead summoned the shiny steel dragon. The appearance of the shiny steel dragon instantly captivated the audience's attention. Following the debut of the Steel Bridge Dragon, the value of the steel dragon skyrocketed. The shiny variant had already eclipsed that of the shiny semi-legendary Pokemon. This is it, many spectators thought, as they assessed the matchup. Though the steel dragon possessed a significant advantage in type when it came to raw power and tactics, the Crobat clearly held the upper hand, reminiscent of the previous encounter between Lucario and Steel Bridge Dragon. The clash between a fast attacker and a defensive stalwart ultimately hinged on endurance, determining who would outlast the other. As soon as the steel dragon entered the fray, it began to erect its defenses. Ji-Ming, aware of the steel dragon's strategy, watched in silence as it fortified itself. After a certain point, Ji-Ming smirked and commanded, Haze. A shroud of black mist enveloped the Crobat. In the game, Haze resets Pokemon stat boosts, while in reality, it serves to weaken them. In this situation, Haze was a perfectly timed tactic against the steel dragon. Observing this, the onlookers resigned themselves to the belief that the battle was all but over. Metal sound. Chen Zi responded calmly. The steel dragon emitted a sound wave, pushing the haze back toward the Crobat. It can do that? The crowd was taken aback, including Ji-Ming, who did not anticipate such a counter. Charge in, use wide guard. Chen Zi commanded. The steel dragon surged toward the Crobat, its metallic sheen gleaming ominously, leaving no doubt about the damage it would inflict if it landed a hit. However, it needed to connect first. Dodge, Crobat, Ji Ming instructed coolly. Given the steel dragon's displayed speed, even waiting until it was upon him to evade would suffice. There's no way out now, that crafty junior, Ji Ming thought, envisioning his imminent victory. Chapter 130, The Steel Dragon Graduates. Metal sound, Chen Zi stated indifferently. Just as the steel dragon closed in, it unleashed another silver wave. The Crobat, caught off guard while attempting to evade, found itself frozen in place, helplessly watching the steel dragon's tail approach. Bang! The tail struck the Crobat, sending it hurtling through the air. Chen Zi frowned. The Crobat had reacted relatively quickly, managing to execute a slight evasive maneuver at the last second. Had it not, a direct hit from the steel dragon would have rendered the Crobat nearly incapacitated. After all, in reality, iron defense not only bolstered defense, but also enhanced physical attack power. Thus, the steel dragon's true essence was not merely a defensive powerhouse, but a balanced force capable of both offense and defense. Shadow Clone, Ji Ming hastily commanded. The Crobat swiftly created numerous duplicates, momentarily obscuring its true position. It had narrowly avoided disaster, but fortunately, the Crobat was still in the fight. Ji Ming, wary of the steel dragon, contemplated his next move. Scary face, Chen Zi declared, denying Ji Ming the chance to react. Don't look, Ji Ming admonished urgently. Luckily, the Crobat was prepared. As the scary face was unleashed, it turned away just in time. I found you, Chen Zi smiled, directing Rock Tomb. He pointed at the lone Crobat that had turned around. Oh no, it's a trap. Ji Ming's heart sank. Chen Zi's command and the steel dragon's action were almost synchronized, leaving Ji Ming no time to respond. In the instant the Crobat turned, rocks cascaded down upon it, pinning it to the ground. The objective was achieved. When the Crobat finally took to the air again, it was far less agile than at the outset. The surrounding shadow clones dissipated as the Crobat landed. The spectators watched in awe as the battle's dynamics shifted dramatically, leaving them momentarily bewildered. What a brilliant technique to dispel the shadow clones. They marveled. This crafty junior truly excels in strategy. Keep it up, junior. I'm betting on your victory. Ji Ming felt increasingly embarrassed on stage. Despite being ranked 10th, having risen through battles against weaker opponents, it was still a source of shame to be bested by a newcomer like this. Continue. Charge in and use Dragon Claw. Chen Zi commanded. Shadow Clone, Ji Ming countered. Metal sound interrupts it, Chen Zi replied calmly. The steel dragon unleashed another metal sound. The Crobat, having learned from its prior experience, abandoned the shadow clone tactic and veered to the side to evade the steel dragon's sound wave attack. Suddenly, the steel dragon accelerated, its dragon claw striking toward the direction where the Crobat was attempting to evade. This time, the Crobat was not so fortunate, receiving a solid blow from the dragon claw. The Crobat, being a speedster, was far inferior in physical prowess compared to Lucario. After enduring that hit, it spiraled downwards, crashing to the ground. With that, the match concluded, and Chen Zi emerged victorious, having decisively overpowered Ji Ming. That crafty junior did splendidly. The crowd erupted in admiration. Chen Zi's tactics effectively compensated for the steel dragon's inherent bulkiness. As you approach, I disrupt you with metal sound. When I aim to strike, I still disrupt you with metal sound. Unless your speed allows you to perfectly evade my metal sound's interference, this scenario becomes nearly insurmountable. In reality, speed-oriented Pokemon seldom employ non-contact skills, making Chen Zi's strategy particularly lethal against them. However, what seemed a straightforward approach was, in practice, quite challenging to execute. To utilize metal sound while simultaneously following up with an attack required impeccable timing, demanding that the Pokemon master the skill of executing two techniques in concert. This technique had taken the Steel Dragon considerable time to master, serving as Chen Zi's graduation test for it. The Steel Dragon was now the fourth member of Chen Zi's team to achieve this proficiency, having learned it with speed surpassing that of TT, who had grasped it even before the Steel Dragon. Thus, the Steel Dragon's framework was now fully established, which was the source of Chen Zi's confidence. Naturally, Ji Ming felt embarrassed lingering in the arena and left in a hurry. To have relied on his ace against a newcomer, only to be defeated, was a humiliation no one could bear. He swiftly made his escape. Meanwhile, spectators had already begun recording the event. As a result, not only would Chen Zi gain notoriety, but Ji Ming would also become known among the newcomers, albeit for less favorable reasons. Chen Zi left in a fluster, his expression darkened amidst the taunts of Filthy Jr. It was clear he could no longer remain in this place. He resolved to seek a different venue for battle, refusing to accept that he could not escape this moniker. That evening, he returned to the dormitory with a sullen demeanor. Li Wei, engrossed in his studies, looked up in confusion. What happened? Did you lose? He inquired. No. Chen Zi sighed. Li Wei, do you think I'm filthy? Filthy? Li Wei appeared bewildered. He was not well versed in online forums and thus unaware of Chen Zi's current nickname, mistakenly believing Chen Zi was referring to his physical state. He replied, not at all. Even though you sweat a lot every day, you still make it a point to shower. Not that, Chen Zi chuckled wryly. I mean my battle style. Is it filthy? Realization dawned on Li Wei as he recalled the latter half of the summer when Chen Zi practiced with his Steel Dragon against his own Altaria. The Steel Dragon strategy was particularly effective against one-hit knockout techniques. While these techniques relied on delivering a single, decisive blow, if the opponents were evenly matched, few Pokemon could achieve a one-hit knockout against a fully fortified Steel Dragon. By the time the one-hit knockout Pokemon exhausted their moves, they would be too fatigued to contend with the Steel Dragon. If not for the significant disparity in strength between Chen Zi's Steel Dragon and Li Wei's Altaria, their battles would often have ended in a stalemate. Li Wei had to admit, it was rather underhanded. However, seeing Chen Zi's dejected expression rendered him silent. In truth, Chen Zi was unbothered by being labeled as filthy, but bearing the nickname of the truly filthy junior was another matter. Thankfully, Li Wei appeared blissfully ignorant. Or else Chen Zi feared he might just die of embarrassment. Without further ado, Chen Zi released his Pokemon. It must be said, the school's facilities were indeed impressive. At home, he could not even let his Steel Dragon out, as it was far too large to fit within his confines. Here, however, the ample space and high ceilings allowed the Steel Dragon to move freely. Speaking of which, after today's testing, the Steel Dragon had effectively graduated. It was time for it to evolve. Chapter 131, The Final Evolution, Steel Bridge Dragon. Chen Zi took the Steel Dragon to the small courtyard outside the dormitory, where the environment was relatively spacious. The evolution process of the Steel Bridge Dragon was not particularly tumultuous. After all, it is said that one should prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. Fortunately, the evolution of the Steel Dragon was straightforward and did not require any overly complex apparatus. One simply needed to melt a low melting point composite metal and cover the abdomen with it. As stated, with a low melting point. Chen Zi placed the metal in a container and allowed his ghastly to gradually melt it with its ghostly flames. Then, he had the Steel Dragon lie flat and evenly poured the liquid metal over its abdomen. Due to the low temperature, it was safe for him to touch it. Moreover, apart from the Steel Bridge Dragon's abdomen, nothing else would be tainted by the liquid composite metal. Soon, the Steel Dragon's abdomen began to emit a glow, resembling a colossal light bulb. After considerable effort in covering the entire abdomen, Chen Zi wiped the sweat from his brow and stood aside, quietly awaiting the evolution of the Steel Bridge Dragon. After a while, the abdomen continued to shine, yet there were no signs of evolution. Eventually, the glow ceased, and the composite metal that had adhered to it vanished. What is going on? Chen Zi mused, puzzled. He had witnessed the evolution of the Steel Bridge Dragon before and recalled that it typically evolved after a brief period of glowing. Why did it feel as though his Steel Dragon had failed to evolve? The Steel Dragon looked up at Chen Zi with a confused expression. What has happened? I'm still hungry. It seemed it was still insufficient. Chen Zi scratched his head, grateful that he had initially purchased a substantial amount of composite metal. He fetched more and continued the process, applying it gradually to the Steel Dragon's body. As he worked, Chen Zi began to sweat profusely, with wave after wave of effort. He observed his previously acquired composite metal dwindling, and doubts crept in about whether he had enough to facilitate the Steel Dragon's evolution. Thankfully, as the last drop of composite metal fell onto the Steel Dragon, it finally radiated the familiar glow of evolution. Chen Zi felt tears welling up in his eyes. The surrounding Pokemon watched in rapt attention, their expressions filled with astonishment. In TT's eyes, there was a touch of envy. The Steel Dragon that had joined the team late had completed its final evolution, while her own evolution remained a distant dream. The coloration of the shiny Steel Bridge Dragon closely resembled that of the shiny Steel Dragon, even appearing slightly more azure, marking it as a distinctly noticeable variant. After the evolution, the Steel Bridge Dragon's body became even larger than before, visibly surpassing the Steel Bridge Dragon belonging to Longfeng. However, it seemed the Steel Bridge Dragon had retained its endearing clumsiness. Even after evolving, its gaze still lacked a semblance of intelligence. The first thing it did upon regaining its senses was to leap towards Chen Zi, as if to embrace him. Thud! Thud! The Steel Bridge Dragon's feet struck the ground with tremendous force. Whoa! Chen Zi quickly darted aside. If it managed to embrace him, even in the Pokemon world, it might leave him with a few broken bones. Judging by its physical prowess, the evolved Steel Bridge Dragon appeared significantly stronger. Suddenly realizing its own strength, the steel bridge dragon came to a halt. Though a bit dim-witted, it still understood that its newfound power could potentially harm Chen Zi. After all, it had just evolved and lacked a firm grasp on its strength. Even Lucario, renowned for its control, had taken several hours to adapt after its evolution. For the steel bridge dragon, it seemed it would have to remain in the courtyard for the night. There was a genuine concern that it might inadvertently cause damage while sleeping, perhaps even creating a hole in the building with a careless swipe. Yet, feeling its surging power, the steel bridge dragon was filled with delight. It appeared that the 3 Pokemon in his team had been determined for now. As for Ghastly, its next evolution would require different circumstances. Gengar was considered a rather rare Pokemon in this world, partly due to its stringent evolution conditions. In previous games, Ghastly evolved through trade. However, in reality, even using a Pokemon transfer device for exchange would not suffice to facilitate Ghastly's evolution. Fortunately, this world harbored a specific place designed for Pokemon like Ghastly to evolve, the Spirit Realm Rift. This Spirit Realm was not the same as the organization where Jiang Shirley resided. It was a genuine secret realm known as the Spirit Realm. Unlike other secret realms that integrated into Earth, the Spirit Realm existed as a standalone, expansive secret realm. Within the Spirit Realm Rift, unique magnetic fields were randomly distributed, allowing Pokemon like Ghastly to absorb the energy from these special magnetic fields for evolution. As he observed Ghastly, who wore an equally envious expression, Chen Zi reached down to pat its head. Once I have some free time, I shall take you to evolve. Upon hearing this, Gengar immediately opened its mouth wide, using its large tongue to lick Chen Zi's face. No, Chen Zi cried, tears nearly forming in his eyes. He had not yet had the chance to consume a cherry berry. A familiar tingling sensation surged throughout his body, prompting Chen Zi to call for Li Wei to come to his rescue. In the room, Gengar floated in front of Chen Zi, appearing as if it had done something wrong, with a look of grievance on its face. Chen Zi, feeling helpless, said, all right, just be more careful next time. I never said you couldn't lick me, but at least give me time to eat the cherry berry. Naturally, he couldn't bear to scold Gengar, so he could only indulge it. The steel dragon was temporarily placed in the yard, as Chen Zi dared not bring it inside without mastering its powers. Listening to the occasional thuds coming from outside, the two inside calmly sipped their tea. Fortunately, the first district had relatively few houses, and they were spaced apart adequately. Otherwise, Chen Zi suspected that neighbors would have complained long ago. Chen Zi turned to Li Wei and asked, are you planning to participate in the school team selection competition? It's open to the entire school. Li Wei replied, of course, I intend to participate. It's an opportunity for experience. However, getting in is quite challenging. Ever since the rules changed, the selection format is no longer a single match to determine the winner. As he spoke, Li Wei gently stroked the head of his Wingull nestled in his arms. You see, the only Pokemon I can showcase is my Altaria. Unlike you, I haven't even properly trained my Dragonair, let alone this little one I just captured. You've seen it. It tends to disregard commands during battles. Li Wei's tone carried a hint of exasperation, and his Wingull awkwardly squawked twice. I have an idea, Chen Zi suddenly declared. What is it? Li Wei asked, puzzled. Let us engage in double battles. Chapter 132. You're evolving too? Double battles? Li Wei was taken aback. Ever since Li Wei's Curlio evolved, they rarely participated in double battles due to mismatched teams. There's no need for you to engage in double battles for my sake. It's safer for you to stick to singles. Li Wei shook his head. I can wait another year to join the school team. Who said this is for you? Chen Zi chuckled. Moreover, there's no rule preventing us from participating in both singles and doubles. Then there's no point for us, Li Wei countered. In the end, it was you who got me into the school team. No, Chen Zi replied with a mysterious smile. You'll understand when the time comes. Once the steel dragon masters its power, Chen Zi will showcase to Li Wei what it truly means to have the ultimate answer. Seeing Chen Zi's enigmatic demeanor, one couldn't deny that Li Wei felt a twinge of anticipation. The steel dragon was unaware of how it spent that night, due to an inexplicable surge of energy within. It felt akin to having an upset stomach, unable to sleep or sit comfortably. It could not recall how many times it had awakened, each time finding more holes around it. Before bed, Chen Zi had thoughtfully moved the steel dragon's bed outside, but its increased size rendered the bed unsuitable. Coupled with its restless movements during the night, it ultimately reduced the bed to several fragments. Under this dual torment, the steel dragon experienced its first sleepless night. Unbeknownst to it, with each surge of energy, its body became more resplendent, continuing until dawn. When Chen Zi arrived in the yard, he was taken aback to see a lustrous, azure steel dragon sitting there. Who are you? The steel dragon cautiously stood up. Although it was still somewhat unaccustomed to its body, it had gained better control compared to the previous day. It noticed the curious expressions of Chen Zi and the other companions who had arrived behind him. How shy. The steel dragon covered its face, feigning modesty. Why not take a look for yourself? Chen Zi snapped a photo of the steel dragon and presented his phone before it. The steel dragon. Who is this big jade? It felt as if tears were about to fall. How could it have evolved and become so unattractive? If at first, its unusual hue was closer to a metallic shade, now, combined with its translucent appearance, it resembled a piece of jade. In simpler terms, it had become greener. Several Pokemon began to whisper among themselves. The pink Dragonair remarked that the steel dragon had become hideously green. Hearing such heart-wrenching comments, the steel dragon burst into tears. After much coaxing, Chen Zi finally managed to console the steel dragon, helping it accept the reality of its perceived ugliness. As he had not tested the steel dragon's strength after its evolution, Chen Zi was uncertain if its abilities had enhanced. However, compared to its former self, the difference was like night and day. The evolution undoubtedly resulted in a significant boost in the steel dragon's combat prowess. One could argue that, in terms of physical strength, the steel dragon now surpassed all of Chen Zi's other Pokemon. Given that the steel dragon's fighting style lacked finesse, Chen Zi speculated that once it fully adapted to using its new body in battle, it could contend with Lucario in a proper match. Observing the steel dragon's joyful demeanor as it reveled in its newfound strength, Chen Zi couldn't help but smile. It was truly childlike. Just moments ago, it had been disheartened by its appearance, yet now it beamed with joy. Upon evolving into the steel dragon, it awakened the corresponding electric energy within. This phenomenon stemmed from the characteristics of its composite metal form, endowing it with the ability to store electricity. Much like the thunderbolt it had unleashed against Dragon Peak, the steel dragon's capacity to gather energy was slow, leading to a delayed execution of its electric attacks. Had it not been for the thick hide of the Dragon Peak steel dragon, Lucario would have resolved the matter before the steel dragon could charge up. In this generation, as the steel dragon had only recently emerged, the understanding of its combat potential was still in its infancy. Generally, the mainstream strategy for a single battle with the steel dragon was to maximize its physical attributes, while in double battles, allies would synergize with the steel dragon to unleash powerful thunderbolts. In truth, if it weren't for the sheer destructive force of Thunderbolt and the fact that each time the steel dragon unleashed it, its capabilities would enhance. Few would utilize such a seemingly superfluous move. However, this aspect could be rectified. In the past, the nation of Eagle, which monopolized the steel dragon, had their trainers engage in extensive research and discovered effective strategies tailored to the steel dragon's abilities. The Rainy Day Steel Dragon team. They found that in rainy conditions, compared to other Pokemon's minimal increases in energy absorption, the steel dragon's capacity to gather electricity surged significantly. It could almost be said that the Thunderbolt transformed from a technique requiring cover to one that could be executed instantaneously. The steel dragon became an undeniable walking artillery piece, fortified to the brim. Accompanied by the auxiliary support of dual battle charms, the aluminum steel bridge dragon stands as an almost insurmountable entity at equal levels. The Eagle Nation initially employed this Pokemon as a trump card in double battles, achieving victory against countless formidable foes. However, when faced with the rising star Yangjiang, under clear skies, Wyspit unleashed its formidable might to obliterate the aluminum steel bridge dragon that thrived in rainy weather. Nonetheless, following its initial surge of popularity, the aluminum steel bridge dragon quickly experienced a resurgence. Many individuals sought connections due to the allure of the aluminum steel bridge dragon, with some even contemplating immigration. In a moment of thought, Chen Zi casually addressed the aluminum steel bridge dragon, saying, "Come, unleash a thunder beam at the target." Thunder beam? The aluminum steel bridge dragon scratched its head. Subsequently, it promptly crouched down, and with a swift whoosh, a robust thunder beam shot forth, shattering the target into fragments. Chen Zi, momentarily taken aback by the sudden explosion of the target, blinked in astonishment. He then glanced up at the sky, noting the absence of rain. "Something feels amiss." Chen Zi exclaimed, his mouth agape. "Could you use the thunder beam once more?" Whoosh. Once again, Chen Zi witnessed the fleeting flash of electricity from the aluminum steel bridge dragon's back before it released another beam. "What is this? Have you powered up?" Chapter 133. Perhaps it would be more fitting to rename it the Thunder Beam Gatling Gun. There was an undeniable peculiarity. The speed at which the aluminum steel bridge dragon launched its thunder beams was nearly as swift as during a downpour. This implied that Chen Zi's aluminum steel bridge dragon possessed an inherent ability akin to generating rain. This unexpected revelation significantly enhanced its offensive capabilities in single battles. Li Wei observed Chen Zi's peculiar expression from the sidelines. He had also heard of the advantages and disadvantages of the aluminum steel bridge dragon's Thunder Beam. As a newly discovered Pokemon, it naturally garnered his attention. He understood the implications of a Pokemon being able to unleash Thunder Beams instantaneously. However, since it was Chen Zi's Pokemon, he felt less perturbed by it. After all, it was not surprising for Chen Zi to possess a particularly extraordinary creature. Reshiram, however, discerned something and spoke to Chen Zi's heart. I believe it may be due to the ideal energy fruit you fed the aluminum steel dragon. Ah, that makes sense. Chen Zi suddenly comprehended. This fruit was associated with Zekrom. And who exactly was Zekrom? Setting aside the dragon of ideals, Zekrom was the master of intertwined lightning. And the fruit it bore could enhance a Pokemon's electric abilities, which seemed plausible. This was also related to the little fellow itself. Reshiram observed the exuberant aluminum steel dragon and remarked, "This little one possesses quite a unique constitution. It seems to have completely absorbed the energy from Zekrom's fruit. Typically, Pokemon cannot fully digest such energy. What does this imply? Is the foolish dragon blessed with fortune?" A new thought struck Chen Zi. If the aluminum steel bridge dragon was this rapid under normal conditions, how would it perform under the influence of rain? After all, one of Chen Zi's objectives for coming here was to introduce Li Wei to the tactics of the rain team, featuring the bridge dragon. This notion had arisen after Li Wei captured the Pelipper. In the games, rain teams often included Pokemon like Pelipper, which inherently brought rain due to its ability. In the real world, this ability manifested in the speed and range at which Pokemon could summon rain. Pokemon like Pelipper, with rain-inducing abilities, could bring forth rain at the mere thought, covering a broader area and lasting longer than those using Rain Dance. Moreover, as a quintessential support Pokemon, Pelipper could learn a plethora of supportive moves. Thus, it was only natural that within the established framework of the Rain Bridge Dragon team, Pelipper emerged as the most common partner for the aluminum steel bridge dragon. Chen Zi waved to Li Wei, signaling him to approach. "Do you remember the surprise I mentioned yesterday?" Chen Zi inquired. Li Wei nodded, his keen mind already suspecting that this surprise pertained to the aluminum steel dragon. Most likely regarding its team composition. Was there anyone in his team compatible with the aluminum steel dragon? Although Alurado possessed decent defensive synergy, their cooperation was not particularly profound. Dragonite seemed a bit out of place, leaving only Pelipper. To be honest, Li Wei recognized Pelipper as a versatile support Pokemon, but merely that was hardly groundbreaking. Furthermore, Pelipper's defensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, often leaving the aluminum steel dragon to take hits. However, given that Chen Zi's aluminum steel dragon could unleash thunder beams instantaneously, the need for constant defensive support diminished. Yet, this rendered Pelipper's role somewhat less significant. While Li Wei's mind wandered through such thoughts, Chen Zi remained oblivious to his inner musings. He addressed the Pelipper hovering above Li Wei. "Come, little one, summon the rain." Pelipper glanced at Chen Zi and graciously ascended into the sky. Soon, clouds formed, and rain began to pour down. Chen Zi nodded in satisfaction. Li Wei's Pelipper indeed summoned rain with impressive speed, even without specialized training. With training, it could potentially be even faster. As the rain fell, Chen Zi's confidence swelled, declaring, "Next, allow me to show you the formidable charm of the Rain Bridge Dragon's offensive prowess." Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon, unleash the Thunder Beam. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The aluminum steel dragon once again crouched down, unleashing thunder beams in rapid succession as if it were a machine gun firing lasers. Not only was Li Wei rendered speechless, but even Chen Zi, despite his preparations, found himself momentarily stunned. The firing rate resembled that of a seed machine gun. What should be called a thunder beam could just as well be renamed the Thunder Beam Gatling Gun. Chen Zi could hardly fathom the overwhelming firepower this would exhibit in a battle arena. Fortunately, his aluminum steel dragon was somewhat unique. If everyone possessed such capabilities, double battles would transform into a Rain Bridge Dragon tournament. How astonishing! Li Wei's eyes sparkled. This is utterly absurd. Indeed, it was extraordinary. Chen Zi wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that for the time being, there seemed to be no other like it in the world. He relayed Reshiram's explanation, and Li Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, future double battles would likely become the domain of the aluminum steel dragon. However, after a few more rapid discharges, the aluminum steel dragon appeared somewhat dazed, as if drained. It collapsed to the ground, listless. Clearly, there were limits. Chen Zi understood, without restrictions, it would be a god-slaying scenario. The aluminum steel dragon's capacity to store electricity within its body had its bounds. Though the aluminum steel dragon had become swifter in its discharge, the total energy it could wield had not significantly changed. While undeniably powerful, it was not excessively so. This encapsulated the essence of the Rain Bridge Dragon system. Chen Zi commenced explaining the intricacies of the Rainbridge Dragon team to Li Wei. After listening to Chen Zi, Li Wei felt an immense admiration for his prodigious intuition. With Li Wei's perspective, he could undoubtedly discern the formidable potential that this tactical approach possessed. They would be the pioneers in this venture. All right, Li Wei said. I shall seek someone to impart the methodology for acquiring auxiliary skills, striving to cultivate the great-mouthed seagull to meet our standards expeditiously. After all, Li Wei's great-mouthed seagull had previously leaned towards offensive capabilities, which was somewhat attributable to its living environment. Understood, Chen Zi replied. We must also take this time to further familiarize ourselves with one another's coordination, lest we falter during the school team selections. Li Wei nodded in agreement. Chapter 134. The freshmen gather. The competition commences. At long last, the day of commencement had dawned. Although the opening ceremonies of the Pokemon World University lacked the elaborate nature of those in the real world, essential rituals were nonetheless unavoidable. As a university for trainers, there were no intricate specializations. Students attended classes solely based on their chosen courses, resulting in the absence of fixed classrooms. This aspect bore a striking resemblance to universities in the real world and was, in fact, designed for the trainer's development. Each individual possesses distinct strengths, necessitating different areas of refinement and improvement. Of course, certain courses garnered considerable popularity, prompting students to vie for enrollment. For instance, Professor Liu Bowen's Pokemon Tactics course was notoriously difficult to secure a spot in without strategic planning. However, Chen Zi did not feel an urgent need in this regard, as he had already attained a unique level of proficiency concerning a trainer's qualities. Nevertheless, the school kindly arranged for him to enroll in some sought-after courses. As for the remainder of his time, Chen Zi resolutely chose to relax. Accumulating credits was sufficient. The time would be better spent training alongside his Pokemon. The opening ceremony was an event that every institution hosted, presided over by the president of Magic City University, Lu Xinyang. Chen Zi had a vivid recollection of Lu Xinyang, who, while serving as the university's president, was also a veteran member of the Ultimate Search Team. In a past life, Lu Xinyang met an unfortunate fate during a mission, and it was then that Chen Zi first became acquainted with his name. Lu Xinyang was a formidable figure, a champion of the last century, and his role as president was largely nominal. He remained active on the front lines of the Ultimate Cave. Chen Zi held a deep respect for such individuals. Thus, he attentively absorbed every word of Lu Xinyang's speech. Truth be told, Lu Xinyang's oratory skills were commendable, stirring the hearts of the new students, who were captivated by the grand vision he painted, as though it were within their grasp. This was a common trait among university presidents during the opening ceremonies. Their speeches were equally impassioned, yet students soon found themselves tempered by the harshness of reality. At Magic City University, the situation was no different, perhaps even more pronounced. In realms where competition thrived, even those endowed with extraordinary talent could not all ascend to the pinnacle. Thus, once they found themselves in lower standing, the psychological disparity for these once coveted prodigies from various locales could be overwhelming. This represented the first hurdle for the new entrants at Magic City University. Should they fail to surmount it, they risked fading into obscurity. Indeed, the freshmen were about to confront their first reality since the commencement of their academic journey, the dormitory competition. This contest was set to commence immediately after the opening ceremony. Typically, it would serve as the inaugural battle for ranking among the freshmen, as points would be allocated throughout the process. However, an exception arose this year. Chen Zi's points had already placed him at the pinnacle of the new student rankings, with a considerable gap separating him from the second-place contender. Thus, regardless of the intensity of the competition, it would not affect Chen Zi's standing, even if it were to have an impact. He had no interest in indulging in the frivolities of the newcomers. In his view, he had long since outpaced his contemporaries. At this juncture, Chen Zi's gaze was already fixed upon the upperclassmen, those who stood a grade above him. Although he held such thoughts, they did not deter him from observing the dormitory competition. Prior to attending, Chen Zi had familiarized himself with the rules of the contest. Essentially, it resembled a battle for a platform. The first individual to stand on the designated dormitory platform would become its champion. Each participant was permitted a maximum of 3 attempts to claim the platform. Should they exhaust their attempts without securing a position, they would be ranked based on the number of opponents they had defeated, allocating them to the remaining unclaimed platforms. The defending champion, however, needed only to triumph over 6 of their opponents' Pokemon to fully claim the platform and secure residency in the corresponding dormitory. Upon Chen Zi's arrival at the competition venue, the event had already been underway for some time. It was evident that Magic City University students were indeed formidable, as the majority congregated at the front platforms. With only 3 slots available for the first-year cohort, the competition was fierce. Numerous individuals surged onto the platform, and the position of champion continuously shifted. It was clear that while the newcomers displayed varied skill levels, they were all relatively competent. Achieving 6 consecutive victories was no small feat, however. Chen Zi noticed many others observing from the sidelines. Perhaps the true experts had yet to reveal their prowess. Chen Zi settled into a nearby viewing area, keenly watching while simultaneously following the live broadcast on the official school forum. The chat room was abuzz, with participants discussing the merits of various competitors. Yet, amidst the lively discourse, Chen Zi caught sight of several discordant voices, such as, "When will the real Dirty Junior make an appearance? These kids lack spectacle. They can't compare to the real Dirty Junior. Come on, you must have never faced the real Dirty Junior. Is the real Dirty Junior waiting for the right moment? Truly, the heart is quite dirty." Hey, that's slander, Chen Zi thought, feeling a wave of frustration. However, it wasn't long before someone in the chat room revealed the truth. For clarity, the real Dirty Junior has long been at Magic City University. He is the national champion of the training camp and was directly assigned to the first dormitory. Also, he doesn't lack points. He's already well fed here. Given his personality, he might just be hiding somewhere to enjoy the spectacle. A mere passerby. The real Dirty Junior is over there in the stands. I'm just a bystander. Ah, how dirty-hearted. Chen Zi was at a loss for words. This group of upperclassmen seemed quite idle. Rather than concerning themselves with him, they might benefit from contemplating how to improve their own skills. Chen Zi had somewhat grown accustomed to the moniker of the real Dirty Junior. However, no nickname remains eternal. Once he altered his battle style and exhibited greater strength, he believed it would not be long before others abandoned that title. As Chen Zi pondered this, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure, dark hair, and a familiar fox-faced mask. It was Bai Ji. Has she also arrived in the Magic City? Chen Zi was instantly intrigued. At that moment, she was making her way toward the first arena, one of the battlegrounds for the contest of the first district. Currently, the defender of the arena, Zhou Ji, had already triumphed over 5 opponents, and with just one more victory, he could firmly secure his position in the first district. The spectators harbored a certain apprehension towards Zhou Ji. After all, no one wished to see him effortlessly claim the first district title. Yet they were equally fearful of facing him and squandering their opportunity, ultimately handing him an easy victory. At that moment, a girl adorned with a mask gracefully approached the stage. The crowd instinctively parted to make way. Zhou Ji lifted his gaze to the enigmatic figure before him, pondering the masked girl's peculiar demeanor. What is going on, so shrouded in mystery? Zhou Ji muttered, perplexed by Bai Ji's choice to wear a mask. However, truth be told, Bai Ji's entrance undeniably added a measure of pressure on Zhou Ji, especially since this was the final match. Zhou Ji was an evenly developed contender. A student from the Magic City himself, though he had not participated in the winter camp due to his balanced progression. He possessed 3 Pokémon, each exhibiting similar levels of strength. In light of the recent overhaul of the competition format, he had reaped considerable benefits. In his previous defenses, Zhou Ji had utilized only 2 of his Pokémon, leaving the third, in peak condition, yet to make an appearance. With that in mind, what was there to fear? Regaining his composure, Zhou Ji noticed the referee signaling for the battle to commence as both participants were ready. He sent forth a leek Pokémon, a species native to Galar, relatively rare and highly sought after within the country. The moment the leek Pokémon appeared, it garnered significant attention from the crowd. In contrast, Bai Ji did not deploy her usual little diamond. Instead, she released a Sylveon. Sylveon? Chen Zi was taken aback. Has it only been a short while since their separation? And she has already nurtured such a rare Sylveon? The clarity of the live broadcast allowed Chen Zi to observe numerous intricate details about the Sylveon. Based solely on the luster of its ribbons, its gait, and the sheen of its fur, Chen Zi could ascertain that this Sylveon was indeed formidable. Upon realizing that his opponent had summoned a Sylveon, Zhou Ji felt an immediate surge of pressure. After all, the nuances of type advantages could be quite punishing, particularly if the Sylveon possessed the fairy aura ability. Hyper voice, Bai Ji commanded, her ethereal tone igniting excitement among the live audience. Her voice is so enchanting. I can't wait to see the beauty behind that mask. Some spectators exclaimed. Hey, you over there, don't even think about it. Let me fantasize first. A group of infatuated onlookers chimed in, prompting Chen Zi to shake his head disapprovingly. They're not even Pokemon Masters yet. How can they indulge in such distractions? They've lost their way. Meanwhile, on the stage, the hyper voice unleashed by the Sylveon sent shockwaves through the arena. The leak Pokemon, left with no option to evade, struggled to raise its shield against the overwhelming force. Upon closer inspection, the sound waves emitted bore a hint of pink. Confirming Zhou Ji's suspicion, The Sylvian possessed the fairy aura ability, and its training level was impressively high. This is truly a challenging situation, Zhou Ji contemplated. Perhaps I should concede. Otherwise, I may end up with no Pokemon left to challenge other arenas. On the stage, the leak Pokemon valiantly fought to maintain its footing, but the pressure from the Sylvian was immense. Yet, the leak Pokemon was not one to back down from a challenge, despite the odds being stacked against it. Its indomitable spirit urged it to confront the stronger opponent. With unwavering resolve, the leak Pokemon brandished its leak and charged towards the Sylvian. Meteor Assault, Zhou Ji called out, impressed by the leak Pokemon's courage, realizing that his earlier hesitations were unwarranted. The audience, too, was captivated by the leak Pokemon's fearless expression. "Isn't it the spirit of a knight?" they mused. The Sylvian, however, remained unflinching, responding with a gentle call. "EV." With a soft clap, the leak Pokemon dropped its sword and shield, its eyes transforming into hearts as it gazed at the Sylvian in a daze. Silence enveloped the arena. Zhou Ji exclaimed, "Give me back my emotions." Laughter erupted in the crowd. What a charming spectacle. If I were a Pokemon, I'd fall for a Sylvian too. They chuckled. The charm of the hyper voice, it seemed, had taken effect, with the audience reveling in the unexpected turn of events. In a display of grace, the Sylvian, with its ribbons, sent the enraptured leak Pokemon flying, despite it not yet being incapacitated. Zhou Ji's spirit, however, had already been crushed. Without waiting for further action from his opponent, he decisively withdrew the entranced leak Pokemon along with its sword and shield into its Pokeball. Damn it. Even if it was the leak Pokemon that succumbed, the embarrassment is mine. Zhou Ji retreated from the arena, head hung low, never anticipating such an outcome. Yet, while Zhou Ji mourned his defeat, the laughter of others filled the air. As the saying goes, a smile doesn't vanish. It merely shifts from one person to another. Chen Zi, observing the spectacle, couldn't help but grin. What an entertaining show. The Sylvian, having finished its display, strutted back to Bai Ji's side, who remained silent, patiently awaiting the next challenger. At that moment, although the true strength of the Sylvian had yet to be fully revealed, potential challengers hesitated to step forward, fearing that their Pokemon might be the next to face humiliation. Thus, Baiji's arena entered a phase of relative quietude until challengers from the other two arenas of the first district began to fall, prompting many to muster the courage to face Baiji. There were Pokemon on the ground willing to confront the enchanting charm of the Sylvian. Baiji's Sylvian was nurtured to such an exceptional degree that nearly every male Pokemon that stepped onto the stage succumbed to its hyper voice, unwittingly playing the fool. Even female Pokemon found themselves momentarily entranced. Though some Pokemon eventually broke free from the enchantment, they ultimately succumbed to the relentless ribbons of the Sylvian. Even setting aside its charm, the Sylvian's combat prowess was truly commendable. After battling 6 Pokemon, it exhibited only slight fatigue, having sustained minimal damage. Its strength was not to be underestimated. Chen Zi narrowed his eyes, setting aside his amusement, with this formidable Sylvian and Baiji's little diamond, which seemed poised for evolution into a Diancie. Baiji was certainly a contender for a spot on the school team. After the challenge of Baiji concluded, she surveyed her surroundings briefly before departing without a backward glance, seemingly disinclined to linger under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Noticing that several rounds of the first district's competition had already wrapped up, Chen Zi also lost interest in watching further. Thus, he tidied up and turned to leave the venue. Chapter 136. Who truly is the freshman king of Moda University? One should never expect netizens to engage in serious matters. The day following the conclusion of the dormitory competition, a thread emerged on Moda University's forum, heralding a selection for the title of freshman king. In reality, today marked merely the second day of the new academic year at Moda University. The freshmen had yet to attend their first class, and the upperclassmen, with time to spare, initiated this thread. At first, Chen Zi did not pay much heed to this matter. Let them conduct their selection, it would not cost him a thing. However, the unfolding events proved to be more discomforting than merely losing a piece of himself. Indeed, Chen Zi found himself listed among the contenders for the title of freshman king. But the name under which he was nominated was his moniker, Truly Filthy Jr. In stark contrast, all the other candidates had used their real names. What? Am I devoid of my own name? In truth, the blame could not be placed on the thread's creator. During the dormitory competition, the names of each combatant appeared prominently on the large screen. However, in Chen Zi's case, no one was aware of his actual name. After all, he had never disclosed it in public contexts. Lacking knowledge of his name, they resorted to his nickname. Consequently, the name that garnered the highest support became Truly Filthy Jr. Even after the announcement, new students recognized him from his photo, identifying him as their training leader, yet the thread creator had no intention of amending the name. The appellation Truly Filthy Jr. was indeed catchy, with nearly half of its popularity stemming from the moniker itself. The initial selection thread had not attracted such attention. Meanwhile, Bai Ji, who had made a striking impression yesterday, was relegated to second place. The subsequent contestants performed adequately. Chen Zi also noted several familiar names among the participants, such as Li Wei. However, the ordinary talents had already fallen behind Chen Zi's pace. Li Wei, who had been closely following Chen Zi, could sense the pressure of this competition. Chen Zi was in a continuous state of growth, progressing at a rate that was often incomprehensible to others. With the conclusion of the freshman dormitory competition, the university would soon host a broader competition, the eagerly anticipated school team selection for second and third-year students. Due to changes in the competition format, the selection process for the school team differed significantly from before, now requiring trainers to possess 3 Pokemon each. A match would only conclude when all Pokemon from one side were rendered incapable of battle, thus declaring the other side victorious. Consequently, a substantial number of current team members withdrew from the team, primarily among the second-year students. After all, by the third year, the other Pokemon in the team had generally attained formidable strength. Nonetheless, this led to a larger recruitment of team members this year compared to previous years, potentially signaling a significant reshuffle within the school team. Many capable students eager to join the team were already poised for action. Initially, the entry requirement stipulated that participants must possess at least 3 Pokemon. For students at Modi University, having 3 Pokemon or the eligibility to register 3 Pokemon was considered a basic competency. However, there were still some freshmen uninterested in competitions who had yet to qualify for registering 3 Pokemon. Yet, this was of no concern to Chen Zi, who had already completed his electronic registration form. At that moment, a message arrived on his face sheen. Bai Ji, are you planning to join the school team? Chen Zi, yes. I've already registered. Bai Ji, good. The abrupt and disjointed nature of the conversation left Chen Zi momentarily perplexed. Wait, that's it? She came all this way just to inquire about his intentions for the school team? As always, she maintained her aloof demeanor. While the icy facades of other cool individuals Chen Zi knew had crumbled, Bai Ji had consistently retained a subtle presence in his mind, neither cold nor warm, merely unremarkable. Perhaps this was an alternative form of coolness. Was she, after all, the epitome of a true cool girl? Chen Zi pondered. Suddenly, the door to his room swung open. Was that confirmation? Without turning around, Chen Zi knew it was Li Wei entering. Confirmed, Li Wei stated, one's energy is indeed limited. All right then, Chen Zi replied, turning around with a hint of resignation. I hereby appoint you as my exclusive doubles partner. Li Wei understood that one day he would inevitably fall behind Chen Zi, left in his wake. In the realm of singles, he had never encountered anyone like Chen Zi, who instilled a gradual sense of futility in the desire to catch up. Thus, before being left behind, becoming his doubles teammate seemed a prudent choice. After all, the demands for a supportive role in doubles combat were comparatively more lenient. I have filled out the information, Chen Zi said. I'll send you the form, and you can upload it after completing it. Li Wei nodded in agreement. The selection for the school team could not possibly focus solely on singles competitors. Even if the doubles players had not withdrawn, team members were still eager to explore varied strategies. After all, doubles required strategic coordination, with no distinction between main and substitute. Only the selection of tactics varied. Hence, the more doubles members, the better. Thus, the rules for doubles combat differed slightly from singles. While singles determined victory with a single winner advancing, doubles emphasized performance. As long as the duo exhibited a novel strategy or a high degree of synergy alongside strong situational awareness, the team would accept them. Consequently, there were no restrictions on the number of doubles participants. Sometimes none would be selected, while at other times 2 or 3 pairs might be accepted. Anything was possible. Chen Zi and Li Wei already shared a certain level of synergy, as they had both trained under the same mentor, naturally aligning their thought processes. Moreover, as longtime partners, after a few days of acclimatization, they had regained their former doubles dynamic. With the formidable pressure exerted by the rainy day aluminum steel dragon team, Chen Zi was confident that their chances of making the school team were exceedingly high. In the school team office, Captain Zhang Bai was diligently reviewing the incoming applications. This year's newcomers are quite enthusiastic, Zhang Bai remarked with a smile. Indeed, Zhang Hongbing replied. Every year's newcomers are generally similar. Coupled with the changes in the competition format this year, even the upperclassmen are exhibiting greater enthusiasm than before. As he continued reviewing, Zhang Bai spotted a familiar name. So Chen Zi has indeed applied, he chuckled. I heard he has recently been given the nickname Truly Filthy Jr. The The prowess of this individual in command is beyond question. Zhang Hongbing remarked, with a sense of contemplation, that with just another year of refinement, he would undoubtedly ascend. However, the intensity of this year's competitors has also risen significantly. With a stroke of bad luck, one might find oneself overwhelmed. To be candid, reaching the pinnacle is no simple feat. I have heard that his floral leaf tea is quite formidable, is it not? Zhang Bai inquired, adding that it is said that even Suyi cannot match his prowess. I have viewed the video, and it does not appear to have been altered, Zhang Hongbing replied. But to be fair, Suye's skill is rather average. And considering he faced Suye's secondary Pokemon, which is seldom showcased, it doesn't signify much. Indeed, Zhang Bai chuckled, nonetheless. I firmly believe this fellow will present me with a tremendous surprise. Chapter 137. I am not impure. To be frank, the promotional efforts surrounding the selection competition for the university team at Magic City University are quite impressive. The discussions regarding the outcomes of the team selection have rapidly eclipsed those concerning the university's newcomer champion. After all, a competition of such a broad scope across the entire institution is undoubtedly more captivating. Currently, the only remaining members still in the university team are a handful of seasoned third-year participants. There are no fourth-year students, as they do not remain in the team due to their commitments elsewhere. Consequently, the third-year students hold the longest tenure within the entire team. Having eliminated the 3 or 4 lingering members from the team, the remaining candidates are relatively predictable. This year, the team is recruiting 8 members, 5 more than last year, meaning that any participant who reaches the quarterfinals will qualify for the team. The original team members still enjoy the highest support among the candidates. Despite the reform in the competition format, they remain the creme de la creme, beyond reproach. Next in line are the underclassmen from the second and third years. As for the first-year students, although some have mentioned individuals like Chen Zi, who have triumphed over second and third-year competitors, Chen Zi's displayed abilities do not stand out significantly. If only 8 members are to be selected, many still deem Chen Zi unqualified. The prospects for others are even bleaker. Jiang, as always, is astute. The first-year students must focus diligently on their studies. On the day of the competition, it is customary for classes to be suspended throughout the university. Given that the population at Magic City University is already limited, the participants constitute a substantial portion of the student body. Therefore, in consideration of everyone's academic progress, the university announced a temporary cessation of classes to allow everyone to prepare for the competition without distraction. The schedule for singles and doubles matches is staggered. Singles matches commence first, followed by doubles. Thus, in theory, participants can engage in both singles and doubles competitions simultaneously. Indeed, many do so. However, there has yet to be a precedent of an individual qualifying for the team in both formats, as mastering one discipline is already quite challenging. The rhythm of singles and doubles matches is entirely different, making it rare for anyone to excel in both. Even the reigning doubles champions representing the national team typically focus on doubles only after achieving that status. If one were to attempt mastering both singles and doubles concurrently, it is unlikely they would have attained such success today. The opening ceremony for the selection competition was notably brief, or rather, the formalities at Magic City University have always been succinct. Almost immediately, after a couple of words from the judges on stage, the host seamlessly transitioned into the commencement of the competition. This time, the photographer for the event was Rotom. As Rotom seldom appears in public view, the sight of this flying smartphone-like Pokemon piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. Truly, at Magic City University, even the Pokemon exhibit peculiar appearances. Chen Zi's match was scheduled early, so he arrived ahead of time to await his turn at the arena. Meanwhile, he observed the battles taking place. Even among the second and third-year competitors, the 3-on-3 matches appeared somewhat juvenile. Chen Zi surveyed the scene. It was largely characterized by brute force, with one fierce contender being replaced by another once they were incapacitated. The matches unfolded with a semblance to the previous competition format, lacking in coordination. Few exhibited any awareness of rotation. Chen Zi shook his head, having also noticed the frown on the judges' panel, particularly Jiang Bai's expression. Alas, this path remains fraught with challenges. However, the pace of the matches was brisk. Before long, Chen Zi's battle had concluded. The matches here did not require waiting for the next round to commence. As soon as one match ended, the following could immediately begin. Chen Zi wasted no time and stepped onto the stage. His opponent was unfamiliar to him. Although most individuals at this school were strangers to Chen Zi, a bystander recognized him. What a truly impure junior. Chen Zi felt a wave of frustration, retorting emphatically, I am not impure. The bystander, feeling somewhat disheartened, pondered whether, as an ordinary second-year student, he would indeed fall victim to the hands of a genuinely impure junior. The referee interjected, "Both competitors, please take your positions." The two promptly focused their attention. As the referee signaled the commencement, both released their first Pokemon. The opponent summoned a Charge Bear, distinctly of the Galarian variety, while Chen Zi's opening Pokemon was an Alugus Dragon. The bystander felt a surge of delight. He had anticipated this outcome, although the type advantage did not favor him. The Charge Bear was a quintessential speedster. Compared to Ji Ming's Crossbat, the Charge Bear possessed significantly better resistance to the Alugus Dragon's metal sound. Chen Zi's tactics employed against the Crossbat would prove ineffective against his Charge Bear. And with quick attack, the bystander exclaimed. His Charge Bear was a premium specimen, boasting inherited skills and a natural talent for speed, making it exceptionally formidable. In the blink of an eye, the Charge Bear vanished from its original position. However, upon reaching the Alugus Dragon, it was met not with the imposing figure of the Alugus Dragon, but rather a ghastly visage. Gah! The Jengar erupted in laughter, and the Charge Bear's quick attack collided harmlessly against the Jengar, yielding no effect. Instead, the Charge Bear, confronted with Jengar's terrifying countenance, trembled uncontrollably, resulting in a significant decrease in its speed. What? The bystander was taken aback. It was common knowledge that, according to typical reaction times, switching Pokemon upon witnessing quick attack was practically impossible. This meant that the Charge Bear's quick attack had fallen within Chen Zi's realm of expectation. Is this how it goes? Critical hit, the bystander declared. In his recollection, Chen Zi's Jengar was not particularly strong. If that were the case, he believed he could send this one down with that move. Just as the bystander finished his thought, a red light engulfed Jengar, and it was swiftly recalled, replaced by the imposing Lucario. How can there be another switch? This was the bystander's first encounter with such frequent rotations in a match. At the moment Lucario appeared, the bystander realized that his tactical approach had once again been a significant failure. After all, they were all aware of Chen Zi's Lucario's speed. There was no way that the critical hit could land successfully. Indeed, as the Charge Bear's critical hit attempted to strike Lucario, it was effortlessly evaded. Under the circumstances of diminished speed, the already slower Charging Bear seemed to move in slow motion with every action. Lucario seized the tail of the Charging Bear. "I'm not dirty," Chen Zi exclaimed indignantly. Lucario delivered a close-range strike to the rear of the Charging Bear, sending it flying and crashing to the ground, motionless. With just that one blow, Lucario rendered the Charging Bear incapable of continuing the battle. Bystander A remarked, "And you say you're not dirty? Your tactical mind is as tainted as they come." Chapter 138, Your Rainy Day? My Rainy Day? Due to the abrupt change in the competition format, most students could only rely on one or two key Pokemon, with the rest merely serving as backup. Clearly, Bystander A was among them. After the Charging Bear fell, Bystander A found himself in a precarious position. His remaining two Pokemon were no match for Lucario's prowess. This left Chen Zi, who had been eager to rotate his Pokemon. Feeling somewhat disinterested, he decided to let Lucario operate freely. Ultimately, the opponent suffered a swift defeat. However, this seemingly inconspicuous battle stirred no significant excitement. For Chen Zi's reputation was already considerable, and defeating an ordinary sophomore was hardly remarkable. In contrast, the matches on other platforms appeared far more engaging. After all, it is only in evenly matched situations that the importance of a trainer's strategy is truly showcased. Chen Zi's earlier rotation, in hindsight, seemed somewhat superfluous. Even if he had initially deployed his Steel Dragon, victory would have come easily. Peng Zhan, a junior at Magic City University, was deemed a strong contender for the school's team. His ranking surpassed that of Chen Zi's previous opponent, Su Yi, and placed him comfortably within the top 10 of his class. Like the freshman Zhou Ji, he was a well-rounded competitor. Under the previous competition format, each Pokemon wielded by someone in the top 10 was formidable. Therefore, he considered the reform of the competition format to be a boon for himself. Kingdra, unleash Water Pulse to conclude the battle, Peng Zhan commanded. In the rain, the fully unleashed Kingdra overwhelmed the opposing Noivern, leaving it no chance to retaliate. Both being juniors, his opponent was swiftly dispatched. Weather tactics. Such a competition was tailor-made for trainers with teams designed around specific weather conditions. It seemed Peng Zhan's ranking would continue to rise. The discussions in the livestream chat were quite fervent. At that moment, the characteristics of the 3-on-3 format began to manifest, unless one possessed overwhelmingly superior individual strength. Effective team composition would become another critical factor for victory. Having concluded his first match, Chen Zi observed the status of other competitors. Scanning the livestream, he identified several intriguing opponents, including Peng Zhan's Rapid Rain team. Chen Zi was uncertain how many of them he would encounter, but he anticipated that as he progressed, he would inevitably face those engaging adversaries, which constituted part of the thrill of competition. Chen Zi found this far more enjoyable than simply entering the school team directly. Perhaps due to fortuitous circumstances, Chen Zi had faced relatively weaker opponents in the preceding matches. Utilizing them as stepping stones, he steadily advanced through the ranks. Although he was battling lesser foes, the dwindling number of competitors, coupled with Chen Zi's inherent popularity, soon garnered him public attention. "That freshman is quite lucky," someone remarked. Indeed, he hasn't even encountered a top 10 contender yet. His opponents have been pathetically weak. Another chimed in, "If this dirty freshman continues with such luck, he might just touch the threshold of the school team." The freshman team? I can't even begin to imagine. Who isn't thinking that? But I doubt it. The upcoming opponents won't be pushovers, at least in the top 20. By the way, have you noticed that another freshman has made it through? Wow. That masked girl named Bai Ji. I've been keeping an eye on her. She has already eliminated Su Yi and Yi Feng using only 2 Pokemon. Now that's impressive. I'm throwing my support behind the newcomer. I vote for Bai Ji as the rookie king. At this moment, Chen Zi was not focused on the chat's commentary, but was indeed aware of Bai Ji. Her second Pokemon was a Togekiss, which, being a fairy type, was formidable, rivaling even his Sylveon. However, to date, Chen Zi had yet to witness Bai Ji's Sableye. He speculated that perhaps Bai Ji's Sableye had evolved into the mythical Pokemon Diancie, which would explain its absence from her roster. With this thought, Chen Zi glanced at Bai Ji, who was currently drawing lots. Eventually, he would find out, and he was not in a hurry to inquire. When it was Chen Zi's turn to draw, he picked the number 5. Looking around, he noticed that the other competitor who drew 5 was none other than Peng Zhan, the junior he had observed earlier. Rapid Rain Team? Chen Zi mused with interest. Realistically, without deploying his Diancie, his current lineup would struggle against any weather-based teams. However, the Rain Team was an exception. Weather conditions differ from terrain. The energy on the terrain is provided by the Pokemon themselves, allowing them to manipulate that energy. For instance, Diancie could control her misty terrain to prevent the opposing fairy Pokemon from gaining benefits. Conversely, weather energy affects both sides equally. If the opponent initiated rain, then Steel Dragon would also benefit from the rain's bonuses. When the time came, they would see whose rain it truly was. Upon realizing his opponent was Chen Zi, Peng Zhan felt a sense of relief. At this stage, each opponent was more challenging than the last. If he had drawn a powerful contender like Yi Qingshui, it would have been time to call it a night. In contrast, the less experienced and less seasoned Chen Zi emerged as the optimal choice in this scenario. Bai Ji's strength was evident, while Chen Zi was merely on a streak of easy victories, failing to reveal much of his capabilities. Thus, from a victorious standpoint, Peng Zhan preferred to face Chen Zi. As for whether Chen Zi was truly dirty, to put it bluntly, Peng Zhan was not concerned about Chen Zi's tactics. The effortlessly graceful Kingdra would demonstrate to Chen Zi's Pokemon that, in the face of absolute power, the notion of being dirty held little significance. With this thought, Peng Zhan smiled and signaled to Chen Zi, who returned the gesture with a grin. Internally, Peng Zhan mused, "Just keep smiling. Soon enough, you won't be able to." Meanwhile, Bai Ji was matched against Long Feng. Although Long Feng, a former member of the school team, possessed significantly greater strength than most. Being from a family specializing in dragon types, Chen Zi was uncertain of his chances against Bai Ji, who was adept at utilizing fairy types. After all, the only Pokemon with resistance, his Steel Dragon, was not cultivated well enough to stand a chance against Bai Ji's Sylveon. If Long Feng lacked any hidden cards, he would undoubtedly face ruin here. Chapter 139. Is this how it's done? Upon the revelation of the draw results, many speculated that Chen Zi was likely to meet his downfall. Confronted by a systematic assault team, no amount of underhanded tactics could salvage the situation for Chen Zi. After all, under the enhancement of Rain Dance, the power of the Spiketail King could arguably rival that of the top 5 contenders' main Pokemon. It need not be said that even if Chen Zi took to the stage, he might still possess a fighting chance against the tournament favorite. The formidable second-year student Yi Qingshui, pure strength could easily counteract any dishonorable maneuvers, making it seem that Peng Zhan had little trouble ahead. However, Li Wei, who had been observing quietly, held a different perspective. Upon learning that Chen Zi's opponent was a member of the Rain Dance team, a peculiar smile spread across Li Wei's face. He promptly wagered the maximum amount of points permissible on Chen Zi's success. Were it not for the school regulations limiting the points one could bet at a time to mitigate the risk of students losing all their points, Li Wei would have wagered everything on Chen Zi. Not only was Chen Zi's Pokemon formidable, but he also had TT as a trump card. Just the electric beam gun from the aluminum steel bridge dragon under Rain Dance was enough for Li Wei to doubt how many present could withstand its onslaught. As soon as Chen Zi's match began, Li Wei hurried to the live broadcast room of Chen Zi's arena, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama of the school team selection tournament. As the match commenced, both sides sent forth their initial Pokemon. Chen Zi's first contender was Gung Gui, while Peng Zhan, as expected, unleashed the weather specialist from his lineup, the Masquerain. The duo of Pelipper and Masquerain were among the rare Pokemon endowed with rain-inducing abilities. Additionally, there was one more Pokemon possessing a similar trait, Kyogre. When Kyogre is not in its primal state, its ability is to summon rain, which is then overshadowed by the Origin Sea when it reverts to its primal form. Of course, this is merely a game mechanic, and in reality, Chen Zi was oblivious to such nuances. However, compared to Pelipper, Masquerain was considerably rarer. In the game, Masquerain evolves through the proof of a king. In reality, among a sizable population of Masquerain, the leader is typically the Masquerain. Such Pokemon are notoriously difficult to capture. The same could be said for the Spiketail King. Thus, Chen Zi was genuinely astonished that Peng Zhan possessed both of these Pokemon, the challenge being akin to capturing two shiny Pokemon. As soon as Masquerain appeared, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and torrential rain poured down upon the arena, matching the intensity of a real downpour. Chen Zi's visibility was even slightly impaired. This Masquerain was exceptionally skilled at summoning rain, creating a downpour even heavier than that of Li Wei's Pelipper. This was immensely advantageous for water-type Pokemon, essentially placing them in an underwater domain. After establishing the weather, Peng Zhan did not hastily recall Masquerain, but instead opted to utilize it for stamina depletion. Water Gun. A robust jet of water erupted from Masquerain's mouth, hurtling towards Gung Gui. Yet, Gung Gui remained undeterred, simply watching as the water gun soared towards it. Splash! The water gun shattered against Gung Gui's form. It was a substitute. Create some distance. Peng Zhan reacted swiftly, calling out. However, Gung Gui was even quicker. It suddenly emerged from the shadows, launching a shadow ball that struck Masquerain. Quack! Masquerain staggered back a step, yet its expression remained relatively unperturbed. Ultimately, Chen Zi's Gung Gui was significantly outmatched in raw power. The fully charged shadow ball barely inflicted any pain on its opponent. Observing this, Jiang Bai shook his head. Gung Gui was indeed quick and responsive, but time was insufficient. If only it had trained for another year, the outcome might have been entirely different. After Gung Gui's attack proved ineffective, it attempted to retreat into the shadows. Yet, Peng Zhan's command swiftly followed. Masquerain, Song of Ruin. The moment Gung Gui slipped into the shadows, it was forced to leap back into view, covering its ears and thrashing on the ground. The Song of Ruin? Chen Zi frowned. This effectively denied Gung Gui any opportunity to maneuver. However, the Song of Ruin did not only bind Gung Gui, it also ensnared Masquerain itself. Chen Zi exchanged a knowing glance with Gung Gui, who immediately understood. Gung Gui Shadow Ball. Enduring the discomfort of the Song of Ruin, Gung Gui slowly coalesced a black sphere in its hands. What? Planning a direct assault? Peng Zhan was somewhat perplexed. While a Pokemon was utilizing the Song of Ruin, it was unable to move, meaning it had to endure the opposing Pokemon's attacks. Once sufficient time elapsed, the opponent's Pokemon would succumb to incapacity. Peng Zhan assumed that Chen Zi's Gung Gui could not inflict substantial harm on his Masquerain, which is why he opted for the Song of Ruin. Gung Gui's Shadow Ball struck Masquerain once more, causing minimal discomfort. Peng Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, he had anticipated that Gung Gui might possess some hidden strength, but it seemed that Chen Zi merely intended to inflict a bit more damage on his Masquerain before Gung Gui's inevitable defeat. Subsequently, Gung Gui ceased any further actions and collapsed to the ground. Well done, Peng Zhan thought to himself. However, the next scene left everyone present utterly stunned. As Gung Gui fell, a surge of black energy erupted from Masquerain. Following this, Masquerain too collapsed to the ground, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Same fate. When did this happen? Peng Zhan had certainly anticipated Chen Zi's Gung Gui might employ the same fate technique. Ready to command Masquerain to cease the Song of Ruin to evade Chen Zi's strategy. Could it be that Shadow Ball? The answer was indeed so. Gung Gui had infused its same fate technique into that very Shadow Ball, transferring the energy of the same fate to Masquerain upon impact. It was hardly surprising that they had not considered this earlier. After all, few individuals executed such tactics in a match, and even fewer ghost-type Pokemon could achieve it. Without Gung Gui's exceptional talent and the enhancement from a mysterious fruit, mastering this technique would have been exceedingly challenging. However, beyond the Master Ball tier, this strategy became less viable. After that level, Pokemon are highly sensitive to energy, and they can sense the moves being employed against them. Such subtlety and strategy rarely succeeds. It was fortunate that this was merely the baby cup, Chen Zi mused. Chapter 140. The youthful Spiketail King would not dream of electric beam guns. Jiang Bai, who had been closely observing Chen Zi, had witnessed the entire match unfold. Regarding Chen Zi's handling of the situation, Jiang Bai could only describe it as impeccable. In a remarkable display of strategy, Chen Zi managed to triumph over a formidable opponent, successfully replacing their first Pokemon. This was undoubtedly a significant achievement for him. Moreover, the opponent's rain-based strategy heavily relied on the presence of the Mosquito Frog Emperor. With its absence, the rain would soon dissipate, leaving no Pokemon capable of sustaining the downpour. This bestowed a notable advantage upon Chen Zi. Now, all he needed to do was endure until the rain ceased. Facing the Dragon King, now stripped of its rain-boosted speed, Lucario should stand a fighting chance. It seemed as though Chen Zi's tactical prowess had revived the match. In the live stream, after a brief lull in the barrage of comments, the screen was inundated with a single phrase, truly devious. Li Wei could only chuckle at the situation. No wonder Chen Zi had appeared so aggrieved earlier. Yet, it was becoming increasingly clear that the netizens were not mistaken. Rather than decisively vanquishing his adversary, he had opted to instill a fleeting glimmer of hope before snatching it away. The cunning nature of his strategy was undeniable. Li Wei found herself compelled to echo the sentiment in the chat, truly devious. To be frank, once the Mosquito Frog Emperor was replaced, Peng Zhan's burden escalated considerably. It was no wonder he was dubbed the truly devious junior. Such a clever opportunity was not to be overlooked. Glancing up at the diminishing rainfall, Peng Zhan contemplated the need for urgency. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Zi had arrived at the same conclusion after surveying the sky. It was indeed time to act swiftly. Both competitors released their second Pokemon simultaneously. Peng Zhan summoned the Dragon King, while Chen Zi brought forth the Steel Dragon. Was this a ploy to stall? Jiang Bai's expression suggested he had seen through the ruse. Indeed, as long as the robust Steel Dragon could withstand the pressure, Chen Zi retained a fighting chance. The emerald-hued Steel Dragon was striking, and spectators recognized it as a shiny variant, admiring Chen Zi's foresight. After all, the current shiny Steel Dragon was no longer in the same league as its predecessors. Today's Steel Dragons were heralded as the new stars of the Dragon-type Pokemon. With the emergence of Chen Zi's Steel Dragon, Peng Zhan shared Jiang Bai's thoughts. Chen Zi was intent on stalling the rain. Without hesitation, the Dragon King understood what was required. Under the rain, it darted like a specter, swiftly appearing behind the Steel Dragon. A dragon pulse surged towards it. However, Chen Zi's Steel Dragon was no longer the sluggish creature it had been days prior. It managed to pivot just in time, absorbing the initial onslaught with its sturdy front. Unfazed, the Dragon King swiftly repositioned, while the Steel Dragon opted to lower itself. Energy crackled around the Steel Dragon, the golden glow indicating an impending discharge of electric beams. What was Chen Zi planning? Jiang Bai failed to grasp his intent. In his view, the most rational course of action would have been to fortify the Steel Dragon's defenses, thereby prolonging the battle until the rain subsided. How could an electric beam possibly strike such a nimble Dragon King under the rain? The use of electric beams was inherently slow, even for ordinary Pokemon. Evasion would be effortless for the Dragon King in such conditions. The onlookers shared similar sentiments, with Peng Zhan dismissing Chen Zi's actions as youthful impatience. A mistake born of inexperience. The Dragon King relentlessly assaulted the Steel Dragon, its attacks raining down upon it like droplets. Yet, one must concede that Chen Zi's Steel Dragon boasted remarkable defenses. The barrage of strikes seemed to bear little fruit. As the battle progressed, it appeared increasingly challenging for the Dragon King to subdue the Steel Dragon in the rain. Nonetheless, capturing the Steel Dragon should not prove insurmountable. Suddenly, a golden electric beam erupted from the Steel Dragon. The Dragon King deftly sidestepped, evading the attack. Quite the spectacle, Peng Zhan mused triumphantly. Unless the Steel Dragon could unleash a rapid succession of electric beams, it would be impossible to land a hit on the Dragon King. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the Steel Dragon began to unleash a relentless barrage of electric beams, reminiscent of a machine gun. Once, twice, the Dragon King managed to evade. But against such a rapid-fire display, it was inevitable that some beams would connect. Caught in the onslaught of thick electric beams, the Dragon King was ultimately struck, plummeting to the ground as if it were an aircraft in freefall. What just transpired? If the earlier exchange with the Ghost Stone had left spectators in awe of Chen Zi's tactical acumen, this display had them utterly astounded. In an era when the steel dragon was all the rage, it was well known that its electric beam, though powerful, was notoriously slow to activate, typically requiring teamwork in double battles. Yet, what had they just witnessed? A steel dragon capable of unleashing electric beams in rapid succession? Was this a unique ability? Or perhaps a training method or characteristic that could be widely adopted? At that moment, even the judges found themselves captivated, their focus shifting from the battle's outcome to the remarkable display of skill exhibited by Chen Zi. Nevertheless, the match must continue. After a brief moment of astonishment, Peng Zhan dispatched his next Pokemon, a Clawitzer. Typically, Peng Zhan deployed Clawitzer to capitalize on the aftermath of a battle, but in the current situation, he found himself at a disadvantage. Surely the steel dragon could not maintain its barrage indefinitely? Peng Zhan's assumption proved correct. The steel dragon could not sustain its assault forever, but it had a few electric beams left. Coincidentally, the rain still lingered for a while longer. Thus, as Clawitzer entered the fray, the steel dragon seamlessly continued its onslaught of electric beams. Peng Zhan lamented, "What kind of game is this?" Chapter 141, The Dominance of the Dragon Family. Youth has no price, it is pure and untainted. In brief, our rain team encountered the steel dragon, a veritable monster of its kind. Perhaps after today, the opposing Pokemon will forever remember the relentless electric beams raining down upon them. However, it is unlikely they will encounter such a formidable opponent again. May heaven be devoid of steel dragons. Though Jiang Bai and his companions were eager to uncover the secret behind the aluminum steel dragon's ability to unleash a continuous barrage of electric beams, they would have to wait until the competition concluded. However, they found it increasingly difficult to remain patient, as even the most discerning of observers could discern that a mere school team selection could hardly compare to the potential opportunity that could ignite a fervor in the world of trainers. The contest continued unabated. Chen Zi returned to the audience, relishing the unfolding events, completely unfazed by the uproar he had caused on the grand forum of the Magic City. Regrettably, due to the simultaneous nature of Yi Qingshui's match, Chen Zi was unable to witness her performance. At this advanced stage, unlike earlier rounds, the intricacies of the battles were not as easily discernible. In Pokemon battles, understanding both oneself and one's opponent is paramount. Although Chen Zi had TT as his trump card, he would never underestimate his adversaries. Yet, there was another impending battle on the field that warranted Chen Zi's attention, the match between Bai Ji and Long Feng. Up until now, Chen Zi had yet to see Bai Ji's small diamond Pokemon and wondered whether Long Feng's prowess could compel Bai Ji to reveal her third Pokemon. Soon, what many considered to be a certain victory for Long Feng commenced. Long Feng led with a rather comical and unappealing fish dragon Pokemon. As a fossil Pokemon, the rarity of the fish dragon was quite pronounced. Even among the members of the Yulong family, few could claim such a rare creature. This was indicative of Long Feng's considerable standing within the Yulong clan. While facing a fairy-type Pokemon, the fish dragon, apart from the aluminum steel dragon, found itself at a disadvantage in terms of type. Although dragon-type moves were not entirely ineffective against fairy types, their efficacy was significantly diminished. Hence, the choice of the exclusive water-type move was a strategic attempt to mitigate some of these disadvantages. Bai Ji, in contrast, deployed her Sylveon as her first Pokemon. Bai Ji's Sylveon was of a notably aggressive disposition, consistently exhibiting formidable offensive capabilities, bolstered by the confidence granted by its fairy aura. Upon entering the fray, Sylveon immediately resorted to its usual tactic, using Charm. However, this typically effective move proved futile against the fish dragon. As a male Pokemon, the fish dragon remained utterly unperturbed. Chen Zi had anticipated this outcome, for he understood the Yulong family better than most. Their true strength did not merely stem from their advantageous location on Dragon Island, but from their formidable dragon taming technique. Having battled with Long Kai numerous times, Chen Zi was well aware of the prowess that this technique conferred. A notable aspect was that under the influence of the dragon taming technique, dragon-type Pokemon exhibited an unwavering resolve. The mere charm of Sylveon was insufficient to sway a Pokemon empowered by such techniques. This was why Chen Zi harbored certain expectations for Long Feng, despite the apparent type disadvantage. Long Feng's mastery of the dragon taming technique was commendable, rivaling that of his contemporaries, including Long Kai. Chen Zi silently assessed the situation. When charm failed, Sylveon was not taken aback. Instead, it tactically retreated. The fish dragon remained motionless, its gaze fixed intently on Sylveon. What was its intention? The spectators were left to ponder. Sylveon decisively opted to create an advantage by unleashing misty terrain. With the enemy unmoving, it was time for her to take the initiative. As the ribbons of Sylveon fluttered and a pink aura enveloped her, the fish dragon's momentum surged. reaching a remarkable peak in an instant. Subsequently, a blue dragon-shaped phantom coalesced above the fish dragon's head. With astonishing speed, the fish dragon charged towards Sylvian. This was perilous. Bai Ji observed the oncoming fish dragon. Even if Sylvian chose to abandon the misty terrain, the fish dragon's velocity would likely inflict damage regardless of her evasive maneuvers. It was better to take a gamble and attempt to release the misty terrain before the fish dragon collided, hoping to use the mist to escape. Sylvian, seemingly attuned to Bai Ji's thoughts, gritted her teeth and hastened the process of summoning the misty terrain. The fish dragon was mere meters away when the pink mist began to spread. Sylvian exerted all her strength to dodge to the side, slipping into the veil of mist. Surely, within the fog, the fish dragon would be disoriented. Sylvian thought, yet suddenly, the fish dragon's presence vanished within the mist. Had it exited the misty terrain? Just as this thought crossed Sylvian's mind, an intense warning surged within her. Instinct compelled her to evade, narrowly avoiding the fish dragon's fully charged bite, which grazed her side. Sylvian stumbled, the slight contact causing her considerable pain. Had the attack landed squarely, she would likely have been rendered incapacitated. In that moment, Sylvian realized the stark disparity in raw power between herself and the fish dragon. Then, she resolved to stall. She refused to believe that in the misty terrain, the fish dragon could pinpoint her location. However, contrary to her hopes, Sylvian could not evade as she wished. Within the mist, she instinctively sensed a gaze piercing through the fog, locking onto her with unwavering precision. She caught sight of a pair of crimson eyes, exuding an oppressive aura. Sylvian understood that there was no escape. Thus, she prepared to confront the challenge head-on. Gritting her teeth, the pink glow intensified around her as the effects of misty terrain amplified her power. With the enhancement provided by her fairy aura, Sylvian began to charge her signature move, the last resort. The two Pokemon were on the verge of colliding, and a tempest of energy erupted on the field, dispersing much of the mist. As they clashed in the center, the violent shockwave intensified, scattering the remnants of the mist, and the two Pokemon found themselves locked in a stalemate. However, even with the type disadvantage, the fish dragon seemed to hold the upper hand, and after a protracted struggle, Sylvian ultimately succumbed, being flung backward and losing her ability to continue the fight. The first round concluded with Longfeng's victory. Chapter 142, The Allure of Ice and Blizzard. It must be said that the outcome of the battle was not unexpected by the audience. Although a dragon type faced off against a fairy type, this was Longfeng, a member of the Yulong family and the second-ranked competitor in the sophomore strength leaderboard at the start of the term. While Bai Ji's strength was not to be underestimated, the spectators felt she still fell short compared to the top-tier season champions. Bai Ji, her expression concealed behind a mask, silently recalled her fallen Sylvian and subsequently tossed out her second Pokeball. Togekiss made its entrance. The mist on the field had nearly dissipated, leaving only a light haze that would offer little assistance to Togekiss. Fortunately, the fish dragon had also endured considerable damage, struggling to maintain its stance. Moreover, Porygon Z possesses the ability to soar through the skies, rendering the fierce assaults of Gyarados somewhat ineffective in its presence. Nonetheless, Porygon Z remains vigilant, ascending to a relatively elevated position and meticulously observing the movements of Gyarados. The latter, reminiscent of its earlier encounter with Sylvian, remains motionless, fixated on Porygon Z. Suddenly, with a swiftness that defies imagination, Gyarados lunges upward, aiming directly at Porygon Z. Fortunately, Porygon Z is well prepared, deftly dodging to the side and evading the devastating rhythm of Gyarados' attack. Had that blow connected, Porygon Z would have undoubtedly sustained significant damage. The aggressiveness of Gyarados surpasses even that of Sylvian. After evading Gyarados' onslaught, Porygon Z does not linger. It seizes the opportunity to fly behind Gyarados, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors in all directions. With a dazzling display, Gyarados finds itself unable to avoid the magical brilliance. It falls heavily to the ground, its combat capabilities extinguished like a candle in the wind. This encounter was indeed a gamble. After all, Gyarados' health was but a single hit away from defeat against Porygon Z. Rather than succumbing to the relentless barrage from afar, it was more prudent to strike first and gamble for a chance. The battlefield was once again reset to a level playing field. After a brief contemplation, Longfeng dispatched his second Pokemon, a robust Dragonite, emblematic of the Dragon Island's unique characteristics. Chen Zi immediately recognized that this Dragonite was cultivated at a level superior to that of Gyarados. In response to the aerial adversary, Longfeng opted to deploy his own flying-type Dragonite. Contrasting with the pure fairy-type Sylvian, this fairy and flying-type Porygon Z presented a more favorable matchup. Longfeng pondered briefly before commanding, "Dragonite, utilize Dragon Dance. Interrupt it with Dazzling Gleam. Dragonite began to execute an unusual dance in midair, enhancing its own capabilities. On Porygon-Z's side, under Baiji's command, it once again emanated a spectrum of colorful light. A burst of dazzling gleam began to expand outward. Dragonite twisted its body, retreating with an uncanny grace, striving to evade the range of the magical radiance. The speed of Dragonite's retreat matched almost perfectly with the expansion of dazzling gleam. In the air, a white glow enveloped Dragonite, signifying the success of its enhancement. However, Dragonite sought further advantage, twisting its form to initiate a second Dragon Dance. Having learned from previous encounters, Porygon-Z charged toward Dragonite, its body coalescing with white light. The powerful flying-type move, Brave Bird, was unleashed. In response, Dragonite decisively halted its enhancement and swiftly retreated. Despite the speed boost from Dragon Dance, it could not outpace the oncoming Porygon-Z executing Brave Bird. Dragonite maneuvered with agility, but ultimately, it was pursued relentlessly by Porygon-Z. With gritted teeth, Dragonite conjured a green barrier around itself. This display astonished Chen Zi, although hints of this strategy had emerged during Dragon Dance. The timing of the defense was impressive, suggesting that Dragonite had mastered techniques akin to those of TT and Lucario. If Lucario were to confront this Dragonite, it might not stand a chance despite its level disadvantage. Porygon-Z's Brave Bird collided with Dragonite's protective shield, producing a resounding impact. Dragonite staggered in midair, despite its defense. It still suffered damage from the powerful Brave Bird. However, Porygon-Z experienced a more severe backlash. Upon realizing the presence of the shield, Porygon-Z intended to halt its attack. But Dragonite unexpectedly came to a standstill, resulting in a collision that left Porygon-Z momentarily disoriented, though shielded by its flying-type energy. Dodge, Baiji urged. In a flash, Dragonite unleashed a thunder punch toward Porygon-Z. Despite its disorientation, Porygon-Z instinctively evaded the attack, yet it could not maintain balance and began to plummet toward the ground. Continue. Thunder Punch. Dragonite dove down, ready to unleash two thunder punches upon the fallen Porygon-Z. Protect. The barrier shimmered into existence just in time. As Porygon-Z sprang back to its feet to withstand Dragonite's onslaught. Dazzling Gleam. Blizzard. As the protective barrier shattered, both Pokémon engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. The outcome was a mutual exchange of damage. Blizzard and Dazzling Gleam intersected, striking both combatants with remarkable efficacy. Dragonite narrowly evaded some of the Dazzling Gleam's damage, while Porygon-Z, having just risen, could not entirely escape the brunt of Blizzard's impact. Origin Pulse. Porygon-Z attempted to continue the cycle of mutual harm. However, just as it prepared to unleash Origin Pulse, it suddenly froze in place, a thin layer of ice spreading over its body, rendering it momentarily immobile. It's frozen. The crowd erupted in cheers as Dragonite's Blizzard triggered the freezing effect. This was not merely a show of support for Longfeng. Rather, it was the serendipity of battle that brought unexpected delight. This should be the end, Longfeng mused. A blizzard struck the immobilized Porygon-Z, and amidst the swirling snow, the ice encasing it shattered. Chapter 143, The Princess of the Diamond Mine Kingdom, Tiankai. Dragonite's agile form traced an arc in the sky. Having only endured a single dazzling gleam, it suffered minimal damage. The situation swiftly escalated to a 2-1 scenario, with both of Longfeng's Pokémon still in prime condition. It appeared that the outcome was all but decided. No matter how talented Baiji might be, it seemed implausible that she could elevate all three of her Pokémon to such formidable levels. Even if her remaining Pokémon matched the prowess of the first two, the battle now lacked suspense. Despite this, the spectators were taken aback. Perhaps even Zhang Bai would struggle to reach the level of versatility exhibited by Baiji during this time. Were it not for the recent reform in the competition format, Baiji might have indeed secured a place in the school team as a freshman. Akin to Longfeng and Yi Qingshui, alas, misfortune had befallen her. Among the onlookers, nearly everyone held little hope for Baiji, with the exception of Chen Zi. He understood well that Baiji had been concealing a trump card. Perhaps today was the moment to reveal it. Baiji silently retrieved the fallen Bokeji, gently drawing her final Pokeball from her waist. In a flash of crimson light, a pink Pokémon materialized upon the field. The moment it appeared, the once boisterous crowd was enveloped in an eerie silence. Truth be told, this was perhaps the most thrilling selection match for the school team since the establishment of the prestigious academy in the magical city. The astonishing maneuvers of Chen Zi and the formidable aluminum dragon had set the stage, and now, in this very moment, they bore witness to the emergence of a mythical Pokémon, the Princess of the Diamond Kingdom, Diancie. Following the silence came waves of astonishment and disbelief. The World Pokemon League possessed a Diancie, known as the mythical Pokemon of the Celestial Island, which had long been regarded as invincible. While it is true that the general populace may have a greater familiarity with mythical Pokemon compared to legendary ones, this does not imply that mythical Pokemon are any easier to encounter. In fact, many individuals might only ever glimpse a mythical Pokemon during a televised Pokemon World Championship as a special guest. In reality, encountering one is a rare and unattainable feat thus. When a living, breathing mythical Pokemon graced their presence, how could it not stir a tempest of excitement? Not only the spectators, but even Dragon Peak, the opponent, stood transfixed. Once he regained his composure, a bittersweet smile crept across his lips. What a farce this was. The presence of a mythical Pokemon was daunting enough. But one of the fairy type at that. It was the first time Dragon Peak truly understood the sensation of trepidation before a battle. Diancie's graceful form captivated the attention of all in attendance. The moment Chen Zi laid eyes on Diancie, an expression of realization dawned upon him. Even Reshiram, who had been dormant in Chen Zi's thoughts, suddenly ignited with interest. Indeed, that little carbink had finally transcended this threshold. Reshiram had encountered that peculiar little carbink within Chen Zi's memories and had long since deduced that its transformation into Diancie was highly probable. This conclusion stemmed from a particular phrase Chen Zi had once uttered to the carbink: "Only you can give birth to life." Initially intended as encouragement for Diancie to break her own limits and become Mega Diancie, this phrase, at its core, represented a contemplation on the transcendence of life. It also bore the potential to catalyze the transformation of the promising carbink into Diancie. Moreover, Reshiram asserted that one day, this Diancie would experience yet another metamorphosis into Mega Diancie, for it had already grasped the profound essence of that statement, making further breakthroughs merely a matter of time. Returning to the arena, after the initial shock, the crowd's perception of the situation underwent a complete reversal. What was once a consensus that Dragon Peak would triumph had now shifted dramatically. Not only was Dragon Peak at a disadvantage, but even Yiqing Shui would likely pale in comparison. After all, they were dealing with a mythical Pokemon. Although the others had not truly witnessed the might of a mythical Pokemon, their childhood encounters with information had taught them that these beings were an extraordinary class of Pokemon, towering above the ordinary. However, Dragon Peak quickly regained his composure, shaking off his earlier dismay. What of a mythical Pokemon? Victory could only be determined through combat. A look of approval flickered in Chen Zi's eyes. Truly, he was a prodigious trainer from the Long family. Dragonite, Dance of the Dragons, enhance your strength. In the face of a mythical Pokemon, one could only gamble on fortune amidst peril, with a disadvantage in attributes. Only through extreme enhancement could he hope to find a sliver of hope among 1,000 possible failures. Yet, the very essence of miracles lies in their almost negligible probability of occurrence. This time, fortune evidently did not smile upon Dragon Peak. Diancie elegantly extended her hand, and a radiant pink light coalesced within it. A series of crystalline stones manifested out of thin air, hurtling towards Dragonite with astonishing speed. Before Dragonite could even mount a defense, the diamond storm enveloped it, sending it crashing to the ground. Dragonite emitted a pained groan, struggling to rise. It charged towards Diancie, landing a water tail strike against the stationary figure. Diancie remained unperturbed, her eyes calm as she regarded Dragonite, as if the damage inflicted by its attack was utterly trivial. In a matter of moments, Diancie's moonblast descended upon Dragonite with ferocious speed. Boom. No matter how resilient Dragonite was, it could scarcely withstand the relentless onslaught of Diancie. The battle raged for mere breaths before Dragonite collapsed to the ground. The might of a mythical Pokemon was indeed terrifying. Those who had initially expressed skepticism fell silent, rendered speechless by the sheer oppressive force of the mythical Pokemon. Dragon Peak clenched his teeth, a wave of helplessness crashing over him. A glimmer of white light enveloped Diancie, effortlessly restoring the minor damage inflicted by Dragonite's water tail. While Dragonite's assault had indeed caused some measure of harm, to Diancie, such injuries were inconsequential, easily mended in the blink of an eye. Baiji observed Dragon Peak in silence, awaiting his next Pokemon. With a grim determination, Dragon Peak released his final Pokemon, the Aluminum Dragon. The time Dragon Peak had spent capturing the Aluminum Dragon was brief, indicating that his pool of Pokemon was rather limited. However, the previous opponents had not compelled him to deploy his last Pokemon, and now that he had no choice but to send forth the Aluminum Dragon, it signified that he was indeed in a precarious position. Diancie's merciless diamond storm swept through, and even the Aluminum Dragon, with its formidable defenses, could not withstand more than 3 rounds. Virtually without resistance, the aluminum dragon was swiftly vanquished by Diancie. Dragon Peak concluded this fierce contest for a place in the school team in a manner that none had anticipated. The arena remained shrouded in silence. There were no cheers. The crowd merely gazed at the pink figure standing proudly on the stage. In truth, those of discerning stature had already begun to piece together Bai Zhi's true identity. Following the conclusion of the match, Dragon Peak realized Bai Zhi's origins. It seemed the Bai family had indeed found their way to him. A look of indignation crossed Dragon Peak's face. And what of you? What choice will you make? He cast his gaze upon the resplendent Diancie, marveling at her beauty. Yet beneath his admiration lay a hint of pity. However, apart from Bai Zhi and Diancie, none noticed the expression on Dragon Peak's face. Beneath her mask, Bai Zhi's demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural. It's all right, Diancie's voice echoed within Bai Zhi's heart. I will always be by your side. Bai Zhi nodded slightly. Yet the guilt within her heart lingered, refusing to dissipate. Dragon Peak cast one last, deep gaze at Diancie before recalling the aluminum dragon and descending from the stage. Subsequently, amid the envious and reluctant glances of the crowd, Bai Zhi returned Diancie to her pokeball and made her way off the stage. After the battle at Longfeng, discussions surrounding Bai Zhi surged to unprecedented heights. In an instant, even the fervor surrounding Chen Zilu's Dragon Bridge was overshadowed. After all, that pertained to the mythical Pokemon, a species exceedingly rare in the world, appearing in the hands of a mere university student. Such an occurrence was nothing short of fantastical. On the major forum of Magic City University, threads discussing Diancie sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Some speculated on Diancie's strength, others pondered Bai Zhi's identity. And there were even requests for Bai Zhi to share photos. In short, following that singular battle, Bai Zhi instantly became a household name at Magic City University. It was anticipated that soon the entire university, and indeed all of Dragon Country, would become aware of this university's student who had garnered the favor of a mythical Pokemon at such a tender age. While the number of individuals publicly known to possess mythical or legendary Pokemon is exceedingly low, they do exist. Notable examples include Miss Charlotte of Carlo, with her Latias, and Mr. Lad of Gale, who owns a Volcanion. However, without exception, these individuals are at least master-level trainers, and the mythical Pokemon they possess have reached significant levels of power, at least brushing against the threshold of the ultra limit. In contrast, it was evident to discerning eyes that while Bai Zhi's Diancie was indeed formidable, it did not inspire the awe one might expect, at least from Chen Zilu's perspective. Based on Diancie's current display of strength, even Didi could easily match its prowess. Chen Zilu even believed that there were members of the school team capable of suppressing Diancie at that moment. Although he did not deny Diancie's potential for growth, there is a saying that rings true: a commoner is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. One must not underestimate the allure of mythical Pokemon. While Dragon Country boasts good security, it is not devoid of individuals willing to take risks for profit. However, Chen Zilu was not surprised that Bai Zhi chose to reveal Diancie. In fact, since Yveltal, he had begun to speculate on Bai Zhi's identity. His suspicions were further confirmed after the secretive Dragon Island expedition, having received a definitive reply from Jiang Shirley. Bai Zhi, as a member of the Bai family, was indeed making the best choice to resist her fate. After defeating Peng Zhan, Chen Zilu smoothly advanced to the next round. At this point, the competition had progressed to the quarterfinals, and those who had reached this stage had undoubtedly secured a place on the school team. Following the battle, discussions regarding the contenders for the school team's spots underwent significant revisions. The rising star Chen Zilu needed no further mention, while Bai Zhi, showcasing Diancie, ascended but remained in the second position, trailing behind Yi Qingshui. Although Longfeng's Pokemon were rendered powerless in the presence of Diancie, it was acknowledged that certain attribute influences played a role. Nevertheless, it was clear to discerning observers that, at least in comparison to Longfeng, Bai Zhi's strength was on a distinctly higher tier. Even if the attributes did not favor her, many believed that Bai Zhi's Diancie could sweep away Longfeng's Pokemon without difficulty. The outcome of the competition remained unchanged. Yet, the admiration for Yi Qingshui bordered on blind worship. As an undefeated sophomore king without a crown, facing a clearly underdeveloped mythical Pokemon, no one doubted his combat prowess. The competition continued, with the schedule for the Magic City University tournament being quite tight, aiming to complete the proceedings within a single day. Fortunately, with professional medical personnel on hand, there was no concern about the battling Pokemon lacking the stamina for subsequent matches. Chen Zilu had scarcely rested before being summoned for the draw. Fortune smiled upon him as he drew one of the weaker contenders remaining. Their previously displayed strength paled in comparison to Peng Zhan's. Their presence in this round was purely a stroke of luck. They were quite satisfied. Having secured a spot on the school team, and knew that there would be no additional rewards for advancing further. Moreover, the opportunity to battle against strong opponents was indeed rare. Reaching this stage, even those with lesser abilities possessed an admirable quality inherent in all trainers, the courage to face challenges. Thus, Chen Zi noted that even the contestant drawn to face Bai Ji wore a beaming smile. For him, this was a valuable opportunity. It was regrettable for Longfeng and Peng Zhan, especially Peng Zhan. As a junior, this was likely his second-to-last chance to join the school team. Even if he were to enter the team next semester, there was no guarantee of being called to battle. Chen Zi vividly recalled the despondency etched on Peng Zhan's face as he left the stage. Alas, life seldom unfolds as one wishes. In a world where exceptional talents abound, Chen Zi could only feel a sense of sorrow for them. Once the draw concluded, both Chen Zi and Bai Ji's matches were scheduled for the latter half of the event. Chen Zi approached Bai Ji, noting that it had been quite some time since they last conversed face-to-face. "Are you prepared?" he inquired abruptly. Bai Ji did not respond verbally, merely retrieving a pokeball from her waist. A flash of red light revealed Dianxi before Chen Zi's eyes. Compared to its earlier form as a small diamond, Dianxi had indeed grown significantly, not just in size, but also in appearance, undergoing a remarkable transformation that evoked a sense of a girl blossoming into womanhood. Upon closer inspection, traces of its former self were still discernible. Dianxi gazed at Chen Zi, gratitude radiating from its eyes. It would not forget that it was Chen Zi's words that had shaped its present. "I am ready," came a soft, melodious voice that resonated in Chen Zi's heart. Dianxi's response was, in essence, Bai Ji's own. Her ethereal voice now carried a depth and substance that had notably evolved, allowing Chen Zi to sense her unwavering determination. Chapter 145, Declaration of War? In the enchanted realm of Yaodu, the Zijin mountain range, this location, nestled in the southeastern corner of Yaodu, is far more understated compared to the world-renowned secret realms. Few are aware of the stories that unfold here. In fact, this particular secret realm itself is scarcely known. It has not fully descended into Blue Star, existing instead as an independent, expansive secret realm akin to the fissures of the spirit world. However, due to the random and highly concealed nature of its entrance, very few have ventured into the true Zijin mountain range. From the limited data gathered by those who have entered, officials have determined that the Zijin mountain range is essentially a moderately mild large-scale secret realm, where the wild Pokemon are mostly docile, showing no signs of the activity of ultimate aberrant beasts. Hence, it has been classified as a controllable realm awaiting its descent. It would be many years before it truly entered the public consciousness. If Chen Zi were to rank the crises that Dragon Country faced in his past life, the eventual eruption of the Zijin mountain range would undoubtedly rank among the top. It marked the first incident in Dragon Country's history where an ultimate mother nest invaded the present world. Indeed, the Zijin mountain range is the very location of an ultimate mother nest. However, due to the ultimate nest being concealed within the deeper layers of space in the purple gold mountain range, people at the time failed to detect the fluctuations emanating from it. Although the authorities deemed the threat level of the purple gold mountain range to be minimal, as a long-standing large-scale secret realm, they dispatched numerous ultimate investigators to monitor the situation upon detecting signs of its integration into Earth's space. Among them was Chen Zi. He vividly remembers the scene of that day. Upon entering the purple gold mountain through the numerous emerging ultimate holes, they witnessed the readings of the ultimate beast activity detection instruments soar from 0 to unprecedented heights. That was, aside from the last incident, the closest Chen Zi had ever been to death. They beheld hundreds, if not thousands, of ultimate beasts rushing towards the ultimate hole en masse. Before they could relay any information, the tremors from the ultimate space rendered Chen Zi and his companions unconscious. When Chen Zi regained consciousness, the incident had already reached its conclusion. It was after this battle that Chen Zi first heard of the renowned eternal flower of this world. In the post-war reports, it was revealed that the hundreds of ultimate beasts had been resolved by the suddenly appearing eternal flower. The orchestrators behind the scenes were the Bai family, to which Bai Ji belonged. Shortly after this event, the spokesperson of the Bai family was taken away by the mythical Pokemon of the International Pokemon Alliance. The actions of this previously obscure family were subsequently brought to light. Prior to this, the Bai family had been devoted to the search for traces of fairy-type mythical Pokemon, hoping to devise a means to contend with such a crisis when the day came. Thus, they discovered the Eternal Flower. However, relying solely on mythical Pokemon, or the Eternal Flower possessing the traits of such Pokemon, proved utterly insufficient. Simultaneously, they conducted unauthorized experiments to modify fairy Pokemon, linking their bodies through a certain device to the Eternal Flower. In the event of an accident, The energy of these Pokemon would be siphoned into the body of the eternal flower. This led to the fates of many Pokemon becoming uncontrollable. Ultimately, when faced with the invasion of the ultimate whole into reality, the Bai family infused all the energy of the controlled Pokemon into the eternal flower. This allowed the crisis to be averted, but it also resulted in the death of the sacrificed Pokemon, and the eternal flower vanished from sight. In an instant, global opinions on the Bai family became polarized. Some regarded them as ruthless executioners, while others hailed them as heroes who saved the world. The final judgment remains shrouded in uncertainty, as the International Pokemon Alliance has suppressed information regarding the matter. Nevertheless, discussions surrounding this incident persisted for a considerable duration. Chen Zi held a profound impression of the Bai family and would naturally not forget the various matters pertaining to them. From Chen Zi's perspective, he was disinclined to witness such a scene unfold. The Bai family and those involved with genetic agents shared a similar stance, both fundamentally considering matters from a purely human perspective. Through this connection, Chen Zi could surmise that had he not captured TT, it would likely have been Bai Ji who brought TT back to the Bai family, leading to a series of subsequent events. This time, it seemed that Tianqi had taken TT's place. In other words, if everything were to progress according to the Bai family's designs, even in the absence of the purple gold mountain range, one day, in the face of a crisis, this Tianqi would ultimately become a hero for humanity, sacrificing its own life. Bai Ji was evidently aware of this. Thus, she sought to resist. Bai Ji's intention to expose Tianqi to the public eye was, in essence, to draw the attention of the international community, more specifically, the mythical Pokemon within the International Pokemon Alliance. The rarity of mythical Pokemon meant that it was improbable for them to remain unprotected after being revealed. Bai Ji was seeking a safeguard for Tianqi. However, both Bai Ji and Chen Zi understood that matters would not conclude so simply. As a hidden family lurking in the shadows, the Bai family's depth and tactics were far from straightforward. This move, rather than being a measure to eliminate future threats, could be interpreted as a declaration of intent, a declaration of war. While the source of Bai Ji's confidence remained unclear, Chen Zi, privy to the circumstances, had no reason to abstain from involving himself in the matter. He did not wish for that diligent little diamond to bear a fate not its own. In the Aodu, beside the purple gold mountain, a village of moderate size nestled in the area. Due to its remote location, the village rarely bore traces of outside visitors. Each household within the village had tightly shut its doors, and by noon, no living soul could be seen traversing the streets. At the innermost part of the village stood a residence that appeared quaint from the outside. Yet within its interior lay a different world altogether, filled with a variety of high-tech equipment. Inside, a middle-aged man with white hair was fixated on a screen at the center of the room. The image displayed was none other than Bai Ji battling Long Feng. Even until Bai Ji's victory over Long Feng, the man's expression remained unchanged. Even as Bai Ji summoned Tianqi, only at the very end did a knowing smile grace his lips. If you can resist your destiny, so be it. Subsequently, the man retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The instant the call connected, his demeanor turned icy. Bring her back, he commanded before swiftly ending the call. He lifted his gaze, locking onto Bai Ji's defiant eyes on the screen, and spoke slowly, but before you confront it, let me see if you possess the qualification to control your own fate. Chapter 146, Yiqing Shui. In contrast to his previous opponent, Peng Zhan, Chen Zi now faced a considerably weaker adversary. Throughout the encounter, Chen Zi executed a decisive victory using only the alternating strategies of his aluminum steel bridge dragon and Jengars. Although the speed at which the aluminum steel bridge dragon unleashed its electric beams remained rapid compared to ordinary bridge dragons, it lacked the overwhelming force and impact it once had. The audience, however, did not dwell on this, merely attributing it to Chen Zi's aluminum steel bridge dragon being fatigued. After all, only an hour had elapsed since the previous two matches, even though the Pokemon's stamina and injuries had been treated by a professional medical team. The mental fatigue could not be remedied so swiftly. Meanwhile, on Bai Ji's side, her opponent had not even compelled her to unleash Tianqi before being overwhelmed by Bai Ji's Sylveon, leaving many who anticipated witnessing Tianqi's prowess filled with disappointment. In such a brief period, Tianqi had already garnered countless admirers, even causing her opponent to wear a look of dismay. They had failed to provide a satisfying challenge. On the arena, Chen Zi rarely displayed a serious expression. Just moments ago, during the draw, he had drawn Yiqing Shui as his opponent. To the spectators outside, this almost signified the end of Chen Zi's journey in the competition. Frankly speaking, Chen Zi reaching this point had already exceeded many people's expectations. If Bai Ji's victory could be attributed to Tianqi's assistance, it was likely she would have been defeated much earlier in her battle against Long Feng. Thus, Chen Zi, through sheer diligence and innate talent, has firmly established himself in a position that is undeniably his. Even if Chen Zi were to ultimately succumb to Yi Qingshui, the consensus among the onlookers would be that Yi Qingshui is simply too formidable, rather than Chen Zi being too weak. Given time, the outcome may remain uncertain. However, at this moment, they see only one conclusion. Chen Zi has been defeated by Yi Qingshui. Even Jiang Bai, who is aware of Chen Zi's true prowess as a Lucario, shares this sentiment. If facing Long Feng, Chen Zi still possessed some fighting chance, then against Yi Qingshui, Jiang Bai could only surmise that even a Tianshi might not fare any better. Chen Zi turned his gaze towards Yi Qingshui. She was a lively girl with a sweet appearance, not tall, and perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. In response to Chen Zi's scrutiny, Yi Qingshui offered a slight nod. Were it not for the tales he had heard of her reputation in his past life, Chen Zi might have truly been deceived by her endearing visage. Who could have foreseen that this seemingly harmless, polite neighbor girl would become a shadow in many a battle? At that moment, Yi Qingshui held an appealing title, the Electric Mage. Once she truly ascended to Jiang Bai's position, she would bear an even more resounding title, the Great Demon King. As the match commenced, a mischievous glint appeared in Yi Qingshui's smile. She tossed a poke ball into the air, and the instant it opened, a bolt of lightning darted across the field. The Alolan Golem, however, did not remain idle, initiating its own enhancements. Regardless of the circumstances, the core strategy of Alolan Golem here was to bolster its defenses in a pressure-resistant manner. The lightning surged towards Alolan Golem with alarming speed, interrupting its incantation before it could react, inflicting some damage. Fortunately, Alolan Golem's robust physique mitigated the impact. Seizing the moment, it continued to enhance itself. Chen Zi had discerned Yi Qingshui's strategy, and, though he had to endure this setback, opted to persist with strengthening to avert greater losses. The lightning then flowed towards Yi Qingshui, entering her pokeball. Yi Qingshui, taken aback by Chen Zi's unflinching demeanor, was surprised. Few could respond to her Volt Switch on first encounter. Typically, her opponents would hesitate after sustaining damage, thus missing their opportunity to enhance. A red light emanated from Yi Qingshui's waist, and a charming Electrike materialized on the field, all within the span of less than a second. Alolan Golem had just completed its enhancement. Cotton Spore, Metal Sound. Both sides declared simultaneously. Electrike's Cotton Spore, propelled as if equipped with boosters, reached Alolan Golem's face before it could utter a sound. Alolan Golem was momentarily obstructed, its enhancement interrupted. Truly, the Electric Mage? At such a young age, she adeptly capitalized on the characteristics of her skills. Chen Zi was momentarily astonished, then commanded, continue with Iron Defense. Electromagnetic Wave. From this, one could perceive the extent of Yi Qingshui's torturous tactics. While she referred to herself as a dirty junior, in Chen Zi's eyes, Yi Qingshui truly deserved the title of a cunning senior. Although Chen Zi had anticipated this move, he did not instruct Alolan Golem to evade. Firstly, due to the influence of Cotton Spore, Alolan Golem's speed had already diminished to a point where evasion was futile. Secondly, Alolan Golem had no genuine necessity to evade. With Alolan Golem's enhancement once more interrupted, Yi Qingshui's smile widened. However, her mistake lay in not fully comprehending Alolan Golem as a Pokemon. Thunderbolt, Chen Zi calmly declared. Thunderbolt? Not an ideal choice for my Electrike. Yi Qingshui mused, yet she refrained from letting Chen Zi unleash Thunderbolt. Interrupt it with Electromagnetic Wave. A smile played upon Chen Zi's lips. The electromagnetic wave struck Alolan Golem, not only failing to disrupt its Thunderbolt, but also allowing Alolan Golem to absorb the energy from the wave. After absorbing the energy from the electromagnetic wave and the recent energy from Electrike, Alolan Golem opted to retain this power internally, constituting a unique form of enhancement. Chen Zi's maneuver caught Yi Qingshui off guard. Nevertheless, she did not appear overly concerned. In her perspective, it was merely a game and would not affect the eventual outcome. Yi Qingshui's lips parted slightly. In the blink of an eye, Electrike transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards Alolan Golem. Metal Sound. Interrupt it. Chen Zi commanded. Alolan Golem released the metal sound, yet it seemed to have little effect on Electrike, now a streak of lightning. Alolan Golem could only watch as the electric surge struck its body and then ricocheted away. Iron Defense. Triple Explosion. Electrike's speed was remarkable, swiftly returning to Yi Qingshui's Pokeball. Simultaneously, the self-destruct Magnemite lunged forth, unleashing a triple explosion directed at Alolan Golem, which had only managed to brace itself with its arms crossed in defense. So fast, Chen Zi marveled. If this continued, his Alolan Golem would likely be ground down by the opponent's Pokemon. Come back. Chen Zi decisively recalled Alolan Golem, subsequently tossing out another Pokeball. Chapter 147. The Chain of Domination from Lucario. A flash of red light, and a blue canine Pokemon appeared on the stage. Before its feet touched the ground, Lucario darted along the edge of the arena with a ghostly swiftness. It was soon evident that Lucario's actions were astute. As Lucario lunged forward, the self-destruct Magnemite's cannon beam struck just where Lucario had been a moment before. Thereafter, the self-destruct Magnemite acted as a mobile artillery, continuously unleashing its formidable firepower upon the field. Its pressure was significantly stronger than that of Alolan Golem's electric beam during a rainstorm. Were it not for Lucario's agility, it would have been riddled with holes by now. Yi Qingshui wore a look of surprise. The self-destruct Magnemite's attacks were exceedingly rapid, though she had witnessed Lucario's peak speed. She did not believe Lucario could flawlessly evade all of self-destruct Magnemite's assaults. Yet, Lucario indeed achieved this feat. Chen Zi, however, was well aware of this. Lucario was swift, but even swifter was its aura. As the self-destruct Magnemite launched its attack, Lucario's aura had already anticipated the trajectory of its strikes. Although the attacks were dense, Lucario's speed enabled it to evade the self-destruct Magnemite's onslaught with ease, having discerned the attack patterns. Self-destruct Magnemite evidently noticed this as well. It ceased its assaults, creating a powerful magnetic field that emanated from its center, enveloping the entire arena in the next instant. Lucario's movements appeared to be slowed as if a slow-motion button had been pressed, becoming exceedingly sluggish. A mechanical whirring emanated from the self-destruct Magnemite, and in the next moment, Lucario felt as though it had been locked onto. The very essence of his aura was distorted by the magnetic field, rendering the returning information chaotic and disordered. The actions of the self-destructive Magneton became increasingly unpredictable. In the next moment, a radiant golden beam erupted from the self-destructive Magneton, hurtling directly toward Lucario. There was no evasion possible. Lucario's instincts rallied within him, and instead of succumbing to despair, he brought his hands together in prayer. A sphere of azure energy coalesced in his grasp, which he hurled towards the oncoming beam. The clash was thunderous. The explosion occurred perilously close to Lucario, sending him hurtling backward from the shockwave, while the self-destructive Magneton remained relatively unscathed. Seizing the moment, it unleashed a charged electric ball in Lucario's direction. In midair, Lucario swiftly recalibrated his stance, enveloping himself in his aura to mitigate the magnetic influence. Regaining his mobility, he darted to the side, attempting to evade the swiftly approaching electric ball. Lucario pivoted, raising his hands in defense, just as he believed he had successfully dodged the electric attack. Chen Zi's voice resonated. Without hesitation, he turned and raised his arms, only to discover that the electric ball had unexpectedly curved, now directly before him. A jolt of alarm surged through Lucario as he realized he had been targeted by the self-destructive Magneton. The electric ball detonated in front of him. Though his hasty defense lessened the impact somewhat, time was of the essence. Chen Zi had gleaned a crucial insight. During battles against Yi Qingshui's Pokemon, mere defense and evasion would only allow her to extend her advantage. Lucario, close in, Chen Zi commanded decisively. Lucario pressed forward against the barrage of attacks from the self-destructive Magneton, at times using aura spheres to deflect the incoming strikes. With deft maneuvers, Lucario swiftly approached his opponent for close combat. Engage in close quarters, Chen Zi instructed. Electromagnetic levitation, Yi Qingshui observed, a smirk gracing her lips. A powerful repulsive force emanated from beneath the self-destructive Magneton, propelling it into the air. Yet it was too slow. Lucario's fists arrived before his body did, delivering a tremendous blow that seemed to indent the Magneton's form, coupled with the Magneton's own repulsive force elevating it to an optimal height. Then, Lucario unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon the self-destructive Magneton's lower body, the sheer force of the strikes overwhelming it. So swift, swifter than before, Jiangbai exclaimed, his eyes alight with astonishment. This Lucario's attack speed eclipsed even that displayed against Aluminium Dragon. Had it been holding back previously? Other spectators were equally taken aback, realizing that this seemingly unremarkable Lucario was now dominating one of Yi Qingshui's key Pokemon. Lucario's continuous assaults disrupted the self-destructive Magneton's attempts to maintain its levitation. Each strike infused with a rhythmic synergy. It was a despair that only the self-destructive Magneton could comprehend. With a sudden, powerful hit, Lucario sent the self-destructive Magneton soaring even higher. He then concentrated a larger-than-usual aura sphere in his hands, surging upward to strike the Magneton before it could stabilize in midair. Like a helicopter plummeting from the sky, The self-destructive magneton crashed down upon the battlefield with a resounding thud, creating a substantial crater even in the specially crafted arena. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What had initially seemed like a disadvantage for Lucario transformed into a remarkable comeback with a single opportunity. The series of maneuvers left the audience in awe. Lucario landed, panting heavily. The recent exertions had drained much of his stamina. He remained vigilant, casting a wary glance toward Yi Qingshui, fully aware that the contest was far from over. Yi Qingshui regarded Chen Zi with an approving glance, yet her expression remained composed. She withdrew the self-destructive magneton and summoned her next Pokémon, the original choice she had made, the formidable Electivire. As an electric and flying-type Pokémon, Electivire's speed was indisputable. High-speed movement, Yi Qingshui commanded. Electivire transformed into a streak of golden lightning, circling the arena in a whirlwind. At first, Lucario merely observed with detached curiosity, uncertain of the Electivire's intentions. However, as Electivire continued its rapid revolutions, Lucario could sense a potent force building in the atmosphere. An instinctual need to interrupt Electivire's motions prompted him to launch an aura sphere, yet its speed was far too swift for him to pinpoint its location. An electric wall began to materialize around them, punctuated by arcs of electricity that surged forth. Lucario's aura sphere struck the barrier, creating a hollow, yet it was swiftly mended. On the ground, currents of electricity rose, causing Lucario to feel a slight discomfort. An electric terrain? Chen Zi mused, her lips curling into a smile. Now, this was intriguing. Yi Qingshui's strategy was indeed cunning. While the self-destructive magneton manipulated the magnetic field, it had secretly laid the groundwork for the electric terrain. Once activated by electric energy, it would amplify the electric forces within the arena. The electric walls now present were a testament to this. Chen Zi was genuinely impressed. The reform's news had barely been disseminated, yet Yi Qingshui had devised such a creative tactic, a remarkable feat for those who had little experience with rotation strategies. Chen Zi refrained from recalling Lucario. Although the established electric walls could not entirely withstand Lucario's aura spheres, they were adept at obstructing the retrieval beam from Chen Zi's Pokeball. Ordinary Pokeballs often experience deflection in extreme environments, such as blizzards, let alone with electric barriers in play. Even as the surging electricity began to infiltrate Lucario's body, inducing a slight paralysis, he maintained his position. He remained steadfast, unmoving while Electivire had yet to strike. However, Electivire was more cautious than Lucario had anticipated. Even with electricity coursing through Lucario's form, Electivire maintained a considerable distance, ensuring that Lucario's aura spheres, no matter how rapid, would still afford it ample reaction time. As the moment approached, Lucario's concentration began to wane under the electric influence. An Electivire gradually closed the gap. Lucario raised his hand, launching a fierce aura sphere toward Electivire, but the motion was noticeably stiff, betraying the toll the battle had taken on him. The great electric swallow effortlessly evaded the aura sphere, countering with a swift slash of air, aimed at Lucario. Lucario attempted to dodge, but its movements froze momentarily. The paralysis effect took hold, and although Lucario summoned remarkable willpower to act, it was ultimately struck by the air slash. Gritting its teeth, Lucario's vulnerability as a swift attacker became painfully evident. Compared to the sturdier, aluminum steel dragon, enduring such an air slash might have posed no threat at all. With the first strike successfully landed, evasion became increasingly futile for Lucario. The great electric swallow darted around, launching air slashes from all directions. Lucario raised its arms, persistently defending against the relentless assault. Occasionally, it unleashed an aura sphere, but each was deftly sidestepped by the great electric swallow. Chen Zi displayed a look of resignation. Under the opponent's meticulous strategy, this situation appeared unsolvable. Despite Lucario's expertise in counterattacks, its mobility limitations rendered it severely constrained. Ultimately, succumbing to the barrage of the great electric swallow, Lucario fell. The great electric swallow ceased its movements, and the electric barrier that had formed gradually dissipated. Only then could Chen Zi retrieve the fallen Lucario into its Pokeball. Subsequently, Chen Zi tossed the ball, and the silhouette of the aluminum steel dragon reappeared on stage. Upon seeing the aluminum steel dragon, Yi Qingshui opted to recall the great electric swallow and send out the initial electric dragon instead. Boosted by the electric terrain, the electric dragon exuded an even more formidable presence. Observing this, Chen Zi merely smiled faintly. The aluminum steel dragon absorbed the energy from the electric terrain, while the electric dragon contended for that energy. Yi Qingshui had anticipated this strategy the moment Chen Zi sent out the aluminum steel dragon. It was a well-known tidbit among competitors. Your terrain is not necessarily your own. As the two Pokemon vied for energy, the once vibrant currents of the electric terrain swiftly vanished. However, the aluminum steel dragon was not an electric-type Pokemon, and its capacity to store electrical energy was inherently limited. The electric dragon evidently held a significant advantage in this electric contest. Learning from the initial encounter, Chen Zi immediately altered the aluminum steel dragon's approach. Realizing defense was futile, it was time to employ a more aggressive tactic. Chen Zi commanded, Hyper Beam. Protect. The force of the Hyper Beam surged forth. After absorbing the energy from the electric terrain, the special attack of the aluminum steel dragon received a notable enhancement. Yet, the opponent's defense was equally formidable. The Hyper Beam collided with the protective barrier, erupting in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the protective barrier remained intact, showing no signs of fracturing. However, the aluminum steel dragon had anticipated this outcome. When the electric dragon next laid eyes on the aluminum steel dragon, it was enveloped in a metallic sheen. Poised to charge forward. Cotton Spore. Yi Qingshui hastily called out, aiming to inflict a speed-reducing effect on the aluminum steel dragon. As the aluminum steel dragon charged at the electric dragon, it emitted a roar, blowing away all incoming cotton spores. Bolstered by the energy from the electric terrain, its metallic sound was now capable of pushing back the electric dragon's cotton spores. Dodge, Yi Qingshui urged. Yet, the previous action had already set the electric dragon a step behind. What was intended as a cautious maneuver to slow down and then evade had inadvertently ensnared it. With its enhanced body hardness, the aluminum steel dragon collided fiercely with the electric dragon, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Electric dragon, grab it. In response, Yi Qingshui made a decisive choice. The electric dragon, enduring the discomfort, clung to the aluminum steel dragon. Discharge. Hyper Beam. The aluminum steel dragon unleashed a Hyper Beam, but the electric dragon nimbly twisted aside. Almost instantaneously, the electric dragon released a powerful current, surpassing the absorption limit of the aluminum steel dragon. The aluminum steel dragon writhed in agony, striving to shake off the electric dragon. Electric dragon, hold on, don't stop. Aluminum steel dragon, endure it, and use metal sound. The electric dragon tightened its grip on the aluminum steel dragon, releasing a torrent of electricity. Meanwhile, the aluminum steel dragon, enduring the pain, emitted a metal sound that reverberated outward. The electric dragon could not escape the effects of the metal sound. Even from a distance, the metallic resonance was unbearable. Up close, it was excruciating. The electric dragon's willpower proved remarkably resilient, enabling it to withstand the cacophony without releasing its hold. This was a contest of willpower. At that moment, strategy took a back seat as both competitors anxiously observed the unfolding situation. The electric dragon's grip gradually loosened, and the aluminum steel dragon began to sway precariously. As the electric dragon's hold finally slipped away, Chen Zi swiftly commanded, Metal Burst. Magical Shine. Both sides had exhausted their energy for evasion, and both moves were area attacks. A brilliant explosion erupted, and the two Pokemon's moves struck one another almost simultaneously. Both Pokemon, at their limits, were sent sprawling backward. Upon landing, both fell, having lost their fighting capabilities. At that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers. Chapter 149. TT, is it still open if it's not closed? Before this match began, who could have anticipated that Chen Zi would push Yi Qingshui to such lengths? As the first-year student, and once a prodigious star, Yi Qingshui bore the expectations of many after a year of solidifying her skills within the school team. Despite faltering against the Liuzhou team in this intercollegiate league, those who witnessed her performance understood that it was not solely Yi Qingshui's shortcoming. Her display on the battlefield was nothing short of remarkable, originally designated as a support role. She consistently managed to defeat her opponent's potential scoring Pokemon. To many, although Chen Zi was undeniably talented, merely managing to take down one of Yi Qingshui's Pokemon during this phase would suffice to meet expectations. After all, even contemporaries like Yi Qingshui and Jiang Bai could not guarantee a point against Yi Qingshui, whose strategies had significantly matured. With the addition of coordinated defense, Yi Qingshui's tactical framework had elevated to an entirely new level. Yet, Chen Zi succeeded in exchanging 2 points with Yi Qingshui, and at this point, the battle was at an even keel. How could this not ignite the fervor of the audience? However, considering Chen Zi's earlier team composition, the third Pokemon should have been Jengar. Meanwhile, Yi Qingshui's Great Electric Swallow remained virtually unscathed, although Chen Zi's strategy of sacrificing his Pokemon had left a lasting impression. Facing a fully healthy, prepared, and swift Great Electric Swallow, many felt that Chen Zi's hopes were dim. The truly cunning junior had proven to be remarkably formidable. Indeed, He was living up to the reputation of being genuinely crafty. After all, the disparity between the Pokemon on both sides was glaringly evident. Given the right amount of time, the truly cunning junior might very well surpass Yi Qingshui. Perhaps the next captain of the school team would be him. The spectators expressed considerable admiration for Chen Zi. Chen Zi was acutely aware that the disparity in levels between the Thunder Sea Swallow and his Genghis-Khan was insurmountable. He simply could not keep pace. Even if they were to share the same fate, it was unlikely he could seize victory in a state where the opponent was on guard. He discerned that Yi Qingshui's Pokemon had already surpassed the 50-level threshold, demonstrating a remarkable mastery over electric-type energy. Thus, must it be entrusted to you? The Pokeball belonging to TT at Chen Zi's waist trembled incessantly, and in a flash of crimson light, TT appeared on the field, sensing her trainer's thoughts. Floriatide? Is the intelligence accurate? In that moment, memories of the urban legends surrounding the Floriatide man flooded back to the spectators. Yet, in the eyes of the crowd, regardless of Floriatide's prowess, it remained merely a Floriatide, even falling short of the formidable Ms. Florigel. Genghis Khan still possessed the skill of sharing fate. But what could Floriatide possibly employ to contend against the Thunder Sea Swallow? Yi Qingshui frowned, momentarily taken aback, yet she released the Thunder Sea Swallow without hesitation. Though perplexed, she could not dismiss Chen Zi's plethora of surprises that day. Thunder Sea Swallow, utilize your previous strategy, she commanded. The Thunder Sea Swallow commenced its aerial maneuvers around the arena, akin to its approach against Lucario. Though lacking in electric terrain, its speed remained undiminished, leaving only a streak of yellow lightning circling the field. This was a predicament. Yi Qingshui offered no opportunity for respite. No worries, truly. The rookie is merely a first-year student, yet he has already made the school team. That is commendable, one onlooker remarked. However, given the significant energy expenditure of Yi Qingshui's Pokemon, particularly the electric dragon, it may not recover swiftly enough to face Baiji's Diancie. I find it hard to believe. Another added. Yet even though Baiji's two Pokemon were nearly exhausted, Diancie still appeared to be in peak condition. Alas, it seemed futile to compare the strengths of either side now. In the live stream, the audience, sensing the outcome was all but decided, began discussing matters beyond the match at hand. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on stage. Initially, it was merely a cloud of pink mist, but soon it expanded rapidly, forming a colossal pink tornado. The whirlwind spread outward at an observable pace, swiftly reaching the Thunder Sea Swallow's flight path. In the tempest, the Thunder Sea Swallow's form became unsteady, as if caught in a storm, unable to control its body, and was swept away by the ferocious winds. The long unutilized counter shield and fairy wind now manifested terrifying might, leaving the audience in stunned silence. What is this? Is this Floriatide? Even the seasoned Yi Qingshui stood frozen in disbelief. She had merely heard Chen Zi utter the words fairy wind, and in less than 10 seconds, the battlefield had transformed dramatically. Is this truly fairy wind? This must be a fairy tornado, surpassing even the absurdity of aluminum steel dragon's thunderbolt machine gun. At least that move appeared somewhat reasonable. This fairy wind seems to have undergone a qualitative change, she mused. After spinning for a while, TT gracefully came to a halt. High above, the staggering Thunder Sea Swallow was disoriented, wobbling precariously before plummeting to the ground. Although it had not yet lost its fighting capability, its struggle to rise was evident, signaling to the spectators that the undefeated Yi Qingshui might finally falter today. Lunar power, temper it, Chen Zi instructed. Yi Qingshui, taken aback, watched as TT cautiously conjured a small moon in midair, directing it towards the nearly incapacitated Thunder Sea Swallow. With a resounding crash, a tremendous roar echoed, and dust billowed across the arena. Yi Qingshui's brow furrowed. Is this your idea of tempering it? The power of that move is nearing the threshold of a 60-level transformation. Are you certain this Floriatide is not evolved? A wave of helplessness washed over her, reminiscent of her encounters with Baiji's Dragon Peak. The crowd outside remained engulfed in astonishment, struggling to comprehend how a mere Floriatide could push Yi Qingshui's Pokemon to such extremes. They had initially believed that Chen Zi's pinnacle lay in cultivating exceptional aluminum steel dragon and Lucario, capable of serving as mainstays on the school team. Yet, they had underestimated him, as he harbored an impressive secret. Is this Floriatide? Has it truly unlocked its potential? When did my Miss Florigel ever attain half its prowess? This must be a mirage. It certainly feels as though it could rival that Diancie. Am I the only one who finds this Floriatide utterly adorable? TT. At that moment, following the Floriatide man incident, the previously skeptical netizens finally found their vindication. Look, everything I said was true. It truly is Floriatide. You doubted me. Claiming the video was edited, TT spun around, drifting towards Chen Zi and leapt into his embrace. In truth, if faced with Yi Qingshui's other Pokemon, TT would not have been able to incapacitate them with a single fairy wind. Without employing special abilities, it could have at least managed to struggle. However, the Thunder Sea Swallow's frail physique was its undoing. TT's area of effect attack was precisely the Achilles heel for such Pokemon, resulting in this stunning spectacle. Zhang Bai had lost count of how many times he felt astonished that day. Chen Zi had consistently surpassed his expectations, initially believing he could endure another year. He now felt an inexplicable fatigue creeping in. Perhaps it was time to retire? On another platform, Bai Ji, who had just executed a decisive victory with Diancie, found herself drawn to Chen Zi's side. Sensing familiar energy, Diancie's eyes sparkled as it gazed upon the elegantly descending TT, igniting a long-dormant fighting spirit within. Meanwhile, at the center of this tempest, TT merely feigned a casual glance over the crowd, and in Chen Zi's arms, with a voice tinged with shyness, she softly inquired, "Is it alright if I've evolved?" Chapter 150, The Final Confrontation. Chen Zi was oblivious to the fervent gazes of countless spectators as he stepped off the stage. He had anticipated such a scene and was aware of the covetous eyes TT would attract thereafter. Had he encountered Reshiram prior, he might have opted to utilize Genghis Khan to conceal TT's existence. Yet with Reshiram present, Chen Zi stood as one of the most formidable forces in the world. With the arena prepared, only Chen Zi and Bai Ji remained as contestants. For them, the ensuing battle could be regarded as the culmination of the unfinished matches from the Warm Pig Cup. They submitted their weary Pokemon to the staff. After a day of combat, they were nearing their limits. "How about we resolve this with just one Pokemon each?" Chen Zi proposed. Bai Ji understood his meaning almost instantly. Bai Ji indeed harbored similar sentiments, leading the two to reach a harmonious consensus and submit their request to the event's official staff. Naturally, the staff could not make a unilateral decision, yet they conveyed Chen Zi and his companions' appeal to the judges. Upon hearing their reasoning, Zhang Bai and the others deemed it quite reasonable. Moreover, with only Chen Zi and Bai Ji remaining in the competition, and the selections for the school team already determined, it was only fitting that the two were allowed to proceed as they wished, provided they both consented. As the announcement from the judging panel was disseminated, Chen Zi and Bai Ji stepped onto the arena in succession. The host elaborated, "Due to the prolonged schedule today, both competitors' remaining Pokemon are unable to continue battling. Therefore, in consultation with the event organizers, it has been decided that the final victor will be determined through a traditional 1v1 format." Pausing for effect, the host continued, "So, will our mythical Pokemon, Diancie, live up to its legendary status and triumph over its opponent? Or will this competition's most surprising contender, the Florges, create yet another miracle?" The host's words ignited the enthusiasm of the audience, as this was indeed the spectacle that everyone had eagerly anticipated. With the referee's declaration, this fateful duel commenced. The moment two Pokemon emerged, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Although vastly different in appearance, the two Pokemon bore a strikingly similar aura, standing resolutely as fierce determination shone in their eyes. For TT, this was a long-awaited battle. The routine skirmishes with her little Karami had failed to spark her fighting spirit, and her own Pokemon's growth had increasingly lagged behind her own aspirations. TT yearned for a thrilling confrontation. Today, however, the elegant girl before her elicited a rare sense of urgency. The two Pokemon maintained a vigilant standoff, refraining from any reckless moves. Neither Chen Zi nor Bai Ji issued arbitrary commands. In this matchup, they opted to let their Pokemon rely on their innate abilities. Yet, the stalemate could not persist indefinitely. Prompting TT to strike first, she initiated with a classic field setup. For TT, creating the terrain required but a fleeting moment, as if conjured without warning. A thin mist enveloped the arena. However, Chen Zi sensed an unsettling shift. Diancie smiled subtly, its diamonds gleaming with a brilliant radiance. In an instant, to TT's astonishment, she lost control over the misty terrain. As a fairy rock-type mythical Pokemon, Diancie's mastery over fairy-type energy was unparalleled. TT attempted to reclaim the field, but Diancie's grip was formidable, matching TT's prowess. Had TT recognized the threat sooner, Diancie would not have been able to usurp the vast reservoir of fairy energy. After her futile efforts to regain control, TT reluctantly resorted to her backup strategy. Drawing upon the latent life energy within the misty terrain, she unleashed a sudden explosion of vitality, filling the arena with dazzling pink fireworks that elicited yet another wave of cheers from the audience. Such a magnificent display would undoubtedly earn high scores in any grand tournament. Diancie gracefully retreated from the epicenter of the explosion, a pink barrier shimmering before her to shield against the residual shockwaves. Meanwhile, TT's eternal flower writhed, absorbing the remnants of the explosion. As the saying goes, an outsider enjoys the spectacle, while an expert discerns the subtleties. The principal, who had previously remained composed in the judges' panel, now sat upright in astonishment. He was well aware of Diancie's capabilities and had a passing familiarity with Chen Zi's forges. However, TT's deft handling of energy truly widened the principal's eyes. This level of technique was unmistakable. While many believe that reaching the foundational requirement of level 50 meant achieving the pinnacle of energy control, the reality is that few comprehend the additional layer of energy manipulation, which encompasses both absorption and release. Unlike the energy harnessed from the terrain, the nature of the energy utilized for attacks is often wild and tumultuous, representing a relinquishment of control by the Pokémon as they unleash it with ferocious speed. This energy, unlike that of the terrain, is notoriously difficult to reclaim. Yet, TT's forges had evidently absorbed the rampant energy back into her being following the detonation, a feat beyond the reach of many ultra-tier Pokémon. Hence, the principal's astonishment was entirely warranted. As a master-level trainer, he understood that if TT could achieve such mastery at this juncture, she would undoubtedly evolve into an ultra-tier Pokémon of the highest caliber. Following a surge of energy return, TT swiftly recognized her predicament. Against Diancie, the use of fairy-type moves was largely off the table. With limited options prior to securing ideal energy, TT could either substitute with grass-type energy or resort to life energy for a counter. However, the current iteration of TT was a true embodiment of unpredictability. In an instant, she vanished from her previous location. Utilizing her teleportation ability, TT reappeared a considerable distance away. Where she had once stood, a toxic swamp materialized, affecting Diancie, who was positioned atop it. Yet, a radiant white light enveloped Diancie, instantly purifying the encroaching noxious gas. Although in the game, the ability Clear Body ignores drops in stats, its real-world manifestation is far more nuanced. Should a Pokémon possessing Clear Body be powerful enough, it can even cleanse itself of negative effects imposed upon it. As Diancie, she naturally possessed such capabilities. Diancie too sprang into action, not retreating, but rather advancing towards TT. Chapter 151. TT, I am still superior. Diancie surged forward, surrounded by shimmering circles of radiant diamonds, akin to planetary rings, spinning with remarkable speed. A new manifestation of Diamond Storm showcased itself for the first time through Diancie. TT slowly retreated, hurling clusters of pink moonlight energy toward Diancie. However, under the influence of ideal energy, the essence of the moonlight energy had transformed from fairy to steel, a type that dealt quadruple damage to Diancie. Consequently, when the moonlight energy collided with the Diamond Storm, it sent shards of diamonds scattering. Diancie's brow furrowed as she sensed something amiss. Being a fairy-type mythical creature, she was acutely aware that the core of the moonlight energy had shifted attributes. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of energy emanated from TT. Tianchi was aware that TT had mastered both life energy and death energy. However, this force evidently did not belong to either of those realms. Instead, an unfamiliar, superior energy was at play. Without further contemplation, Tianchi slightly decelerated, casting the remaining Diamond Storm towards TT. The speed of the Diamond Storm was formidable, and its range vast. Even Lucario would find it challenging to evade without sustaining some scratches. Fortunately, TT's teleportation was remarkably swift, and just as the Diamond Storm was about to strike, she vanished from her original position, reappearing at the edge of the arena. Nevertheless, the Diamond Storm was far from over. Like a boomerang, it swept past TT before returning. Simultaneously, a flicker of pink light shimmered before Tianchi, unleashing yet another Diamond Storm directed at TT, creating a pincer attack. It is worth noting that the teleportation technique cannot be used consecutively. Even TT, utilizing ideal energy for simulation, could not escape this limitation. Faced with two Diamond Storms, TT inhaled deeply, enveloping herself in a translucent pink protective shield, a defense powered by life energy. The moment the shield formed, the Diamond Storm collided with it, producing a thunderous roar that generated a colossal shockwave, causing both Chen Zi and Bai Ji to struggle to maintain their footing. As the dust settled, the positions and postures of the two Pokémon had already shifted. After a series of probing exchanges, the pace of their battle accelerated. The clashes of techniques, the competition of speed, and the psychological duels intensified. The two Pokémon engaged in a back-and-forth struggle, each volleying techniques with fervor. The explosive effects of their moves dazzled the audience, eliciting exclamations of exhilaration. Unbeknownst to them, in their hearts. That floral leafy TT had already transformed into an elusive Pokemon cloaked in the guise of a leafy TT. After all, which leafy TT could wield such an array of peculiar techniques? However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, once TT's fame spread, a fervor for leafy TT would undoubtedly sweep across the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, the situation in the arena grew increasingly tense. With mere ordinary techniques, neither Pokemon could gain the upper hand. The only way to break the stalemate was to invoke a higher form of energy. Both Pokemon simultaneously realized this fact. No longer concealing their abilities, they nearly synchronously summoned the life energy stored within them. For TT, the utilization of death energy had always been stymied by a bottleneck, while ideal energy was primarily used for simulation. Thus, in this moment, life energy was the most fitting choice. Conversely, Tianchi had no alternative. Two beams of pink light, neither too large nor too small, erupted simultaneously from the two Pokemon, colliding in an indissoluble struggle. To onlookers, it appeared as though the Pokemon had grown weary, rendering their techniques seemingly less impressive. However, both Chen Zi and Bai Ji understood that this was the final contest. The once composed Pokemon, after enduring such a prolonged battle, bore expressions of grave seriousness as the clash commenced. Upon closer inspection, one could see ripples forming in the space at the center of their confrontation. The expressions of both Pokemon grew increasingly strained, as if they had reached their limits. Nearly everyone held their breath, awaiting the outcome. Although Tianchi was a bona fide illusionary Pokemon of the life energy lineage, her time as Tianchi was still too brief. In terms of mastery over life energy and its accumulation, Tianchi could not rival TT. Thus, in this direct confrontation, after a period of stalemate, Tianchi gradually began to falter. The point of collision between the beams began to shift toward Tianchi. Once a disadvantage was established, reversing the tide became an exceedingly arduous task. Moreover, in the live broadcast, Tianchi was positioned on the left side, and according to the ancient principle that the left side in a clash inevitably loses, the scales of victory began to tilt in TT's favor. Ultimately, the light wave struck Tianchi. The immense energy, long accumulated, erupted in that instant. Tianchi was propelled backward, and the outcome of the battle was sealed in that moment. Tianchi fell to the ground, incapacitated. TT, too, was on the verge of collapse. The burden of expending life energy in such quantities was significant, though she fared much better than before. During her previous encounter with the exploding mosquito, she had remained unconscious for an extended period. Chen Zi, having anticipated this, rushed over to catch TT, preventing her from collapsing. The match concluded. Yet discussions surrounding TT and Tianchi showed no signs of abating. In fact, they seemed to intensify. An increasing number of people began to learn of Tianchi's existence, yet overall, the public was not particularly astonished by her strength. To them, it was only natural for an illusionary Pokemon to possess formidable abilities. Ironically, TT, who had subtly outshone Tianchi, garnered national fame. In no time, reports about TT proliferated. Quick-acting media outlets even unearthed TT's origins and match footage. It became apparent that this leafy TT had long been showcasing her innate talents. Observant individuals also noted that this leafy TT bore certain distinctions from the typical leafy TT, particularly the eternal flower she wielded. Consequently, speculation regarding a variant of leafy TT ignited online. However, while some individuals became engrossed in the quest for a variant leafy TT, the majority believed she might simply be an illusionary Pokemon among the leafy Taitais, akin to how the small diamond resembled Tianchi. In response to the myriad of online speculations, Chen Zi neither provided clarifications nor had the time to do so. At that moment, he was approached by the school team captain, Jiang Bai. Chapter 152. The Rainy Day Bridge Dragon Team gains notoriety. Chen Zi was not surprised by Jiang Bai's arrival. Upon showcasing his discoveries, he had anticipated that someone from the school team would seek him out. Jiang Bai's intentions were clear, to inquire about the aluminum steel bridge dragon's electric beam. His words were tactful, recognizing that the decision to disclose this information rested entirely with Chen Zi. However, Chen Zi was forthright, acknowledging that even if he refrained from discussing the secrets of the aluminum steel bridge dragon in the rain, others would eventually uncover them. Jiang Bai, upon hearing Chen Zi's explanation, expressed great admiration, not only for the unique trait of the aluminum steel bridge dragon's electric beam, but also for Chen Zi's perceptiveness. Had the Dragon Research Institute adhered to Chen Zi's wishes and refrained from disclosing his discovery of the aluminum steel bridge dragon, Jiang Bai's astonishment would have been even greater. Jiang Bai hoped that Chen Zi could assist in publishing a paper regarding the Rainy Day Bridge Dragon Team, with the specifics to be penned by Moda University. Such a task requiring minimal effort while yielding favorable results, was something Chen Zi was more than willing to undertake. After all, it was merely a matter of a single sentence. Why not? Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion about TT. Chen Zi refrained from elaborating further, merely indicating that they should regard the Thi as a mythical Pokemon. Through this, he subtly affirmed that the Thi is indeed a unique variant of the flower leaf Pokemon, thus responding to external speculation. Nevertheless, Chen Zi remained convinced that a fervor for flower leaf Pokemon would soon surge. The following day marked the selection for the doubles team. The structure of the doubles competition remained largely unchanged, as the modifications in rules applied solely to singles. Consequently, the lineup of the school's doubles members underwent minimal adjustments, and there was no expansion of the doubles team this year. However, this did not imply a decline in enthusiasm for doubles battles. The number of registrants remained substantial, many of whom shared the same aspiration as Chen Zi. If singles did not pan out, they would try their luck in doubles. Yet, only one team would be selected for the school's doubles squad, leaving the vast majority destined to play a supporting role. When participants in the doubles competition beheld Chen Zi among the competing teams, most turned pale. Although there were no reports of Chen Zi excelling in doubles, his reputation at Magic City University had reached unprecedented heights. Time and again, he had defied expectations, gradually securing a lofty status in the hearts of the students. While it is true that doubles battles are not solely determined by victory or defeat, the crowd felt an undeniable tension. Who knows what other surprises Chen Zi might have in store? His nickname, which had not only survived but proliferated, spoke volumes. The Crafty Jr. To conceal one's trump cards so deeply, is that not indeed crafty? Their concerns were not unfounded. Chen Zi's presence ensured that this year's doubles contenders were relegated to mere supporting roles. The pace of doubles battles is swifter than singles, with matches concluding in a flash. There is no need to dwell on the intricate details. The spectacle was marked by an overwhelming display of ferocity, leaving even the spectators unable to watch without flinching. This was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter orchestrated by the Rainy Day Bridge Dragon. Had it been an ordinary Rainy Day Bridge Dragon, it might have sufficed. But the electric beam machine guns raining down during the rain posed a significant challenge for the current students. A downpour had dashed their hopes for a fruitful doubles experience. A sentiment echoed in the hearts of those students who faced the Rainy Day Bridge Dragon team. The disparity in strength between the doubles competitors and those in singles was evident, and the Rainy Day Bridge Dragon team progressed smoothly through the rounds. Gradually, many began to speculate about the secret behind the electric beams of the Rainy Day Bridge Dragon, the rain. Those who qualified for Magic City University typically possess a keen perspective. Almost everyone recognized that this formidable team composition would alter the landscape of doubles battles globally. With half the competition completed, it was clear to all that the champions of this doubles tournament were already determined. Ultimately, under the relentless efforts of Chen Zi and Li Wei, they successfully clinched the championship title in the doubles competition. Thus, the selection process for the school team came to a conclusive end. Meanwhile, the external commotion continued unabated. Even though Chen Zi clarified the uniqueness of his Thi, the fervor surrounding it remained undiminished, just as he had anticipated. The demand for flower leaf Pokemon, particularly for flower-leafed eggs, surged dramatically, as many hoped to strike luck and acquire a flower-leaf Pokemon akin to Chen Zi's Thi. However, this trend was not without its drawbacks. Not everyone who obtained a Pokemon would assume responsibility for it. Should a flower-leaf Pokemon hatch and prove to be of a different variant than Chen Zi's, some individuals might heartlessly consign it to the local breeding center. Following Chen Zi's publication on the Rainy Day Bridge Dragon, numerous masters within the doubles framework began to explore strategies involving the Rainy Day Bridge Dragon. Although they discovered that their own Rainy Day Bridge Dragons could not replicate Chen Zi's continuous electric beam machine guns even in the rain, the enhancement in the speed of electric beam usage was unmistakable, ensuring that the Rainy Day Bridge Dragon team would emerge as a formidable contender in doubles competitions. The previously declining interest in the Rainy Day Bridge Dragon had begun to revive. As the architect behind this phenomenon, Chen Zi had already retreated to the shadows, returning to a semblance of normalcy in his life. Despite his notoriety at Magic City University, the students remained remarkably level-headed. At the very least, Chen Zi's campus life was undisturbed. Upon joining the school team, he could guarantee high-quality training for his Pokemon. Life appeared to revert to its previous tranquility. Yet, compared to his earlier idle existence, his current life brimmed with fulfillment. With Baiji and Tianxi by his side, Thi was no longer as bored as before, finally finding worthy opponents to unleash its potential. The previously stagnant prowess began to ascend gradually. It must be said that after joining the school team, Chen Zi could distinctly perceive the strength of the Magic City University team. The current configuration of his team would undoubtedly be the strongest if placed in the context of his past life at Mist Mouth, with each Pokemon exuding absolute dominance. However, even among ordinary students at Magic City University, while these Pokemon shone brightly, they paled in comparison to the seasoned members of the school team. As for the Thi, Chen Zi remained uncertain whether its prowess could surpass that of the mainstay members of the school team. After all, to this day, he had yet to witness the true strength of the so-called mainstays of the school team. Chapter 153. The mysterious school team training. Does anyone know how we should respond to this situation? The teacher inquired, pointing at the pause video on the large screen as he addressed the students below. The students fell into contemplation. Since entering Magic City University, their arrogance had been repeatedly humbled. Some prided themselves on being the chosen ones, masters of battle comprehension. Yet when the instructor presented classic scenarios from university competitions during tactical guidance class, most fell silent. Others fancied themselves geniuses in energy cube manufacturing. However, when the instructor posed questions about the effective ratios of uncommon berries during cultivation class, they found themselves at a loss. The truth is, knowledge is a boundless realm, where the more one learns, the more one realizes how much remains unknown. Just when one believes they have achieved a significant accomplishment in a particular field, reality swiftly reveals that further practice is essential. Nevertheless, Chen Zi was an exception. Though the reigning champion may be lackluster in terms of expertise, Chen Zi considered himself on par with the instructors present, particularly in tactical matters. Seeing the class rendered speechless, the teacher resignedly called out, "Chen Zi, please provide your answer." Rising to his feet, Chen Zi instantly captured the attention of his peers. It's quite simple. Swap the battlefield, and whether or not to defend is the key. A commendable concept for joint defense, the teacher praised without reservation. To be candid, throughout his many years of teaching, Chen Zi was the most impressive student he had encountered. Not only could he flawlessly address the posed questions, but he also exhibited insightful perspectives on tactics. Previously, he had heard of Chen Zi's reputation and had always considered it to be exaggerated. However, it now appears that, at least in terms of tactics, his mentor believes that Chen Zi is severely underestimated. Were it not for Chen Zi's youth, he might have thought that the individual before him was a master tactician of unparalleled skill. The crowd could not help but applaud spontaneously, their expressions reflecting newfound realization. If they had previously believed Chen Zi's strength lay merely in his ability to identify and cultivate formidable Pokemon and their strengths, many among them were now thoroughly impressed by the breadth of his knowledge. It was not limited to tactical courses. Students in the same class as Chen Zi marveled at his talents in breeding and understanding techniques. Consequently, Chen Zi, as a prominent figure at Magic City University, continued to gain popularity, even threatening to surpass Jiang Bai. At present, international media evaluations of Chen Zi are as varied as they are intriguing. The Japanese Trainers Association, renowned for its knack for nicknaming, has generously bestowed upon Chen Zi a rather whimsical yet undeniably stylish title, God of the New Era. This left Chen Zi somewhat overwhelmed with emotion. It must be noted that he still bears the title of the truly dirty junior at Magic University. Who knows? Once the new students arrive, he might acquire an additional moniker as the truly dirty senior. While a tranquil life is the norm, if it were to remain so indefinitely, it would ultimately be inconsistent with the identity of a member of the university's elite team. After all, merely engaging in routine training within the team would hold little significance. If one seeks superior training facilities, they could easily invest in private custom services. And if they desire excellent practice partners, monetary resources could secure one-on-one training sessions. Although the level of Magic University students is relatively high among university attendees, to the outside world, they are merely seen as comparatively skilled trainers. Trainers of the same caliber, while not common, may be somewhat expensive. Many students who gain admission to Magic University do not lack access to such resources. What truly draws them in is not just the opportunity to represent Magic University in competitions, but also the special training sessions provided by the institution. These training sessions are shrouded in mystery. The outside world knows of their existence, but is oblivious to their specific content. Upon completion of the training, although participants do not exhibit significant direct improvements, most enter a remarkably rapid growth phase in terms of strength. Yet, regardless of whom you inquire, no one can articulate what precisely transpires during these training periods. Their daily memories of the training are quite vivid, but when it comes to training-related content, their recollections seem veiled in obscurity. Not only can they not recall specific details, but even vague impressions have faded into nothingness. In truth, Each of the 5 universities in the 5 capitals undergoes such an experience. This is why the strength of the 5 capitals far surpasses that of other institutions. Chen Zi had heard whispers of this in his previous life. Yet, even upon reaching the status of a master, it seems he still lacks the qualification to know the truth. One of Chen Zi's motivations for joining the team was to uncover the secrets of these so-called training grounds. Moreover, he believes that with Res Hiram by his side, the phenomenon of memory obscurity should not occur. However, it remains uncertain whether this growth phase will have any impact on Chen Zi. Nevertheless, each team member is granted only one opportunity to participate in the training sessions. So the current training cohort comprises only a few newcomers, including Chen Zi. The training is scheduled to commence soon, coinciding with the transition from autumn to winter. After all, once winter arrives, the National Intercollegiate League's winter matches will begin. Meanwhile, the team has not been idle. Jiang Bai, after gathering the basic attributes of each member's Pokemon, managed to formulate the entire training plan for the team in just 2 days. Upon receiving the plan, Chen Zi found it aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Moreover, after reviewing the plans of others, he found little to contest. Thus, he fully acknowledged Jiang Bai's caliber as one of the dual prodigies. Although Chen Zi has yet to engage in battle with Jiang Bai, whenever he expresses a desire to duel, Jiang Bai merely smiles mysteriously and suggests they can battle after the training concludes. At least from a tactical understanding perspective, Jiang Bai's talent far surpasses that of Chen Zi. Chen Zi's insights stem from the remnants of 3 lifetimes, while Jiang Bai embodies a singular life of profound experience. Thus, the entire team trains in an orderly manner under these circumstances. The shadows that once loomed over the Liuzhou team have gradually dissipated. Yet, Jiang Bai cannot shake off the feeling of helplessness that lingers in his mind. However, this time, he casts a glance towards Chen Zi and Bai Ji, hoping their presence will infuse new vitality into the team. Chapter 154, Snowy Mountains and Dreams. The seeds of destiny continue to pursue. Above the snowy peaks, thunderous clouds churn. A hoarse, weary voice emanates from the heavens, mingling with the cacophony of the wind. Snowflakes, fierce gales, fluttering ribbons, and radiant green light fill the air. Although the winds sweep through, it feels as if time has come to a standstill. How much longer can this endure? After a prolonged silence, the minute, shimmering green cells finally spoke. No response came. The thunder gradually faded away. The once tumultuous skies regained their tranquility. Has it caught up again? The pink sprite, once lively, now bore a solemn expression. How is he faring? The green cell inquired. Everything appears normal. For now, there seems to be no impact from the fated demise, replied the pink sprite. What about them? They have yet to recover their memories. The pink sprite sighed, uncertain how much longer it would take for the information from that time and space to synchronize. It truly complicates matters. The green cell felt a surge of frustration. But it could not be blamed. The barriers were too formidable, and even we had to leave contingencies in that realm to prepare ahead of time. After all, it was the entity that assimilated him, the pink sprite lamented. Were it not for his will still lingering, we wouldn't even have the privilege to struggle. The green cell fell silent once more, and they lingered in a long silence. The pink figure vanished without a sound, and the green cell let out a barely perceptible sigh, murmuring, "Have they arrived?" After a while, the snowy landscape returned to its original pristine white. In the northern region, the farthest reaches of the Dragon Kingdom, lies the area with the highest average elevation in the country. The expanse of the northern region is vast, comparable to 3 provinces combined. Situated in a plateau region, it is characterized by continuous mountain ranges, perpetually blanketed in snow. This creates a stunning environment, where numerous wild Pokemon reside. As the largest state in the Dragon Kingdom, the northern region remains largely undeveloped, with human activities confined to a small area. Beyond the expanse that constitutes less than 1/10 of the northern continent lies an endless sea of forests, vast grasslands, jagged mountains, and a succession of lakes, all suffused with the essence of nature. Consequently, the northern continent has emerged as the largest Pokemon nature reserve. The destination of Chen Zi and his companions also resides within this region. The private jet from Magic City University touched down on the helipad of the northern fortress. As the group disembarked, they found themselves momentarily unsteady. Although all of them possessed the physique of a super true newbie, the sudden shift in environment proved somewhat disorienting. The thin air quickly induced a sensation of oxygen deprivation in their brains. However, after a brief respite, they soon acclimated to their surroundings. Jiang Bai leapt from the aircraft and inquired, "Captain, where are we headed for training? The northern continent is so vast." Among the team, some members were already brimming with anticipation. Chen Zi, too, felt a stir of curiosity. In his previous life, he had visited this place. Despite its grandeur, he could not recall any particularly remarkable features, not even a secret realm, leaving him perplexed as to where they might find a venue to catalyze the student's growth and strength. Zhang Bai shook his head and replied, I'm unsure of the exact location. That memory has become quite hazy in my mind. My role is merely to bring you to a specific site. Thereafter, others will oversee your itinerary. So shrouded in mystery, Chen Zi mused. Indeed, if it weren't for the enigma, the so-called secret training location would likely have been uncovered long ago. Subsequently, Zhang Bai led them to a vehicle parked beside the helipad, which transported them to the interior of a research facility within the northern fortress. The external security of the institute was exceptionally stringent. Through the windows, Chen Zi could already discern no fewer than 5 patrol teams traversing the vicinity. This suggested that the research facility concealed significant secrets. Upon arriving at a colossal structure, the vehicle came to a halt. Several armed guards accompanied by a wind speed dog approached. The leader first verified Zhang Bai's identity, and upon confirmation, requested him to sign a form. After signing, Zhang Bai turned to Chen Zi and his companions, stating, I must take my leave now. You will follow Team Leader Zhang. Team Leader Zhang nodded, maintaining a stoic demeanor. As all eyes were upon Zhang Bai, he re-entered the vehicle, gradually vanishing from their sight. Once Zhang Bai departed, Team Leader Zhang addressed Chen Zi and the others, follow me. He guided them into the imposing edifice before them. Upon entering, Chen Zi realized that while the building appeared immense from the outside, its interior was rather sparse. The space was expansive, resembling a vast warehouse. Yet it harbored little within, only a small wooden cabin at its center. Adjacent to the cabin, an array of instruments was displayed, and several researchers clad in white lab coats and masks were diligently observing and recording data on screens. This sight left Chen Zi and his companions bewildered. Is this training? It looks more like they've brought us here for experiments. Team Leader Zhang led them to the researchers, who began scanning Chen Zi and his companions with a device. After confirming that nothing was amiss, one of the researchers nodded at Zhang, granting them access. Go in. Where to? The students, including Chen Zi, felt a wave of confusion. Were it not for their trust in Captain Zhang and their confidence in Hiram, Chen Zi would have felt exceedingly uneasy. Form a line and enter one by one. Zhang instructed, ushering them toward the wooden cabin. The small structure appeared barely capable of accommodating all the members of their team. Chen Zi's curiosity about what lay within the cabin intensified. Was it the ultimate cave? With each person who entered, the door would close for a time. Chen Zi could see nothing through the brief gaps of the door, only a pitch-black void. There are spatial fluctuations, Hiram noted, but it lacks the essence of the ultimate space. Soon, it was Chen Zi's turn, and without further contemplation, he stepped inside. As the door shut behind him, the absence of light rendered the interior nearly pitch-black. Chen Zi found himself unable to see anything. Just as he reached for his pokeballs, he suddenly froze. He felt countless eyes fixating upon him, an overwhelming sensation of scrutiny that led him to believe numerous unknown entities were lurking in the darkness. In an instant, Chen Zi felt as if the world was spinning around him. He lost consciousness. Chapter 155, Traversing the Future? Chen Zi, in a daze. Familiar voices echoed around him. Gradually regaining his senses, Chen Zi beheld a figure before him. Li Wei, clad in a red and white training uniform that felt strikingly familiar, waved a hand before Chen Zi's eyes. Li Wei? Upon seeing Chen Zi's return to awareness, Li Wei exhaled in relief, asking, Why are you suddenly frozen? I thought you might be unwell. Would you like me to inform Yang Jiang? I can ask him to speak with the competition organizers. Yang Jiang. The competition? Chen Zi suddenly recalled where he had seen Li Wei's outfit before. Wasn't this the uniform of the Dragon Kingdom team in the Pokemon World Championship? How had he ended up here? Moreover, it seemed this was not a remnant of his past life, as he now stood before Li Wei. The competition? Chen Zi repeated in a daze. Li Wei, still oblivious to Chen Zi's disorientation, exhibited a hint of nervousness, stating, It's the final match. If we win this, the Dragon Kingdom team becomes the champion. Chen Zi's mind momentarily malfunctioned. If memory served, he had just been in the northern continent. How had he suddenly arrived at the championship venue? It appeared he had leaped into the future. Was this another instance of time travel? Looking down at his attire, he confirmed he was indeed wearing the familiar Dragon Kingdom team uniform, with a pokeball quietly resting at his waist. Inwardly, Chen Zi called out, Hiram? Hiram? No response. It was understandable. If Hiram were present, it would have swiftly noticed Chen Zi's anomaly, rather than remaining silent as it was now. The only possibility was that Hiram was no longer within him. A wave of anxiety washed over Chen Zi for reasons he could not fully comprehend. He pulled out his phone to check the date. It was already 6 years later. Chen Zi was now 25. Seeing Chen Zi in silence, fidgeting with an odd expression, Li Wei finally noticed something amiss. What is wrong with you? Chen Zi remained quiet, uncertain of his current circumstances, whether he could trust Li Wei completely, or if the environment was secure. He shook his head, feigning calmness, and replied, I'm fine. I just need a moment to gather myself. Li Wei nodded slightly. Though still harboring some doubts, he chose to trust Chen Zi's words. With a smile, he remarked, could it be that you're just feeling nervous? Remember how you often spoke of bringing the Rainy Day Bridge Dragon team to the world stage? Now, standing at the pinnacle of the doubles arena, it seems your wish has come to fruition. As Li Wei continued to express his thoughts, Chen Zi feigned attentiveness, yet his mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with the unprecedented circumstances he found himself in. Furthermore, Li Wei seemed to have become more talkative than before, appearing considerably more cheerful. No longer the icy figure he once was. All right, let us go. It's time to prepare for the match, Li Wei said, ceasing his chatter and leading Chen Zi out of the lounge. Outside, several familiar figures awaited them. The composed Yang Jiang, the notably more jovial He Jialan, and Long Kai, who bore little change compared to his past life. Good luck, everyone. This is the final match, Yang Jiang said, his expression one of reassurance. You certainly lived up to expectations. Now it's all about your performance. With Chen Zi here, what could possibly go wrong? My little brother can just play the role of a mere accessory, He Jialan chuckled, giving Chen Zi a reassuring pat on the shoulder. However, Li Wei did not counter, merely smiling as he replied, Hey, don't single me out. Aside from Yang Jiang, anyone else would just be an accessory, wouldn't they? Am I really that formidable? Chen Zi was taken aback for a moment, but soon came to terms with it. If this truly was the future, given his rate of growth, achieving the current level of success was hardly an insurmountable feat. It was, in fact, quite reasonable. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zi resolved to take one step at a time. Despite the many years of memory lost, he had once been a competitor at the World Championships. Returning to the arena now should allow him to regain his footing. Moreover, at this stage, the focus primarily lay on the Pokemon's inherent capabilities. After a round of pleasantries, Chen Zi and Li Wei made their way towards the competition stage. As they approached, Chen Zi's hand brushed over his Pokeballs. Feeling the familiar essence of the first four, TT, Lucario, the Steel Bridge Dragon, and the now-evolved Kangaskhan. The two Pokeballs at the back were likely the new Pokemon he had captured. Chen Zi, however, held no illusions about keeping his changes hidden from his Pokemon. After all, they had spent the most time together, and any alteration in him would be immediately perceptible to them. Yet, he had no intention of deceiving them. If he could not trust his own Pokemon, whom could he trust? However, as his hand lingered over TT's Pokeball, he felt an overwhelming wave of indescribable sorrow emanate from it. What could TT be grieving for? Chen Zi felt a tinge of curiosity. He had never encountered such emotions from TT. Since their first meeting, she had always exhibited remarkable strength. Yet, at this moment, he had no time to delve further into it, as he had already reached the front of the arena. As the announcer introduced them amidst the audience's cheers, Chen Zi reaffirmed his grip on the Steel Bridge Dragon's Pokeball and confidently strode onto the stage. Before him stood their opponents from the Eagle Nation, Albert and Handa, old acquaintances from his previous life. In that life, the duo had carved a path to victory with their Rainy Day Steel Bridge Dragon team. Although Chen Zi had never battled them directly, he had studied their strategies. However, he was now uncertain about the composition of their current doubles team and whether it would resemble the last one. As the match commenced, Chen Zi's team comprised the classic combination of Gulpin and Steel Bridge Dragon, while their opponents mirrored this pairing. Was the ultimate showdown to be determined by the Rainy Day Bridge Dragon? Chen Zi was not overly surprised. The scenarios from his past life had often been similar, with many teams from various nations following suit. While the Bridge Dragon was indeed prevalent, acquiring one or two was hardly a challenge. Nonetheless, the differences among Bridge Dragons were apparent, and Chen Zi vividly recalled the fearsome talent of his own Steel Bridge Dragon, something he had never witnessed in the World Championships of his previous life. Without further ado, the battle was set to unfold, ignited by the referee's final command and the audience's fervent cheers. Yet suddenly, Chen Zi sensed a profound sadness radiating from TT's Pokeball, accompanied by a hint of fear. Before he could process this, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Chapter 156, a familiar return of the swallows. As both Gulpins unleashed the Rainy Day, a vast rift suddenly tore open at the center of the arena. The fissure expanded dramatically, generating a colossal ultra hole out of thin air. The audience, initially oblivious to the unfolding catastrophe, mistook it for a Pokemon's special move and erupted into excited cheers. However, the expressions of Chen Zi and Li Wei shifted instantly. They were all too aware of the implications of such a phenomenon. They quickly retreated, summoning their Pokemon as they moved back. Cover me. We need to withdraw. As more Pokeballs were released, the audience began to grasp that something was amiss. The two competitors from the Eagle Nation also chose to flee towards the arena's edge. Although they were unaware of the nature of the rift, the urgency of Chen Zi and Li Wei's actions made it clear that it was anything but benign. Chen Zi sprinted away, fully aware of the dangers that accompany an Ultra Hole's emergence. He intended to create enough distance before directing his Pokemon to engage in battle. After all, this was a gathering of the world's top trainers. While most were unfamiliar with the nature of the Ultra Hole and lacked experience encountering it, once they comprehended the situation, the power at hand would suffice to confront the majority of threats. All they needed was to hold on for a little while longer. As Chen Zi pondered this, he was jolted by the sound of rushing air and Li Wei's urgent shout. "Chen Zi, get out of the way." "What?" Chen Zi turned, bewildered, only to see a red fist seemingly piercing through the illusions, barreling through the Pokemon that shielded him. In an instant, it reached Chen Zi. He caught sight of TT at the forefront, her expression one of sheer despair, and the overwhelming sorrow washed over him once again, so achingly familiar. When had he ever felt this? That thought flickered through Chen Zi's mind as, before the gaze of all, the crimson fist struck his head, leaving a spray of crimson in its wake. Ah, that familiar sensation. Cradling his head, Chen Zi felt a wave of dizziness, as if he had returned to the day of his rebirth. He anticipated experiencing the feeling of being struck by a muscular fist once more. "What is happening?" A familiar voice echoed. Chen Zi lifted his gaze to see Li Wei, clad in red, staring back at him in astonishment. You. Chen Zi struggled to maintain his composure as a torrent of information surged through his mind. Had he been reborn again? Or had he returned to just before his demise? There was no time for lengthy explanations. He instinctively reached for the Pokeballs at his waist, even as TT's Pokeball continued to exude an aura of sorrow. Recalling the last expression on TT's face, it was evident that TT must have been privy to something. Chen Zi released TT, who emerged with a puzzled gaze directed at him. "What's wrong?" TT inquired, her voice noticeably more fluent than before, akin to that of a typical human. Chen Zi stood frozen, grappling with the unexpected. Why was TT not wearing the sorrowful countenance he had anticipated? There was no time to ponder, as Chen Zi, amidst TT's and Li Wei's bewildered expressions, hastily opened the door and urgently addressed the gathering crowd. The ultimate hole would soon manifest in the arena, and preparations were imperative. At that moment, Chen Zi could no longer concern himself with the inevitable inquiries about how he had come to know this information. An unprecedented tension gripped him. The individuals present were of notable stature and, to varying degrees, were aware of the ultimate hole's existence. Yang, too, wasted no time. Without questioning Chen Zi, he promptly issued orders to evacuate the audience. Chen Zi was still reeling from the sensation of death he had just experienced, his breath coming in rapid gasps as the worried faces of those around him pressed in. "What's wrong?" TT's timid voice broke through again, tinged with fear. Unaware of the turmoil unfolding, it was the first time she had witnessed Chen Zi in such a state of anxiety. TT floated before him, her expression filled with concern. Chen Zi looked up, mustering a smile as he reassured her, "It's nothing. It will all be over soon." Suddenly, he seemed to glimpse once more the profound sorrow etched on TT's face, a fleeting moment that enveloped him in an icy chill. It was impossible to be mistaken. He stared at TT's now normal visage, terror creeping into his heart. In the next instant, a gaping fissure tore open before him, the ultimate hole materializing out of thin air. Without warning, the others swiftly reacted, releasing their Pokemon. Although they were perplexed as to why the ultimate hole had not appeared in the arena as Chen Zi had anticipated, their reflexes were commendable. The Pokemon encircled the ultimate hole, and TT quickly positioned herself in front of Chen Zi. Yet, his astonishment remained unabated. He vividly recalled how he had approached death. How could he not recognize that this ultimate hole, for reasons unknown, was targeting him? It was like a harbinger of death, shadowing him relentlessly. No matter how he struggled, it would effortlessly claim his life. Chen Zi watched in horror as the familiar red fist passed through TT's body as if she were a mere illusion, striking his head with chilling precision. Once again, from behind TT, he beheld that face, identical to hers, brimming with profound sorrow, emerging from her form and hurtling towards him. Blood spilled onto the ground. The familiar ceiling loomed above. The familiar sensation enveloped him. When Chen Zi stood once more before Li Wei, he was paralyzed, unable to utter a word as the suffocating feeling gripped him. His consciousness lingered on the two lifeless bodies he had witnessed. Li Wei regarded Chen Zi. But before he could utter that familiar phrase, a rift materialized before Chen Zi without warning. The red fist reappeared before his eyes. But he was too weak to resist or contemplate. As before, the fist ruthlessly descended upon his head. Chen Zi watched as the fist drew nearer. A grim smile suddenly twisting his lips, directed towards the relentless approach of death, the death that could not be escaped. It felt like an unavoidable fate, reminiscent of yesterday, of a past life, and perhaps of a future yet to come. In his peripheral vision, Chen Zi once again glimpsed TT's silhouette. This time, he distinctly perceived the difference between her and the other. Her eyes were filled with profound sadness, as if she had seen through everything, unlike TT's innocent gaze. One day, I shall uncover the truth. Before he could finish his thought, death reclaimed him once again. In a daze, Chen Zi perceived a beam of light and extended his hand towards it. Chapter 157, The Realm of Pokemon. The ceiling, somewhat unfamiliar, greeted him as Chen Zi sat up in bed, surveying his surroundings. Despite the lingering pain from the fierce mosquitoes that had tormented him, he breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared he had finally escaped that harrowing scene. He noticed 4 Pokeballs resting on the table and called out softly, "Reshiram? I'm here." A sense of calm washed over him as he felt the presence of Reshiram. Chen Zi took his time to rise, soothing his nerves while recounting his recent ordeal to Reshiram, convinced that it was neither a dream nor mere coincidence. Perhaps Reshiram could discern something beyond his comprehension. As he spoke, Reshiram responded intermittently, though there seemed to be a hint of distraction in her demeanor. Chen Zi, however, was too consumed by his mental torment to notice. "So, Reshiram, what do you think this is? A portent of the future? Have you sensed anything peculiar within me?" Chen Zi yearned for answers. After a brief silence, Reshiram replied, "I cannot say. Chen Zi, this is a truth you must seek for yourself." Chen Zi was taken aback, realizing at that moment the magnitude of the storm he had been swept into. He did not blame Reshiram, for he understood that her inability to speak was bound by certain reasons. But was this immense causality, which even Reshiram could not influence, truly within his capacity to bear? Sensing Chen Zi's slight despondency, Reshiram reassured him, "Chen Zi, I will remain by your side. Moreover, what you have experienced is not a misfortune. Do not overthink it. Follow your instincts." Chen Zi nodded. His sorrow was fleeting. Having genuinely faced death multiple times, he found little to fear. Yet, would that future truly unfold? Where had Reshiram gone? And what manner of being was that TT? Chen Zi instinctively felt that this was but a mere tip of a colossal iceberg, with only the surface visible to him. If he was indeed caught in a whirlpool, then one day he would have the opportunity to grasp the essence of this event. All he could do was strengthen himself, to become even stronger before that day arrived. Having calmed his mind, Chen Zi sat up and took one of the Pokeballs from the table. He sensed that the Pokemon within had already vacated their confines, likely outside the room. He was uncertain how long he had been unconscious. With that thought in mind, he opened the door of the wooden cabin, and the scene outside unfolded before him. This is an ancient village, where the wooden houses are arranged in a charming disarray, and the pathways are paved with pebbles, seemingly unchanged for centuries. As one gazes across the village, it becomes apparent that Pokemon come and go in abundance, with no trace of human presence. In that moment, Chen Zi felt as though he had stepped into a realm governed solely by Pokemon. Upon seeing Chen Zi emerge from his dwelling, the Pokemon that had been chattering in small groups by the roadside turned their curious gazes toward him, their eyes glinting with intrigue. Before Chen Zi could fully comprehend the situation, a voice emerged from beside him. "Young man, you are awake." He turned, yet found no one in sight. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a diminutive green cell-like Pokemon staring intently at him. Startled, Chen Zi recognized it immediately. It was a cell of Zygarde, a Pokemon he was all too familiar with. "I have conversed with Reshiram and gathered insight into your current predicament," the Zygarde cell said, slowly inching closer to Chen Zi before leaping onto him. Instinctively, Chen Zi caught it. The Zygarde cell continued, "Let us proceed. Walk to the right. Your Pokemon await you there." Chen Zi obediently headed toward the right. As he walked, he felt the inquisitive stares of the Pokemon surrounding him, which made him somewhat uneasy. Although he had faced the scrutiny of many eyes before, being observed as an outsider among a gathering of Pokemon was an entirely novel experience. While strolling, the Zygarde cell began to elucidate the nature of the place they were in. This is a realm belonging to Pokemon, existing not in the present world, but within a hidden sanctuary in the northern continent. All the inhabitants of this village are Pokemon, and here they have established a rudimentary order, akin to the embryonic form of an early Pokemon governance. After arriving at the research facility, Zygarde had teleported them to this location, But upon arrival, Chen Zi had succumbed to unconsciousness for 2 days. This sanctuary was, in fact, the final venue for their intensive training. As they turned a corner, they approached a larger building. Even before entering the courtyard, the sounds of clashing echoed in the air. Stepping into the spacious yard, Chen Zi beheld several Pokemon engaged in a vigorous training session. To his surprise, he even spotted Lei Wei and others among them. Demonstrating techniques was none other than the martial arts bear master, whom Chen Zi had not had the opportunity to meet previously. Judging by the stances displayed, it was evident that he practiced the one-strike style. Chen Zi quickly recognized his own Pokemon among the practitioners. Upon seeing Chen Zi, TT and the others immediately ceased their training and rushed toward him. Bai Ji and the rest also gathered around, inquiring about his well-being. During Chen Zi's 2-day slumber, although Reshiram had assured them that he would be fine, they remained anxious. Their concern lingered as long as Chen Zi was unconscious, causing their training to be somewhat distracted. The martial arts bear master observed the scene without reproach, pausing his movements to scrutinize Chen Zi. He too was curious about the individual Zygarde had spoken of. However, at first glance, the master felt a tinge of disappointment. There was no aura of a formidable warrior in Chen Zi's demeanor. It was clear he had not undergone rigorous training, yet there was something distinctly unique about his presence, particularly in his gaze, which held a fierce intensity that even the master found surprising. The martial arts bear master pondered silently. Nonetheless, it was not sufficient. He flexed his fists, aware that he was to face an entity that even they regarded with profound apprehension. Chapter 158, Special Training from Legendary Pokemon. After reminiscing, Chen Zi finally integrated himself into the training that had commenced 2 days prior. From the Zygarde cell, he learned that the martial arts bear master's training was merely the first phase. This prospect filled Chen Zi with anticipation, prompting him to marvel at the immense resources of Magic City University. It was no wonder that those who had participated in the training had made such remarkable progress. Reshiram, hearing Chen Zi's thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chen Zi was overthinking. In reality, previous cohorts from Magic City University had not received such privileges. Although an agreement had been reached with the Pokemon of this sanctuary, allowing for powerful Pokemon to serve as coaches, it was still far from the point of summoning legendary Pokemon to assist. The true potential to have legendary Pokemon as their instructors resided within Chen Zi himself. Yet, none of that mattered. As long as the results were achieved, everything else was inconsequential. Reshiram mused silently, though a shadow of unease lingered in his heart. Despite Chen Zi having lost 2 days of progress, the martial arts bear master showed no intention of pausing for him. After a brief review of the previous material, he promptly steered the group toward new content. Chen Zi could only awkwardly mimic the bear master's movements, attempting to replicate them with little success. However, even though Bai Ji and the others had been practicing for 2 days, their execution was not significantly better than Chen Zi's. Their movements were equally clumsy and unrefined. After all, mastering martial arts was not something that could be achieved overnight. It required a gradual accumulation of experience. The martial arts bear master, along with the other Pokemon present, was acutely aware of this fact. Therefore, he had no intention of expecting the humans to perform exceptionally well. As long as they could grasp the essence of the one-strike style, that would suffice. In essence, it was about the spirit that resided within the hearts of the trainers. For Pokemon, the principle was quite similar. Although Pokemon possessed superior physical control and learning capabilities compared to humans, they could not instantly master the techniques of the martial arts bear master's one-strike style. As long as they could comprehend the intrinsic nature of the one-strike style, they would pass. Suddenly, the martial arts bear master felt a shift in the air, as if it momentarily thickened around him. He resumed his previous actions, signaling with his psychic energy that he could leave. Among the gathering of Pokemon, Lucario lowered its hands, a spark of brilliance flashing in its eyes. It bowed to the martial arts bear master before striding deeper into the courtyard. The martial arts bear master was not particularly surprised by this. In his view, this Lucario, gifted with a natural talent for martial arts, should have departed long ago. However, it had been hindered by unspoken concerns, its thoughts entangled. Similar to Lucario, there were 2 other Pokemon present, the Eternal Flower and Diancie. While neither could be deemed entirely devoid of martial arts talent, their understanding of the one-strike principle was remarkably swift. It seemed they too were temporarily held back in their progress because of Chen Zi. Once again, 2 sequential sounds resonated, and at the behest of the martial arts bear master, TT and Tianchi ventured deeper into the courtyard. By this point, for Pokemon had successfully navigated the initial phase of training. The 5th, Lei Wei's Lucario, having already undergone similar training, seamlessly transitioned into the second stage. The remaining humans and Pokemon, however, still had a considerable distance to traverse before grasping the essence of the singular strike. The martial arts bear master exhibited no impatience, tirelessly demonstrating the profundity of the singular strike on stage. As days passed, 4 or 5 in total, Pokemon gradually departed from the first training ground. Although they had all grasped the concept of the singular strike, their levels of comprehension varied significantly. Lucario and its companions undoubtedly belonged to the elite tier, while most of the others had only superficially grasped the concept. Nonetheless, this was a monumental enhancement for them. Mastering the essence of the singular strike heightened the explosive power of their techniques considerably. Yet, among the humans, apart from Li Wei, who had accompanied Lucario from the outset, none had succeeded thus far. For humans, without a solid foundation in martial arts, it remained exceedingly difficult to comprehend the profound meanings embedded in the martial arts bear master's movements. To their eyes, every punch and palm strike emanated an overwhelming force, each gesture seemingly imbued with the rhythm of the Tao. However, it was akin to a child attempting to appreciate classical music. They could recognize its magnificence, yet they remained perplexed, unable to fully grasp its essence. This left them in considerable distress. Nevertheless, human appreciation is subject to growth, and so too is one's capacity to perceive the Tao. Through the martial arts bear master's repeated demonstrations, Chen Zi and his companions gradually began to capture the subtle nuances concealed within the master's movements, a delicate sensation that could only be intuited, not articulated. It felt akin to a surge of energy nestled within their chests, and they finally understood how to release it. Chen Zi sensed he was nearing this threshold. The feeling of imminent revelation was palpable, as if the answer lingered just at the tip of his tongue. Taking a deep breath, he continued to follow the martial arts bear master in a methodical repetition of the movements. After passing the master's test, as Chen Zi anticipated, the subsequent training would be under the guidance of the combo martial arts master. For Lucario, the practices offered by the combo martial arts master seemed to align even more closely with its abilities than those of the singular strike. Thus, on the very day it commenced training under the combo master, Lucario grasped the essence of the combo strikes. This was, in part, due to Lucario having already brushed against this threshold prior. Here, it merely achieved the final breakthrough. Lucario wished to linger a while longer, believing the training was exceptionally suited to it. However, the martial arts bear master insisted that Lucario move on. Once they completed the entire training regimen, there would naturally be opportunities for specialized training. This was a lengthy process, which explained the 2-month duration of the training camp. Yet for them, the efficacy of these 2 months would likely eclipse that of several years spent outside. With a sigh of relief, Chen Zi gradually retracted his fist. In that moment, he felt an indescribable surge of strength erupting from his chest, and his previously weary gaze became illuminated. Since the incident, Chen Zi had never felt so invigorated as he did at that moment. Chapter 159, The Marginal Realm. This past month had been exceptionally fulfilling for Chen Zi. He had not experienced the luxury of training his Pokemon, while he himself could afford to be idle. Throughout this month, Chen Zi had fully shared in the trials and tribulations alongside his Pokemon. The improvements were notably substantial. He could distinctly feel that his reaction speed and reflexes had markedly enhanced. For him, this was a rare achievement, as he had long since reached a plateau in his reflexes during his previous training. Although he still could not match the speed of his Pokemon's movements, there were specific instances where his enhanced capabilities proved beneficial. However, the advancement of the trainer was merely a secondary benefit. Throughout this month, the true metamorphosis had occurred within the Pokemon. Although such transformations might not manifest directly in their power levels, the changes in their combat styles and habits were unmistakably evident. Most importantly, these Pokemon seemed to have discovered their own future directions. Before arriving, Chen Zi could scarcely have fathomed the grandeur of the coaching lineup. After the 2 martial arts bears imparted their teachings on the singular and combo strikes, the legendary Darkrai arrived to share insights on overcoming fear and understanding nightmares. Furthermore, Meloetta was there to impart knowledge on the tactics of fairy-type Pokemon. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. Chen Zi felt that these legendary or mythical Pokemon were extraordinarily compatible with his own. It was as if they were specially tailored for his training. Indeed, the martial arts bear masters corresponded perfectly with Lucario, while Darkrai was a perfect fit for Gengar, and the steel-type Meloetta was well suited to Chen Zi's Steel Dragon. After a round of adaptive exercises, the coaches allowed the Pokemon to select the mentors they deemed most suitable for their subsequent specialized training. Chen Zi's Pokemon found their rightful places. As for TT, being the first to complete the initial round of training, upon finishing, a Zygarde cell manifested. indicating that TT was not required to pursue further specialized training, but would instead follow Chen Zi into a bespoke training regimen. Everyone had a bright future ahead. As for Chen Zi and his companions, although they had progressed swiftly after passing the training of the martial arts Bear Master, a month had allowed them to complete the specialized training of both Bear Masters. This encompassed the entirety of the first half of their training. This left Chen Zi curious about what the latter half of the month's training would entail. After all, beginning with legendary Pokemon was an explosive start, making it hard not to anticipate the subsequent training content. Lucario was indeed a prodigy in martial arts. The combo martial arts master had not encountered a Pokemon so gifted in the realm of combos in quite some time. In fact, the master harbored a premonition. If given sufficient time, this Lucario might very well become the next legendary Pokemon of the combo style. However, this remained merely a possibility. Ultimately, the Combo Master's scrolls were tailored specifically for the martial arts bears and did not suit Lucario. Without the aid of the combo scrolls, Lucario would find it challenging to breach that final barrier. The martial arts Bear Master, however, recognized another potential within Lucario. While Lucario was clearly more suited to the combo style in terms of martial arts, it possessed a significant trump card: its ability to sense aura. The aura of Lucario manifests with an indomitable momentum, seemingly custom-tailored for the one-hit style. This is precisely why the one-hit style Martial Bear Master actively sought to provide Lucario with specialized training in this particular discipline. Under the influence of the one-hit style Martial Bear Master, Lucario's aura power has begun to evolve in a novel direction. Meanwhile, on the side of Gengar, one could say that the benefits have been abundant. It is worth noting that Chen Zi earned his notorious title as the Filthy Junior in no small part due to Gengar's underhanded tactics. The presence of Darkrai, with its seemingly nefarious intentions, has further elevated Gengar's dubious strategies in no time. Although Gengar's hypnosis technique is undeniably useful, its lengthy preparation makes it susceptible to evasion by opponents if not executed at the opportune moment. Darkrai's exclusive move, Dark Void, precisely compensates for this shortcoming of Gengar. Darkrai generously imparts this technique to all Pokemon participating in its specialized training. However, ultimately, only Gengar has mastered the Dark Void technique. Perhaps this signifies Gengar's obsession with underhanded tactics. It is essential to recognize that Darkrai's Dark Void can not only induce sleep, but also carries the ominous essence of nightmares, as suggested by its title of the Nightmare God. Therefore, what Gengar has acquired remains merely the surface, for it still has a long journey ahead in mastering the full potential of Dark Void. In contrast, the training with Dialga is characterized by a more straightforward and brutal approach. In a word, it can be summarized as taking hits. To be more vivid, one might describe it as forging. The participants in the training under Melmetal are all Steel-type Pokemon. As a mythical Pokemon of the Steel type, Melmetal possesses an intimate understanding of its attributes. Through Melmetal's relentless forging, these Steel-type Pokemon may not have gained any profound insights, yet they have undoubtedly achieved significant advancements in physical resilience. However, Dialga finds little joy in this progress, for while other Pokemon shine with a metallic luster, it seems to be increasingly verdant in hue. Beyond the village lies an expansive sea of forest. At least from the village's vantage point, the trees tower magnificently, resembling an ancient woodland. Regardless of interpretation, it appears to be vast. Yet, extending northward for less than 10 miles, the forest abruptly ceases. Beyond lies a desolate and expansive plain, devoid of vegetation, where even the horizon appears to dissolve into nothingness. If Chen Zi were present, he would instantly recognize this as the edge of the ultra space. At this very juncture, a Florges patrols the border, seemingly in search of something. Following closely behind is a green hound, silently accompanying Florges. Suddenly, Florges halts and gazes towards the direction where reality meets the void. A burst of life energy is unleashed, sending a pink beam of light piercing into the abyss. Subsequently, a series of crackling sounds echo from the void, accompanied by faint cries of distress. Zygarde, in its canine form, nods approvingly, acknowledging Florges' swift comprehension. Florges, however, remains silent, contemplating the swirling black mist that begins to rise. Chapter 160, the approaching second phase. With the conclusion of the first month of training, each Pokemon has made significant strides. While the immediate manifestation of their prowess may not be readily apparent, it will undoubtedly be evident in their future development. Even if they might lose the related memories upon exiting this secret realm, the insights gained will likely linger in their subconscious, easily recalled with the passage of time. This phenomenon explains why the Pokemon of the school team exhibit rapid power enhancement upon their return. Chen Zi has not seen Florges for quite some time. Ever since Florges was taken away by Zygarde midway through the first month, Chen Zi has not laid eyes on it again. Of course, Zygarde has also been absent from view. While Chen Zi is not overly concerned, as Hiram can still sense Florges' presence from over 10 miles away. He finds himself missing Florges. This marks the first occasion he has been separated from Florges for such a prolonged duration. Curiosity creeps in regarding the nature of Florges' training conducted so far away. Suddenly, a voice resonates in Chen Zi's mind, announcing, "I have returned." Exiting his dwelling, he spots a green hound approaching the village, and trailing behind is the long-missed Florges. Upon seeing Chen Zi, Florges hastily rushes towards him, instantly shedding any semblance of fatigue. Florges. It leaps into Chen Zi's embrace. "I have concluded my training as well," Zygarde states. "So, can you now divulge what you all have been training in these past few days?" Chen Zi inquires, curiosity piqued. "If it pertains to you, you should already be aware of my responsibilities," Zygarde replies. Chen Zi nods in understanding. As the guardian of order, Zygarde is devoted to maintaining the ecological balance of the world. Its essence lies in the eradication of certain harmful substances threatening this balance. In this world, Hiram has previously alluded to a substance known as dark matter. Zygarde's task is to eliminate such entities. Could it be? Chen Zi recalls Ash's Greninja. Not every Pokemon can detect this substance. Ash's Greninja possesses such a talent, which is why Zygarde has entrusted it with this mission. Perhaps Florges possesses a similar aptitude. Observing Chen Zi's expression, Zygarde realizes he has deduced the truth. "Indeed, your eternal flower is endowed with the ability to detect dark matter," Zygarde affirms. "I have provided it with some training in this capacity. Although not exclusively aimed at dark matter, it holds considerable significance in various aspects, such as a knowing expression crosses Zygarde's canine visage. The traces of the ultra wormhole." Florges stands proudly, puffing out its chest at the timely acknowledgement of its newfound ability. While Chen Zi does not need to worry excessively with Hiram's presence, the uncertainties surrounding the future still cast a shadow on his mind. Hiram may depart one day, and it is prudent to prepare in advance. Sensing Chen Zi's silent thoughts, Hiram opts for silence. "All right, I shall not intrude upon your reunion any longer," Zygarde declares. "Beginning tomorrow, we shall embark upon the second phase of training, so be prepared." Curiosity ignites within Chen Zi as he asks, "What sort of training is it, cloaked in such mystery?" Zygarde ponders for a moment before responding. "In truth, sharing this information with you is not a concern, but refrain from spreading the word. It is better for the others to learn of its existence a day later." "What is it?" Chen Zi's curiosity intensifies. This brings us to the origins of this secret realm. According to Zygarde, this place initially was an ultra space, but the emergence of dark matter gradually tainted this ultra space. However, this dark matter seems to have a peculiar effect on the ultra beasts, making these already troublesome creatures even more daunting. They appear to have developed certain characteristics, one of which is the ability to sense the coordinates of individuals who are aware of their existence. Essentially, this grants them the capacity to symbolically transform a person into a fall. This can be considered a form of cognitive infection. The longer one remains aware of it, the stronger this infective ability becomes, until the individual is entirely converted into a fall. This process takes approximately a month, which is why the duration of the second phase is set to 1 month. It is designed to erase your cognition precisely on the day you are meant to leave. Thus, this elucidates the truth behind why those who exit tend to forget their experiences within. Chen Zi suddenly comprehended. Alas, if only it were merely an ordinary ultra space. Unfortunately, this location is spatially adjacent to the nest of the ultra beasts, leading to a continuous emergence of new ultra beasts. Hence, this realm of Pokemon exists to prevent the ultra beasts from that nest from entering the real world. We are indeed outmatched. Zygarde appeared somewhat troubled. For as beings of our nature, we are perpetually under the scrutiny of the opposing forces. Chen Zi pondered deeply. The training commencing tomorrow is rather straightforward. It essentially involves providing you with some practice partners. These partners will be the ultra beasts tainted by dark matter. With our presence, you need not worry about any life-threatening dangers. What about me? Chen Zi inquired curiously. Are you not concerned that I might become aware of this in advance and consequently transform into a fall? Zygarde cast Chen Zi a peculiar glance. Even if every human in the world were to be transformed into a fall, you would remain untouched, Zygarde reassured. Therefore, we will not erase your memories of this place. Why? Chen Zi had yet to articulate this question when Zygarde, seemingly anticipating his curiosity, dashed off to the side. Well then, the remaining answers are for you to seek out on your own. I have already activated your external assistance. Now it is up to your performance. Do not let us down. Chen Zi instinctively glanced at TT, but ultimately suppressed his question. In Chen Zi's mind, Hiram had remained silent. He understood that Hiram could hear his innermost thoughts, and thus was undoubtedly aware of his confusion. Hiram seemed to have acquired more knowledge than before, yet was increasingly reluctant to divulge anything. Chen Zi could only feel a sense of helplessness in response. With a sigh, he embraced TT and turned to enter the house. Chapter 161, Journey to the Boundary. The following day arrived swiftly. Chen Zi and his companions gathered at the village entrance, where the dog-like Zygarde awaited them. Although the specifics of the training had not been communicated to the students the previous day, they were informed about the assembly at the village entrance that morning. Consequently, no one appeared to be confused or late, as everyone had already been captivated by the prior training. After counting heads, Zygarde wasted no time and led the group onward. This marked the first occasion since their arrival that Chen Zi and his companions ventured beyond the village. Over the past month, they had often contemplated exploring outside the village. Yet each time they approached the entrance, they were halted by the Pokémon stationed there. Now, with Zygarde leading the way, the Pokémon guarding the entrance allowed them passage. Upon entering the forest, it became evident that the number of Pokémon around had significantly diminished, and the previously serene atmosphere was gradually dissipating. As Zygarde guided the group forward, he recounted the details of the second phase of training, reiterating what he had previously discussed with Chen Zi. Their task was straightforward, to collaborate with the frontline warriors in hunting ultra beasts. Indeed, this battleground was not solely inhabited by Pokémon. At the forefront of this battlefield, a contingent of human trainers is regularly dispatched, only to have their memories erased and sent away just before they are about to be transformed into falls. This ongoing cycle serves to fend off the persistent assaults of the ultra beasts. The battlefield is the most grueling of environments. No training can compare to the efficacy of actual combat. The tranquil forest exuded a palpable tension reminiscent of their initial experience in the Ultra Forest. Or perhaps, this was indeed the original Ultra Forest, merely altered by Pokémon to resemble anything but it. The further they ventured, the sparser the trees became, and Chen Zi increasingly sensed a foreboding unease. After traversing an indeterminate distance, they encountered a red warning line drawn on the ground, extending infinitely to the left and right. Zygarde signaled for the group to halt. With a slight motion of its foreleg, an invisible barrier materialized before them. Subsequently, a gap opened within the barrier, and Zygarde gestured for the others to follow. They cautiously stepped through the opening. You may release your Pokémon now, having exited this area. We are no longer within a safe zone, Zygarde declared. Although the front line possesses a comprehensive defense system, it cannot guarantee that no threats have slipped through. Upon hearing this, the group promptly released their Pokémon. As they stepped beyond the barrier, it began to close slowly. This barrier, forged by the complete form of Zygarde, was of an unparalleled strength. Not only was its fortitude reassuring, but it also boasted a unique resilience against dark matter. While inside the barrier, one might attribute their sense of security to mere psychological effects. However, once outside, the drastic change in atmosphere was unmistakable. It felt akin to stepping from fresh air into a restroom. The faint stench of decay permeated the air, prompting everyone to wrinkle their noses in distaste. Even Zygarde couldn't help but frown. The extent of the contamination had widened, suggesting that something significant had transpired on the other side. Was it due to his presence? Zygarde discreetly glanced at Chen Zi. Due to the unique nature of Zygarde's authority, it possessed knowledge far beyond what Chen Zi could fathom. However, disaster cannot be evaded. If it is something Chen Zi must confront, even if he avoids it now, it will inevitably manifest at a more critical juncture. For now, at least Hiram and Zygarde remained with Chen Zi. With this thought, Zygarde, who had initially hesitated, quickened its pace. We can always try again, it mused. TT circled around Chen Zi, her demeanor no longer as carefree and relaxed as it had been at the outset. Among all the Pokémon present, aside from Zygarde, TT was the most attuned to this unpleasant odor. It emanated a faint, delicate fragrance, attempting to mitigate the putrid odors that assailed the senses of the travelers. However, this noxious stench seemed to exert a direct influence on their souls, rendering TT's efforts largely ineffective. Yet, this mere unpleasant aroma was insufficient to dissuade the group from their course, particularly after learning the nature and purpose of their training grounds. A profound sense of responsibility stirred within them. After all, they were contributing, in some capacity, to the continuity of human civilization. Moreover, the risks involved appeared minimal, especially given that Zygarde had provided assurances. Although they were unaware of Zygarde's true identity, the mere fact that it commanded legendary Pokémon attested to its esteemed status. It was reasonable to presume that Zygarde was indeed a being of mythic significance. As they ventured further, the stench of decay intensified. However, perhaps due to acclimatization, the group found the discomfort upon breaching the barrier significantly less severe than before. Before long, they arrived at the fringes of the forest. Gazing outward from the woodland, they beheld a desolate plain. The seasoned Chen Zi immediately recognized it as the periphery of the ultra space. Yet, rising from this barren expanse were towering city walls. Due to the terrain, Chen Zi and his companions could still glimpse the walls from their position just outside the forest. Upon the ramparts, tiny figures resembling sesame seeds thronged in motion. Beyond that lay a realm of nothingness. No, not nothingness. Chen Zi discerned that this area differed slightly from the typical edges of ultra space. Within the void, he perceived a subtle mist. Though faint, it seemed to entirely obscure one's vision. This was a characteristic of dual spaces. This particular ultra space was adjacent to another, the ultra nest tainted by dark matter. As Zygarde had mentioned, amidst the thick fog, tranquility reigned at that moment. Yet, Chen Zi, having experienced the events of the Purple Gold Mountain, understood that an eruption would unleash a deluge of ultra beasts. Ahead lies your destination, Zygarde instructed. Proceed to the base of the walls, where you shall be met by someone. With that, Zygarde transformed into a streak of green light, vanishing before their eyes. The group did not linger further and hastened toward the walls. As they ran, Chen Zi's right eyelid twitched slightly, signaling the impending occurrence of an event. Chapter 162, Warning. Upon reaching the base of the walls, the sheer magnitude of the structure became palpable. From a distance, it might have seemed inconspicuous, but as they approached, the enormity of the walls was undeniable. Chen Zi's aluminum steel bridge dragon stood over 3 meters tall, yet the walls before them were at least 10 times that height, requiring the stacking of numerous aluminum steel bridge dragons to match. The material of the walls was not ordinary stone. Upon closer inspection, they shimmered with a metallic sheen. Just from these details, one could surmise the astronomical costs associated with the construction and maintenance of such fortifications, not to mention the logistical support necessary for a defensive line extending for miles. The Dragon Kingdom's willingness to invest such resources underscored the critical importance of this front line. After all, facing the Ultra Nest tainted by dark matter, a single misstep could lead to unimaginable catastrophe. Awaiting them was a middle-aged man, clad in specially designed attire, his face unkempt and rugged, revealing a lack of personal grooming. Standing at attention, he exuded a military demeanor. Yet Chen Zi and his companions could clearly perceive the weariness in his eyes. This was the stark reality of a soldier stationed at the forefront of the Ultra Whole. The man scrutinized the approaching group before declaring, "I am Jinji Xian, the commander of the Eastern Front. I shall oversee your itinerary from this point forward." Jinji Xian's gaze revealed his disdain for Chen Zi and his companions. He appeared to question how long this trivial task would persist. This was a battlefield, not a training ground for them. After a brief pause, he swept his gaze over the group with a hint of menace, continuing, "If you are wise, you will remain on the walls for a month. Though they may assure you of your safety here, the battlefield is fraught with unpredictable dynamics. Absolute zero risk is a fallacy. Should you perish, that would be inconsequential, but should you become a liability, do not blame my subordinates for their lack of mercy." Jinji Xian tossed a backpack at their feet and, without waiting for a response, made his way toward the staircase leading to the walls. Chen Zi sighed, picking up the abandoned backpack. Upon opening it, he discovered several small pouches neatly arranged inside. After distributing them among the group, he opened one to find a book, a first aid kit, and a glowing orb. The book contained information about the surrounding area and pertinent precautions. The periphery was divided into 2 battle lines, the eastern and western fronts. Beyond these lines lay the misty zone of the border battlefield, populated by numerous Pokémon infected with dark matter, as well as ultra beasts. The eastern front was relatively secure, a safer rear area where the monsters in the mist zone were fewer, primarily remnants left after large-scale assaults by ultra beasts. Conversely, the western front faced the entrance to the adjacent ultra nest, where the density of ultra beasts and contaminated Pokémon was significantly higher. Without a well-organized team, one could easily find themselves ensnared within the encirclement of ultra beasts. Throughout this battlefield, ultra beasts and tainted Pokémon would periodically gather, attempting to breach the walls, creating a scene reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse from a science fiction film, often lasting for extended periods. Although the situation appeared balanced, humanity remained at a distinct disadvantage. Due to the influence of dark matter, soldiers here underwent memory erasure every month and were subject to regular rotations. Maintaining the front line was already a struggle. let alone launching a counteroffensive against the Ultra Nest. Indeed, humanity had previously attempted to infiltrate the enemy stronghold. Years ago, an elite team from the Dragon Kingdom's Ultra Search Squad ventured into the enemy nest for reconnaissance, only to vanish without a trace. Since then, humanity had temporarily abandoned the notion of infiltrating the Ultra Nest, opting instead to defend tenaciously while seeking another opportunity. In this context, Chen Zi and his companions had a straightforward task, albeit with no specific requirements. They were to remain on this battlefield for 30 days. Upon the conclusion of this period, all but Chen Zi would have their memories wiped and be returned to the present world. Admittedly, while Jin Jixian's words were somewhat harsh, they bore a kernel of truth. This was indeed not the appropriate place for Chen Zi and his companions. After all, the lowest level of Ultra Beasts was at least level 50, and if they emitted an aura, their levels could escalate even further. It was not uncommon for one to encounter Ultra Beasts exceeding level 70 under unfortunate circumstances. While it is not uncommon for Pokemon that have surpassed their limits to exist among the strange beasts, a mere handful of level 70 beasts, or those with a level 60 aura, could easily overpower Chen Zi and his companions. After all, they are merely university students. Furthermore, until now, Chen Zi remains oblivious to the so-called protection promised by Zygarde, as he has yet to discover any signs of guardianship nearby. Nevertheless, he does not harbor excessive concern, for at least he has Reshiram as his most steadfast ally by his side. Moreover, with the impending erasure of the memories of others, there is no fear of Reshiram being exposed. Gathered beneath the city wall, Chen Zi and his companions deliberated. Despite the vivid recollection of Jin Zhishuan's warning, those present were far from ordinary individuals. They were all exceptional talents, even amidst the brilliance of Magic City University. If they were to retreat simply due to a single admonition, it would be a disservice to the pride of so-called geniuses. Thus, they unanimously resolved to partake in the regular operations of battle. However, prior to that, they recognized the necessity of familiarizing themselves with the rules of this battlefield. Although there were textual descriptions available, they merely provided a general overview. Jin Zhishuan was correct. The circumstances on the battlefield are ever-changing. While they might have room for trial and error, it does not imply that they could act recklessly. Chen Zi's intention was to integrate into the daily lives of the stationed troops along the city wall. They ascended the wall via the path taken by Jin Zhishuan. The wall was broad, with stone structures resembling military barracks positioned every few dozen meters. On the open ground of the wall, numerous soldiers were crouched, employing high-precision instruments to peer through the misty veil. This fog obscured technological detection, compelling individuals to revert to primitive methods to observe movements within. Below the wall, a multitude of uniformed soldiers traversed back and forth. Among them, Chen Zi and his companions quickly spotted Jin Zhishuan, who had just issued them a warning. Just as they were about to disperse into their respective tasks, a uniformed soldier approached them directly. "Greetings, you must be the students from Magic City University," he said. Chen Zi and his companions were momentarily taken aback. They had intended to seek information from the soldiers stationed here, yet someone had proactively come to them. "I am Zhang Ziqing, a resident soldier here," he introduced with a warm smile. In contrast to Jin Zhishuan's disdainful demeanor, Zhang Ziqing appeared exceptionally courteous. Chen Zi had only just learned of the concept of resident soldiers from the manual. These soldiers had been stationed at this border for extended periods, either by accident or of their own volition, having been irrevocably altered in perception, thus becoming a sort of fall in a certain sense. They were destined to remain on this battlefield for an extended duration. Jin Zhishuan belonged to this category as well. As the line's commander, one must possess an intimate familiarity with the front. Perhaps only when the ultimate mother nest across the battlefield is destroyed could they return to the realm of the living. Chen Zi and his companions felt a surge of respect for such individuals. "Captain Jin is actually concerned for your well-being. Do not take his criticisms to heart." Zhang Ziqing continued. "After all, students like you may lack an understanding of battlefield realities. While nothing has occurred thus far, it is better to be cautious. After all, you are the future of Long Country and even the world. The loss of any one of you would be a significant detriment to humanity." The students fell silent. Before arriving here, most of them had believed the world to be in a relatively peaceful state. It was only upon their arrival that they began to realize that the true nature of this world was far from tranquil. "So, what will your final decision be?" Zhang Ziqing inquired with a smile, his somewhat weathered eyes seemingly anticipating their response. Each of them remained steadfast in their intentions. Zhang Ziqing displayed an expression of understanding. "It is always this way, whether from Magic City University, the Imperial Capital University, or other institutions. Our Long Country excels in cultivating the temperament of trainers," he praised. Not a single coward among you. With that, Zhang Ziqing retrieved several cards from his pocket and distributed them to each of them. From this moment forth, you will be considered part of the organized soldiers on this battlefield. Your names will be inscribed upon this land. His tone turned serious. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zhang Ziqing, ID 0543, and I will be the captain of your squad for this month. Your forthcoming endeavors will be under my complete authority. I hope you will adhere to the order here, cherish your lives, and strike down your enemies. All for the sake of a brighter tomorrow. Though Chen Zi was not a paragon of selflessness dedicated to the nation and its people, in the face of such a scene, whether recalling his oath upon joining the ultimate search team in a past life or in the present, he could not help but feel a solemn sense of responsibility welling up within him. Hiram, sensing this sentiment in Chen Zi's heart, nodded in silent approval. This was, in part, why Hiram had chosen Chen Zi. This development also provided Chen Zi and his companions with considerable advantages. Initially, they feared that the soldiers upon the city wall might treat them with the same disdain as Jin Jishuan. Yet, Zhang Ziqing's demeanor instilled a sense of acceptance among the students. Time on the battlefield allowed little room for respite. The very morning they joined the team, by afternoon, Zhang Ziqing had already commenced their operations beyond the city wall. He offered a brief overview of the recent circumstances in this border region. Outside the wall, the recent wave of ultimate beast assaults had only just receded. Whether on the eastern front or the western front, many ultimate beasts still lingered within the mist. This scarcity of soldiers visible atop the wall was due to the majority having ventured into the fog to eliminate the remnants of those ultimate beasts, leaving only a portion to monitor the movements of the ultimate beasts within the mist for rapid response. Trainers typically ventured out in small teams, as even on this battlefield, the soldiers' levels were generally akin to that of advanced Pokeball trainers, meaning at least one Pokemon would need to be at level 60. If they encountered a horde of lower-level ultimate beasts or a higher-level ultimate beast, cooperation among teams should suffice for self-defense, if not complete annihilation. Dressed in uniforms, Chen Zi and his companions gathered before the mist. This attire was specially designed for such situations, crafted from high-strength materials with exceptional shock-absorbing properties. Intended to prevent individuals from being instantly killed by ultimate beasts. It bore a striking resemblance to the garb worn by the ultimate search team, effectively shielding the wearer from being infected by the unique magnetic fields that could turn them into falls. According to Zhang Ziqing, this uniform also possessed the capability to resist the corrosion of dark matter. However, Chen Zi was acutely aware that when confronted with the formidable ultimate beasts, this attire would not prove as advantageous as one might hope. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily vanquished by a single punch in his previous life. Nevertheless, Chen Zi felt that his demise at the hands of that muscular mosquito was perhaps not as straightforward as it appeared. It was conceivable that even if he had clad himself in the highest-grade materials known to mankind, that explosive mosquito could still have obliterated him with a mere strike. After all, in Chen Zi's perception, the creature's ability to extinguish his life seemed to stem not from its physical prowess, but from a force akin to fate or causality. In a world as fantastical as that of Pokemon, where the laws of science often bend, such inexplicable phenomena abound. After all, he himself had been granted a second chance at life. What harm is there in entertaining notions of fate and destiny? Moreover, the uniform was remarkably convenient to carry. Having been transformed from the orb given to Chen Zi and his companions by Jin Jishuan at the outset, upon entering the mist, Zhang Ziqing immediately shed his previously nonchalant demeanor, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Once enveloped in the fog, Chen Zi discovered that visibility was significantly clearer than he had anticipated. Outside the mist, their eyesight had rendered the interior nearly indistinguishable, yet within, they could see several meters ahead. It appeared that the mist primarily served to obscure the outside world. This was evidently not a natural phenomenon, but rather the handiwork of a Pokemon. Chen Zi was well aware that a locale capable of withstanding the persistent siege of Zygarde likely harbored an entity of comparable might lurking within. However, in a battle of kings and a clash of warriors, that formidable presence should not seek him out, at least not at this moment, Chen Zi mused. Thus, their hunting expedition commenced. Chapter 164, Perils Lurking in the Mist. Prior to their entry into the fog, Chen Zi and his companions had already released their Pokemon. Given the relatively open terrain, the presence of their Pokemon did not impede their progress. Zhang Ziqing remarked, "Our research indicates that on the battlefield, both ordinary Pokemon tainted by dark matter and ultimate beasts are similarly constrained by this mist, much like ourselves. This suggests that our circumstances are quite analogous. The competition lies in who can discern the other first, thus gaining the upper hand. However, Before Zhang Ziqing could finish his thought, TT's brow furrowed slightly. Following Zygarde's specialized training, TT's sensitivity to dark matter had elevated to a remarkable degree. Keenly, TT detected a faint, repugnant aura emanating from a certain direction. TT pointed towards it, and silence fell over the group. Zhang Ziqing's expression reflected mild astonishment. The mist not only obscured human vision, but also limited the perceptive abilities of Pokémon. Here, even Lucario's aura was confined to a rather awkward range. While it was further reaching than mere eyesight, it remained considerably restricted. Only by acclimatizing to the environment and the mist could their perceptual range gradually extend outward. Zhang Ziqing's mentor, Weasel, had spent considerable time in this area, thus possessing formidable perceptual capabilities. Yet, if even Master Weasel had failed to notice this peculiar flower-leafed Pokémon, how could TT have sensed it? Zhang Ziqing remained skeptical, but the students did not share his doubts. They immediately assumed a vigilant stance. In their eyes, TT was akin to a mythical Pokémon, and how could the perception of such a being be easily mistaken? Zhang Ziqing seized upon this opportunity, believing that there was no harm in trusting TT's instincts. The group formed a fan-shaped encirclement, advancing towards the direction indicated by TT. This tactic had been established by Zhang Ziqing at the outset. Encirclement. Although ultimate beasts often operated in packs, their numbers seldom exceeded 3. Truly powerful ultimate beasts rarely traveled in groups. With 7 individuals and approximately 20 Pokémon among them, this strategy effectively maximized their combat capabilities. As they drew closer, more and more Pokémon began to sense the presence ahead. It is worth noting that the students' Pokémon were quite adept in terms of perception, having been trained with legendary Pokémon, which inherently involved some degree of sensory development. Thus, it was hard to fathom that this was their first endeavor to fully unleash their senses amidst the mist. Upon reaching a certain location, Zhang Ziqing signaled for the group to halt. Once several Pokémon were prepared, he clapped his hands. Over 20 Pokémon surged forward. Their targets, 2 Electrode, only realized the threat at the very instant the assault commenced. Yet it was already too late. The fan-shaped encirclement left them with little room to evade, and they could only watch helplessly as a multitude of moves erupted upon them like fireworks. These 2 Electrode were of a relatively low level, around 50, and any one of the individuals present could have easily handled the situation with their Pokémon alone, let alone this coordinated assault, without putting up any resistance. The 2 Electrode were swiftly rendered incapable of battle. Zhang Ziqing retrieved 2 specialized Pokeballs from his bag, capturing the Electrode within, and urged, "Hurry." That commotion was quite significant. The group promptly vacated the scene, akin to guerrilla warfare, as humans sought to avoid large-scale skirmishes in the mist. Despite the notion that this was a Pokémon world, human physicality could be likened to that of relatively weak Pokémon, rendering them susceptible to harm. Thus, a hit-and-run style of combat was more suitable for human tactics. After engaging in one skirmish, they would swiftly retreat. Should they be encircled by nearby ultimate beasts, trouble would ensue. The defeated ultimate beasts, if possible, were to be captured with specialized Pokeballs, as they held considerable research value. If capture proved impossible, then they would be granted a true demise. After all, every remaining ultimate beast would pose a potential threat to humanity's future. Just as one wave receded, another surged forth. During their retreat, TT once again sensed the presence of an ultimate beast. It appeared to have been drawn near by the earlier commotion. However, Zhang Ziqing gestured for the group to refrain from acting rashly. The disturbance had likely attracted more than just one ultimate beast. If a battle erupts here, Zhang Ziqing cautioned, even the swiftest of us risks being overwhelmed by other ultimate beasts arriving at the scene. Chen Zi shared this sentiment. As a seasoned ultimate investigator, he possessed a keen sense of danger. Thus, the others abandoned any notions of confrontation and sought to circumvent the ultimate beast's location, proceeding further away. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that the remnants of ultimate beasts lingering in this misty region were significantly more numerous than usual. Not long after they had moved away, Zhang Ziqing sensed the presence of yet another ultimate beast. This time, we can proceed, Zhang Ziqing declared. Subsequently, the group employed the same tactics once more, encircling the formidable creature as they approached. This time, they faced a Philomantis of over level 60, although significantly stronger than the ultimate beast of over level 50. The sheer numerical advantage rendered the Philomantis incapable of mounting a significant resistance. It was swiftly overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of attacks from the Pokémon. Nevertheless, it did manage to struggle for a longer duration compared to the first encounter. TT could already sense the ultimate beast gradually drawing nearer. We must hurry. After capturing the Philomantis in a Pokeball, Zhang Ziqing hastily gathered his belongings and made a swift retreat to a certain location. The others, too, were unwilling to linger. Fortunately, they encountered no peril. The menacing aura of the ultimate beast behind them did not pursue. We still need to refine our coordination, Zhang Ziqing remarked, feeling that they had squandered too much time during the previous encounter. We should have eliminated it upon sight. But there were minor flaws in the execution of our moves that allowed it to resist momentarily. However, he acknowledged that managing over 20 Pokemon without inflicting harm on teammates or disrupting their attacks was commendable, especially considering that a typical team comprises no more than 5 members, with each trainer usually deploying only 2 Pokemon. This configuration proved to be the most suitable. Yet, Chen Zi and his companions, as students, could not hope to match the soldiers' Pokemon configurations, necessitating a reliance on sheer numbers. Zhang Ziqing's primary goal was to familiarize them with the battlefield, and he would devise more advanced strategies when the time was right. Chapter 165, Kaigor. Under Zhang Ziqing's guidance, the team experienced a relatively uneventful journey, yielding considerable rewards. His backpack, designated for containing ultimate beasts, was nearly depleted. Noticing the fatigue among his companions, he suggested a temporary retreat for team regrouping. He extracted a device resembling a compass, clearly designed for navigation. After a brief observation, he led the group swiftly in a specific direction. Zhang Ziqing held a favorable opinion of the current members of the Magic City University team. They exhibited markedly higher efficiency compared to the previous cohort. In particular, the Florigato displayed an acute sense of perception and a power level distinctly superior to other Pokemon. Then there was the Tianasher. Zhang Ziqing found himself contemplating the idea of sending that girl back to the real world upon first encountering Tianasher. Though the members of the university's team were exceptional, how many could endure until the end? In an era where even the Elite Four and champions could only be considered elite, Pokemon of their caliber were relegated to mere foot soldiers. To put it bluntly, they could scarcely create a ripple in the torrent of time. Only by possessing extraordinary Pokemon could one truly earn the right to speak. Yet, such Pokemon were exceedingly rare. In Chen Zi's previous life, his Pokemon barely grazed the threshold of such power. Even the prodigious Yang, who dominated an era, had only a single Charizard that reached exceptional status. However, Baiji was different. Or rather, Tianasher was exceptional. If mythical Pokemon were to mature, they would undoubtedly become extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing that level. Yet, since those in higher positions could not be unaware of Tianasher's existence, their willingness to allow her presence indicated they were prepared for the consequences. Zhang Ziqing deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further. On their return journey, the group intentionally circumvented the ultimate beasts they encountered, navigating smoothly to the edge of the misty zone. Upon exiting the fog, the oppressive atmosphere vanished without a trace. Almost everyone exhaled deeply, their previously taut nerves finally relaxing. Zhang Ziqing finally smiled. For our first venture into the misty zone, everyone performed admirably, sustaining minimal injuries. However, this was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. At least we did not encounter anything beyond our capabilities during the encirclement. This was true. Subsequently, the Pokemon they encountered were predominantly ultimate beasts of levels 50 to 60 or those tainted by dark matter, all of which succumbed under the onslaught of over 20 Pokemon within mere seconds. Thus, their progress was relatively smooth. You all must have noticed that if we continue to operate in this manner, your Pokemon will not gain substantial training, Zhang Ziqing stated as they walked. This initial experience was merely to familiarize you with the basic conditions of the battlefield. I will guide you through several more scenarios, allowing you to experience firsthand the unique situations that may arise during combat. Once I deem the time ripe, you will form teams of 2 or 3 to explore independently. After all, without challenge, the purpose of this second phase of training would be rendered meaningless. Everyone present understood this principle. Beyond the endless fog lay the abyss they spoke of, a place shrouded in danger and mystery, known as the ultimate nest. Yet, it was not as chaotic and disordered as one might assume. Beneath the gray-white sky, the land appeared desolate, yet not markedly different from the outside world. However, if TT were present, she would perceive the dense darkness lurking beneath the surface, emanating a nauseating stench that repulsed the senses. Suddenly, the previously tranquil space was disrupted by a wave of energy. A jellyfish-like Pokemon materialized within this realm, radiating an eerie energy fluctuation, Yveltal. However, unlike its counterparts below, this Yveltal was not pallid. Its entire form exhibited a golden hue, indicating it was a shiny Yveltal. In the Pokemon world, shininess often symbolized greater innate talent, a phenomenon even more pronounced among ultimate beasts. Such creatures typically boasted immense power, far exceeding that of ordinary ultimate beasts. Throughout human history, there had been only one documented encounter with a shiny ultimate beast, a shiny electrode that annihilated all members of the ultimate search team present at the time, including a limit-breaking Arcanine. It was only through the intervention of a Keldeo from the World Pokemon League that the electrode was forced back into the ultimate dimension. At this moment, the energy emanating from this Yveltal surpassed that of the previous electrode. Upon its appearance, Yveltal emitted an irritable cry, disturbed by the lingering essence of dark matter in the vicinity. Approach, a voice resonated within Yveltal's mind, imbued with authority and an undeniable tone. Suwuita promptly concealed his displeasure, not daring to slacken his pace, and flew towards the source of the sound. Traversing the expanse of the borderland, Suwuita arrived in a thicket of stunted trees. Although the foliage was lush, akin to the barren plain, it merely maintained an appearance of normalcy, while beneath the surface lay an extensive network of dark matter. Moreover, the concentration of dark matter here was significantly higher than that outside. The closer he approached, the denser the energy barrier he had formed to ward off the encroaching dark matter became. Soon, a stone platform came into view. Upon that platform coiled a massive serpentine creature of a dark crimson hue, exuding an almost visible aura of dark matter, as if it were the very source of it. In truth, it was the source of dark matter, and Chen Zi instantly recognized its form. Its appearance was nearly identical to that of the 50% form of Zygarde, save for the difference in coloration. If the Zygarde outside was the guardian of order, then the serpent before him could undoubtedly be deemed a harbinger of chaos. Slowly, Zygarde opened its eyes. Chapter 166. The young one is defeated, the old one arrives. Bang! Blue and pink beams of light converged and struck Suwuita, who, already battered and bruised, succumbed to unconsciousness from the final blow. Chen Zi skillfully produced a specially designed Pokeball and captured Suwuita within. Observing this, Bai Ji and Li Wei immediately fled towards their predetermined direction. Their movements, now imbued with a level of proficiency far surpassing that of merely days prior, attested to their growth. After the first day, Zhang Ziqing had taken Chen Zi and the others into the Misty region several times. Once he was confident they had familiarized themselves with the area, he divided them into teams, with Chen Zi leading one and Zhang Ziqing himself leading the other. Lucario extended its aura, having significantly increased its range since their initial forays, while Titi's sense of smell remained sharper, allowing her to detect the location of the ultra beasts. She lacked the ability to gauge their approximate strength. In contrast, Lucario's aura was notably more precise, particularly now that the weaker ultra beasts had been largely eradicated, leaving behind only formidable foes. A moment's carelessness could lead them to confront adversaries beyond their current capabilities. Under Lucario's guidance, Chen Zi and his team adeptly navigated their hunting grounds. With the number of ultra beasts diminished, their margin for error had greatly increased. Even as they departed from the site of their last encounter, they sensed no imminent threat from the surrounding ultra beasts. Had they faced the same situation at the beginning, they might have been overwhelmed by other ultra beasts. Lucario called softly. A level 50 ultra beast? Chen Zi was somewhat taken aback. They had not encountered such a low-level ultra beast in several days. After all, over the course of the last few days, the lower-level ultra beasts had mostly been eradicated by humans, leaving behind only the more formidable ones. Even an ultra beast at level 60 was deemed acceptable. Without hesitation, Chen Zi and his companions hurried towards the indicated direction. Through Lucario's aura, they discerned it to be an electrode. In encounters with electrode, Chen Zi typically assigned Tianshi to take the lead, as her Diamond Storm attack boasted a wide range and could effectively restrain the opponent, allowing subsequent moves to land. Before long, they formed their positions with Tianshi leading the charge, unleashing her Diamond Storm as the opening move. Following closely were the attacks of the other Pokemon. Electrode, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, particularly the area-wide nature of the Diamond Storm, was struck repeatedly and toppled backwards. The presence of an Ultra Beast aura became irrelevant. Facing such a barrage of sudden attacks, Electrode was unable to mount any defense and fell to the ground. Good. Chen Zi retrieved a Pokeball from his bag. With only 3 Pokeballs remaining, their day's task was nearing completion. Chen Zi sprinted forward, ready to capture Electrode. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning surged towards him. Fortunately, Titi, ever vigilant, positioned herself between Chen Zi and the incoming electric blast at the instant of its approach. Titi, she cried out in agony, feeling an unprecedented surge of energy assault her body. Were it not for the vital energy within her constantly mending her wounds, a single blow might have rendered her incapable of battle, or worse, inflicted irreparable harm. Meanwhile, the other Pokemon quickly reacted, forming a protective barrier around their trainer. TT wobbled and began to descend from the air. Chen Zi swiftly caught her, assessing her condition. Outwardly, she appeared unharmed, though her expression was one of extreme fatigue. The situation was dire. Chen Zi glanced towards the source of the attack. Emerging from the mist was a massive electrode, considerably larger than the one that lay on the ground. Lucario appeared tense. Only now did it perceive the aura emanating from the creature, and the impression it conveyed was one of insurmountable power. Chen Zi gritted his teeth. A creature capable of incapacitating TT in a single strike must be at least a level 70 Pokemon. The aura of the electrode suddenly intensified, unveiling its Ultra Beast aura at last. This indicated that during the previous attack, it had not even activated its aura. While it is true that beyond level 70, the enhancement provided by the Ultra Beast aura could not elevate the creature to an exceptional level, it was still a formidable presence. Chen Zi sighed. He had no intention of fleeing. Not only was escaping from an electric-type Pokemon exceedingly difficult, but they also lacked any Pokemon that could facilitate an escape. Relying solely on human speed, how could they hope to outrun a creature that could pursue sound? Thus, Chen Zi resolved to stand his ground. Li Wei remained calm, while Bai Ji, still somewhat oblivious to the gravity of the situation, appeared increasingly anxious. I, alongside the radiant Diancie, should be able to hold off for a while. You all should depart first, lest none of us escape. Considering the situation from a pragmatic perspective, Bai Ji indeed made the most optimal choice. After all, the only one present capable of stalling this Pokemon for even a moment is Diancie, endowed with superior attributes and maximized defenses. Furthermore, with the assurance of Zygarde's intervention, it is likely that aid would arrive should Bai Ji and Diancie find themselves in peril. Nevertheless, it is prudent to struggle as much as one can. Chen Zi shook his head, stating, "We cannot escape. This electrode has marked everyone present. Such a high-level Ultra Beast possesses the capability to do so. You think I'm just a background character in a story devoid of significance?" He stood resolutely before the electrode, which paid no heed to his words and unleashed an attack aimed directly at him. A white barrier flickered before Chen Zi, and in an instant, a pristine figure appeared between him and the electrode. The majestic Reshiram, with its immaculate fur and commanding gaze, had not graced the world in ages. Although Reshiram had yet to fully recover, facing a Pokemon that had not even reached its maximum potential was akin to confronting an ant. The electrode sensed the familiar aura of authority emanating from Reshiram, a sensation it had only previously experienced in its presence, causing its own resolve to wane significantly, almost extinguishing any desire to resist. "It's as if I have no allies behind me," Chen Zi muttered, his tone laced with a hint of arrogance. Chapter 167, The Sudden Beast Tide. With Reshiram's arrival, the electrode posed no further threat to Chen Zi and his companions. Reshiram released a plume of azure flames, effortlessly overwhelming the electrode without the need to activate its hyper mode. The electrode attempted to flee, but Reshiram's consciousness enveloped it, the flames searing into its very soul, producing a wretched wail of agony. Visible black gas emanated from the electrode, dissipating into the air, dark matter that had infiltrated its being. Once the electrode had lost its fighting capability, Reshiram returned to Chen Zi's side. After all, the presence of such beings invariably attracts the attention of equally powerful entities. It was also possible that they had already been noticed, which could easily lead to unnecessary complications. Chen Zi captured the electrode within a Pokeball. Exhaling a long sigh of relief, Bai Ji wisely refrained from asking further questions. Everyone harbors secrets, just as Chen Zi could effortlessly discern the circumstances of his family. From that moment, Bai Ji understood that Chen Zi was no ordinary individual. The revealing of this extraordinary nature was merely a matter of time. "We should not linger here. We must relocate swiftly," Chen Zi stated. Though Reshiram had resolved the situation promptly, the commotion had been far too great. Oblivious Ultra Beasts would undoubtedly converge upon this location. Chen Zi was keen to avoid causing any further disturbances. With one last Pokeball remaining, he aimed to complete the task and return home. TT's restorative life energy proved remarkably potent, as she regained her ability to function normally in a short span. Though her internal life energy had been entirely depleted and required time to replenish. However, typical Ultra Beasts did not necessitate TT to exert her higher-level energy for suppression. Following the ambush by the electrode, the group proceeded with heightened caution. Yet, such events are often unpredictable. After all, like the recent stealthy electrode, they could not sense potential threats until it was too late. Searching for an extended period yielded no Ultra Beasts of comparable strength. Most encountered were of levels exceeding 70, making it difficult to ascertain if they possessed an Ultra Beast aura. Even devoid of such an aura, Chen Zi and his companions would still struggle against them. A group of Pokemon at level 50 could manage against those in the 60s, but 70 marks a significant threshold, approaching the caliber of elite trainers. Tasking them with battling Pokemon of the elite level? Even without specialized training, they were ill-equipped for such confrontations. The recent near-fatal encounter with TT clearly illustrated the prowess of elite-level beings. After a fruitless search, Chen Zi was on the verge of conceding defeat and preparing for their return when suddenly, Lucario detected fluctuations from a lower-level Ultra Beast, ready to signal his companions. Moments later, its expression turned grave. Lucario, a large number of Ultra Beasts are approaching. Simultaneously, a resounding horn echoed from the distant walls, signaling an alarm, indicating a mass of Ultra Beasts was closing in, typically a precursor to an invasion. Chen Zi's expression shifted. Invasions of this nature generally occurred every 2 to 3 months, yet it had barely been a month since the last. How could it be so soon? However, there was no time for contemplation. Upon hearing the alarm, an immediate return to the city was imperative. Otherwise, once defensive measures were established on the walls, the human side could not falter for the sake of a few individuals. Consequently, Chen Zi and his companions hastily retreated towards the walls. In the air, numerous bird Pokemon took flight, and to expedite their escape, they rode upon their Pokemon. If all went well, they should reach safety in time. Yet, Lucario's aura sensed a sudden emergence of energy fluctuations from a multitude of Ultra Beasts, as if they were converging towards Chen Zi and his companions with intent. Lucario, we're surrounded. There are far too many Ultra Beasts closing in, and we cannot breach their encirclement. Chen Zi cursed under his breath. How had they pinpointed their location? Was his fear realized? Had Reshiram drawn attention? As Chen Zi gritted his teeth, intending to summon Reshiram once more, the Ultra Beasts were already upon them. Their murderous gazes trained on the group. Do not panic, Reshiram stated calmly. Chen Zi was taken aback as, from the distant horizon, several green lights pierced through the mist, approaching them swiftly. Before they could comprehend the situation, the green lights enveloped them, and they felt an irresistible force lifting them skyward. Beneath them, the buzzing of the Beedrill flapped its wings, attempting to catch up, but the speed disparity was insurmountable. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zi and his companions soared high above the ground, breaking through the mist's confines and speeding towards the towering walls. Simultaneously, Chen Zi caught sight of Zhang Ziqing and some soldiers who appeared to be unable to retreat in time. He sensed the vibrant life force within the green energy surrounding them. If his assumptions were accurate, this was likely the handiwork of Zygarde. It seemed this was the assurance Zygarde had mentioned earlier, bringing Chen Zi a sense of relief. Peering down towards the swirling fog below, it appeared the commotion was quite significant. It is evident that a multitude of Ultra Beasts are present within. Although their forms remain obscured, their sheer scale is unmistakable. Meanwhile, at the distant city walls, the human forces have also made their preparations. Pokemon stand at the ready, and an array of technologies requiring Pokemon activation is positioned atop the walls. However, Chen Zi feels a slight confusion. The Western Front has consistently been labeled as the primary battleground for the Ultra Beast assaults, while the Eastern Front remains comparatively tranquil. If such a scene can be deemed serene, Chen Zi cannot fathom the ferocity of the Ultra Beasts on the Western Front. Yet, as he gazes westward, the misty area appears remarkably calm, seemingly devoid of any imminent massive incursions. Coupled with his observations during the evacuation, where the remaining Ultra Beasts exhibited peculiar behavior, a bold notion begins to take root in Chen Zi's mind. These creatures are either targeting him or, more precisely, pursuing Reshiram. But by what means have they pinpointed his location? After all, Reshiram has already returned to his body. A sudden thought strikes Chen Zi. Li Wei, what about your instruments? He inquires. Li Wei, aware of Chen Zi's implication and having thought of the same point, retrieves the device designed to monitor Ultra Space markers and scans himself. Indeed, on his person, the Ultra Space marker has re-emerged, its presence unmistakable. Chapter 168, The True Battlefield. Zygarde's radiant energy swiftly transports Chen Zi and his companions to the battlements. Simultaneously, at the forefront of the mist, a roaring Ultra Beast bursts forth. At this very moment, Jin Zhishuan stands beside them, his expression grave. The number of Ultra Beasts on the Eastern Front is alarmingly high, necessitating support from the Western Front. Jin Zhishuan shouts into the intercom, his voice resonating with urgency. He glances down to see the last individual has finally entered through the gates. With a sweeping gesture, he commands, "Raise the barrier." With a thunderous rumble, the gates descend rapidly, and a semi-spherical protective shield rises abruptly from the ground, enveloping the entire area of the walls. This energy barrier, specifically designed by the Dragon Kingdom to counter Pokémon sieges, employs a one-way connection technology. Only assaults from within can escape, while external entities are barred from entry. The human ability to hold this position for so many years owes much to this innovation. Otherwise, confronting the periodic onslaught of beasts every few months would render the post-battle repairs of the walls an insurmountable challenge. Below the walls, colossal armored vehicles resembling tanks emerge from the gates. The technological advancements of this world diverge from those of Chen Zi's previous life, with most innovations harmoniously intertwined with Pokémon technology. These tanks are powered by Pokémon energy, maximizing the energy infused within them to unleash high-efficiency attacks. However, their sluggish movement limits their use primarily to stationary artillery. Nonetheless, in the face of such circumstances, they prove to be quite suitable. Overall, the military capabilities of this world remain relatively weak, heavily reliant on Pokémon warfare. One can only wonder if the Ultra Mother Nest, or legendary Pokémon, could withstand a nuclear strike. Moreover, an array of specially offensive Pokémon, such as the Steel Bridge Dragon, is stationed below. Chen Zi also observes several Wingulls soaring among the Steel Bridge Dragons. Surprisingly, the strategy of the Rain Bridge Dragon has reached this place and has been successfully implemented. The Ultra Beasts charging at the forefront are merely a handful, remnants from the previous wave lingering at the edges. Nevertheless, their individual strength is formidable, most boasting levels exceeding 70. These valiant Pokémon face the initial barrage of artillery fire. Countless vibrant Pokémon moves rain down upon the Ultra Beasts. As they draw near to the barrier, even with their full force unleashed, the only fate awaiting them amidst such concentrated fire is utter annihilation. The Ultra Beasts are obliterated into mere chunks of flesh, their bodies strewn across the ground. Compared to the minor skirmishes in the mist, this truly marks the onset of the battlefield. In the theater of war, how can blood not be shed? Throughout history, whether in conflicts between humans and Pokémon or among Pokémon themselves, such brutality has been the norm. The sight of lifeless bodies littering the ground is merely standard fare. Witnessing the scene of bloodshed, several students feel a wave of discomfort. This is one of the rare moments they confront the death of Pokémon. Even if those are Ultra Beasts, the first time one witnesses vibrant life slipping away before their eyes, even the most resolute individual experiences a fleeting moment of disorientation. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Following this, from the mist, an increasing number of Ultra Beasts, both weak and powerful, surge forth. The infernal flames of the malicious king, the muscle-bound explosive mosquito, the elongated electric wood, and many more. It is difficult to fathom the chaos that would ensue should they breach into the realm of humanity. Jin Jishuan is correct. In this siege of Ultra Beasts, the Eastern Front has become the primary battleground. In contrast, the Western Front remains eerily calm, with only a few stray Ultra Beasts wandering beyond the barrier, causing little disruption. Given the Eastern Front's preparedness and reserves, they find themselves somewhat overwhelmed in the face of such relentless onslaught. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Ultra Beasts are torn apart by explosions. However, the relentless tide of attackers proves insurmountable, with numerous Ultra Beasts reaching the barrier and pressing against it. The massive shield ripples with the force of their assault. Yet, for the time being, breaching this barrier poses a significant challenge, particularly since it possesses self-regulating capabilities. The energy within the barrier is not evenly distributed. It intelligently reallocates the majority of its power to the section under the most attack. At this moment, that is precisely the area of the Eastern Front. Thus, as the assaults from the Ultra Beasts grow increasingly fierce, this section of the barrier becomes even more solidified. However, this state of affairs cannot persist indefinitely. The barrier will eventually succumb to their relentless onslaught. Just as one wave of Ultra Beasts is annihilated by the Pokémon's moves, a new wave surges forward. Jean, support from the Western Front has arrived. A soldier breathlessly informs Jin Jishuan as he rushes to his side. Simultaneously, more tank units stream through the gates behind him. Beneath the walls, an ever-increasing number of Pokémon leap into action. The Western Front retains only the essential Pokémon necessary for defense, while the rest have come to bolster the Eastern Front. Jin Jishuan's furrowed brow begins to ease, with reinforcements rapidly fortifying the Western Front. The initial wave of Ultra Beasts is finally eradicated. The relentless barrage of firepower instantaneously pushes the front line back, allowing the humans to establish an effective defense. At this moment, the barrier is stained with the blood of the Ultra Beasts, whether crimson or emerald, flowing down in rivulets to the ground below. A pool of blood intermingled with the mangled remains of ultimate beasts nearly obscured the expanse of land ahead. What constitutes a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? This is the very essence of it. Yet, this is far from the end. The relentless assault of the ultimate beasts continues to surge forth. At this moment, the students predominantly wore expressions of pallor. Even the typically composed Li Wei appeared ashen. Although Chen Zi could not see Bai Ji's face beneath the mask, the slight tremor in her body revealed her inner turmoil. The other members of the school team exhibited even greater signs of distress. Zhang Ziqing timely appeared, distributing bags to each of them. If you feel the urge to vomit, do so. It is indeed unfortunate for you, Zhang Ziqing remarked. Generally, this phase of training is conducted post-Beast Tide to shield you from such sights. The current Beast Tide is particularly unorthodox. As he spoke, Zhang Ziqing noticed Chen Zi's calm demeanor, which astonished him. Throughout these days, Chen Zi had brought him numerous surprises, whether in team command or in the execution of tasks, exuding the professionalism of a seasoned member of the Ultimate Search Team rather than a mere university student. This individual possesses boundless potential, Zhang Ziqing silently mused. Chapter 169, To Zigard. The battlefield remained tense and stalemated, yet overall, the situation seemed to stabilize. The tide of aberrant beasts had not unleashed many extreme entities, rendering it considerably weaker than previous assaults. Perhaps the brevity of this interval had not allowed the ultimate beasts to fully regroup. After all, those ultimate beasts were indeed risking their lives, as evidenced by the sea of corpses and blood. Even if the formation of ultimate beasts occurred at a rapid pace, such attrition would be unsustainable. However, as time passed, the depletion of the energy barrier escalated. How much remains? Jin Xian inquired of the observer station nearby to monitor the energy barrier's status. 23%, Captain Jin. It's nearly depleted, the observer replied. The human side faced a similar predicament. A month's time was insufficient for the energy barrier to recharge fully. Jin Xian surveyed the battlefield, noting that the number of ultimate beasts had dwindled from its initial staggering count. All ranged units, intensify firepower suppression. The rest prepare on the flanks to deploy the energy barrier against the enemy, Jin Xian commanded. Once the energy barrier's reserves dipped to around 20%, the war would enter its final and most perilous phase. In this stage, trainers and Pokemon would need to personally engage with the ultimate beasts. However, this was a reluctant necessity. The human side must ensure that the energy barrier remained intact against the onslaught of the beast tide. Not to mention that the energy required to reform a shattered barrier vastly exceeded that needed for recharging. During the vacuum period following the barrier's collapse, should any ultimate beast breach the human defenses, the consequences would be dire. The threat posed by the ultimate beasts themselves was secondary. The dark matter they carried represented a significant latent danger. Under command, the special attack Pokemon unleashed another barrage. The ultimate beasts were visibly pushed back, providing an opportunity for the humans to mount an offensive. After this onslaught, however, the ranged Pokemon fell silent, exhausted despite several rotations. Seizing this moment, the waiting soldiers charged forth with their Pokemon. In an instant, the sounds of battle filled the air. Chen Zi and her companions refrained from joining the fray. Zhang Ziqing permitted them to observe from the city walls. After all, while venturing into the Misty Zone could be deemed a trial, thrusting them into such a brutally realistic battlefield was clearly impractical. Their safety could not be assured in this climate. They had not yet reached the point of sacrificing their lives, and the Dragon Kingdom's officials had not yet deemed it necessary to send college students into the fray. In contrast to the earlier ranged assaults, the close-quarters combat, while visually less striking, saw a sharp increase in human casualties. However, this was still a marked improvement compared to the battlefield of a month prior. At least at this moment, the human side maintained overwhelming superiority. As the battlefield gradually advanced toward the Misty Zone, a member of the Magic City University team, Shu Huai, murmured, "Are we on the verge of victory?" The recent events had inflicted a profound shock upon his youthful psyche. "We are nearing the conclusion," Zhang Ziqing responded. Objectively speaking, although this battle erupted unexpectedly, the outcome is quite favorable. Yet, Chen Zi's mind lingered with considerable doubts. Why had this battle been initiated so abruptly? What were the enemy's intentions? The ultimate beasts possessed a modicum of intelligence. Their peculiar actions were evidently not without purpose. There were multiple astute individuals, Jin Xian, prior to the conflict's commencement, had anticipated such a scenario and dispatched a contingent to conduct comprehensive surveillance around the barrier, requiring situation reports every 5 minutes. Unit 1, status normal. Unit 2, status normal. Unit 3, status normal. Unit 13, status normal. Then, A sudden silence enveloped the radio. Unit 14? Chen Zi queried, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Unit 15? Unit 15, status normal. Unit 15 and Unit 13, assess the situation at Unit 14's location and relay the information. Direct a portion of the team stationed on the walls to proceed to Unit 14's operational area, Chen Zi decisively commanded. He continued to listen to the subsequent reports while instructing his trusted aides beside him. You too. Also head to the area managed by Unit 14 to coordinate the situation. Just then, a sharp voice erupted from the radio. Captain Chen, quickly, shut down the barrier. A crackling of electricity followed. This was Unit 14's voice. Without hesitation, Chen Zi pressed the button for the energy barrier strapped to his wrist. But it was too late. A tremendous explosion resonated across the desolate expanse. The energy barrier quivered violently, and the tangible light veil began to dissipate from the western front line. 0%, the observer exclaimed in shock, in less than a second. The energy barrier's percentage plummeted from 22 to 0. Chen Zi's countenance darkened. His greatest fear had materialized. Only one scenario could lead to such a catastrophic failure. A high-tier ultimate beast had emerged at Unit 14, capable of instantaneously collapsing the energy barrier. The strength of that ultimate beast was far beyond that of a typical extreme Pokémon, potentially rivaling even that of mythical or legendary Pokémon. Suddenly, a green light veil materialized before Li Wei. Meanwhile, before Li Wei, a spatial rift suddenly gaped open, and a white tendril emerged, striking against the verdant barrier with a piercing sound. Chen Zi and his companions swiftly reacted, retreating to the side. A colossal serpent descended from the heavens. Green energy colliding with the protruding tendril, sending forth the unusual pale yellow and white creature, the shiny Nihilego. Nihilego was thrown back in a disheveled manner, crashing to the ground. However, in the face of Zygarde, Nihilego felt little trepidation, for its adversary had never been Zygarde. Master, it is your time to shine, Nihilego thought. Within the void, a strong aura of dark matter surged, and a black-red entity, resembling Zygarde in every aspect, materialized before the onlookers. Two Zygardes? Chen Zi was taken aback. Chapter 170, one after another. Everything unfolded rapidly. Even Li Wei, the central figure in this affair, had yet to fully grasp the situation when a series of offensive and defensive maneuvers had already transpired around him. Everyone disperse. Chen Zi reacted promptly. As one of the principal individuals present, he was well aware of Zygarde's identity and power. Thus, when a Pokémon strikingly similar to Zygarde, and evidently on par with it, appeared, Chen Zi understood that this battle was beyond the participation of mere soldiers. Zygarde and the shiny Nihilego paid no heed to the fleeing soldiers. Their attention remained fixated on Li Wei. Suddenly, Nihilego extended its tendrils once more, lunging swiftly toward Li Wei. Zygarde retaliated with its tail, aiming to thwart Nihilego's advance. However, Zygarde too launched an attack, its black-red beams erupting and intercepting Zygarde, momentarily halting its movement. As Nihilego's tendrils were about to ensnare Li Wei, a flash of white light illuminated the battlefield, revealing a magnificent white dragon. Reshiram seized Nihilego's tendril, unleashing azure flames that cascaded over Nihilego's form. With a pained cry, Nihilego resolutely severed its tendril to evade the engulfing blue flames. Reshiram's unexpected entrance left all present momentarily stunned. Although legends of Reshiram were scarce and not everyone could recognize it, the recent display was sufficient for the onlookers to ascertain that this striking white Pokémon held a stature far from insignificant. Another legendary Pokémon, Chen Zi exclaimed, astonished. He had never encountered as many legendary Pokémon in his lifetime as he had today. Ah, so it is you, a gravelly voice emanated from Zygarde. Reshiram's abrupt appearance had indeed captured its attention, yet under Zygarde's subtle interference, it could not ascertain Reshiram's true identity. Though I am uncertain where your unexpected presence stems from, do you not fear the consequences of colluding with those who seek to capture their descendants? Reshiram's voice resonated with authority. Are you confused? Zygarde scoffed, its tone laced with disdain. I am Zygarde, Zygarde is I. I possess all knowledge that Zygarde knows. Do you truly believe your words can sway me? A flicker of something unusual flashed in Reshiram's eyes, but it did not counter Zygarde's assertion. Regardless, as long as I am here, your plans have already faltered. Zygarde's sardonic laughter echoed in the air. Reshiram, do you honestly believe we prepared only this much? Not to mention your current weakened state, even at your peak. You and Zekrom together could not thwart me today. Reshiram's expression darkened, and its voice resonated within Chen Zi's mind. Chen Zi, take Li Wei and the others away from here. I understand you have many questions, and once this matter is resolved, I shall see if I can divulge some information to you. Since Reshiram had spoken thus, Chen Zi could not remain. He dashed forward, grasping Li Wei and racing toward the distant city wall. I anticipated your attempt to flee. Zygarde remained unmoved by Chen Zi's actions. As they ran a considerable distance, they collided against an invisible barrier. Damn it, blocked. Chen Zi released TT. Moonlight power. TT's moonlight power struck the barrier, causing only a slight ripple. Reshiram snorted, unleashing a stream of azure flames towards the barrier. Nihilego suddenly appeared before the flames, its body aglow. Magic Guard activated, resulting in a stalemate against the azure flames. Yet soon, Magic Guard could not withstand the might of the flames, resulting in a cascade of colorful shards. The weakened azure flames struck Nihilego, sending it reeling backward. Though I am not at my peak, I am not to be trifled with, Reshiram snorted. I never claimed it was your opponent. Suddenly, another massive rift split the air. The entire space seemed to drop several degrees. Frost began to form upon the ground. The familiar aura startled Reshiram. A colossal dragon emerged before the crowd, with golden, pupil-less eyes, a frosty blue visage, and a prominent golden crest. The container of ideals and reality, the icebound dragon, Kyurem, the fourth legendary Pokémon. Upon sighting Reshiram, Kyurem's animosity flared. It unleashed a barrage of attacks toward Reshiram. Reshiram's countenance shifted, and its tail ignited with brilliance as it ceased to conserve its strength, activating its overdrive mode. Interlacing flames surged forth to meet Kyurem's onslaught. Then, Reshiram swiftly positioned itself in front of Chen Zi and the others, striking the barrier with its palm. However, the barrier's strength exceeded Reshiram's expectations. Despite the resounding impact, it did not shatter immediately. Even as a legendary Pokémon, you cannot disregard me. Nihilego appeared before Reshiram, tendrils coiling toward it. Nihilego's mental manipulation was formidable, and this shiny variant excelled among its peers. Yet it was up against the true dragon. How could Reshiram be swayed? Azure flames engulfed Reshiram, prompting Nihilego to retract its tendrils, its gaze filled with resentment. Kyurem arrived, delivering a claw strike toward Reshiram. Reshiram hastily defended, releasing interlacing flames in response. The two dragons entwined in combat, with Reshiram consciously shielding Chen Zi and his companions from the lurking Nihilego. Meanwhile, the two Zygardes remained locked in their standoff. To outsiders, it appeared static. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a fierce battle had already transpired between the two Pokémon. Zygarde's expression darkened. The dark matter it had unleashed moments ago had been entirely eradicated. In the struggle for dominance over the environment, I have consistently found myself no match for the formidable Zygarde. After serving as the guardian of order for so long, do you still fail to comprehend? Zygarde declared with a voice laced with authority. There exists no eternal order in this world. Chaos is the ultimate state that should prevail. Zygarde offered no further response. In the recent skirmish that transpired in the shadows, it had managed to gain the upper hand. Thus, it was imperative to pursue this advantage relentlessly. Behind Zygarde, a brilliant spectrum of colors shimmered, and a robust beam of multicolored light surged forth towards it. In response, Zygarde unleashed a similar technique, albeit the hue of its beam was an eerie crimson. The two forces clashed, resulting in a stalemate as they generated powerful waves of energy that reverberated through the air. Chapter 171, The Life-Preserving Virtue of Voltron. The intensity of the waves was staggering. Visible ripples spread outward, casting aside soldiers who had not managed to escape in time, sending them crashing violently against the barrier. Fortunately, Chen Zi and his companions were shielded by Reshiram, sparing them from such misfortune. Meanwhile, before them, Reshiram and Kyurem were embroiled in a fierce battle, with Voltron attempting to intervene, only to be thwarted by Reshiram's protective stance. TT, can you harness higher-tier energy? Chen Zi inquired, with conventional techniques proving ineffective. The only recourse was to attempt a more potent approach to break the deadlock. TT made an effort, but felt an unsettling emptiness within her. The recent encounter with the Thunderbolt tree had drained her significantly. Tianxia, try utilizing life energy, Bai Ji instructed. Waves of pink life energy surged from Tianxia, striking the barrier. However, the impact was minimal. After all, the essence of life energy lies in healing rather than destruction. It is useful in ordinary circumstances, but falters in moments such as this. If life energy proves unavailing, we must resort to death energy. Reshiram's voice resonated. The destructive capacity of death energy might just create a rift. Let Tianxia channel energy to your eternal flower, Reshiram advised. For your eternal flower possesses the ability to absorb and convert energy. Without hesitation, Chen Zi relayed Reshiram's words to Bai Ji and the others. Upon hearing this, Tianxia promptly positioned herself behind TT. In her hands, pink radiance flowed gently towards TT. TT began to absorb Tianxia's energy, initiating a transformation within her body. Yet, this process required time, as it was not her own energy and thus felt less intuitive. Bang! Kyurem struck Reshiram aside with a powerful blow, causing Reshiram to crash against the barrier. Reshiram, despite being a legendary Pokemon, was no match for Kyurem's might. Furthermore, this Kyurem appeared considerably more formidable than when they first encountered it on the Hidden Dragon Island, almost nearing its prime. Nevertheless, Reshiram was far from fully restored. Initially able to maintain a balance, the passage of time had begun to wear Reshiram down. Although, as a legendary Pokemon, Reshiram possessed immense vitality. It could withstand days and nights of battle without succumbing. Yet, with the intent to protect Chen Zi and his companions, Reshiram inevitably endured excessive damage that could have been avoided. Continuing down this path was untenable. Reshiram would soon be unable to safeguard Chen Zi and the others. This thought loomed in Reshiram's mind as it turned its gaze towards the ever-watchful Voltron. Reshiram realized that Kyurem's focus lay not on Chen Zi and his companions, but solely on its desire to consume Reshiram. Moreover, if Voltron was not eliminated, even if Chen Zi and his group managed to escape, they would still be no match for it. Thus, it became imperative to neutralize this latent threat first. Suddenly, Reshiram broke free from Kyurem's grasp, propelling itself like a cannonball towards Voltron. Blue flames erupted from its mouth, and intertwining flames coalesced in its hands, arriving with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. Voltron was caught unprepared. This exemplified the insurmountable chasm between transcendent and legendary Pokemon. Each of Reshiram's strikes was lethal, impacting Voltron with devastating force. Had this Voltron not possessed noteworthy resilience, it could have been obliterated in mere moments. The power capable of influencing entire planets was no trifling matter. A series of explosions echoed as the true force of the techniques unleashed erupted. In an instant, a vast crater formed. Had this occurred in the Blue Planet, outside the confines of the Secret Realm, Reshiram's unrestrained release of energy would have likely torn the very earth asunder. Legend has it that the conflict between Groudon and Kyogre could devastate an entire continent. As one of the three dragons of the path, Reshiram was no less formidable. Voltron was sent hurtling backward, akin to a painting being swept off a wall, gradually sliding down the barrier. Just as Reshiram prepared to capitalize on its advantage, Kyurem was not so naive as to remain a passive observer. From behind, a similarly lethal attack relentlessly targeted Reshiram's neck. "Be careful," Chen Zi shouted. Yet the speed of the legendary Pokemon far exceeded his own. The moment his voice rang out, Kyurem's claws had already struck Reshiram's neck, causing it to stumble forward and crash to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Kyurem unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Reshiram. In battles among legendary Pokemon, a momentary distraction could be seized upon by the opponent. After all, the combat awareness of legendary Pokemon is remarkably acute, making their exchanges a matter of intense back and forth. With Reshiram firmly suppressed, it could hardly afford to attend to Voltron. Struggling to rise, Voltron, gravely wounded, hastily sought to flee. As a high-tier ultimate beast, Voltron's intellect surpassed that of ordinary ultimate beasts, allowing it to recognize the futility of remaining in such perilous circumstances. While capturing Liyue held high priority, and the very purpose of its arrival here was indeed to pursue him, the constraints of the present world posed significant challenges for such powerful ultimate beasts. Moreover, pinpointing Liyue's coordinates in the current environment was exceedingly difficult. There existed no better opportunity than now to seize Liyue. Yet, what did it matter? Even if Liyue was their progeny, even if this was a task bestowed by their elders, nothing could outweigh the value of one's own life. Having clawed its way through a myriad of ultimate beasts, Voltron understood that beyond its unique hue, both effort and luck were indispensable. Without these, even a being of its caliber would merely serve as nourishment for the truly powerful. Now, gravely injured and remaining in this place, whether it could capture Liyue was uncertain. Not to mention, should Reshiram launch even a minor attack against it, Voltron could very well perish here. With this in mind, Voltron hastened its escape with renewed urgency. Reshiram, clearly taken aback, had not anticipated the profound instinct for self-preservation exhibited by this Voltron. It yearned to apprehend it, but the oppressive force of Kyurem was simply too overwhelming. In a precarious situation, Reshiram found itself increasingly beleaguered after Kyurem seized the opportunity to strike. It could only watch helplessly as the elusive Yveltal traversed the barrier, vanishing into the mists beyond. Meanwhile, TT had successfully completed the transformation of energy. With the eternal flower held prominently before her, dark energy billowed forth like ominous black flames, drifting languidly towards the barrier. Upon making contact, the flames rapidly expanded, engulfing a vast area. The black flames continued to burn fiercely, visibly eroding the barrier before their very eyes. In the distance, Zygarde felt a stirring within, sensing the shift in the battle. Chapter 172, Reinforcements. Useless debris. Zygarde cursed inwardly, yet it appeared that the current circumstances still favored their side. The defeat of Reshiram seemed merely a matter of time, while annihilation proved challenging. Driving Reshiram away was a far simpler task. With Kyurem's assistance, a 2-on-1 scenario would render Zygarde's adversaries powerless. At that point, Zygarde would successfully consume the essence of the opposing Zygarde and truly become its complete form. Indeed, every Pokemon present harbored its own intentions. Yveltal sought to claim the life of Leafeon, while Zygarde aspired to devour its counterpart to achieve completeness. Kyurem, initially summoned by Zygarde with promises of reward, now found a renewed motivation to fight upon encountering Reshiram. At this juncture, without significant gain, who would willingly expend their energy in such a manner? After all, an unspoken awareness loomed over them all, hinting at an impending calamity. Although Zygarde remained oblivious to the true nature of this great event, as a being detached from the Zygarde core, it possessed scant memories of its progenitor. Conversely, the green Zygarde appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unaware of its precarious position. Then, sensing a shift, Zygarde remarked, "The time is nigh." What? Zygarde pondered, perplexed. What is nigh? Suddenly, several streaks of light surged from the distance, swiftly approaching. As their forms became discernible, they revealed the two fighting bears who had previously provided specialized training to Chen Zi and his companions, accompanied by an array of mythical Pokemon. At this critical juncture, having received Zygarde's remote summons, they had finally arrived. They had initially departed this secret realm, their mission accomplished, but fortuitously, they had not ventured far. Shortly after the onset of battle, they made their timely entrance. Zygarde's expression shifted, realizing that the tides had turned against them. Although legendary Pokemon, such as the fighting bears, lacked extensive experience, their power undeniably met the threshold of true legendary status. After all, they did not possess the prolonged lifespans of other legendary beings. Essentially, they were continuations of the single strike and combo styles. Even if the other mythical Pokemon were comparatively weaker, they still possessed sufficient strength to sway the battle's outcome. Without hesitation, the group of Pokemon dove through the breach created by TT. The opening she made significantly expedited their arrival. Otherwise, faced with the barrier conjured by Zygarde, breaching it without TT's unique death energy would have required considerable time. One Strike Fighting Bear, accompanied by several mythical Pokemon, charged towards Reshiram for support, while the Combo Fighting Bear positioned itself alongside Zygarde, standing defiantly against the opposing Black-Red Zygarde. The Combo Fighting Bear frowned. Within the perception of its combo style, the opposing Zygarde exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence that unsettled it. With several Pokemon joining the fray, the situation shifted dramatically. Reshiram, once unable to withstand the onslaught, began to regain ground alongside the One Strike Fighting Bear, gradually turning the tide against Kyurem with the remote assistance of the mythical Pokemon. Whether it was Darkray's exceedingly troublesome Dark Void or Meloetta's formidable Hyper Beam, both hindered Kyurem's movements significantly. The battle between two legendary Pokemon could endure for an extended period. Yet the introduction of a third party would instantaneously dismantle the previously stalemated scenario. Furthermore, the support from outside loomed large. Once Chen Zi and his companions reached a relatively safe vantage point, they began to revel in the spectacle of this unprecedented clash. Whether it was Kyurem or Zygarde, both found themselves retreating under the relentless assault of righteousness. As the two Pokemon battled, realizing their goals were unattainable, a sense of retreat began to manifest. With a mighty roar, Kyurem bellowed to the heavens, unleashing its icy dominion with all its might. Ice rapidly encased the area, swirling mists forcing Reshiram and its allies back several paces. Subsequently, Kyurem ascended swiftly, tearing through the air to create a massive spatial rift, diving into its depths. Reshiram and its companions made no attempt to obstruct it. Kyurem remained in formidable condition, and they lacked the capacity to intercept its escape. Moreover, continuing the battle seemed unlikely to yield a decisive victor. At best, it would result in mutual destruction. In light of the impending catastrophe, such an outcome was far from desirable. Although Zygarde remained unaware, Reshiram, at this moment, comprehended the essence of the impending calamity. It was a conflict between the two of them. Wherever they might be, hidden in the folds of time and space. They could never escape the reckoning of fate. In the wake of this impending disaster, Reshiram recognized that while it and Kurum were adversaries now, this might not always be the case. Furthermore, having sustained considerable injury, it was wise to retreat and recuperate promptly. Meanwhile, Zygarde, witnessing Kurum's escape, also chose to withdraw from the fray. The surrounding barrier abruptly contracted, enveloping Zygarde's form and transforming into a protective shield at its surface. The existence of the world would inevitably descend into chaos. Zygarde's voice resonated in the air. Another version of myself. You shall ultimately understand that only chaos is the final destiny. One day, you too will succumb to disorder. As Zygarde spoke, a spatial fissure gradually formed behind it. In response, a core punisher struck forth. Zygarde fragmented into countless black-red cells, surging towards the spatial rift. The combo fighting bear contemplated following into the rift, uneasy in the presence of such malevolent energy. Zygarde halted it, aware of the strength of its own survival mechanisms, hence harboring no intention of retaining the bear. No need to pursue, Zygarde stated, acknowledging the considerable damage it had sustained. It understood that even in disintegration, the potency of its core punisher against dark matter would not diminish significantly. Zygarde could clearly perceive a marked decrease in the intensity of Zygarde's aura. It gazed towards the other side of the mist, its vision seemingly piercing through layers of fog, glimpsing another world. A realm that appeared tranquil on the surface, yet was, in truth, shrouded in chaos. One day, we shall cross to the other side, Zygarde spoke slowly. Chaos has always existed and may indeed be the ultimate reality of the universe. Yet, this very chaos underscores the significance of order. Chapter 173, Epilogue. The battle has truly entered its concluding phase. Only a handful of ultimate beasts remain upon the battlefield. Despite the tumultuous journey, the outcome, in the end, was surprisingly safe, with no mishaps occurring. The divine confrontation left an indelible impression on all present, as the legendary Pokémon battled with a ferocity that surpassed the imagination of the vast majority. The battlefield lay in ruins, littered with remnants of shattered structures. The specially crafted walls were rendered as fragile as paper before the might of the combatants, easily obliterated. The ground was pockmarked with gaping craters. It is worth noting that this occurred within the confines of the ultimate space, where the structural integrity is remarkably high, and the capacity of Pokémon to inflict damage is severely limited. Had this transpired on Blue Star, it would have truly been a cataclysm of apocalyptic proportions. However, with the final battle concluded, the legendary Pokémon departed the scene with great haste, leaving those who wished to behold their grandeur somewhat disheartened. Following that fierce encounter, Chen Zi and his companions' training was abruptly brought to an end. It seemed as though all the ultimate beasts had emerged from the mists, making it increasingly difficult to find their presence within. Consequently, the effectiveness of their training had diminished significantly. Moreover, the post-battle environment was bustling with activity, as efforts were underway to clean the battlefield, repair damaged facilities, and restore energy barriers. Everyone was occupied, including Zygarde, leaving little room for anyone to attend to Chen Zi and his group. Zygarde eventually declared that their training was at an end. Predictably, Zygarde erased the memories of everyone except Chen Zi regarding this period. In truth, if the sole purpose were to prevent them from becoming fall, Zygarde could have merely erased the memories of the past month. Yet, in order to safeguard against the possibility of certain individuals inadvertently hearing about the dark matter ultimate beasts from some Pokémon in the Pokémon village, Zygarde opted to erase all memories of that time frame. After all, the results of their training had already been etched into their subconscious, alleviating any concerns about subsequent forgetfulness. But had they truly forgotten? Seated on the return flight, Li Wei rubbed his head, lamenting the complete absence of memories. Nonetheless, he felt considerably more invigorated than before. Li Wei continued, uncertain if this was a result of the training. Chen Zi feigned a look of confusion, seamlessly blending in. Li Wei sensed something peculiar in Chen Zi's gaze directed at him on their journey back. Did you not erase everything? Li Wei queried. No, I don't remember anything. Chen Zi replied, maintaining a steady demeanor. Then why are you looking at me like that? You seem to be talking more. Chen Zi provided a fabricated reason. Yet this was not entirely untrue. Since the completion of the first phase of training, Li Wei had indeed become notably more loquacious. However, this was not the genuine reason behind Chen Zi's peculiar gaze. How fascinating, Chen Zi mused inwardly, pondering if this individual was truly a descendant of the beings of creation. Indeed, after the battle, Reshiram returned to Chen Zi's body. True to Chen Zi's wishes, Reshiram divulged information about Li Wei. It turned out that Li Wei's family had not become fall without reason. Furthermore, Li Wei's father's escape from the ultimate nest was not merely a stroke of luck, but rather due to the fact that Li Wei's lineage traced back to the descendants of the beings of creation, those who originally served Arceus, the deity of creation. Behind all of this was an unseen hand orchestrating events. The truth of the so-called Great Catastrophe was, in essence, the struggle between Arceus and Necrozma, with the true dominion over this world at stake. The release of Li Wei's father was a strategic move by Necrozma, marking all those bearing the blood of the beings of creation with the signature of the ultimate space. This was the origin of the spatial mark on Li Wei. Should the descendants of the beings of creation vanish, a significant force capable of aiding Arceus would cease to exist. This would undoubtedly be advantageous for Necrozma. However, as Chen Zi understood, the beings of creation possessed a unique power known as the power of transcendence, akin to the aura power, both representing special manifestations of human spiritual strength. This was the quintessential distinction between the beings of creation and ordinary humans. Yet, Chen Zi had never witnessed Li Wei employ this power. Of course, Chen Zi had known Li Wei for less than 2 years. Moreover, he was uncertain of how the power of transcendence would manifest. His understanding of it was entirely derived from the Pokemon franchise and its derivative works. After all, in this world, even the beings of creation were seldom documented, let alone the power of transcendence. As for that, Reshiram remained silent, merely stating that many answers awaited Chen Zi's own exploration. Chen Zi had grown accustomed to this. However, enigmas exist for a reason, and he would not force the issue. One day, he would unravel the truth behind everything. After the plane touched down, they returned to their mundane campus life, which Chen Zi found somewhat disconcerting. Just days prior, they had been battling fiercely on the battlefield, teetering on the brink of life and death. Even without memories, Li Wei and the others felt a certain disquiet in returning to campus life, sensing that something was amiss. However, this state of unease would only persist for a while. After all, a tranquil existence constituted the majority of their lives. "All right, gather round," called Jiang Bai, as he surveyed the training ground dedicated to the school team. After observing everyone's training, he began to assemble them. Pleased with the dedication displayed by the trainees, Jiang Bai nodded in approval. "I can confidently state that your progress has outstripped that of previous cohorts. Clearly, your recent training has been rigorous." "How could it not be?" Chen Zi inwardly scoffed. Aware that they were all legendary or mythical Pokemon, even a mere pig could soar. Chen Zi later learned that, apart from them, previous members of the school team had only trained with Ultra Beasts, marking a significant disparity. Today, they were called together early because there was an announcement to be made. With that, Jiang Bai retrieved several documents from his bag and declared, "The documents regarding the Intercollegiate League have arrived, and the format this year has undergone substantial changes, as previously communicated during the summer." Chapter 174, Our Tomorrow. Jiang Bai distributed the documents, each detailing the specific rules for the upcoming Intercollegiate League. The doubles segment of the team competition remains unchanged, while the singles portion transforms into a format where each side selects 3 participants, with each competitor permitted to bring a maximum of 3 Pokemon into battle. A player can only switch to another participant once all 3 of their Pokemon have been incapacitated. However, there are no restrictions on the rotation of a player's own Pokemon. Additionally, the scoring for the individual segment has been adjusted to 4 points per person, culminating in a total of 12 points for the individual part, while the doubles section is limited to merely 4 points. Moreover, there are whispers of further changes. Jiang Bai remarked that not only the Collegiate League, but potentially the upcoming Master S tournament for the King selection and even the Pokemon World Championship may undergo reforms. Chen Zi suddenly recalled his peculiar experience at the World Championship, which seemed to hint at the future. At least the doubles format appeared to have remained relatively stable. He mused. Yet, it was difficult to ascertain, as there was insufficient evidence to substantiate that this was indeed a glimpse of the future. Much like many of the futures he had previously encountered, which he could no longer trust, the world was in a constant state of flux, and he had long since embarked on a path distinctly different from before. "Everyone should take a good rest these next few days," Jiang Bai smiled. "The competition will commence in a few days. Although it is merely the preliminary rounds, we must prepare thoroughly, otherwise, losing even a match or 2 could bring disgrace upon our esteemed city." Furthermore, he added, "Our objective has never wavered." At this point, Jiang Bai's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Recently, I, along with the captains of the other 4 major universities, were invited to Liuzhou University for an exchange program, primarily to observe their Team S training." Upon hearing the name Liuzhou University, those who had previously seemed distracted quickly focused their attention. Without a doubt, The most distressing memory from the last competition was the defeat against Liuzhou University. Zhang Bai did not keep them in suspense and slowly articulated his thoughts. If we were to face them now, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. We would lose. Their strength is remarkably balanced. This not only refers to the prowess of their team members, but also to the even distribution of strength among the 3 Pokemon each individual trains. It feels as though these 3 Pokemon were nurtured in unison. Zhang Bai continued. However, even this average level appears to surpass our team's average, especially considering their new team members. And let us not forget how they defeated us last time, with that peculiar explosive strategy. Below, the team members appeared contemplative. At the beginning of the semester's training, they had reviewed their previous match against Liuzhou University. They discovered that the lineup they faced then was entirely different from the one they encountered against the Imperial Capital University. Moreover, the performance levels exhibited by those Pokemon during the prior competition were markedly dissimilar to their capabilities during their match against them. This suggests that those Pokemon may have employed some special enhancement technique, allowing them to significantly boost their physical attributes for a limited period. Chen Zi was acutely aware of what this entailed, as he had experienced it firsthand, the terrifying force known as enhancement direction. Indeed, it was true. The day after Ing Wenpei utilized the enhancement direction, he did not employ it again in battles against others. Chen Zi had surmised that this likely entailed certain usage limitations. Nevertheless, for Liuzhou University, this represented an excellent tactical approach. After all, the league permits a considerable number of substitutes, with a restriction of no more than 10 individuals. For them, this was more than sufficient. Coupled with their 5 main members, a team of 15 could easily contend against 3 strong teams, and generally, they might not even need the enhancement direction, only resorting to it when facing formidable opponents like the Imperial Capital University or the Magic Capital University. However, Zhang Bai shifted the conversation, noting, I have observed that the strength of the older members of their team has hardly progressed compared to before. In fact, a cohort of members who are only now entering their 3rd year has been eliminated. This implies that the strength we will face may not differ significantly from that encountered in the last competition. Thus, I have confidence in us. Zhang Bai smiled. I wagered with Guyu that whoever can triumph over Liuzhou University will treat the entire team to a trip to Tianyuan Island. Is that for real? Zhang Hongbing expressed his surprise. That is not a place you can just visit with money. Tianyuan Island is the headquarters of the league and also the sanctuary for the majority of mythical Pokemon in the world. Aside from Baiji, the few mythical Pokemon possessed by individuals globally were acquired from Tianyuan Island, drawing powerful Pokemon trainers worldwide to visit. However, Chen Zi understood that this was merely a ploy by the Pokemon League to extract some funds. After all, there are very few mythical Pokemon in the entire world. How could they allow you to easily take them away? Yet, setting aside these considerations, the breathtaking scenery of Tianyuan Island is indeed worth the visit. Of course, the 2 principals will witness this, Zhang Bai chuckled. It will be funded by both principals. Who knows, perhaps like our Baiji, we might even manage to snag a mythical Pokemon. Though the hope seemed faint, the eyes of the others glimmered with anticipation. The format of the preliminary rounds is based on a victory system, with each university participating in 16 matches, ranked according to win rates to filter out teams that can advance to the main event. During this phase, all opponents are determined by random drawing. Not only the adversaries, but the competition venues are also decided through a lottery between the cities of the 2 universities. It is worth noting that there is a significant difference between home and away matches. After all, regardless of the time or place, people's sense of regional identity persists and holds considerable significance. When the time comes, those competing as visitors will face not only an unfamiliar environment, but also adversaries who are not present on the competition stage. Should their psychological fortitude falter, their potential performance may dwindle significantly. The Magic Capital University's first match draws Qingzhou University as their opponent. While Qingzhou University is not a weak team, their chances against the Magic Capital University are essentially grim. The match is set in Qingzhou, marking it as an away game for Chen Zi and his team. During the competition, the school arranged luxurious transportation for each member of the team, a fleet of Charizards. Riding upon the Charizards, Chen Zi once again felt that sense of freedom. Actually, if you wish, I could occasionally sneak you out for a flight, Reshiram's voice echoed in Chen Zi's mind. Reshiram had noticed that whenever Chen Zi rode a flying Pokemon, he exuded a genuine joy. Is that possible? Chen Zi pondered, ultimately dismissing the thought. After all, it's not the flight I'm enjoying. He gazed intently at the sun, growing ever closer on the horizon. I simply cherish the feeling of taking off, akin to soaring towards our future. Chapter 175, Qingzhou. Located in the northern part of Longhua, Qingzhou's climate is considerably colder than that of the magic capital. Even in early winter, it possesses a chill reminiscent of deep winter in the magic capital, not to mention at high altitudes. Were it not for the Charizard's ability to radiate warmth to envelop its rider, few could endure the experience of soaring through the skies. This is precisely why the school arranges for them to ride Charizards. As for the question of why airplanes are not utilized, well, what charm do they possess compared to a Charizard? At least that was how Jiang Bai explained it to them at the time. Nonetheless, Chen Zi and the others donned thicker garments and wore specialized face guards to shield against the wind. For the chill of the oncoming breeze upon their faces was indeed a biting sensation. In the distance, a city gradually came into view before Chen Zi and his companions. Qingzhou, one of the ancient capitals of the Dragon Kingdom, still retains an air of historical grandeur. Over a millennium ago, it served as the capital of the Dragon Kingdom and was the heart of its civilization. However, as time marched on and the economic center shifted southward, this venerable city gradually receded from the forefront of the Dragon Kingdom. Nevertheless, Qingzhou remains a perennial contender in the National University League, boasting a storied history of triumphs against the formidable Five Capitals University. Yet, their first match would be against the prestigious Modu University. As a top contender, Modu University, apart from the recent rise of Liuzhou University, has never been bested by any opponent other than Five Capitals University. And even the other Five Capitals institutions have struggled to secure victories against Modu University over the years. Yet, the current competition format is distinctly different, and thus, one cannot rely solely on past perceptions. The match is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. That evening, at the hotel, Captain Jiang Bai convened a brief meeting, as was customary. He stated, "Our opponents are Qingzhou University, a school of considerable strength. Given the recent changes in the competition format, many aspects remain uncertain, so it is prudent for us to adopt a cautious approach tomorrow." He then proceeded to outline the arrangements for the upcoming day, producing a sheet of paper that detailed the lineup for singles and doubles matches. The singles players would be Zhang Hongbing, Chao Weijie, and Chen Zi, while the doubles team would consist of the twins Hou Jie and Hou Ming. Zhang Hongbing needs no introduction. Chao Weijie, a junior, is a formidable player within the team. On par with Yi Qingshui, the twin brothers, Hou Jie and Hou Ming, not only possess remarkable skills, but also share an innate understanding of each other's play style, allowing for seamless collaboration. When it comes to doubles, they are considered one of Modu University's trump cards. Chen Zi, the newcomer, secured his place due to his outstanding abilities, having outperformed many seasoned players upon joining the team. After returning from training camp, his prowess has ascended to new heights, such that even Jiang Bai would hesitate to claim he could best Chen Zi. Thus, it is evident that the team lineup for tomorrow constitutes a formidable assembly for Modu University. Given the significance of the first match, Jiang Bai's strategy leans towards a conservative approach. Once he finalized the details, he dismissed them to rest early, for the challenges they would face tomorrow extend beyond their opponents on the field. In this world, the fervor for Pokemon competitions far surpasses the enthusiasm for sports events in Chen Zi's previous life. Even a mere university league has enveloped Qingzhou in a flurry of posters and announcements about the match. As Chen Zi and his companions made their way to the Qingzhou arena, the path was bustling with spectators heading to witness the event. Unlike the lower-tier competitions, university matches boast grand scale. Even in the preliminary rounds, each city proudly showcases its finest venues for home and away confrontations. Consequently, the number of spectators swells significantly. In his previous life, before joining the team, Chen Zi had attended matches where tickets vanished within seconds, particularly for those involving the Five Capitals University. After much effort, he finally procured a ticket for a match between Mist City University and an unnamed opponent. The atmosphere at the venue was nothing short of electric, a cacophony of excitement that could hardly be overstated. As they approached the arena, Chen Zi and his teammates disembarked from the event's designated transport. Ahead lay a separate entrance for competitors, distinct from the throngs of spectators. This specialized access not only ensured timely arrival for the participants, but also served to protect them. As for why this was necessary, Chen Zi thought they would soon find out. Today, they were not the only competitors. After all, Qingzhou is home to more than one university. Fortuitously, all three trainer schools in Qingzhou had drawn the privilege of hosting their matches, a stroke of good luck for them. Naturally, the match featuring Modu University, the most highly anticipated and captivating contest, was slated to take place last. In the meantime, they could observe the ongoing matches from the comfort of their waiting room via a large screen. The first match featured Modu Water University against Changshan University. Changshan, A mountain in Qingzhou is home to a relatively average institution, even inferior to Mist City University, where Chen Zi once studied. Modu Water University, as its name suggests, specializes in water-type Pokemon. Such institutions have specific admissions criteria aimed at nurturing students who are adept at training water-type Pokemon. While they may possess commendable strength, they are inherently vulnerable in competitions due to their predictable nature. As the match commenced, the announcer called forth the participants from both sides. When the members of Changshan University were announced, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, showcasing their fervent support. In contrast, when Modu Water University's name was uttered, the applause dwindled to a mere whisper, replaced by a chorus of boos. In the waiting room, the first-time competitors from Modu University exchanged concerned glances. On the field, the seasoned players remained composed in the face of the jeers, while the newcomers, despite their preparations, exhibited signs of unease. Being met with such disdain from the crowd inevitably inflicted psychological pressure. The majority of Modu Water University's team comprised female players. When the camera panned to them, it became evident that some were already on the verge of tears, their bodies trembling slightly, a clear manifestation of their anxiety. Chen Zi shook his head. Such emotions were detrimental. Should they allow these feelings to infiltrate their strategies, significant mistakes could ensue. Following the introductions, the announcer directed both teams to take their positions for the match. Chapter 176. The sound of booing in terms of raw strength. There was little to distinguish Modu Water University from Changshan University, making the outcome of the match difficult to predict. With the announcement of the match's commencement, both teams fielded their captains as starters, indicating their determination to seize victory in this initial round. The announcer's voice resonated through the arena, igniting a wave of cheers, predominantly chants of support for Changshan University. In their home ground, this was a familiar scenario for Cheng Shihan. As a junior, this marked her third competition since joining the team in her freshman year. Almost every time they face a match away from home, they encounter similar circumstances. Initially, she found it quite challenging to adapt, for not everyone possesses the virtue of rationality. The air is often rife with harsh and unsavory jeers. However, she has now mastered the art of completely shutting out those voices, enabling her to concentrate solely on the competition. Opposite her, Chun Jinshu remains composed, standing face to face, with both competitors' eyes ablaze with the fervor of victory. The first match holds paramount significance for both sides, particularly for Zheng Shihan, who must secure a win. In an away game, a failure in the opening match could precipitate palpable psychological pressure moving forward. This is especially true for the newly minted team members, who may develop a psychological aversion to competition as a result. Zheng Shihan draws a deep breath as the match commences, both sides unleashing their Pokemon. Do you see? This is what it means to compete away from home, Jiang Bai remarks. Even though we are part of the prestigious Magic City University team, we will face our share of challenges. Others will not hesitate to hurl insults at us merely because we represent Magic City University. You must be mentally prepared for their verbal onslaught. Understood, the new recruits respond in unison. However, for the seasoned players, this is merely par for the course. Chen Zi gazes at the large screen, noting the intense standoff on the battlefield. It is evident that Chun Jinshu, the captain of Changshan University's team, holds the upper hand. His ace Pokemon, an Electroman, possesses a distinct advantage over Magic City Water University's Pokemon. Moreover, it appears that Zheng Shihan's ace, Marilioli, specifically designed to counter Grass-type Pokemon, has little effect on the Electroman. As the battle unfolds, Chun Jinshu ultimately triumphs, defeating Zheng Shihan's Pokemon with a score of 2-3. The arena erupts in raucous applause, a stark contrast to the dissonant sounds echoing in the ears of Magic City Water University's team. At this juncture, even the experienced upperclassmen feel a twinge of apprehension, let alone the newcomers. After a considerable pause, the second competitor from Magic City Water University steps onto the stage. In contrast to Captain Zheng Shihan, this participant exudes a palpable lack of confidence. The memory of Zheng Shihan's defeat lingers vividly in his mind, and he perceives Chun Jinshu as almost invincible. In Chun Zi's opinion, the second competitor from Magic City Water University demonstrates a commendable level of skill, comparable to that of their captain. Yet, perhaps due to psychological factors, he commits numerous tactical errors, ultimately requiring a third Pokemon to finally vanquish Chun Jinshu's Electroman. However, the third Pokemon, a Starmie, is already on the brink of collapse. Though Magic City Water University secures a victory in this skirmish, the absence of cheers from the crowd is overshadowed by a chorus of jeers. Nearly swept by a single opponent, Magic City Water University is faltering, murmurs one spectator. If they can't even best Changshan University, I doubt the schools from Magic City are all that impressive. What about Magic City University? After their defeat by Liuzhou University, I reckon they can kiss their top 2 status goodbye. Discussions of this nature abound in the crowd. Ultimately, under the weight of psychological pressure, Magic City Water University's second competitor is soundly defeated, losing embarrassingly, without even engaging in a doubles battle, as the score firmly cements their defeat. This marks a rather inauspicious beginning for Magic City Water University. Even if they had managed to drag the match into a doubles battle and faced a regretful conclusion, it would have been more palatable. However, such a dismal start inevitably casts a long shadow over their prospects, potentially jeopardizing their chances in this year's collegiate league. The second match features Tongzhou University against Qingzhou Dongqing University. Although Qingzhou Dongqing University enjoys the advantage of home field support, they stand little chance against the significantly superior Tongzhou University team, which possesses a generally favorable mindset. Nonetheless, should Tongzhou University emerge victorious, they too will contend with a barrage of unreasoned jeers from the audience. This reality tightens the brows of the newcomers from Magic City University. Not long after, the members of Magic City University in the preparation room receive word from the event officials instructing them to proceed to the arena. As the host announces their arrival, each member of Magic City University steps onto the stage, greeted by an even louder cacophony of boos than the previous 2 visiting teams encountered. Despite having prepared for this eventuality, Li Wei and the others cannot help but feel somewhat unsettled in the face of such hostility. After all, the sensation of being on stage differs vastly from that of being in the audience. Standing upon the stage, one is enveloped by a tumultuous tide of whispers from all directions, a disorienting amalgamation of sound. "Are you all right?" Zhang Bai inquires of Chen Zi, who has been designated as their starting member. Chen Zi responds nonchalantly, "This level of uproar is hardly enough to unsettle me." He has faced far more daunting crowds in the past. As a former member of the Dragon Kingdom's 4 Heavenly Kings, he frequently engaged in exchange battles in other countries, where the enthusiasm of the spectators often surpassed what they experience now. Although he may not always comprehend the words being spoken, the emotions conveyed are unmistakable. After all, despite regional distinctions, they are all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, and the jeers cannot be too harsh. Seeing Chen Zi's calm demeanor, Zhang Bai feels reassured. As long as he maintains a steady mindset, Zhang Bai has no doubts regarding Chen Zi's capabilities. Subsequently, the event proceeds smoothly. The competitors exit the stage, and the starting players make their entrance. Qingzhou University dispatches their captain, Wu Jiahui. It is well known that Wu Jiahui is a prominent figure in Qingzhou, having previously triumphed over the captain of Misty City University. As for Magic City University, well, there stands Chen Zi. I recall Chen Zi. He is this year's top contender from the national training camp, but he should still be a freshman, right? As a starting player, he is likely to fall behind Qingzhou University by 4 points, the host opines, clearly lacking faith in Chen Zi's abilities. The audience echoes this sentiment. A chorus of mockery and derision fills the air, yet Chen Zi strides onto the stage with an air of tranquility. Chapter 177. Instant defeat is not up for discussion. Wu Jiahui regards Chen Zi, not displaying the disdain that the audience or host exhibits, as the captain of Qingzhou's team. Even prior to drawing Magic City University as an opponent, they have always regarded them as an imagined adversary. Hence, Wu Jiahui has paid considerable attention to Magic City University. He is well aware of Chen Zi's considerable influence in the Magic City region and understands that their team boasts the mythical Pokemon, Diancie, under Bai Zhi's command. In his eyes, these 2 newcomers are already on par with the seasoned veterans of Magic City University. Wu Jiahui has even analyzed Chen Zi's strategies in preparation for his own team. However, that is where it ends. Wu Jiahui concedes that Diancie may indeed be exceptionally powerful, perhaps even surpassing the mainstays of the junior class. Yet, with only one Diancie in play, Wu Jiahui does not perceive any significant threat from Chen Zi's other Pokemon. In the eyes of Wu Jiahui, even if his prowess did not reach the level of Zhang Bai, he still considered himself to be slightly superior to Zhang Hongbing. Defeating Chen Zi was well within his capabilities. Even if he were to ultimately lose, he was confident that these 4 points were as good as his. Wu Jiahui mused to himself. Meanwhile, Chen Zi simply observed silently, listening to everything unfolding before him, a faint smile gracing the corners of his lips. The match commenced. Wu Jiahui dispatched his armored warrior. Without hesitation, Chen Zi threw forth his ever-ready Pokeball. As TT materialized on the arena, the jeers from the uninformed audience grew louder. Some believed that the prestigious Magic City University looked down upon their Qingzhou University, sending a mere pawn to garner points against them. What does this mean? What are they playing at? Bringing a Flapple to the stage? I could easily defeat it myself. They should just concede and bring forth someone stronger. TT is formidable. I have seen the videos, capable of battling mythical Pokemon. Huh. If it can truly combat mythical Pokemon, I might as well do a handstand and wash my hair. In an instant, the cacophony in the arena escalated, drowning out the commentators and hosts. Yet, Wu Jiahui remained undaunted. He understood precisely what kind of monster TT was. The armored warrior, with its bug resistance, created a sensation akin to a sandstorm. As a linchpin in Wu Jiahui's team, this armored warrior had garnered considerable acclaim. With its bug resistance, Swords Dance, followed by a water break, it executed a silky smooth combination that often left opponents weakened and bloodied before they could even touch it. After that, it was typically too late for adversaries to mount a comeback. Furthermore, unless one possessed overwhelming strength, countering this strategy was exceedingly challenging. After all, the armored warrior's bug resistance was uniquely expansive, reducing special attack while obscuring vision, granting ample time for it to bolster its own power. However, Chen Zi's Eternatus possessed precisely such formidable strength. The moment the bug resistance was unleashed, TT sprang into action. A gust of fairy wind surged toward the armored warrior, instantly overpowering the sandstorm-like bug resistance with a torrent of pink energy. Subsequently, TT swiftly conjured a misty terrain. Following the misty terrain, TT elegantly waved the Eternatus, unleashing a radiant pink beam that seemed to float delicately toward the recently empowered armored warrior. And then, there was nothing more. Amidst the astonished expressions of Wu Jiahui and others, the armored warrior was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, colliding violently with the energy barrier at the edge of the arena. Gradually, it slid down from the barrier, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. A swift knockout. Chen Zi's Flapple had decisively vanquished Wu Jiahui's armored warrior. What an astonishing spectacle. Was it truly Flapple standing atop the arena, or a mythical Pokemon masquerading in its guise? The commentator's voice rang out, piercing through the relative silence of the arena with remarkable clarity. I told you so. A few faint murmurs arose from the audience, but no one paid them any heed. Grinding his teeth, Wu Jiahui dispatched his second Pokemon, a Furfrou. This Furfrou was his starter Pokemon, his ace, and had consistently served as a reliable combatant against the main members of the 5 great universities. However, the moment Furfrou entered the fray, it barely had time to process its surroundings before TT unleashed another wave of pink life energy. It was too swift. Furfrou had little chance to evade. The pink energy struck, sending it flying much like the armored warrior before it. Although it wasn't a knockout, it inflicted substantial damage. Hold steady. Continue, TT. 2 voices echoed simultaneously. Furfrou attempted to stall for time with a defensive maneuver, but it was a futile effort. When TT's life energy struck Furfrou once more, the defensive barrier emitted a piercing sound. While it did not shatter, Furfrou was still propelled backward by the sheer force, seemingly without any chance to retaliate. As TT dictated the pace of the battle, Soul Shock, Wu Jiahui gritted his teeth. Hold steady. In a frantic moment, Furfrou unleashed a Soul Shock directed into the misty terrain. It must be said, the Qingzhou team's captain possessed some skill, almost without any prior targeting. He located TT's position within the misty terrain. However, TT's defensive maneuver was executed just in time, and the Soul Shock merely struck the barrier with a resounding chime. At this point, the disparity in power was glaringly evident. Although Furfrou had begun to be trained as a supporting member of Wu Jiahui's team, the specially enhanced Soul Shock was not so easily repelled. Those familiar with Wu Jiahui understood that this move was specifically trained to breach opponents' defensive barriers. Yet, against TT, it merely produced a ringing sound. Unbeknownst to him, TT felt somewhat surprised as it sensed a depletion of its life energy, likely used to fortify the defensive barrier it had just erected. It appeared that Furfrou's assault was not so easily mitigated. To prevent further depletion, TT decided to spare no energy, launching a noticeably thicker beam of pink light toward Furfrou. There was no time to evade. Gritting its teeth, Furfrou rapidly formed a light wall before it. This is my final stand, teammates. Furfrou was instantly struck, losing its combat capability. In that final moment, Furfrou managed to activate the light wall, achieving a last-ditch effort for its team. At this juncture, Wu Jiahui had relinquished any hope of victory. He merely wished to defeat the disdainful TT, sparing himself the embarrassment of losing to a substitute from the opposing team. After all, as the captain of Qingzhou University, being defeated by a new recruit from the rival team was simply too humiliating. Indeed, Chen Zi was a substitute from Magic City University. Or rather, all of these newly joined members were substitutes. Prior to this, Who could have anticipated that such a substitute would prove to be so formidable? Even Chen Zi's teammates hardly expected it. After all, during daily training, Chen Zi rarely utilized TT in battles, and very few Pokemon had faced TT. The most notable among them was Baiji's Tianshi. Yet since returning from training, TT's battle instincts seemed to have sharpened dramatically, rendering Tianshi powerless in its presence. Nevertheless, even with this, many still regarded Chen Zi as merely a player of Zhang Hongbing's caliber. After all, Tianshi's lack of battle experience and energy levels meant that Zhang Hongbing's primary Pokemon, Swampert, could easily achieve dominance. Among all, only Zhang Bai had the clearest insight into the situation, because he keenly observed that ever since TT's return, the reliance in the battles against Tianshi had shifted from the unmistakable high-level energy characteristic of their Pokemon to genuine combat techniques. Thus, Zhang Bai realized that, at this very moment, Chen Zi, with merely a single Florigato, could match him in prowess. The current scene was precisely what Zhang Bai had envisioned. He intended for Chen Zi to execute the offensive maneuver against the Qingzhou team in the most formidable manner possible. Chen Zi's TT would inevitably reveal itself, and the Magic City University's team was unafraid of disclosing their strength. In light of this, perhaps it was time to display even more audacity. Observing the composed TT and the confidently spirited teammates below, Zhang Bai couldn't help but smile knowingly. On stage, Wu Jiahui took a deep breath and released his final Pokeball. A Blaziken materialized on the field. Simultaneously, Wu Jiahui rolled up his sleeve, revealing the Mega Ring adorning his wrist. This was also the reason why he had gradually been training his mainstay, the Mamoswine, towards a supportive role. The Mega Blaziken had already become his new trump card. A flash of light burst forth as energy from the Keystone surged toward the Blaziken on the field. The Blaziken mega-evolved. Wu Jiahui issued a commanding shout. The Qingzhou team's reputation as a formidable force was largely attributed to Qingzhou University's provision of Keystones. As previously mentioned, the rarity of these Keystones made them almost unseen among college students. Typically, only members of Wudu University could possess them, as it was only this institution that had the resources to allocate Keystones to suitable or exceptionally strong trainees. After all, obtaining a Keystone not only implied the possession of the Keystone itself, but also entailed the equally precious evolution stones. Each time a school team underwent a transition, they needed to source new evolution stones, which was no simple task. Otherwise, Chen Zi would not have been so astonished by the abundance of Keystones and evolution stones released during the training camp. Even the Dragon Kingdom's officials would find it challenging to marshal such substantial resources at once. However, the Keystones provided to the school teams were not gifts, but rather loans meant for competition to be returned upon exiting the team. Nonetheless, at Magic City University and Imperial City University, as long as the members equipped with Keystones performed admirably, the Keystones would not be reclaimed. Zhang Bai was clearly among those fortunate individuals. In fact, both Magic City University and Imperial City University possessed the capability to allocate 2 or even 3 Keystones. However, due to the regulations that allowed only one member to utilize Mega Evolution per match, they typically designated one Mega Evolution user, usually the captain if deemed suitable. The Blaziken shimmered with the light of evolution. In an instant, its form underwent a significant transformation. Yet, upon witnessing this, Chen Zi breathed a sigh of relief. Although the opposing Blaziken had changed considerably, he could still discern that its Mega Evolution was incomplete. Indeed, this was a common phenomenon. After hearing Reshiram's explanation of Mega Evolution, Chen Zi found this occurrence easier to comprehend, since it represents a guide to surpassing the inherent limitations of a Pokemon species. An incomplete guidance could result in certain parts failing to achieve a breakthrough. This was a perfectly normal occurrence caused by a Pokemon's insufficient mastery of Mega Evolution or a lack of deep bond with its trainer. Chen Zi had witnessed such instances numerous times before, and he himself had experienced this condition. His Jengar, for instance, had struggled with its left hand, unable to surpass its limits, lingering in the void until it could finally achieve complete Mega Evolution after a considerable period. Nevertheless, even this incomplete Mega Evolution should not be underestimated. The Blaziken had already broken free from the species' constraints in its limbs and head. Only the torso remained to complete the final transformation. While its core strength was lacking, the crucial limbs were capable of demonstrating the formidable offensive capabilities of a Mega Blaziken. If it were not facing TT, the situation would be quite different. Charging Fire Burst, Wu Jiahui declared. The Mega Blaziken ignited in a blaze of flames, erupting toward the misty arena, where the fairy-type energy gradually dissipated, as if the will of fire sought to pierce through the entire field. The disparity in levels was starkly evident. Regardless of TT's strength or the multitude of techniques it possessed, when faced with a Mega Blaziken that had already reached level 60, the enhancement it received was no less significant than that of an Ultra Beast. The level gap between them was sufficient to shatter all of TT's arrangements. Oh! A wave of cheers erupted from the audience, who had previously been subdued by TT's prowess, now ignited with fervor once more. If it were Tianchi, even she would find herself defeated by the overwhelming onslaught of the Mega Blaziken. However, TT's recognition by Jiang Bai was not solely due to its high-level energy and mythical potential, but also because of its seemingly heightened intuition. As the pink mist dissipated, the Mega Blaziken was astonished to find that TT, who should have been on the field, had vanished. Behind it, the Blaziken's keen instincts compelled it to turn. What greeted it instead was a vibrant blue water column. The bubble, mere inches from the Blaziken's back, released just in time to strike. Yes, the Mega Blaziken was swift, bolstered further by the speed of the charging fire burst. However, under the training of Zygarde, TT had honed its observational skills and energy perception to such a degree that it could almost predict its opponent's moves through the fluctuations of surrounding energy. Thus, the moment the Blaziken initiated its charging fire burst, TT had already silently activated its teleportation within the mist, anticipating the point of impact. But that was not all. As the Blaziken was sent flying by the bubble, the powerful life energy from TT followed suit. As TT struck with its water-type move, it weakened the searing protective aura of the Mega Blaziken, and then, with pinpoint accuracy, the true lethal life energy struck the Blaziken at its most vulnerable torso. The Mega Blaziken had no time to raise its hand for defense. Its body was hit by the consecutive attack and was sent crashing to the ground, reverting from its mega form to its original state, unconscious upon the arena. At that moment, Chen Zi raised his right index finger to his lips, signaling to the audience. Shoo! A forceful display of dominance was the best means to silence them. Chapter 179, Offensive Maneuver. Although the crowd had already come to terms with Wu Jiahui's impending defeat after TT unleashed its power, it was one thing to anticipate it, and quite another to witness the use of Mega Evolution in the end. Despite their efforts, Chen Zi's Thi was unable to defeat its opponent, delivering a significant blow to the morale of the Qingzhou supporters. After all, from a positional standpoint, Thi was the captain of the Qingzhou team, hailed as the strongest among the students of Qingzhou University. The opponent, however, was not even a primary contender from the prestigious Moda University. What could the supporters of Qingzhou possibly say in the face of such disappointment? In an instant, the spirit of the crowd waned considerably. Naturally, this was also a considerable setback for the Qingzhou team, who had initially been brimming with confidence, eager to establish their reputation in the aftermath of the recent reforms, only to receive a rude awakening. Wu Jiahui, having participated in numerous competitions, felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Please step down, player Wu Jiahui, the host repeated for the third time before Wu Jiahui finally registered the request, dazedly making his way off the stage. Approaching him was their team's second strongest member, Chui Cheng. Yet, Chui Cheng's prowess paled in comparison to Wu Jiahui's, particularly since Wu Jiahui possessed Mega Evolution as a trump card, whereas Chui Cheng had no such assurance. Observing Thi on stage, still vibrant and spirited, Chui Cheng felt a similar sense of helplessness. Upon reflection, it seemed that none of the Pokemon Wu Jiahui had deployed had inflicted significant damage on Thi. How could he possibly hope to prevail? However, Chen Zi was acutely aware that while Thi appeared to be in a state of calm, it had already expended a considerable amount of energy. Particularly, the consumption of life energy, a high-tier energy, could not be replenished in a short span of time. Nonetheless, without the presence of Mega Evolution on the opposing side, Thi should still be able to endure until the end. Once Chui Cheng took to the stage, he wasted no time and immediately released his Pokemon, a shapeshifter, without allowing Thi a moment's respite. This shapeshifter was his ace Pokemon. Chui Cheng understood that only by decisively overcoming Thi could he hope to salvage some morale for his team. Thus, he unleashed his ultimate move without hesitation. Having closely observed Thi from the sidelines and conducted some research online, Chui Cheng knew that Thi was not particularly well balanced, possessing low physical defense. Its usual strategies revolved around using protective or evasive maneuvers, with the latter being limited in its application. Chui Cheng felt confident. As long as the shapeshifter attacked, Thi would find it challenging to evade its strikes. He had previously instructed the shapeshifter to pursue an aggressive offensive strategy. The shapeshifter, recalling the tactical arrangement, sprang into action. Its form flickering as blue light surged from its fingertips, emitting a stream of water that initiated the assault. Thi, sensing the impending attack, instantly opened a pink protective barrier. The strikes landed against the barrier like raindrops on an umbrella, producing a series of thudding sounds, yet the barrier showed no signs of damage. However, everything unfolded as Chui Cheng had anticipated. Once the protective barrier shattered, the shapeshifter's attacks would inevitably strike Thithi. Maintain the pressure. Do not grant it a moment's respite. Chui Cheng commanded. The frequency of the shapeshifter's attacks was remarkably high, indicative of its specialized training in this regard. For an ordinary Pokemon, it would have to endure the damage once the protective barrier concluded. Yet, Thithi's barrier seemed limitless. Even as the shapeshifter neared the breaking point of its assault, it felt itself straining, but Thithi's protective barrier remained steadfast. After a prolonged exchange, the shapeshifter finally halted its barrage, leaning forward slightly as it gasped for breath. Observing this, Thithi gradually retracted its protective barrier. Upon closer inspection, Thithi's barrier differed from typical ones. It was sustained by life energy. As long as the energy persisted, the barrier would not falter. Moreover, the shapeshifter's rapid attacks came at the cost of its own energy, rendering them mere irritants to Chen Zi's Thithi. With a flourish, Thithi waved its flower, summoning a crescent moon above the shapeshifter. The shapeshifter attempted to evade, but its energy reserves had dwindled significantly. The moonblast struck true, hitting the shapeshifter before it could fully escape. Although the shapeshifter did not collapse immediately, the damage it sustained was far from negligible. Create distance and continue to press with sniper, Chui Cheng instructed. The shapeshifter flipped backward, executing a series of acrobatic maneuvers while firing several sniper shots at Thithi. Unfazed, Thithi unleashed a fairy wind, effortlessly countering the incoming attacks. Despite the shapeshifter's attempts to distance itself, it remained within Thithi's striking range. As multiple crescent moons materialized above the shapeshifter, they descended upon it. Thithi's expression showed signs of strain. After all, summoning so many moonblasts simultaneously was a first for it, leading to greater energy consumption than anticipated. The shapeshifter, despite its evasive maneuvers, could not escape the deluge of moonblasts. Ultimately, after enduring one strike, it was struck by two more in quick succession. The arena erupted in dust and debris, leaving the shapeshifter disoriented. Once the haze cleared, it lay motionless on the ground. Thithi had once again claimed a significant victory. Chui Cheng's expression darkened. With the shapeshifter's defeat, the remaining Pokemon were considerably weaker. Not everyone possessed the versatility of elite students from Modu or the strength of Wu Jiahui to adequately nurture multiple Pokemon. In the previous competitive structure, many trainers had focused on a single, powerful Pokemon, leaving the others less meticulously trained. Such a phenomenon could not be rectified overnight. Consequently, the pressure on Thithi lessened considerably, as the remaining two Pokemon were relatively weak and fell swiftly to Thithi's prowess. When Chui Cheng regretfully exited the stage, it marked the second significant defeat for Chen Zi that day. Yet, at this moment, Thithi's condition did not permit it to continue fighting. Chapter 180, Saving Face. Even as Chui Cheng exited, he had failed to unseat Chen Zi's first Pokemon. The members of the Qingzhou team were growing increasingly numb. When faced with evenly matched opponents, the inability to secure a victory was disappointing. However, when confronted with an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, the absence of triumph hardly elicited sorrow. Initially facing the formidable team from Magic City University, the meticulous exploration by the group revealed that this floral leaf toad was indeed extraordinary, rivaling even the mythical beasts. With this realization, all prior failures seemed to have found justification. Embracing this mindset, the Qingzhou team managed to regroup. It must be said, there was something rather magical about it. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi requested a timeout. Although his Pokemon could continue to battle and Lucario and his companions had made considerable improvements, he felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of ruthlessly eliminating the opposition. That's enough. Jiang Bai concurred with Chen Zi's sentiment, suggesting that for the next match against another school, if not absolutely necessary, they should let the newcomers have a chance to hone their skills. Chen Zi nodded, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. Was he, in a sense, relegating himself to the sidelines? So you won't be participating anymore? Zhang Hongbing, eager and ready, appeared restless, finally believing it was his turn. Not participating, let's leave some dignity for them, Chen Zi replied, considering that continuing might shatter the opposing team's morale. And you shouldn't go in either, Hongbing, Jiang Bai added. Let Chao Weijia have a chance. There will be plenty of opportunities for you later. Zhang Hongbing reluctantly acquiesced. While both were in their third year, Chao Weijia's skills were notably inferior to Zhang Hongbing's. Thus, he had little chance of playing in more intense matches later on. It was more beneficial for him to gain experience during the preliminaries. Subsequently, after the halftime break, Chen Zi refrained from re-entering, and the rather unremarkable Chao Weijie became the second competitor from Magic City University to take the stage. Although the audience and opponents were puzzled by Chen Zi's absence, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, as the psychological shadow he left was indeed substantial. However, no one was foolish enough to assume that Chen Zi had exhausted his strength. After all, he had only deployed one Pokemon, and those who had researched him knew his other Pokemon were also well trained. Naturally, the seasoned opponents grasped Chen Zi's intentions. Despite their exasperation, they felt a measure of gratitude, as his restraint had prevented a more humiliating defeat, thus preserving some morale for future contests. The ensuing matches unfolded without much suspense. Although Chao Weijie's abilities were modest, he ranked among the top in the Qingzhou team, and while he might not surpass the captain Wu Jiahui, he could hold his own against Cui Cheng. The opponents, in comparison to Cui Cheng, were somewhat lacking in prowess, allowing Chao Weijie to secure a victory amidst a fair exchange of blows. Ultimately, while the competition did not reach the final doubles stage, the series of twists and the balanced conclusion left the audience thoroughly satisfied. After all, while they had exhibited pressure on the visiting team during the match, it did not imply any animosity towards them. It was merely an expression of regional pride. At heart, they were simply spectators eager to witness an exhilarating contest. Otherwise, they would not have attended a match they knew would end in defeat. Following the conclusion of the contest, the host Qingzhou University graciously invited the members of Magic City University to savor local delicacies, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. After all, this was merely a preliminary round. Even in the main event, it was rare for participants to harbor animosity towards one another post-match. Competition was one facet of life. Life itself encompassed far more. To confine one's existence to the parameters of a single match would be to possess an overly narrow perspective. Departing from Qingzhou, they rode forth on their Charizard. Although there were several days between the two winter matches, considering rest, the draw, and travel, they needed to press on without delay. Thus, they did not linger in the ancient city for long. The day after the draw results were announced, they set off towards a new city. This time, Magic City University drew favorable lots, securing a home advantage. Familiarity with the environment meant their Pokemon would adapt better to the local climate, enhancing their performance. In a cooler locale like Qingzhou, while Vithi remained unaffected, Chao Weijie's Coal Turtle was slightly hindered. Therefore, competing at home not only provided them with a supportive crowd, but also environmental advantages. Their opponents this time were considerably weaker than Qingzhou University. Upon learning this, Chen Zi felt an inexplicable sense of irony. Indeed, the opponents could be considered his alma mater, Fogmouth University from the Mist City. As the one most acutely aware of Fogmouth University's capabilities, Chen Zi understood that perhaps fielding only the newcomers from his team would suffice. After all, they were a third-tier school, often finding themselves evenly matched against Magic City University. Chen Zi, therefore, could spare himself the discomfort of mercilessly thrashing old colleagues, allowing them a modicum of dignity. In Liuzhou, at Liuzhou University, Fang Yao was taken aback by the draw results. "Are we facing Imperial Capital University? I didn't expect to encounter them so soon," she murmured. "It's of little consequence. They are merely past adversaries," Sun Lan replied. "But what about the data requested by Teacher Wu? Have you provided it?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yao's expression shifted slightly, and she hesitantly replied, "Give me 2 more days. Sun Team, I still need to prepare." Sun Lan's demeanor darkened immediately. "Fang Yao, we've come this far. Who are you pretending for? Why the reluctance? Aren't we all in the same boat here?" Fang Yao bit her lip, choosing silence. "I think that newcomer He possesses far more resolve and potential than you," Sun Lan remarked. "If this continues, you might find your position usurped." "Fine," seemingly resolved, Fang Yao nodded. "I will have the data ready by tonight." "Good. I shall take my leave." Sun Lan nodded in satisfaction and added, "Prepare it promptly. We still have matches to attend to when the Imperial Capital team arrives." With a soft click, Sun Lan closed the door behind her. Fang Yao, feeling utterly drained, collapsed onto the floor. She gazed up at the photograph hanging on the wall, where a young girl embraced an ice Ninetales, smiling before a large stone. "Xiaoxua," Fang Yao murmured, determination flickering in her eyes. "I will see you again." Chapter 181. Do you wish to learn Mega Evolution? The battle against Fogmouth University was devoid of suspense, perhaps due to the overwhelming predictability. Even the local audience from Magic City did not trouble the students from Fogmouth University. For them, merely drawing Magic City University was already a stroke of bad luck, leaving little opportunity for Chen Zi and his team to take the stage. Instead, they would allow the newly recruited members from this year to engage in combat with them. To be frank, even without undergoing intensive training, The new members of the Magical City University S team could easily handle them. Not to mention, the foundational environment provided by Magical City University to non-team members is already superior to that of many other school teams. Furthermore, apart from Baiji, Chen Zi, and Li Wei, the new recruits for the school team are all seasoned second and third-year students, with rich combat experience and being the creme de la creme of their age group. It can be said that entrusting the newcomers with this task poses little to no issue. Following the conclusion of the match against Wugo University, the results of the next draw were swiftly revealed. This time, the adversary would be Beizhou University, and the match would also be held as an away game. Not only is the distance from Magical City considerable, but the climate there is also not something that can be adapted to in the short term. Beizhou University is a rather unique institution. Unlike typical training academies, it operates under a military school system. Opinions regarding the strength of Beizhou University vary widely, as this is their first official participation in the Intercollegiate League. Thus, this match has garnered significant anticipation. Chen Zi and the others had recently departed from Beizhou, and although they had not trained there in the strictest sense, the memories of their arrival at Beizhou still lingered vividly for most. However, this was not the crux of the matter. In the evening, the captain, Jiang Bai, approached them with a grave expression. He began, "The Imperial Capital University has lost. Liuzhou, perhaps?" Chen Zi instinctively replied. Jiang Bai nodded, retrieving his laptop and USB drive to play a video he had downloaded from the internet. The Imperial Capital University had lost rather swiftly, even quicker than the last time. Jiang Bai remarked that the strategies employed by Liuzhou University were even stronger than those of the previous year. As they listened to Jiang Bai, Chen Zi and the others watched the video, which showcased a match between Gu Yu, the captain of the Imperial Capital team, and Sun Lan, the captain of Liuzhou University. Gu Yu and Jiang Bai were regarded as the twin prodigies, acknowledged as the pinnacle of collegiate prowess at that time. Even during the previous match, despite the losses of both the Imperial Capital and Magical City teams, the two captains had still exhibited formidable dominance. Even when Liuzhou University employed enhancement strategies, they still had the upper hand. However, the overall strength remained insufficient to surpass Liuzhou University, whose entire team was fortified. In the video, Gu Yu displayed no carelessness, demonstrating exceptional rotation techniques. His powerful Pokemon functioned admirably within their areas of expertise. The strategies employed on the field and the defensive tactics left Chen Zi with little to critique. In stark contrast, Sun Lan's command appeared markedly more rudimentary. Nevertheless, the outcome of this guidance was a stalemate. Yes, the previously dominant Gu Yu now found himself barely even with Sun Lan. Even with the use of Mega Evolution, he gained no significant advantage. Ultimately, the two ended in a draw, resulting in a decisive loss for the Imperial Capital University, which was subsequently overwhelmed. Chen Zi was astonished to discover that the strength of Liuzhou University's players was not at all inferior to that of their captain, Sun Lan. This implied that the fully operational Liuzhou team was effectively equivalent to a squad of Gu Yu's. The weight of Jiang Bai's seriousness stemmed from this realization. During their investigations, they had considered the possibility that the enhancements could render them exceedingly powerful. Jiang Bai slowly articulated, "However, there are limitations to enhancements, and given previous circumstances, we thought we could manage, perhaps too optimistically. But now, it seems we are still far from adequate." Who are Gu Yu and Jiang Bai? They represent the pinnacle of what can be achieved at this age. Even if contemporaries like Yang Jiang were to join, they would not be much stronger. And now, they might have to face a team led by Gu Yu and Jiang Bai. What a joke! Such a matchup appears to hold no chances of victory. Even Chen Zi found it difficult to see any hope, unless he were to unleash Reshiram. Instantly, a swirl of emotions enveloped the members of Magical City University. Their prior rigorous training now felt like a mockery in this moment. The gap had not only failed to narrow but had instead widened. This prompted introspection. Were they truly remnants of an old era? Was the gene serum genuinely the path to the future? Even with the knowledge of potential side effects, who wouldn't he aspire to become like Jiang Bai? In comparison to becoming such individuals, what did the unknown side effects matter? Though Chen Zi recognized that such an outcome was unacceptable to him, how many others shared this sentiment? The premature confrontation between Liuzhou University and the Imperial Capital University not only placed greater pressure on the members of Magical City University's team, but also served as yet another wave of publicity for gene serums. Chen Zi could already envision, under the instigation of H Company, yet another storm brewing regarding gene serums, one that could shake the landscape of future collegiate competitions. Naturally, Magical City University could not arrive at any conclusive resolutions. However, this did not imply that they were entirely without recourse. While their hard power was evident, Any strategies or formations seemed utterly futile. At present, upon facing Liuzhou University, they would undoubtedly suffer a defeat akin to that of the Imperial Capital University, unless they had several Jiangbais. Indeed, this condition, though seemingly improbable, was also their most viable solution. Within a span of 6 months, to produce 3, or even more, Jiangbais sounded utterly fantastical. Otherwise, they could only embrace the embrace of gene serums. However, the members of Magical City University were somewhat privy to the underlying truths and would naturally reject the notion of utilizing gene serums. Thus, the most feasible option remains to cultivate 3, or even more, Jiangbais. By what means? Here, Jiangbai contemplated for a moment before arriving at a solution: mega evolution. One significant alteration in this competition was the considerable loosening of restrictions concerning the mega evolution system. In this year's competition, there were no limitations on the number of team members permitted to utilize mega evolution. This implied that, theoretically, they could all become mega users. Although this seemed somewhat unlikely, it undeniably represented one of their few viable paths forward. Empowering those already formidable to master mega evolution could potentially allow them to scrape the surface of Jiangbai's level of strength. Jiangbai looked at them and inquired, "Do you wish to learn mega evolution?" Chapter 182, Return to Beizhou. Due to the destination being Beizhou, the school did not permit them to travel via Charizard. The several thousand meters of altitude was no trivial matter, and given the climate, even a heat-emitting Charizard would provide little warmth to the students. The match against Beizhou University was particularly unique, as due to the nature of Beizhou University, the recordings of this match would not be made public, nor would anyone be allowed to bring recording devices, as it pertained to certain sensitive matters of national confidentiality. The location of the competition involving Chen Zi and the others was not situated within the fortress of Beizhou, but rather in the expansive grounds of Beizhou University, nestled amidst the forest. However, there were no designated landing spots nearby, compelling them to first land at the fortress and then trek several dozen miles to reach the university. As for the reason behind this arduous trek, Chen Zi recalled the query posed by Jiangbai the previous night. "Do you wish to learn mega evolution?" Naturally, they were eager to do so. Consequently, Jiangbai declined the transportation arranged by Beizhou University, insisting on a foot journey to the campus. One might wonder what the connection between mega evolution and walking was. As someone with prior experience, Chen Zi could assert with confidence that there indeed was a correlation, not directly with the act of walking, but rather with their physical constitution. An individual's physique directly influences the duration of mega evolution, making physical conditioning the foremost hurdle for many aspiring to master it. Thus, Jiangbai's decision served to fortify the physical capabilities of the team members. However, this was merely a preliminary measure. Jiangbai would undoubtedly implement more systematic training for the team members following the winter competition, reminiscent of their initial rigorous training under high altitude and extreme conditions. As they journeyed through the early winter landscape, the delicate snowflakes of Beizhou had been gently falling for quite some time, adorning the forest in a silvery cloak. A group of individuals traversed the soft, powdery snow towards the university. While Beizhou University remained shrouded in mystery, its location was publicly known. However, the institution had long remained closed to outsiders, with students either expelled or bound to a 4-year tenure, often signing confidentiality agreements preventing them from disclosing much about their experiences. Thus, Beizhou University was perceived as an enigma. Even though it had not participated in intercollegiate competitions previously, it was regarded as a prestigious institution. On par with the likes of Wudu University, graduates from Beizhou University consistently achieved commendable results, comparable to those from esteemed schools such as Moda University. This could similarly be applied to other military academies across Longhua. In his past life as a king, Chen Zi was privy to certain insider knowledge. Institutions like Beizhou University were responsible for domains critical to the security of Longhua. Although the specifics eluded him, especially since he was not from the same field, his exposure to the mysteries of Beizhou allowed him to surmise that the university was indeed established for the sake of those enigmas. By extension, it could be inferred that schools such as Xidao University and Mingzhou University were similarly tasked with analogous responsibilities pertaining to the hidden realms within. As Chen Zi pondered these thoughts, he continued to advance, grateful for the consistent training he had engaged in since his rebirth, which had kept his physique in commendable condition, allowing him to feel no adverse effects thus far. In truth, the former Chen Zi had also contemplated the prospect of mega evolution. However, the newer members, such as the novice Xu Huai, were beginning to show signs of fatigue. To Chen Zi's surprise, Bai Ji remained remarkably composed, while Yi Qing Shui, another female companion, appeared pale and overwhelmed. It was worth noting that, until now, Chen Zi had yet to glimpse the face concealed beneath by Ji's mask. Despite their growing familiarity, she continued to wear the mask, even when he had previously broached the subject, which she had casually brushed aside, clearly reluctant to unveil her visage. Over time, Chen Zi had grown accustomed to this, though he occasionally felt a twinge of curiosity. Furthermore, Chen Zi held a certain admiration for the students attending military academies. Removed from the bustling city and devoid of recreational activities, their training was undeniably rigorous. It was not only the Pokémon that endured hardships, the trainers themselves faced similar challenges. Yet, individuals like them, or rather, those who persisted until the end, surely harbored lofty aspirations. One positive aspect was the environment. The natural beauty of the surroundings was truly remarkable. Amidst the wilderness, one could expect to encounter a plethora of rare Pokémon. Earning the recognition of wild Pokémon through traditional means would undoubtedly make for an extraordinary tale. However, as time wore on, even Chen Zi found himself lacking the energy to dwell on such thoughts. The wind intensified, accompanied by increasingly fierce snow. Despite his robust physique, he could not withstand the sudden onslaught of harsh weather. "All right, let us pause," Zhang Bai interjected at an opportune moment. He exchanged a knowing glance with Chao Weijia, who promptly released the Pokeball containing his coal turtle. The coal turtle radiated warmth, creating a sunlit oasis within a radius of several meters. "Let us take a brief respite, and once the storm subsides, we shall continue," Zhang Bai instructed. As they rested, he began to share insights about the forest surrounding Beizhou. This area was, in fact, a natural reserve for Pokémon, home to a vast array of species. Generally, human intervention for capturing Pokémon within this region was prohibited. However, students from Beizhou University were granted exceptions, albeit under strict conditions, with complex regulations governing their actions. It was said that within this forest, sightings of the legendary Pokémon, Articuno, had been reported, inciting a fervent pursuit among humans. Many poachers had seized the opportunity to hunt in the area. In response, Beizhou increased the number of patrollers to safeguard the region. However, sightings of Articuno dwindled, leading to a gradual decline in interest. Over time, this became a minor legend of Beizhou. Yet, even as enthusiasm waned, the initial exposure had drawn the attention of poachers, leading to an alarming rise in their activities. Students from Beizhou University regularly undertook patrols to assist the wardens in apprehending these poachers. Just then, the voice of Reshiram resonated within Chen Zi's mind. Chapter 183, Poachers. The rumors are true. There is indeed a presence of Articuno here. The sudden utterance from Reshiram momentarily startled Chen Zi. Yet, it was to be expected. Where there was smoke, there was fire. Rumors seldom arose without some underlying truth. However, it left him wondering why Articuno had not yet departed. According to Captain Zhang Bai, this matter had been lingering for quite some time. Legendary Pokémon are known for their elusive nature, often either wandering or lying dormant. As Reshiram had indicated, an impending crisis loomed, prompting each legendary Pokémon to prepare for what was to come. Not far, Reshiram continued, but there are other human presences nearby. It appears they are also in pursuit of Articuno. Chen Zi was taken aback. Have they discovered Articuno? Aren't they afraid of the dangers that may ensue? It is essential to recognize that even the weakest of legendary Pokémon retains its status as a legendary creature. Despite the extensive passage of time, even a legendary Pokémon that began its life in a juvenile state would have developed formidable combat abilities. However, the condition of the Articuno appears rather dire, Reshiram remarked. Its aura significantly diminished, suggesting it has encountered some unfortunate circumstances. Chen Zi, concoct a reason to divert their attention. We must investigate, Reshiram suggested. Naturally, Chen Zi was intrigued. Alone, he would have hesitated to approach, but with Reshiram by his side, he felt a measure of reassurance. Yet, what excuse could he devise? In a moment of frustration, he stood up and declared, "Captain, you all continue your discussion. I have a matter to attend to." Subsequently, amidst the astonished expressions of his companions, Chen Zi strode away from the sunny embrace of their gathering. Chen Zi, Zhang Hongbing reached out, attempting to call him back. However, Zhang Bai pressed his hand down and shook his head. Every individual harbors their own secrets, and Chen Zi is no exception. Zhang Bai recalled the words of the principal when he had previously mentioned Chen Zi. If ever you find yourself perplexed by Chen Zi's actions, simply allow him to proceed as he wishes. When the enigmatic youth was mentioned, Zhang Bai had caught a glimpse of uncertainty in the usually omniscient principal's eyes. Chen Zi surely had his own profound reasons. Observing Chen Zi's retreating figure, Zhang Bai pondered this notion. Through the swirling snow and wind, Chen Zi pressed onward with urgency. The further he ventured, the more ferocious the tempest seemed to become. Having already distanced himself from the school team, he felt a sense of accomplishment. That's enough. Reshiram's voice resonated. Beneath Chen Zi's feet, Reshiram appeared as if summoned from thin air, elevating him into the sky. Despite the tumultuous weather, Chen Zi felt no chill. Around Reshiram, the wind seemed to still. A gentle warmth enveloped him, causing even his heavy attire to feel somewhat stifling. Beads of perspiration began to form on his brow as he slowed his pace, catching his breath. How much further? Chen Zi inquired. Just beyond that mountain, Reshiram replied. Chen Zi followed Reshiram's gaze, and from his vantage point above the treetops, he finally beheld the distant, jagged peak, towering into the clouds. Its surface cloaked in a blanket of pristine snow, sending a shiver down his spine. The Articuno's energy fluctuates atop that mountain, Reshiram noted. Let us approach cautiously and ascertain what has transpired. Chen Zi nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, Reshiram soared towards the peak, moving with remarkable speed. To an observer, only the clouds above would have appeared to part. Reshiram's form was intentionally concealed. Chen Zi watched the scenery rush past him, akin to a cinematic experience. His body feeling almost weightless. In the blink of an eye, they arrived beside the mountain. Looking down, Chen Zi spotted several off-road vehicles parked at the base, where a group of individuals clad in black and wearing sunglasses stood guard. Ascending the slope, he noticed a dozen similarly dressed figures making their way towards the summit. With no proper road leading upward, they were forced to ascend on foot. Clearly, they were intent on capturing the Articuno. Poachers? Chen Zi pondered. Yet, poachers rarely donned such uniform attire. Typically, they were a more disorganized lot. Chen Zi, having encountered them in his previous life, understood their nature well. Even the most formidable poachers lacked such an organized and disciplined approach. However, the equipment they bore, various elongated objects shrouded in black fabric, along with firearms strapped to their waists, coupled with Reshiram's perception of the Articuno's feeble energy, suggested something was amiss. Exercising caution, Chen Zi and Reshiram opted to observe the unfolding situation from their concealed position. Soon enough, they followed the gathering crowd to the mountain's summit, which appeared desolate, blanketed in an expanse of white snow. Just as Chen Zi began to feel perplexed, one of the individuals stepped forward, fiddling with a peculiar device. Suddenly, Reshiram recoiled, distancing itself significantly. Human technological advancement is remarkably swift, Reshiram remarked. While Chen Zi contemplated Reshiram's actions, a colossal blue avian figure materialized before him. Its ice-blue wings exuded an air of aloofness, its gaze indifferent. This was the very target Chen Zi had been pursuing, the Articuno. It seemed that the creature had appeared before the onlookers in an instant. Chen Zi was now acutely aware that these individuals were evidently prepared for this encounter. Had Reshiram not evaded in time, it too might have been exposed to their scrutiny, and given their capabilities, they were undoubtedly ready to confront the Articuno. Under such circumstances, it would be prudent to remain hidden and avoid alarming the creature. However, upon closer inspection, the Articuno exhibited signs of distress. Though its demeanor was regal, a struggle was evident in its gaze. The faint purple-black hues creeping across its ice-blue wings suggested a troubling transformation, as if it were slowly morphing into a form reminiscent of another Articuno that Chen Zi had once known, the Galarian Articuno. Yet, the creature seemed to resist this change vehemently, as if the transformation would herald dire consequences. In the midst of the Articuno's turmoil, Chen Zi's keen eyes caught sight of an ice-blue egg nestled beneath it. The Articuno's egg? The individuals who appeared to be poachers also gazed at it with gleaming eyes. Chapter 184, Mutuo. Chen Zi and Reshiram refrained from acting impulsively, instead choosing to observe the events unfold quietly. This Articuno, though weakened, still retains considerable strength. By your human standards, even typical mythical Pokemon would likely not pose a threat to it, Reshiram stated. Chen Zi understood this instinctively. The Articuno's presence alone was far from an empty display of bravado. What intrigued Chen Zi was the source of the poacher's audacity to confront a legendary Pokemon. The Articuno, now aware of its exposure to the poacher's gaze, radiated fury. It let out a piercing cry, though its words were unintelligible. You greedy humans, what do you intend to do? Reshiram translated in real time. The poachers seemed to receive the Articuno's telepathic message as their leader stepped forward. His voice echoed clearly against the backdrop of the expansive mountain. Articuno, cease your resistance. You can either surrender yourself or relinquish your egg. Should you choose to fight, then you shall all perish here. The poacher's tone was brazen, exuding an air of unfounded confidence. The Articuno appeared to harbor some trepidation, yet the words of the poachers provoked an intolerable fury within it. with a piercing screech. It was evident that it was no longer merely communicating, but rather expressing its wrath. The temperature at the mountain's summit plummeted drastically, as a tempest of snow and wind erupted forth, hurling fist-sized icicles towards the group of black-clad poachers. The blizzard unleashed its fury in an instant, offering them no respite. Naturally, the poachers were well prepared. Just as the icicles descended, a translucent barrier of vibrant green materialized above their heads. Chen Zi recognized this as a protective shield conjured by a Pokémon. However, the magnitude of this shield was astonishingly vast, surpassing that of a typical wide-area defense. Most critically, this shield seemingly thwarted the blizzard unleashed by Articuno, a testament to its formidable defensive capabilities. In Chen Zi's estimation, the combined efforts of his Pokémon could not replicate such efficacy. Even TT would struggle to endure for a mere second. It became evident to Chen Zi that the poachers possessed Pokémon of extraordinary limits. This realization filled him with astonishment, as he recalled that even in the most notorious poaching bases dismantled in his previous life, or among the most formidable poachers on the bounty list, the pinnacle of power could only reach the level of a Dragon Kingdom champion. The existence of Pokémon beyond these limits was unfathomable. If such Pokémon existed, the Pokémon League, both in the Dragon Kingdom and worldwide, would never allow them to roam unchecked, swiftly bringing them to justice upon receiving any intelligence. No one could permit a being that existed outside the realm of law to persist in this world. Who were these individuals? Were they truly poachers? Doubt burgeoned within Chen Zi, and he sensed an insidious conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. At that moment, among the group of cloaked figures, a particularly peculiar individual emerged. Cloaked in black robes, he exuded an air of profound mystery, his entire form shrouded beneath the fabric. In truth, had he not stepped forward, Chen Zi would have scarcely noticed his presence, as if he were an entity that simply did not exist. Slowly, he removed his dark hood, revealing not a human, but a Pokémon, a creature with a white head and a gaze devoid of emotion, exuding an oppressive aura. No, its eyes were not merely indifferent. They seemed utterly devoid of feeling, as if it were not a living being at all. Chen Zi recognized it instantly, or rather, as an aficionado of Pokémon. He could not possibly fail to identify its existence. It was Mewtwo, once deemed the most powerful Pokémon by the authorities. Chen Zi nearly gasped in astonishment. Yet he stifled the impulse, aware of the perilous circumstances at hand. Upon witnessing Mewtwo's emergence, Articuno's expression revealed profound apprehension. It understood the power possessed by this humanoid Pokémon. Were it not for Mewtwo's presence, Articuno would not exhibit such hesitation. Who are you? Why do you associate with such a human? Articuno's fury was palpable, its telepathic message extending far enough for even Chen Zi to hear. Who am I? A flicker of confusion crossed Mewtwo's eyes. It shook its head, the hint of humanity swiftly vanishing once more. I am human. Its voice resonated with a mechanical quality. Mewtwo clenched its fist and struck towards Articuno. Any existence that posed a threat to humanity must be obliterated. Articuno flapped its wings in an attempt to evade the assault. However, Mewtwo's speed was unimaginable. How could an injured Articuno possibly evade such a strike? It was hit and sent tumbling backward. Mewtwo pressed its advantage, behaving like an emotionless combat machine, executing each move with lethal precision aimed at Articuno's vulnerabilities. This was a genuine attempt to end its life. Articuno gritted its beak, narrowly dodging several of Mewtwo's attacks while occasionally unleashing icy blue beams towards it. Yet these were either blocked by Mewtwo's shield or evaded effortlessly. Battles between legendary Pokémon should not unfold with such rapidity. However, the overwhelming pressure exerted by Mewtwo was undeniable. One could perceive its combat techniques as remarkably extreme, imbued with devastating force. This is no longer a spectacle, Reshiram interjected, sensing something amiss with Mewtwo. Aware of Chen Zi's memories, Reshiram understood the nature of Mewtwo. In Chen Zi's recollection, Mewtwo was a Pokémon of deep philosophical inclination, driven by an insatiable curiosity. Thus, Reshiram had always found this particular Pokémon intriguing. Yet this Mewtwo, birthed from local creation, appeared to diverge significantly from Reshiram's expectations. Reshiram ceased its concealment, enveloping Chen Zi within its form before instantaneously appearing behind Mewtwo. The latter, poised to strike, felt the sudden presence of Reshiram and vanished in an instant, leaving the onlookers in shock. Another legendary Pokémon? It is Reshiram, exclaimed the black-clad individual negotiating with Articuno. He gestured for the others to retreat. Mewtwo regarded Reshiram with deep trepidation, acutely aware that this Pokémon differed fundamentally from Articuno, possessing significantly greater energy, far beyond what Mewtwo could currently withstand. As Mutuo turned to flee, Reshiram's patience had worn thin. It extended a hand, grasping Mutuo's tail. Azure flames cascading forth to engulf Mutuo's form. Mutuo let out a cry of pain, its gaze sharpening into a cold glare. Without hesitation, it executed a knife-hand strike, causing green blood to spray into the air. In an instant, Mutuo's form vanished, leaving behind only a severed tail in Reshiram's grasp. Reshiram gazed toward the direction of Mutuo's departure, deep in thought. Chapter 185, A Legacy Left Behind? Mutuo had already fled. Its speed of teleportation was astonishing, and even Reshiram, momentarily stunned, lost its tracking. Reshiram did not pursue. If Mutuo was determined to escape, capturing it would prove exceedingly difficult. Though Mutuo had not yet attained the heights of Reshiram, it was far from being a mere plaything to be easily controlled. However, the remaining individuals on the mountain were not so fortunate. Reshiram extended its psychic energy across the entire peak, swiftly ensnaring each of the black-clad figures, rendering them unconscious and discarding them atop the summit. Once assured of their incapacitation, Chen Zi's form materialized into view. Upon witnessing Mutuo, Chen Zi's immediate thought was of Team Rocket. As the creators of Mutuo within the narrative, Team Rocket constituted a formidable organization. The association of these black-clad figures with Mutuo signified that the organization backing them was far from a simple band of poachers. Rather, it was likely an entity of considerable scale, rivaling even Team Rocket itself. In Chen Zi's recollection, no organization of such caliber had ever emerged. Chen Zi hesitated not for long before dialing Jiang Shirley's number. Although nestled among the mountains, seemingly cut off from the world, the signal strength here was surprisingly robust. The call was quickly connected, and Jiang Shirley's voice resonated from the other end. Hello? After all this time, you finally decided to reach out to me? Without preamble, Chen Zi plunged directly into the matter at hand. I have apprehended a group of individuals affiliated with an unidentified organization. Oh, you can simply hand them over to the local authorities. The crucial information will eventually be relayed to us, Jiang Shirley replied nonchalantly. They possess a legendary Pokemon. The line fell abruptly silent. Hello? Hello? Chen Zi inquired, his voice tinged with exasperation. Are you currently in Beizhou? Please send me your exact location. The tone from the other end had shifted to one of urgency. Chen Zi dispatched the location details, stating, I have subdued the individuals here, but the legendary Pokemon managed to escape. Reshiram couldn't catch up to it. That's all right. As long as you and your team are unharmed, Jiang Shirley reassured him. After receiving the information, a cacophony erupted from the other end. Wait there for 5 minutes. Personnel will arrive for the handover. Do not hang up. Wait until they arrive before disconnecting. Chen Zi maintained the connection and proceeded to relay the events that had transpired. The personnel from the spirit realm arrived even more swiftly than Chen Zi had anticipated. What was supposed to take 5 minutes concluded in less than 3. As a helicopter descended upon his location, 3 men clad in matching purple uniforms of the spirit realm disembarked. They're here? Chen Zi affirmed. Hand over your phone. I need to speak with them, one of them instructed. After a brief exchange, the phone was returned to Chen Zi. All set. From here on out, they will manage the situation. Please inform me of any findings. Chen Zi remained concerned about the incident involving Mutuo. We will notify you if you wish to know. Came Jiang Shirley's voice before the call was terminated. Following Jiang Shirley's guidance, Chen Zi entrusted the incapacitated individuals to the 3 men from the spirit realm. Without uttering a word, they boarded the helicopter and departed, barely sparing a glance at the frozen bird. Once the hustle and bustle subsided, Chen Zi and his companions turned their attention to the frozen bird, whose gaze was still cautious, yet imbued with gratitude. True dragon and true hero, I am grateful for your aid. The frozen bird finally spoke once the others had departed. Reshiram waved a hand dismissively, in the face of great calamity. It is only natural that we assist one another. Your existence adds to our collective hope. At this juncture, the frozen bird fell silent for a moment and continued. True dragon, you must perceive my condition. Perhaps I will not endure until the day of the cataclysm. Reshiram paused, contemplating. Have you ventured there? Encountered dark matter? Or that entity? It is indeed that entity, the frozen bird affirmed. That peculiar Zygarde sought to transform me into a being akin to itself. Sensing the danger, I fled but unwittingly encountered them. The them it referred to were, of course, the black-clad individuals from earlier. They pursued me for quite some time, the frozen bird recounted. That humanoid legendary Pokemon is quite strange. I sensed a dreamlike essence emanating from it. I refer to it as Mutuo. Chen Zi interjected, if I am not mistaken. It was likely cloned from dream cells, an artificial Pokemon. An artificial legendary Pokemon. The frozen bird expressed disbelief. Surely I have not slept long. Has human technology advanced to such an extent? I have a hypothesis, Reshiram mused thoughtfully. It produced Mutwo's severed tail, which still exhibited a faint writhing motion, indicating a robust vitality. Though it has attained the level of a legendary Pokémon, I do not sense its inherent energy. Therefore, I speculate that they sought you out due to your unparalleled ice abilities. Reshiram boldly conjectured, in other words, that Mutwo is still incomplete. Chen Zi gasped in astonishment. And the organization behind them aims to complete it using other legendary Pokémon? Precisely. That is my conjecture, Reshiram affirmed. Thus, it is not solely the frozen bird that is their target. As it grows stronger, its ambitions will undoubtedly expand, ultimately setting its sights on Pokémon like us. A sound, whether of concern or discomfort, suddenly escaped the frozen bird. The purple-black patterns upon its body continued to writhe. It glanced at the egg beneath it, its expression wavering with uncertainty. After a moment of contemplation, it appeared resolute, fixing its gaze firmly upon Reshiram and Chen Zi. True dragon, true hero. I must ask you a favor, the frozen bird implored. Speak, Chen Zi replied. I am afflicted. It will not be long before I am entirely consumed. The frozen bird confided. I possess my dignity and shall not become a vessel for dark matter. Rather than succumb to this corruption, it would be better to perish in obscurity, thus minimizing my impact on the human realm. However, my greatest concern lies with my offspring. I trust your judgment, true dragon. And thus I have faith in your character, true hero. May I entrust my child to you? The frozen bird's eyes sparkled with hope. Is this a legacy? Chen Zi was momentarily taken aback by this turn of events. What are you dawdling for? Accept it. Reshiram's voice resonated in Chen Zi's mind. Chen Zi regained his composure, replying, If you are willing to place your trust in me, I assure you, I shall not let you down. Reshiram nodded in agreement. The frozen bird seemed to exhale in relief as it handed its ice-blue egg to Chen Zi, under the watchful gaze of the white dragon. The transfer of responsibility was solemnly completed. Chapter 186, Military Academy? Barracks. Upon receiving the egg from the frozen bird, it set forth towards the secret realm. It intended to confront Zygarde and ascertain whether any developments had arisen. Nevertheless, even if a remedy were found, the frozen bird harbored reservations about keeping the egg in its possession. That Mutwo had already set its sights on it. After all, it was no mere coincidence that it had encountered them upon returning to the material world. Moreover, the frozen bird held a considerable trust in the hero endorsed by Reshiram. Should it fail to recover, even in death, the young frozen bird could thrive under Chen Zi's protection. Conversely, if it were healed, it could always return to visit its offspring. In the face of impending calamity, aligning with Reshiram provided an extra layer of assurance. Chen Zi felt as though he had awakened from a vivid dream. A brief outing had resulted in the acquisition of a legendary Pokémon. When had legendary Pokémon become so commonplace? Moreover, this particular Pokémon was precisely the one Chen Zi had longed for, a creature capable of flight. This realization rendered him somewhat exhilarated throughout his return journey. Although he had concealed his excitement in the presence of the frozen bird, he endeavored to portray the steadiness befitting a true hero. Speaking of which, the egg of the Articuno is significantly larger than those of other Pokémon, likely hatching at a size comparable to that of an adult Corviknight. Were it not for the Pokeball's ability to contain the egg, Chen Zi would be at a loss as to how to transport it. Just as you wished, Reshiram remarked. By the way, did you not see those Pokémon during your dream of the future? Chen Zi pondered for a moment. Reshiram's words and deeds stirred a sense of confusion within him. He recalled that upon first encountering the muscular mosquito, he had released all 6 of the Pokémon from his Pokeballs. Yet, while he could distinctly remember the Pokémon he currently possessed, the identities of the latter 2 eluded him for the moment. As he reflected, the shadow of one Pokémon gradually crystallized in his mind. It was Articuno. However, it was not just any Articuno, but a purple Galarian variant. I only just recalled. Chen Zi mused internally. That was a Galarian Articuno. Yet, if he had truly seen the Galarian Articuno in that dream, it would have left a more profound impression on him. The fact that he could only just remember it now was evidently abnormal. It seems fate's barriers remain unbroken. Reshiram sighed. Chen Zi, your time is limited. Reshiram, why can't you share this with me? Chen Zi had harbored this question until now, finally voicing it. Reshiram fell silent for a moment before responding. Chen Zi, you are unique. Everything must be discovered by you. If I were to reveal it, it would merely lead to a repetition of events. Chen Zi contemplated this, asking, not even a reason? No, came the reply. At the very least, you could point me in the right direction. I feel like a headless chicken, lacking any sense of purpose. Chen Zi expressed his frustration. Reshiram fell silent once more. seemingly deep in thought. If possible, try to resist your instincts at times. Instincts? Chen Zi shook his head, finding that Hiram had ceased responding. Hiram guided Chen Zi to a cluster of buildings nestled within a forest before descending. Chen Zi jumped off Hiram, who then re-entered his body. Just then, the captain's call came through. As Chen Zi answered, he walked toward the buildings. Hello? He inquired. Chen Zi, where are you? When can we expect you? The captain's voice was calm, but upon closer listening, it seemed someone beside him was stifling laughter. I'm already outside, Chen Zi replied, approaching the open school gates. Rather than resembling a school, the buildings ahead had the semblance of a military camp. The main gate was wide open, and the security office appeared deserted. Are they so trusting of outsiders? I thought the security at Beizhou University was quite stringent. Chen Zi felt something was amiss. It's fine. Hurry up and come. We've been waiting for you for quite a while, Jiang Bai's voice chimed in again before the call ended. I've caused the captain concern, Chen Zi reflected. Relieved they hadn't questioned his purpose, as that would have been difficult to explain. As he prepared to stow his phone in his pocket while entering the gate, the Pokeball containing Lucario trembled slightly, sending a cautious wave of aura into Chen Zi's mind. Something's not right. Chen Zi furrowed his brow and placed a hand on the Pokeball at his waist. At that moment, two orange-red figures suddenly appeared from either side, lunging toward him. In an instant, Jengar's form emerged beneath him, unfurling a barrier to intercept one of the attacks, while the alert Chen Zi dodged to the side, simultaneously releasing all his Pokemon except for the egg. A flash of red light illuminated the scene as several Pokemon materialized. Chen Zi discerned the assailants to be two Arcanines. While unbeknownst to him, several Houndoom had silently encircled him from behind. An ambush tactic, he realized instantly. It was likely that these Pokemon were also part of Beizhou University's strategy, which explained the captain's suppressed laughter. They were eager to witness his misfortune. Chen Zi chuckled. Given the earlier situation, even with Lucario's early warning, it would have been difficult for an average person to react swiftly. However, having faced numerous sudden assaults from the muscular mosquito, Chen Zi's reflexes had far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Having evaded this initial ambush, managing the subsequent situation would be far more manageable. Disperse them one by one, Chen Zi commanded, with the opposing Pokemon numbering only 4. The best strategy in a situation of numerical parity against an ambush was to spread the Pokemon out sufficiently. His Pokemon quickly separated the two Arcanines from the Houndoom, preparing for one-on-one battles. All right, that's enough. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. A middle-aged man clad in military attire approached. Chen Zi's eyes brightened. He recognized this individual, Long Kai, the dragon champion with whom he had collaborated in his previous life, although Long Kai was supposed to be in Misty City. Suppressing his surprise, Chen Zi remarked, "You folks at Beizhou University certainly know how to have fun. We merely wish to observe how current trainers respond to danger," Long Kai explained. "It appears your performance is commendable, even better than that of your team members. You truly live up to your reputation, Chen Zi. I often hear your name from my elders." Long Kai continued, then whistled. The Arcanines and Houndoom immediately fell into formation and dashed toward a certain area within the school. "Follow me," Long Kai gestured for Chen Zi to accompany him. Chapter 187, Galarian Articuno. Long Kai led Chen Zi to where Jiang Bai and the others were waiting in the lounge. Upon seeing Chen Zi enter, looking relaxed and neatly dressed, the team members were momentarily taken aback. "It seems you weren't caught after all," Jiang Bai remarked with a smile. Chen Zi feigned a look of frustration, saying, "So you've all just been waiting to see me make a fool of myself? This was arranged by Beizhou University, and we could hardly disrupt their plans." Jiang Bai replied. However, the fact that Chen Zi had avoided the trap still surprised them. After all, the stealth techniques of the Arcanines at the entrance were top-notch. Even they had sensed something was off but failed to detect the presence of the Arcanines. Ultimately, they had been caught off guard and had struggled despite having Pokemon to assist. "Your school performed quite well," Long Kai interjected. "The two schools that preceded us didn't even have time to react. But it's still not enough. You will soon understand how crucial the ability to respond to danger is," he added. "Is that so?" Zhang Hongbing retorted. "If you want to give us a warning, just say it." Deep down, he felt a bit disgruntled, having come to exchange ideas as a guest. He felt as though he had been made a fool by the people at this school. Anyone would feel some resentment in such a situation. Long Kai frowned, appearing hesitant to speak further. However, in the end, there was no rebuttal to Zhang Hongbing's words as he turned and walked towards the door. "You all wait here for a moment. The members of the school team are currently on a mission and will return shortly." With that, Long Kai departed, leaving the members of the Magic City University team exchanging bewildered glances. "What? Are we just abandoned here?" The dissatisfaction on Zhang Hongbing's face was now unmistakable. Military academy, huh? All right. Let's keep the complaints to a minimum, Jiang Bai interjected, somewhat helplessly, even though he too did not comprehend the motives behind Beizhou University's actions. Was it a show of authority? Did the military academy truly have that much time to spare? Jiang Bai clearly did not think so. Chen Zi, where did you go just now? Zhang Hongbing inquired curiously. Chen Zi was taken aback, wondering why the topic had shifted to him. Fortunately, he had already concocted a reason before returning. Would you believe me if I said I want to pick up eggs? As they engaged in this trivial conversation, time gradually slipped away. During this interval, it was peculiar that no one from Beizhou University arrived, as if they had completely forgotten about them. As the time for their scheduled match approached, Jiang Bai furrowed his brow. I'll go see what is going on. He stood up, preparing to head outside, and coincidentally encountered Long Kai, who was just entering the room. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Long Kai appeared somewhat troubled. It's all right, Jiang Bai replied. Did you come to inform us about the match? The others also rose from their seats, looking toward Long Kai. Meeting their gaze, Long Kai glanced at them and said, I regret to inform you that Beizhou University has decided to forfeit this match against you. You will be declared the winners. What? The group was left in stunned silence. If it's an issue with the competitor's health, we can wait. Delaying the match is not a problem, Jiang Bai said, frowning. Long Kai shook his head, his eyes betraying hesitation. He seemed to hesitate before finally speaking. No, it's not a matter of health. They are missing. Missing? Jiang Bai wanted to ask more, but Long Kai interrupted him. There are things you should not know. You may leave now, as Beizhou University is about to close all visitor access. Long Kai stated, we will arrange a special aircraft to take you out. Upon hearing this, the members of the Magic City University team prudently fell silent. It was evident to any discerning observer that this was likely a matter of military confidentiality. As ordinary civilians, it was safer to know less. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and leave. If you don't, it'll be too late, Long Kai urged, striding quickly toward the exit. Chen Zi and the others followed him outside to an open area where an armed helicopter awaited them. Go quickly, Long Kai instructed, exchanging greetings with the helicopter's pilot. Consequently, Chen Zi and his companions inexplicably boarded the helicopter. The moment they entered, the helicopter roared to life, rapidly heading towards the Beizhou fortress. Throughout the journey, Chen Zi and the others remained largely silent. As university students, they had never encountered a scene like this before. Yet, Chen Zi found himself speculating about what had transpired. After much contemplation, it seemed that only the ultimate abyss could warrant such a display from Beizhou University. Had the students there encountered the ultimate abyss so early? And then there was Long Kai. In his previous life, Chen Zi distinctly remembered that he hailed from Mist City University. Why was he now appearing at Beizhou University in this lifetime? The consequences of his butterfly effect seemed overwhelmingly significant. Just as Chen Zi pondered this, an alert sounded from Res Hiram. Chen Zi, an unidentified energy fluctuation is approaching, resembling dark matter. Simultaneously, the pokeball at Chen Zi's waist spontaneously unlatched. TT, with a look of anxiety, fixed her gaze in a specific direction, just as Chen Zi was about to give a warning. A spatial rift suddenly tore open in the direction TT was watching. A massive bird, entirely purple with hints of black, materialized in the air, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Chen Zi and the others. It was a Galarian Articuno, and it was evident that this Articuno was not normal. Moreover, it bore a striking resemblance to the Articuno that Chen Zi had encountered not long ago. It's the same one, Res Hiram's voice echoed. Its aura identical to that of the previous Articuno. In a fleeting moment, this Articuno had transformed from a normal state to that of a Galarian Articuno. Furthermore, Chen Zi could distinctly sense that the Articuno's gaze was locked onto him. The target was himself. Meanwhile, the others in the helicopter also noted the appearance of the Articuno, recognizing that it seemed somewhat different from the illustrations they had previously seen. What is going on? Zhang Hongbing gulped. Isn't that just an Articuno? Why does it feel so abnormal? Hold on tight. The helicopter pilot bellowed. Ahead, the dark matter detector was blaring frantically. The pilot swiftly adjusted the position of the aircraft, diving rapidly towards a specific direction. Chapter 188, Tenfold Darkening. The pilot's reflexes were impressive. He understood that under such circumstances, staying airborne was absolutely inadvisable. Otherwise, they would face catastrophic consequences. Thus, he executed an emergency landing. Concurrently, the pilot released his Pokémon outside, a steel wing and a brave bird. Seeing this, those in the school team who possessed flying Pokémon also sent theirs out, hoping to buy enough time for a safe landing. Quick reactions. The pilot remarked with mild surprise, but his movements remained swift. The helicopter descended rapidly, soon hovering close to the ground. However, with no landing zone available, they could only rely on a descending rope for their final descent. The pilot pressed a button, and the helicopter's bottom hatch opened, releasing a long rope. "Hurry," the pilot urged. "We don't have much time." At the same time, on the other side, several flying Pokemon faced the Articuno without establishing any form of confrontation. They merely used their moves to slightly hinder the Articuno's advance. Under the fierce winds generated by the Articuno's wings, these flying Pokemon were sent scattering. The electric swallow's electric wall was effortlessly shattered, and the brave bird's air blades disintegrated before even reaching the Articuno. The vast disparity in strength rendered their attacks virtually meaningless. In truth, merely standing in front of the Articuno displayed their bravery. After all, the pressure exerted by legendary Pokemon was hard to ignore. However, such acts of courage appeared woefully inadequate in the face of absolute power. After effortlessly breaking through the defenses of the flying Pokemon, the Articuno dove toward the helicopter's position. However, at this moment, more than half of the individuals on the helicopter had yet to disembark. Lacking experience in rapid descent, they appeared somewhat clumsy and slow, even under the pressing weight of life and death. As the fearsome Articuno drew near the helicopter, the pilot attempted to evade the impending collision. But how could the cumbersome aircraft possibly escape the swift approach of Articuno? It was over. Observing the relentless approach of Articuno, the thoughts of most aboard the helicopter likely echoed this sentiment. Chen Zi maintained a serene demeanor, silently invoking, "Reshiram, I am here." Just as Articuno was about to strike the helicopter, a majestic white dragon materialized out of thin air, supporting the helicopter with one claw while striking at Articuno's head with the other. Anticipating the move, Articuno deftly dodged Reshiram's claw, its eyes flashing with caution. Reshiram gently lowered the helicopter to the ground before turning its gaze toward Articuno, fixating upon it. At this moment, the occupants of the helicopter were utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. An overwhelming sense of relief surged within them. Had they truly been saved? Another legendary Pokemon had appeared unexpectedly? Surely, it must be the handiwork of someone from the North State University. With this thought, the passengers turned their eyes towards the unflappable pilot, who remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of distress. Yet, the pilot's stoic expression was merely a facade. Internally, he felt the same surge of relief as the members of the team. On the helicopter, only two individuals were privy to this truth. Chen Zi feigned a look of gratitude, while Li Wei silently observed Chen Zi's performance. "Keep pretending," Li Wei mused inwardly, diverting her gaze from Chen Zi. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Ji had witnessed the entire scene. Upon seeing Reshiram, she felt an intense sense of déjà vu, her subconscious leading her to focus on Chen Zi. Her instincts suggested that this Reshiram might be connected to him. Reshiram regarded Articuno, which had now lost all semblance of rationality, its scarlet gaze resembling that of a beast. Reshiram made no attempt to communicate, for if an entity corrupted by dark matter could be reasoned with, the front lines would not be so arduous. Without further ado, Reshiram charged forward, unleashing a blue flame towards Articuno. In Reshiram's perception, Articuno was not particularly formidable. Even a Mutuo that had not fully reached its potential could corner Articuno. Not to mention, Reshiram, as a fully realized legendary Pokemon, could easily handle it, even with injuries. However, in the next instant, Reshiram sensed something amiss. Articuno's gaze turned icy, and the blue flame seemed to freeze mid-air, plummeting toward the ground. Upon impact, it created a massive crater, erupting with a thunderous sound. Cold, unyielding gaze, Chen Zi pondered. Moreover, Articuno's power felt somewhat off. The Articuno from moments ago would have struggled to even withstand Reshiram's blue flame, let alone freeze it. After undergoing a transformation, it appeared to be an entirely different Pokemon. Articuno vanished from its previous position, reappearing before Reshiram, unleashing a beam of freezing light. Reshiram swiftly dodged to the side, but the beam struck a distant hill, instantly encasing it in ice. This was the sheer power of legendary Pokemon in the present world. Unlike in the confines of the secret realm, every move in the present world wreaked havoc upon the environment. Those on the ground felt as if the very earth trembled beneath them, as if an earthquake had struck. If this continued, even the residual effects of their attacks could reach Chen Zi and the others. Chen Zi's concerns were transmitted to Reshiram, who understood and began to deliberately lead Articuno away from the battlefield. Yet, Articuno seemed determined to remain, showing no inclination to depart despite Reshiram's attempts at diversion. What was happening? Reshiram keenly observed Articuno's gaze directed at Chen Zi and suddenly pieced together a realization. Chen Zi, the egg. Reshiram's voice resonated within Chen Zi's mind. The egg? Is Articuno after the egg? Chen Zi thought, hastening towards Hiram. The others were bewildered by Chen Zi's actions. No, Chen Zi. It's too dangerous. Zhang Hongbing exclaimed urgently. Hiram swiftly retreated, placing a protective barrier in front of Articuno. Chen Zi tossed the poke ball into the air, and an icy blue egg materialized. Hiram lunged forward to catch the egg midair, soaring towards the distance. Did we really find an egg? Zhang Hongbing was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 189. Take care, my hero. With a thought, Hiram grasped the icy blue egg. The instant the egg appeared, Articuno let out a piercing cry. Hiram had surmised correctly. Articuno's target was indeed the egg. Was it driven by familial instinct, yearning to reclaim its offspring? Chen Zi gazed into Articuno's eyes, which revealed a profound, human-like greed. No, this was not the gaze of a parent longing for its child. It resembled that of a predator eyeing its prey. Hiram, do not let it take the egg, Chen Zi urged mentally. I understand, Hiram replied. Though it felt significantly stronger, it was still far from sufficient. With that, Hiram soared into the sky, speeding away. It cast a profound glance back at Chen Zi, its expression a complex interplay of emotions. Before Chen Zi could fully comprehend, Hiram vanished from sight. As expected, Articuno quickly followed suit, gradually distancing itself from Chen Zi and his companions. Chen Zi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The battle between the two legendary Pokemon had left them rattled. Even the residual shockwaves were enough to send chills down their spines. The earth-shattering power exhibited was incomparable to ordinary Pokemon battles. Is this the pinnacle of strength? Zhang Hongbing mused, a look of admiration on his face. All right, enough dawdling. Zhang Bai said. We should hasten to a safer location before things take a turn for the worse. Chen Zi gazed in the direction Hiram had departed, a trace of worry lingering in his eyes. However, the connection between him and Hiram remained unbroken, allowing him to clearly receive Hiram's messages. Chen Zi. My battle with Articuno may endure for quite some time, Hiram's voice echoed. During this period, act with caution. If anything goes awry, I may not be able to return in time. Also, I will be taking Articuno to the ultra space, as the destruction caused by our battle in the present world is far too severe. The distance between their realms would sever their connection. When I return, I will reach out to you. For reasons unknown, Chen Zi detected a hint of reluctance in Hiram's tone. I understand. Chen Zidao. You must be cautious on your end as well. Before Chen Zida could finish his words, he felt the faint connection in his heart abruptly sever. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed a hint of farewell in Hiram's tone. A wave of wistfulness washed over him, prompting a deep sigh. Subsequently, they proceeded towards the direction of the fortress of North State. Within the borders of North State, there existed but a single ultimate dimension. Several months prior, Chen Zida had already been aware of this battlefield's significance, being adjacent to North State. It was here that Hiram discovered something precious that belonged to it. Must they ultimately part ways here? Hiram pondered, feeling as though nothing had truly changed. As it gazed upon another spatial rift that had opened, the silhouette of Articuno materialized before Hiram. Alone, Articuno posed little threat to Hiram. Even if Hiram were injured, and Articuno had become tenfold more powerful, the chasm between them remained insurmountable. Hiram had deceived Chen Zida. It could dispatch Articuno in a matter of moments, for the disparity in strength was considerable. However, its true adversary was not Articuno. Hiram remained still, patiently awaiting. Behind Articuno, a larger spatial rift opened, and a massive dragon Pokemon emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. Hiram had returned, relentlessly pursuing Hiram once more. Hiram felt little surprise, as it had anticipated such a scenario. It had experienced this moment countless times before. Not necessarily Articuno, but perhaps Moltres, Zapdos, or another entity. Whenever it appeared in this realm, Hiram would invariably follow. As always, the seeds of fate continued to chase. A thought flickered in Hiram's mind. The instant Hiram manifested, the greed in Articuno's eyes vanished without a trace. Hiram let out a sigh, expertly tossing the egg it held. The ice blue egg promptly disappeared into the air, tearing through layers of rifts as it soared towards a distant destination. Articuno remained unfazed, its gaze laced with mockery. Hiram, my true objective has always been you. Articuno's voice echoed. Hiram said nothing, its tail engulfed in orange flames, its overdrive mode silently activated. Without further ado, it launched itself towards Articuno. The terrifying conflagration blotted out the sun, and with a single strike, Articuno's expression shifted dramatically. After enduring a blast of the intertwined flames, Articuno was sent hurtling backward, crashing into Hiram. Kyurem caught Articuno with a hand, snorted disdainfully, and unceremoniously discarded it aside. An ice blue beam shot towards Reshiram. With a swift movement, Reshiram evaded the sudden onslaught of icy light. The beam struck the ground, creating a sizable crater. Fortunately, this battle transpired within the ultimate dimension. Had it occurred in the real world, the very earth might have shattered under such an attack. This ultimate dimension was the realm of Zygarde. Yet, Reshiram did not expect assistance from Zygarde, for at that moment, Zygarde was embroiled in a fierce struggle of its own, unable to lend aid. Reshiram found itself in a state of isolation and vulnerability. Under the dual assault of Articuno and Kyurem, Reshiram faced an unprecedented crisis. Unless a miracle occurred, this battle would likely be Reshiram's final performance. But how often does a miracle manifest? Reshiram sighed inwardly. Throughout so many encounters, it had never witnessed the emergence of a miracle. Yet, it had never ceased in its resistance, even when the odds were slim. Taking a deep breath, Reshiram exhaled azure flames, dividing the battlefield thoroughly. Chen Zi and his companions returned safely to North State. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding lingered within Chen Zi's heart. The sight of Reshiram's departing figure evoked a powerful sense of déjà vu, as if he had witnessed it countless times before. An inexplicable sorrow surged within him. Sensing an emotional shift, Chen Zi glanced towards the direction from whence they had come. In the distance, a streak of light sped towards him. By the time Chen Zi registered the event, the light had arrived before him, hovering in the air. It was Articuno's egg. Stunned, Chen Zi reached out to accept the egg. Suddenly, a voice echoed within his heart. Take care, my hero. Chapter 190. The Unplaceable Sorrow. No wonder Reshiram's gaze was so complex. No wonder its tone brimmed with reluctance. No wonder he felt such a profound sense of loss. Reshiram had deceived him. Articuno's true aim was not the egg. Reshiram's genuine foe was not Articuno. Reshiram was fully aware of everything. Embracing Articuno's egg, Chen Zi came to a halt. Slowly crouching down, a powerful wave of sorrow surged within him. Reshiram knew everything. This being, seemingly omniscient and harboring countless secrets, appeared to understand its ultimate fate. Akin to an elephant aware of its impending demise, quietly walking towards its designated grave. What's wrong? Zhang Bai noticed Chen Zi's unusual demeanor. While astonished by the sudden reappearance of the egg, Chen Zi's reaction drew greater concern. Zhang Bai sensed that Chen Zi had suddenly become listless. The vitality that once radiated from him seemingly evaporated. I'm fine. Chen Zi forced himself to stand. Above the ultimate forest, this battle had waged for quite some time. Yet, for legendary Pokemon, such duration was merely a warm-up. However, due to past injuries, Reshiram, having not fully recovered its strength, was beginning to falter. Articuno lingered quietly nearby, waiting for an opportunity. Although both were legendary Pokemon, Articuno's power was insufficient to intrude upon the clash between the two titans. Its only role was to strike when Reshiram's guard was down. The intertwined flames were suddenly unleashed, aimed at Articuno. Caught off guard, Articuno was struck once more. Simultaneously, Kyurem's claws descended upon Reshiram once again. Do not be distracted during battle. Have you not learned this lesson? Kyurem's voice resonated as its claws once more raked across Reshiram. However, Reshiram was prepared. It allowed the dragon's claws to grasp it while its own claws stealthily wrapped around Kyurem's neck. At its rear, intertwining flames blazed with an intensified fervor, engulfing Kyurem's entire form. Kyurem's pupils constricted as it sought to extricate itself. However, no matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not escape Reshiram's bindings. Thus, Kyurem resorted to clawing at Reshiram, attempting to compel it to release its grip. This exchange of injuries was, frankly, detrimental to Reshiram. Kyurem was unaware that every encounter found it in a state of full vigor, even after sustaining significant damage the previous time. Therefore, if this stalemate continued, it would inevitably be Reshiram who succumbed first. Yet for Reshiram, this was the optimal method to inflict considerable harm upon Kyurem. Since today marked its own demise, it aimed to leave a more profound impression on its adversary. Gritting its teeth, Reshiram unleashed both azure flames and intertwining fire, enveloping Kyurem entirely within their embrace. Naturally, Kyurem resisted vehemently, exerting all its might to deliver a heavy blow to Reshiram's chest. Reshiram faltered, propelled backward. Seizing the opportunity, Kyurem swiftly extinguished the flames enveloping its body. Meanwhile, Articuno had just managed to regain its footing. Thus, the three Pokemon found themselves in a standoff, momentarily locked in a tense impasse. At this juncture, all three Pokemon bore the marks of battle. Yet, to the discerning observer, it was evident that Kyurem's condition was markedly superior. After a brief moment of recuperation, Kyurem steadied itself, revealing a predatory gleam in its eyes, unrestrained avarice evident therein. Kyurem initiated the assault, launching a robust beam of ice toward Reshiram. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this icy beam was laced with faint gray vapors, a manifestation of Kyurem's high-tier energy, known as the energy of the soulless. After all, Kyurem's essence was that of the soulless dragon. Reshiram's earlier maneuvers had evidently accelerated the pace of battle, with this mutually injurious tactic bypassing the lengthy sequences of probing, recuperation, and further probing characteristic of traditional combat. It had thrust all three Pokemon states to a critical juncture. The battle had thus evolved to a point where high-tier energy was required. This also signified that what was initially expected to be a prolonged encounter, spanning numerous rounds, was now hastening towards its conclusion. Reshiram, still reeling, could not evade in time. The soulless energy struck its form, rendering it momentarily disoriented. It felt as though its consciousness was being drawn from its body. A flash of white light enveloped Reshiram, revitalizing its being with genuine energy. In an instant, it broke free from the soulless state. Yet, its expression grew graver. In that fleeting moment, a tenth of its genuine energy had vanished. This was precisely why, in a one-on-one confrontation, neither Reshiram nor Zekrom had ever been a match for Kyurem. The energy was simply too constraining. Reshiram snorted, unleashing a surge of genuine energy, directing the radiant light towards Kyurem. Kyurem opened its maw wide, intent on devouring this energy directly. However, mid-flight, Reshiram detonated that portion of energy. The explosion's aftershocks radiated outward, toppling nearby trees, even within the ultimate space. Kyurem was pushed back by the blast, but suffered no real harm, as it was merely the explosion's residual force. Moreover, Reshiram's own genuine energy had little effect on Kyurem. Almost entirely unfazed, Kyurem surged once again towards Reshiram. Reshiram attempted to evade, yet the soulless energy ensnared it once more, rendering it immobile. Reshiram felt Kyurem's presence looming behind it, a gaping maw descending upon its head. Within Kyurem's jaws, the soulless energy activated, pulling Reshiram toward Kyurem's body with an overwhelming force. Genuine energy flowed ceaselessly into Kyurem. Subtly, a white luminescence began to emanate from Kyurem. Reshiram sensed its consciousness growing increasingly hazy, the once struggling body now weighed down by an overwhelming fatigue. So, this is what it feels like, Reshiram pondered. Its vision blurred, gradually succumbing to encroaching darkness. Rain began to fall. The rain in the North State was often mixed with snowflakes, lending a sharper chill that stung the skin upon contact. Chen Zi slowly opened his umbrella, feeling the fragile thread of connection in his heart sever entirely. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the fact that he must learn to navigate this world alone. Reshiram glimpsed a flash of white light, followed by an exceedingly sorrowful visage. Chapter 191, The Message of Dreams. Kyurem, witnessing Reshiram's sudden vanishing, felt an unnameable fury ignite within its heart. It howled skyward, the roar reverberating throughout the vast expanse of the ultimate forest. The journey of Chen Zi and his companions abruptly halted, and they found themselves inexplicably retracing their steps. Chen Zi awaited Reshiram's return, though he was acutely aware that this time, Reshiram might not come back. Legendary Pokemon possessed an acute sense of foreboding. If Reshiram truly faced a perilous fate, it was unlikely to escape unscathed. On the return flight, Chen Zi gazed at the distant clouds, subtly exhaling a sigh. His mood was not as heavy as it had been at the outset. After all, life must go on. Chen Zi had contemplated avenging Reshiram, yet truthfully, without Reshiram, he doubted he had the merit to stand against these legendary Pokemon, let alone tackle the enemies that Reshiram itself could not defeat. Each time he pondered this, an inexplicable sense of powerlessness weighed heavily upon his heart. Numerous questions still lingered for him. Chen Zi recalled his experiences in a seemingly prospective future. At that time, Reshiram was absent. Long ago, he had speculated that Reshiram might depart for various reasons. Yet, he had not anticipated it would be so soon. Chen Zi did not believe that Reshiram would simply perish. After all, death was a foreign concept to a legendary Pokemon. Throughout history, countless Pokemon had existed. Yet the number of legendary Pokemon like Reshiram was exceedingly scarce. And as for those truly deceased legendary Pokemon, Chen Zi and Reshiram had broached this topic, with Reshiram's response being an unequivocal negation. Therefore, Chen Zi did not perceive Reshiram's path leading to death. One day, it would return to this world. He simply did not know when or in what form. However, a pressing reality lay before him now. Chen Zi rose and approached Li Wei, gently patting her shoulder, signaling her to join him. In recent days, Li Wei had naturally sensed Chen Zi's despondency. As someone privy to various matters, Li Wei could surmise the underlying cause. He refrained from attempting to console Chen Zi, understanding his character well. Such issues, he knew, would resolve themselves in due time, as Chen Zi would inevitably find his way out of this gloom. Chen Zi led Li Wei into the airplane's restroom. After a brief silence, he spoke. Hiram has departed, and it seems he may not return for a considerable time. Is it due to that Articuno? I suspect it is not as simple as that. I understand, Li Wei nodded. Legendary Pokemon are not so easily vanquished. Do not fret too much. I know. Chen Zi replied. The crux lies with you in the issue of your ultra space markings. While Hiram was present, there was little concern for you. As long as you were with me, I remained largely untroubled. However, with Hiram now absent, and recalling the prior incidents with the paper sword and the presence of Nihilego in ultra space, it is evident that Li Wei now faces a dire situation. At any moment, he could find himself confronting the threat of an ultra space incursion once more. After a moment of contemplation, Li Wei declared, I shall apply for a leave of absence from school and return to my family. Chen Zi wished to voice a response, but ultimately chose silence. Li Wei would be sheltered by his family, thereby sparing them from the peril of ultra space. This decision, it seemed, was the most prudent for both Li Wei and Chen Zi, especially since, should Chen Zi's future remain steadfast, they would again share the stage at the World Championship. Once the plane landed, Li Wei stepped aside to contact his family. Jiang Bai, after exchanging a few words, promptly dismissed everyone. The competition had concluded rather abruptly, and the draw had yet to occur, leaving them unaware of their forthcoming opponents. However, it appeared that the upcoming matches might not involve Chen Zi at all. Upon disembarking, Chen Zi received a message from Jiang Shirley. The elusive Mew wished to meet him. The timing seemed rather fortuitous. Just as Hiram had vanished, Mew sought him out. This prompted Chen Zi to ponder deeply. Nevertheless, it was indeed good news, as the absence of Hiram left Chen Zi's concerns regarding Yveltal unprotected. According to Hiram, Mew should possess a solution capable of completely erasing the marks left by Hiram's demise. Thus, for various reasons, both Chen Zi and Li Wei submitted their resignations to the captain. With messages relayed from higher-ups, the process was relatively straightforward. Moreover, with it merely being the preliminaries, their absence posed little issue for the Magic City team. Jiang Bai supported their decision without hesitation. Chen Zi spotted Jiang Shirley awaiting him. Compared to their previous encounters, Jiang Shirley appeared notably more fatigued, indicating that he too was burdened with troubles. Yet, upon seeing Chen Zi, he managed to muster a somewhat strained smile. You've arrived? Chen Zi nodded, inquiring, are we departing now? Jiang Shirley did not address Chen Zi's question directly, instead stating, it spoke to me. The essence has not vanished. It still lives, merely unable to return for some reason. Although Chen Zi had anticipated this, hearing the confirmation lifted a weight from his heart. Jiang Shirley approached a nearby vehicle, gesturing for Chen Zi to follow him. Let us go. Our destination is not far, he remarked. Chen Zi climbed into the car, which was headed toward the border of the Magic City and the Starfall Forest, an area abundant with undeveloped regions, preserved to create a substantial buffer zone for Pokemon. Within this buffer, there existed numerous walled-off sections, primarily housing official institutions of the Dragon Kingdom, such as research facilities. However, their destination appeared far less conspicuous, a modest single-story structure bearing a sign that read Land Management Bureau. This was the former site of the now-abandoned Land Management Bureau, with its new counterpart being significantly larger. Yet, for various reasons, this building remained intact. Upon exiting the vehicle, they found themselves in a cramped space. Is Mew truly here in such a diminutive place? Chen Zi questioned, doubting the authenticity of this encounter. Come, Jiang Shirley remarked, having noticed Chen Zi's bewildered expression. Without further explanation, he strode directly into the building. Inside, the room was utterly bare, devoid of any furnishings, resembling a forsaken structure. Just as Chen Zi was engulfed in confusion, Jiang Shirley suddenly collapsed to the floor. At his fingertips, a purple energy began to spread, reaching out across the ground, gradually enveloping the entire floor in a vast purple array. Jiang Shirley muttered incantations in an unfamiliar tongue. The purple array rippled like waves, and in an instant, a brilliant light surged forth, enveloping both Chen Zi and Jiang Shirley in a radiant embrace. The light was blinding yet imbued with mystique, as if beckoning them to enter another unknown realm. With a dazzling flash, they vanished from their original location. Chen Zi opened his eyes to find himself in an expansive, sealed space, surrounded by heavy dark purple drapes, reminiscent of being beneath a profound night sky. At the center of the room rested a crystalline sphere upon an intricately carved stone pedestal, emanating a gentle glow that illuminated the entire space. The brilliance within the crystal seemed to pulse with a mysterious power lying dormant. Before the sphere floated a peculiar Pokémon, its soft, fluffy fur reminiscent of a doll from a fairy tale. Its eyes sparkled with lively light, gazing intently at Chen Zi, as if awaiting him to take some action. Each strand of fur appeared to possess life, gently rising and falling with its breath, casting a faint glow that infused the mysterious space with an ethereal ambience. Chen Zi instantly recognized this as Mew, the very being that had summoned him. Yet, the familiarity in Mew's gaze evoked an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. Mew drifted closer to Chen Zi, and simultaneously, a soft, childlike voice resonated within his heart. "This must be our first meeting," Mew intoned, the purple glow in its eyes flickering, lending a subtle pressure to its small form. Chen Zi nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. Having spent so much time with Hiram, he found himself unsure of how to interact with a legendary Pokémon. Observing Chen Zi's somewhat constrained demeanor, Mew inexplicably displayed a hint of sorrow in its expression. "If I am not mistaken, you seem to have a request from me as well, do you not? The death mark of Yveltal?" Chen Zi nodded, finding little surprise in Dream's awareness of the matter. After a moment of contemplation, Dream confessed, "To be honest, I am at a loss as well." "What?" Chen Zi was taken aback. "You can't help either? Does that mean we are destined to wait for death?" "But you will not perish, Chen Zi." Dream looked at him with unwavering confidence, a slight smile gracing its lips. "I believe in you." Chen Zi was puzzled by the source of Dream's faith. Apart from the aspect of rebirth, he did not perceive himself as particularly exceptional compared to others. Yet, it seemed that legendary Pokémon held a notable degree of confidence in their own abilities, leaving him somewhat flattered. "Who do I rely on?" He sighed in resignation. Dream floated to Chen Zi's waist and pointed to the Pokeball he held in high regard. TT sprang forth from the ball, curiously scanning the surroundings. "It is she," Dream said with a cheerful demeanor. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Chen Zi felt that Dream's gaze upon TT bore the warmth of an old friendship. Had Dream encountered him before? When? In a past life? Setting aside the possibility of Dream accompanying him through rebirth, Chen Zi felt he could dismiss that notion simply because he had never met Dream in his former existence. Could it be in the future? Chen Zi pondered over the glimpses he had seen of what lay ahead. "You have seen the future as well?" He blurted out suddenly, his eyes fixed on Dream's expression, seeking some clue. However, to his dismay, Dream maintained its usual demeanor, still sporting a serene smile. "More or less," Dream replied, shrouded in ambiguity. It swiftly changed the subject, adding, "Although Hiram is no longer by your side, this deity beside you has always remained." "TT? A deity?" While he recognized TT's immense potential, akin to that of mythical Pokémon, it had yet to fully mature. When Yveltal descended, or when faced with the scenes he had previously glimpsed about the future, Chen Zi doubted TT would possess sufficient resistance. He imagined that his instinctive response would be to flee with TT, for that would be a futile sacrifice. "She is even more powerful than you can imagine," Dream asserted. "Indeed, even stronger than Hiram." TT looked bewildered, her expression innocent. Yet, she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity emanating from the adorable Pokémon before her. "Mew?" TT instinctively vocalized. Dream paused, its expression betraying a hint of surprise. Clearly, it had not anticipated such a moment. A myriad of possibilities flashed through its mind before coalescing into a friendly smile. "Mew, my name is Dream, pleased to meet you." TT. TT blinked her crystalline eyes and reached out to shake Dream's tail. Dream then turned to Chen Zi and remarked, "In truth, Hiram once said that I can indeed assist you in resolving the Yveltal predicament. However, the crux of this matter lies with you and your Pokémon." Dream's expression grew serious, prompting Chen Zi to adopt a similarly solemn demeanor. "You say so, and I shall exert every effort, whether for my own survival, to uncover the truths behind it all, or to reunite with Hiram. I must surpass this threshold." Determination gleamed in Chen Zi's eyes. "Very well," Dream exclaimed, soaring upward in joyful exuberance. "Let us commence our Dream Grand Operation." What is this Dream Grand Operation?" Chen Zi began, but before he could finish, he and the bewildered Jiang Shirley suddenly vanished from their location. Chapter 193, The World Tree. Chen Zi blinked, still reeling from the sudden teleportation. It seemed teleportation had become a trend of making unannounced appearances. The abrupt dizziness was rather disconcerting. Steadying himself, he found the scene before him left him momentarily speechless. He had witnessed many magnificent sights, yet nothing compared to the towering tree that obscured his entire view. At that moment, A single term resonated within him. The only thing he could think of was this term, the world tree. This is indeed the world tree, he murmured. Dream appeared beside him at just the right moment. Jiang Shirley was nowhere to be seen. I have sent her away, Dream explained. The matters ahead are not suitable for her to know. Chen Zi nodded thoughtfully. Realizing that he was not the outsider, Jiang Shirley was. Well then, can you now enlighten me on what this dream grand operation entails? Chen Zi's voice carried a note of resignation. The name was quite unexpected. After all, Dream had existed for such a long time. It was amusing that it chose such a whimsical name. Yet, reflecting on his own naming skills, Chen Zi felt he could not criticize. The Dream Grand Operation, as the name suggests, involves battling alongside Dream. Dream said with a beaming smile. What? Chen Zi questioned, doubting his ears. While he was uncertain of Dream's strength, pitting his Pokemon against Dream seemed absurd. Are you serious? They combined wouldn't be enough for even one of your hands. Dream responded, Oh, I am fully aware that they are not my match at present, but we have time. The Dream Grand Operation will require a considerable investment of your time. Moreover, during this period, Yveltal will not dare approach the vicinity of the World Tree. You can remain until you are capable of confronting Yveltal. Will we be here for long? Chen Zi inquired. Theoretically, yes, Dream replied, but from an outsider's perspective, it is different. It's akin to a year in the heavens equating to but a week on Earth. Is it truly that outrageous? Chen Zi was astounded, recognizing how profoundly absurd such an effect would be. Every cause has its consequence, Dream explained. This ability is not without its limits. The temporal rules surrounding the World Tree are not perpetually as such. I have specifically activated this effect for you, and you may utilize it for a maximum of 3 years. After that, this energy will deplete. At that time, the fate of the world will rest in your hands. The destined one. As soon as Dream's words concluded, it suddenly vanished from sight, leaving only the echo of its voice resonating within Chen Zi's heart. Chen Zi stood dazed. Hey, you haven't told me how to train. How am I supposed to challenge you? Am I to rely solely on my own training? Chen Zi felt a wave of despair wash over him. As soon as Chen Zi's words fell, the scene before him suddenly transformed once more. It was as if a dark curtain had descended, leaving a solitary door at its center. A dreamlike voice echoed from a distant realm. I await you at the end of the World Tree. Traverse through the myriad trials and challenge me at my side. This is your task. Numerous trials? Chen Zi gazed at the door before him. Is it within there? He felt an overwhelming aura emanating from behind the door. Slowly, he placed his hand on the doorknob and turned it. Beyond the door lay an immense arena, and at its center floated a Pokemon, entirely black in hue. Its appearance was strikingly reminiscent of TT. Indeed, aside from its color, this Pokemon bore an uncanny resemblance to TT, including the shape of its flower. This revelation left Chen Zi quite astonished. Beside him, TT observed the doppelganger with a furrowed brow. An unusual sensation began to unfurl within TT's heart, as if an instinctual message echoed within. It is me. If it is indeed me, then who am I? TT's large eyes brimmed with bewilderment. Chen Zi took a deep breath. The black TT remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to their presence. In light of this, it was prudent to strike first. After all, the dream did not stipulate a one-on-one confrontation. Chen Zi released all his Pokemon, save for the Articuno egg. Upon seeing TT, the Pokemon were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, at Chen Zi's signal, they resolutely directed their focus toward the stationary TT at the center of the arena. Like a fierce assault against a formidable foe, the Pokemon launched a sudden and vigorous attack. Beams of energy surged towards TT. Unflinching, TT allowed the onslaught to collide with its form. Contrary to Chen Zi's expectations of a dramatic explosion, the anticipated scene did not unfold. To Chen Zi's astonishment, the beams passed right through TT, with only TT's pink beam striking its counterpart. Visibly, the black TT's form dimmed slightly, indicating it had sustained considerable damage. Are Lucario's attacks ineffective? Chen Zi suddenly realized this predicament. Thus, it appeared that only TT could inflict harm upon it. This was not merely a training exercise for Chen Zi's Pokemon, but rather a specialized challenge aimed solely at TT. After being struck, TT did not remain idle. Instead, it turned its gaze toward its counterpart and approached with an expression devoid of emotion. However, this TT seemed to possess rather ordinary capabilities. Chen Zi estimated its speed to be akin to that displayed by TT during high school competitions. Unhurriedly, TT conjured an energy sphere of moderate size with its eternal flower and hurled it toward the incoming TT. With a soft poof, the TT seemed to dissipate into a puddle, vanishing without a trace. Chen Zi gasped in surprise. Was that it? Even the surrounding Pokemon appeared bewildered. Chen Zi glanced towards the spot where TT had disappeared, only to find an envelope materializing on the ground. Concurrently, the door at the opposite end of the arena creaked open. Curiously, Chen Zi approached and picked up the envelope. Chapter 194, Ascending the Tower. In that expanse of pure white, the light was soft and uniform, as if everything were shrouded in a gentle veil of white. The space seemed boundless and tranquil, devoid of sound. There were no tangible walls surrounding them, only a gentle haze of white mist that hinted at the possibility of vanishing into this colorless void with a single step. Time appeared to lose its significance. Reshiram could not ascertain how long it had been. It felt as though its very blood had congealed. Memories of that sorrowful visage from that fateful day frequently haunted its mind. Is this what they call a miracle? Reshiram understood that without its intervention, it would have fallen once more in that realm of ultimate forests, just as it had before. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the pure white space, accompanied by a muted rumble. This was the first sound Reshiram had heard apart from its own during these many days. A colossal black dragon abruptly materialized within the space, collapsing onto the white ground just as Reshiram once had. Zekrom. Reshiram was no stranger to the dragon now lying before it. In fact, it was no surprise that Zekrom found itself in such a state of disarray. Had it truly taken this long? Yet, Reshiram felt as if an eternity had passed. Never before had it experienced time dragging on so interminably. Even during the years of slumber, those moments felt as fleeting as the blink of an eye. Now, Reshiram finally comprehended the human experience of time stretching infinitely. Perhaps it was the worry that lingered in its heart. Reshiram yearned to know the conclusion of that matter. Upon confirming that Zekrom was not in immediate peril, Reshiram turned its attention away from the dragon. Just as Reshiram settled Zekrom, a figure suddenly reappeared in the space. It was an eternal flower. More precisely, it was TT. Had Chen Zi been present, he would have recognized it instantly, for it perpetually bore a sorrowful countenance. You have arrived, Reshiram remarked, its tone laced with surprise. I did not expect to encounter you here, rather than in the realm of dreams. There is no time to lose, TT's voice rang out, echoing its sorrowful expression. Why alter everything? Reshiram inquired softly. Are you not afraid of worse outcomes? Time draws near. This is the final opportunity. What worse outcome could there be? TT replied, as if it were the final wish of its previous life. After a brief silence, TT continued. It has always been troubled by your departure. Reshiram fell silent, exhaling deeply. This is unavoidable. It is our fate. Within the script of the destined ones, we shall ultimately perish. He said he did not desire this conclusion. TT's gaze suddenly hardened with determination. In its eyes, Reshiram glimpsed the reflection of Chen Zi. Thus, I have come here. A final gambit? A final gambit. Now is the time. Unleash the energy of death. Chen Zi commanded. Before TT stood another black TT, identical to the previous one, yet significantly more powerful. Its strength was akin to TT's during the latter stages of the winter camp. This black TT was capable of wielding life energy to engage in a brief confrontation with TT. Within the earlier envelope lay a petal, accompanied by a note that read, have TT consume it. Chen Zi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to let TT eat it. After all, this appears to be the handiwork of the mythical Pokemon. Here, there is no need for the mythical to resort to such means to harm itself and TT. Once TT ingested it, she merely felt a surge of warmth rush to her heart. Subsequently, there were no extraordinary sensations. In TT's description, it was as if a petal-shaped fragment had merely been added to her mind, suggesting that more fragments were needed for a complete assembly. Thus, Chen Zi continued onward with the Pokemon in tow. Upon crossing a new threshold, he encountered the current black TT. As before, the moves from Lucario and the others failed to inflict any damage upon TT, who showed no intention of engaging with them, only launching an assault on TT. Fortunately, this TT remained within TT's manageable range and could still cope. However, if this continued, it would not be long before TT could no longer contend with the black TT in the ensuing 2 or 3 battles. After swiftly dispatching the opponent before him, the black TT, much like before, dissolved into a puddle and vanished, leaving behind an envelope identical to the previous one. Chen Zi picked it up to examine it, discovering that its contents were also identical, a single petal and the same phrase. Chen Zi proceeded to have TT consume the petal. This time, however, the reaction was somewhat different. Pink energy surged around TT, gradually enveloping her. TT felt as though she were about to burst from the life energy surging within her. TT bore this sensation of fullness, as the energy began to permeate her entire being. Slowly, TT's breathing grew steadier and more prolonged, imbued with a sense of strength. TT. This time, TT's cry was not one of anguish, but rather filled with astonishment. Are you implying that the recent petal has doubled your mastery over life energy? Chen Zi was taken aback. Since training began, TT's progress in controlling energy had been quite slow, even with life energy, which she was most familiar with. She felt she had only scratched the surface. Yet, just now, TT sensed a profound increase in her understanding of life energy manipulation, as if she were possessed by Xerneas. Simultaneously, the density of energy within TT had also grown significantly. Is there truly such a violent method of enhancement? While Chen Zi marveled at the mythical's artistry, he could not help but feel a twinge of confusion. Even the mythical should not possess a deep understanding of life energy, so how could it impart such enlightenment? Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Was it possible that even greater energy awaited further ahead? Chen Zi felt as if he were ascending a tower in a game. The higher he climbed, the stronger the opponents became, and the rewards grew more bountiful. With each step in this ascent, his own strength continuously increased, bolstering his confidence in the mythical's words. If this continued, perhaps he could indeed triumph over the mythical. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chen Zi's eyes. Additionally, he had an inkling that when the petals were finally gathered, something monumental would transpire, unraveling the myriad mysteries surrounding him. Chapter 195, Advancing Sunlight. As Chen Zi pressed further ahead, the enemies before him grew increasingly formidable. Yet, without exception, they all bore TT's visage. This only solidified Chen Zi's conviction that this training was specifically designed for TT. For Chen Zi, who was well acquainted with TT, each encounter with these black Tai-Tais allowed him to glimpse echoes of TT from various stages of her past. Post-winter camp, the secret Dragon Island phase, the Chong Island era, the Sinister City period, and the school team training phase. It was possible that even more powerful Tai-Tais from later stages awaited him. Each battle TT faced was akin to a confrontation with her former self. However, those past Tai-Tais exhibited a far superior mastery of energy compared to their contemporary counterpart. Each adversary only utilized a particular form of high-level energy. Particularly, the TT from the secret Dragon Island phase had command over death energy that far surpassed the current TT's capabilities. Yet upon absorbing the petals garnered from defeating them, TT would also gain a deeper comprehension of the corresponding energy. TT's strength would rise accordingly, an unprecedented growth rate that Chen Zi had never encountered before. Even in the absence of energy intensity detection apparatus, Chen Zi could distinctly perceive the escalating energy intensity within TT, which had now established a substantial lead over the other Pokemon in their ranks, evoking envy in them. TT floated before Chen Zi, rubbing her somewhat swollen head. TT indicated that the object formed from the petal fragments in her mind seemed to be less than halfway complete. Not even halfway. Chen Zi furrowed his brow. The black TT they had just faced was already a match for TT's current strength. Her victory was hard-won. The opponent's mastery of Zekram's ideal power had repeatedly placed TT at a disadvantage. Had it not been for the earlier enhancements, TT might well have faltered on the spot. The next battle would undoubtedly be even more challenging. Gazing at the door to the next chamber that had already appeared, Chen Zi decided to take a moment to recuperate before proceeding with the next challenge. In the North Continent, within the Ultra Space, the battle between the two Zygarde continued unabated. Below them, beneath the city walls, countless Ultra Beasts surrounded the entire structure, evoking a sense of a siege akin to a zombie apocalypse. Zhang Ziqing's furrowed brow had yet to relax. Although they had managed to recharge the energy barrier before the next wave of beasts arrived, the current scene was beyond what they could confront. The scale of the Ultra Beasts was far beyond what their current defenses could withstand. It seemed as if the Ultra Beasts from the opposing hive had all emerged. As Zhang Ziqing transmitted information back and prepared to issue orders for a resolute defense, the behavior of the Ultra Beasts left him somewhat perplexed. He observed that those Ultra Beasts remained motionless in front of the energy barrier, as if awaiting some command. This had been the situation for several days. While humans remained vigilant of the Ultra Beasts' movements, the Ultra Beasts maintained their original demeanor. Although humanity refrained from acting recklessly, they did not remain idle. Some urgent protective measures had been established in recent days. As for the aerial battlefield, it seemingly went unnoticed. The conflict between the two Zygarde had not entered the awareness of the onlookers. Still stubbornly clinging to an illusion, the purple-black Zygarde launched an assault on the green Zygarde, while declaring, Ultra Necrozma has arrived. This world is no longer under its control. What are you still fighting against? Even to this day, do you still dare not to utter its name? The Zygarde replied, no matter how many times I hear it, the tone remains the same. I'm starting to grow weary of your incessant prattle. The enigmatic purple-black Zygarde continues to weave its web of mystery. Well, what of it if I boldly utter its name? Arceus. The purple-black Zygarde appears to be somewhat hysterical. At the very moment it vocalizes that name, a brilliant white flash descends from the heavens. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the radiance dissipates, replaced by a golden gleam that envelopes it. Then, it retreats into nothingness, as if nothing had transpired. Ha! The purple-black Zygarde cackles. Behold, its power has waned. This world is no longer under its dominion. What does it matter if I call its name? What can it wield to unleash its divine retribution? Zygarde's countenance darkens. It is acutely aware of this fact and is not surprised by the outcome. However, it quickens. Can Mutuo arrive in time? Zygarde feels a pang of anxiety. This is the final opportunity. Zygarde gazes toward the end of the ultra space. The periphery, once shrouded in mist, now beams with golden light, reminiscent of the dawn, piercing through the layers of fog and illuminating this realm. When Ultra Necrozma arrives, the ultra space will be bathed in light. In the distant sky, Zygarde spots the sun, the world tree. Mew and a plethora of legendary Pokemon and mythical Pokemon congregate together. Among them are the Weather Trio, the siblings of the Water Capital, and the Sacred Pillar King, among others. It can be described as a grand assembly of legendary and mythical Pokemon. The atmosphere, however, is palpably tense. Everyone, do you remember? Mew speaks up, its voice devoid of the previous vivacity, now bearing a grave expression. It's a bit chaotic. Groudon scratches its head, having just awakened from an inexplicable surge of energy, only to be informed that the world is on the brink of destruction. Poor fools, won't he even learn to fly before the world meets its end? Kyogre retorts without mercy. You. Groudon bristles with indignation, ready to brawl once more. Who fears whom? As the two fools prepare to clash again, Rayquaza intervenes, giving each a swift reprimand. Settle down, we're discussing serious matters. Mew, exasperated, resumes. We have received no word from Dialga. Ultra Necrozma's velocity is increasing exponentially, and its power should no longer influence the secondary world. The Ultra Space must have completed its integration. The Ultra Beasts at various Ultra Spaces should be ready. If all goes well, this ought to be our last opportunity. The rewind ability of the Destined One has reached its limit, and should we fail this time, there will truly be no next chance. Yet another cycle, and once more, I must trouble everyone. Chapter 196. The approaching final chapter. Chen Zi rubs his head. At this moment, he has just recuperated and is proceeding toward the next chamber. TT, this will be a fierce battle. Chen Zi prepares TT mentally. Judging by previous patterns, the foes ahead should grow increasingly formidable. Fortunately, time is on his side, allowing Chen Zi ample opportunity for preparation. He gently pushes open the door to the next room. As anticipated, standing within is the ever-dark TT. Chen Zi gives TT a knowing glance. TT begins to gather death energy in place. From their earlier skirmishes, they have discerned a pattern. TT will remain inactive until the battle commences. Thus, TT can charge freely. After absorbing those petals, TT has achieved a high level of control over the existing energy. Consequently, death energy has become TT's primary means of offense. However, without a reference point, Chen Zi cannot ascertain the extent of this power. TT nods at Chen Zi, signaling its readiness. Subsequently, TT unleashes the death energy from the flower. Yet, in an instant of impact, TT's form appears to flicker as if it has suddenly been etherealized. The death energy inexplicably passes through, then halts abruptly. Gradually, the death energy transforms into a white hue, and TT lifts its head. The energy undergoes a forced transmutation. This is the true energy of Reshiram. Chen Zi gasps. As a true hero, Reshiram had introduced him to its abilities and those of other Pokemon, such as its true energy, Hiram's soul energy, and the time-space energy of the time-space dragons. Thus, Chen Zi recognizes it at once. The white light rebounds. Fortunately, TT dodges just in time, narrowly avoiding the attack. Cautiously, TT approaches once more. The opposing TT once again employs true energy, spiraling towards TT as an offensive maneuver. TT swiftly retaliates. As their techniques collide, although TT has the upper hand, the difference is marginal. This TT's strength is only slightly superior to the previous one, aptly matched to TT's enhanced power. It seems merely the mastery of energy varies. After some probing, TT no longer holds back, launching an all-out assault. According to previous patterns, the enemy TT should only command true energy. Faced with TT's diverse array of techniques, it is somewhat outmatched. Even with a slight disparity in raw strength, they appear evenly matched. Moreover, it becomes evident that TT, with its varied energy forms, holds a slight advantage. After an extended period of fierce combat, The two are locked in a stalemate, each feeling the weight of impending exhaustion. Following a particularly intense clash, they both quickly retreat. TT aims to initiate another attack. Yet suddenly, the opposing TT vanishes before its eyes, reappearing at the center of the arena, its original position. TT resumes its stillness, seemingly reset, with its wounds vanished. What? Chen Zi exclaims, startled. TT also halts its assault. Is there a time limit for the challenge? Must they restart upon the passage of time? TT refrains from attacking again. Its injuries are not reset. The exhaustion is very real. If the opponent has indeed recovered, it will undoubtedly find itself at a disadvantage. TT floats back to Chen Zi's side. It appears the challenge is timed. Chen Zi remarks. I thought it would be too simple. TT appears somewhat disheartened. It's all right, Chen Zi reassures. We will take our time, discover its weaknesses, and we shall surely defeat it. TT nods, settling down to recuperate and prepare for the next challenge. On Chong Island, atop Mount Ruishua. Deep within Mount Ruishua lies an expansive clearing, encircled by dense woods, rendering this open space rather conspicuous. Yet, this clearing serves merely as a distraction. Above it, concealed from view, an ultra wormhole yawns wide. Within this ultra wormhole resides a diminutive realm. The main part of this space is a vast courtyard. It appears to resemble a traditional martial arts dojo. Indeed, this is a dojo, albeit not one belonging to humans, but rather to bear apprentices. Yet, the place seems deserted. With not a single bear apprentice in sight within the expansive courtyard, only two martial bear masters sit cross-legged in the courtyard. Surrounding them are numerous corpses of ultimate beasts stacked high. Behind the martial bear masters, Li Wei also sits cross-legged. A spiral pattern has become quite distinct on Li Wei's forehead, marking him as one touched by the ultimate realm. At this moment, the spiral pattern continues to glow, drawing the ultimate beasts towards it like moths to a flame. Buzz. A sound reverberates. One of the martial bear masters casually delivers a punch behind him. A suddenly appearing explosive mosquito bursts apart right before Li Wei. The martial bear masters have lost count of how many waves of ultimate beasts have come. Casting a glance at Li Wei, whose eyes remain tightly shut, the two martial bear masters exhale in resignation. Is there still time? The hour is far too advanced. They can only place their trust in this child. Should he falter here, all hope would rest on the realm of dreams. Once more, the space trembles. The martial bear master unleashes a series of swift punches. The ultimate beast has yet to fully materialize when it is snuffed out within the ultimate realm. Outside the city of demons, in the Starfall Forest, the small cottage has reappeared in the realm of the living. At the entrance, an old crone gazes into the distance. Dark streams of energy swirl around her, and it is evident that her eyes lack their former brilliance. She resembles a mere mortal, half buried in the earth. Sigh. The old crone lets out a breath. Now it is up to you. Suddenly, her form begins to fade, transforming into a stream of light that flows into the nearby statue of Xerneas. The statue of Xerneas momentarily glows before quickly dimming, returning to stillness. Beneath the Starfall Forest, in a vast cavern, a blood-colored cocoon writhes restlessly, an evil aura breaking free, seemingly in search of something. Xerneas, ultimately, I have triumphed. A frenzied voice echoes within the cavern. The malevolent presence swiftly ascends above the Starfall Forest, appearing to search for something, circling in place. Where's my mark? Yveltal muses, then reverts to its earlier state of madness. No matter where you have fled, I shall find you without fail. Chapter 197. Almost there. Bang. TT delivers a powerful blow, sending the black TT before her reeling. Death energy clings to TT, beginning to sear her flesh. Yet, TT remains vigilant, timing her next strike perfectly as another surge of death energy is unleashed. A flicker of blue light envelopes TT, restoring her to her former state. However, the subsequent death energy swiftly compensates for the damage, flames once again igniting upon TT's form. It is evident that TT has become well acquainted with her opponent's tactics. In the face of this TT, who wields the power of time, she has battled countless times. The ability to rewind time is indeed too formidable. Each time TT seeks to seize an opportunity for victory, TT always manages to find a way to reverse her fortunes using the power of time. Fortunately, these Taitais are merely training partners. After defeating a TT, they do not pursue further but return to the center of the arena, resetting to their original state. With no reference of time and no cycle of day and night, Chen Zi has no notion of how long he has spent here. For a considerable duration. Aside from an initially smooth journey, the ascent to mastery has become increasingly arduous since encountering the TT who embodies true energy. Often, A significant amount of time is required to conquer each floor's challenge. However, TT is rapidly evolving through battle. Whether through the combat skills gleaned from fighting or through the energy insights gained from absorbing petals, TT's strength has undergone a qualitative elevation. Notably, after defeating those Tai-Tais who wield higher-tier energy and absorbing the petals they leave behind, should TT not have previously mastered the higher-tier energy, she will consequently comprehend it. This realization has led Chen Zi to grow increasingly convinced that this is beyond the capabilities of mere dreams. There may be even deeper secrets at play. While Chen Zi's other Pokemon have also been diligently training, they have not participated in the battles, but have engaged in their own practices. However, compared to TT's rapid progress, their growth has been considerably slower. To date, they have become wholly inadequate opponents for TT. Despite the absence of tangible references, experience suggests that TT's strength has clearly surpassed that of even the most extraordinary Pokemon. After all, in Chen Zi's past life, none of his Pokemon could achieve what TT is capable of. This is merely a rough estimation. Nevertheless, according to the standards set by Mew, such an advancement rate is indeed necessary to defeat it. Bang! Having grasped her opponent's rhythm of attack, TT finds it relatively easy to contend with her foe. After all, the moment the opposing TT makes a move, TT instinctively knows its intentions. Coupled with the remarkable surge in her energy intensity during this period, she is well equipped to handle the formidable opponent. Amidst a fierce struggle, TT ultimately seizes the opportunity to vanquish the TT that wields time energy. As per usual, TT disappears from the arena, transforming into an envelope. Chen Zi adeptly retrieves the petals, presenting them to TT. Blue light emanates from TT as she absorbs the time energy. Mastering it, TT softly calls out, sensing the lingering absence of one petal. Sighing, Chen Zi muses, is there still one more to acquire? To be honest, spending just a day or two in this place is manageable, but after such an extended period, with no one else around, it becomes increasingly unbearable. Even with the company of Pokemon, Chen Zi feels an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Had it not been for the fact that he felt no hunger or bodily filth in this space, he would have long since succumbed to the trials of such a relentless existence. Is the bitter period finally nearing its end? Will the secret soon be unveiled? Chen Zi's heart swells with both excitement and anticipation. The answer lies just beyond the door before him. He steps forward, slowly pushing the door open. Yet, the scene that unfolds before him leaves him momentarily stunned. Before him lies an identical hall, but the arena at its center is utterly empty. There is no final boss as he had anticipated, nothing at all. On the opposite side of the room, the door that should have been closed stands wide open. Through this doorway, Chen Zi glimpses a blinding white light. He approaches, and upon closer inspection, the center of the hall is not entirely devoid of substance. Lying quietly on the ground is an envelope. Does this mean no challenge is required? Chen Zi approached and picked up the envelope. Upon opening it, he discovered not petals, but rather a letter lying quietly within. He withdrew the letter and began to read it slowly. Chen Zi, I am you. By the time you read this letter, it signifies that I am no longer your adversary. The final eternal flower, which even I could not defeat with all my might, renders further contests unnecessary. However, I am not the last opponent of TT, nor is the eternal flower, which possesses the power of time. Due to certain circumstances, TT's final opponent does not intend to meet you at this moment. Nevertheless, you now possess the ability to preserve your life beneath Yveltal. If you are prepared, then set forth. The answers you seek lie beyond the final door. Chen Zi set the letter down, lost in thought. Had TT's power truly surpassed that of Mew? Lacking a point of reference, Chen Zi's estimation remained somewhat conservative. He merely believed that TT had reached the level of a legendary Pokemon. Who would have thought she could actually contend with Yveltal? TT's potential continually reshaped Chen Zi's imagination. Yet, by now, he was no longer astonished. TT held many secrets. Perhaps these mysteries were the very reasons for her exceptional nature. However, it seemed the last petal had not yet been attained. The puzzle in TT's mind appeared to be missing that final piece. Was it within her? The last opponent mentioned by Mew. Why did it not wish to meet her yet? According to previous patterns, this last opponent should indeed resemble TT, an identical eternal flower. Did these eternal flowers possess their own consciousness? Yet, Chen Zi felt no such awareness. Or was it that only the last eternal flower was special? Chen Zi found the questions swirling in his mind multiplying. However, Mew had said that to uncover the answers, one must pass through the final door. Chen Zi fixed his gaze upon the open door. The blinding white light outside beckoned. Are you ready? Chen Zi inquired of TT beside him. Having fully mastered life energy, TT's recovery speed had reached its zenith. Shortly after their fierce battle, TT had already regained her vitality. TT. She responded with an energetic nod. They dashed towards the door. Chapter 198. The Fierce Battle with Yveltal. As they crossed through the luminous portal, Chen Zi felt a sudden brightness, his vision transforming into a sea of white. When his sight returned, he found himself back in the dilapidated little house outside the magic city. Although it felt distant in his memory, Chen Zi still vaguely recalled its general appearance. It seemed little had changed. He glanced at his phone, which had been completely still in that realm. But here it finally regained functionality. A mere 2 days had passed outside. This meant Chen Zi had spent over 2 years in that space. No wonder it felt so prolonged. However, many things appeared to be frozen in that realm. For instance, his hair had hardly changed. And the egg of the Articuno in his Pokeball showed no signs of hatching. If 3 years had truly passed, it should have emerged long ago. How had he managed to escape? Where were the answers? Chen Zi slowly exited the house. Just as confusion began to settle in, he spotted distant flames shooting upward from the direction of the magic city, momentarily freezing him in place. In the sky, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the ultimate beasts soaring past. The surrounding houses were already in tatters. He could even see several ultimate beasts roaming about. Was this truly just 2 days later? How had the ultimate beasts invaded? Was this still Blue Star? As Chen Zi stood bewildered, a Faramois spotted him from afar and rapidly approached. TT quickly reacted, sweeping her petals and unleashing a fairy wind. The pure white Faramois was instantly transformed into a puddle of green blood, vanishing from sight. Chen Zi's mouth fell agape, though Mew had validated TT's strength. Witnessing her power firsthand left him astounded. It was as effortless as squashing a cockroach. Without delay, Chen Zi hastily dialed Jiang Shirley's number, eager to inquire about the unfolding events. However, his call could not connect. The signal here seemed completely non-existent. Let us head towards the city, Chen Zi instructed TT. With a flick of her flower, TT enveloped Chen Zi in a pink sphere, propelling them directly toward the magic city. Through the transparent barrier, Chen Zi observed the devastation below. The land was a scene of utter ruin, a chaotic tableau. Everything suggested that this was not a minor incursion of ultimate beasts, but rather an all-out emergence from the mother nest of the ultimate space. Chen Zi glanced back, seeing flames spreading from the Starfall Forest all the way into the magic city, resembling an apocalyptic landscape. A sudden headache struck him. The scene before him felt inexplicably familiar. At that moment, Chen Zi felt his body sway, and the sphere began to plummet toward the ground. TT's expression turned serious as she gazed into the distance. Gradually, a large bird, with an orange and black pattern, materialized abruptly in this space, as if it had appeared in an instant. Its gaze did not turn towards TT, but remained fixed on Chen Zi, an emotion of greed vividly displayed in Yveltal's eyes. Pure death energy. Yveltal's voice resonated ominously. As Chen Zi landed safely, enveloped in the barrier, he looked towards Yveltal and felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Here comes the bird of death. TT gently positioned herself between Yveltal and Chen Zi, shielding him. You are, Yveltal recalled, that peculiar eternal flower? Do not obstruct my path. I have no interest in your life energy. TT remained silent, her form suddenly vanishing. Unlike a mere teleportation, Yveltal felt no psychic fluctuation. This was pure spatial energy. How could such energy manifest in an eternal flower? Yveltal found it rather peculiar. Suddenly, an immense force struck from behind. Yveltal felt a portion of its flesh vanish into the void. It hastily propelled itself forward, alarmed. Is this the eternal flower? Yet, TT's assault had not concluded. As Yveltal attempted to escape, TT pursued relentlessly. From the series of battles just endured, TT had gleaned a vital lesson. The mightier the Pokemon, the more one must assert dominance over them. Once given a respite, their bizarre maneuvers invariably leave you with a lingering headache. The essence of TT surged forth, striking directly at Yveltal. Yveltal experienced a fleeting disorientation, and by the time it regained its senses, it found itself adorned with numerous wounds. A seething fury ignited within Yveltal. It had never felt so beleaguered, even in the presence of Xerneas. With a piercing shriek, it unleashed a wave of deathly energy that forcefully repelled TT. Realizing evasion was futile, Yveltal resolved to take the initiative, launching a lethal strike with its death wing towards TT. TT quickly braced itself, yet was still sent sprawling by the force of Yveltal's attack. What audacity, to employ such high-tier energy right from the outset, thought Yveltal, confronting what seemed to be a madman who disregarded conventional tactics. It was evident that resorting to high-tier energy signified a desperate gamble. TT remained silent, its gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Yveltal, its concentration sharpened with a singular purpose, Chen Zi. TT was unperturbed at the prospect of risking everything. Subsequently, a vibrant pink aura, emblematic of life energy, erupted from TT. If one were to speak of the natural antagonism between life and death energies, life energy would undoubtedly be the antidote to Yveltal's malevolence. To inflict rapid damage upon Yveltal, life energy was indeed the most advantageous choice. Yveltal's pupils constricted. As one of the Pokémon most attuned to life energy, it recognized the remarkable purity of the life energy emanating from TT, rivaling even that of Xerneas. For a fleeting moment, Yveltal almost mistook this eternal flower for Xerneas in disguise. Yet, it recalled that Xerneas did not wield spatial power, nor did it possess that disorienting energy. Yveltal found itself at an impasse. Recently wounded and barely recovered. Did it truly wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with a Pokémon? Despite the alluring density of death energy surrounding Chen Zi, Yveltal was not yet prepared to wager its own life. After a moment's hesitation, Yveltal rapidly flapped its wings and fled without looking back. TT gradually retracted its life energy, exhaling in relief. Chapter 199, the final battle at the pinnacle of the world. Once Yveltal had retreated, TT descended slowly beside Chen Zi, panting heavily. Although TT had demonstrated overwhelming dominance moments ago, it was acutely aware that such power had come at a significant cost, drawing from the depths of its own energy. The barrage of attacks had taken a considerable toll on TT, enabling it to produce such a pronounced effect that instilled fear in Yveltal. After all, TT could not afford to prolong this encounter. Yveltal's target was evidently Chen Zi, and the longer they lingered, the greater the peril for Chen Zi. One misstep could lead to Yveltal's triumph, rendering their battle meaningless. It was prudent to vacate this location post-haste. Chen Zi's thoughts were adrift, consumed by the dire circumstances surrounding him. He was uncertain whether the invasion of the Ultra Beasts was confined to the Magic City or if it was a global calamity. If the latter were true, everything he cherished was undoubtedly facing unimaginable peril. TT continued to guide Chen Zi towards the Magic City. With remarkable speed, the scenery blurred into a rapid retreat, far surpassing even the flight speed of Charizard. Upon entering the Magic City, Chen Zi could scarcely recognize the once thriving metropolis. The streets lay in ruins, strewn with corpses, and the ominous presence of Ultra Beasts roamed freely, creating an apocalyptic tableau. Before long, TT brought Chen Zi to the vicinity of the grand campus of the Magic City. As they approached the campus, distant sounds of battle reached Chen Zi's ears, the clash of moves, the roars of Ultra Beasts, and the cries of the crowd intertwined, echoing across the desolate landscape. There are survivors. Chen Zi's eyes brightened. As long as there were living souls, he could ascertain what had transpired. TT swiftly ascended above the school. The campus had devolved into chaos, with Pokémon and Ultra Beasts locked in fierce combat, the situation appearing increasingly dire. Yet, a relentless tide of Ultra Beasts continued to pour in from the outside, and the fall of this place seemed merely a matter of time. The only glimmer of hope was that the overall strength of these Ultra Beasts did not match that of the level 50 foes encountered in the Ultra Space. Many were of lower tiers, granting the students a semblance of resistance. TT turned its gaze towards the eastern side of the campus, where powerful energy fluctuations emanated. There are formidable Pokémon engaged in battle over there. Let us go, Chen Zi declared decisively. TT swiftly made its way toward that direction. In the distance, Chen Zi spotted a young girl floating in midair, her eyes closed, surrounded by levitating spoons. It was Jiang Shirley. Before her stood an anomalous electrode, and Mega Alakazam was locked in a fierce struggle against it, seemingly at a disadvantage. The electrode wore a relaxed expression, a hint of mockery evident on its face. With a surge of electricity, it forcefully repelled Alakazam once more, causing Jiang Shirley to cough up blood as she felt the backlash from their connection. TT go, Chen Zi urged. TT nodded, bolstering the protective barrier around Chen Zi before vanishing in a flash to position itself behind the electrode. Before it could react, TT wielded a flower, tearing open a rift in space, cleaving the electrode in two. The mockery that had graced its face vanished as it lost control of its body. A single strike, comparable to that of a transcendent Pokémon, rendered the electrode helpless in TT's hands. Jiang Shirley was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Upon seeing the electrode's body split apart, a visible joy illuminated her features as she recognized TT. Saved. My destined one, she exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she searched for Chen Zi. Upon finding him, she swiftly approached. Quick, to Mount Everest, Jiang Shirley implored. Mount Everest? Chen Zi paused momentarily. In North State, the battle between the two Zygarde was yet to conclude, but one Zygarde knew it was nearing its end. Facing the encroaching purple-black energy of the other Zygarde, it stood resolute, unwavering, casting a final glance at the humans below, who continued to resist. Zygarde let out a faint sigh. It was, at the very least, a privilege to fight alongside these individuals until the final moment. Zhang Ziqing lifted his gaze towards Zygarde, offering a salute to the invisible air. A golden radiance enveloped the entirety of the ultra space. At the zenith of the world, atop Mount Everest, a place eternally cloaked in snow, lay a realm of secrets seldom traversed by any. As the highest point on Earth, it also stood as a forbidden zone for life. Yet, in this desolate expanse, a lively commotion unfolded at this very moment. Mew floated at the pinnacle of Everest, gazing skyward. Above, the golden light intensified, growing ever more resplendent. Beside Mew stood a cadre of legendary Pokémon. Is Groudon not yet ready? Mew inquired of Rayquaza nearby. It has concluded. But the primal return of Groudon is still a force to be reckoned with, Rayquaza replied, though it cannot fly, so its arrival is delayed. Mew sighed. The remainder must be entrusted to humanity. A flicker of sorrow passed through Mew's eyes as it glanced towards the direction of the North State. It's coming, Mew stated. The other Pokémon immediately braced themselves. Suddenly, the golden light in the sky surged dramatically, causing the perennial ice and snow atop the mountain to melt significantly. A golden figure manifested before the legendary Pokémon, exuding an oppressive power. In its gaze, there was no trace of emotion. As if it were a true deity descending upon the world. Mew made no attempt to communicate with it, for it understood the futility of such an effort. Everyone. This is the last time, Mew declared with a steely gaze, as a colossal golden tree emerged behind it. The branches of the world tree extended forth, bestowing corresponding enhancements upon the legendary Pokémon. Ultra Necrozma merely cast a fleeting glance. Behind it, the fabric of space began to unravel. The entire area quaked violently. The ultra space behind Ultra Necrozma had completed its integration and was now gradually encroaching upon the realm of the living. Simultaneously, numerous silhouettes began to materialize behind Ultra Necrozma. The towering final form of Zygarde, the Dark Lugia, and Mewtwo, even Pokémon identical to those present among the legendary beings. The ultimate battle was about to commence. Chapter 200, The Final Battle, Part 1. What constitutes a legendary Pokémon? Having traversed the eons, they shine alongside the sun and moon. They command the winds and the rains. Omnipotent in their ability to influence the very rules of the world. The clash between two legendary Pokémon could spell doom for an entire region. At this moment, at the pinnacle of Everest, before Chen Zi, the ruptured space lay sprawled like a torn net. In the skies above, dozens of legendary Pokémon were engaged in fierce combat. The summit had long since collapsed. Were it not for the significant altitude, the landscape would have already succumbed to cataclysmic fissures and reversed rivers. From Jiang Shirley, Chen Zi had learned that nearly all strongholds of ultra space had collapsed in unison, as if the ultra beasts had received some command to launch a simultaneous assault. The readiness of various regions fell short of response, and the authorities hastily announced the emergence of the ultra wormholes, guiding the populace to seek shelter underground. Even so, the casualties were staggering. Ultra wormholes opened worldwide, and cities were abruptly inundated with an overwhelming influx of ultra beasts, mercilessly slaughtering those who had not managed to evacuate. In a single night, the world seemed to plunge into an apocalyptic nightmare. Chen Zi's first thoughts were of his parents and family. However, Jiang Shirley assured him that his family was safe and had already entered the shelters. Only then did Chen Zi breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Shirley informed him that the final answer Mew spoke of lay atop Everest. This was the fate he was destined to confront. Thus, Chen Zi hastened, urging TT to carry him here at the utmost speed. And so, he beheld the scene before him. Legendary Pokémon gathered, space fracturing, the battle raging intensely. At the highest point, Mega Rayquaza clashed violently with Ultra Necrozma. However, Mega Rayquaza was clearly at a disadvantage, being overwhelmed by Ultra Necrozma's relentless assault. Its massive form writhed in the skies, its roars echoing endlessly. The current battlefield appeared to be beyond his involvement. TT was indeed formidable, rivaling the might of legendary Pokémon. Yet, even such strength was insufficient to sway the tides of this chaotic scene. At that moment, Ultra Necrozma seemed to take notice of Chen Zi's arrival. The previously calm visage suddenly contorted with malevolence, sending Mega Rayquaza hurtling away in a swift assault towards Chen Zi. Why is it targeting me? Chen Zi's complexion paled. TT, quick to react, flung Chen Zi to safety while charging towards Ultra Necrozma. The sacred power of Ho-Oh ignited, a radiant light attempting to scorch Ultra Necrozma. Unfazed, Ultra Necrozma unleashed its own brilliance, photons erupting forth to suppress TT's energy instantaneously. TT was sent sprawling, a look of anguish crossing its features. The might of Ultra Necrozma was insurmountable, otherwise it would not have rendered Mega Rayquaza immobile. Ultra Necrozma continued its relentless pursuit towards Chen Zi. Mew broke free from Zygarde's attack, positioning itself before Chen Zi. Concurrently, the other legendary Pokémon, undeterred, extricated themselves from their opponent's grasp, positioning themselves to shield Chen Zi. Ultra Necrozma halted its advance, its golden radiance flickering once more as another burst of photons surged forth towards the Pokémon in front. In unison, the legendary Pokémon unleashed their moves, clashing with Ultra Necrozma's attack, resulting in a colossal wave of energy that rippled throughout the space, causing violent tremors. Chen Zi was thrust backward by the force. The remaining Pokémon braced themselves against the turbulent energy. However, Ultra Necrozma remained utterly unaffected. In an instant, it appeared before Chen Zi. TT's face contorted in fear as it hurried towards Chen Zi. Yet, Ultra Necrozma's hand reached the barrier before Chen Zi, effortlessly shattering it. At that moment, a ripple coursed through the space, and a flower suddenly extended from the void, striking Ultra Necrozma. Staggered, Ultra Necrozma swayed to the side. Yet, that brief moment was enough. TT seized the opportunity, swiftly sheltering Chen Zi behind itself and reinforcing him with another layer of protection. In the space, that figure gradually revealed itself. It was a black eternal flower, its appearance identical to that which Chen Zi encountered during the trial orchestrated by Mew, or perhaps, it bore a striking resemblance to TT. However, this particular TT did not share the emotionless demeanor characteristic of the other Tidits encountered in the dream trials. Chen Zi could perceive the sorrow etched upon its face, a visage strikingly reminiscent of the mournful expression he had witnessed in the future. Behind the black TT, several spatial rifts tore open, through which familiar figures materialized before Chen Zi, the black and white dragon, two martial bear masters, and Li Wei. At that moment, Li Wei maintained a meditative posture, being carried upon the shoulders of the martial bear masters. Just as Chen Zi was momentarily lost in thought, the black TT glided before him, extending a hand through the barrier and gently tapping his forehead. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through Chen Zi's head as a torrent of information flooded into his mind. He crouched down, cradling his head in anguish. The TT gasped, startled into action, but the black TT casted a complex glance, and in an instant, transformed into a streak of light that entered TT's body. A soft pink luminescence enveloped TT, who closed its eyes as if succumbing to slumber. "It's up to you now," a voice resonated in the air. Reshiram and Zekrom remained silent, their gazes fixed upon the menacing Ultra Necrozma. Chen Zi, still dazed, opened his eyes to find himself in an expansive void. Before him lay what appeared to be an enormous transparent screen, upon which scenes flitted by rapidly, like snippets from a film. The pace of the scene transitions quickened until the entirety of the view ahead was swallowed by darkness. Chen Zi felt his vision fade, and when he regained clarity, he discovered himself standing in his own room. Is this yet another rebirth? He pondered. No, that was incorrect. On the bed lay another individual, an exact replica of himself. Deep in slumber. No, that was indeed himself. Suddenly, the sleeping version of himself awoke, displaying a look of trepidation. Observing his surroundings with bewilderment, he fell into a prolonged stupor, muttering phrases like explosive muscle mosquito. Chen Zi understood that this was the manifestation of himself during his second rebirth. Could it be a revolving lantern? He attempted to reach out and touch himself, only to find his hand passing through his own form. Is it impossible to intervene? Chen Zi mused, watching as his other self gradually exited the room. Uncontrollably, his own body followed suit. Chapter 201, The Final Battle, Part 2. Chen Zi observed as he once again rose from the bed, bearing an expression of lingering dread, and sighed. How many times had it been? Initially, Chen Zi believed this to be merely a revolving lantern, as the trajectory of his alternate self bore some resemblance to his own. However, as events unfolded, he recognized numerous subtle divergences, particularly regarding the Pokémon captured along the way. Yet, the overarching narrative remained largely consistent. Ultimately, after Reshiram's departure, this alternate self did not engage in the so-called Dream Grand Battle, but rather progressed steadily to the World Championship stage, only to be felled by an explosive muscle mosquito. Following that, it felt as though Chen Zi was ensnared in a cycle, with his perspective returning once more to his own room. He witnessed the commencement of his life anew. So many repetitions had transpired, each ending in a nearly identical demise at the hands of the explosive muscle mosquito. However, the timing of his demise gradually advanced. Initially, it occurred during the World Championship, but eventually, it happened even before reaching that stage, with the explosive muscle mosquito dispatching him. Time crept forward, inching closer to Chen Zi's present timeline. Yet, he no longer glimpsed that sorrowful face, the one he had seen in a corner of the future. The grieving visage of TT. No, at this juncture, Chen Zi had begun to unravel the truth. That was not merely a fragment of the future. It constituted his own past, memories long forgotten from countless lifetimes. You finally comprehend. The scene abruptly froze. The previously dazed Chen Zi suddenly appeared animated, gazing towards the direction of his own presence. Can you see me? Chen Zi exclaimed in astonishment. I can only see you, Chen Zi, came the reply. Chen Zi reflected. I have been wondering when you would achieve clarity. So this is the truth of the matter? Chen Zi mused wryly. Why did the dream beings not convey this to me directly? Because your memories have long been locked away by Ultra Necrozma, he explained. Once you regain your memories, Ultra Necrozma can utilize this pathway to manifest in the present. Only with adequate preparation can you fully restore your memories. So, is now the time for preparation? Chen Zi inquired. Evidently, it was not. Chen Zi wore an expression of resignation, yet he found himself with no alternative. Time was of the essence. And this was indeed the final opportunity. In the next instance, Ultra Necrozma could descend upon the very moment of your rebirth, rendering your retrospective efforts futile. Had all those previous attempts ended in failure? Chen Zi questioned, why was my past self always defeated by the explosive muscle mosquito? It seemed that his prior incarnations were oblivious to these matters. That explosive muscle mosquito is a manifestation of Ultra Necrozma's energy, he elucidated. It signifies your destined demise. The reason your past self lacked these memories is that I did not exist. You? Chen Zi inquired, perplexed. I am not you, but rather the crystallization of the memories you have created, he clarified. Each time you perished, you would recall the memories of your previous lives. Since this is the last occasion, you took a risk and extracted your memories, sealing them within your next incarnation's body. That is who I am. However, should Ultra Necrozma detect this, it would similarly precipitate its premature arrival. So this is a desperate gamble, Chen Zi contemplated. But, he hesitated, even if I recall. What then? You have yet to assimilate your memories, he responded. Once you do, you will understand the situation. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Zi transformed into a streak of light, entering Chen Zi's being. Strange yet familiar memories surged forth, and Chen Zi suddenly grasped the source of his confidence. TT, he murmured, you are the miracle. The essence of TT's existence was indomitable. As the original eternal flower of the world, TT had endured a solitary cycle of rebirths, from birth to being taken by the Bai family, to being forged into a weapon, and ultimately, to drifting alone beyond the world. Then, upon the world's reset, he lost his memories and once again traversed this cycle. Until his emergence, TT's life underwent a profound transformation. TT remembered his name, Chen Zi. No matter how many times the cycle repeated, he was determined to save him. Death loomed ever closer for Chen Zi. Miracles seemed perpetually elusive. With each cycle, as TT recalled the memories of past lives and realized that nothing had changed, the urgency within his heart intensified. Until the final occasion, TT relinquished his eternal life, disentangling his memories from his infinite vitality to form an independent entity. This entity was the present Black TT. This was the only method left. Should it fail, then both he and Chen Zi would perish within this vast universe. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. A world devoid of Chen Zi was one in which he would not wish to linger. Subsequently, TT encountered the entity imbued with Chen Zi's memories, orchestrating a grand scheme. It awakened fragments of memories from legendary Pokemon also caught in the cycle of reincarnation, paving a path for Chen Zi, all leading to this very moment. Reshiram and Zekrom lay crushed beneath, while Ultra Necrozma unleashed an onslaught that even the combined might of the two legendary Pokemon could not withstand. With impunity, Ultra Necrozma cast aside the incapacitated beings and refocused its gaze upon Chen Zi and TT. The golden light behind Ultra Necrozma shimmered once more. At that moment, both Chen Zi and TT opened their eyes simultaneously. Their gazes met, and a wave of familiarity washed over them, an ethereal connection blossoming between them. TT, Mega Evolve. TT radiated an intense brilliance, momentarily blinding, even interrupting Ultra Necrozma's assault. As the light dissipated, TT appeared adorned in a flowing white gown, clutching a bouquet of eternally vibrant flowers, an extraordinary aura emanating from her. The flowers in TT's hands burst forth with a kaleidoscope of colors. directing beams of radiant light towards Ultra Necrozma. Ultra Necrozma crossed its arms defensively, summoning a solid energy barrier before it. However, in an instant, the barrier shattered like fragile eggshells. The waves of light struck Ultra Necrozma, forcing it to retreat rapidly. Simultaneously, the legendary Pokemon on Ultra Necrozma's side seemed to receive a command, launching a coordinated attack towards TT. Undeterred, TT stood her ground, allowing the assault to strike her. Seemingly unaffected, Ultra Necrozma was soon left battered and bruised. Realizing the dire situation, Ultra Necrozma attempted to ascend. It could sense that TT's state would not endure for long. Once it passed, it could retaliate. TT sought to detain Ultra Necrozma, yet ultimately found herself powerless. After several attempts were thwarted by Ultra Necrozma, it soared higher, aiming to return to the Ultra space. At that moment, Li Wei, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A golden light flickered within them and behind him. A golden chain ensnared the retreating Ultra Necrozma. Chen Zi witnessed a rift in space tear open, and from it emerged an elderly figure, a grandfather who had imparted the art of nurturing Pokemon to him in a dream. The old man smiled at Chen Zi, then transformed into a colossal alpaca, surrounded by swirling colorful plates that expanded, encasing Ultra Necrozma within. Arceus, Chen Zi gasped in astonishment, the identity of the old man revealing itself as Arceus. Thanks to your perseverance, we have reached this juncture. I have contacted my essence far beyond the primordial realm. Thankfully, I have not arrived too late. Otherwise, this world would have been permanently assimilated by the Ultra space after this encounter. As Arceus radiated a brilliant light, the fractured space began to mend, and all legendary Pokemon affiliated with Ultra Necrozma vanished, extending to where Ultra Necrozma stood. Ultra Necrozma offered a semblance of resistance, but was ultimately enveloped in light, vanishing silently. The light continued to spread outward, restoring all in its path. This was a protracted process of rebirth. Chen Zi and TT exchanged glances. They still had a long tomorrow ahead of them. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this tale, please consider subscribing and liking it to show your support. Until we meet again in the next story.